Walk 1 step and get 1 yuan. Take a breath and get 1 yuan. Sleep for a minute and get 1 yuan. How much money can you save in a year? While I was on a blind date, a strange message popped up on my phone. Congratulations! You have received 7 billion red envelopes. Do you want to claim them? I couldn't help but find it funny. 7 billion red envelopes. Does that mean almost everyone in the world is sending me red envelopes? Nowadays, mobile ads are really exaggerated. Normally, I would have closed the ad without a second thought, but at that moment, feeling extremely bored, I became curious and clicked confirm. Ding! Congratulations! You have won 999 yuan. Then, another red envelope appeared on the screen, and I clicked to open it again. Ding! Congratulations! You have won 99 yuan. Another new red envelope appeared on the screen, and I couldn't help but wonder, is this just a program of continuously clicking on red envelopes? It's really quite boring. Thinking of this, I wanted to close and exit. But at this time my phone received 2 consecutive SMS reminders from China Merchants Bank. China Merchants Bank reminds you to deposit 999 yuan at 12 o'clock. China Merchants Bank reminds you to deposit 99 yuan at 12 o'clock. I was surprised to see that these 2 amounts were exactly the amounts of the 2 red packets I had just received. Could these be real red packets? With a hint of excitement and doubt, I clicked to open the red packets again. Ding! Congratulations on receiving 999 yuan. Ding! Congratulations on receiving 2,000 yuan. Ding! Congratulations on receiving professional level car driving skills. Ding! Congratulations on receiving 5 yuan. I kept clicking on the screen to open the red packets, and at the same time, the bank kept sending SMS reminders. Xiao Xia, who was sitting across from me, noticed that I had been silent for a long time, but kept tapping on her phone screen, frowning slightly, unable to resist. Xiao Xia glanced at my phone screen and saw the message congratulations. You have won 5 yuan. Seeing this, Xiao Xia felt both angry and disdainful. She was a highly educated and high-income beautiful woman, and yet he was so focused on grabbing a few dollars in red envelopes instead of taking the opportunity to chat with her. Xiao Xia stood up and said coldly, I think you should have felt it too. We are simply not suitable for each other. I have something to do later, so I'll leave first. After speaking, she prepared to get up and leave. Ding! Congratulations on winning a Lamborghini Aventador. When I wanted to continue clicking on the red envelopes, the time on my phone changed to 12 o'clock and 1 minute. Then a dialog box popped up on the screen, saying that there were 23 hours and 59 minutes until the next red envelope could be claimed, and that 1 red envelope could be obtained immediately for every 10,000 yuan spent. I slowly put my phone in my pocket, only to find an extra car key in my pocket, the car key to the Lamborghini. When I just received the red envelope, I did indeed win a Lamborghini, but how did the car key end up in my pocket? Xiao Xia glanced at me, who was still staring blankly at my phone, thinking that I was still trying to grab a few dollars from the red envelopes. She felt even more disdainful in her heart, and she walked away without any hesitation, heading outside with big steps. At this moment, there were many people standing at the door, looking at a cool-looking supercar not far away with extremely amazed eyes, exclaiming in admiration, Lamborghini. It costs 10 million yuan to land in China. The silver-gray appearance is so cool. We actually have this car in Jiangbei. I wonder who the rich person is. A hot-dressed internet celebrity walked up to the Lamborghini and kept taking selfies. Xiao Xia looked at the supercar with envy, but when she saw me coming out of the restaurant, her face immediately turned extremely annoyed. I already said it was inappropriate. Why did he follow me stubbornly? I drove here myself. I don't need you to give me a ride. In the midst of conversation, Xiao Xia raised the BMW car key in her hand, wanting to make the difference between us clearer. She had a BMW. While I couldn't even afford a car, I furrowed my brows slightly and said I didn't offer to give her a ride. Then I took out the Lamborghini car key, lightly pressed it, the car lights turned on, the horn beeped, and then I strode to the front of the Lamborghini and opened the door. Sitting down, I rarely drive, let alone a supercar, but the moment I sat in the Lamborghini, it felt like I had been driving for decades, knowing everything in the car like the back of my hand. With a press on the gas pedal, the Lamborghini shot out like a bullet. All of this was seen by Xiao Xia, and she was completely stunned. He actually drove away in a supercar, just had dinner with her, even went on a blind date with her, and then she rejected him. Originally, if she married him, she would never have to work hard again. Endless regret filled her heart, and Xiao Xia felt a pang in her chest. At this moment, the phone in Xiao Xia's pocket rang with a cheerful ringtone. Xia, how is it? Have you seen Lin Fan? On the phone, the low voice of his mom, Chen Minfen, came. See, said Josiah, somewhat woodenly. He's not with you, is he? Is it convenient to talk? Chen Minfan asked. Not in, Josiah said. What do you think of Lin Fan? If you don't like it, don't force it, just casually cope with it. Mom stands with you. His family's situation is indeed too average, Chen Minfan said. Xiao Xia froze slightly and said. His family situation is general? Xiao Xia froze slightly and said. His family situation is general? After a pause, something seemed to occur to him and he asked, what do his parents do? In the past we were workmates. Then and my relationship is not bad. Now I heard that opened a small clothing store. Chen Minfan said. Josiah said. Okay, Mom, I know. When he finished, he hung up. Xiao Xia looked towards the Lamborghini that had completely disappeared from view, and a flash of realization appeared on her face. Despising, renting a car for a blind date and thinking that will work? It's really ridiculous. A poor hanging man is always just a poor hanging man. Then, she glanced at the netizen woman not far away and said, Diaozi with hang silk. It's quite appropriate. After saying that, he walked towards the BMW with a smile on his face. Lin Fan drove the Lamborghini Big Bull and sped along. He was like a dazzling laser light, and wherever he passed, he was the center of attention. This is the Fried Street. A few moments later, Lin Fan arrived at a public parking lot. He flipped out of the car. The license and registration with his name on it. Puzzled, could it be? Is this the golden finger inside the novel system? At that moment, virtual buttons appeared in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan casually made a point. Ding! Successful activation of the system. Get a newbie pack. Then a virtual display appeared in the mind. Name, Lin Fan. Level, LV1. LV1 reward, $1 for every 1 breath. $1 for every 1 second of sleep. $1 for every 1 step. Rewards arrive at 2400 hours every day. Upgrade spending amount, 0/10. 000, gifting to others, gambling, etc. are not included. In addition, all items obtained from the system are forbidden to be traded. Attractiveness, 85, appearance, clothing, spirit, etc. are closely related. Skills, professional level automobile driving skills. Funds, 89, 900, all funds come from reasonable and legal sources, so there is no need to have any concern about direct use. Hint, 23 hours and 35 minutes until the next red packet. Hint, for every $10,000 you spend, you will receive 1 bonus immediately. Lin Fan said. There really is a system. Professional level driving skills? No wonder it feels so easy for me to drive this Lamborghini. Then, Lin Fan began to study the system again. For every 1 breath, get $1. A normal person, who takes about 20 breaths per minute, or 1 day in 24 hours, will probably get about 28,000. For every 1 second of sleep, get $1. With 8 hours of sleep per day, you can probably get around 28,000 as well. For every 1 step you take, you get $1. This is less fixed. Sometimes hundreds, sometimes thousands. As for the red packet, amount all depends on luck. If you do the math together, you'll get a guaranteed $60, 000 to $70, 000 a day, almost $2 million a month, $24 million a year. Also, this is only LV1. I'm afraid that if you upgrade to LV2, or even a higher level, you'll get more money. The corner of Lin Fan's mouth hooked up slightly as he thought of this. Then, he dropped his gaze on the newbie pack. Is the newbie package opened? Yes. Ding. Congratulations. You have gained the charm aura, increasing your charm by 5 points. In addition, there is a 5% probability of triggering love at first sight and engraved in your heart. Powerful charisma is the most attractive yet. Ding. Congratulations. You have been awarded 1 spending 10x rebate card. Spend better to get more. Lin Fan only felt a slight warmth in his body, but there wasn't much change. He glanced at his already white pants, stepped on the gas, and went straight to the KM Mall. KM Mall, the most upscale clothing shopping city in Zhangbei City. Welcome, KM Mall. How may I help you? Although, Lin Fan was dressed in ordinary clothes, but, standing in the doorway, the well-proportioned female shopper was the first to greet her. From this point of view alone, it is not without reason that KM Mall has been able to stand for many years in Zhangbei. The quality of the guides, at least, is quite a bit better than the average store. Lin Fan said, help me find a suitable set of clothes for me to wear. This suit is the latest this year, cutting edge in design and very comfortable. It is true that people rely on clothes and Buddha relies on gold. After changing into the KM's clothes, Lin Fan's charisma had once again increased by 2 points to a whopping 92. Lin Fan moved his arms and legs and said, okay, let's go with this set. How much is it? That's a total of $48,889. The female shopper smiled. Lin Fan frowned slightly as he heard this. Seeing this, The female shopper sighed in her heart. Sure enough, another person who thinks KM is too expensive. At this time, Lin Fan muttered, "It's only 40,000 or so. Ha, forget it, let's swipe the card first. Just over 40,000? I can't believe he didn't think it was too expensive, but he thought it was too cheap?" The female shopper took the bank card in dismay and flicked it on the POS machine. Ding! This spending is $48,889. Do you want to use the 10x rebate card? Yes, Lin Fan said silently in his heart. Ding! System upgrade, LV2. LV2 reward, $2 for every 1 breath, $2 for every 1 second of sleep, $2 for every 1 step. Rewards arrive at 2400 hours every day. Upgrade spending amount, 38,889/100. 000, gifting to others, gambling, etc. are not counted. In addition, all items obtained from the system are prohibited from being traded. Originally, you could get at least 60,000 or 70,000 per day, but now, it had directly doubled to more than 100,000 per day. Immediately afterward, Lin Fan's cell phone shook slightly. Merchants Bank reminds you to deposit $488.890. At the same time, red envelopes appeared on his cell phone screen. Ding! Spend 40,000. Get 4 red packets. Do you want to claim them all? Yes. Ding! Congratulations! You have received $19,999. Ding! Congratulations! You've earned $2. Ding! Congratulations! You've earned $300. Ding! Congratulations! You've earned $2,999. See here. The corner of Lin Fan's mouth slightly hooked. The female shopper next to her respectfully handed out her bank card and said, "Your card, sir. You first take the 2 pieces over there, and the set. They're according to my size, and wrap them all up for me." Lin Fan casually pointed out nearly 10 pieces of clothing. The female shopper understood that she had definitely met a godly man. So, in a hurry, all the clothes were all wrapped up. A total of 232,100 yuan. I can apply to the store manager to remove the 2,100 yuan at the back for you. Just wait a moment, the female shopper said. Lin Fan said, "That change, consider it a tip for you." Today, money was just a number to Lin Fan. This attendant had a good attitude and picked out clothes that, while a bit cheaper, were, indeed, comfortable. So a little reward for her is nothing. The shopgirl was beyond happy. "Thank you, sir," after swiping the card again to make a purchase. In Lin Fan's mind, another beep sounded. Ding! System upgrade, LV3. LV3 reward, $5 for every 1 breath, $5 for every 1 second of sleep, $5 for every 1 step. Rewards arrive at 2400 hours every day. Upgrade spending amount, 270,000/1, 000, gifting to others, gambling, etc. are not counted. In addition, all items obtained from the system are forbidden to be traded. This time, the system was upgraded, and it was actually directly 5 times more money than what was obtained at LV1. In other words, nowadays, Lin Fan could get a guaranteed 300,000 to 400,000 per day. At the same time, red envelopes appeared on Lin Fan's cell phone screen. Ding! Spent 230,000. Got 23 red packets. Do you want to claim them all? Yes. Ding! Congratulations! You've earned $200. Ding! Congratulations! You have been awarded $18,888. Ding! Congratulations! You have gained the skill Violent Aesthetics, dramatically enhance physical fitness, reaction, agility, fighting skills and so on. Thus, you have the power to fight with 1 against 100, powerful and violent, showing your manly character. Even fighting is pleasing to the eye. Ding! Congratulations! You have gained the skill Drinking Gentleman. When you drink, you will not fall down from 1,000 cups. You are a gentleman and elegant, and you know all the information about the wine. Even when drinking, you possess endless charm. Ding! Congratulations! You have been awarded $333. 23 bonuses were awarded for a total of $192. 335. With regards to money, Lin Fan was no longer too interested. He landed his eyes on the skills Violent Aesthetics and Drinking Gentleman. 1 against 100, 1,000 glasses? Lin Fan only felt that his entire body was filled with power. He drove back to the rental with a good feeling. That night, in the early hours of the morning, Lin Fan's cell phone rang with a text message alert. Merchants Bank reminds you to deposit $213.500 at midnight, 12 p.m. the next day. Lin Fan's cell phone popped up red packets again. Ding! Congratulations, you've earned $19. Ding. Congratulations, you have been awarded $2.999. Ding. Congratulations, you've earned $19.999. Ding. Congratulations, you have been awarded the Vacheron Constantin Tour de l'Al watch. Ding. Congratulations, you have been awarded one house in Vanguard House. Lin Fan froze slightly when he clicked on the red packet to hear. Vanguard House? Isn't that the best and most expensive school district in Gangbei? I've heard that. Prices are already 50,000 per square foot. One house? It was this days that turned the time to 12:01. The red packet just disappeared. With doubts in his heart, Lin Fan slowly raised his head. When he looked up this time, his entire body froze once again. Because, surprisingly, there was a stack of real estate deeds and two large sets of keys sitting in front of them. Lin Fan opened the first real estate license. It was clearly written, Building A101, Area 103 square feet, Property owner Lin Fan. Then he opened the second book, Building A102, Area 104 square feet, Property owner Lin Fan. Then, he was busy opening the third book, Building A103, Area 89 square feet, Property owner Lin Fan. A building with 33 floors and 4 houses per floor. There were 132 suites, all of which belonged to Lin Fan. The total value of these houses is in the hundreds of millions of dollars. Lin Fan couldn't help but put his hand in his pocket to get a cigarette, but he accidentally pulled out the stylish Vacheron Constantin Tour de l'Al watch. He glanced at the Vacheron Constantin Tour de l'Al on his hand, then at the real estate license in front of him, and the corners of his mouth quirked up slightly. Then, Lin Fan found a bag and put all the real estate certificates and keys in it, and then, walked downstairs with big strides. At this time, the landlady Wang Xichin happened to be downstairs, holding a cell phone seems to be trying to call. When she saw Lin Fan, a smile appeared on her face and she said, "Little Lin, you didn't go to work today?" As she spoke, Wang Xichin couldn't help but quietly gauge Lin Fan. For some reason, she always felt that Lin Fan seemed a bit different today, especially the clothes Lin Fan was wearing seemed like he had seen them somewhere. Yes, Lin Fan replied flatly. He hated the landlord, who liked to raise utility bills indiscriminately, and, moreover, often cut off water and electricity. Before Lin Fan got the system, he had already made plans to just move out when the contract expired, if the rental house didn't have some of his personal belongings. Last night, Lin Fan was all set to stop coming over. Wang Xichin saw that Lin Fan was going to leave and no longer cared about where he was different. She busied herself and said, "You're not going to work today. That's really great. My toilet is clogged and I can't get it to work. So go help me unclog it." Her tone, not a request at all, but a command. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow and said, "Won't get it." After saying that, he walked straight forward. Wang Xichin simply didn't expect Lin Fan to reject himself and froze slightly. And then, his heart was a ball of fire. And as he pulled Lin Fan's arm, he said, "What do you mean you won't? Isn't that what people like you, who didn't go to college, do?" Lin Fan's face sank as he said, "Let go." However, Wang Xichin didn't let go at all. Lin Fan's face turned slightly cold as he violently threw it with force. Wow, this action is too big, but accidentally dropped the real estate license and keys in the bag. All out. Wang Xichin scorned. "You didn't even go to college, and you're learning to be a real estate agent? Can you introduce the house well?" Wang Xichin didn't even think that these houses belonged to Lin Fan. The poor hangers-on who have to ask questions every month because of a few dozen extra dollars in utility bills will have that many houses? How is that possible? The only answer, Lin Fan works for a real estate agent, and these real estate licenses and keys belong to the agency. Lin Fan didn't even bother to talk to Wang Xichin much, and after picking up the real estate license and the key, he took a big step towards the Lamborghini Big Bull parked in front of him, opened the car door and sat straight up, then, stepped on the gas and galloped forward. At this time, Li Jiahu dragged his obese body and slowly walked downstairs, complaining, "Mom, the man who unclogged the toilet, when will he arrive? I'm almost smoked to death." The next moment, Li Jiahu, a pair of squinting eyes, immediately stared round, excitedly shouted, "Crap, Lamborghini Bull. Someone in our neighborhood actually drives a Lamborghini Big Bull. It's so awesome." As he spoke, Li Jiahu busily took out his cell phone and took several consecutive pictures towards the Lamborghini Bull that was about to disappear from view. Seeing Li Jiahu so excited, Wang Xichin said, "Jiahu, do you like that car a lot? When you find a job, Mom will buy you one." In her opinion, a car that even Lin Fan could afford to drive was definitely not a good car. Li Jiahu said, "Buy that car? Mom, do you know how much it would cost? How much can a car cost? $200,000? Wang Xichin said, "A few years ago, Wang Xiqin family has an old house demolition compensation for 3 sets. Sold one of them and have almost $1 million in savings in hand, taking out 200,000 of them for her son. Wang Xiqin didn't feel too distressed. 200,000? 10 more 200,000 won't do. That's a Lamborghini Big Bull, a supercar. It lands at almost $10 million domestically. Li Jiahu said. What? Wang Xiqin exclaimed, her entire mouth directly turning into an O shape. 10 million? Even if we sold her, we simply couldn't get that much money. At this time, Wang Xiqin suddenly remembered the clothes Lin Fan was wearing and why they were so familiar. A few days ago, while shopping at the KM Mall, Li Jiahu loved that outfit. But Wang Xiqin saw that the suit cost tens of thousands of dollars. So, dragged Li Jiahu Shang out. Immediately afterward, Wang Xiqin thought of the real estate license and key that Lin Fan had dropped to the ground earlier. A horrible thought suddenly came into his mind. Those houses, are they all his? Thinking of this, Wang Xiqin couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. At this time, Lin Fan had already arrived at the Wanjiawafu. He took out the key to open a few suites, and found that each set of houses were all well decorated, complete with home appliances, and could be moved directly into the bag. Then, Lin Fan took the bag again and went to a nearby housing agency. Hello, how may I help you? The salesman with the black-rimmed glasses said. Lin Fan said, I have a house in Wanjiawafu and I want you to help me rent it out. By the way, is your manager here? I think it's best to have your manager come out to receive my business. All along, I've been in charge of renting out and buying and selling a piece of Vanguard Mansion. Just give me the information about the house, and I will definitely help you rent it out at the highest price and in the shortest time. The salesman smiled and said, a house, to the ears of a salesman, becomes a house straight away. So, his tone was incredibly relaxed and breezy. Lin Fan nodded and said, all right then. Then, Lin Fan dumped out all the real estate license and keys in his pocket. When the salesman saw it, he immediately froze in place with his mouth wide open. Only after half a minute did he woodenly say, you please drink some tea first. Sit down for a while, I will go to find the manager for you. Soon, the woman in professional attire walked out at a brisk pace. Lin Fan surveyed the woman from the top down. Exquisite features, white skin, full, round almost to hold out the white shirt body, straight long legs, wrapped in loose suit pants. The whole person looks mature, competent, let a person manic. Combined, 94 points. Hello, I'm Han Sweet, the manager of the Lian family's East City region. This is my business card. May I ask what is your name? Sir? Han Sweet handed out her business card and said. At the same time, Han Sweet secretly sized up Lin Fan. Contoured features, a height of 1 meter 8, wearing a set of novelty designer clothes, as well as a special temperament emanating from him. The whole person is simply a walking hormone. One word, handsome. Vanguard House is the best school district house in Zhongbei, and has been priced to sell. As the regional manager of the East Side, Han Sweet knew very well that Building A belonged to the mysterious person who had spawned it. She had spent much effort trying to inquire about this mysterious man, but to no avail. Han Sweet thought of a possibility that, perhaps, this mysterious person had committed a crime and the person had been arrested or fled abroad long ago. This kind of thing, it's not unheard of. However, Han Sweet did not expect the other party to be such a young man. And, a tall, handsome young man. Han Tianyi seemed to be feeling that it was a bit impolite for her to stare at Lin Fan for too long, and a slight blush rose on her professional pretty face. My surname is Lin, Lin Fan said. Mr. Lin, I just heard that you are renting out a house in Wanjiawafu? Hearing Lin Fan's voice, Han Sweet couldn't help but straighten her mind and her pretty face became professional again. Yes, Lin Fan casually said as he took a sip of clear tea. Han Sweet smiled and said, you have made a very good choice in coming to our Lianjia. We, Lianjia, are the largest sales and rental platform in China, and we are definitely able to rent out your house at the highest price in the shortest possible time. In addition, you own a full house and are a large customer. We, Lianjia, have a big customer policy and can provide you with the most favorable and convenient service. Lin Fan nodded indifferently and said, all right, then I'll leave my house to you. Han sweetly froze slightly. She obviously did not expect that Lin Fan would agree so simply. Doesn't he even get specific about pricing? Ask about draws, etc.? Does he trust himself so much? A blush once again surfaced on Han Tianyi's professional pretty face as she softly said, thank you, Mr. Lin, for your trust. Soon, the contract, which was still radiating warmth, was placed in front of Lin Fan. Xiao Xia dragged her tired body into the Lian home. Do you have any Vanguard houses for rent here? Xiao Xia asked expectantly. Only by renting a house in Vanguard House could her brother study at Zhongbei First Middle School. But, Where is Vanguard House so easy to rent? Today, Xiaoxia ran through nearly 10 agencies, covered in sweat, but to no avail. Tap tap. At this time, Lin Fan had just finished signing the contract and walked out of the conference room. When Xiaoxia saw him, she couldn't help but think back to yesterday. In my heart, I despise, isn't she driving a Lamborghini? Why is he working in a real estate agency? Renting a Lamborghini probably cost him a month or two's salary, right? Poor Hang Selk. The salesman smiled at Xiaoxia, and said, "This customer, your luck is really great. This gentleman has just handed over an entire house in his name, Wanjiawafu, all to our Lian family agency for rent. Now, our Lian family has a large number of floors for you to pick from." Quiet. The whole Lian family, quiet as a pin drop. Xiaoxia's mouth was half open, her entire body completely frozen. What did she hear? Lin Fan entrusted an entire Vanguard house to the Lian family for rent? He, in fact, has a whole house. And, still, from Vanguard House? The average price of Vanguard House today is 50,000. A house will cost about $5 million. A whole house. How much? Immediately afterward, Xiaoxia once again thought of the Lamborghini Bull that Lin Fan drove yesterday. Turns out, he really is a godly man. A super godly man. And one, turned him down yesterday? If he was with him himself, where would he need to run up a sweat today? Pain. Xiaoxia only felt an endless soreness in her chest. Lin Fan lightly glanced at Xiaoxia, then walked towards the outside. He didn't have any good feelings towards this dog-eyed woman at all. Xiaoxia hurriedly opened her mouth and called out, "Lin Fan, Lin Xiao." However, all that responded to her was a tall back. "This lady, do you still need to rent a house in Vanguard House?" Han Sweet asked. "Rent? I want to rent a set," Xiaoxia said. At this point, she also came back to her senses. "Anyway, we have to get the house rented today," Han Sweet said. "Right now, only building A104 is available for rent, and the rent is 30,000 a month." Earlier, Han Sweet had taken in all the changes in Lin Fan's expression and knew that Lin Fan hated the woman in front of him. Lin Fan was his own big client, and a very handsome and trusting one at that. Lin Fan hated the woman in front of him and naturally had to teach her a lesson. 30,000? How can it be that expensive? The luxury neighborhoods not far from here are only 3,000 a month, Xiaoxia shouted. Besides, your salesman just said that there are many floors to choose from, so how come you only have 104 left? Han Sweet said without haste. He's not the only one of our salesmen, so how much can he know about what's going on? Many floors have long been booked by other customers. As for that, you say luxury neighborhoods are cheap, so go ahead and rent a luxury neighborhood. After saying that, he directly turned around and left. Josiah was furious. At that moment, the cell phone in her pocket, however, rang a bell. "Xia, we have to hurry up and help your brother rent a house in Wanjiawafu. If it drags on any longer, he really won't be able to attend Jiangbei First Middle School." On the phone, came Chen Minfan's anxious voice. "Mom, I found a house," Xiaoxia said hesitantly. "Really? Good. Then rent it quickly. Don't let someone else grab it later," Chen Minfan shouted excitedly. "But the price of the house? What price? You have to rent it even if it's more expensive. What else is more important than your brother going to school?" Chen Minfan droned. Xiaoxia sighed and said, "All right, I'll rent it." After a pause, he added, "Mom, you said yesterday that Lin Fan's family is very general?" "Yeah, just a small clothing store." "Why?" Chen Minfan said. "No, nothing," Josiah sighed. "I thought, a small clothing store? I'm afraid someone else is keeping a low profile and actually opening a large clothing company." After hanging up the phone, Xiaoxia had to walk up again, gritting her teeth. "I'll rent that 104. Lin Fan had a lunch at the Hilton and then directly opened a presidential suite for a nap. Now that he had taken out the rental, all his personal belongings, he naturally wouldn't go back there. Lin Fan closed his eyes and slowly entered dreamland. When he opened his eyes, it was 1700 hours p.m. Lin Fan casually flipped through his cell phone and found that the high school group of classmates, which had been silent for a long time, was active today. It turns out that they are holding a reunion at 1900 hours this evening at the Jiangbei Fomlai Hotel, so that all students who are free to go over. Lin Fan couldn't help but recall in his mind those laughter in high school, and the figures of those few close friends. At the same time, and thinking that there was nothing to do in the evening anyway, I decided to attend the reunion. Lin Fan felt that during that time of the party, it was rush hour, and there would definitely be a lot of cars and traffic on the road. So, he left early from the Hilton. In fact, just as Lin Fan expected, there were indeed many cars on the road, but he didn't count on the fact that he was driving a big Lamborghini Bull, and the cars around him were actively pulling away from it. Coupled with the fact that Lin Fan possessed professional-grade driving skills, the entire road could be said to be unobstructed. So much so, that at 1840, Lin Fan arrived at box 666 of the Maple Leaf Hotel. "Ha, Lin Fan?" a man with a round face said with some uncertainty. Lin Fan smiled and nodded, saying, "Shen Liang, you've really changed a lot." When he was in high school, Shen Liang was tall and thin, nicknamed Bamboo Pole. Now, it is full of flesh. Age is really a killing knife. So it's really you. I haven't seen you for a few years. You've become more and more handsome. I almost didn't recognize you, Shen Liang said. Next to him, the young man named Wang Haoqi said, "Lin Fan, this is the first time we've met since graduation, right? I heard that you entered society after high school? How much is it a month now?" "A few $1,000s, Lin Fan said casually. "A few $1,000s? Then you'll have to eat more later. After all, this meal we had today, I'm afraid it's all worth a month's salary for you." Wang Haoqi scoffed for a while. The color of contempt on his face was unmistakable. "So what if you're handsome? It's just a couple $1,000s a month." Lin Fan frowned slightly. How could he not hear the mockery in Wang Haoqi's words? But, after all, today is a class reunion and it is not advisable to make it too ugly. Therefore, Lin Fan didn't say anything more. At this time, Yang Wenjing, dressed in a designer label, holding a middle-aged man with a big beer belly, slowly walked in. When the crowd saw her, they began to greet her. "Wow, isn't this the great beauty of our class, Ms. Yang Wenjing? Haven't seen you in a few years, getting younger and prettier. Young beauty, won't you introduce us to the one next to you?" Yang Wenjing was praised by all the students, and her whole body trembled with laughter, so much so that the foundation on her face, followed by floating down on the table. "Thanks for the compliments. This is my husband Du Lei," Yang Wenjing said. Lin Fan followed suit and looked at Yang Wenjing and his husband. In high school, several girls in the class all expressed their love for Lin Fan. Among them, Julia Yang is the most daring and direct. But, Lin Fan's mind was on his studies, so he rejected Yang Wenjing and all the girls. Nowadays, as Lin Fan looked at Yang Wenjing's appearance, he couldn't help but be very glad for his decision at that time. Tap tap. At this time, Qin Yuxuan, who had fair skin and pitch-black waterfall-like hair that naturally hung down, strolled in. Qin Yuxuan was wearing an ordinary casual outfit, but her delicate features and perfect figure made her not ordinary at all. With her arrival, it was as if the entire box brightened up with her. Even Lin Fan's eyes lit up slightly. "Qin Yuxuan, I can't imagine that you, a senior student, is here as well. What a rare day." "Right, back in high school, wasn't it rumored that both Qin Yuxuan and Yang Wenjing were interested in Lin Fan? What's their situation now?" "What's the situation? Ms. Yang Wenjing is already married to that big boss. Qin Yuxuan is studying in Mordor, I hear." Yang Wenjing and Qin Yuxuan, a noblewoman and a goddess. And Lin Fan went into society after graduating from high school, and now he only has a few $1,000s a month. A proper poor hanging man. What can they be in for? P.S. The new book sets sale, begging for recommendations, favorable reviews, and rewards. As the students spoke, they unconsciously glanced at Lin Fan with a mocking gaze. At the same time, he secretly pulled away from Lin Fan. That look was as if being too close to Lin Fan would be detrimental to his status. This is, in addition to Qin Yuxuan. Upon walking into the box, Qin Yuxuan's beautiful eyes quickly scanned around. However, when he saw Lin Fan, he stayed for 2 more seconds, so much so, that the 4 eyes locked together. The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled faintly, silent at the moment. Soon, a large table of exquisite dishes such as fragrant beef ribs, steamed rich fish, charcoal roasted pork neck and so on were brought up. "That should be all for today. We high school classmates get together on rare occasions, so I propose that we raise a glass to celebrate. Cheers, cheers." A hilarious class reunion begins. The crowd hadn't eaten for long when Hu Jinsong, wearing a plaid shirt, walked in. He started by placing the BMW keys in his hand, on the table. Then, clasping his hands, he said, "Sorry, old classmates, I'm late. The road was just too jammed. I'll punish myself first." After Hu Jinsong finished speaking, he directly poured himself a glass of wine and poured it down his stomach. "Hu Jinsong, you can. Already buying a BMW?" Wang Hao wondered. "It's just a BMW 5 Series. It's nothing." Hu Jinsong casually waved his hand and said, 5 Series, that's a luxury car too." Wang Hao wondered. "What kind of luxury car is this?" Hu Jinsong waved his hand repeatedly and said, "You don't know what kind of car was parked next to me when I just parked. Lamborghini Big Bull." "Crap, Lamborghini Big Bull? We actually have this car in Jiangbei?" Shen Liang was surprised. Hu Jinsong nodded. Yeah, I didn't expect that either. The Lamborghini Big Bull landed at almost $10 million. I don't know which godly man owns it. My BMW only has 252 horsepower. And the Lamborghini Big Bull, which is a V12 engine with a full 700 horsepower, accelerates in 2.8 seconds at 100 kilometers and runs absolutely like flying. The more Hu Jinsong spoke, the more excited he became, and the whole person danced with his hands. Then, Hu Jinsong's eyes scanned the box. When he saw the fairy-like Qin Yuxuan, his eyes lit up slightly. Qin damsel, I can't believe you're here for the reunion today. You've gotten prettier and prettier after a few years of not seeing each other. However, Qin Yuxuan only smiled politely and didn't talk to him much at all. Hu Jinsong couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. And then, he looked at the heavily made-up Yang Wenjing and her husband. Big Beauty Yang. Mr. Du, I can't believe the two of you are here as well. Today is really a rare and good day. I'll toast you all. Hu Jinsong raised his glass and called out. Wang Haoqi asked. Hu Jinsong, you know Julia Yang's husband? That's for sure. Mr. Du is a famous big boss. Even my BMW 5 Series was only bought thanks to Mr. Du. Do you know what kind of car Mr. Du drives? Porsche Cayenne. Hu Jinsong said. Awesome. To drive a Porsche. That's a super luxury car. Wang Hao wondered. Quite a beer belly. Dulé laughed. Porsche only. And that Lamborghini is still almost. But, now rich people usually do not play with cars, but play table. As Dulé spoke, he revealed the golden Rolex on his wrist. Hu Jinsong said. Rolex. Even wearing a Rolex. Poor play with cars, rich play with watches. Worthy of being Mr. Du. Rolex? And, it's still gold-colored. That's expensive at first glance, someone whispered. Dulé smugly said. Not much more expensive. Just an ordinary Rolex. Hu Jinsong gave a thumbs up and said. Mr. Du has much wealth. And Ms. Yang Wenjing is beautiful. You guys are really a match made in heaven with a rich man and a beautiful woman. Speaking of which, there used to be a Lin fan in our class who, on the basis of his looks like a white boy, even stalked and chased after Yang Wenjing, but fortunately Yang didn't say yes. Hu Jinsong, in order to please Yang Wenjing and Dulé, directly described Yang Wenjing's failed attempt to chase Lin Fan back then as Lin Fan stalking and chasing after Yang Wenjing, which is really a good hand at turning black and white upside down. Yang Wenjing said, of course I won't say yes. What's the use of a little white boy? I'm destined to marry our Dulé. As she spoke, Yang Wenjing raised the Gucci bag in her hand and cast a scornful glance towards Lin Fan. That look was like saying, Lin Fan, didn't you reject me in the beginning? Now, you're just a poor hangman in my eyes. After deliberately finding fault again and again, Lin Fan was not prepared to care about his classmates anymore. Otherwise, people thought he was made of clay. Lin Fan stroked his chin and recalled, I chased after Yang Wenjing? So, she took the initiative to show me a certain part? Oh, that part seems to have 3 moles. Dulé's face was instantly unsightly after hearing this. 3 moles? That's Julia Yang's most private part. Julia Yang actually took the initiative to show it to Lin Fan? In the beginning, Dulé married Yang Wenjing because she was pure and cute? Where does she look innocent now? Simply dang. Women. Yang Wenjing busily said. Hubby, don't listen to his nonsense. Humph. Dulé just grunted and ignored her. It was at this time that Hu Jinsong seemed to notice that Lin Fan had arrived and said, Lin Fan, you're here too? Yang Wenjing is the big beauty in the class. It's not a big deal for you to like her. Who in our class doesn't like her? We're just talking about minor high school stuff. You don't have to get mad about it, do you? With these words, he was clearly saying that Lin Fan was hating out of love, making things up, and being petty. Lin Fan said, then I'll talk about the little things in high school too. Do you all remember Auntie Wang, the school's hostess? When Hu Jinsong was a sophomore in high school, he was good with her for quite a long time. By the way, are you guys still together now? Wow. As soon as these words came out, everyone landed on Hu Jinsong with shocked gazes. That hostess Auntie Wang is almost 40 years old, short and fat, and I heard that she has never been in love. Even, privately, many people directly addressed her as old Chu. Female. Hu Jinsong and such a woman have been good for a while. He's got such strong tastes. At this time, high school in Hu Jinsong dormitory with a person. Suddenly recalled, there are a few times in Hu Jinsong in the internet cafe to play until midnight. Hu Jinsong surprisingly took himself and swaggered into the dormitory. At that time, he was still glad that luckily Auntie Wang, the hostess, had forgotten to close the gate. Now it seems, where is the hostess Auntie Wang forgot to close the gate? It is simply that she deliberately left the door for Hu Jinsong. Hu Jinsong's face flushed red as he drank. Lin Fan, you're talking nonsense. The crowd immediately understood when they saw him in this state. All of this, I'm afraid, is true. At this moment, The atmosphere of the box was vaguely filled with a smell of gunpowder. Someone stood up and rounded off the conversation. It's not easy for all of us to see each other. Come on, let's have a drink together. Yeah, have a drink. So the crowd rose, raised their glasses, and drank. With a cup of wine, the atmosphere in the box slowed down a bit. The crowd of students began to gossip with each other and let out a few chuckles from time to time. Needless to say, Hu Jinsong does possess good social skills. Soon, he became the center of attention in the box. Hu Jinsong glanced at Lin Fan, who sat in the corner and remained silent. With a gurgle of his eyes, he said, Lin Fan, why haven't you said anything all this time? Hu Jinsong's tone, incomparably relaxed and bland. That look was as if he had already forgotten that Lin Fan had exposed his scandalous affair with Auntie Wang in public. After a pause, he added, by the way, Lin Fan, when you finished high school and went straight to work, you should have made a lot of money, right? What kind of car did you buy? Lin Fan's salary is only a few $1,000s. What kind of car can he buy? He's probably barely able to feed himself. Wang Haoqi sneered. When he was in high school, Lin Fan was tall and handsome. Moreover, he studied exceptionally well, so he could be said to be the man of the hour in his class. So much so, that many of the girls in the class were in love with him. In this regard, Wang Haoqi was very jealous. Now that he saw Lin Fan in such a state of despondency, after a burst of mockery, it gave him the thrill of a beggar stepping on an aristocrat. What? The salary is only a few $1,000s? Hu Jinsong said with feigned surprise. For these, Lin Fan did not pay any attention. Childish. It all seemed so childish to him. However, just because he ignored it didn't mean that others would just let it go. Hu Jinsong was surprised. Ha! Lin Fan, you're wearing a watch too. It seems to look pretty good. Come and give us a moment to admire it. Lin Fan said indifferently. It's just a watch. Nothing to admire. Don't say that. We're all classmates. Just looking around. Looking for something to talk about. Don't worry. We won't break it. Even if we break it, I promise to compensate you for a new one. Hu Jinsong said. Yeah, just looking. Wang Haoqi said. Xinliang seemed to be a bit curious and followed to advise. Lin Fan. Or else, why don't you just show everyone? Lin Fan had a pretty good impression of Xinliang, and seeing that he said the same, he placed the Vacheron Constantine Tour de l'Isle on the table. Hu Jinsong tossed it back and forth a few times in both hands and said, it still has some weight. Wang Hao wondered, what brand is this? It does look okay. My friend Xiao Bo is a watch expert. Just send it to him to take a look. Hu Jinsong didn't even bother to ask Lin Fan and directly took a picture and sent it to his friend. He wanted to use this to show off his powerful connections so that he could better taunt Lin Fan. Unfortunately, Chopper didn't reply right away. Hu Jinsong said, let's wait for a while. He might be busy. When Xinliang first saw the Vacheron Constantine Tour de l'Isle, he found it stunning and couldn't help but ask, Lin Fan, how much did you pay for this watch? No money was spent. Lin Fan said, that's a statement he's not making up, because this watch was obtained from inside the red packet. Didn't spend any money? Lin Fan, this watch of yours couldn't be a freebie from someone else when you bought something, right? Wang Haoqi snorted. Hu Jinsong said, so it's a freebie? Lin Fan, you said it earlier. I shouldn't have taken pictures and sent them to my friends just now. Usually giveaways are all high-fashion A-goods. This friend of mine hates A-goods the most, and when he sees the photos later, I'm afraid he'll be furious. After Hu Jinsong finished speaking, he directly threw his watch onto the table. The look was as if holding this watch a little longer would dirty his hands. Then, Hu Jinsong, in a lecturing tone, said, Lin Fan, it's not that I'm talking about you. We're all old classmates. It's really meaningless to get an A watch for show. Ask your classmates who would look good with an A-hole. As a matter of fact, some of the students present had privately bought A-goods, but they will never admit it. It's the face. If you admit it, doesn't it mean that you are not good at mixing? You can only buy A-goods? So, the students shook their heads. The quality of the A-goods is so much worse than the real thing. I never use A-OK. If you don't have enough money, just buy something a little less expensive. Why buy A-goods? Yang Wenjing even raised the Gucci bag in her hand and said, those who use A-goods are all poor hangers-on. Like my husband. He never buys me A-goods. After saying that, Yang Wenjing hugged Dulei's arm and rubbed it up and down. Dulei felt the softness on his arm, and the anger in his heart gradually dissipated a lot. As Lin Fan listened to the words of the crowd, it was like there were countless flies buzzing around. He finally became a bit angry and drank. I can just like it myself. None of your business? As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he took the Vacheron Constantine Tour de l'Isle back and put it back on his wrist. At that moment, the faces of all the students in the box all became a little less than favorable. Lin Fan's words were considered to have scolded them all. Xin Liang felt that if he didn't let Lin Fan remove his watch, this wouldn't have happened. So, rounding up, he said, everyone's pretty much done eating. Let's go to a KTV and sing? Okay, go to KTV. Let's go. The crowd of students chimed in. Lin Fan said, I won't go over there. A big part of the reason why Lin Fan was attending this reunion was because he wanted to meet a few of his good friends from high school. Unfortunately, they didn't come over. Lin Fan had already given face to his classmates by being able to finish the meal. Naturally, I won't be singing along. Xin Yuxuan said, I have some things to do later, and I won't go to the KTV. Have fun. Many people were happy to see Lin Fan not go. However, the fact that Xin Yuxuan, a great beauty, was also not going, made them very reluctant. So many people spoke out to discourage it. In response, Xin Yuxuan only said that there are things at home. All refused. Do you need me to give you a ride? Lin Fan asked casually. That would be troublesome. Xin Yuxuan smiled. Lin Fan froze for a moment. In fact, he was just casually asking. But he didn't want Xin Yuxuan to really answer. But, since the words have been spoken, we can't go back on them. Can we? Then the two walked together towards the parking lot. This scene was all seen in the eyes of the students. The two of them shouldn't have anything, should they? How could Xin Yuxuan look at him? They headed for the parking lot. Doesn't Lin Fan not have a car? A cab just entered the parking lot. He probably wanted to take that cab, right? Wang Hao wondered. When these words came out, the faces of all the students were filled with contempt. In their opinion, sending a big beauty like Xin Yuxuan home should be done in a luxury car. A cab? It's a disgrace. Yang Wenjing mocked. When my husband first sent me home, it was at least a Mercedes-Benz or a BMW. A cab? Lin Fan is really nice. Hu Jinsong looked at Lin Fan and Xin Yuxuan's distant back and said, my BMW 5 Series is also in that direction. Wang Haoqi said, Hu Jinsong, I think it's better for you to send Xin Yuxuan home. Although, Wang Haoqi was also fascinated by Xin Yuxuan's beauty. But, he only had a $100,000 Corolla only. It was not good at all to bring up the matter of sending Xin Yuxuan. Wang Haoqi loathed Lin Fan. He would rather have Hu Jinsong send Xin Yuxuan than let Lin Fan find a single chance. Yeah, we can't let Qin Dame go home in a cab. Otherwise, her family, I'm afraid, will feel that we, her classmates, have neglected her. That's right. The crowd chimed in. Hu Jinsong's heart was delighted. He had been salivating over Xin Yuxuan for a long time. If we can use the matter of sending her home to draw a little closer, or even, something happens. Thinking of this, Hu Jinsong's heart was on fire. He gulped and said, but, KTV, don't worry, we'll go get a private room and wait for you to come over. Wang Haoqi said, this, well, Hu Jinsong pretended as if he didn't. P.S. The new book's at sale, asking for favorable reviews, recommendations, and rewards. While the crowd of students were chatting, Lin Fan and Xin Yuxuan always walked forward without any hurry. A student pointed not far away and exclaimed, look guys, there's a supercar there. What a handsome sports car. Looks like a Lamborghini. The crowd followed with a murmur of approval. Hu Jinsong said, that's the big Lamborghini Bull I was talking about before. And my BMW is right next to it. At this time, a student was puzzled. Why is Lin Fan walking towards the Lamborghini Bull? Wang Haoqi said, I reckon Lin Fan is trying to go to take pictures. Taking pictures? Does he have to be so humiliating? Xin Yuxuan is still beside him, a classmate said. Yang Wenjing sneered. Lin Fan is more than just taking pictures? Maybe, he'll even walk up and touch it, and later, he'll tell others that he once owned a Lamborghini Big Bull. It's like when he used to chase me to death. And then, out of nowhere, he heard something private about me and had the nerve to spout nonsense about me chasing him backwards. Dulay's face became more and more calm as he heard the words. He lightly caressed Yang Wenjing's waist and said, Wenjing, I won't believe his nonsense. Look guys, Lin Fan really walked next to the Lamborghini Bull, a classmate said. More than that, he's still touching the doorknob there. Later, when the owner of the car sees it, let's see how he gets off. The students spoke with a teasing look on their faces, and at the same time, looked around, expecting the owner to appear quickly. Hu Jinsong stopped in his tracks. He wanted to see this scene too. However, the next moment, everyone's face was frozen, because Lin Fan unexpectedly opened the door of the Lamborghini Big Bull with one hand and sat directly on it with Xin Yuxuan. Finally, with a dull roar, the big Lamborghini Bull quickly disappeared into the parking lot. Quiet. The whole scene was silent. Everyone was frozen in place. Lin Fan was actually sitting on a Lamborghini Bull? That car is his? Doesn't he only have a few $1,000s a month? What the hell's going on? Wang Haoqi sneered. Lin Fan is really hypocritical. He even rented a car to attend the reunion. I'm afraid this cost him a month or two's salary, right? Only to go to the banquet chicken hair loaded. Our classmates loaded chicken hair off. The moment these words came out, the crowd all revealed a look of dawning realization. That's right. This Lamborghini is a rental. Lin Fan's family was so average that they couldn't afford a Lamborghini Bull. Thinking of this, the contempt on the faces of the crowd became a few points more intense. Jingle bells. At this time, Hu Jinsong's cell phone rang a light ringtone. Hu Jinsong, the picture of that watch you just sent me. Where did it come from? On the phone came Xiaobo's somewhat dull voice. Hu Jinsong laughed. Oh, you mean that watch? It's my classmate's watch. Speaking of which, Hu Jinsong directly turned on the speakerphone. He wants to show off his connections to his classmates. At the same time, with stronger evidence that Lin Fan's big Lamborghini Bull was rented. After all, there's no way a guy who wears an A-list watch has a Lamborghini Bull. Crap. Bull. On the phone, Xiaobo's voice immediately became excited. What's wrong? Hu Jinsong wondered. That watch is a Vacheron Constantin Tour de l'Isle, limited to 7 pieces worldwide. Today, each one costs at least $10 million. And it's still priced out. Your classmate is too awesome to have this watch. On the phone, Xiaobo's voice grew more and more excited. Quiet. The entire scene was, once again, silent. Tens of millions of dollars in watches. Everyone's breath almost stopped. Lamborghini Big Bull. Available for rent. But, the tens of millions of watches that are limited to 7 pieces worldwide. That can never be rented. The only answer, the watch and the Lamborghini Bull all belong to Lin Fan. Lin Fan is a super godly man. He's not even loaded. Everyone looked at the Lamborghini Big Bull's faraway direction with complex expressions and different thoughts. Among them, the hearts of Yang Wenjing and Hu Jinsong were the most complicated. Yang Wenjing was regretting that if she had been a little more daring in high school, she might have been able to become Lin Fan's girlfriend and marry into a wealthy family. Hu Jinsong is afraid. He recalled earlier casually weighing Vacheron Constantin Tour de l'Isle. The little heart is aflutter. In case you accidentally break your Vacheron Constantin Tour de l'Isle, it would be a nightmare. At this moment, Qin Yuxuan, who was sitting in the Lamborghini Bull, looked around with a curious gaze. Sweet laughed. Lamborghini Aventador. Landed at $10 million domestically. I've never been in such an expensive car. Old school. You kind of gave me a good time today. Thanks. Lin Fan said. This isn't the most expensive car you've ever been in. After all, any subway has to be several $100 million. Qin Yuxuan laughed delicately. It seems to be true. At that moment, she felt a few points better about Lin Fan's outlook. Low-key but without losing her sense of humor. It was really rare. Then, Qin Yuxuan quietly observed Lin Fan. Fit and stylish. Qin Yuxuan couldn't help but compare him to when he was in high school. Lin Fan in high school was more remembered as a boyish, handsome freshman. Today's Lin Fan, on the other hand, was handsome with an additional mature manliness. Qin Yuxuan seemed to be feeling that she had stared at Lin Fan for too long, which was a bit impolite, and her pretty face turned red with shame. Busy retracting his gaze, he said, Lin Fan, what are you going to do later? After I send you home, go back to the hotel and sleep. Lin Fan said, you live in a hotel? Qin Yuxuan asked. Well, stay at the hotel for now, Lin Fan said. Qin Yuxuan thought for a moment and said, it's not too early now. Why don't we go for a midnight snack together? I know a good place. Lin Fan couldn't help but look at Qin Yuxuan oddly. A midnight snack? Who just said in the restaurant that there was something going on at home later? Qin Yuxuan seemed to have thought of this matter as well, and her pretty face, which had only returned to normal, once again blushed. While at the restaurant, Lin Fan was practically left alone in the corner, with no one talking to him at all. So, Lin Fan had been eating. By this time, his stomach was a little rounded, but, going straight back to the hotel was a bit boring. So, in response, he said, okay, you point the way. Good, Qin Yuxuan said happily. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the Miss Restaurant. Miss Restaurant, located above the riverbank. It's nice to be able to sit inside and enjoy the view of the river while eating your food. Lin Fan ordered some kebabs, scallops and seafood. Do you know how to drink? Lin Fan asked. A little bit, Qin Yuxuan said. Lin Fan nodded and said, an ace of spades then. The waiter standing next to him immediately brightened up when he heard the words. The ace of spades, at $8, $888 per bottle, is the most expensive wine in the store. The waiter gets a commission on the sale of the bottle alone. Taking the time to wait for the barbecue, Lin Fan secretly observed Qin Yuxuan. Even if you have graduated a few years. However, the years did not dent her face, leaving any traces, still as quiet as that year can be, plus after several years of growth in body, ***, Overall 95 points. Only low. Soon the wine and barbecue were all served. Lin Fan shook the glass, the clear liquor, and then, slowly poured it into his mouth. Every move he made was very simple, but, as elegant as it gets. It felt as if Lin Fan wasn't drinking at all. Rather, it is a world pianist who was so mesmerizing to play a beautiful piece of music on stage. Qin Yuxuan, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, was a bit infatuated with the whole thing as she watched. Drinking Gentleman with Endless Charm. P.S. The new book sets sail, asking for favorable reviews, recommendations, and rewards. Snap. When Lin Fan placed the glass on the table with a crisp sound, Qin Yuxuan was busy withdrawing her gaze. Although, Qin Yuxuan hadn't been drinking yet, but her pretty face was thoroughly flushed. As if to cover up, Qin Yuxuan was busy taking a big sip of wine. Lin Fan commented, "There is a hint of refreshment in the mellowness, and at the same time, there is a special fruity flavor that is not bad. It is the genuine ace of spades." But he had heard that many places often fooled people with fake wine in order to make money. Then, Lin Fan poured another glass of wine and drank it down. It is only a pity that the fruity aroma is a bit strong and the wine flavor is a bit light. In comparison, the taste of Louis XIII is a bit better. "Let's have another bottle of Louis XIII, Lin Fan said. Apparently, after tasting the ace of spades, it had aroused Lin Fan's addiction to alcohol. The waiter apologized. "We don't have Louis XIII here. If you want, I can get it for you at another store." "Okay, then I'll give you 50,000, and the extra, as a tip for you. But, I have one request. It must be genuine," Lin Fan said. At these words, the waiter's entire body nearly jumped up in excitement. A bottle of Louis XIII is just over $30,000. 50,000. He's good for over 10,000 in tips. It's already worth a couple months of his salary. The waiter immediately patted his chest and assured, "Sir, don't worry. I know the owner of that store, and I absolutely guarantee that it's authentic." Lin Fan nodded and directly transferred 50,000 to the waiter. If a different person orders tens of thousands of dollars a bottle of wine, Qin Yuxuan would definitely feel that the other party was deliberately showing off his wealth. Thus, the mind is turned off. However, Lin Fan's gentlemanly movements when he was drinking, and his clear eyes when he was now buying wine, were such that Qin Yuxuan could not get a trace of a feeling of showing off her wealth. It was a pure love and tasting of wine. Skills, drinking gentleman. Charming. It didn't take long for the waiter, panting, to place a bottle of beautifully packaged Louis XIII on the table while holding it. "Your drink, sir," the waiter gushed. With a soft pop, the bottle cap hit the ground. A pale red liquor was slowly poured into the glass. Lin Fan first put it to his nose and sniffed it. Then, as soon as he did, he poured it into his mouth. "Well done. It's genuine," Lin Fan said. "Thank you, Mr. Compliment," the waiter said happily. For this kind of godly customer, according to his idea, he should have stayed by the side and waited all the time. "I can't keep it. I'll get another favor fee later." But, the waiter looked at Qin Yuxuan sitting across from him and wisely said, "If you need anything else, just greet me directly." When Qin Yuxuan saw Lin Fan enjoying himself like that, she followed suit and took a taste of Louis XIII. But, instead, he choked and coughed. Lin Fan said, "Is it alright? The Louis XIII flavor is muddy but it's too violent. Girls are better off drinking Ace of Spades." Qin Yuxuan ate a mouthful of kebabs before she slowed down and said, "It's fine. It's fine." Initially, Lin Fan didn't have much of a stomach to eat at all. Just a few glasses of wine. But, with time, the food in the stomach gradually digested. So, followed suit with the kebabs. The two sat looking at each other, reminiscing about high school and laughing and being very relaxed. Qin Yuxuan only drank 3 small cups of wine. But, when she went out of the Miss restaurant, her entire pretty face was already like a ripe apple, translucent red. On the contrary, Lin Fan did not have any reaction at all. It's almost like drinking just 2 bottles of plain water. Qin Yuxuan stood at the entrance of the Miss restaurant, looking at the distant river view and exclaimed, "It's so beautiful." Lin Fan pointed not far away and said, "You can only see a corner of the river view here, but when you go to that hill, you can not only see the whole river, but you can also take in the whole Jiangbei city. Then let's go over there quickly," Qin Yuxuan said with some impatience. Lin Fan nodded and walked towards the front. Standing on top of the hill, overlooking the 2 sides of the river is like the flow of the Milky Way, and the north of the river is brightly lit, but it is like the stars in the sky. Qin Yuxuan's dark, beautiful eyes flashed as she exclaimed, "So beautiful. Wow." At that moment, there was a sound of water running behind them. Then 4 men with dyed hair of various colors and reeking of alcohol, carrying their pants, came through the shadows. Yo, there's even a decent chick here. Pretty girl, are you interested in playing with us? To keep you happy. That's right. The four looked at Qin Yushuan's sweet face and perfect body, under the influence of alcohol, making them seem to turn into hungry wolves, their eyes full of desire. Qin Yushuan's face was unsightly as she looked at the four people who kept approaching. The place does have a great view, but the surrounding area is a bit barren and there are no cameras at all. And these four, again, look badass and, well, have been drinking. In case, thinking of this, a thin sweat slowly seeped out from Qin Yushuan's face. Lin Fan coldly said, "Get out before I get angry." This statement did not deter the four men. "Beauty, this is your man, right? A look at him as a silver-head wax gun. Afraid from not satisfy you, right? Today, let the brothers, let you have a good time." Red Hair grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "Right, have a good time." The other three, following, laughed. As the four of them spoke, they still kept moving forward. Lin Fan said, "Qin Yushuan, stand back a bit." As the words fell, Lin Fan rolled up his cuffs without haste. In the next moment, he violently stepped forward. The harsh, swift fist slammed hard into the redhead's face. Bang! The terrifying force directly knocked Redhead's entire body to the ground. However, Lin Fan did not stop there. Bang! Bang! Then, he threw punch after punch, like a blistering wind and rain, continuously slamming towards the redhead's face, until it was smashed until the redhead's nose was broken. His teeth fell out, his whole face became a bloody mess, and the whole person completely fainted. Only then did Lin Fan get up and swung his fist at the chest of the green hair next to him. Ka-ching! The ribs in green hair's chest broke with a sound. Ka-ching! Ka-ching! Lin Fan kept swinging his fists, breaking a dozen ribs and causing the redhead to fall to the ground like mud. The other two were scared out of their wits and turned to run. See only, Lin Fan leaped out like a cheetah and directly twisted off the hands of one of them and broke the legs of the last one. The whole thing is brutal and bloody. Qin Yushuan hated violence, but she kept her eyes on Lin Fan's every move. That look was as if Lin Fan was not performing violence at all, but rather dancing a mesmerizingly beautiful dance. Skills, violent aesthetics, masculine, understated and introspective in his dealings, funny in his conversation, stylish in his dress, a gentleman in his drink, and, even in his fights, full of beauty. Finally, Qin Yushuan completely fell. Ding! Charming aura, triggering engraved on the bone. In the next moment, Qin Yushuan couldn't help herself and directly jumped into Lin Fan's arms. Oh, epsilon asterisk. Asterisk 3, epsilon asterisk. What would you like to see? Hosting? The sun was high in the sky the following day. The road was bustling with cars. Hilton Hotel, presidential suite. Qin Yushuan was like a meek kitten, curled up on the large snow-white bed. After a long time, she finally wiggled her long eyelashes and slowly opened her eyes. Qin Yushuan first looked around, recalling last night's picture, and busily wrapped the bedsheet with a touch of red around Jing Ying's body. At this time, Lin Fan slowly walked in with a bowl of green vegetables and lean meat porridge. Qin Yushuan made a gesture to get up, but the pain coming from her lower abdomen hardened her to lift up half of her strength. Lin Fan was busy saying, "Yu Xian, don't get up. You worked hard last night, rest a little more." Saying this, on Qin Yushuan's pretty face, a blush immediately surfaced. "I'll feed you kanji." Lin Fan walked to the bedside and said, "I want to brush my teeth first. You go out for a while. I can already get up." Qin Yushuan said with a blushing face. Lin Fan asked, "Do you need my help?" No. Qin Yushuan was busy saying. Lin Fan didn't force himself too much and nodded, walking out of the room. When it came to the lobby, it was exactly 12 o'clock. The phone vibrates and the red envelope appears. Ding! Congratulations, you get $1. Ding! Congratulations, you have been awarded a 10x spending rebate card. Ding! Congratulations, you have been awarded $29.999. Ding! Congratulations, you get $2. Buy now. The time had reached 12:01. Hint, 23 hours and 59 minutes until the next red packet. Hint, for every $10,000 you spend, you will receive one bonus immediately. Lin Fan skimmed his lips and said, "Yesterday, I spent tens of thousands of dollars and drew all cash red packets, and today's 12 o'clock red packets are some more cash red packets." If others knew Lin Fan's words, they didn't know how they would feel. Mind you, he drew tens of thousands of cash yesterday. Today, it was tens of thousands of dollars in cash, and 10 times the amount of money spent on rebate cards. And Lin Fan is even incredibly disliked? Then, Lin Fan landed his gaze on the system. Name, Lin Fan. Level, LV3. LV3 reward, $5 for every one breath. $5 for every 1 second of sleep. $5 for every one step. Rewards arrive at 2400 hours every day. Upgrade spending amount, 350. 000/1. 000. Gifting to others, gambling, etc. are not counted. In addition, all items obtained from the system are forbidden to be traded. Attractiveness, 92. Appearance, clothing, spirit, etc. are closely related. Skills, expert car driving. Aura of charm, 5% chance of triggering love at first sight. Bone setting, aesthetics of violence. Drinking gentleman. Funds, 1.38 million, all funds come from reasonable and legal sources, so there is no need to have any concern about direct use. After about an hour, Qin Yuxuan finally got dressed and walked out of the room. Today, compared to yesterday, she had an extra aura that was unique to women. Qin Yuxuan flung herself into Lin Fan's arms, her body trembling slightly, tears bubbling up like a clear spring. Yu Xian, why are you crying? Did someone make you angry? Lin Fan was busy saying. No, I'm not crying. I'm happy. Qin Yuxuan wiped the teardrops on her face. When she was in high school, Qin Yuxuan had already developed a favorable impression of Lin Fan. And now, Lin Fan had even become her man in the most perfect mold in her mind. Lin Fan gently caressed Qin Yuxuan's slender waist and said, Yuxuan, don't worry, I will always take care of you. Aha! Qin Yuxuan nodded her head vigorously. The two warmed up for a long time, and then, together, they had lunch. Qin Yuxuan said, Lin Fan, I'm going to Magic City later. In such a hurry? Lin Fan said, it took me a while ago to join my mentor's program. Tomorrow, the program will officially begin, and I want to work hard to achieve some results. Qin Yuxuan said seriously. With Lin Fan's ability nowadays, he could easily let Qin Yuxuan have the best quality of life. However, Lin Fan knew very well that Qin Yuxuan was a strong, upwardly mobile woman. If, like a canary, she is kept in a gorgeous cage and well fed, it will not make her happy or blissful at all. Lin Fan said, then your body. Don't worry, I'm already fine. Qin Yuxuan laughed. Alright, I'll send you to Magic City later, Lin Fan said. Qin Yuxuan had bought an economy class ticket to Mordor very early in the morning. According to her, it didn't matter what cabin she was in since the plane could reach Mordor in an hour or so anyway. But, Lin Fan still insisted on changing to first class. Qin Yuxuan just laid down on the spacious chair in the first-class cabin and fell into a sweet sleep. When Qin Yuxuan and Lin Fan walked out of the airport, it was already 17:30. A slightly puzzled shout suddenly rang out in the distance. Yu Xian? Jasmine. Qin Yuxuan looked back, surprised. So it's really Yu Xian. We're worthy of being sisters. Even the airplanes are in the same time slot. Huang Jasmine said happily. Yeah, I didn't expect it either, Qin Yuxuan said. Huang Jasmine seemed to have just noticed Lin Fan standing next to her and asked, hello, I'm Yuxuan's boyfriend, Lin Fan. Lin Fan took the initiative to introduce himself. Boyfriend? With a questioning gaze, Huang Jasmine looked at Qin Yuxuan. Qin Yuxuan took Lin Fan's arm and introduced, Lin Fan, this is my roommate Huang Jasmine. When Jasmine Huang heard that, she couldn't help but look Lin Fan up and down and said, he's quite handsome. However, our Yuxuan is the famous school flower of Magic University. I don't know how many handsome men and gentlemen are chasing after her. Quickly tell me, how exactly did you trick Yu Xian into getting your hands on you? Lin Fan said. I didn't lie to Yu Xian, but sincerely impressed her. Not bad, but, whether it's genuine or not, we still have to test it. Do you mind inviting a few of our roommates for dinner? Yellow Jasmine smiled and said, of course I don't mind. However, it's my first time in Mordor and I'm not quite familiar with it yet, so, it might be up to you guys to book a place, Lin Fan said. No problem, Jasmine Wong said happily. Then she pulled out her cell phone and sent a message directly to her other roommates. Peninsula Restaurant. Lin Fan's trio had just sat down when a girl with a medium build came over and said, Zhang Jing had something to do and couldn't come. Qin Yuxuan introduced, this is €1. After a pause, he added, this is my boyfriend, Lin Fan. €1 said, Yu Xian, you've got a boyfriend without saying a word. I don't know how many boys in Magic City University are going to wail. By the way, how did you guys meet? Qin Yuxuan said, we were high school classmates. Oh, no wonder you haven't been in love. It turns out that you already have your heart in the right place. €1 laughed. Then, he added, Lin Fan, our Yu Xian has been waiting for you for so many years. Don't let her down in the future. Don't worry, I will always be good to Yu Xian, Lin Fan said. We are all young people, chatting and laughing, but not so formal. It's a cheap restaurant to spend money on, with 4 people eating for a total of $1. 500. Obviously, this was Jasmine Huang and €1, taking special care of Lin Fan. Jingle bells. At this time, €1's cell phone rang with a light ringtone. After hanging up, €1 said, "My Cartier earrings are repaired, and it's right in front of the IFC. Do you guys want to go over there together and take a stroll?" "Yeah, I haven't shopped in ages, and besides, it's still early," Yellow Jasmine said. Lin Fan and Qin Yuxuan followed and nodded, indicating that they were willing to follow them over. P.S. The new book sets sail, begging for monthly votes, recommendations, favorable reviews, and rewards. The IFC is brightly decorated and stylish, and it's very crowded inside. Lin Fan and the others took the escalator and went straight to the Cartier jewelry store. "Cartier, welcome," the sweet-looking clerk, standing at the entrance of the store, politely welcomed. Then the clerk added, "How may I help you?" €1 said, "Let me take my earrings." As she spoke, €1 handed out a slip. The clerk said, "Yes, just a moment." Then she handed the slip to the clerk standing at the register. Jewelry is naturally attractive to women. Jasmine Huang started looking around once she entered inside Cartier, but she didn't even dare to look at the big jewelry because, well, those prices were too intimidating. Just pointing out little pieces of jewelry and not being able to stop admiring them. "Wow, that's a beautiful bracelet," Jasmine Huang said. "It's really beautiful," €1 also said. The clerk smiled and introduced, "This is our Cartier's AL bracelet, designed by the famous designer Hunter Boko of Fatland. The AL bracelets come in 7 different styles and are as gorgeous, colorful and vibrant as a rainbow." Huang Jasmine and €1 were already incredibly fond of it, and after hearing the shopkeeper's explanation, their eyes followed and sparkled. 7 styles. The 4 sisters in our dormitory. Even if each of us took one, we wouldn't repeat the same style at all, €1 said excitedly. Then, the clerk pointed to the counter, an incomparably gorgeous necklace, and said, "And Hunter Boko not long ago even designed the Star of the Deep Sea, which is like a star lurking in the deep sea, mysterious and gorgeous." Hunter Boko has also won numerous favorites at international exhibitions because of this Star of the Deep. Qin Yuxuan looked along with the clerk's reference, and her jewel-like eyes, too, flashed with a flash of light. Obviously, she loved the necklace. Lin Fan said, "Yuxuan, I've never given you a gift, so I'll give you this necklace." The clerk heard and busily said, "Sir, you have such a good eye. This beautiful lady is equally mysterious, splendid and eye-catching in the crowd. If you wear the Star of the Deep again, it just complements it." Qin Yuxuan shook her head and said, "I research projects every day at the university. Wearing this necklace, on the contrary, is not very convenient, so, it's better not to use it. This necklace, needless to say, must be very expensive." It wasn't that Qin Yuxuan thought Lin Fan couldn't afford it, but she didn't want Lin Fan to think she was vain. The clerk sighed in his heart. Someone gave such a nice necklace, and he didn't even want it? Jasmine Huang asked, "How much is this deep sea star?" The main body of the deep sea star is made up of 2-carat blue diamonds, the only one of its kind in the entire Magic City, and its price is $1,080,000. The store clerk said, "So expensive." Yellow Jasmine was surprised. Though she had expected the necklace, it must be expensive. But, also, I didn't expect it to be expensive at all. A necklace that could totally buy a luxury car. €1 was also shocked by the price and said, "What about the AL bracelet?" "AL bracelets, $58, $888 each," the clerk said. When €1 and Huang Jasmine heard this price, all of them had a look of dismay on their faces. $888, close to $60,000. They are just students today. Perhaps the money can be taken out later, but, right now, it's very difficult. So, although the two liked it, they had no choice but to give it up. By this time, €1's earrings had been taken back. The clerk smiled and said, "Ma'am, your earrings, do you need help wrapping them?" €1 said, "Okay, wrap it up." Then, a few people continued to stroll around the IFC. However, halfway through, Lin Fan found an opportunity to claim that he had to go to the restroom and actually returned to the Cartier store. The clerk recognized him at once and greeted him with a smile, saying, "Sir, may I ask what you need?" "I want that deep sea star, and 4 AL bracelets," Lin Fan said. 4 AL bracelets, and a Star of the Deep, for a whopping $1.3+ million. The clerk's whole heart thumped. Excitedly, he said, "Yes, I'll wrap it up for you." Lin Fan, however, waved his hand and said, "There's no need for a bag, just give it to me directly." "Okay," the clerk hurriedly answered, following which she took out a calculator and fiddled with it for a while. A total of 13,155, 552 yuan. I can give you a 99% discount. No need. Consider that discount as your tip, Lin Fan said. And after he finished speaking, he directly handed out his bank card. This clerk was very helpful and presented the jewelry well. More importantly, a necklace that Qin Yuxuan liked was picked out. So, it should be rewarded. The clerk's heart raced again. Discounts as a tip for yourself. Mind you, that's over $1.3 million in hit lists. Even with a 99% discount, that's over $10,000 off. And now it's all yours? It took the clerk a great deal of effort to settle his heart's excitement and say, "Thank you, sir, thank you." Ding. Spending $13,155, 552. Do you want to use the 10x spending rebate card? Yes, Lin Fan said silently in his heart. Ding. System upgrade, LV4. LV4 reward, $10 for every one breath, $10 for every 1 second of sleep, $10 for every one step. Rewards arrive at 2400 hours every day. Upgrade spending amount, 660, 000/10, 000, gifting to others, gambling, etc. are not counted. In addition, all items obtained from the system are prohibited from being traded. The guaranteed cash you get each day has, once again, doubled to about $700, 000 per day. Immediately afterward, the phone shook slightly. Merchants Bank, deposit $131, 555, 20, 13.15 million directly to the account. After Lin Fan took the 5 pieces of jewelry, he returned to Qin Yuxuan as if nothing had happened. Women naturally love to shop and shop, but the stuff in the IFC is just too expensive and far beyond their means. The feeling of seeing something you like and not being able to pay for it and having to walk away helplessly is too much to bear. So, a few people wandered around for a while and then proposed to leave. Qin Yuxuan said, "Lin Fan, I might not be able to accompany you tonight, because I have to go back to the dormitory to prepare some materials needed for tomorrow's project." Lin Fan nodded and said, "Okay, but don't get too tired. Take care of your body." After some sweetness, the two parted ways. Magic City University, dormitory. Zhang Jing impatiently asked, "You guys quickly tell me, how is Yuxuan's boyfriend?" "In one word, handsome," Jasmine Huang said. "2 words, very handsome," Wan Yuzhua said. Zhang Jing regretted. "I blame my mentor for suddenly working overtime on the experiment today. I missed the chance to see a handsome man." Qin Yuxuan couldn't help but shake her head as she watched her 3 roommates' quirky appearance. Out of habit, she opened her bag and pulled out her cell phone. The next moment, Qin Yuxuan was fumbling a handful of trinkets out of it, wondering, "How did this end up in my bag?" "AL bracelets," Jasmine Wang exclaimed in surprise. "And the heart of the deep sea," Wan Yuerhua exclaimed. Huang Jasmine said, "I know. It must have been when Lin Fan went to the restroom that he directly bought it and then secretly put it in your bag. Jesus, easily buying over $1 million worth of jewelry and then quietly giving it away. Moreover, it's still so handsome. This is simply the perfect male god." Wan Yuero shouted. Huang Jasmine shouted, "Now I finally understand why Yu Xian rejected those handsome boys and gentlemen at school. If I had such a perfect male god, seeing them would definitely be like seeing garbage." Wan Yuero said, "Yu Xian, does your boyfriend have any older or younger brothers?" "Begging for an introduction. And me, I'm begging for an introduction too," Jasmine Wang said. "Me too, asking for an introduction," Zhang Jing said. Qin Yuxuan was amused by them and said, "Unfortunately, he only has one sister." At these words, all 3 of them were frustrated beyond belief. Qin Yuxuan added, "He doesn't have an older sibling, but you guys can have one of the bracelets." As she spoke, Qin Yuxuan handed out 3 AL bracelets. P.S. I'm begging for good reviews, monthly votes, rewards, and recommendations. Shangri-La, Presidential Suite. The colorful night scene, reflected in front of the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, is as gorgeous and bright as the stars in the night. Lin Fan drank the XO from the glass in one go, then dropped his gaze to his cell phone. Spent 1,310,000 and received 131 red packets. Did you receive all of them? When he was at the IFC, Lin Fan had already received these red envelopes. However, he didn't claim it right away, because Lin Fan didn't know exactly what he would get. At this time, it was not so much of a concern. "Yes, ding, congratulations, you've earned $100. Ding, congratulations, you've earned $99. Ding, congratulations, you have gained experience in professor-level math. Use your excellent math knowledge to answer puzzles and show fascination. Ding, Congratulations! You have gained the skill Absolute Focus, thus having the ability to easily answer difficult questions. A 5% chance of triggering a flash of aura. A man who is focused and serious is the most handsome. Oh, ding! Congratulations! You have been awarded $10,000. Ding! Congratulations! You have been awarded the office building 1 of Qiankuan Mansion in Zhangbei City. With 131 red envelopes, Lin Fan got a total of nearly $500,000. Then he focused on the professorial math experience, and the skill Absolute Concentration. Professor-level math experience? It would have been nice to have that when I was in school. Absolute Focus? This one seems pretty good. When Lin Fan looked up, there was a stack of title deeds on the coffee table in front of him. Qiankuan Building 1 Floor A201. Area 200 square meters. Property owner Lin Fan. A202. First floor. Qiankuan Building. 150 square meters. Owner Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at these title deeds, and an odd color appeared on his face. Qiankuan Mansion? Isn't that where I work? Jingle bells. At this time, Lin Fan's cell phone rang with a sharp ring. Lin Fan, why didn't you come to work today? On the phone came the voice of his colleague Ma Ziyuan. Lin Fan then remembered that today was work time. Oh, I forgot to mention that I'm going to resign, Lin Fan said. Even without the system appearing, Lin Fan had the intention of quitting. Nowadays, it's only sort of early. Resignation? Ma Ziyuan froze for a moment and said, all right, then if you have the time, come over and hand over your work to me for a bit. Otherwise, the supervisor will probably card your last month's salary. Lin Fan said, good, I will make a trip over there in the next 2 days. Lin Fan naturally didn't care about any salary, but he's always been a man of beginnings and endings. If you don't go and hand over the job yourself, then I'm afraid the person who takes over your job will be very troublesome. After hanging up, the phone shook slightly. It turned out to be a WeChat picture sent by Qin Yuxuan. It was a stunningly beautiful face, and coupled with the radiant heart of the deep sea underneath the snow-white neck, the entire person was vaguely blooming with splendor. Mysterious and beautiful. Qin Yuxuan, I love it. Thank you. Lin Fan, between us, what's the point of saying thank you? It's good that you like it. Qin Yuxuan, the project officially starts tomorrow, and for the next period of time, I may be quite busy, so I may not be able to accompany you to play in Magic City. Lin Fan, it's fine. You're busy with your own. However, you should pay attention to combining labor and rest. Lin Fan, just in time. I guess I'll be going back to Zhangbei tomorrow to take care of some work stuff, so I'll come back to Magic City to play later. Qin Yuxuan, okay. Zhangbei City, Qiankuan Mansion. Chang Gue looked at the lease contract and muttered, there are still 2 months to go before it expires. Let's go and find Mr. Wang of the property to renew the contract for next year first. I hope it won't go up too much. As he spoke, Chang Gue walked out of the office and went straight to the top floor of Qiankuan Mansion. Mr. Wang, long time no see na. What are you busy with? Chang Gue asked with a smile. Wang Zhengde said, organize some contracts and documents. By the way, what did Chang Dong look for me? Can't you find Wang Dong for a cup of tea if you have nothing to do? Chang Gue laughed. As he spoke, Chang Gue took out a can of Dahongpo and said, this is the Dahongpo my friend brought from Woi. But, again, I don't drink much tea. So, I purposely brought it to Wang Dong to try. Wang Zhengde is a tea lover, and his eyes lit up when he saw the big red robe. Chang Gue then said, by the way, there are still 2 months before our company's rent expires. Mr. Wang, do you think we should renew the contract again? Wang Zhengde helplessly said, Chang Dong, then perhaps you will have to make a trip for nothing today, because Qiankuan Mansion has already been sold to someone else. Sold it to someone else? Chang Gui's eyes widened in surprise. No wonder he was so surprised. Qiankuan Mansion, located in the center of Zhangbei, which is an inch of land. The entire Qiankuan Mansion is estimated to cost as much as $1 billion. Chang Gui simply couldn't dare to imagine what kind of person would be able to come up with such a large sum of money. Wang Zhengde nodded and said, therefore, the renewal of the contract can only be negotiated after the new boss arrives. Mr. Wang, I wonder if it's convenient to tell me what kind of person bought Qiankuan Mansion? Chang Gui asked. Wang Zhengde hesitated before saying, anyway, you'll know sooner or later, so I'll tell you first. As he spoke, Wang Zhengde took out a piece of information from a drawer. Chang Gui quickly flipped through it and said in surprise, Lin Fan, the person who bought the mansion is so young? The next day, after sending a message to Qin Yuxuan, Lin Fan bought a first-class ticket and went straight back to Zhangbei City. At this point, it was already afternoon. Lin Fan didn't choose to go to the company, but returned to the Hilton Hotel, preparing to hand over his work in the morning. When he walked into the lobby of the Hilton, It was by a large poster. The International Congress of Mathematical Research and Discussion welcomes you. Hu Chuan, Dean, School of Mathematics, JNU, Fong Zhengtang, Professor, School of Mathematics, Hanzhong University. When 2 to the power of n, p less than 2 n plus 1, mp has 2 n plus 1, dash 1 is a prime number. Lin Fan didn't pay any attention to the introductions of those in front of him, and when he saw the math behind it, he was intrigued. After pondering for a moment, Lin Fan picked up the nearby signing pen and wrote quickly on the white signature board. Pi mp, 22n, pi mp, 22n1, equals 2n 1. A. Pi mp, 22n, equals 2n plus 1 n1. Ta-da! Throughout the hall, a sharp knocking sounded. Initially, Lin Fan's writing speed was still fast. But, after all, Chow's conjecture is a world-class puzzle. Even though Lin Fan had professorial math experience, he was soon trapped, and the speed of his writing continued to slow down. It's like a rugged mountain road that's hard to get over. But, Lin Fan liked to challenge the difficulties and never gave up, always calculating silently. Ding! Absolute concentration, triggering a flash of aura. At once, it was as if Lin Fan had inserted a pair of wings, and his writing speed, which had originally slowed down, once again became soaring. Outside the Hilton Hotel, several men and women in suits, looking very civilized and refined, strolled forward. Zhangzhou University, University of Science and Technology, Zhongbei University of Science and Technology and other schools of teachers, professors, leaders, all to come to participate in the math symposium, the venue, meals, etc. All ready, right? Hu Chuan, Dean of the School of Mathematics, asked. Dean Hu, don't worry, I've already prepared all of these logistics, and I guarantee that I can make this International Mathematics Conference a grand event, Huang Zihao said. Following this, he fawned. We all know that Dean Hu has taken the study of Zhou's conjecture a big step forward. This seminar, I'm sure, will be a sensation across the country, if not the world. Several people were talking as they walked towards the Hilton Hotel, all with smiles on their faces. In the next moment, everyone's footsteps, however, lurched, for, to their surprise, they found a young man, who was rapidly writing dense arithmetic on the hall signature board. When Huang Zihao saw this, a layer of cold sweat instantly seeped out from his forehead, and his entire body was flustered. He himself had just spoken to Dean Hu Chuan, assuring him that he could make this International Mathematical Congress grand and magnificent. In the blink of an eye, the signature board is scribbled on. What should Dean Huchian think of himself? Tap tap. At that moment, 2 young men, who looked like students, came over from the distance. They couldn't help but speed up their steps when they saw Hu Chuan and Huang Zihao and the others. Huang Zihao shouted in a low voice, "Didn't I ask you to set up the venue? Why are all the people gone? We just had a sudden bit of a stomachache and went to the restroom." The taller boy explained. Tummy ache? Humph. You guys see what has become of the signature board? Huang Zihao pointed to the front. The 2 students were busy looking in the direction of the signature board. How did this get someone to write arithmetic on it? The taller boy said. How can anyone write arithmetic? Don't make him stop yet. Huang Zihao chided. The 2 students then reacted and took a step forward. At this time, Hu Chuan, who hadn't said anything, said, "Don't bother him." Huang Zihao and the 2 students' figures slightly lurched, their faces filled with incomprehension. But, Hu Chuan didn't explain too much. He just had a burning gaze, staring closely at Lin Fan, who was constantly writing arithmetic equations. Song Guotao, the old professor standing next to him, couldn't help but follow and look over. In the next moment, his pupils shrunk slightly and he said in surprise, He is answering Zhou's conjecture? The young teacher, Sweet Hu, asked, Professor Son, do you think he can answer Zhou's conjecture? Hu Chuan said excitedly, he has answered it. It was at this point that Lin Fan wrote down the final answer. When 2 to the power of n, p less than 2 n plus 1, mp has 2 n plus 1, dash 1 is prime. Snap. Then, Lin Fan put down the signing pen and walked straight towards the elevator, preparing to go back to his room for a rest. First, a 2-hour plane ride, and then, answering a math puzzle had really made him a little tired. Hu Chuan hurriedly jogged to follow him, and after he saw Lin Fan's front, a look of surprise that was hard to hide appeared on his face. Then, taking the initiative, he reached out his hand and said, Hello, can you delay for a moment to get acquainted? I'm Hu Chuan, the Dean of the School of Mathematics at Zhongbei University. Earlier, Hu Chuan had guessed from Lin Fan's back that he should be relatively young, but, yet, didn't even expect to be this young. Younger, I'm afraid. than either of the two graduate students who set up the meeting today. Respecting the old and loving the young is a traditional Chinese virtue. Huqian is long past his prime and treats himself politely. Lin Fan naturally responded politely and followed by reaching out and shaking hands with each other, saying, "Hello, my name is Lin Fan. So it's Mr. Lin." It's really hard to imagine that at such a young age, Mr. Lin has studied prime numbers to such an extent that he even answered the conjecture of the week. Hu Chuan sighed heartily. "I wonder, which university Mr. Lin is a professor?" Hu Chuan asked tentatively. Lin Fan laughed. "I'm not a professor." Hu Chuan words heard, not only did not disappoint, but more and more excited a few points. "Then I wonder if Mr. Lin, would you be interested in coming to our Jiangbei University as a math professor?" Hu Chuan said eagerly. Lin Fan froze slightly. He didn't even expect Hu Chuan to make this kind of invitation. Seeing that Lin Fan was a bit hesitant, Hu Chuan added, "Mr. Lin, don't worry, our Jiangbei University will definitely give you the most favorable conditions. In addition, if Mr. Lin has any other requests, he can also put them forward, and will try to satisfy you as much as possible." Lin Fan explained. "Dean Hu, you misunderstood me. I can't be a professor because I only went to high school." Hu Chuan hurriedly said. "It doesn't affect anything. With Mr. Lin's mathematical ability, he doesn't even need a diploma to prove it. For the average person, education does matter. But, one that has studied prime numbers to this extent." Even the young man who directly answered Zhou's guess was clearly not an ordinary person. Who knows how much he will accomplish in the future. Now that Hu Chuan had encountered it with great difficulty, he naturally had to take advantage of it. Lin Fan could see the truth in Hu Chuan's eyes. He was ready to quit his job and was wondering what to do in the future. In addition, Lin Fan had a trace of yearning for university life within his heart. Thinking of this, Lin Fan finally spoke. "A professor from Jiangbei University? Forget it. But, if I'm allowed to study at Jiangbei University, perhaps, I'm still a bit interested. Professors need to give lessons and it's a pain in the ass to think about." Obviously, students were more to Lin Fan's liking. Relaxed, at ease and uninhibited, Hu Chuan's face was covered with regret when he heard the first half of Lin Fan's sentence. However, after hearing the second half of Lin Fan's sentence, the entire old face immediately crumpled into a ball like kneaded manuscript paper, and said with immense joy, "Good, I'll handle the enrollment procedures for Mr. Lin later." In fact, even Hu Chuan had some trouble getting someone with a high school education to become a math professor at JNU. But, special recruiting a student, that's a lot easier. The two could almost be said to have hit it off. Then, Hu Chuan said, "By the way, Mr. Lin, today, the mathematics deans, professors and teachers of many universities in Jiang province will all come to the hotel to attend the mathematics seminar. I wonder if I can ask you to come up on the stage and explain about prime numbers and Zhou's conjecture." Lin Fan yawned and said, "Don't, I have to go back to my room to sleep, so I won't participate." For the average person, speaking in front of many deans and professors is definitely a very rare event. However, to Lin Fan, it would be better to sleep a little more when he had this time. Hu Chuan's heart was slightly regretful, but he didn't force himself too much so as not to make Lin Fan unhappy. Lin Fan entered the Hilton presidential suite and took a hot shower first. Then, for $100, 000, have the waiter send up a seafood dinner, and a bottle of X0. Ding! Spend 100, 000, get 10 red packets. Do you want to claim them all? Yes. Lin Fan casually clicked OK. Ding! Congratulations! You have received $19,999. Ding! Congratulations! You've earned $2,000. Ding! Congratulations! You have been awarded $10,000. With 10 red envelopes, Lin Fan got a total of 112,500 yuan. In other words, he paid for a big meal and not only did he not spend any money, but he made more than $10,000 instead. Lin Fan looked at the text message reminder from the bank, and an odd color appeared on his face. After eating and drinking, Lin Fan then directly lay down on the big soft bed and slept contentedly. The next day, a ray of warm sunlight fell through the window next to the bed. Lin Fan opened his eyes in a daze, and he picked up his cell phone out of habit. An unread bank text message had appeared on the screen long ago. Midnight, Merchants Bank wired $7,000,000. Then, Lin Fan got up, washed up, and went to the restaurant downstairs to have a breakfast before starting up the Lamborghini Big Bowl and galloping towards Qiankuan Mansion. Along the way, it inevitably drew many more sideways glances. Qiankuan Mansion, 7th floor, Heart Flyer Company. The cone-faced Li Lanwan said. Just now, surprisingly, a silver-gray supercar drove into the parking lot. Hey, it's just a shame that I didn't get a good look at the godly man in the car. Her tone, full of regret. her face is full of wanting to look back. The look was as if he had missed out on a few $100 million. After a pause, he added, "But, I think that godly man must be a tall, handsome, perfect man." The round-faced woman said, "I don't know what Godho looks like, but that supercar is really handsome. It's so handsome." At this time, Lin Fan walked over unhurriedly and said, "It's just a car. It's no big deal." After Li Lanwan glanced at him with her afterglow, she scornfully said, "Still nothing great? You're afraid that you can't even afford the wheels of that supercar, and you're still talking big there." After saying that, Li Lanwan stomped on her small thumb-thick high heels and walked towards the front with big strides. That look was as if staying with Lin Fan for a long time would lower his status. Li Lanwan, by virtue of her face and figure, often puts on a dainty face and asks her colleagues to help her with work, cleaning and so on. However, these means of hers were useless in front of Lin Fan. This then made Li Lanwan very unhappy, and even very hateful and annoying to Lin Fan, and in Lin Fan's opinion, things that he shouldn't do, then he resolutely wouldn't do them. What's more, it's a woman who's had a head-to-toe facelift, face, body, none of it original. That's not going to help. He's not his father. Why? Lin Fan walked into the office and directly organized the documents and handed it all over to his colleagues. He turned around and was ready to leave when he happened to see Li Lanwan standing next to Xiong Guangping, a supervisor with a cross-faced face, whispering something. Then, Xiong Guangping walked over with large strides and said in a muffled voice, "Lin Fan, you're resigning?" "Yes," Lin Fan said casually. "Let me see the documents." "You hand it over." Xiong Guangping picked up the documents and casually flipped through them. In a stern, angry voice, "What kind of shit are you handing over here? Get your ass back in there and reorganize." As he spoke, he slammed the document towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan's eyes were slightly cold as he quickly flashed to the side. Xiong Guangping saw Lin Fan dodge, as if his majesty had been provoked. He picked up another document on the table and smashed it towards Lin Fan again. Lin Fan's body swayed and once again managed to dodge away. "Strike out at yourself again and again. Do you really think you're made of clay?" Lin Fan's face was icy cold as he copied the glass cup next to him and smashed it directly on Xiong Guangping's head. Bang! Glass shattered and blood spattered. Xiong Guangping's burly body fell straight to the ground, shrinking into a ball and covering his head as he continued to wail. "Ouch! My head! It hurts!" A faint smell of blood slowly spread through the office. Xiong Guangping, still covering his bleeding head, spent a great deal of effort before slowly climbing up, saying, "Lin Fan, UTE." He cursed halfway, but he was hardened by Lin Fan's icy face and changed his words. You even hit me." "Beat you? When have I ever beaten you?" Lin Fan said indifferently. As he spoke, he took a step toward Xiong Guangping. Lin Fan's pace and speed of advancement were all very ordinary. However, it scared Xiong Guangping back and forth, panicking. "You, don't come over." Meanwhile, the eyes can't stop looking for help in the office. However, Xiong Guangping was domineering in the company and had no connections at all, so where would he get any help? Xiong Guangping called out in fear, "If you advance any further, I'll call the police." However, it was as if Lin Fan didn't hear it and still kept moving forward. Tap tap. At that moment, a dull footstep sounded outside. Then, the suited and booted Chang Shame, striding in, he looked at the disorganized office and frowned as he murmured, "What happened?" Earlier, Lin Fan's actions had frightened Li Lanwan so much that she hid in the corner, not daring to make a sound at all. At this time, after hearing the voice of Chang Gue, Li Lanwan looked slightly moved and hurriedly scurried out to show her face. "Chairman, I know what happened. That employee called Lin Fan wanted to leave his job, and Supervisor Xiong made him hand over his work according to the rules. But, Lin Fan even haphazardly handed over a pass. Xiong's supervisor then asked him to hand over again. As a result, Lin Fan was not angry so he hit Xiong's supervisor. When Li Lanwan said this, she even made a soft and scared look. This is her usual trick so as to arouse a man's protectiveness and draw him closer to her. In the past, Li Lanwan never had the chance to use this trick to hook up with Changguan. Now that it was so hard to meet, she naturally wouldn't miss it. At this time, Li Lanjuan's mind had already begun to fantasize about the wonderful life after hooking up with Chang Gue. Xiong Guangping followed and wailed, "Chairman, you must make a decision for me." Chang Gue Yan sniffed and frowned even more tightly, not angry about the fight. Rather, it was because he felt as if he had heard the name Lin Fan somewhere before. In the next moment, Chang Gue's pupils suddenly shrunk, and he accelerated his steps to walk to Lin Fan, bowed slightly, and took the initiative to reach out his hand. "Hello, Mr. Lin." Chang Gue finally remembered where he had heard the name Lin Fan. The new owner of Qiankuan Mansion is called Lin Fan. Even, one had seen Lin Fan's picture yesterday. Li Lanwan saw Chang Gue speaking to Lin Fan in such a nice tone. Good tone? No, it's not just the tone that's good. There was even, vaguely, a hint of deference. Li Lanwan seemed to have thought of something and explained. Chairman, you might have recognized the wrong person. Lin Fan is just an ordinary employee of our company. He also just hit Supervisor Bear, and is very vulgar, so watch out. You mustn't get hurt. Calling the master of Qiankuan Mansion to his face. Vulgar? How dare she? If it was because of Li Lanwan that Lin Fan stopped renewing the contract of Qiankuan Mansion to himself, how much would he lose? Standing Guilt's heart flamed at the thought. If Lin Fan wasn't right in front of him, Chang Gui would have wanted to severely reprimand Li Lanwan. As for, what's all this talk about mistaken identity? That's simply not possible. Not to mention, Lin Fan and the name and appearance were all exactly the same as what he had seen yesterday. Lin Fan's designer label alone was enough to show that he was no ordinary person. What's more, Chang Gui could tell at a glance that Lin Fan was wearing a Vacheron Constantin Tour de l'Isle on his hand, which was a $10 million watch. All of this indicated that the person in front of him was definitely the owner of the Qiankuan Mansion. Lin Fan saw Chang Gui treating himself so politely, and after a little thought, he probably guessed why. Following that, he reached out and gently shook his hand with Chang Gui, and laughed. Chang Dong, your company doesn't seem to welcome me very much. Chang Gui smiled apologetically. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, it's because I didn't keep a good eye on things when I was recruiting. Xiong Guangping's heart inexplicably became flustered as he listened to the conversation between the two. Anxious, Dong. Chairman, you must not be deceived by Lin Fan. This bastard boy is very fond of making up things. Chang Gui's face flushed and he turned around and snapped. Shut up. Making things up? This entire Qiankuan Mansion belongs to Mr. Lin. What do you think he would make up? Boom. The moment these words came out, it was like a cannonball exploding in the hearts of the crowd. Everyone in the room was dumbfounded. Qiankuan Building is located in the center of Jianbei City. The whole office building is worth $1 billion. This is an absolutely astronomical amount for the crowd. And the Qiankuan Mansion actually belonged to Lin Fan. Li Lanjuan's heart immediately gave birth to endless remorse. I should have known that. Lin Fan is so rich. Even if I take off, naked, lying, lay down, I'd have to stick it to him. 2. Originally, she had a chance to marry into a rich family. Lin Fan said. Chang Dong has a point. Your company really needs to put more effort into its employees. As the saying goes, a mouse turd spoils the pot. Some rat droppings that should be cleaned up in time. Otherwise, if something really happens and you regret it, it will be too late. Chang Gui nodded repeatedly and said, Mr. Lin has a point. Then, he said in a cold voice, Xiong Guangping, from today onwards, you don't have to come to the company to work. Xiong Guangping's face changed greatly when he heard the words. It took a lot of effort for him to become a supervisor at Flyer and thus get a good salary. He also often used it to show off in front of his friends and family. And once fired, Xiong Guangping felt the sky might fall. Xiong Guangping was busy calling out, Chairman, you can't fire me. I am protected by the labor law. I can't be fired. Also, even if Lin Fan is the owner of Qiankuan Mansion, he can't just beat people up. I can go to court and sue you. When Xiong Guangping said this, he couldn't help but straighten his beer belly, as if he had found the bottom. Lin Fan, however, laughed and said, Sue me? Good. I'll wait for you to sue. Let's see. Fight. I guess at most a few days in jail. And, it's not that I moved my hand first, maybe a few sentences of direct verbal education. But, Xiong Guangping, what do you say if I have someone thoroughly investigate your purchase contract with Zeta? When the time comes, what will be the result of discovering something fishy and, then, turning it over to the police? At these words, Xiong Guangping's face instantly turned white. He received a lot of kickbacks for his purchases, kickbacks of a significant amount. If, and when, the police find them, I am afraid they will be sentenced to more than 10 years imprisonment. Xiong Guangping panicked. I won't sue you. I'm leaving Flyer. After saying that, he didn't even bother to pack up his things and fled like he was running towards the outside. A farce, and that's the end of it. Flyer Company, Chairman's office. Chang Gui personally made tea for Lin Fan and apologized. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry for making you laugh. Lin Fan said unconcernedly. No harm done. Just a little thing. Chang Gui added. I just heard that Mr. Lin worked in our company. Before? Yeah, boredom casually. Lin Fan said. Chang Gui pandered. Playing the world. Mr. Lin is really different. After a bit of small talk, Chang Shame finally brought up business. Our Fei Young Company's lease period in Qiankuan Building. There are only 2 months left. I don't know what time is convenient for Mr. Lin to sign a renewal contract with us? Chang Gui asked. Lin Fan said. Oh, this just follow the previous years. I'll turn around and ask the property side to help with this. Chang Gui's face showed a touch of joy when he heard it. You know, prices and rents across the board are rising these days. Based on previous year's leases, it's a profit for him. After chatting casually a few more times, Lin Fan didn't stay too much longer. He went straight to the underground parking lot, started up the Lamborghini Big Bull, and headed for the exit. Li Lanwan, who was standing in the underground parking lot, watched all this scene in her eyes. The remorse on her face grew stronger. It turned out that Lin Fan was the godly man who drove a supercar. No wonder. He said before that driving a supercar is no big deal. Lin Fan naturally had no way of knowing what Li Lanwan was thinking. He drove the big Lamborghini Bull all the way. When Lin Fan returned to the Hilton Hotel, it was just 12 o'clock. The phone shook slightly and the red envelope popped up. Ding! Congratulations! You get $3. Ding! Congratulations! You have been awarded the Dragon Team 10 Captain's Identity Plate. Ding! Congratulations! You've earned $999. Ding! Congratulations! You have been awarded $5,000. Soon. A minute passed. This time, Lin Fan reaped more than $50,000 in total. For that amount of money, he didn't care anymore. Lin Fan directly landed his gaze on the Dragon Team 10 Team Leader Identity Plate. Dragon Group 10 Team Captain Identity Card. Identity item. After using it, will become the captain of Huaxia Dragon Group 10 Team, at the local level with the city's great leaders and other privileges. Having a special identity will show a special charm. When Lin Fan saw this, a look of horror appeared on his face. Captain of Team 10 of the Dragon Group. This power is too terrifying. Lin Fan didn't have any hesitation at all and directly chose to use his identity card. In an instant, a delicately carved dragon token appeared in his hand out of nowhere. Lin Fan was just about to do some research when his cell phone rang with an urgent ring. Xiao Yao, why did you think of calling me today? Lin Fan answered the phone and asked with a smile. On the phone, however, there was a huffing sound. The smile on Lin Fan's face instantly disappeared, and he asked anxiously, Xiao Yao, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Did someone bully you? Quickly tell me. I will definitely help you teach the other person a good lesson. Lin Xiaoyao choked. Father fell ill and lost a lot of blood. Buzz. The moment these words came out, it was like a boulder hitting Lin Fan's heart. The pain is immense. Breathtaking. Lin Fan hurriedly asked. Xiao Yao, quickly tell me, why did Dad bleed a lot? How is he now? 2 days ago, when Dad was eating, he suddenly spit up a mouthful of blood, and then, the ambulance drove him to the hospital. Yesterday, the doctor said that Dad had a tumor growing in his stomach. Lin Xiaoyao couldn't help but whimper as she said, Brother, what should we do? I'm so scared. Lin Fan comforted. Dad will be fine. Xiaoyao, don't worry, I'll be back soon. After hanging up his sister Lin Xiaoyao's phone, Lin Fan dialed his mom Dai Weishue's cell phone again. It took half a second for the phone to slowly connect. Little Fan, why are you calling? On the phone, Dai Weishue's somewhat hoarse voice came. Lin Fan said, how is Dad doing? Did you have surgery? It was Xiaoyao who said that, right? This girl, I've asked her not to tell you, Dai Weishue said with some reproach. Xiao Fan, don't worry about it for a while longer. When your dad finishes his surgery, there won't be anything else. Lin Fan said, Mom, I just gave your bank card some money. Make sure to find the best doctor for Dad's treatment. I'm coming back from Jiangbei right now. In fact, even without the news of his father's illness, Lin Fan had planned to make a trip back home recently. After hanging up the phone, the cell phone of Dai Weishue's cell phone shook slightly. Merchant's Bank. Deposit $500. 0000. Dai Weishue looked at the cell phone screen. A large series of 0. The whole person completely frozen. After Lin Fan hung up the phone, he didn't even bother to eat and went straight to the underground parking lot. With a roar from the engine, the big Lamborghini Bull seemed to be transformed into a wild beast and scurried out. In the past, when he drove, Lin Fan always kept a constant, slow speed. The kind of driving he was doing didn't even look like he was driving a supercar, but a regular sedan. However, today, Lin Fan was not that gentle. Drill in every opening and keep accelerating. It made the street, from time to time, a muffled roar. When Lin Fan got on the highway, it was more like a fish entering the water, no longer having any constraints. Accelerate, accelerate, keep accelerating. Professional-grade automotive driving technology, coupled with absolute focus added to maximize speed. Lin Fan had to take the shortest time possible to get to his mom and dad's side. A serene-looking, curvaceous beauty in a blue dress was driving a fiery red Ferrari, spiritedly down the highway. At that moment, she suddenly heard an engine roar in the distance. The blue-skirted beauty looked through her rearview mirror and saw a big silver-gray Lamborghini Bull that kept closing the distance to her. Her jewel-like eyes immediately lit up, and her willow-like thin lips rose slightly. Immediately after that, the beautiful legs, white and tender as onion roots, slammed on the gas pedal. Boom! At that moment, the fiery red Ferrari erupted into a beastly hiss, and its speed suddenly soared. A race without an agreement is set in motion. I have to say, you can't judge a man by his looks, and you can't measure the sea. Don't look at the blue-skirted beauty with a quiet look. Who would have thought that she has a heart as hot as the sun and a driving skill that challenges extreme speed? However, sadly, she met Lin Fan today. No matter how much the blue-skirted beauty accelerated, Lin Fan was able to close the distance little by little. In the end, Lin Fan relied on a turn, swept a strong wind, and passed by the blue-skirted beauty. In a flash, the blue-skirted beauty caught a glimpse of Lin Fan's figure through the afterglow of the car window. Then, all that could be seen were the taillights of the fast-moving away car. The blue-skirted beauty said softly, "Alf 666, I hope I can meet you again sooner." Lin Fan didn't take this race, which was not agreed upon, to heart. He was always going as fast as he could and kept moving forward. Zhongbei is not too far from Cheng City. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the Green City Center Hospital. He pushed open the door of the hospital room, only to see his father, Lin Tao, lying on the hospital bed, inhaling oxygen with difficulty, his wrinkled face pale. Lin Fan's heart ached. LOL. At that moment, the ward door opened. Mom Debbie Snow walked in. "Little Fan, you're back so soon?" Dai Weishue was surprised. Lin Fan made a shushing gesture, signaling to go out and speak so as not to disturb Dad's rest. In the hallway, Lin Fan said, "Mom, how exactly is Dad's situation now?" Initially, the reason why Dai Weishue hid it from Lin Fan was because she didn't want him to worry. And now that Lin Fan already knew that Lin Tao had fallen ill, there was no need to hide it anymore. "Your father has a tumor growing in his stomach. Pay the fee later, and surgery should be scheduled in the next 2 days." Dai Weishue said here, her eyes slightly red. "By the way, you haven't told me what happened to the $5 million? When Lin Tao fell ill." Dai Weishue felt that the whole sky had collapsed, but she always gritted her teeth alone. In the past 2 days, she took care of Lin Tao while looking around for someone to borrow money. However, the operation requires a large sum of money, and for a while, Dai Weishue simply could not raise. Today, Lin Fan suddenly sent $5 million, making Dai Weishue surprised, but also did not dare to pay for the surgery at the first time. Lin Fan was just an ordinary laborer. Where did he get such a large sum of money? Dai Weishue was worried that he had gone astray. In case the money was used and thus harmed Lin Fan, it would be too late to regret. Lin Fan said, "Mom, don't worry about using it. This is all the money I made from speculating on stocks and buying bitcoins. And it's still just a very small portion. Our family isn't short of money anymore." Regarding the system, Lin Fan did not intend to tell anyone. Among them, it also included Mom, Dad, and his sister. It wasn't that Lin Fan didn't believe his mom, dad, and sister, but mainly because if he said it, they wouldn't believe it, and it would only add to their worries. Dai Weishue has also heard that speculating in stocks and buying bitcoins can make people rich overnight. Therefore, hearing Lin Fan say this, his heart secretly sighed in relief. Following that, with an incomparably worried gaze, he looked at Lin Tao, who was lying inside the hospital room. It took a moment before a hoarse voice said, "I'll go ahead and pay the bill." Lin Fan said, "Mom, you sit and rest. I'll just go." There is never a shortage of patients at the hospital, and the payment windows are being lined up. At that moment, a group of doctors in white coats, along with several middle-aged men in white shirts with an aura of superiority surrounding them, walked in, and behind them, they were followed by several professional journalists with microphones in their hands and cameras on their shoulders. The tall and thin man standing next to Lin Fan was surprised. "There's even a camera. What is that doing?" Another slightly shorter man said, "No way. Haven't you seen the news? That guy with the glasses is a big leader in the city." "Oh my god, a big city leader is visiting the hospital? Then won't we also be on TV today?" the tall and thin man said excitedly. Lin Fan's eyes moved slightly as he listened to the conversation between the two, and he walked up with large strides. Guards stood around the big leaders of the city, and the general public could not even get close. But Lin Fan was clearly not an ordinary person. He easily bypassed the guards and made his way to the big leader. "You are?" The big leader was a little puzzled. Lin Fan pulled out the dragon token in his pocket and said, "Great leader, I wonder if I have time for a private chat." The pupils of the originally calm great leader shrunk slightly. He had seen the dragon-shaped token once and was very clear about what it represented, and was busy nodding his head. "Of course." And then, to the balding doctor next to him, he said. Dean Huang, can you find us a quieter place? Dean Huang said. Fine, great leader. This way please. Soon, Dean Huang brought the two to the spacious conference room. Lin Fan said. Dean Huang, you can stay as well. Dean Huang responded. Okay. The three were seated. Lin Fan didn't beat around the bush at all and said bluntly, Great leader. In fact, I'm looking for you this time because I have some personal matters that I want to ask for your help. The great leader's words were heard, and not only did he not get angry, on the contrary, a tinge of joy rose to his heart. Although, Lin Fan was comparable to himself in terms of rank, but he has special rights that far exceed his own. If he could help Lin Fan and thus bring the two closer together, in the big leader's opinion, this was definitely a great thing. Though, after paying the fee, he was also able to schedule surgery for his dad, Lin Tao. But, Lin Fan understands that every surgery carries risks. He had to find the best doctors for his dad to minimize the risks. Lin Fan said, 2 days ago, my father was admitted to the hospital because of a tumor growing in his stomach, so I want to ask the great leader if he knows any experts in this area. The great leader exclaimed, 100 good deeds and filial piety are first. To keep running around for the sake of your father's health is rare. Really rare. I've always admired people like you who are filial to their parents. My name is Zhao Jiechi. I'm a bit older than you. If you don't mind, just call me Old Zhao. The nearby Dean Huang's heart trembled slightly as he heard the words. Earlier, he had guessed that Lin Fan's identity might not be too ordinary. Otherwise, Zhao Jiechi wouldn't have put off her plan to visit the hospital and met with him alone. However, Dean Huang did not expect Lin Fan's identity to be terrifying to this extent. Calling the big leader Zhao Jiechi, Lao Zhao, this, simply, beyond his imagination. Lin Fan said, I'd better call you elder brother Zhao. By the way, my name is Lin Fan. Zhao Jiechi happily said. Good, then I'll be generous and call you elder brother Lin. After a pause, Zhao Jiechi added, Is Uncle Lin staying at our Qing City Center Hospital? Dean Huang is right next to it, so elder brother Lin can tell him about Uncle Lin's situation. First, so, Lin Fan told the general situation. Dean Huang immediately said, I'll have the oncology experts convene a meeting now. It didn't take long for several doctors to arrive in the conference room with information. They already knew that Lin Fan's identity was extremely unusual, and after carefully looking at Lin Tao's case, they finally spoke their suggestions. Mr. Lin's tumor was found late and would have been more dangerous with conventional surgical methods. And, even if it's successful, it may have some impact on the life that follows. Lin Fan's brows furrowed slightly as he heard the words. Zhao Jiechi said, Then what if we transfer to the capital? With Mr. Lin's current physical condition, I'm afraid it's difficult for him to endure this long distance, a doctor said. The atmosphere in the conference room became somber for a moment. At this point, the doctor wearing gold-rimmed glasses said, If we let Director Li Quan of the Capital Union Hospital use the flying knife stream to do this surgery, we should be able to minimize the danger and the subsequent effects. The doctors nodded in agreement as they heard the words. In general, doctors rarely admit in public that their medical skills are inferior. However, at this time, they were unable to care that much. Dr. Golden Spectacles continued. In addition, as far as I know, Director Li Quan went to the Jiangbei Association Hospital for a meeting yesterday. When Zhao Jiechi heard this, a smile finally appeared on his face and said, Since that's the case, then things will be fine. I'm quite familiar with the Capital City Association Hospital, so I should be able to get Director Li Quan to make a trip to Qing City. Lin Fan solemnly said, Then I'll trouble elder brother Zhao. No trouble, no trouble. I'm happy to be able to help Uncle Lin a little, Zhao Jiechi said. That being said, he was definitely not bullshitting. Zhao Jiechi had wanted to make friends with Lin Fan, and now, with the opportunity to help, he was naturally happy. Then, Zhao Jiechi dialed the old dean of the Capital City Association Hospital in person. After a while of conversation, he finally got the other party to help invite Li Quan to come to Qing City for the operation, and Li Quan was also very facetious, and before long, he called, saying that he would come to Qing City tomorrow morning. With all the arrangements in place, Lin Fan let out a slight sigh of relief. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a white shirt, carrying an exquisite fruit basket, slowly walked in. Zhao Jiechi said, Elder brother Lin, now that Director Li Quan has stepped in, Uncle Lin will definitely be fine. Why don't we go visit Uncle Lin now? Lin Fan said. Good, Ward. Although, Lin Tao's color was still poor, but he had already come to his senses. Dai Weishui wiped Lin Tao's forehead with a hot towel. Lin Tao asked, Did you just say that Xiaofan is back? Yes, and he's very productive now and has come up with a large sum of money for your surgery. So, you can just rest easy and get well now, Dai Weishui said. When Lin Tao heard this, not only was he not happy, he frowned instead and said, "Took out a large sum of money? He didn't do anything illegal, did he? LOL. Dai Wei Shui was just about to open her mouth to explain when the door to the hospital room was pushed open. Then, Lin Fan, Zhao Jieqi, Dean Huang, and a large group of doctors walked in. Lin Fan looked at Lin Tao, who was sitting on the bed, and said excitedly, "Dad, you're awake?" "Yes, just woke up a while ago," Lin Tao said. Then, looked at Zhao Jieqi and Dean Huang and the others with a puzzled gaze. Especially when he saw Zhao Jieqi, the puzzled look on Lin Tao's face increased a few points. He always felt as if he had seen Zhao Jieqi somewhere. Lin Fan introduced, "This is Zhao Jieqi, the great leader of Qing City, and President Huang of Qing City Center Hospital." When these words came out, Lin Tao's cloudy eyes immediately glared round. Big leader. That's right, he is the big leader. He often watched him speak on the Green City News himself. Now, surprisingly, it appeared in front of him. He came to the hospital to see himself in person. Zhao Jieqi walked over to the hospital bed and softly greeted, "Uncle Lin, how are you feeling physically right now?" Uncle Lin? Not only did the great leader of Qing City come to visit him in the hospital, but also, he called himself Uncle Lin? Lin Tao was busy saying, This, big leader, you can just call me Lin Tao, my body is good, very good." Now, his entire body had become somewhat incoherent with excitement. Even the originally pale face had a rare extra flush due to excitement. "How can that be? You are old brother Lin Fan's father. This seniority can't be messed up," Zhao Jieqi said. In fact, Zhao Jieqi was a few years older than Lin Tao. But, as he said, generations can't be messed with. He didn't dare to call Lin Tao's name directly. After a pause, he added, "Uncle Lin, please don't worry. Old brother Lin Fan has already arranged the best doctors for you, and will definitely be able to restore your body as it was before. Also, be sure to talk to us if anything is uncomfortable," Lin Tao said with a smile on his face. Don't worry. Good." Then, Dean Huang came up to greet him again and personally helped Lin Tao with a more detailed examination. After another bout of pleasantries, the people said that they would let Lin Tao rest more before they slowly left. Lin Tao's mouth was grinning behind his ears as he looked at the exquisite fruit baskets all over the room. Lin Fan was happy to see Lin Tao so happy. "Little Fan, how do you know the big leaders?" Lin Tao couldn't help but ask. Lin Fan pulled the reason and said, "Maybe, he knows that I speculate in the stock market and make a lot of money by buying bitcoins. So, wants me to invest in Qing City, right?" Lin Tao nodded and said, "So this is the case. If the conditions allow it, it is possible to get some investment in Qing City. Dad, don't worry, no matter what, Qing City is also my hometown. When the time is ripe, I will definitely help my hometown with construction," Lin Fan said. "P.S. Happy March to everyone. It's a new week, so I'm begging for monthly votes, positive reviews, recommendations, and rewards." At that moment, Dai Weishua's cell phone slightly shook. She glanced at the message and said, "Xiaoyao said she'd come to the hospital after school and asked if we needed to bring anything over." Lin Fan said, "Xiaoyao is getting out of school. It's not good to take a car at this hour. I'll drive to pick her up." After saying that, he walked towards the outside of the hospital room. Dai Weishua originally wanted to ask, "When did you buy a car?" But, the thought of the $5 million that Lin Fan had called himself, even the big leaders of Green City have called him brother and brother in order to pull in investments. It seems normal. Then, for him to have a car. Dai Weishua looked at Lin Tao's happy appearance and laughed. "Now you're not worried about your son going astray, right?" No worries, Li Tao said in a loud voice. "Just kidding. Even the big leaders of the Green City have to call their sons brother and brother. How can they go astray?" Qing City First High School belongs to the key high school in Qing City. Here, the best group of students in the entire Qing City were gathered. After the school bell rang, a large group of young students, carrying school bags, overflowing with youth and upward mobility, or discussing math puzzles, or talking about exam questions, kept coming toward the outside. Lin Fan caught a glimpse of Lin Xiaoyao, who was in the crowd, wearing a ponytail and standing tall. At the same time, Lin Xiaoyao also saw Lin Fan and hurriedly ran up. Lin Fan pinched Lin Xiaoyao's pebbly face and said, "Remember to eat more every day. It's not comfortable to pinch when you're thin." "Brother," Lin Xiaoyao called out in protest. Lin Fan laughed. "Come on, let's go to the hospital first." As he spoke, he opened the door of the Lamborghini Big Bull parked next to him and sat right in it. "Brother, this car." Lin Xiaoyao froze. Lin Xiaoyao didn't know anything about cars, but she also knew that sports cars were all very expensive, and she was afraid that any one of them would cost millions. Lin Fan said, "In the past 2 years, I have made a lot of money by speculating on stocks and bitcoins, and I bought this car. Having told the lie several times, Lin Fan no longer had any hesitation. Lin Xiaoyao shouted, "Brother, this is too powerful for you, isn't it?" After saying that, Lin Xiaoyao looked like a little monkey and scurried straight into the car. Then, a moment later, he touched here and there, his dark eyes full of excitement and novelty. It didn't take long for the two to return to the hospital. At this time, Lin Tao had already been placed in the VIP ward. Spacious, clean room, separate bathroom. Overall is not at all like a ward, but a large luxury suite in a hotel. In addition, the VIP room is equipped with nurses and caregivers to provide the best service throughout the process. Staying here is not like being hospitalized at all. It's enjoyable. Lin Xiaoyao marveled. Wow, this ward is nice. Lin Tao's waxen face was full of smiles as he said, "Xiaoyao, you don't know. Just now, the big leaders of Qing City, hospital presidents and directors, came together to see me. Then, the big leader of Qing City even called me uncle." This was definitely the peak moment in Lin Tao's life. When he sees his daughter, he can't help but want to brag. Dai Weishue laughed. "Look at how pleased you are. It's all because of little Fan. Brother actually knows the big leader of Qing City? The big leader even came to visit Dad?" Lin Xiaoyao's eyes were round. Though, having just been in a Lamborghini, she knew her brother was pretty amazing right now. However, she had not even expected that Lin Fan was marvelous to this extent. In Lin Xiaoyao's eyes, the big leader of Qing City was the big man who had topped the sky. Such a big shot, that he would visit his dad in person because of his brother and, moreover, call him uncle. Lin Tao was satisfied with his daughter's surprised expression and said smugly, "That's for sure. Moreover, the big leader of Qing City has also invited a big expert from the Capital City Association Hospital to personally operate on me tomorrow." "Really? Great!" Lin Xiaoyao shouted happily. The family was all very happy to be together, and the initial sadness of learning about the tumor was gone. Lin Xiaoyao cheered. "Brother is too good." But, immediately after, she seemed to think of something else, incomparably blaming herself. "If it wasn't me in the beginning because I was sick, my brother didn't take the college entrance exam and lost the chance to go to college. Maybe, it would have been better." Lin Fan smiled and touched Lin Xiaoyao's face, saying, "That's not necessarily true. It's because I entered society early that I was able to earn so much money and get to know the big leaders in them. If, at that time, I had taken the high school entrance exam and then gone to college, I might not have gotten a job now." After a pause, Lin Fan laughed again. "What's more, I have now been specially recruited into Jiangbei University. Even if I had taken the college entrance examination in the first place, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to get into such a good school. You know, Jiangbei University is a top 10 key university in the country." Lin Fan did do well in his studies at first. However, it depends on how well you play if you want to get into JNU. "Brother, you mean, you're studying at Jiangbei University?" Lin Xiaoyao was surprised. "Then there's still a fake?" "It was specially recruited by the dean of the School of Mathematics at Jiangbei University himself," Lin Fan said. "Fine. Great." Lin Tao and Dai Weishui all exclaimed happily. Parents want their children to study and go to university. They were all very sorry that Lin Fan didn't go to college. Now that Lin Fan was able to be specially recruited into Jiangbei University, it was definitely good news for them. Although, the VIP ward has a separate caretaker and nurse to take care of Lin Tao. But, Lin Fan still rented a bed at night and accompanied Lin Tao. In the early hours of the morning, Lin Fan's cell phone shook slightly. Merchant's Bank reminds you to wire $700. 000. The next day, Dai Weishui arrived early in the morning with breakfast. After breakfast, the family chatted in the hospital. When a ray of warm sunlight, through the window, fell on the hospital bed, the big leader Zhao Zheqi and a large group of doctors came to the hospital room. Zhao Zheqi pointed to the medium-sized doctor next to him and introduced, "Elder brother Lin, this is Director Li Quan." "Director Li, it's hard for you to come over from Jiangbei early in the morning," Lin Fan said. Li Quan smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, you are too polite. Healing the sick and saving people is our duty as doctors. It's something I should do." Although, Lin Fan looked very young. However, even the great leaders of Qing City had to be on a par with him. Li Quan didn't dare to be arbitrary and arrogant. Zhao Zheqi walked to the hospital bed and asked with concern, "Uncle Lin, how are you feeling physically today?" Lin Tao busily replied, "I feel much better physically now." Zhao Zheqi said, "That's good. That's good." Then, Li Quan walked over to the hospital bed and checked Lin Tao's body. Then, scrutinized the case. Only then did he speak. "Mr. Lin, you're in pretty good shape. Later on, I will be able to operate on you. Don't worry, it will be over soon, and it won't take long for you to regain your health." Yes, Lin Tao answered in succession. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Tao was pushed into the operating room. Originally, Zhao Juqi wanted to wait until Lin Tao's surgery was over, but he had too many things to deal with as the big leader of Green City. After receiving an emergency call, Zhao Juqi had to leave the hospital early. Time passed by. In a flash, it was 12 o'clock sharp. Lin Fan's cell phone shook slightly and red envelopes appeared. Ding! Congratulations! You've earned $2,000. Ding! Congratulations! You get $5. Ding! Congratulations! You have been awarded $10,000. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired 51% of the shares of Silver Mountain Group. Lin Fan's figure paused slightly when he received the red packet here. Ginzin Group? If I don't remember wrongly, it seems that Silver Mountain Group's subsidiary includes Silver Mountain Mall, Silver Mountain Gold and other companies, and the market value is definitely above $10 billion. Owned 51% of Gensan Group? Wouldn't that be, like, instant access to billions of dollars in assets? It was this days that brought the time to 12:01. However, Lin Fan didn't feel pity. With that 51% stake, a few less bonuses wouldn't hurt. LOL. At that moment, the door to the operating room slowly opened. Li Quan and several doctors, dragging their tired bodies out. Director Li, how is Lin Tao doing? Dai Weishue asked nervously. The surgery was very successful, and after being hospitalized and recuperating for a while longer, there shouldn't be any major problems, Li Quan said. Fine, thank you so much. Dai Weishue was incomparably excited. Although, she had previously known that Li Quan was an expert and possessed high medical skills to treat Lin Tao. However, Dai Weishue's entire heart was always still hanging in the air. Last night, she hadn't been able to sleep all night. After all, with any surgery there are risks and surprises. Only then did her heart settle. Dai Weishue asked, "Can I go see Lin Tao?" Li Quan said, "Mr. Lin just finished surgery and is now asleep. It's best to let him rest first." Fine, Dai Weishue responded in succession. When Lin Tao opened his eyes, it was already night. "Dad, you're awake." Lin Xiaoyao, who had rushed straight to the hospital after school, called out happily. Dai Weishue chided in a low voice. "Xiaoyao, lower your voice." Then, softly asked, "Lin Tao, is there anything uncomfortable?" Lin Fan asked, "Dad, how are you feeling?" Lin Tao shook his head and said, "I feel fine." When several people heard this, they all became even happier. On the other hand, the office of the chairman of the Silver Mountain Group, Song Jifeng, read the information in front of him, back and forth several times, and sighed. In the beginning, for the sake of development, a large number of stocks were streamed into the market. Now, this Mr. Lin Fan has actually acquired 51% of our Silver Mountain Group's shares? Song Jifeng's face was covered in remorse as he said this. With 51% of the shares, there is no doubt that it is the largest shareholder. The Silver Mountain Group was a business empire created by Song Jifeng, and now, after taking shape with great difficulty, it was no longer under his control. How does that not make him regret it? Song Jifeng hesitated for a long time and finally dialed the number on top of the information. "Hello Mr. Lin, I'm Song Jifeng, chairman of the Silver Mountain Group," Song Jifeng said carefully. On the phone, came Lin Fan's low voice. "Oh, what's the matter?" Lin Fan quickly thought of the 51% shares of Silver Mountain Group that he had obtained at noon, so he wasn't too surprised that Song Jifeng had called. "You are now the first largest shareholder of our Silver Mountain Group. I wonder if you have any instructions for the future development of the group?" Song Jifeng asked. Lin Fan said, "You guys just do the same as before, just develop well. I'll just take the dividends from the company's shares." Lin Fan really didn't have any interest in the development of the Silver Mountain Group. If he could, he would like to sell all his shares immediately. Unfortunately, all the things you get from the system are forbidden to be traded. When Song Jifeng heard this, a flash of ecstasy instantly surfaced on his face, saying, Yes, we will definitely remit the dividends to your account on time." Song Jifeng is very afraid of this company's largest shareholder to the company haphazardly command. If only to take dividends, for him is absolutely good news. Heavenly good news. For the next few days, Lin Fan had been taking care of Lin Tao in the hospital and had asked the doctor to use the best medicines, such as globulin, to temper Lin Tao's body. The cost of conditioning alone can cost tens of thousands of dollars per day, and Lin Tao's body and color, also day by day better, and even, has been able to get out of bed and walk. In the past few days, Lin Fan's red packets at 12 o'clock noon every day were all cash, plus, cash from breathing, walking, and sleeping. Lin Fan's balance, again, was more than $3 million. Name, Lin Fan. Level, LV4, LV4 reward, $10 for every 1 breath, $10 for every 1 second of sleep, $10 for every 1 step. Rewards arrive at 2400 hours every day. Upgrade spending amount, 750, 000/10, 000, gifting to others, gambling, etc. are not counted. In addition, all items obtained from the system are prohibited from being traded. Skills, professional level car driving skills, charisma aura, 5% chance of triggering love at first sight, carved in bone, violent aesthetics, drinking gentleman, absolute concentration, 5% chance of triggering aura, and professorial math experience. Funding, $10.3 million. Obviously, the $5 million that Lin Fan had wired to Dai Weishui the other day had not been counted as part of the spending amount. However, Lin Fan didn't care in any way. Dai Weishui peeled an apple for Lin Tao and said, "Today is the weekend. It's rare for Xiaoyao to rest. Little Fan, you take Xiaoyao out to have some fun." "Yes, I'll go out and have some fun. There's nothing wrong with my body anymore. You guys staying here all the time instead makes the ward airless," Lin Tao said. Lin Fan spoke and sniffed, feeling that his dad had a point. So, nodding, he said, "Then we'll go out for a stroll." "Yes," Lin Xiaoyao said happily. When she saw her father fall ill, Lin Xiaoyao was very sad and scared. Today, Dad is fine. It would be a little hard to make Lin Xiaoyao, who was naturally active, stay in the hospital room all the time. Lin Fan looked at Lin Xiaoyao's somewhat whitened clothes and said, "Xiaoyao, let's go buy some clothes first. Where are the better clothes in Qing City? Don't save me money." Lin Xiaoyao said happily, "Silver Mountain Mall." If it was before, Lin Xiaoyao would never have gone to Silver Mountain Mall to buy clothes. The clothes there do look good, but they are also relatively expensive. Nowadays, Lin Xiaoyao was not so scrupulous. After all, Lin Fan was driving a $1 million sports car, and with Lin Fan's money, buying a few expensive clothes, Lin Xiaoyao didn't have any burden at all. Shouldn't a brother spend money on his sister? Besides, Lin Fan told himself not to save him any money. Lin Fan, on the other hand, had an odd look on his face after hearing Lin Xiaoyao's words. Silver Mountain Mall? Technically, it seems like it belongs on your own property? Go inside your own mall and go clothes shopping? Lin Fan smiled and said, "Good, then go to Silver Mountain Mall. P.S. Ask for a favorable review." Although, Lin Xiaoyao had already sat in a Lamborghini Bull a few times. But, when I sat up again today, my face was still full of novelty and I couldn't stop looking around. Silver Hill Mall is not far from the Green City Center Hospital. In just 10 minutes, Lin Fan arrived at his destination. Lin Fan first bought 2 cups of milk tea. Then, together with Lin Xiaoyao, he leisurely strolled around the mall. It had to be said that the consumption in the small 4th-tier city of Qing was very low. In the entire Silver Mountain Mall, there weren't even more than 10,000 pieces of clothing. Earlier, Lin Xiaoyao did want to be carefree in her mind and buy a few clothes properly. But, after actually arriving at the Silver Mountain Mall, she hesitated again as she looked at the clothes that exceeded her previous prices by several times. Lin Xiaoyao browsed through clothing store after clothing store, secretly deciding in her mind that she had to buy clothes that were both beautiful and cheap. With this goal in mind, Lin Xiaoyao was getting more and more energized and happy the more she shopped. She was happy, but it was Lin Fan who suffered. Although, Lin Fan possessed the skill violent aesthetics, which drastically strengthened his body. But, after strolling around for a full hour, it also made his legs a little weak. When walking into another clothing store, Lin Fan carried the clothing bag and directly sat down on a chair to rest, casually Lin Xiaoyao to choose and try. Lin Xiaoyao picked up a beautiful dress and turned around, about to head towards the changing room. Behind them, however, there was an additional couple at some point. Bang! Lin Xiaoyao bumped solidly into the heavily made-up woman, and milk tea was even spilled on her body. I'm sorry. Lin Xiaoyao hurriedly apologized and pulled out a tissue to wipe the milk tea from the woman's body. Like a roaring tiger, the thickly made-up woman cursed, "Don't you have eyes? I just bought these clothes." As she spoke, the thickly made-up woman raised her hand and directly smacked Lin Xiaoyao in the face. Pop! A loud slap rippled back and forth through the clothing store. In an instant, clear slap marks appeared on Lin Xiaoyao's face. The thickly made-up woman hadn't relieved herself yet and pushed violently towards Lin Xiaoyao. Puff! Lin Xiaoyao was already a bit dazed from the beating, and coupled with her petite body, her entire body directly fell to the ground. Next to him, the man in Anima's clothes, snapped, "Dared to dirty my girlfriend's clothes, so damn blind." As he spoke, he kicked towards Lin Xiaoyao, who had fallen to the ground. Bang! However, this kick was stopped by Lin Fan. When the thickly made-up woman struck Lin Xiaoyao, Lin Fan saw it. He tried to stop it, but the distance was just too far. Even Lin Fan was too late. Seeing that he was stopped, The man angrily shouted. What the hell are you? How dare you stop the laborer? Bang! Lin Fan didn't answer at all and followed with a leg lift, kicking the man several meters away, ruthlessly hitting the far wall with a dull sound. Lin Fan first helped Lin Xiaoyao up and asked with concern, Xiaoyao, are you alright? At this moment, the left side of Lin Xiaoyao's face had slowly reddened and swollen. She sobbed uncontrollably, and bean-sized teardrops rolled down like raindrops. Lin Xiaoyao huffed and shook her head, saying, no, it's fine. This couple didn't look like they were too easy to mess with, and she didn't want to cause trouble for Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at Lin Xiaoyao's pitiful appearance. His heart burned with anger as he said, Xiaoyao, don't worry, I will definitely make them pay. As the words fell, Lin Fan violently turned around and stared at the thickly made-up woman with a pair of cold, stern eyes. The thickly made-up woman hadn't reacted from the man being kicked off, and when she was suddenly stared at by Lin Fan, for some reason, she involuntarily shivered, and slowly took 2 steps backward, saying, what, do you want? Apologize, Lin Fan said coldly. At the same time, a hard slap hit the heavily made-up woman in the face. Pop! In an instant, one side of the heavily made-up woman's face was immediately red and swollen, and the eyeliner she had only just done chipped right off one. Apologize. After a 2-second pause, Lin Fan once again shouted harshly and waved his hand to slap the thickly made-up woman in the face again. Pop! Instantly, both sides of the heavily made-up woman's face were all red and swollen, and her second piece of eyeliner chipped off with it. Apologize. Lin Fan bellowed again and struck a third slap. Pop! The power of this slap not only didn't decrease, but became heavier, directly jerking the heavily made-up woman over onto the ground, spitting out a mouthful of teeth mixed with blood. At once, the heavily made-up woman's entire face swelled up like a pig's head. The thickly made-up woman who fell to the ground, seeing that Lin Fan seemed to be about to continue hitting herself, trembled in fear and crouched down on her knees, screaming in fear, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. She had been thoroughly beaten and scared, snot and tears running freely. Lin Fan said, not apologize to me. The woman with thick makeup was busy kowtowing towards Lin Xiaoyao again and again, saying, I'm sorry, my fault, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have hit you. I shouldn't have pushed you. At this point, the clerk had long been too scared to hide in the corner to make a sound. Lin Xiaoyao was also shocked by the tragic situation of the thickly made-up woman and said, brother, otherwise, just forget about it? At that moment, the man dressed in anime's clothes got up from the ground. He covered his stomach and pointed at Lin Fan and snapped, you have guts. You really have guts. No one has ever dared to hit me like this. If you have the guts to wait, don't go. After speaking, the man pulled out his cell phone and speed-dialed. Brother Wei, I'm Pan Zhengyang, the man said. Oh, Zhang Yang ah, what's the matter? On the phone, came Shen Wei's relaxed voice. Brother Wei, my girlfriend, Sun Xiaohong, and I were beaten up in front of the KK clothing store in Silver Mountain Mall. You quickly bring someone over to help us, Pan Zhengyang said bluntly. Shen Wei shouted, what? Someone else dares to hit you in my territory? Let him wait. I'll bring someone over right away. It's still against the law. Pan Zhengyang is Shen Wei's cousin. If it was just Pan Zhengyang being beaten, Shen Wei wouldn't be this angry. But, adding Sun Xiaohong, that's a different story. Because, Shen Wei was the department manager of the Silver Mountain Mall in Green City, and Sun Xiaohong's dad, the chairman of Jiaxing Snacks. Every year, Jiaxing Snacks would give Shen Wei a large sum of money, thus allowing their family's snacks to enter the underground supermarket at Silver Hill Mall. It can be said that Sun Xiaohong's father is Shen Wei's god of wealth. Now that the daughter of the god of wealth was beaten up in Silver Mountain Mall, Shen Wei was naturally incomparably angry. After hanging up the phone, Shen Wei quickly summoned more than 30 security guards, aggressively, toward KK clothing store. Lin Fan didn't care about Pan Zhengyang calling someone, because Lin Fan possessed the aesthetics of violence. Even if he dealt with 100 people, he would not have any problems. Today, Lin Fan was going to teach the person who bullied his sister a good lesson. Lin Xiaoyao had the intention to persuade Lin Fan to leave quickly. However, Lin Fan sat down directly, with no intention of moving at all. Lin Xiaoyao recalled the phone call made by Pan Zhengyang, and the worry and fear in her heart was like a tidal wave that kept rising. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Xiaoyao quietly walked to the corner and dialed the police. P.S. Ask for a 5-star review. Shen Wei had worked at Silver Mountain Mall for several years and was incredibly familiar with everything here. In no time, he brought a large group of security guards to the entrance of the KK clothing store in a great hurry. When Pan Zhengyang saw it from afar, he couldn't stop waving and called out, Brother Wei, here, I'm here. As he spoke, he glanced towards Lin Fan with a gloomy and incomparable gaze. That look was as if it was saying, kid, Later, I'll see how you die. The whole face swollen like a pig's head of Sun Xiaohong. See came so many people. The bottom of the air is also enough. She pointed at Lin Fan and shouted in a stern voice. It's him, he's the one who hit me. Brother Wei, hurry up and help me teach him a good lesson. When Xinwei saw Sun Xiaohong's miserable appearance, his heart was also slightly shocked, and he assured, Sister Xiaohong, don't worry, I will definitely help you teach him a lesson. Then, Xinwei viciously said to Lin Fan, Kid, you've got a lot of guts, how dare you make trouble in our Silver Mountain Mall? I now suspect that you also stole something from our Silver Mountain Mall. Brothers, arrest him and take him to the security room. Then, wait for the narc to deal with him. Xinwei's idea was simple. At this time, there were quite a few people at the Silver Hill Mall. Definitely not a public outburst to teach Lin Fan a lesson. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble yourself. As long as you find a reason to bring Lin Fan to the security room, you can still do whatever you want with him. Lin Fan swept his eyes at the security guards on the scene, and a flash of color appeared on his face. Originally, he had planned to teach all the people the other party had called in a good lesson. But, these security guards all came from Silver Mountain Mall, so wouldn't they belong to their own staff? Thinking of this, Lin Fan took out his cell phone and dialed a string of numbers. When Xinwei saw Lin Fan on the phone, he said disdainfully, calling someone? Ha, I'd like to see who dares to control the people who cause trouble and steal from our Silver Mountain Mall. The crowd of security guards also stopped their movements of grabbing Lin Fan up immediately. They also seemed to want to see Lin Fan's jokes. Gensan Group Headquarters, Conference Room. The chairman, Song Jifeng, was holding a high-level meeting with the company's general managers, directors, and other executives. At this time, Song Jifeng's cell phone quickly vibrated. Song Jifeng frowned slightly. He hated being disturbed by a phone call during a meeting, picking up his cell phone and making a gesture to hang up directly. However, when he saw the caller alert, his pupils shrunk slightly. Song Jifeng didn't have any hesitation at all and hurriedly picked up the phone. Hello, Mr. Lin. May I ask what can I do for you? Song Jifeng said carefully. I'm currently surrounded by dozens of security guards at the Silver Mountain Mall in Green City, and they're saying that I'm causing trouble and stealing from the Silver Mountain Mall, and that they're now going to arrest me and take me to the security room. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he directly hung up the phone. A layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on Song Jifeng's forehead as he heard the words. What did he hear? Lin Fan was surrounded by dozens of security guards at the Silver Mountain Mall in Green City, and that he made a scene? Stealing? This group of security guards, how dare they? It was important to know that Lin Fan owned 51% of the shares of the Silver Mountain Group, not to mention making a scene. It would be no problem at all to tear down the entire Silver Mountain Mall. As for stealing, don't kid yourself. Even if all the things in the Silver Mountain Mall in Qing City were given to Lin Fan, I'm afraid he wouldn't care. Lin Fan had easily decided to just share the dividends and not ask about Silver Mountain Mall. This group of security guards, this group of assholes, how dare they mess with him? Bunch of assholes. Song Jifeng cursed. The top executives in the conference room looked at each other in disbelief when they heard the words. Song Jifeng never answers the phone during a meeting. Today, however, he picked it up, and so careful when answering the phone. In his tone, there was even a hint of coquettishness. In the end, Song Jifeng, who never got angry, even yelled and cursed directly. The last name is Lin? Could it be that he's the mysterious man who recently got 51% of the group's shares? The executives had a lot of speculation in their minds. Song Jifeng, on the other hand, didn't pay attention to that much. He hurriedly opened the laptop in front of him, and after some searching, he quickly dialed out the phone number of Zhou Chengjun, the general manager of Qing City. Zhou Chengjun drove directly to the Silver Mountain Mall parking lot after talking business with a client, ready to go back to the office to deal with some documents. At that moment, the cell phone in his pocket rang with a sharp ring. He glanced at it casually. In the next moment, Zhou Chengjun's pupils shrunk violently, and his entire heart beat rapidly and chaotically. Zhou Chengjun was a very meticulous person. He had long ago stored all the numbers of the company's top management. At this time, this call surprisingly came from the chairman of the board, Song Jifeng. Zhou Chengjun pressed the answer button with immense excitement. Hello, chairman. Good my ass. Zhou Chengjun, what kind of a general manager are you? You're just a cad? You're simply lawless. Song Jifeng roared loudly. Zhou Chengjun simply did not expect that he would be scolded. Froze for a few seconds, before wondering, Chairman, I have some confusion. Don't get it? Good. Then tell me, why did the dozens of security guards of your Silver Mountain Mall in Qing City falsely accuse Mr. Lin Fan, the biggest shareholder of our Silver Mountain Group, of causing trouble and stealing things, and even to have him arrested? Song Jifeng shouted angrily. Buzz! Zhou Chengjun felt as if a cannonball had exploded directly in his ear, and his entire body was completely confused. Recently, he had learned from some gossip that a mysterious person had purchased 51% of Silver Mountain Group's shares and had become its largest shareholder. Now, this biggest shareholder is being falsely accused in the mall he manages and, moreover, has to be arrested by the security guards? This is definitely a big deal. Broke the sky. Zhou Chengjun incomparably flustered. Dong. Chairman, which can possibly have any misunderstanding. I just talked about business back. Now immediately go to the mall above. Hurry up and go. Remember, make sure to satisfy Mr. Lin Fan. Otherwise, humph. Song Jifeng directly hung up the phone after stifling a grunt. Originally, also leisurely, slowly towards the office of the Silver Mountain Mall Zhou Chengjun, but no longer dare to have any stay. With the speed of a 100 meters sprint, quickly ran towards the mall inside. Due to the excessive speed, Zhou Chengjun accidentally fell to the ground. But, he didn't even bother with his skinned knee. Rolling and crawling as fast as he could, he continued on his way. In front of KK clothing store, Shinwei saw that Lin Fan hung up the phone, and more people from Silver Mountain Mall looked towards his side. He felt that he could not delay any longer, or else he might bring some unnecessary trouble to himself. So, Shinwei droned. Brothers, there's no need to wait any longer. Quickly take this troublemaker and thief and arrest him to the security room. Then, wait for the narc to deal with it. When the security guards heard this, they did not stay any longer and together they surrounded towards Lin Fan. At that moment, an angry roar suddenly sounded in the distance. Unbridled. I'll see which one of you dares. The security guards heard this voice that seemed somewhat familiar, and their figures slightly lurched. Then, they saw Zhou Chengjun, the general manager who often sat at the top during meetings, limping over. Shinwei did not expect to startle Zhou Chengjun at all. His heart gave birth to a bad premonition, and he was busy welcoming him, saying, Mr. Zhou, what's wrong with you? Quickly sit down and take a rest. Zhou Chengjun, however, did not pay any attention to him at all, and walked straight towards the front, carefully asking, May I ask, which one is Mr. Lin Fan? Lin Fan, who had his hands in his pockets and always had a relaxed, bland face, said, It's me. Zhou Chengjun looked at Lin Fan's young appearance and his heart was slightly shocked. However, he didn't dare to have any contempt. On the contrary, the gaze he looked at Lin Fan became more and more respectful. In Zhou Chengjun's opinion, a young man who was only in his 20s could own 51% of Silver Mountain Group. Then I'm afraid that behind him stood a behemoth that he couldn't even imagine. Zhou Chengjun bent 90 degrees and said, Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, it's because I didn't manage my staff well, letting you be disturbed. When Shinwei saw this, that bad premonition in his heart became even stronger. He couldn't help but say, Mr. Zhou, is there some kind of misunderstanding? This young man, causing trouble in our mall, assaulted the daughter of the chairman of Jiaxing Snacks Company, and also stole something. Shinwei thought very simply, Jiaxing Snack Company, which is also counted as a big company that cooperates with Silver Mountain Mall. Zhou Chengjun will definitely have something to worry about. However, it was fine for Shinwei not to say this, but as soon as he mentioned this, Zhou Chengjun's heart was a ball of fire. Zhou Chengjun turned around violently and said coldly, Mr. Lin is the biggest shareholder of our Silver Mountain Group. Do you think he would do what you just said? At these words, Shinwei's entire body completely froze in place. The largest shareholder of Dinsan Group. He knew very well what that really meant. Iron plates. Huge iron plates. Manager at Silver Hill Mall. Great income and easy work. Shinwei didn't brag a lot in front of his friends and family. Today, I'm afraid, is gone. Endless remorse arose in Shinwei's heart. Tap tap. At that moment, 3 narcs approached from a distance. One of them, a tall, thin narc, said, Who called the police? What's going on here? Lin Xiaoyao didn't expect things to develop like this at all. The general manager of Silver Mountain Mall, surprisingly, was incredibly respectful to Lin Fan, and, moreover, said that he was the biggest shareholder of Silver Mountain Group. So much so, that when the narc asked, Lin Xiaoyao didn't answer at first. On the contrary, it was Pan Zhengyang, who was standing next to him, whose eyes lit up slightly when he saw the tall and skinny narc and said excitedly, Wang Daming, it's great that you've come. Then, he pointed at Lin Fan and said, This guy assaulted me for no reason. You arrest him. Pan Zhengyang could see that it was no longer possible to teach Lin Fan a lesson today by relying on Shinwei. While he was disappointed, he didn't want to meet his high school classmate Wang Daming. This gave him another hope of teaching Lin Fan a lesson. At this time, Lin Xiaoyao also reacted and busily said, Uncle Narc, I'm the one who called the police. My brother didn't hit him for no reason at all. They hit me first, and my brother fought back to protect me. Wang Daming looked in the direction Pan Zhangyang was pointing. In the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrunk. It's him! Surprisingly, it's him! A few days ago, Wang Daming followed the chief captain, the great leader, and others, and went to visit the Qing City Center Hospital. However, a young man suddenly came to the big leader. Then the big leader just gave up on the tour. Afterward, Wang Daming learned from the chief captain that the young man's identity was very unusual, and that the great leader had personally begged for help in order to treat his loved one's illness. Even the next day, the great leader made a special trip to the hospital to visit and accompany his loved one in surgery. Big man, that young man is definitely a great man who has topped the world. Wang Daming didn't expect that he would meet this big shot again so soon. Sun Xiaohong, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, called out, "Hurry up and arrest him. I'm Sun Xiaohong, the daughter of the chairman of the Jiaxing Snacks Company. Look at how he beat me up. I'll have my dad reward you properly if you catch him and teach him a good lesson. Let yourself catch the big man who even the big leaders have to treat with care." Wang Daming's face sank, and he directly took out handcuffs and locked them on Sun Xiaohong's hands. Pan Zhangyang froze for a moment and said, "Wang Daming, you locked the wrong person. How did you lock up your sister-in-law? It's that asshole over there who beat us up. You arrest that asshole." Asshole? Calling out that big asshole? How dare he? And what about sister-in-law? Doesn't that make the big man mistakenly think he's on good terms with him? Wang Daming snapped. "Shut up, Pan Zhangyang. What are you babbling about? Mo don't want to say that we're just ordinary classmates in high school. Even if you were my own brother, there's no way I'd do anything for you, because I'm a narc who maintains justice." Wang Daming pointed at Lin Xiaoyao and said, "This lady has just said that it was you guys who hit her first before her brother shot back. They were acting in self-defense." Then, Wang Daming seriously said to Sun Xiaohong, "As for you, you have just been suspected of bribing a public official, and now, we are detaining you." Sun Xiaohong panicked. I didn't. "No, we have camera enforcement here," Wang Daming said. After saying that, without saying anything more, he racked Sun Xiaohong and prepared to walk towards the distance. At this time, Zhou Changjun, who was standing next to him, said, "Hello this narc, I am Zhou Changjun, the general manager of Silver Mountain Mall, and I want to report something." As he spoke, Zhou Changjun pointed at Shinwei and said, "He is Shinwei, the manager of our Silver Mountain Mall. He took advantage of his position to transfer benefits with Jiaxing Snacks, accepting bribes for a large amount of money and placing many of Jiaxing Snacks' shoddy goods for sale in our Silver Mountain Mall. At the same time, he also induced the security guards of our Silver Mountain Mall to become his personal underground force." Just now, Shinwei also falsely accused this honorable Mr. Lin and wanted to commit acts of violence and intimidation against him. Wang Daming has encountered a lot of corruption and bribery, but Shinwei went so far as to also try to treat Mr. Lin with violence, intimidation and other acts. This is absolutely unforgivable. Wang Daming shouted in a stern voice, "How dare you be so hateful? Arrest him for me." Snap! Shinwei, who was handcuffed, was so cold that his legs went soft and he directly fell to his knees. He knew he was finished. Soon, Shinwei, Sun Xiaohong, and the security guards were all taken away. In the entire scene, Pan Zhangyang was the only one left, standing in place for a while. Although Pan Zhangyang was not taken away, but the panic in his heart was no less than anyone else's. Sun Xiaohong and Shinwei, it can be said that because of their own to be taken away, if therefore and then find out the quality of Jiaxing Snacks Company products, that their own downfall, Pan Zhangyang couldn't help but shiver just thinking about it. P.S. Ask for a 5-star review. Zhou Changjun had wanted to invite Lin Fan to dinner and make amends. However, Lin Fan only wanted to get some medicine now to compress Lin Xiaoyao's still somewhat red and swollen face. So, outright refusal. Lamborghini Big Bull on. Lin Xiaoyao seemed to have come back to her senses and said excitedly, "Brother, when did you learn how to fight?" The action of teaching someone a lesson just now was simply too cool. Lin Xiaoyao's movement of speaking was too big, so much so, that she accidentally pulled her red swollen face, which made her twitch in pain. Lin Fan said, "Don't talk for now, I'll go buy you some medicine." Lin Xiaoyao said, "Where to use what medicine? Just get some ice packs." In the end, Lin Fan both bought some medicine for Lin Xiaoyao and got a copy of the ice pack. The two-pronged approach is also extremely effective. When they returned to the Qing City Center Hospital, the redness on Lin Xiaoyao's face had completely disappeared. At this time, Lin Fan's cell phone rang with a light ringtone. "Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry for today. I'll definitely deal with the relevant people from Silver Mountain Mall in Qing City seriously," Song Jifeng carefully said. Lin Fan said, "No need. Zhou Chengjun did not do too bad, but, in the future, I don't want something like this to happen again. Yes, Mr. Lin. Please don't worry. Song Jifeng let out a long sigh of relief. After hanging up, Lin Xiaoyao couldn't help but say, "Brother, are you really the biggest shareholder of that Silver Mountain Mall?" "Yeah, so, in the future, buy clothes as long as you like them. Don't care about the price. Just buy them." "Your brother me. Not bad," Lin Fan said. Lin Xiaoyao happily kissed Lin Fan on the cheek and said, "Brother is the best." When the two arrived at the VIP ward, Lin Tao was in the ward, walking back and forth. Dai Wei Shui, on the other hand, folded one piece of clothing, all of them, into the box. "Dad, Mom, what are you guys doing?" Lin Fan asked. Lin Tao said, "It's really boring to stay in the hospital all the time. In the past 2 days, there have been several acquaintances calling to ask when our clothing store will open. We are ready to be discharged from the hospital today." "Discharged today?" Lin Fan worriedly said. "Dad, you've only had surgery for a short while. It's better to stay for a few more days." Lin Tao said. "What's there to live for? The doctors have all agreed to be discharged. If we stay any longer, this disease will be just right and we'll be suffocating other diseases." Lin Fan thinks it makes sense, thought about it and said, "It's okay to be discharged from the hospital, but, there's no need to open the clothing store. I'm going to buy a villa for you to live, in Qing City or Jiangbei." Don't. Our current house is quite good to live in. What villa to change?" Lin Tao waved his hand repeatedly. "The clothing store doesn't take much effort. It's quite good to open it." Dai Weishue said, "Xiufan, we know that you have made a name for yourself now and want to be filial to us, but, your father and I have lived on 4 streets all our lives, and all our acquaintances are there. If, all of a sudden, we moved somewhere else, we wouldn't be used to living there at all. Besides, your dad and I aren't that old now, so it would be boring if we really stayed home every day and did nothing. So, we won't move, and the costume store is still open, so we'll just pass the time." Lin Fan helplessly said, "Well then, however, you mustn't be tired, and don't economize on food and clothing." "Don't worry," Dai Weishue laughed. For the next 3 days, Lin Fan followed his mom and dad and stayed at 4 streets. In these 3 days, Lin Fan opened all the cash red envelopes at 12 o'clock noon every day, and together with the cash he gained from sleeping, breathing and walking for 3 days, the total made Lin Fan more than 3 million more. At this moment, the balance in Lin Fan's card was back to 13.2 million. Today, Lin Fan, under the urging of his parents, drove the Lamborghini Big Bull on his way back to Jiangbei. Lin Tao and Dai Weishue's reasoning was very simple. Lin Fan had managed to be specially recruited to study at Jiangbei University nowadays, and he definitely couldn't take a vacation for too long, thus leaving a bad impression in the teacher's mind. If, as a result, it leads to being dropped from school, it would be a real shame. Lin Fan couldn't argue with his mom and dad, plus his dad's body, there really wasn't much left. So, he had to return to Jiangbei. The other day, when Lin Fan came to Qing City, he was so anxious that he traveled at the fastest speed the whole time and arrived in Qing City in a very short time. Now that he was returning to Jiangbei, he had evened out his speed all the way, so it would take him a longer time in comparison. Driving a Lamborghini Bull for a short period of time, Lin Fan didn't feel anything yet, but, after driving for a long time, he then felt his back gradually getting sore. Lin Fan couldn't help but murmur, "When we have time, we must go buy a bigger car." When Lin Fan returned to the Jiangbei Hilton presidential suite, the time had just reached 12 o'clock sharp. The phone shook slightly and the red packet appeared immediately. "Ding! Congratulations! You have been awarded $5,000. Ding! Congratulations! You have been awarded $10,000. Ding! Congratulations! You get $5. Ding! Congratulations! You have gained the skill Real Eye." By this time, the clock had reached 12:01. Lin Fan said oddly, "When I was in Qing City, it was all useless cash, and I just came to Jiangbei and got skills? Could it be that Jiangbei is my lucky place?" As he spoke, Lin Fan landed his attention on the Eye of Truth. True Eye, 1. It can tell the true face value of a woman, out of 100. Note, appearance is subject to dress and life. 2. It can tell the favorability of a woman to the host, out of 100. Choosing a truly beautiful beauty and getting her true heart is what every beautiful man should do. Lin Fan said, "The Eye of Truth? It's a bit interesting." On the other hand, Xiao Xia spent a lot of effort to finally move all of her brother's things into the Vanguard mansion. Then she dragged her tired body back to the house. At this time, the mom, Chen Minfen, came over in a huff and said, "Xia, you quickly pack up properly and meet with the boy later." Xiao Xia said helplessly, "Mom, another blind date?" Seeing that her daughter seemed a bit reluctant, Chen Minfen said. This boy is not the same as Lin Fan from last time. Lin Fan's family is poor, but this boy's family owns a factory, and his family has 2 Mercedes-Benz. Chen Minfen's entire face crumpled into a ball of laughter as she said this. Xiao Xia muttered. Lin Fan's family is poor? Then there are no rich people in this world. Rich? Xia. What are you talking about? Where is Lin Fan's family a rich man? Chen Minfen said. So, Xiao Xia gave a rough account of what happened a while ago. Chen Minfen immediately said. Xia, you're being tricked by that Lin Fan kid. How could he have a luxury car, and a whole house in Wanjiawafu? I know their family's situation too well. You don't know. Lin Fan's father fell ill the other day, and his mom even called to borrow money. If Lin Fan's family really had that much money, how could they still be looking for me to borrow money? Josiah couldn't help but be a little dazed as he listened to his mom's words. Only after half a minute did he say incredulously, Lin Fan mom, really asked you to borrow money? Then there's still a fake? As Chen Minfen spoke, she took out her cell phone and pulled up the call records. Sure enough, among them was Davy Snow's phone number. Xiao Xia instantly understood. That big Lamborghini Bull was indeed rented by Lin Fan. Also, Lin Fan didn't have a Vanguard house. He was just having that employee help him in his act. Lin Fan wasn't a godly man at all, but a downright poor hangman. The following day, the sky was clear. Lin Fan was lying on the big bed of the presidential suite and casually glanced at his cell phone. Midnight, $73.20 from Merchant's Bank. He crossed off the text message without caring and played with his phone for a while. Then, slowly, he got up and had a large meal brought up by the waiter. After a full meal, it was just about 12 o'clock. Lin Fan's cell phone shook slightly. The red bag appears. Ding! Congratulations! You get $5. Ding! Congratulations! You have been awarded $3,000. Ding! Congratulations! You have been awarded $10,000. Ding! Congratulations! You get $3. So far, 1 minute has passed. In total, Lin Fan received more than $80,000. It's all some cash. Ha! Lin Fan bristled. He rested for a while longer before driving the Lamborghini de Bull towards Jiangbei University. In Jiangbei University, even driving a 200,000 to 300,000 yuan BMW or Mercedes-Benz car will make people look sideways. Not to mention, a multi-million-dollar Lamborghini Bull, with a rumbling engine ringing through the campus. It immediately drew the attention of many. They took out their cell phones, took sneaky pictures, and uploaded them to posters and class groups. When Lin Fan stepped out of the car, several lovely-looking beauties, with their eyes sprouting little stars, exclaimed in unison, so handsome, handsome and golden. This is simply the perfect man in their hearts. In response, Lin Fan didn't care at all. He pulled out his cell phone and dialed a string of numbers. It didn't take long for the man with a large backcomb and about 30 years of age to walk over. He smiled and greeted. You're Lin Fan, right? Yes, Lin Fan answered. Ha ha, among my students, there is another handsome young man. I'm your counselor Sun Yaodong. Let's go. I'll take you to collect your books first, then, go to the classroom. Sun Yaodong said. I have to say, there is a big difference between a college teacher and a high school teacher. High school teachers are always on their end, always looking stern and dignified, making students feel that their teachers are elders far above them. College teachers, on the other hand, bring more of a sense of ease. Sun Yaodong walked while introducing the school cafeteria, gym, and even, how to find a girlfriend and so on. This couldn't help but make Lin Fan wonder whether this was a teacher or his good buddy. It didn't take long for Lin Fan to collect his books and make his way to the classroom. Sun Yaodong pointed at the 3 people sitting in the back row and said, Lin Fan, these 3 people are your roommates. You guys can get along well. I still have some things to do, so I'll leave first. The 3 appeared to be very enthusiastic about Lin Fan, their new roommate. My name is Song Yi. Dude, not bad, tall and handsome, can play basketball, right? The tall and strong man asked. Lin Fan said, it's a little bit, but it's been quite a while since I've fought. It's okay, you'll get acquainted after playing. And, let me tell you, playing basketball is easy to attract girls. Maybe one day a girl will find you for WeChat. Song Yi laughed. The man, who was covered in fat meat, said happily, I thought that our 104 dormitory room has always been only 3 people. In that case, it's not a complete college life at all. Man, it's great that you're here. By the way, my name is Young Kimball. The man with the black-rimmed glasses said, my name is Mai Zhong. The 3 roommates were very welcoming. After school, they helped Lin Fan to buy the supplies needed for life and make up the bed, until more than 8 o'clock. Originally, Lin Fan wanted to treat them to a big meal. However, All three of them said with gusto that they wanted to go to the old place for a barbecue. So Lin Fan didn't force himself. This is a barbecue stall very close to Zhongbei University. The owner is about 40 years old. Skillful movements, grilled meat, charred on the outside and tender on the inside. The portion is very large. Zhang Jinbao jerked a skewer of barbecue meat directly into his mouth and said happily, "Delicious." Song Yi, on the other hand, raised his glass and said, "Lin Fan, welcome to our 104 dormitory. From now on, the four of us will be brothers. Today, let's not get drunk." "Yes, don't get drunk," Zhang Jinbao shouted. "Lin Fan, welcome," Ma Zhong said. Lin Fan followed and picked up his glass, saying, "Thank you." As the words fell, the four of them drank it all together. Song Yi said, "Ha, Lin Fan, you have a good capacity for alcohol. Come on, drink another one." Lin Fan didn't refuse and followed with a drink. Then the two of them went back and forth, unable to stop drinking. Not long after, Song Yi hiccuped, and his whole face became as red as Guangdong. On the contrary, Lin Fan was simply like drinking a few bottles of mineral water. There was no change at all. Zhang Jinbao was surprised. "Lin Fan, you can drink so well? I'll come and walk a few with you too." After a few cups, Lin Fan still didn't react, and Zhang Jinbao's head was already a bit groggy. He stabbed Ma Zhong's stomach and said, "Don't just eat, drink with Lin Fan as well." Ma Zhong put down the skewers and said, "Lin Fan, let's drink one too." Originally, Lin Fan wanted to advise a few people to drink less, but, when they get excited, they can't stop drinking at all. Therefore, Lin Fan didn't advise each other anymore. After all, we are all young people. Drink too much, go back to lie down for a night. The next day custody again alive and well. When Zhang Jinbo, Ma Zhong and Song Yi were all dazed from drinking and wanted to fall to the ground, Lin Fan still looked as normal and casually jerked a skewer into his mouth. At that moment, Xiao Xia, who had just finished eating with a client, happened to pass by. When she saw Lin Fan, who was drinking and eating roadside stalls at the same time, she couldn't help but stop and mocked. "Lin Fan, why are you eating roadside stalls?" Yesterday, when Chen Minfen said that Lin Fan's family was in poor condition, Xiao Xia still had a trace of doubt in her heart. At this moment, it was this suspicion that was completely thrown to the back of his mind. If, for example, Lin Fan really had a big Lamborghini Bull and a whole house in Vanguard House, would he eat roadside barbecue? Not at all. The only answer, Lin Fan had always been a poor hangman. Lin Fan frowned. "What business is it of yours what I eat?" Lin Fan hated this self-righteous, vain woman. Now that she was speaking to herself in a mocking tone, Lin Fan naturally wouldn't give her a good look. Xiao Xia snorted. "It really is none of my business. It's just that I want to tell you a truth. People, with as much ability as they have, they should go and do as much as they can. Swelling your face will only make you look bad." At first, when Xiao Xia learned that Lin Fan owned a Lamborghini Bull and a house in Wanjiawafu, her entire body was sore and remorseful to the extreme. Even, for a few days in a row, there were tears coming out of my eyes as I slept. Now, after Xiao Xia said those words, she only felt an incomparable sense of relief. She was happy in her heart. Fortunately she was wise enough not to be deceived by the poor hangers-on. Then Josiah craned his neck and strutted forward. Lin Fan glanced at her writhing back and bristled. "There's something wrong." Then, patting the thoroughly drunk and confused trio, he said, "Can you still walk? Let's go back to the dormitory to rest." The next day, the sun shines brightly. Lin Fan was lying on his bed, leisurely playing with his cell phone, and looking from time to time at the little sparrows stomping back and forth by the window. At this time, Ma Zhong slowly opened his eyes. He rubbed his dizzy head, hissed, and said, "Brothers, it's time to get up." "Okay," Lin Fan answered and directly climbed up from the bed. Zhang Jinbao said, "Lin Fan, I have rarely admired anyone, but, I have to say, admiration to you. Yesterday, we drank like 2 beers, right? I can't believe you drank the 3 of us down and didn't do anything yourself." With 2 beers, Lin Fan would naturally have nothing to do with it, because he is capable of not getting drunk from 1,000 glasses. "Lin Fan, you're not from the Northeast, are you? So capable of drinking," Song Yi said. Lin Fan laughed. "What Northeast? I'm from my hometown, Qing City." "Alright, hurry up and get up." A few people inked and finally got up from their beds. I have to say, it's good to be young. When they first woke up, Zhang Jinbao, Ma Zhong, and Song Yi, their heads were still drowsy and lightheaded. But, after getting up and eating breakfast, the trio came back to life. The morning was a math theory class taught by an old professor, and Zhang Jinbao and Song Yi were drowsy from listening. Ma Zhong is a good student, listens attentively and can't stop taking notes. Lin Fan, on the other hand, listened to the lecture from time to time, and sometimes looked through the books by himself. After the bell rings for class, Ma Zhong said, "Lin Fan, you just came to class. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me." He noticed how Lin Fan didn't listen much in class, but couldn't stop flipping through his books. So, he thought Lin Fan couldn't understand. However, how could Ma Zhong know that the reason why Lin Fan didn't listen to the lesson wasn't that he didn't understand it at all, but that he thought it was too simple? Zhang Jinbao yawned and said, "That's right, Ma Zhong isn't very good at anything else, except for his studies." "What do you mean it's not very good in other ways?" Ma Zhong protested. Zhang Jinbao hemmed and hawed. "Then we'll go to the clubhouse at night?" Ma Zhong's entire face was instantly red through and through, and he opened his mouth but never said anything. "Alright, if we keep talking, the cafeteria won't be able to squeeze in later," Song Yi interrupted. It had to be said that the Jiangbei University cafeteria was very different from Lin Fan's high school cafeteria. Lin Fan's high school cafeteria is similar to a fast food restaurant, but the cafeteria at JNU, that's a whole different story. There's a huge variety of wagyu soup, roast goose with rice, stir-fries, grilled meats, ramen, and much more. The students of JNU, too, loved the food, and there were long lines at every place. At that point, the clock hits 12 o'clock. Lin Fan's cell phone shook slightly and red envelopes appeared. Lin Fan took advantage of the free time in the queue and kept tapping the screen. Ding! Congratulations! You get $5. Ding! Congratulations! You have been awarded $1,000. Ding! Congratulations! You have been awarded $10,000. Ding! Congratulations! You get $3. Ding! Congratulations! For acquiring pro-level basketball skills. When tapping on this red packet, the time has reached 12:01. It was also at this time that it was Lin Fan and the others' turn to choose their dishes. Lin Fan's 4 people were all young boys, and had chosen a lot of meat and variety. All of them ate very happily. Song Yi said, "There's no class this afternoon. I'm meeting up with a few friends to play basketball. Lin Fan, why don't you come along too?" Lin Fan thought that he didn't have much to do in the afternoon anyway, and, since he had just gotten professional level basketball skills, he could just take this opportunity to try them out. Thinking of this, Lin Fan nodded and said, "Okay." Song Yi put a hand on Lin Fan's shoulder and said very happily, "Good brother." Then, he seemed to think of it. Yesterday Lin Fan said that he hadn't played basketball for a long time. So, added, "Don't worry, none of us are very skilled either. Just play casually." After lunch, Zhang Jinbao went back to his dormitory to sleep, and Ma Zhong went to the library. Song Yi and Lin Fan, on the other hand, bought a bottle of pulse and went straight to the basketball court. By now, there were already 4 men in jerseys, waiting on the basketball court. The dark-skinned, tall man greeted from afar. "Song Yi, you're finally here. Introduce. This is our new brother Lin Fan from the dormitory. He hasn't played basketball for a long time. Don't play too aggressively later," Song Yi said. "Okay, no problem." The 4 nodded. Then, the crowd was divided into 2 teams by rotating the basketballs according to streetball rules. Soon, Lin Fan and the men with relatively thin builds and wearing jerseys number 1 and number 3 were assigned to a group. The 2 men looked at the divided teams with bitter and helpless faces. They're not very skilled and don't have a height advantage. Now, add in a Lin Fan who hasn't played in a long time. The 2 seem to have already seen the scene of being beaten to death. Song Yi, the big black man and the tall strong man were the opposite of them. The 3 of them looked at each other, and their entire faces almost didn't burst into laughter. "Don't worry, just play around." Soon after, Song Yi kicked off the ball and then passed it to the tall and strong man. The tall, strong guy passed to the big black guy again. Then the big black man took the ball quickly to the basket. Brush! The basketball went into the net for a successful score. In the next over, number 1 teed off and he was quickly glued to the taller, stronger man. He had no choice but to pass to number 3. Number 3 didn't carry the ball for a while, but it was snapped directly by the big black guy. Then the big black man retook the ball and made a quick layup. Brush! 1 more goal. In the 3rd game, number 1 reopened the ball, and when he saw that number 3 was being watched by the big black man, he had no choice but to pass the basketball to Lin Fan. Song Yi, who was standing not far away from Lin Fan, hemmed and hawed. "Lin Fan, I'm going to come to your defense. You have to be careful." As he spoke, he walked towards Lin Fan without slowing down. Whoosh! However, before Song Yi could get close, Lin Fan dribbled the ball like a gust of wind and quickly swept past him. The taller and stronger one lifted his eyebrows slightly and hurriedly stopped. Lin Fan didn't pay any attention at all. A fake move with the ball directly swung through. The big black man hurriedly abandoned number 3 and came to block. But, it was too late. Swish, Lin Fan makes a two-step layup and gets to the basket easily. Score, yes. Number 1 and number 3 all shouted happily. Song Yi was a little surprised. Lin Fan, this technology of yours is not bad. Not bad. Lin Fan laughed. Street ball continues. The taller and stronger one kicked off and was defended so tightly by number 1 that he had to pass to Song Yi. Song Yi laughed. Lin Fan, you just dribbled the ball very fast. Come and try to see if you can take away my ball. Pop. Lin Fan sniffed, raised his hand and the basketball went directly into his hands. Song Yi instantly froze. That's right. I said I'd let you try to dodge the ball. But I didn't let you go that fast. Lin Fan, on the other hand, didn't pay that much attention and turned around to dribble quickly and go straight to the basket. Brush. Score again. Nice shot. Number 1 and number 3 yelled in unison with excitement. Song Yi, on the other hand, froze. Lin Fan, you haven't played basketball in a long time? Lin Fan nodded. Song Yi, if that's considered not playing basketball for a long time, what does that make you? Never played basketball? Being scored 2 goals in a row. Song Yi, the tall and strong man and the big black man all had a look of urgency on their faces. So, when the new set started, the trio drove long and fast to the basket. They're going to get a goal in the shortest amount of time possible. However, sometimes things always go against wishes. Dang! The basketball spun around the rim of the basket but eventually rolled out. The big black man's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly jumped up, trying to grab the rebound. But the pace was already half a beat slower. Number 3 held the basketball in one hand, then flung it violently toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan's strength had already won him recognition. He's going to let Lin Fan lead the team and score another goal. However, number 3 seemed to be so excited that he accidentally overpowered the ball and the direction of the ball was off. Even Lin Fan couldn't catch the basketball in the first place and could only let it fly towards the court. At that moment, the girl in the blue and red dress happened to walk by. They saw the basketball about to hit them and tried to dodge, but it was too late. The two girls' pretty faces turned slightly white, and a fine layer of sweat seeped out. At that moment, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of them and steadily caught the basketball. He is none other than Lin Fan. Lin Fan turned around and said, "Are you guys okay?" Bright and expressive eyes, high nose, thin lips. At this moment, it was as if the two girls had seen a worldly hero with 7 colored clouds on his feet, descending from the sky, and for a moment, they were completely infatuated. Ding! Charming aura. Triggering love at first sight. Ding! Charming aura. Triggering love at first sight. Lin Fan's entire body froze slightly as he listened to the beep in his head. He couldn't help but scrutinize the two girls in front of him. It was then that I realized that the two of them were nearly identical in all places except for the color of their clothes. The same porcelain doll-like face. The same snow-white skin. The same perfectly developed body. Oh yo, they turned out to be twins. Then, Lin Fan couldn't help but watch the two with his eyes of truth. Blue dress for girls. Face value, 95. Favorability, 99. Red dress for girls. Face value, 95. Favorability, 99. The two are all over the 95th percentile in terms of face value and even 99th percentile in terms of favorability. Keep in mind that the full score for face value and favorability is only 100. Great beauty. This is absolutely great. And, still, the twin great beauties who love themselves to death. This, just because he stopped the basketball for them? When the twin beauties saw that Lin Fan had been staring at them, their two pretty faces reddened like ripe tomatoes. At this time, Song Yi, who was in the distance, asked, "Lin Fan, is everything alright?" Lin Fan said, "It's fine. That's good. Have a drink first." Song Yi threw the pulsation over as he spoke. Lin Fan also did feel a little thirsty. He unscrewed the bottle and forcefully filled half of it. Then, the ball was thrown to Song Yi. The street ball game, once again, unlike earlier playing. At that moment, the empty basketball court was filled with a pair of beautiful twin spectators. They watched with rapt attention as Lin Fan carried the ball, defended, and crossed. As Lin Fan shot the ball into the net, two hearts followed in a frantic frenzy. When Lin Fan had just finished the last sip of pulsation, the twin beauties appeared in front of Lin Fan holding a bottle of pulsation each. Lin Fan asked, "For me?" The twin beauties nodded their heads in unison at the same time. Lin Fan was not polite and took the pulsation, opening one of the bottles and taking a sip. The beautiful woman in the blue dress immediately showed a smile on her porcelain doll-like pretty face, and on her cherry-like mouth, a small tiger tooth was hidden. The beauty in the red dress, on the other hand, had a pair of jewel-like eyes that were filled with anticipation. Lin Fan hesitated for a moment and opened a second bottle of pulse, following it with a sip. The beauty in the red dress followed suit with a sweet smile. Song Yi, who was in the distance, looked at his empty pulsation bottle and then at the 2 bottles of pulsation in Lin Fan's hand, and couldn't help but gulp. The game continues. Lin Fan possessed professional-level basketball skills, coupled with a physique that was far beyond normal, and absolute focus assistance, as well as a constant supply of pulsation. How can you lose with so many advantages? This street basketball was played for over 2 hours. In the end, it ended in a crushing defeat for Song Yi's team. Song Yi lay on the ground like a dead dog and said, "Lin Fan, you haven't played basketball in a long time?" "Yeah," Lin Fan casually replied. Song Yi sniffed, and a drop of hot sweat flowed right into his eyes. At once, muddy tears rolled out of the corners of his eyes. Lin Fan, however, didn't pay that much attention and walked straight to the twin beauties, saying, "Thank you for the pulsation." The twin beauties shook their heads together in a nonchalant way. Then, they took out their cell phones again at the same time and looked at Lin Fan with incomparable anticipation. Lin Fan asked, "Do you want to add my WeChat?" The twin beauties nodded together. Lin Fan said, "Okay." As he spoke, he opened the WeChat add friend interface. When the twin beauties saw this, their jewel-like eyes vaguely blossomed with starbursts, and they hurriedly added their friends. Then, the 2 of them held the cell phone firmly in their arms, and that look was almost like holding a supreme treasure for fear of losing it. Lin Fan said, "I'll go back to my dormitory first, you guys also go back earlier. It's quite hot outside." The twin beauties, nodding their heads in unison. Bedroom. Zheng Jinbao finished a game, looked at Lin Fan and Song Yi's sweaty appearance, laughed and asked, "Lin Fan, you haven't played basketball for a long time. How's it going? You've been abused this time, right? Stop telling me it's been a long time since I've played basketball." Song Yi shouted. He was now doubly zapped by the words he heard. "You don't know. Lin Fan just needs to get the ball and make 1 shot. 1 shot. 1 shot. We've been playing for over 2 hours. 2 goals. And our team only scored 2 goals. Song Yi spoke with too much movement, and a drop of sweat on his forehead rolled back into his eyes. At once, hot teardrops rolled from his eyes. Zheng Jinbao laughed out loud and said, "Isn't it just playing basketball? Why are you still crying?" Song Yi retorted, "I'm not crying." However, the tears in his eyes, which were indisputable, rolled out once again. Zheng Jinbao laughed even louder at his comical appearance. Song Yi commiserated, "What do we play basketball for? Isn't it to attract girls? I play basketball at school almost every day. However, no girl has ever approached me for a tweet." As a result, the first time Lin Fan played basketball at school, a twin took the initiative to buy drinks and ask for a microphone. At these words, Zheng Jinbao's smile stopped and he hurriedly said, "What? Twins? Pretty? Dead fat nerds and all that. There's just no resistance to twins." Song Yi said, "Perfect body. Doll face. Do you think it's pretty? Oh my god." Zheng Jinbao looked up to the sky and shouted, his whole body's fat meat shaking with him. He covered his chest hard, as if he had been stabbed hard. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a little like laughing even as he looked at the two's comical appearance. Tap tap. At that moment, Ma Zhong slowly walked in, holding a few books. He put the book down and then casually flipped through his phone. The next moment, surprised, "Our school even has a Lamborghini bull. Lamborghini Big Bull." Song Yi heard, immediately came to the spirit. Excited. "Really Lamborghini bull? You didn't see it wrong?" Song Yi is very fond of studying cars, especially supercars. The Lamborghini Grand Bull, on the other hand, belongs to the top nobility among supercars. It's no wonder, then, that he's so excited. Ma Zhong said. Someone else posted a picture on the posting. "Quick, bring it to me." Song Yi couldn't wait. Zheng Jinbao followed suit and brought his head over. "It's really a big Lamborghini bull. Oh my god," Song Yi exclaimed excitedly. "I don't know which one of the gods owns it. If I have this car, maybe I can find the twins too, right?" Zheng Jinbao said yearningly. There's a picture of the godly man underneath. Let's see if it's as handsome as me." In the next moment, Song Yi, Zheng Jinbao, and Ma Zhong's expressions all froze, because that picture of the godly man was clearly Lin Fan. Song Yi said, Lin Fan, this Lamborghini Big Bull." Lin Fan laughed. "It's mine." Jesus, still let people live? Winning the game is just that. There are twins who take the initiative to buy you drinks and ask for WeChat. Now, you even have a Lamborghini bull that men can only dream of. Lin Fan. "No, brother Fan, I kneel for you," Song Yi exclaimed. Zheng Jinbao called out, "Beauty, sports car, my fragile mind, has been seriously hurt. Brother Fan, right now, only a big meal can heal my traumatized mind." Lin Fan laughed. "I said I'd treat you guys to a big meal yesterday, and you insisted on going to a barbecue." Zheng Jinbao laughed awkwardly. Then don't we have to eat some barbecue to pat our stomachs first? Yesterday, Lin Fan did say that he would treat the three of them to a nice meal. But, Zheng Jinbao was worried about Lin Fan breaking the bank. That's why it sticks to barbecue stands. Lin Fan laughed. I happen to want to buy a car. Let's do it this way. First buy a car, and then, have a big meal together. Song Yi asked, don't you have a Lamborghini Big Bull? Why do you still need to buy a car? That car. Fee waste. Lin Fan said. I have to buy a bigger car. So what kind of car do you want to buy? Song Yi asked again. Lin Fan said. Big G it is. Kneel for brother Fan. Song Yi, Zheng Jinbao and Ma Zhong said in unison. The big Lamborghini Bull only has 2 seats, and the dorm room has a total of 4 people. Therefore, Lin Fan chose to take a taxi to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. This couldn't help but make Song Yi look like a small child who had passed by a toy store only to be forcibly pulled away by an adult. His face filled with reluctance. Because, he had originally wanted to take this opportunity to experience the Lamborghini Bull. It wasn't until Lin Fan said that he could give him the big Lamborghini Bull to drive in the future that Song Yi immediately smiled with a big smile on his face. When Lin Fan and the others walked into the brightly decorated, luxurious Mercedes-Benz 4S store, a salesman immediately greeted them. Mercedes-Benz, the leader of the BBA, has a price tag that is exorbitant for the average person. However, the salesman did not have the intention of slacking off just because Lin Fan and the others were student-like. He smiled. Mercedes, welcome. May I help you? Song Yi, Zheng Jinbao and Ma Zhong walked into the 4S store and then looked around. Song Yi, in particular, ran directly to the front in front of a cool-looking, atmospheric Mercedes-Benz and gently stroked it. The salesman introduced. This is the latest Mercedes-Benz E350 with 299 horsepower and a calm yet energetic appearance. Perfect for young people like you. Of course, if you don't require too much horsepower, I'd recommend you consider the E260, which looks exactly like the E350, and with 184 horsepower, the E260 is equally very good regardless of pickup and comfort. Its value for money is far better than the E350. The average salesman can't wait to get customers to buy overpriced items. However, this salesman took the initiative to analyze and think about his customers as if they were friends who had known each other for a long time. Song Yi rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment and said, sorry for introducing you for nothing. I was just taking a casual look. He's the one who came to buy a car. As he spoke, he pointed at Lin Fan. The salesman didn't have any exasperation and said, it's not a wasted introduction. Now that you know about our Mercedes-Benz, you might just come and buy it directly at some point. Then, with a smile, he said to Lin Fan, may I ask if you have a favorite vehicle? I can introduce it to you. Lin Fan said, Big G. We happen to have an existing car in our store. This way please, the salesman said. Soon, a few people arrived on the other side of the 4S store. At this moment, a big black G with a rough and tall appearance, like a pale beast, was parked in the center. Wow, so handsome. That's what a man should drive. Song Yi, Zheng Jinbao and Ma Zhong marveled in awe. They have seen pictures of Big G from magazines and computers, and they also think Big G is very handsome. But, after actually seeing it at this point, it was still stunning. The salesman said, this is a Mercedes-Benz G500, V8, 4.0, with a maximum power of 421 horsepower and a maximum torque of 610, coupled with a mature 9-at transmission. Who can imagine that this kind of big guy can be able to complete the 100 kilometers of acceleration in 5.9 seconds? In 5.9 seconds, the salesman was overwhelmed. Lin Fan said, does it have much space to ride? Very big. There are few rivals, not to mention in the same class, but in the higher class SUVs. Lin Fan nodded and said, alright, it's it then. After saying that, Lin Fan directly handed out his bank card. See here, the whole salesman couldn't help but freeze a little. What's going on? I don't think I've been introduced much, have I? Also, it doesn't seem to say the price, does it? That's going to buy it? No discussion of price? No discussion of complimentary items? Only after half a minute did the salesman react and said, I just forgot to tell you, this is the G500 Dark Knight Special Edition, which adds a sports appearance package, geometric multi-beam lights, and adaptive far and near lights to the G500, and the price is 230,000 yuan more expensive than the ordinary G500. We'll have the regular version back soon if you'd like to wait a few days. Lin Fan waved his hand and said, no need, just this car. Yes. The salesman responded repeatedly and added, this car, including insurance, purchase tax, and other expenses, totals 2.18 million. May I ask if you want to pay in installments or full payment? Full payment, Lin Fan said. When can I pick up the car? The salesman said. Tomorrow morning. You can just go with us to the DMV to get your license plate. License plate? Lin Fan thought for a moment. How about this? I'll give you 2.2 million. You help me get a license plate and send it to our school. How about that? It's already a lot of work to come and buy a car once. Lin Fan didn't want to run again. The salesman was slightly stunned, and then excitedly said, Fine, please give it to me. Keep in mind that the car only landed at just $2.18 million. Today, the other side is giving 2.2 million straight. That means you can get a $20,000 tip for just running an errand yourself. Happiness simply came out of nowhere. Drop. The bank card made a pleasant sound as it was flicked through the POS machine. When the voice rang out, Song Yi, Zheng Jinbao and Ma Zhong all came back to their senses. A car. A Mercedes-Benz Big G worth over $2 million. And that's a good buy? From the time you entered the store, to the time you paid, what was it? 3 minutes? I'm afraid I can't buy $100 worth of clothes for myself that fast, can I? The gazes that the three of them looked at Lin Fan were all filled with admiration. God Lim Fan Ho. Song Yi sighed even more deeply, his face full of desire to speak. Lin Fan was puzzled. Song Yi, what's wrong with you? I'm just saying, the whole getting a license plate thing, I can do that too, Song Yi said. That being said, he wasn't bullshitting. He's always loved cars. He used to work at a 4S store during summer vacations. It's not even hard for him to get a license plate or anything. Lin Fan laughed. This little thing, how can I let you do it? You, in the future, are material for great things. Little things? If you will take $20,000 for a single license plate application, call it a small thing. Song Yi said that he wanted to do such small things for the rest of his life. Then, Lin Fan was escorted by the salesman to the special car. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the Fluffy Fresh Pavilion. Panglai Fresh Pavilion is a famous seafood restaurant in the north of the river, and the shape of the whole restaurant is a huge octopus. The air in the store was filled with the salty scent of the sea. Mahjong pointed at the bread crabs not far away and said, What a big crab! It looks like it's just waiting for us to eat. Zheng Jinbao gulped. Okay, then let's have 4 bread crabs, and then 4 Australopithecines, 4 pounds of peppered shrimp, and 4 pounds of large oysters. As for the method, you guys see how delicious it is and do it, Lin Fan said. Although, Lin Fan and his roommates had only been together for 2 days. But, after all, meeting is fate. Moreover, Lin Fan also sensed that they were nice people. So, willing to treat them to something nice. Of course, this much was nothing to Lin Fan. The waiter, next to him, took note of each one. Then, Lin Fan and the others were arranged to sit down in a spacious box. The cooking of the Panglai Fresh Pavilion was very rapid, and in just 10 minutes, a seafood meal with all the colors and flavors was served. Zheng Jinbao, Song Yi and Mahjong looked at the food and couldn't stop gagging. Lin Fan laughed. Eat? The three of them hemmed and hawed and said, Then we're not polite. As he spoke, Zheng Jinbao directly stuffed a large oyster into his mouth and exclaimed, Delicious. Song Yi, on the other hand, picked up a palm-sized peppy shrimp and turned on his cell phone, saying, Hello everyone from WeTV. I'm going to perform a show for you now. 1 bite of a peppy shrimp. Please remember to click for me. After saying that, he quickly deshelled the palm-sized peppermint shrimp and then, directly stuffed it into his mouth. Ma Zhong, on the other hand, picked up a faceplate of breaded crab and went on a gnawing spree. Jiangbei University, Girls' Dormitory Room 502. The twin beauties lay on their beds, clutching their cell phones and looking at each other. Then, one after the other, they opened their phones and sent a message. Red, Mom, are you there? Blue, Mom, are you there? American Girl Yen, how many times have I told you guys to call me sister? Red, Blue, we have a favorite boy. American Girl Yen, what? Got a favorite boy? Did he kiss you guys? Did he sleep with you? You're not having sex already, are you? Red, Blue, if you keep talking like that, we're not going to tell you. American Maiden Yen, well, you guys tell me quickly, what kind of person is it that has attracted my 2 good sisters? It didn't even take the twin beauties to explain that she already knew that the 2 were definitely into the same person. Because, since childhood, their hobbies have all been exactly the same. Red, Blue, and we don't know what he is? American Girl Yen, what? Then how did you guys like him? Red, he's tall, handsome, and a hero. Blue, and he played basketball and saved us. American Girl Swallow, playing basketball? Very tall? Handsome? That's really attractive. By the way, has he confessed his love to you? Red, I don't know if he likes me yet. Blue, but we added him on WeChat. Mei Yao Yen, that would definitely be fine. By the way, push his WeChat to me. However, after a long time, no one answered at all, much less pushed her to WeChat. American Girl Yen, hey, where are you guys? Where's WeChat? The twin beauties didn't pay any attention to the beauty girl Yen at all as they first stared closely at Lin Fan's dialogue box. It was a long time before he tapped the dialogue box and quickly edited the message. Red, hello, are you asleep? Thanks for stopping the basketball and saving me. Blue, hello, are you asleep? Thanks for stopping the basketball and saving me. The two wrote out a long paragraph. But, as their slender fingers got closer to sending it, they couldn't press it. The look was as if there was an invisible wall between the fingers and the screen. Women's dormitory, room 606. Sitting by the window, the girl in a long white dress, as serene and pretty as a fairy, was looking seriously at her economics book. After a long time, she put down her book, then picked up her cell phone and casually flipped through it. At this moment, someone in the campus group was sending out a picture of the big Lamborghini bull, and the male god Lin Fan. See here, the white-skirted beauty's ancient, wave-free pretty face, moved slightly and said softly, Alf 666, Lin Fan? I never thought that I would meet so soon. After saying that, the willow-like corners of the white-skirted beauty's mouth rose slightly, and her pair of dark eyes gazed at the bright starry sky through the window. Lin Fan had no way of knowing about any of this. After spending a total of more than $20,000 at the Panglai Fresh Pavilion, he returned to his dorm room. Song Yi, Zheng Jinbao and Ma Zhong, all three of them, all holding their round bellies, lay on the bed grunting, not wanting to move at all. Truly, too much food. Lin Fan looked at their expressions of pain and enjoyment and burst into tears. Then, he pulled out his cell phone and looked at the gorgeous red envelopes on the screen, muttering in his heart, 222 red envelopes. Let's see what we can get. Ding. Congratulations. You get $3. Ding. Congratulations. You have been awarded $1,000. Ding. Congratulations. You have been awarded the medical water illustration card. Ding. Congratulations. You have been awarded $30,000. Ding. Congratulations. You have gained the pianist playing technique. With 222 red envelopes, Lin Fan received a total of $550,000. In this regard, Lin Fan didn't care too much about it. He dropped his gaze directly on the medical water illustration card, and the pianist playing technique. Pianists playing technique, playing beautiful music can invariably increase charisma. Medical water icon card. Collect centennial ginseng and centennial spirit branches, thus gaining permission to purchase medical water. Medical water, an artifact potion capable of repairing all wounds in the human body. Lin Fan's eyes instantly lit up when he saw this. It's definitely a great feeling to let your hands fly wildly over the black and white keys. The medical water icon card, moreover, allows one to be able to purchase medical water that repairs all wounds in the human body. You know, Lin Tao's surgery was successful though. His body, however, was still greatly traumatized. If he possessed the medical water, he would be able to completely repair Lin Tao's body. Got to get it. Name, Lin Fan. Level, LV4. LV4 reward, $10 for every one breath, $10 for every 1 second of sleep, $10 for every one step. Rewards arrive at 2400 hours every day. Upgrade spending amount, 2,970, 000/10, 000, gifting to others, gambling, etc. are not counted. In addition, all items obtained from the system are forbidden to be traded. Skills, professional level car driving skills, charming aura, 5% chance of triggering love at first sight, engraved in the bone, violent aesthetics, drinking gentleman, absolute concentration, 5% chance of triggering aura, professorial math experience, realistic eyes, professional level basketball skills, and pianists playing skills. Funding, 11.5 million. Lin Fan looked at the system list, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, a ray of warm sunrise, through the window, gently sprinkled into the 104 dormitory. Jingle bells. Almost at the same time, 3 different bells rang in the dormitory. Then, Ma Zhong, Song Yi, and Zhang Jinbao, who had been sound asleep, sat up from the bed together and quickly dressed. Lin Fan couldn't help but wonder, what's wrong with you guys? Yesterday, they were still grumbling for a long time before they got up without reluctance. Today, it's like a different person. Ms. Sweet's class. It's Ms. Sweet's class, Zheng Jinbao called out. Lin Fan was still puzzled in his mind, but he still followed to dress and wash up. Walking on the way to the classroom, Lin Fan looked at the trio's anxious pace and asked, "This sweet teacher's class, is it important?" "Important. Too important. A day without seeing Ms. Sweetness. I feel sick all over," Zheng Jinbao said. Song Yi said, "Brother Fan, hurry up and go. Otherwise, There shouldn't be any seats left later. No seat? University classrooms are very spacious. Lin Fan had been attending classes for the past 2 days, and the classroom had always had a lot of empty seats. Today, there will be no seats? Lin Fan finally arrived at the classroom with a full of doubts. It was also not until this moment that he realized why Song Yi and the others had said that. It was now 10 minutes before class started, but the classroom was already dark and full of people. Zheng Jinbao pointed to the last row and said excitedly, "There are still 4 seats there. Let's go. Let's hurry over there. Don't get occupied." When Lin Fan and the others sat down, all the seats were already all full, and those who entered the classroom again, upon seeing the seating situation, had to leave with a helpless sigh. Lin Fan asked, "Why are there so many people in this teacher's class?" "You'll find out later," Song Yi said excitedly. Jingle bells. At that moment, the class bell rang. In a flash, the originally chaotic classroom was instantly as quiet as a pin drop. Tap tap tap. A crisp footstep. From far away. Soon, an extremely beautiful woman walked to the podium. She had a handful of hair like a waterfall, a pretty face with a willow leaf eyebrow carefully carved by God, phoenix eyes, a small agaric nose, and a soulful cherry mouth. A white dress that outlined her perfect figure, Oyo. Plus, she herself exudes a special flavor that simply makes people take a look and simply can't move their heads. Lin Fan couldn't help but observe with his eyes of truth. Face value, 98. Favorability, 60. 98 face value. Nearly a perfect score. The fish and geese, the moon and flowers, perhaps that's what she's talking about. It was no wonder that the class was so anxious to come to her class. Favorability, 60? Arrived at the passing mark of 60. She seems to have a good feeling about herself? Could it be that this is a teacher who considers every student a friend? At that moment, Sweet, who was standing on the podium, said, "Today, we'll continue with advanced algebra." Her voice was as sweet and magnetic as her name, and one simply didn't want to miss even a single word. A few moments later, Sweet who wrote a question on the board, "Find all the primes p, q, and are such that p to the power of q plus p to the power of r are perfect squares. Everyone can try to answer it." Hootsuite said. All the students immediately picked up their pens and kept writing on their sketchpads. They thought of using the shortest possible time to answer the puzzle and thus get Hu Tianan's attention. Soon, however, the crowd of students were scratching their heads, because they simply do not know how to answer. Zheng Jinbao said anxiously, "Ma Zhong, haven't you answered it yet? It's already been so long." Ma Zhong said, "Take it easy. Don't ever let anyone beat you to it. If Ma Zhong can't answer it, then let's hope that everyone won't." Song Yi silently prayed. With a pair of bright, watery eyes, Sweet scanned the classroom, seemingly looking for someone who could answer the questions. Unfortunately, no one raised their hand to answer the question at all. So, Sweet said, "Lin Fan, can you come up and answer the question?" Lin Fan slowly stood up. At that moment, the gazes of all the students landed on Lin Fan in unison. That's envy. That's jealousy. Lin Fan didn't understand why this Sweet suddenly named himself. "I don't think I raised my hand either." Lin Fan first looked at the topic on the blackboard and thought about it slightly before walking to the podium and picking up the chalk to write quickly. If Q equals R, then P caret Q plus P caret R equals 2P caret Q. So, P equals 2 and Q is prime. Therefore, 2, Q is a ternary prime array satisfying the condition. Synthesis, 2, 2, 5, 2, 5, 2, 3, 2, 3, 3, 3, 2, 2, Q equals 3. Soon, the board wrote a large number of equations and eventually came up with the answer. Sweet nodded. "The answer is very correct. And it's a bit simpler than the calculation I was thinking of," Lin Fan said. "But it's still not the easiest way to solve the problem." Oh, Sweet was immediately interested. Then, Lin Fan wrote out the nearly simplified half of the solution steps under the expectant gaze of Hu Tianyi. When Sweet saw it, her beautiful eyes lit up slightly and she exclaimed, "I can't imagine that prime numbers can be calculated this way." After a little contemplation, Sweet added, "If we use this method, perhaps." Sweet couldn't help but write on the blackboard, quickly, Q equals P1M1 plus B1 equals P2M2 plus B2, PKMK plus BK. Q equals 41 equals 2M plus 1 equals 3M plus 2 equals 5M plus 1. It didn't take long for Sweet Hu to stop the chalk in her hand, and then, with a gaze seeking help, he looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan said, "The twin prime conjecture?" Since getting his professorial math experience, he was looking through a lot of math-related materials, and of course he knew about the world-class puzzle, the twin prime conjecture. Sweet Hu nodded. Yes. Lin Fan picked up the chalk underneath Sweet and wrote quickly, "But Even with Lin Fan's professorial math experience and absolute focus, he simply couldn't answer the twin prime conjecture without triggering a 5% aura. Half a dozen times, Lin Fan also stopped. Sweet who said, "What do you think of the above calculation if you replace it with p caret q plus xb equals 3m plus 2? Lin Fan thought about it and shook his head. No, instead, change it to 5p5m plus p caret q. The two of you discuss and write the steps to solve the problem. Soon the whole blackboard, filled with dense arithmetic. Lin Fan looked at the blackboard that had nowhere to write on, put down the chalk in his hand, and said, "The twin prime conjecture is a vast project that needs to be carefully studied and explored before it can be done. Today, that's all for now." Sweet nodded in approval and said, "Can we exchange contact information? It's convenient for us to discuss at any time." Lin Fan said, "Of course." Then, the two pulled out their cell phones and added each other's WeChat and cell phone numbers. Jingle bells. It was at this time that the bell rang for the end of class. Sweet slowly left the classroom. The gazes of all the students, on the other hand, always stopped at the podium and focused on Lin Fan. Their eyes were a little red. One lesson. One whole lesson. Tianyi has been standing with Lin Fan discussing the problem. Finally, more added each other's WeChat and cell phone numbers. That's Tuan's WeChat and cell phone number. Envy. Jealousy. If eyes could kill. At this time, Lin Fan was afraid that he would have already pierced through his heart with 10,000 arrows and died by 1,000 cuts. Lin Fan rubbed his nose and returned to his seat. Ms. Sweet. Sweet actually took the initiative to add Brother Fan's WeChat. "Geez," Song Yi shouted up to the sky. "I know I don't have the chance to add Ms. Sweet's WeChat, but, please Fan, let me see Ms. Sweet's circle of friends. This life's wish. I hope it will be fulfilled." After Zhang Jinbao finished speaking, he directly hugged Lin Fan's thigh. Lin Fan looked at the two's quirky appearance and cried and laughed a little. "Brother Fan, can you teach me how it's calculated here?" Mahjong couldn't help but blush a little on his face after saying this. Yesterday, he himself had told him that he could always ask himself any questions he didn't understand. As a result, in a turn of events, he himself had to ask Lin Fan instead. To this, Lin Fan didn't care too much about it. He easily answered Mahjong's questions and then dismissed Zheng Jinbao and Song Yi. By now, the ears were finally clear again. At that moment, a faint scent wafted over. Then, a beautiful silhouette appeared next to it. She had sweet features, skin like gelatin, and a handful of dark hair that naturally hung over her slender, fragrant shoulders. The whole person is soft, quiet and light. "Lin Fan, we meet again. My name is Song Jiasen." As Song Jiasen spoke, she took the initiative to extend her slender hand. "See you again?" Lin Fan quietly used his eye of truth and observed Song Jiasen. Face value, 95. Favorability, 60. Another great beauty. Also, with a favorability of 60, this Song Jiasen seemed to have a good impression of herself, but one doesn't know her at all. Although he was puzzled in his mind, but Lin Fan still followed and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, have we met somewhere before? A few days ago, you drove a Lamborghini Big Bull on the highway, but you easily surpassed my Ferrari," Song Jiasen said. When Lin Fan heard this, he remembered and said indistinctly, "So it's you." That day, after Lin Fan learns that his father, Lin Tao, is seriously ill, he is bent on returning to Qing City in the shortest possible time, so the journey was always at top speed. On the road, a speeding Ferrari was indeed seen, but, at that time, Lin Fan didn't pay attention to the driver of the Ferrari. Song Jiasen said, "You finally remembered. I've rarely seen a peer with such good skills. Is it convenient to add a WeChat?" "Of course," Lin Fan said. Drop. With a soft click, the two successfully added their friends. Song Jiasen said, "Okay, then we'll talk again sometime." After saying that, Song Jiasen turned around and slowly left. Next to them, Song Yi, Zheng Jinbao and Mahjong, whose mouths had long been opened into an O shape, slowly closed their mouths. "Brother Fan, can you show me Song Jiasen's circle of friends again?" Zheng Jinbao froze. Song Yi looked up to the sky and exclaimed, "Oh my god." First, the twin beauties took the initiative to add Fan's WeChat. Then, it was Miss Sweetie who took the initiative to add Fan's WeChat. And now, even the iceberg beauty, Song Jiasen, has added Fan's WeChat. "Brother Fan, you are my own brother. If you are born as a mortal, why are you born as a E?" Mahjong froze. "Brother Van, you're amazing." In response to the exclamations of several people, Lin Fan just laughed it off. Room 502 of the women's dormitory. The twin beauties, with a pair of dark, beautiful eyes, stared at Lin Fan's WeChat dialog box without blinking. It was a long time before they clicked on the dialog box, and continue to enter text under the message you edited yesterday. Read, "Hello, are you asleep? Thank you for stopping the basketball and saving me. The moon is so full today. Did you see it? I don't think you played basketball today. Will you go tomorrow? Blue, hello? Are you asleep? Thank you for stopping the basketball and saving me. The moon is so full today. Did you see it? I don't think you played basketball today. Will you go tomorrow? Then, the two of them extended their delicate fingers and tried to click send. But, about to touch the screen, and then coincidentally stopped, never able to press down. For the next 2 days, Lin Fan lived a very relaxed and cozy life. The daily 12 noon bonus is all cash, plus cash from walking, sleeping, and breathing. Today, Lin Fan's capital has reached $15 million. On this day, Lin Fan had just finished his class and was walking back to his dorm room. Ding dong, the cell phone in his pocket shook slightly. Lin Fan casually glanced at his cell phone, and it turned out to be a WeChat message from Song Jiasun. Song Jiasun, there's a race tonight. Are you interested in coming along for the ride? Lin Fan thought that there was nothing to do at night anyway. Then came the thought of the hearty feeling of racing a car. So, replied to the message. Lin Fan, good. At 9 p.m., the night was as dark as ink, with only a small, boat-like curved moon, hanging alone in the sky. Song Jiasun sat in the passenger side of the Lamborghini Big Bull and said suspiciously, "You don't seem to have made any modifications to this car?" Lin Fan nodded. "Yes. Then how did you run so fast the other day?" Song Jiasun said. "Maybe, it has 700 horsepower?" Lin Fan said. Song Jiasun directly choked. Of course one knows that the Lamborghini Grand Bull has 700 horsepower, but, without modifications such as rear wing, wheels, engine tuning, etc., it's just that fast, right? At this time, at the foot of the Don Lai Plate Mountain Highway, a dozen cool-looking sports cars were gathered. Nearly 20 young, beautiful, handsome men and women, all gathered together. They're all famous rich kids in Zhongbei. Boom! Finally, Lin Fan's Lamborghini Big Bull followed and stopped behind. Some people greeted Song Jiasun when they saw her. "It's Sister Jiasun. Sister Jiasun, you changed your car?" Song Jiasun shook her head. "No, this is my friend Lin Fan's car." "Lin Fan?" Only then did the crowd begin to size up Lin Fan. The man in the anime shirt said, "Sister Jiasun, he's not your boyfriend, is he?" Song Jiasun said, "Same class." Boom! Boom! At that moment, a roar like that of a wild beast rang out in the distance. Then a big black Lamborghini Bull and a baby blue McLaren P1 drove past almost side by side. Eventually, it came to a steady stop in front of the crowd. It's Lu Yuhang and Sun Lugua's car. They've both been fighting for years, haven't they? I can't imagine the fireworks are still so heavy. After all, their families, Lu's medicine and Sun's medicine, have been fighting for decades. It's already considered a world feud. The crowd was whispering and talking. Lin Fan's expression moved slightly when he heard this. These days, Lin Fan had tried everything he could think of, but he was never able to buy the 100-year ginseng and the 100-year spirit branches, and Lu's medicine and Sun's medicine, all famous pharmaceutical companies in Jiang province. Through them, there is, perhaps, some hope. Soon, two young men, of medium build, stepped out of the Lamborghini Big Bull and the McLaren P1 one after the other. The two of their gazes locked in the air, vaguely flickering with electric sparks, provocative to each other. Half a dozen times, Sun Lugua, who was wearing a white shirt, said, "Sister Jiasun, I can't believe you're here too." Song Jiasun said, "It's rare to be so lively, so of course I can't miss it." "What bureau is it today?" "That guy, Sun Lugua, insisted on giving me a P1, although, the shape is a bit ugly, but, I can reluctantly accept it." Lu Yuhang, who was wearing a plaid shirt, said quietly. Sun Lugua grunted sullenly. "Big talk," and then, he added, "Sister Jiasun, I'll race Lu Yuhang to run a lap along the Don Lai Plate Mountain Highway. The stakes are my McLaren P1, and his Lamborghini Big Bull." Lu Yuhang immediately called out, "All the brothers and sisters present can also participate in this competition. If you win, the McLaren P1 and Lamborghini Bull are all yours." Sun Lugo frowned slightly when she heard it, but she didn't say anything, and after hearing Lu Yuhang's words, the scene immediately resounded with a burst of cheers. Even though all of the people in the room have assets of at least over $100 million. But, the McLaren P1 and the Lamborghini Big Bull are not something they can just buy off the shelf. You know, the McLaren P1 is a $14 million supercar. Lu Yuhang's Lamborghini Bull, but also spent a lot of money modified. Its price is afraid that is not under $14 million. That means that once you win the race, you immediately get a sports car worth at least $28 million. How? Does that not excite them? Lu Yuhang was in a good mood when he saw how happy the crowd was. Following that, she asked, "Sister Jiasun, It seems like you didn't drive the Ferrari SF90 over today? I came over on my friend Dino. Song Jiasun sidled up and said, Lin Fan, are you going to participate in the competition? Lin Fan said, since you're here, let's run and play. Song Jiasun laughed and asked, mind if I'm your navigator? Begging for it. Lin Fan said. Lu Yuhang couldn't help but secretly measure up Lin Fan. Being able to get close to Song Jiasun, his identity was by no means simple. Brother Lin, so you like Dino too? We are kindred spirits nah. However, it seems to me that this big bull of yours is an original plate? Lu Yuhang asked with a smile. Yes, in fact, I've only been driving for a few days, Lin Fan said. Lu Yuhang nodded his head and said, so that's how it is, Brother Lin. I have some experience in modifying the big bull. If you want to modify it in the future, you can contact me at any time, and I will make sure you are satisfied. Lin Fan said, I'll definitely contact you if I need to modify it. Lu Yuhang sighed again. It's a pity that Brother Lin didn't meet me before. Otherwise, we might have been able to have a good fight today. Obviously, he meant that Lin Fan's car wasn't modified. Its performance couldn't keep up with his own big bull, and there was no way to outrun him. Lin Fan said, you can compete just as well today, Brother Lin. Very confident. That's what I like about you. Good. Ha ha ha. Lu Yuhang laughed. On the surface it looks like Lu Yuhang is rough and rugged, but the mind is very delicate, and in a few casual words, it draws people closer and establishes a connection. I have to say, none of these rich kids are easy. Then, Lu Yuhang called out, it's almost time, brothers and sisters who are going to participate in the competition. Everyone get ready. Those who wanted to participate in the race spoke and got into the sports car. In the end, a total of 8 cars competed. Those remaining, though, would like to win the McLaren P1 and the Lamborghini Bull. But, they know very well that no matter the skill of the car, or the performance of their vehicle, they simply cannot win. In that case, there's no point in attending. Save face. Song Jiasun, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, asked, have you ever run the Donlai Plate Mountain Highway before? Lin Fan shook his head. No. Song Jiasun couldn't help but tighten the handrail and said, later, you can run appropriately slower. This road is relatively narrow. Moreover, there are many sharp curves. Safety is most important. Obviously, Song Jiasun didn't hold any hope that Lin Fan would be able to win. Although, she had already seen Lin Fan's excellent driving skills. But, unfamiliar roads, coupled with average performing vehicles, these inherent deficiencies are simply not something driving skills can overcome. Lin Fan nodded and said, okay. At that moment, the referee, who was standing in front of the crowd of cars, violently waved down the red flag in his hand. Boom! A deafening rumble resounded throughout the foot of the mountain. Then, the 8 supercars, like fierce beasts, ran wildly towards the front in unison. In these 8 cars, Lin Fan's Lamborghini Big Bull, the performance could only be considered average, but, relying on his professional level driving skills, he passed 3 cars straight after the start and easily placed 4th. Song Jiasun nodded secretly as she watched Lin Fan's skillful gear-shifting movements and said, 1 kilometer ahead, there is an S-shaped continuous curve. Lin Fan answered, okay. As the words fell, his pair of dark eyes stared firmly ahead, focused and calm, and he never slowed down with his foot on the gas. Instead, he's been speeding up and speeding up. 200 miles per hour, 210 miles per hour. Song Jiasun saw that she was getting closer and closer to the curve. Her whole heart was beating madly, and she couldn't help but say once again, Lin Fan, there is an S-shaped curve in front of us. It was no wonder Song Jiasun was so nervous. Mind you, it's a disc road. Hitting a railing at 200 plus mph is a straight-up car wreck. Absolutely nothing left to chance. Finally, the big Lamborghini Bull came to the front of the curve, and Lin Fan still didn't slow down. Song Jiasun's entire pretty face went directly pale. Her forehead and palms instantly covered in fragrant sweat. Just when Song Jiasun thought she was going to hit the railing, Lin Fan finally moved. Hiss! Lin Fan jerked the steering wheel, and the whole car, like a nimble fish, drifted in a beautiful way and passed through the S-shaped curve. Foothills. The crowd of rich kids stared at the display and let out a gasp. Crap! That drift! It's just awesome! I just thought I was going to crash. Big brother, this is definitely Big Brother. After passing the S-curve, a straight stretch of road lies ahead. Song Jiasun took a long breath and said, Lin Fan, safety is most important. Okay, Lin Fan answered. Then he pressed harder on the gas. The car spiked again. 240 miles per hour, 250 miles per hour. Whoosh! Song Jiasun could only hear a whistling sound in her ears, and the scenery outside the window fell back rapidly. After Song Jiasun froze slightly, She hurriedly looked at the map and said, Lin Fan, 1 kilometer ahead. There's a sharp 90-degree turn. Okay, Lin Fan answered. Then, he increased the speed of his car again, 260 miles per hour. Boom! Safety is paramount, so keep accelerating even when there's a sharp 90-degree turn ahead. For the first time Song Jiasen was born with fear and remorse because of the car ride. Finally, Lin Fan's Lamborghini Big Bull arrived before the curve. It was also at this time that Lin Fan moved. He jerked the wheel again, and with a nice flip, managed to make it through the sharp 90-degree turn. But, the speed of the Lamborghini Bull, however, did not slow down much at all, thus easily overtaking the Porsche 918, which had just come out of the corner in third place. At this moment, Song Jiasen's jade hand that was holding the armrest handle had become a little slippery from sweat. She couldn't help but remind again, Lin Fan, still have to pay attention to a little bit of safety. This is a mountain highway. Okay, Lin Fan said, so he slammed on the gas and let the speed spike again. See here, Song Jiasen opened her mouth, but she didn't speak again. She feared that if she continued to talk, she would instead be in more danger. Foothills. The rich kid stared at the screen and yelled again. Crap! This drift. It's perfect. This big guy isn't a professional racer, is he? That's awesome. If only I had half this skill. At this time, the McLaren P1 driven by Sun Luguo and Lu Yuhang's modified Lamborghini Big Bull were almost neck and neck. Sun Luguo glanced at Lu Yuhang with her afterimage and coldly said, I'll get rid of you at the next corner. I'll let you eat farts later. Lu Yuhang grunted. Boom! At that moment, both of them simultaneously heard a beastly hissing sound from behind them. They know the vehicles and techniques of the people in the circle, and it is reasonable to say that no one should be able to catch up with them when they have already lost a large part of the way. Sun Luguo and Lu Yuhang looked at the rearview mirror with doubts in their minds. In the next moment, both of them all froze. The big Lamborghini Bull. It's him, Lin Fan. Lu Yuhang, in particular, had the most shocking colors in his heart, because he's a Lamborghini connoisseur. It's very clear how much of a performance gap there really is between an unmodified Bull and your own. Even so, it's still catching up? How on earth did Lin Fan do it? Though, the mind is surprised and puzzled. However, the speed at which Lu Yuhang and Sun Luguo raced their cars did not slow down for a second. Even, it was vaguely a point faster. Originally, it was just the two of them competing, but now, there was an additional competitor. This invariably puts pressure on them. Song Jiasen, who was sitting in the passenger side of the Lamborghini Big Bull, saw the two cars in front of her, and a touch of joy surfaced in her heart. Initially, Song Jiasen didn't think about winning the contest. Today, she was seeing a glimmer of hope. Soon enough, Song Jiasen realized that she had been too happy too soon. Boom! The big Lamborghini Bull let out a wild roar. 260 yards. 265 yards. The speed soared again. Song Jiasen hurriedly said, Lin Fan, there's a sharp V-shaped curve 1 kilometer ahead. Boom! The big Lamborghini Bull hissed again. 270 yards. The speed continues to increase. Did he not make himself clear enough? At 1 kilometer is a sharp V-shaped bend. Also ahead are the McLaren P1 and the Lamborghini Grand Bull facelift. Shouldn't we slow down at this point? Why is he still speeding up? Sun Luguo, driving a McLaren P1, and Lu Yuhang, a Lamborghini Big Bull conversion, know the route of the Donglai Plateau very well, and know that a V-turn is just ahead. The two had long planned to slow down. However, their faces all changed slightly when they saw the approaching Lamborghini Bull in the rearview mirror. If he immediately slowed down, he would definitely be directly overtaken by Lin Fan. So neither slowed down at first. They waited until they were extremely close to the V-turn before the two men eased off the brakes, because, as they knew well, if they didn't slow down, it would probably be dangerous. Racing is certainly important, but, more importantly, their lives. Lin Fan, on the other hand, was all different. He always traveled at a high rate of speed, with no hint of slowing down at all. It looked as if it was rushing toward the cliff. Song Jiasen was completely flustered as she anxiously said, Lin Fan, slow down your speed. Boom! 275 yards. 280 yards. The Lamborghini Big Bull speeds up again. Lin Fan didn't seem to have heard Song Jiasen's words as if he hadn't. His pair of dark eyes always staring tightly ahead. Didn't hear? In fact, Lin Fan really didn't hear it. Ding! Trigger absolute focus. Aura. Lin Fan's whole body and mind had been completely absorbed in driving. Absolutely focused. Absolutely calm. Everything in the outside world no longer had anything to do with him. At this moment, Lin Fan only had one belief in his mind, faster. 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 Finally, his big Lamborghini Bull came up to the V-turn. the McLaren Flat P1 and the Lamborghini Big Bull facelift, on the other hand, entered the corner side by side with a 1-length lead. The road is very narrow as it comes from the east to the panhandle. In this situation, it was simply impossible for Lin Fan to overtake at the V-turn. At this moment, in Song Jiasun's opinion, there were two choices in front of Lin Fan. 1. Slam on the brakes and drift 720 degrees in place in an effort to stop. 2. Hit the McLaren P1 and Lamborghini Bull in front of you, causing an incalculable amount of carnage. Lin Fan didn't step on the brakes, and apparently, he made the second choice. Song Jiasun's entire pretty face was pale, cold sweat rolled over her, and her entire heart was already jumping to her throat. At this point, she was gripping the handlebars with all her strength and was no longer able to say anything more. Is that guy crazy? Sun Lugua exclaimed in horror, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Crap! Lu Yuhang exclaimed in fear, his entire body panicked to the extreme. Hiss! Finally, Lin Fan's Lamborghini Big Bull, a beautiful big dumping tail quickly into the corner. The left side is almost plastered to the Lamborghini Big Bull conversion running in the center. Lu Yuhang, who was sitting inside the Lamborghini Big Bull Modified, could even see Lin Fan and Song Jiasun very clearly. Song Jiasun, on the other hand, was able to see the railing, which was less than 1 centimeter away from her, and the tires, which were already halfway suspended in the rearview mirror. Song Jiasun's entire body had completely stiffened. The next second, perhaps, the next second, himself and Lin Fan, even, it is also likely to add Lu Yuhang, Sun Lugua, all will be killed on the spot. Boom! See only, Lin Fan accelerated again, and his Lamborghini de Bull, like the king of the beasts, was the first to leap out of his head. Then, with a trumpet call, it passed the V-turn and made a wild dash toward the front, following behind the Lamborghini Grand Bull facelift and the McLaren P1. Trying to catch up again has completely lost its chance. Foothills. Crap, crap, crap. Can someone tell me what just happened? I fucking thought I was about to crash into it. I was scared to death. A pro racer. No, that's skill. A pro racer could never do that either. The crowd of rich kids were watching with jaws agape, screaming and jumping with excitement. Truly, the video is so exciting and incredible. After overtaking all the cars and becoming the first place, Lin Fan still didn't slow down his car. He was driving a big Lamborghini Bull that drifted wildly through the darkness of the night. Eventually, with a ride, he arrived in front of the rich young men who were standing at the foot of the mountain, lining up to welcome him. LOL. Lin Fan opened the car door and slowly walked out. The rich kids quickly gathered around. Brother Fan, your technique is really awesome. Those drifts just straight up made me look stupid. Van, are you a professional racer? Did you also win a few championships? The god of cars? Fan, you're the legendary god of cars, aren't you? Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a little amused as he watched the rich daughter's excitement. I'm not a professional racer. I'm a student now, in the same class as Song Jiasun. Then, Lin Fan looked at Song Jiasun, whose pretty face was a bit white next to him, and asked, Are you alright? Song Jiasun shook her head and said, It's fine. When Lin Fan continued to keep accelerating in the face of sharp turns, Song Jiasun was indeed terrified. Even the clothes were already all soaked with sweat. But, at the same time, she felt incredibly stimulated. Adrenal glands soaring. Now, after Lin Fan managed to overcome those curves and take first place with extreme speed, Song Jiasun felt inexplicably excited and thrilled again. At this moment, Song Jiasun's heartbeat once again sped up a few beats as the appearance of Lin Fan's focused driving continued to swirl in her mind. Boom! Boom! After a rumbling sound, vehicles such as Lamborghini Big Bull Modified, McLaren P1, Porsche 918 and so on, arrived at the foot of the mountain. Lu Yuhang was the first to walk up to Lin Fan, gave a thumbs up, and heartily exclaimed, Bullish, Brother Lin, this driving skill of yours is awesome. Earlier, you were so modest when you said you could fight me today. Where is this a contest? Simply, it's abusing me. I'm not going to lie. I thought I was dead when I watched you rush by so quickly when we were going through the V-turn. Crap, I was about to piss myself. Lu Yuhang said here, and couldn't help but shiver. The look was as if he hadn't recovered from the shock. Sun Lugo said seriously, You are the best car driver I've ever seen. You guys are overpraised. Lin Fan laughed. Lu Yuhang said, What kind of overkill is this? This is the truth. As he spoke, he pulled out the keys to the Lamborghini Big Bull's car and said, I'm relieved to leave this car to you. Sun Lugo followed suit and pulled out the keys to the McLaren P1. Obviously, this is their way of honoring the bet. Lin Fan waved his hand and said, I don't want a car. Brother Lin, you're not making any sense, are you? We've already agreed before the match. If you don't take the car now, won't this make others think that we can't afford to lose? Lu Yuhang deliberately said with a stern face. Sun Luguo said. Willing to gamble. Lin Fan said. Don't get me wrong. The main reason is that I'm studying at school now, and it's a problem to have so many cars to put them in. That being said, he was definitely not bullshitting. Generally, each student is limited to parking a maximum of one vehicle into the school. 2 days ago, when the Forest store sent the Mercedes Big G over, Lin Fan had dialed the phone number of Hu Chuan, the dean of the School of Mathematics, before he managed to park it inside the school. If, however, there were 2 more cars, it would be a bit of a problem for Lin Fan. After a pause, Lin Fan added, if you guys must fulfill the bet, you might as well keep an eye on the 100-year ginseng and 100-year Ganoderma for me. If you know the whereabouts, let me know, then I'd sure appreciate it. As for the car, it really has no use to me. As Lin Fan said this, his tone became incomparably serious. When the two saw Lin Fan say this, they didn't insist anymore. Lu Yuhang hesitated for a moment and said, this is fine, Brother Lin. Don't worry, I'll have our Lu's medicine. Make every effort to help you look for the 100-year ginseng and 100-year Ganoderma. We, Sun's medicine, will also help you find the 100-year ginseng and 100-year Ganoderma as soon as possible, Sun Luguo said. The 2 men were secretly relieved when they said this. If Lin Fan directly accepted his supercar, they naturally wouldn't say anything. But, it still hurts a little. After all, that's a $14 million supercar. Nowadays, just helping to find medicinal herbs, this is a trivial matter for them. Lin Fan happily said. In that case, thank you both. 100 years of ginseng and 100 years of Ganoderma lucidum, which would allow him to gain access to purchase medical water, were the things he desperately wanted. The people present couldn't help but sigh in their hearts after watching Lin Fan's incomparably calm rejection of the 2 sports cars. That's a $28 million supercar. The eyes gave a refusal without blinking. At once, they felt that Lin Fan was even more mysterious. As for whether Lin Fan was not afraid of offending Lu Yuhang and Sun Luguo to not accept the sports car, this was not even in their consideration. A man who was so close to Song Jiasun would be afraid of offending someone? Are you kidding me? Then, Lin Fan chatted with Lu Yuhang and Sun Luguo for a while and exchanged contact information. With the crowd cheering him on, Lin Fan drove Song Jiasun and headed towards Jiangbei University. At this time, there was no need to rush or race. Lin Fan drove the Lamborghini Big Bull and drove very smoothly. The look was not at all like driving a supercar, but a small sedan, quiet and peaceful. A gentleman is as warm as jade. That's how it is. Song Jiasun couldn't help but laugh. It's really hard to imagine that you'd be that crazy person who raced a car on the Donglai Plate Mountain Highway and was completely reckless. Lin Fan rubbed his nose and said, a crazy person who doesn't want to live? I still value my life. You're a stickler for life? You're going 280 yards through a V-turn and calling it a lifesaver? I'm afraid you don't have any misconceptions about being very life-thirsty, do you? Until this moment, Song Jiasun's heartbeat would still speed up a few points whenever she recalled that scene. Lin Fan asked, by the way, why would someone like you major in math? Then what do you think someone like me should major in? Song Jiasun asked rhetorically with a smile. Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, management? Finance? Song Jiasun said, maybe, it's me who finds math more interesting? That I'm better at math? Actually, learning anything is the same. After all, school is just learning a little bit of fur from books. After graduation, if you open 2 random companies, you'll know everything. Graduate and start 2 random companies? Look at that. Is that human? However, Lin Fan understood that Song Jiasun wasn't bragging or talking big. To Song Jiasun, opening 2 companies was just a small thing. At this time, Song Jiasun seemed to be thinking of the issue that Lin Fan and Hu Tian had discussed on the podium 2 days ago. So, adding, of course, compared to you, my math is not even close. Jiangbei University, Women's Dormitory, Room 502. The twin beauties opened Lin Fan's WeChat dialog box. At this point, a long unsent text had been written in the dialog box between the two. Their small, nimble hands continued to bounce around at the bottom of the text. Read, hello, are you asleep? Thank you for stopping the basketball and saving me. The moon is so full today. Do you see it? Today, you don't seem to be playing basketball. Will you go tomorrow? There are so many stars in the sky today. It should be a nice day again tomorrow. Will you go play basketball? Blue, hello, are you asleep? Thank you for stopping the basketball and saving me. The moon is so full today. Do you see it? Today, you don't seem to be playing basketball. Will you go tomorrow? There are so many stars in the sky today. Tomorrow is supposed to be nice again. Will you go play basketball? P.S. Ask for a 5-star review. The following day, the sky was clear and the breeze was gusty. 104 Dormitory. Mahjong. As usual, was the first to come to his senses. Then, call Lin Fan, Zheng Jinbao and Song Yi to get up. In the morning, it was a math major with an old professor who had a relatively archaic and uninteresting way of lecturing. Lin Fan was like listening to a lullaby, lying on the table, directly sleeping. Not to mention, Lin Fan felt that sleeping on the table in class was more comfortable than a dorm room, or even a presidential suite, very sweet and solid. Perhaps that's one of the benefits of choosing to go to school in the first place? At noon, while eating in the cafeteria, Lin Fan's cell phone shook slightly. 12 o'clock. The red bag appears. Ding. Congratulations. You get $5. Ding. Congratulations. You have been awarded $3,000. Ding. Congratulations. You have earned expert calligraphy. Ding. Congratulations. You have been awarded $10,000. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained the skill level up card. For today's red packet, Lin Fan received a total of more than $50,000. He didn't care anything about that. Lin Fan's direct attention fell on the expert level calligraphy, and the skill level up card. Expert calligraphy, having the ability to write well adds a lot of charm. In the past, Lin Fan hadn't done a lot of work in order to write a good handwriting, but the results are not satisfactory. Now, being able to easily have expert calligraphy, he was naturally overjoyed. Skill level up card. You can level up one skill. It is fascinating to master more profound skills. Leveling up a skill? Lin Fan's eyes moved slightly. Skills, professional level car driving skills. Charming aura, 5% chance of triggering love at first sight. Carved in bone. Violent aesthetics. Drinking gentleman. Absolute concentration, 5% chance of triggering flash of light. Professorial math experience. Realistic eyes. Professional level basketball skills. Professional level piano playing, and expert level calligraphy. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, but didn't bother to upgrade anything in the first place, because all these skills are very good. If they could all be leveled up, then Lin Fan would naturally be incredibly happy. But, having to choose only one from among them, one has to think about it. At this time, Song Yi, who was next to him, said, "Brother Fan, I'm meeting some more friends to play basketball at noon. How about going to play together?" Lin Fan had gotten enough sleep in the morning, and it was nice to play basketball for exercise. So, nodding, he said, "Okay." Song Yi's face showed a touch of joy when he heard it. After lunch, Lin Fan and Song Yi went to the basketball court. By now, the big black man and three strange men in jerseys were already waiting there. When the big black man saw Lin Fan, he busily ran up, revealing a mouthful of big white teeth, and said happily, "Brother Fan, you've come to play basketball too." As the words fell, the big black man was about to give Lin Fan a bear hug, but, after Lin Fan saw the sweat stains on his body, he directly flashed to the side, nodded alertly, and said, "Play basketball, exercise." The big black man didn't get angry because Lin Fan dodged away. He was still full of smiles and said, "Exercise is good. Life is all about exercise." Then, pointing to three men in jerseys, he said, "They're on the school basketball team." Then, the big black man called out, "Me, Brother Fan, and Song Yi are more familiar with each other, so we won't randomly split up into teams. Let's just have the three of us in one team straight away." The three men in jerseys froze slightly. One of them, the tall one in the number 4 jersey, queried, "Are you sure? You know, the three of you are members of the varsity basketball team, even, at one point, played in a college basketball league." In addition, the three of them had played basketball with Song Yi and the big black guy before, and knew that their skills were very average. "That's it, and you're asking for your own three-man team? Isn't that just asking for abuse?" the big black man said. "Of course I'm sure. Alright, let's get started. Song Yi and Lin Fan have another class in the afternoon." The three looked at each other and nodded slowly. Since the other party was looking for abuse, it would be better to fulfill him. However, they soon realized they were wrong. When the street basketball game started, Big Black and Song Yi got the ball and passed it directly to Lin Fan whenever they had the chance. And Lin Fan also lived up to the expectations of the two people. With the ball, fakes, jump shots, three-step layups, are all proficient. In order to restrain Lin Fan, they didn't hesitate to use two people for defense. However, it still didn't work. Lin Fan always finds the gaps and manages to shoot and score. Basketball is, indeed, a physically demanding sport. It didn't take long before Lin Fan and the others were all drenched in sweat. A few people gasped for air and were about to rest for a moment. At that moment, two silhouettes, full of smiles, appeared under the basket. It was the twin beauties in the long red dress, and the long blue dress. They each held a bottle of pulsation and looked at Lin Fan with immense anticipation. Lin Fan froze for a moment and asked, For me? The twin beauties nodded back and forth. Lin Fan wasn't polite and opened a bottle of pulse and took a big gulp. After a moment's hesitation, he opened another bottle of pulse and took another big swig. Sure enough, on the faces of the twin beauties, all of them were overflowing with smiles that were hard to hide, and the two small rice-like tiger teeth were hidden and adorable. Then, Lin Fan couldn't help but secretly use his eyes of truth to quietly observe the two. Blue dress for girls. Face value, 95. Favorability, 99. Red dress for girls. Face value, 95. Favorability, 99. Lin Fan had never taken the initiative to send messages to the twin beauties since he added their WeChat. The twin beauties, on the other hand, had never sent a message to Lin Fan. Lin Fan thought that the good sense should slowly decrease, but he couldn't have imagined that it would still be 99. What the hell is going on here? When Lin Fan returned to the basketball court, the big black man came over and laughed. What did I say? These days these twins have been staying at the basketball court with a pulsation. So, they're waiting for Brother Van. Worthy of being Brother Fan? Awesome. Big Black quietly gave a thumbs up after he finished speaking. Lin Fan froze once again when he heard that. Twin beauties that have been staying at the basketball court with pulses waiting for them for the past few days? Don't they have their own WeChat? If you want to see yourself, why don't you just send yourself a message? At that moment, Song Yi, who was standing in the distance, said, Lin Fan, catch the ball. The street ball game, once again. Lin Fan is the absolute mainstay of Song Yi's team, constantly running, dribbling, and making layups. If it was an average person, even if they possessed basketball skills similar to Lin Fan's, they should have been exhausted long ago. However, Lin Fan acted as if he hadn't consumed anything, always as usual. Even as time passed, Lin Fan became more and more focused, and his ball skills followed suit. On the basketball team's side, it's a whole different story. They were constantly expending their strength as time passed in order to defend against Lin Fan. One increase, one decrease, and the end is predictable. In the end, nearly 2 hours of street basketball saw the basketball team get a measly 8 balls. Lin Fan's team, on the other hand, got 33 wickets. Abuse, blood abuse. For the first time, the 3 men of the basketball team felt, for the first time ever, what it means to be desperate. Compared to the despair of the 3 people from the basketball team, Song Yi and the big black man were all smiles. In the past, Song Yi and the big black man had also played basketball with the basketball team, but, at every turn, they were abused by the basketball team. Now, they finally experienced the thrill of abuse. This made Song Yi and the big black man have the feeling of turning over the farmers to sing. Song Yi said, "It's almost time, let's go. Go back to the dormitory and take a shower with the fragrant shower gel. In the afternoon, our class still has a lesson from Ms. Sweet." Speaking of teacher sweetness, Song Yi immediately had a suppressed smile on his face. At this time, the taller one, who was wearing the number 5 jersey and had long been exhausted, busied himself by saying, "Lin Fan, your basketball skills are really too good. I wonder if you're interested in joining our basketball team." Lin Fan shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, I don't have much interest." For Lin Fan, it's okay to play basketball once in a while, it's kind of relaxing, but, joining some basketball team, that would be too much of a hassle. Number 5 explained, "Lin Fan, when you join our basketball team, you can earn 2 credits. Also, this year's college basketball league is about to start." In the past, there were seniors who were spotted by CBA coaches in the league and soon became $1,000,000-a-year professional players. With your skills, Lin Fan, you'll definitely be able to shine in the league, and maybe you'll be spotted by CBA coaches too. Lin Fan, think about it again. After number 5 finished speaking, he looked at Lin Fan with an incomparably expectant gaze. However, Lin Fan still shook his head and said, "Sorry, I still don't want to join the basketball team. Can I get 2 credits? What use is that to Lin Fan? People, in general, go to college to get a diploma. But, Lin Fan came to the university just to experience life, diploma or whatever. He doesn't care. As for, being looked at by CBA coaches as a $1,000,000-a-year player, that's even less attractive. After all, Lin Fan could get at least 700,000 yuan even if he did nothing every day. And in the future, there will only be more." Song Yi wasn't surprised that Lin Fan refused to join the basketball team, because, in Song Yi's heart, Lin Fan was a super godly man. What super godly man do you see that will fight to the death to play basketball? Isn't that idle? Lin Fan glanced at the twin beauties who had been standing next to him, and following that, he said to Song Yi, "You go back to your dormitory first." Song Yi said in a second, "Okay." Then, pulling number 5 and the others who were still ready to persuade Lin Fan again, he said, "What are you still standing here for? Think the sun isn't bright enough to add a few more light bulbs? With those words, he directly pulled a few people out of the basketball court. Soon, only Lin Fan and the twin beauties were left in the basketball court. Lin Fan walked forward and smiled. Thank you for the pulses. By the way, we've met twice and it seems like we haven't introduced ourselves. My name is Lin Fan. What about you guys? After saying that, he offered to extend both hands. Then, Lin Fan realized that he had just finished playing basketball and his hands were a little dirty with lots of sweat stains and dust. So, again, he was ready to retract his hand. The twin beauties also seemed to notice that Lin Fan wanted to retract his hands, and hurriedly stretched out their delicate hands, not caring at all about Lin Fan's dirty hands, and shook them. The twin beauties' pretty faces blushed with shame, and lowered their heads as if they had done something bad. A touch as silky as milk swept over Lin Fan's heart. Then, the girl in the long red dress tapped her cell phone, and the screen displayed Xiaobing in large italicized letters, and the girl in the long blue dress tapped her cell phone, and the screen displayed Xiaoshui in large italicized letters. Lin Fan asked, "You can't talk?" The twin beauties nodded and then lowered their little heads. Lin Fan added, "Xiaobing? Xiaoshui? Very nice name." The twin beauties immediately floated a pair of cute dimples on their pretty faces when they heard the words. Obviously, very happy. Lin Fan asked, "Do you guys often wait for me at the basketball court these days?" The twin beauties nodded gently. Lin Fan added, "But didn't we add WeChat? You guys could have messaged me if you wanted to find me." He finally managed to voice the doubt in his mind. The twin beauties shyly lowered their little heads, but didn't reply at all. Seeing this, Lin Fan didn't bother to force himself. He was silent for a moment before saying, "Actually, I have a girlfriend." Then, Lin Fan carefully observed the changes in the expressions of the twin beauties. However, he realized that the two had surprisingly not changed at all. The mind wonders, could it be that it was not heard? So, Lin Fan continued, "My girlfriend's name is Qin Yuxuan, and she's currently studying in Mordor, studying economics." After saying this, Lin Fan surprisingly realized that the expressions of the twin beauties still hadn't changed a bit. Their beautiful eyes are always as clear as water. Their pretty faces are always pretty like flowers, and a pair of dimples are always hidden. Lin Fan was busy quietly observing the twin beauties with his eyes of truth. Blue dress for girls. Face value, 95. Favorability, 99. Red dress for girls. Face value, 95. Favorability, 99. They are not less favorable to themselves. What's going on with this? They already know they have girlfriends. Lin Fan cleared his throat. You don't seem to care? The twin beauties nodded together. They even nodded their heads. What is this all about? Lin Fan was completely a bit puzzled and lightly coughed. I have a class later, so I'll go back and take a shower first. You guys should go home early too. It's too hot in here. After a pause, he continued, "By the way, I won't be coming to play basketball for the next few days, so you guys don't have to keep waiting at the basketball court." Lin Fan thought for a moment and added, "If I want to play basketball when I want to, then I'll send you guys a message." When the twin beauties heard this, their two pairs of beautiful eyes instantly lit up and nodded their heads repeatedly. After the twin beauties separated from Lin Fan, they took out their cell phones and sent messages to the beauty queen Yen. "Xiaobing, Xiaoshui, we saw him again today." As if she had been staring at her phone, the beautiful girl Yen replied to the message in just 2 seconds. "American girl Yen, did he do anything to you guys?" "Xiaobing, xiaxue, he shook our hands." "American girl Yen, what? How dare he hold your hands? Simply a beast." "Xiaobing, Xiaoshui, it's a handshake." "American girl Yen, quickly tweet him to me. I'm going to give him a good scolding." However, after a long time, American girl Yen still hadn't received any news. Beauty Xiao Yen, hey, where are you guys? American girl Yen, don't you guys know you have to respect the elderly? Yen, where is everyone? Do you guys want to piss me off before you're happy? When Lin Fan returned to the 104 dormitory, Song Yi, Zheng Jinbao and Mai Zhong were preparing to go out. Song Yi said, "Brother Fan, we'll go and take the seats first, so hurry up and come over." "Okay," Lin Fan answered. All of a sudden, the entire 104 dormitory room became empty. Originally, Lin Fan was prepared to just take a random cool shower, but, after playing basketball and being covered in sweat and dirt, you simply can't just wash it. It took a while before Lin Fan slowly walked out of the bathroom. He glanced at the clock and realized that class had been in session for a few minutes. The mouth muttered, "It is also too late to go now. Forget it, just rest in the dormitory." After saying that, Lin Fan directly laid down on the bed and leisurely played with his cell phone. After an hour or so, Song Yi, Zheng Jinbao, and Ma Zhong walked in with gusto. Zheng Jinbao called out, "Brother Fan, you really lost out by not going to Ms. Sweetie's class today." You don't know how pretty Miss Sweet is today. Moreover, she even came down from the podium to come by our seats. Exactly. I was about to faint from happiness, Song Yi said excitedly. This is the first time I have been so close to Mr. Sweet. Ma Zhong agreed. Ding. At this time, Lin Fan's cell phone shook slightly. He glanced at the WeChat message, which turned out to be language from Hu Tianyi. So, clicked play, and Hu Sweet's pleasant voice immediately sounded inside. Lin Fan, it seems like you didn't come to class today? Was there something that delayed it? In the past few days, I've been working on the twin prime conjecture a bit more, and I've had some enlightenment and some problems. Could you come by my office if you have time? Quiet. The whole dormitory was silent. Ma Zhong, Song Yi and Zhang Jinbao all froze. What did they hear? Miss Sugar took the initiative to invite Lin Fan to the office. Lin Fan is going to be in a room alone with Miss Sui? Then, they suddenly thought of the scene when Mrs. Sugar suddenly went to the edge of her seat during class and seemed to be looking for something. At this point, they finally understood what Mr. Sweet was looking for. She was actually looking for Lin Fan. Brother Fan, I kneel for you. Ma Zhong, Song Yi, and Zhang Jinbao howled in unison. Office. Hu Sweet desk has a lot of information, books, but all placed incomparably neatly. At this time, Hu Sweet is sitting in front of the desk, serious thinking, careful calculation. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a light knock sounded outside. Sweet Hu said, come in. Upon seeing that it was Lin Fan, a light smile appeared on Hu Tianyi's pretty face. There you are, have a seat. Then, Hu Sweet stood up and added, what would you like to drink? I have green tea, black tea, and coffee here. Today's Hu Tian, wearing a set of beige dress, will be exquisite curves, showing the best rhyme. Lin Fan said, green tea it is. Okay, Hu Sweet answered. Soon, a cup of fragrant green tea was served in front of Lin Fan. Hu Sweet took out a stack of draft paper with dense arithmetic written on it and said, your last calculation got you here p caret q plus 2m equals 3q2 p caret n. In the last few days, I then did the math. After saying that, Hu Tian'an handed out another stack of draft paper, which was similarly filled with arithmetic equations. Lin Fan, can you see if there's anything wrong with my calculations? By the way, what position did you derive? Hu Tian asked. Derived to what position? One doesn't even bother with the twin prime conjecture these days. Okay? Lin Fan was a little embarrassed in his heart and didn't answer the first time, but silently flipped through the draft paper in front of him. However, a world problem such as the twin prime conjecture was extremely difficult for Lin Fan to check and further deduce on the spot, even if he possessed professorial level math experience. Then, Lin Fan suddenly thought of the skill level up card. Does it enhance professorial math experience? Yes, Lin Fan said silently in his heart. Ding! Elevation successful. Congratulations, you have gained academician level math experience. At once, when Lin Fan once again looked over the draft paper in front of him, it immediately seemed much simpler. Soon, he picked up a pen and paper and wrote quickly. 2m plus 4n to the power of 5 minus 8q is equal to 7y to the power of 2q minus 3z to the power of 8. You have a problem with the calculation here, Lin Fan said. Hu Sweet couldn't help but look over. In the next moment, her beautiful eyes shifted slightly. As a matter of fact, she had seen Lin Fan's handwriting when she had answered Zhou's conjecture on the signature board at the Hilton Hotel. Not long ago, Lin Fan had even answered questions on the classroom blackboard and discussed the twin prime conjecture with Hu Tian in public. At that time, Lin Fan's handwriting had always been very ordinary, and even a little hard to read. What is it now? Whether it was numbers, letters, characters or Chinese characters, Lin Fan wrote them all with a mixed heavenly style, just like a calligraphy master. Although, Sweet Hu is a math teacher, but she loves calligraphy just as much. In her opinion, good calligraphy can give endless enjoyment. At this time, Lin Fan saw that Hu Tian was silent and thought that there was something she didn't understand. So, reminding, you'll see the error if you backtrack the answers that follow. Only then did Hu Tian'an come back to her senses and followed Lin Fan's words, picking up a pen and paper and calculating backwards. Sure enough, the resulting equation was different from the original and was miscalculated. Lin Fan said, we can actually bring in the top math. As Lin Fan spoke, the title was written quickly on the draft paper. Ta-da! There was a sharp and rhythmic pounding throughout the office. Sitting next to her, Hu Tianyan, looking at Lin Fan's focused expression and the lines of beautiful and subtle arithmetic formulas he wrote, was a little mesmerized for a moment. Soon, a whole sheet of draft paper was exhausted, and Lin Fan stopped the ballpoint pen in his hand. He turned his head and asked, Miss Sugar, what do you think? It was then that Hu Sweet returned to her senses, and she nodded slightly as she scrutinized the calculation process. Lin Fan said, Good. Then let's continue to derive down the line. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, it was only after a full dozen pieces of draft paper, all filled with incredibly complex arithmetic formulas, that Lin Fan stopped. He said helplessly, for the time being, I can only calculate up to here. Even though Lin Fan now possessed academician-level math experience, but, without triggering the flash of light, he would not be able to answer the twin prime number conjecture at all. After all, this is a world-class puzzle that has remained unanswered for over 100 years. Hu Tianan, who was sitting next to him, looked at the dozens of pages of arithmetic formulas and was completely dumbfounded. If in class, Lin Fan was still only able to derive roughly 1/10 of the twin prime conjecture, well, it's now straightforward to derive 1/2. How many days has it been? It's amazing that he's been able to do just that. Was it something held back in class? Or did it come from his research and calculations over the past few days? Genius. No matter which reason, Lin Fan was a genius. An absolute genius. Lin Fan, you are truly a genius, Hu Tianyan exclaimed from the bottom of her heart. Lin Fan laughed. Teacher, you flatter me. Hu Tianyi looked out the window at the sky that had completely darkened and said, it's not early. I'll treat you to a meal. Earlier? Just focusing on deriving the arithmetic. I didn't feel hungry yet. Now that dinner was mentioned, Lin Fan was really a bit hungry. Then I'll be polite, Lin Fan said. Who Sweets is a mini with a small, cute exterior and an incredibly sophisticated interior. When you get into the mini, a light, fresh scent surrounds your nose. It didn't take long for Hu Tian and Lin Fan to arrive at a quiet, elegant Western restaurant. The restaurant is located on the 26th floor of the China Merchant Building. Sitting inside the restaurant, you can see through the floor-to-ceiling windows the neon glittering night view of Jiangbei, and the bright stars and bright moon in the night sky. Hu Tianyan pushed the menu in front of Lin Fan, signaling that he didn't have to be polite and could order the food he loved. Lin Fan said, it's my first time coming to this restaurant and I don't know what's good to eat. Would Miss Sweetie like to recommend something? Sweet Hu thought for a moment and said, the filet mignon here. If you pan-fry it until it's 3 minutes rare and drizzle it with sauce, it's flavorful on the outside and strong on the inside. It tastes good. Iron plate tenderloin and beef with potatoes. Not quite the same as other places, but try it. Also, the Black Rose is their house wine, which is considered a specialty of the restaurant, so you can try it. Lin Fan nodded and said, okay, then I'll listen to Ms. Sweet. Then, Hu Tianan ordered a few dishes as well and went straight to order. In about 10 minutes or so, an exquisite meal was served on the table. Lin Fan was indeed a bit hungry, and he didn't be polite as he cut off a large piece of steak and put it directly into his mouth. Then, tasting the potato beef again, he nodded slightly. After filling his stomach a bit, Lin Fan then shook the tall glass and slowly poured the Black Rose wine into his mouth. His movements were gentle, graceful, and mesmerizing. A gentleman is as warm as jade, drinking gentleman with charm, Lin Fan commented. On a light sniff, a mellow grape aroma permeates the wine, and after a fine taste, this grape aroma is more like a direct burst in the body. The table is a good wine. Sitting on the opposite side of the table, Hu Tianan was a little dumbfounded as she watched Lin Fan's drinking movements and listened to his review of the Black Rose. In the past, there have been some people who drank with Hu Sweet, but they act crappy. They obviously don't know anything about wine, and they have to purposely act like they do, with a bunch of nonsense. This kind of person, Hu Sweet, is disgusted. Lin Fan, on the other hand, was a completely different story, drinking with an incredibly elegant movement, and commenting even more appropriately. To Hu Tuan, he did not look like a student at all, but rather a well-trained aristocrat and prince who was introducing himself to the fine wine made by his own hands. It's a movement and aura that reaches down to the marrow of the bones. At this moment, Lin Fan put down the high-heeled glass in his hand and looked up at Hu Tianan. For eyes met, and Hu Sweet hastily tilted her head to the side. Soon, eyes fell on the empty piano in the middle of the restaurant. Slightly disappointed, he said, it seems that there is no good piano music today. Lin Fan also looked along and thought for a moment. That's not necessarily true. As the words fell, he took a brisk step and walked over to the piano and sat down. See only, Lin Fan slowly closed his eyes. After about 10 seconds, he suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, Lin Fan's slender hands were on the black and white keys, jumping rapidly. A long, melodious, clear and pleasant music slowly swept through the restaurant. Everyone couldn't help but stop talking, drinking, and eating, and quieted down to listen sideways. Hu Tianyi even blinked without blinking. Even, her breathing stopped a bit. She just stared blankly at Lin Fan in the middle of the restaurant. At this moment, in Hu Tianan's eyes, the entire restaurant, and even the entire world seemed to become dark. Lin Fan was the only one who seemed to be illuminated by a spotlight. dazzling and eye-catching. Ding! As the last note fell, the entire restaurant erupted in applause. Great playing. That's nice. Amidst the crowd's admiration, Lin Fan slowly returned to the table and sat down. How was the playing? Lin Fan asked. Almost by reflex. Hu Tian said. It sounds good. Lin Fan said. That's good. Then, Lin Fan regained his knife and fork and winded up eating the rest of the food. Sweet Hu asked. Want to order some more? Lin Fan wiped the grease stains on the corners of his mouth and shook his head. No need. Ordering more would be a waste. After saying that, he got up and was ready to leave. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit walked over and smiled. Hello, this gentleman. May I disturb you for a few minutes? Lin Fan was puzzled. What do you have to do? The middle-aged man said. It's like this. I'm Zhao Ting, the manager of Brilliant Pictures, and we're planning to shoot a youth idol drama. Your appearance, as well as the temperament you showed when you played the piano just now, are all very suitable for the role in our drama. I wonder if you're interested in trying out for our company? After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he handed out a business card. The manager of Brilliant Pictures? Doesn't this mean Star Scouts? If an ordinary person encountered such a situation, he or she would surely be ecstatic and hasten to agree, because that would represent the possibility of getting yourself on screen and becoming a household name. However, Lin Fan shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I'm not interested in making a TV series. Being a star on screen? Then there is no freedom at all after that. Lin Fan didn't want to be surrounded and secretly photographed everywhere he went. Zhao Ting obviously froze for a moment. He didn't even expect the other party to refuse, and busily said, then can you take my business card first? If you change your mind, you can contact me anytime. Although, it was impossible for Lin Fan to change his mind at all, but, as he looked at Zhao Ting's sincere appearance, he still accepted the business card. Walk out of the restaurant and sit in the mini. Sweet Hu said, you just had a chance to become a star. I thought you'd say yes right away. Forget it, I don't have much interest in being a star, Lin Fan said. Then, Hu Tianan added, I can't imagine that you even play the piano so well. It's the first time I've heard such a good moonlight. Speaking of which, it was as if the moonlight played by Lin Fan echoed in Hu Tian's mind again, lilting and euphonious. Sweet Hu exclaimed, I really don't know what else you can't do. No, that's more than I can handle, Lin Fan said. For example? Hootsuite asked. For example, Lin Fan thought for a moment. Not now. So what if you get it from the red envelope later? Hootsuite couldn't help but smile as she looked at Lin Fan's thoughtful appearance. After she sent Lin Fan back to Jiangbei University, she drove the mini and continued on her way, facing the traffic-laden road. When stopping at a red light, Hootsuite's mind once again recalled Lin Fan's serious answers to math puzzles, the excellent calligraphy he wrote with his hands, his temperament when he tasted fine wine, and the scene of playing beautiful piano music. Hootsuite murmured, Lin Fan, what kind of person are you? Jingle bells. At that moment, the cell phone rang with a pleasant ring. Hootani glanced at the caller alert and directly pressed the in-car answer button. Sugar, didn't you say you'd come to my place today? How come you haven't come over until now? On the phone, a crisp, sweet voice came from the phone. Hootsuite's face revealed a flash of realization as she said, I've just been delayed by something, so I'll come over now. Delayed by something? I don't think there are any meetings at your school lately. Are there? Forget it, just get over here. I can't wait. The voice on the phone became more and more delicate. After hanging up the phone, Hu Tianyin stepped on the gas pedal slightly harder and sped forward at a faster speed. At this time, Jiangbei University, 104 dormitory, Song Yi, Ma Zhong and Zhang Jinbao all focused their eyes on Lin Fan. Lin Fan was a bit uncomfortable and said, Why are you guys looking at me like that? Van, why are you so late? Van, you've been staying with Miss Sugar? Van, what did you do with Miss Sugar? Almost at the same time, all three spoke the question together. Lin Fan truthfully said, I first discussed the topic with Ms. Sweet in the office for about 2 hours. Then, she invited me to dinner. And finally, she sent me back. 2 hours alone in the office with Mrs. Sugar. Then, dinner with Mrs. Sugar. Finally, Ms. Sugar personally sent back to the dormitory. Brother Fan, please accept my knees. Song Yi, Ma Zhong, and Zhang Jinbao howled in unison. The following day, there were no classes in the morning. Of the 4 people in the 104 dormitory, Ma Zhong went to the library. Song Yi also went out early, and Zhang Jinbao kept huffing and puffing. Lin Fan woke up from his nap and flipped open his cell phone. At midnight, Merchants Bank deposited $710. 200. Name, Lin Fan. Level, LV4. LV4 reward, $10 for every 1 breath, $10 for every 1 second of sleep. $10 for every one step. Rewards arrive at 2400 hours every day. Upgrade spending amount, 3,000,000/10, 000,000, gifting to others. Gambling and other methods are not counted. In addition, all items obtained from the system are forbidden to be traded. Skills, professional level car driving skills. Charming aura, 5% chance of triggering love at first sight. Carved in bone. Violent aesthetics. Drinking gentleman. Absolute concentration, 5% chance of triggering flash of light. Academician level math experience. Realistic eyes. Professional level basketball skills. Professional level piano playing. Expert level calligraphy. Funds, 16.01 million. Lin Fan casually marked the text message as read, and then flipped through the news. Ding! When the sun was high in the sky, Lin Fan's phone shook slightly. A text message popped up. Sun Lughua, Lin Fan. Our family acquired a 100-year-old Lingji. Are you at Jiangbei University now? See here. Lin Fan's eyes lit up slightly. In his heart, he secretly marveled. It was worthy of being a famous medicine family in Jiang province. Lin Fan, I'm at Jiangbei University. Sun Lughua, okay. I'll be at the east gate of Jiangbei University in about 20 minutes. Lin Fan put down his cell phone and then quickly dressed and washed up. Then, straight towards the east gate. It didn't take long for a white BMW Z5 to pull up. Sun Lughua, who was wearing a plaid shirt, walked down and said, Lin Fan, it's been a long time. Lin Fan said, where? I've only just arrived. This is the 100-year racer that my family received. Sun Lughua handed out an exquisitely packaged wooden box. Lin Fan said, you really helped me a lot. By the way, how much is this Lingji? I'll transfer it to you right now. Sun Lughua waved her hand repeatedly and said, if I take this money from you, I won't be laughed to death by Sister Jessen and the others? After a pause, he reminded, by the way, unlike ginseng and other medicines, the older the ginseng, the better the potency. Ganoderma lucidum reaches a certain number of years. It will gradually lignify, and generally can only be used for ornamental purposes, and has little medicinal value. Don't look at Sun Lughua and Lu Yuhang racing in hostile, a dude's appearance. In fact, they grew up in a medical family and are very old-fashioned in their ways and have a deep knowledge of medicines. Lin Fan didn't force too much on giving money. He also understood that Sun Lughua was not short of money. Sun Lughua cares more about face. Sun Lughua's reminder, on the other hand, was entirely concerned about herself. So, Lin Fan pulled a reason and said, the 100-year Ganoderma and 100-year ginseng are helping an elder search for them. I don't care what the purpose is. Anyway, the elder needs them, so I can only help search for them. Still, thank you for the reminder about the pharmacology of the centennial Lingji. I will and tell the elders. Sun Lughua nodded and said, 100-year ginseng. I will also keep an eye out for you, and if I find it, I will let you know. Lin Fan said, in that case, it would be troublesome. It's just a small matter, not much of a trouble. Sun Lughua said. Lin Fan said seriously, but, this is important to me. Sun Lughua looked at his serious appearance and said, don't worry, it can definitely be found. It's just a matter of time. Then, the two of them chatted for a while longer before they each left. Walking in the forest path of the campus, Lin Fan couldn't help but open the wooden box and look at the Lingji placed inside with a texture like wood. Ding! Will you collect the 100-spirit Ganoderma? Yes. At that moment, the Lingji lying inside the wooden box even directly disappeared out of thin air. At the same time, a small Ganoderma pattern appeared on the medical water icon in his mind. Very magical. Lin Fan thought to himself, as long as he finds another 100 years of ginseng, he will have the permission to purchase medical water. By then, Dad's body should be completely recovered. Ding! By this time, it was exactly 12 o'clock. Lin Fan's cell phone shook slightly. The red bag appears. Ding! Congratulations! You have been awarded $10,000. Ding! Congratulations! You get $5. Ding! Congratulations! You've earned $2,000. Ding! Congratulations! You have been awarded 1 billion Shark Life coins. Ding! Congratulations! You get $3. This time, Lin Fan got a total of over $40,000 and 1 billion Shark Life coins. Shark Life coin, or Shark coin for short, is the virtual currency of Shark Live, the nation's largest live streaming platform. One can be exchanged for 100 Shark coins, 1 billion Shark coins, or $10 million worth. Lin Fan, so you're here? Sun Yaodong, the counselor with a big back head, walked over from a distance and called out. Lin Fan turned around and said suspiciously, Counselor, you're looking for me? Oh, it's like this. The National Mathematical Modeling Competition is about to start. You have outstanding abilities. How about signing up for it? The honor of our class, but we can only rely on you. Sun Yaodong directly put on Lin Fan's shoulder, a picture of a buddy's tone of discussion. Said, Lin Fan thought to himself, could it be? He knows that he answered Zhou's guess? It was right. After all, Sun Yaodong was his counselor. Although it's definitely a pain in the ass to enter contests and stuff, Lin Fan hates trouble. But, as a member of the class, one should contribute to the class instead. Thinking of this, Lin Fan nodded and said, okay, I'll sign up. Haha, great. Worthy of being my student. I'll report your name right here. After Sun Yaodong finished speaking, he hurriedly walked quickly towards the distance. That look was as if he was afraid that Lin Fan would regret it. Lin Fan looked at his back and shook his head slightly. When Lin Fan returned to his dorm room, Song Yi happened to come back with a stack of math materials. Lin Fan said, Song Yi, I can't imagine that you've started to love learning as well. Song Yi heatedly laughed, no way. In a while to hold a national mathematical modeling competition. We are capable of outstanding. We must sign up to participate in the class for glory. Ma Zhong, who was seriously reading a book, turned back and said, this should not be said by Sun Counseling, right? How do you know that? It seems that you also know from Counselor Sun that I have outstanding abilities, right? Song Yi said smugly, hey, I've tried to keep a low profile as much as possible, but to my surprise, I was still discovered. Ma Zhong said, today, Counselor Sun also said this to me. Zheng Jinbao, who was inhaling the instant noodles, said, when I just bought the instant noodles, Counselor Sun also said that I have outstanding abilities and asked me to participate in the National Mathematical Modeling Competition. Ma Zhong, Song Yi, and Zheng Jinbao immediately looked at each other. Lin Fan's mouth then twitched slightly. Together, Sun Yaodong was saying that when he saw a student from his own class, he said that he had outstanding abilities and told him to strive for glory for his class. And then, fooling students into signing up for a national modeling competition? Are all college counselor operations this SAO? The counselor's SAO twisted my back. In the 104 dormitory, a brief silence fell. Apparently, Song Yi, Ma Zhong, and Zhang Jinbao, too, realized that they had been fooled by the counselor. At that moment, a sweet voice came out from the computer in front of Zhang Jinbao. Good noon everyone and welcome to my live stream. Zhang Jinbao excitedly called out. Xiang has started live broadcasting. Shannon, I love you, Zhang Jinbao said as he quickly sent out a message in the live broadcast room. It is said that it took 1,000 glances back in a previous life to get a brush with the shoulder in this life. Today, I'm able to meet with all of you here at Shark Live, and I think it must also be that we were meant to be in a previous life. Thank you for fate. Thank you for meeting in this world. Here's a song for you. Meet, I hope you'll like it. At once, the live broadcast was filled with light music. Immediately afterward, a pleasant singing voice rippled through the 104 dormitory. Here, winter's away. I woke up in a certain year, in a certain month. I think, I wait, I look forward. The future, however, cannot be thus arranged. I met you by the most beautiful accident. One day, my mystery will be revealed. The music fades and the song ends. Zheng Jinbao exclaimed excitedly. Xiang is so beautiful and her singing is so good. Lin Fan, who was standing not far away, nodded along. As a matter of fact, many anchors are not pretty, or even fat and pockmarked, which is very ugly, but they are as beautiful as they are under the effect of beauty, thus making a big deal out of claiming themselves as face anchors. However, these beauty faces had nothing to hide under Lin Fan's eye of truth. Face value, 94. Favorability, 50. Face 94 is absolutely impeccable in terms of body and looks, with a good sense of 50. She didn't know Lin Fan at all, or hadn't even met him, which was obviously normal. In addition, this fragrance vocals are crisp, magnetic, and have a perfect shift between high and low notes. Also, when she sings, she doesn't follow the original song exactly, but adds some of her own adaptations, which is very rare. Zhang Jinbao said in a depressed manner. It's not easy for us to produce such a goddess anchor in Zheng City, but why isn't she on fire? If only there were a few big dirtbags to reward. Lin Fan's eyes moved slightly when he heard this. He sat on his own bed and took out his cell phone to access SharkLive. Then, Lin Fan clicked on the personal center. Welcome, laborer. Balance, 1,000,000,000 shark coins. Sure enough, the shark coins from the red packet have arrived. 1 billion shark coins, equivalent to $10 million. If, for example, Lin Fan opened a live broadcasting room by himself, then, just bounty it all to yourself and withdraw it as well. But, it has to be registered live, certified, and withdrawals have to be split with the platform. Minus fees, taxes, and so on. In the end, only an estimated $4 million or so came to hand. It's incredibly troublesome and you don't get much money. In this regard, Lin Fan did not have much interest. At this point, he finally knew what to do with the billion shark coins. See only. Lin Fan searched the live broadcast for the keyword, Xiang Xiang. Soon the delicate features came into view. At that moment, 3 rockets came out of the screen, in one flight. Soon, many pop-ups appeared on the screen. Mr. Kwon, it's sung beautifully, so let's reward 3 rockets first. Sunny, worship the dirt. A piece of chaos, 3 rockets at once. Bull. More pop-ups. Then, 666. It's important to realize that a Shark Live rocket costs 100,000 shark coins, which is equivalent to $1,000. 3 rockets at once. That's $3,000. It's an amount that might not count for much with some of the big anchors, but, for a small anchor like Xiang Xiang, it's definitely considered rare. Aroma said happily. Thank you Mr. Converse for the 3 rockets. Thank you, Mr. Kwon. Xiang Xiang is a good-looking person, and her songs are also very good, but these outside clothes don't look good. I think it's better to take them off. Mr. Kwon owns a small factory and can make several $100,000 a year. He loved watching live streams and was very enamored with the beautiful anchors in the videos, but, he also understood that there was no way he could hitch a ride on the big anchor with the little money he had. So, Mr. Kwang often targets some of the smaller anchors. As Mr. Kwang's message appeared, pop-ups, like rain, rolled quickly. Ryujo, yeah, take it off. Go with the flow. Mr. Kwang rewarded 3 rockets and directly became a list big guy. It's kind of the first request of the big guy on the list, so this has to be listened to. That's right. Otherwise, the big guy on the list is going to be pissed. Sitting in front of the computer, Zheng Jinbao gritted his teeth. I just thought that Xiang Xiang finally had the support of a tycoon. Surprisingly, it's a lewd, trivial man. After saying that, Zheng Jinbao's pair of obese fingers quickly jumped on the keyboard. Dajinbao, Xiang Xiang, don't listen to them spewing shit. Never take it off. In Zheng Jinbao's heart, Xiang Xiang is a goddess. He didn't want the goddess to be defiled. Mr. Kwang saw that Xiang Xiang didn't answer for a long time, so he sent another message. Mr. Kwang, it's not like I'm not wearing any clothes on the inside, so it's okay to take off the outside, right? Mr. Kwang, becoming the first on the list and not willing to grant any requests at all? After this, who would dare to reward? Anyone, don't say reward, just take it off. Take a look, yes, depowdering. Xiang Xiang in the live broadcast room, looking at the scrolling pop-ups, lightly biting her apricot lips, somewhat at a loss as to what to do. Aroma loves live streaming. It's easy, comfortable and shows off her talent. Plus, live streaming earns you a daily income. That's what made Aroma's live broadcast viable. And if there's a lot of demotivation, there's definitely going to be a significant drop in the income side of things. Will live streaming continue? When the time comes, what should we do? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At that moment, 4 rockets swung off the screen. Hitman, I think I'm on list 1 now? Hitman, then I can ask for Xiang Xiang too, right? Hitman, it's fine for Xiang Xiang to wear this kind of clothes. There's no need to take them off. After Lin Fan sent out this message, a stream of pop-ups followed in the live broadcast room. 4 rockets. That's $4,000. 1, 2, 3. Shannon has 2 dirtbags today. More like 666 or something like that. Aroma was busy saying, thank you for hitting the workers. Thank you. When Mr. Kwang saw this, a flash of anger flashed across his face. He rewarded himself with 3 rockets, but he rewarded him with 4. This is simply provoking himself in public. Damn it. However, Mr. Converse didn't fight back right away. He first clicked on the hitman's profile and realized it was just a rank 4 account. Immediately sneered. Playing laborer? It's probably a small employee of some small company. 4 rockets are afraid to use a month's salary, right? What a self-important thing to do. Then Mr. Kwang clicked on the gift 2 more times. Whoosh, whoosh. On the live feed, 2 more rockets shot up into the sky. At this point, Mr. Kwang's total number of rockets reached 5. He stomped back up to the top spot. With the appearance of these 2 rockets, the live stream became even more lively. Yellow and yellow, 2 more rockets. Mr. Converse Bull. Poor, he. Mr. Kwang is back to being a list 1. Xiang Xiang, you should hurry up and listen to Mr. Kwang and take off your outside clothes. I wonder if the beat workers will reward the rockets again. Otherwise, Xiang Xiang is better to listen to Mr. Kwang. That hitman is probably a hangman working in some factory. He rewarded 4 rockets. I'm afraid that he has already spent all his salary. Where can he still have money to reward? Little bug, Mr. Converse is awesome. Mr. Kwang enjoyed the crowd's praise of him very much and smiled smugly. Fighting me? A bit too young. Whoosh, whoosh. However, the next moment, on the live feed, 2 rockets shot up into the sky, hit the workers and rewarded them with 2 rockets again. Bone broth, the hitman has become list 1 again. Crazy, bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Are these 2 big men going at it? I'm a schoolboy. I wonder if Mr. Converse will still reward. 321, this definitely needs to be rewarded. Otherwise, where would Mr. Kwan's face go? Mr. Kwan's face sank slightly as he grunted sullenly. I'd like to see how much money you, a poor hangman, have. As the words left his mouth, he tapped the screen twice with force. 2 rockets that took off in a single flight on the air. At this point, the total number of rockets rewarded by Mr. Kwang reached 7. Crazy, hey, these 2 big guys are really bearing it down. There's a good thing going on. Yatoa 123, Mr. Kwang, a big boss at first listen. Or he's even more awesome. Crazy, I also think Mr. Converse is awesome. Whoosh, whoosh. The pop-ups hadn't appeared much before 2 new rockets appeared on the air. Beating the workers, once again, is rewarded. Mr. Kwang frowned. At this point, the hitman had rewarded a total of 8 rockets. If one were to pass him, one would have to reward 2 more rockets. So that's a total of 9 rockets bounty for yourself, totaling $9,000. Although Mr. Kwang can make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, still, spending $9,000 just to fight for a breath of air was a bit much for him. After hesitating for a long time, Mr. Kwang finally clenched his teeth and said, that hitman should have run out of money. Reward 2 more rockets at the end, and if he continues to reward, give up. When he finished, Mr. Kwang finally clicked the screen twice. When Lin Fan, who was sitting on the bed, saw this, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked. Hitman, forget it. I'm not playing with you. Message sent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 1, 2, 3, 10, 50, 100 frames. A full 100 rockets, like a torrential downpour, instantly fell all over the live broadcast room. Man in the wind, crap. Yellow in yellow, crap. Ming, crap. In the pop-ups, countless cripples appeared. Obviously, everyone was shocked to the core. Man in the wind, my mom asked me why I was on my knees looking at my phone. I'm a schoolboy, 999. Don't ask me why. Because 6 flipped. Prince, worship the godly man who hits the workers. It's no wonder, then, that they're so excited. Keep in mind that 1 rocket is worth $1,000. 100 rockets is a full $100,000. This kind of large reward can happen several times a day in the entire shark live. However, they don't realize that this is just the beginning. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dense rockets once again filled the screen. 10 shelves, 20 shelves, 50 shelves, 100 frames, another full 100 rockets. But, it's still not over. The rockets are still going up. The commotion in Xiang's live broadcast quickly caught the attention of many people. Originally, there were only a few hundred online viewers. As these rockets appeared, it slowly turned into thousands of viewers, tens of thousands of viewers, and, as time went on, the number of viewers kept growing. Big Willow, oh my god, what's going on here? 321, there was just a man named Mr. Kwang who was comparing rockets with the worker beater God Ho. How did he know that the worker beater God Ho was simply playing him? Directly pitched him a few rockets. Look at that, it's a real laugh. That Mr. Kwang is even comparing rockets with the hitman Godhawk. Crazy, by the way. What about that Mr. Kwang? Yellow in yellow, check to see if Mr. Kwang is still there. Originally, Mr. Kwang was still half open-mouthed, looking at Rocket with an incredibly dull gaze. But, after noticing these pop-ups, hastily exited the live stream. Facepalm. It's just too much of a facepalm. Mr. Kwang put down his phone, swallowed, and stammered. What the hell is this? The rain of rockets on the airwaves didn't stop with Mr. Kwang's departure. Gradually, not only the audience was attracted, even some big anchors couldn't help but drop their attention on Xiang's live room. Izumi, 600 rockets now. How much of a bounty is this going to be? Hello, son, surrounding the godhead. Tenanther, godly man. That's what it is. Congratulations on your fortune, playing workers. Working souls, working are all human beings. Playing worker, bull, big man, look. You guys, Foamy is here. Tiny, oh my god. It's really Foamy. My favorite thing to watch her live. Foamy didn't hide it when she saw that she had been seen, and sent out the message in a big way. Foamy, I'm also here to spectate the hit worker gods and goddesses. Look at this, the hitman, the hero, the bull. Woof woof woof, that's right. Foamy is great. Mr. Xiaoming, Foamy, I love you. When the 1000th rocket flew over the live feed, the rain of rockets finally stopped. Hitman, Siang, you're doing a great job, Liv. I'll come back to see you in the future if I'm free. Siang looked at the dense rockets in the live broadcast room, and the rising audience. The whole person had long been stunned. It was only at this point, when she saw the message about hitting the workers, that it came back to her. Busy said, "Good. Well, thanks to the typist God Ho. Thank you." Apparently, Aroma was also affected by the name-calling in the pop-ups. Foamy, a popular anchor in the top 10 of Shark Liv's rankings. Earlier, when Foamy heard that a godly man had rewarded her with several hundred rockets, her entire body was shocked and couldn't help but run to the other party's live room to take a look at the grand spectacle. Because, even Foamy has never been treated like this. At this time, Foamy had returned to his live room. Straight off the air, she gently swayed her lovely petite body to the gurgling music, then she slowly opened her cherry mouth. At that moment, a beautiful song like spring water tinkling resounded throughout the live broadcast. It was also at this time that a golden prompt appeared in the live broadcast room. Welcome Emperor Beater to the live broadcast room. Spending 100 million Shark dollars, or $1 million, on Shark Live every month will earn you the title of Emperor. This is also Shark Live, the highest level title. Lin Fan had just rewarded 1,000 rockets and just happened to have the Emperor title. With the appearance of this prompt, the foam live room immediately boiled over. Son of a dragon, crap, here comes the laborer goddess. Chase in the wind, worship the godly man who beat the workers. Master Chow, the hit worker Shinhao came to the foam live room. Great. Even Foamy, who was singing, had an extra touch of excitement in her voice. Foamy took advantage of the lull in the song to say excitedly, "Welcome to the hit worker shenanigans." Foamy's singing became more motivated after the hitman arrived on the air. The song ended, and Lin Fan nodded along. Face value, 95. Favorability, 60. Hitman, I love listening to those years. I wonder if Foamy can sing it for me? Foamy happily said, "Of course it's no problem." Soon the music started. Foamy followed suit and opened her mouth. It's back to the beginning. The memory of that green face. We have finally come to this day. It had to be said that Foamy was worthy of being Shark's popular anchor, easily singing all of the lilting, melodious tunes of those years. Listening to this song brings to mind those youthful faces and lively, serene figures. The music fades and the song ends. In an expectant and nervous tone, Foamy asked, "How did I sing, Hitman Godhawk?" The look was like that of a student who had just handed in a test paper and was incredibly apprehensive. "Hitman, good to hear." Whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, a dense rain of rockets sped across the screen. 10 shelves, 100 frames, 200 frames, 500 frames. A full 500 rockets spread throughout the broadcast. The live broadcast room was first filled with 666. Then, only then, did someone send out the text? Similar, worship the godly man who beat the workers. Wind bones for a moment, it's a knee. I'm on my knees. Okay? Little fatty, playing worker. Working soul, working are all people. Keiko, my goal, is to become a good beater. Foamy's pair of bright eyes, flickering, vaguely wobbling with tears, incomparably excited. Thank you for hitting the worker Shinhao. Playing worker God Ho. Is there any other song you'd like to hear? I'll keep singing to you. Lin Fan thought about it before sending the message. Hitman, I can. Flammable and explosive bomb. Do you know these two songs? Foamy was busy saying, "Yes, I'll sing it for you." The music played and the song came out. These two songs have different styles, but it is not difficult at all to foam. She all sang very beautifully, each with its own characteristics. Lin Fan nodded slowly as he listened. Then he tapped at the screen for a while. All of a sudden, Foamy's live room was once again raining rockets. 100 frames, 200 frames, 500 frames. Another full 500 rockets littered the foamcast. The live stream was filled with 666. Edge, the Hitman God Ho. Xiao AI singing is also very good. Kneeling to Hitman God Ho, go to see Xiao AI live. ID, that's right. Not only does AI sing well, she's also good looking. Lin Fan casually searched for the keyword Xiao AI after seeing these pop-ups. Soon, a pure, sweet face appeared. Face value, 93. Favorability, 60. At the same time, Xiao AI's live room also followed the prompt. Welcome to the Emperor's workers. To the live room. Go with the flow. The hit worker God Ho came to AI's live room. All the way to the west. 1 VIP. Welcome to hit the workers God's men. Heaven and earth. Crap. It's the Hitman God Ho. Xiao AI naturally knew about the Hitman, and her entire petite body shook with excitement as she happily said, "Welcome to the Hitman God Ho's visit to my live room. Hitman, thank you all. Thank you M. Hitman, can M sing a song about red high heels?" AI was busy saying, "Of course. Please wait a moment for the hitman god ho. Soon, a light-hearted song rang out on the air. What would be the most apt way to describe you? What's special to compare you to? Can you make me stop this chase? Just the last pair of the only red heels. The music stops. Hitman, it's a good song. The next moment. 10 shelves. 100 frames. 200 frames. 500 frames. The sky was filled with rockets that spread throughout the live broadcast. After Lin Fan gifted 500 rockets, he didn't bother with the countless adoring pop-ups and AI's heartfelt gratitude. He rejoined Shannon's livestream, and after gifting another 500 rockets, he simply exited Shark Live and took his headset. After all, Lin Fan had classes in the afternoon. Also, having been clicking on the complimentary rockets, Lin Fan's fingers were feeling a bit sore. Must take a break. Ha ha ha, did you guys see that? Did you see that? Fragrant Fragrance was rewarded with 1,500 rockets by the godly hero of the hit workers. Zhang Jinbao exclaimed excitedly. I told you, Xiang Xiang will be hot one day. Zhang Jinbao's hands danced happily, and the fat on his body, followed by bouncing up and down. The look was like 1,500 rockets, bountied to him. Holy cow, another 500 rockets were gifted. What kind of godly man is this? Song Yi exclaimed. Zhang Jinbao exclaimed. Fighting workers, working souls, working our people. After a pause, he added, aspiring, I will, in the future, be a good beater. 2. Ma Zhong, who had always loved to learn, had been paying attention to the conversation between the two. At this point, he finally put down his book and couldn't help but ask, what hit the workers? What rewarded 1,500 rockets? Song Yi said, just now, about 20 minutes ago, Shark Live appeared to have a divine hero hit worker. Not only did he reward Xiang Xiang with 1,500 rockets, he also rewarded Foamy and AI, with 1,500 rockets respectively. Add it all up, that's a total of 3,000 rockets rewarded. $1,000 for one rocket. 3,000 rockets, totaling $3 million. What? A reward of $3 million? Ma Zhong's eyes widened. Though, he had guessed that something immensely important had just happened with the live broadcast. But, also, I didn't expect things to be as big as they were. More than 20 minutes and a reward of 3 million? Poverty, which limits his imagination. Shark Live headquarters, the general manager said. 3,000 rocket bounties at once? Quickly check the source of the shark coins. Source normal, the technical manager said. Good. Ha ha, the general manager was incredibly excited. Quick, publicize it all over the internet. The internet has an extremely fast spreading speed, coupled with Shark Live's intentional publicity. Soon, the godly hero of hitting workers made it to the microblogging hot search list, attracting the worship of countless people. Lin Fan did not pay too much attention to any of these. At this moment, he was with Ma Zhong, Song Yi, and Zhang Jinbao, who had already arrived at the classroom. It was the old professor's class this afternoon, and all the students in the class were sniveling and drowsy. However, in the next moment, all of them violently straightened their backs as if they had been pumped with chicken blood, because, surprisingly, it wasn't the old professor who walked into the classroom, but Hu Tian. Today's Hu sweet, hair high coiled, coupled with a light red package, hip long dress, the whole person looks dignified and beautiful, like an aristocrat, princess, fascinating. Hu sweet said, Professor Wan had a temporary appointment today and asked me to help him with a class. So everyone talk to me about where Professor Wan got to? Or, talk to me about where there is something you don't understand. 20 pages. The fundamentals of number theory. Function. Almost the instant Hu Tian's words fell, the entire classroom immediately resounded with scrambling shouts. In the eyes of the crowd of students, this was an excellent moment to connect with Ms. Sugar. Sweet Hu nodded. Well then, I'll start by giving a brief talk on number theory. It's Friday, and in the past, all students were eager to finish class early and get out of school quickly so they could start the weekend off right. But today, all the students wanted the class to go slower and longer, because, then you can spend more time with Ms. Sugar. However, time will not change at all, depending on what they think. In the slightest, the week's lessons came to an end after a light bell rang. Hu Sweet put away her textbook and said, that's all for today's lesson. After a pause, he added, Lin Fan, come here for a moment. Lin Fan was puzzled in his mind. Could it be that, again, he wanted to discuss the twin prime conjecture? Thinking like this, Lin Fan slowly got up and followed Hu Tianan out of the classroom, and behind him were the murderous gazes of all his classmates. Lin Fan staggered a body position away from Hu Tian and followed closely behind, and with his eyes, he could see Hu Tian's body like a palace vase. In his heart, he exclaimed, no wonder everyone likes her so much. Just a mere back view has killed a large group of women. At that moment, Bhutani slowly turned around and asked, I heard you signed up for the National Mathematical Modeling Contest? Lin Fan couldn't help but recall the figure of Sun Yaodong running all the way after he agreed to enroll. Sigh, Sun counseling is pretty fast. Lin Fan nodded and said helplessly, yes. When Hu sweetly spoke, a light smile appeared on her face and said, originally, I was a little worried about our school's performance in mathematical modeling this year. Now it seems there's absolutely nothing to worry about. After a pause, he added, however, I am really surprised that you will participate in the mathematical modeling competition. When the time comes, will you feel like bullying a child? Bhutani was very clear about how far Lin Fan had studied math. Even, it has surpassed the vast majority of math professors. This was also the reason why Bhutani often approached Lin Fan to discuss problems. In Hu Tianan's opinion, Lin Fan going to the mathematical modeling competition was simply like asking a high school student to take an elementary school math test. What is this if not bullying children? Lin Fan shook his head and said, Teacher Sweet, you really think highly of me. I still don't even know what kind of event the mathematical modeling competition is until now. Though, Lin Fan has academician-level math experience. But, that's only in the areas of problem-solving thinking, formula use, calculations, etc., with far superior abilities. And about these races, he really didn't know much about them, and he didn't make a point of learning about them. Hu Sweet looked at Lin Fan oddly, not knowing what kind of tournament it was. She signed up for it? However, she didn't dig deeper. Explaining, the mathematical modeling contest, a national group competition between two students from the School of Computer Science, and one student from the School of Mathematics, with specific divisions between mathematics and computer design. Two students from the Computer Academy? Lin Fan frowned slightly. He had only just entered Jiangbei University and didn't know any computer school students at all. What's to be done about this? Bhutani seemed to understand Lin Fan's concerns and laughed. Don't worry, we've already found two very cute computer geniuses for you. We guarantee your satisfaction. After a pause, he added, by the way, you have to go to room 305 of the number 1 practical training building later, to familiarize yourself with the two students from the Computing Institute first, and by the way, you can listen to the instructing professor, who will explain the specific rules of the mathematical modeling competition. Lin Fan said, I thought you were going to be our supervising professor. Bhutani's figure gave a slight lurch as she explained. The one who is guiding you is Professor Zhang from our School of Mathematics. He has high attainments in mathematical modeling and is more suitable to guide you. Lin Fan nodded. Then, as if she had something to do, Bhutanza casually said 2 more sentences, and then took out her long white legs and headed in the direction of the office. Striding away. Training Building 1. Room 305. The spacious room was furnished with about 20 tables, each with a computer. At this time, Xia Bing and Xia Shui, twin beauties, were sitting quietly in 2 of the seats. They took out their cell phones, tapped on Lin Fan's name with unparalleled skill, and continued writing in the dialogue box where hundreds of words had already been written. While the twin beauties were writing seriously, Lin Fan finally arrived at room 305. Lin Fan couldn't help but freeze for a moment when he saw the twin beauties in the long red dress, and the long blue dress at a glance. What are they doing here? Could they be the very cute computer geniuses that Ms. Sugar talks about? Very cute is right, but they're computer geniuses? It doesn't look like it at all. With doubts in his mind, Lin Fan slowly walked towards the twin beauties. Upon arriving at the twin beauties, Lin Fan froze once again, because he realized that the twin beauties were writing almost exactly the same thing all over his own dialogue box. Hello, are you asleep? Thank you for stopping the basketball and saving me. The moon is so full. Do you see it? I don't think you played basketball today. Will you be there tomorrow? Lots of stars in the sky today. Tomorrow is supposed to be nice again. Will you be playing basketball? It was really nice to finally see you play basketball today. Tomorrow, will you send us a message? Our teacher signed us up for the mathematical modeling competition. I don't know what we'll be teamed up with. I'm a little nervous. By the way, I keep forgetting to ask, what college are you from? When Lin Fan saw this, it was as if his entire body had been cast in a fixation spell. He finally realized why the twin beauties hadn't messaged him. Because they don't dare. Even though the dialogue box was full of words, I was simply too afraid to click send. Lin Fan also knew that the twin beauties liked themselves, and even, the favorability reached 99 points. However, Lin Fan felt that as long as he didn't go looking for them to chat with them and never met them again, then, the twin beauties' favorability towards themselves should slowly decrease. They should just slowly forget themselves, because time washes everything away. At this moment, Lin Fan realized that he was wrong. And, still, it's so wrong. The twin beauties have been attached to themselves for a long time. It's like a bottle of wine. The longer it lasts, the more mellow it gets. At that moment, the twin beauties seemed to notice someone next to them and sidestepped. The next moment, 6 eyes met. The twin beauties all froze. Him, it's him. He actually appeared before him. The twin beauties had a look of undisguised joy on their faces. Then, as if they thought of something, they busily took out a bottle of pulsation from the large backpack behind them and handed it to Lin Fan. Knock knock. At that moment, a Professor Chang with a somewhat upturned hairline walked in. He smiled and said, "Hey, you're all here?" The twin beauties, however, seemed as if they hadn't heard it, always looking at Lin Fan with an incomparably expectant gaze. People's hearts are made of flesh. The twin beauties were so infatuated with him. How could Lin Fan be indifferent? Finally, Lin Fan slowly opened his arms and swept the twin beauties into his arms. The twin beauties held up their pulses, feeling Lin Fan's body temperature and lightly sniffing the unique flavor of his body. The entire pretty face was peach red. He hugged himself. Professor Zhang, who was standing in the distance, saw this, his mouth half open and his face full of stupefaction. That's right, universities do not object to students falling in love, and even, some students get married and have children directly in the university. But, that is also based on one boy and one girl. And what is it now? A boy hugged 2 students at the same time in front of himself. What should I do with myself? Fake, pretending not to see? If Professor Zhang had previously come in without a sound, and at this time, withdrawn without a sound, it would be fine. But, the point is he just said hello. After hesitating for a long time, Professor Zhang finally coughed lightly and said, "You are Lin Fan from the School of Mathematics, and Xia Bing and Xia Shui from the School of Computer Science, right?" As if he had just noticed Professor Zhang, Lin Fan slowly released Xia Bing and Xia Shui and said, "Yes, Professor Zhang was worthy of being a professor, having seen countless storms and waves a long time ago," and quickly put the scene he had just witnessed behind him. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Yong. I'm a professor at the School of Mathematics. Mathematical modeling is an important means of using mathematical tools and computers to build models that lead to the solution of real-world problems." Zhang Yong said this and laughed. "Of course, you are all the best in each academy, so I won't ramble on about these simple conceptual issues." After a pause, Zhang Yong added, "Lin Fan, you should also know about Xia Bing and Xia Shui. Therefore, you are not only responsible for the math calculations and the dissertation, but also for the defense. Any questions?" However, Zhang Yong was not even waiting for him to answer and continued, "It's good that there's no problem. Lin Fan, did you say something yourself? Professor Chung, is it really good for you to decide directly for yourself?" And in Zhang Yong's eyes, Lin Fan had already taken all of Xia Bing and Xia Shui into his arms and teamed up with the 2 of them to participate in the mathematical modeling competition. So he must have made these preparations a long time ago. Zhang Yong said, "Let's start with some simple training now." Zhang Yong casually swept around the classroom and said, "You guys now use your math knowledge to design a comfortable chair." If a different person suddenly heard this kind of question, he or she would be at a loss. Isn't that what chairs are for? And you need to use math knowledge to design it? Lin Fan, on the other hand, was different, as a large amount of data immediately appeared in his mind. Then he sidled up to the twin beauties and said, "How about I do the talking and you guys do the designing?" At this point, the twin beauties' entire faces were still flushed. They nodded their heads excitedly after hearing Lin Fan's words. Soon, the 305 training room resounded with a crackling, rhythmic sound of keyboards. Just a few hours, a modern shape, all the data are very perfect chair, appeared on the computer desktop. See here, Zhang Yong's mouth was half open, and his entire body was completely dumbfounded. With heartfelt admiration, he said, "Good, very good. Your mathematical modeling skills are even better than I expected. If, during the mathematical modeling competition, you guys can play properly, you shouldn't have too much trouble getting a national award." Speaking of this, Zhang Yong's face was covered with a smile. Jiangbei University, as a top 10 key university in the country, but, the honors in the field of mathematics over the years, were pitifully low, which could not help but make all of them, the professors of mathematics, blush, and it would obviously be nice to get a state award. Zhang Yong added, "No, I'll have to get Professor Sweethu to help train you as well. She's an expert in mathematical modeling. With her help, you guys might have a shot at the high school cup." As soon as these words came out, a look of excitement that was hard to hide surfaced on Zhang Yong's face. It looked as if Lin Fan's trio had already won the Higher Education Cup. First place in the Higher Education Cup, also known as the Mathematical Modeling Competition. You know, JNU has never won the Higher Education Cup since its inception. If this session can be realized, It will be an absolute honor, a heavenly honor, for JNU, especially for the School of Mathematics. Thus, Zhang Yong casually explained a few more sentences, and then hurriedly walked out of room 305. Obviously, he was preparing to find Hu Tian and the leaders of the hospital, to discuss this matter. Lin Fan, on the other hand, had an odd look on his face after hearing Zhang Yong's words. Zhang Yong said that Hu Tian is an expert in mathematical modeling. With her help, he has a chance to hit the higher education cup? But, didn't Hu Tian say that Zhang Yong had high attainments in mathematical modeling, and that Zhang Yong was better suited to instructing himself? Lin Fan looked at Zhang Yong's departing back and shook his head, putting this matter behind him for the time being. Then, Lin Fan swept his eyes over the empty training room, and the near-perfect chairs and the computer screens on either side. He couldn't help but recall in his mind the incomparable skillful movements and superior skills of Xia Bing and Xia Shui when they operated the computer, and couldn't help but say, "Can you guys help me find an item on the internet?" The two little heads of Xia Bing and Xia Shui, like little chickens pecking at rice, nodded their heads uncontrollably. In their minds, it was definitely a very happy thing to be able to do Lin Fan a favor. Lin Fan said, "I'm looking for 100-year-old ginseng. You guys see where it's for sale." He had often searched the internet for news of centennial ginseng during this time, but, other than searching for a whole bunch of mercy hospitals, nothing came up. From time to time, Lin Fan wondered if maybe it was because his computer skills were so poor. Now, he saw Xia Bing and Xia Shui, who possessed far superior superhuman computer technology, so he couldn't help but ask. Crackle! Room 305 of the training building, which had been quiet for a moment, once again resounded with a rhythmic sound. At the same time, dense characters appeared on the two computer screens. Soon, a message locked out from two computer screens. On September 7th, an auction was held at the new Hyatt Hotel in the capital, with the following items: Ming Dynasty Wang Duo's proposed mountain original post, Ming Dynasty official kiln green chrysanthemum bowls, and 100 years of ginseng. Lin Fan's eyes lit up slightly when he saw this. September 7th, isn't that tomorrow? Perhaps, one would be able to get 100 years of ginseng tomorrow, thus gaining access to buy medical potions. Xia Bing, Xia Shui, you guys have really helped me a lot, Lin Fan said happily. Hearing Lin Fan's praise, Xia Bing and Xia Shui's entire pretty faces immediately became as brilliant as a blooming flower. Since the auction was to be held tomorrow, Lin Fan didn't stay in room 305 for too long. He had to hurry and rush to the capital. At this moment, Zhang Yong walked into the office quickly. Good news! Good news! Zhang Yong said excitedly. What's the good news? A teacher asked. Zhang Yong said, in this year's mathematical modeling competition, there will be at least one national award in our school. Don't you guys think it's good news? Really? Then what's so fake about it? Even if Professor Sweet, who also helps with the training, I don't think it's impossible to impact the higher education cup, Zhang Yong said excitedly. At these words, the several teachers in the office all let out sounds of astonishment. Sweet, who asked, you should be talking about Lin Fan's group, right? Looks like you know them too. Ha, Professor Hu Sweet, come with me to give them training starting tomorrow, Zhang Yong said. However, Hu Sweet was shaking her head. I won't give them training. Why is that? Professor Hu Sweet, I can guarantee that they are definitely the most talented group of members I've ever seen, Zhang Yong said. Hu Sweet said, I've already talked to the dean and the others about this matter, so you don't have to persuade me. Zhang Yong looked at her determined expression inside, saying, this is good. Hey, I just said to Lin Fan and the others that if I let you help with the training, I might be able to get the higher education cup, but now they're afraid they'll be disappointed. Hu Sweet words heard, cannot help but rubbed his forehead. Heart secretly said, Zhang Yong mouth how so fast? He just said to Lin Fan that Zhang Yong is suitable to give him training, and in the blink of an eye, he was sold? Jiangbei University, Dormitory 104. Just as Lin Fan walked in, Song Yi, Ma Zhong and Zhang Jinbao all cast their gazes over. Brother Fan, Teacher Sugar asked you to go to the office to discuss math again? Song Yi asked. When they said that, all three of their eyes reddened a little. Envy, jealousy, several times in a row. I was alone with Ms. Sugar for a few hours. What a blessing is this? Lin Fan replied. That's not true. Teacher Sugar told me to go to the practical training building, to participate in the training for the mathematical modeling competition. There's still training for the math modeling competition? Song Yi, Ma Zhong, and Zhang Jinbao all revealed a look of doubt. Apparently, none of them had been so informed. Zhang Jinbao asked, it wouldn't be Ms. Sweetie giving you training, would it? At these words, the three men's eyes reddened a bit again. Lin Fan said, it's a professor named Zhang Yong. Song Yi, Ma Zhong, and Zhang Jinbao nodded indistinctly. their complexions gradually returning to normal. It doesn't matter if you train or not. What matters is Mr. Sugar. Seeing that Lin Fan seemed to be packing, Song Yi asked, Lin Fan, are you going somewhere? Yes, I have some urgent matters and need to go to the capital, Lin Fan said. Song Yi said, then be careful on your way. Lin Fan nodded and took large steps toward the outside. He hadn't gotten very far when his cell phone, in his pocket, rang with a brisk ring. It turned out to be a call from Lu Yuhang. Brother Lin, I have good news for you. I found the whereabouts of the 100-year ginseng. Just after connecting the phone, Lu Yuhang's excited voice rang out from inside. Lin Fan's expression moved slightly as he said, is it the auction at the New Joy Hotel in the capital? Ha, Brother Lin already knows? Lu Yuhang was surprised. After Lin Fan heard Lu Yuhang's words, an extra touch of joy appeared on his face. As a matter of fact, when Xia Bing and Xia Shui searched the news of the auction from the internet, Lin Fan was not at all sure whether there was 100 years of ginseng or not. But, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he was going to visit the capital. Now, after getting this news again from Lu Yuhang's mouth, Lin Fan immediately understood that there was indeed 100 years of ginseng in the capital. Lin Fan said, yes, I've only just gotten the news, and I'm now preparing to go to the capital. Oh, I haven't been to the capital for a while either. How about I go with? Lu Yuhang said. That really couldn't be better, Lin Fan said. Lin Fan wasn't sure if the auction at the New Joy Hotel would require an invitation or something like that. Nowadays, having Lu Yuhang traveling together could save a lot of trouble. Okay, then I'll see you at the airport, Lu Yuhang said. Zhangbei City, as a large metropolis in the center of the country, the airport was extremely grand, and even at night it was crowded and noisy. Lu Yuhang, who was wearing a gray shirt and large framed glasses, stood in the distance and couldn't stop waving. Brother Lin, here. Lin Fan looked at his watch and said, it's almost time, let's go board the plane. Vacheron Constantine Tour de l'Isle. Brother Lin, I can't believe you even got your hands on this watch. Lu Yuhang exclaimed excitedly. Lin Fan said, it's just a watch. It's nothing to you lose medicine, right? Lu Yuhang laughed bitterly. All of our lose medicine's money is controlled by my father, and he only gives me some pocket money every year. I saved for almost a year to buy the big bull in the first place. If I want to buy your Vacheron Constantine Tour de l'Isle, I'll have to save and save for another year. Is it okay to save your allowance for a year and buy a big bull? Lu Yuanyang sighed and said, it's still your parents who are good. Straight away they buy you the big bull and the Vacheron Constantine Tour de l'Isle. After a pause, he added, by the way, Brother Lin, is it convenient to tell me what line of business your family is in? Our two families might be able to jointly engage in some business or something in the future. In Lu Yuhang's opinion, Lin Fan that is, he has a big bull, and Vacheron Constantine Tour de l'Isle, his powerful financial strength, is beyond doubt. In addition, Lin Fan was also close to Song Jiasen, and his family's power was by no means ordinary. If it was possible to bring Lu's medicine and Lin Fan's family closer, there was no doubt that it would be a great thing. With a little thought, Lin Fan realized what Lu Yuhang was thinking and truthfully said, my family just has a small clothing store in Qing City, so I'm afraid there's no way to engage in joint business with your family. Lu Yuhang naturally won't believe in any small clothing store. He only thought that Lin Fan was being modest. At this time, Lu Yuhang heart has been silently thinking about the large-scale clothing company in the city of Qing. Just a moment did not have any clues. Lu Yuhang said, this is not certain. It's not possible to say that one day our two families will cooperate on some project. Lin Fan smiled and didn't explain anything too much. The two just walked and chatted their way straight to the airport's VIP waiting room and boarded first class ahead of time. The airplane ran smoothly and managed to reach the capital in about 2 hours. The two walked out of the airport, and an atmospheric Mercedes-Benz S500 was already waiting not far away. The largest branch of Lu's Medicine is located in the capital, and this Mercedes S500 belongs to the company car. Lin Fan sat in the quiet Mercedes-Benz S500 and nodded slightly as he looked at the forest of tall buildings in the distance, and a courtyard full of age. The heart exclaimed, it is worthy of being the economic and cultural center of the country. At this time, Lu Yuhang put down his cell phone and laughed excitedly. Brother Lin, it's really good timing for us to come today. There's a game at Hearing Wind Garden today. It's still early. Let's go have some fun together. How about it? Through this collection of 100-year Ganoderma lucidum and 100-year ginseng, it made Lin Fan realize that sometimes it was a necessary thing to make friends with some people appropriately. Besides, there's nothing to do in the evening anyway, so there's no harm in having some fun. Thus, Lin Fan nodded and said, good, don't worry, it will definitely satisfy you. Lu Yuhang laughed. Hearing Wind Villa, a large villa styled like a palace, was located near the third ring road of the capital. At this moment, Ferrari, Porsche, Bentley and various other luxury cars were neatly arranged at the entrance. The courtyard of the Hearing Wind Villa Hall was extremely wide and filled with roasted meats, top-quality sashimi, foie gras, and many other delicacies. One after another, dressed in designer clothes, and bikini-clad beauties, were going back and forth around the heated pool in the center, laughing and giggling. Lu Yuhang whispered, "Brother Lin, do you have your eye on any of them?" "No," Lin Fan shook his head. Lu Yuhang said, "You didn't fancy so many? Brother Lin, your vision is as high as mine." As he spoke, he happened to see a beautiful woman in a floral print bikini with a dimpled figure. His eyes lit up slightly and he said, "Take your time then. I'll go first." After Lu Yuhang finished speaking, he straightened his clothes, picked up a glass of red wine, and walked towards the bikini beauty in big strides. At this time, the beautiful woman with a handful of long black hair and delicate, exquisite features slowly walked in. She was wearing a white dress with a wraparound skirt that complemented her jade-like skin and accentuated her perfect figure. OYO. In Lin Fan's impression, Manager Han of Lian Jia's body was similar to hers. Yet, her appearance trumps Manager Han's. Perhaps only Ms. Sugar can be compared to her. Lin Fan couldn't help but observe with his eyes of truth. Face value, 97. Favorability, 50. Face value 97. Just a little bit behind Ms. Sugar. Undoubtedly, this is a superb beauty. Many of the men at Hearing Wind's court were also quick to notice her. They couldn't wait, and headed towards the dressy beauty. This also includes Lu Yuhang, who has just walked toward the bikini beauty with red wine. Soon, the dress beauty was surrounded by the group. Seeing this, Lin Fan shook his head slightly. Beautiful women are nice, but if you let yourself stick to them like a licking dog, that's something you should never do. Lin Fan swept his eyes around and landed his gaze on the white piano not far away. It was a little boring just standing around. So, Lin Fan strolled over to the piano and sat down. He looked around the room first and took a breath before landing his long, slender index finger on the black and white button. There was a burst of light, melodious notes that leapt out from between his fingers. The beautiful women who had been frolicking gradually stopped their exchanges and looked sideways. The bikini-clad beauty, who was swimming in the pool, suddenly leapt out of the water and lay on her back on the swim ring, listening quietly. Even the dressy beauty in the distance began to look up and look out. All their gazes, all where the piano was, all Lin Fan. As the piano music proceeded, it was as if in their minds they saw themselves sprouting wings and transforming into a beautiful butterfly, flying with abandon, relaxed, at ease, and immensely happy. In their eyes, Lin Fan, on the other hand, was as mesmerizing as if he had turned into a butterfly blooming with brilliant light in a sea of flowers. They were all a little smitten. At the end of the song, the scene immediately resounded with applause. "It's beautifully played. Fantastic." The dress beauty even took a step forward with her long tall legs and took the initiative to walk up. She smiled. "It's the first time I've heard someone play Dream of Love so beautifully." Lin Fan didn't expect her to come over at all, and first froze for a moment, before saying in half a second, "I'm flattered." "A drink?" the dressy beauty said as she handed out a glass of red wine. Lin Fan didn't reply and directly took the red wine and gently touched it with the dress beauty. Then, slowly poured it into his mouth. Silky and sweet in the throat, yet without losing the wine's aroma, giving a sense of aftertaste. "Nice wine," Lin Fan commented. "Mr. Still knows about wine?" The dress beauty's beautiful eyes flashed as she said. Although, Lin Fan's drinking action was simple, however, it was skillful, continuous and practiced, like flowing clouds in water, and extremely spontaneous. Coupled with the appropriate commentary, it was as if he was the owner of the wine, and it was mesmerizing. "Drinking gentleman with charm." "A little bit," Lin Fan said. "Being polite and humble is rare." As the exchange deepened, the dress beauty not only didn't completely understand Lin Fan, on the contrary, it made her feel that Lin Fan was even more mysterious, and she couldn't help but want to get close to him and get to know him. Those beautiful women who had previously been talking well with the men around them no longer had any idea of talking to the men around them. They looked at Lin Fan and the dress beauty in the distance from time to time. They looked forward to the dress beauty suddenly leaving Lin Fan. Then, they might have a chance. However, their expectations were in vain. In the end, Lin Fan wrapped his arm around the slender waist of the dress beauty and slowly walked towards the private room of Hearing Wind Farewell Court. This night, neither Lin Fan nor the dress beauty slept. Only the bed in the private room rocked all night. The next day, when Lin Fan opened his eyes, he was the only one in the entire private room. Lin Fan looked at the clean white sheets that were nowhere to be found, and the stack of large red bills on the table, blinked his eyes, and muttered, "What is this, counting?" Lin Fan shook his head a bit before dressing and getting up. Ding! At that moment, Lin Fan's cell phone shook slightly. 2 text messages appeared on the screen. At midnight, Merchants Bank deposited $710. 300. At 10:10, Merchants Bank deposited $65. 000. For the first message, Lin Fan didn't have any surprises, because, every morning when he wakes up, he receives about $700,000. But, what about the second message? Again? $65 million? Jingle bells. Just as Lin Fan was puzzled, his cell phone rang with a light ringtone. Lin Fan looked at the caller alert and it turned out to be Wang Zhengde, the property manager of Qiankuan Mansion. After seeing his phone call, Lin Fan immediately had a guess in his mind about the $65 million remittance. Mr. Lin. Hello, I'm Xiao Wang from Qiankuan Mansion. May I ask if I've disturbed your rest? Wang Zhengde said carefully. If the bosses of the companies in the Qiankuan building knew that Wang Zhengde called himself Little Wang and was so careful with his appearance, he didn't know what his expression would be. Lin Fan said, No, I've been awake for a while. Is there something wrong with you? Wang Zhengde hurriedly said. It's like this. Yesterday, I collected the rent for all the companies in Qiankuan building for the next year according to your request, totaling $65 million. Originally, I wanted to wire the money to you yesterday, but there was a problem with the banking system, and it didn't prompt to arrive until today. May I ask Mr. Lin if you received it? Lin Fan said. You did a good job. I've received it. Thank you Mr. Lin for the compliment. It's something I should do. Wang Zhengde happily said. In that case, I won't disturb Mr. Lin's rest. Goodbye. Even Lin Fan, who had suddenly obtained $65 million, couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth rise slightly. Today, the funds in Lin Fan's card had reached a whopping $81 million. At this time, Lu Yuhang had long been waiting downstairs and hearing Wind farewell. When he saw Lin Fan, he howled, Brother Lin, you made us suffer yesterday. You guys? Lin Fan was puzzled. That's right, yesterday, all the pretty girls were attracted to you, and almost none of the others didn't make it, including me too. Lu Yuhang shouted. His eyes seemed to redden a bit as he spoke. Aggrieved, helpless. Is it easy for you to meet the Bureau of Hearing Wind Garden? Lin Fan also didn't expect this kind of result and coughed lightly. By the way, what time is the auction at the New Joy restaurant? Lu Yuhang looked at the time and said, 12:30. If we go over now, the time should be about right. Lin Fan nodded and said, Alright, let's go over there then. The new Hyatt Hotel is located on the edge of the second ring road of the capital. The entire facade of the hotel is made of stacked marble and looks incredibly stylish. Inside the hotel is decorated in Chinese style. Carved railings, lanterns hanging high, a wisp of sandalwood aroma, scattered floating, giving people a sense of quiet, peaceful. After Lu Yuhang reported the name of Lu's medicine, he was assigned to a box on the third floor. The box was not large, but it was furnished with fine mahogany tables and chairs, and the luxury remained. After Lu Yuhang and Lin Fan walked into the box, a well-built waitress walked in with a smile. The waiter handed out a menu wrapped in leather and said, May I ask what you two need? Lu Yuhang directly pushed the menu in front of Lin Fan and said, The tea and meals here. All of them are very good. Brother Lin, see what you want to eat. Lin Fan casually flipped through a few times and said, A pot of dragon well, shrimp with jade belt, 4 seasons greens, ants on a tree, breezy chicken soup, and let's have a roast duck and colorful dim sum. Don't look at Lin Fan just ordering a pot of tea, 5 dishes and a snack. But, this is the new Hyatt Hotel, and even the cheapest 4 seasons green vegetable costs 300 yuan a serving, while other dishes, including dragon wells and dim sum, are all over $1,000. The meal had cost close to $20,000. Of course, this was just a little bit of money to Lin Fan and Lu Yuhang. It was nothing. Sitting in a private room overlooking the high-hanging lanterns, delicate carvings and antique ornaments in the lobby of the new Hyatt Hotel is something else. Lin Fan asked, Are there any specific rules for the auction here? There aren't a lot of rules. When you fancy an auction item, raise the sign on the table and just raise the price directly, Lu Yuhang said. After thinking about it, Lu Yuhang continued. However, there is one thing. Before the auction, it is necessary to prepare enough money. Otherwise, the consequences will be serious. This is certainly a rule set up for those who call the price indiscriminately. Lin Fan nodded. The two of them chatted for a while longer, and Lu Yuhang suddenly had some stomach discomfort, so he left the box. At this point, the time came to exactly 12 o'clock. The cell phone in Lin Fan's pocket shook slightly. The red bag appears. Ding! Congratulations! You get $10. Ding! Congratulations! You have been awarded $10,000. Ding! Congratulations! You have been awarded 1 bottle of handy mutai. Ding! Congratulations! You get $3. Ding! Congratulations! You've earned $2. 000. This time, Lin Fan received a total of more than $30,000 in funds, and one bottle of Han Ti Mutai. When Lin Fan raised his eyes, one bottle of Han Emperor Mutai, which was carved with an exquisite dragon pattern and shaped like a jade seal, appeared in front of him. It was also at this time that Lu Yuhang pushed the door back to the box. He looked at the strangely shaped Han Emperor Mutai on the table and asked, "Brother Lin, what is this?" "Wine. Fine wine. Want to taste it?" Lin Fan said. "Fine wine? Then of course I have to taste it." Just by looking at the packaging, the flavor is definitely not bad. Lu Yuhang licked his lips and said excitedly. Apparently, he was also a good drinker. Lin Fan picked up the bottle and was about to pour it into the cup in front of him. "Brother Lin, you're too slow like this. Pour it in the wine dispenser first," Lu Yuhang said. After a slight hesitation, Lin Fan still poured the wine into the wine dispenser first. Immediately, a strong aroma of wine quickly filled the entire private room. Lu Yuhang said, "What a fragrant wine, and the hops, so pretty." As he spoke, Lu Yuhang couldn't help but gulp. Lin Fan looked at his excited appearance and directly filled a cup for him. Lu Yuhang was not polite and couldn't wait to drink it all. Exclaiming, "Good wine, good wine." Lin Fan followed suit and took a sip, closing his eyes slightly before nodding along. Tap tap. At this time, an old man in a tang suit with white hair and a tall beauty happened to pass by the box. The old man sniffed his nose and a light eek sound came out of his mouth. After a brief pause, he sidled up and knocked on the compartment door. Lu Yuhang, who was savoring the fine wine, asked, "Do we have any dishes left?" "It should be up," Lin Fan said. "Come in." Lu Yuhang frowned. Upon seeing that it was an old man and a beautiful woman, a look of doubt appeared on Lin Fan's face. Lu Yuhang, on the other hand, had his mouth half open and was completely dumbfounded. "Sorry to interrupt your meal," the old man apologized. Only after hearing the old man's voice did Lu Yuhang slowly close his mouth and said, "No, don't bother. May I ask if you are Zhou Lao?" "Oh, you know me?" the old man said. After receiving the old man's affirmative answer, Lu Yuhang's face was immediately covered with respect. "Hello Elder Zhou, I'm Lu Yuanyang, the grandson of Lu Sifang. I once followed my grandfather to meet you once at the Northern Chamber of Commerce," Lu Yuhang said. Zhou Lao recalled and said, "So it's Lu Sifang's grandson. Your grandfather's medical skills are very good, and he even helped me heal in the past. Next time you see your grandfather, say hello for me. Grandpa will be very happy to hear your words," Lu Yuhang said from the bottom of his heart. If anything, the Lu family is one of the top families in Zhongbei. Then, the Zhou family was one of the top families in the entire China. As for the Zhou old man in front of him, Zhou Guotao is the backbone of the Zhou family. Its identity, as you can imagine, is so noble. There was no wonder Lu Yuhang would be so respectful. It's almost like a commoner meeting a high and mighty nobleman. Actually, the reason why I took the liberty of walking in was because I was attracted by the fragrance of the wine. As Zhou Guotao spoke, a pair of cloudy eyes fell directly onto the Han Emperor Mutai, and a flash of reminiscence surfaced on his vicissitudes old face. Lu Yuhang opened his mouth, but was unable to say anything. If, on the other hand, Handi Mutai is his own, Lu Yuhang absolutely did not say anything and immediately gave Zhou Guotao the entire bottle of wine. The wine was good though. However, if this could be used to make friends with Zhou Guotao, it would definitely be a heavenly good thing. The problem was that Handi Mutai was Lin Fan's, so he couldn't say anything more. Lin Fan said, "The old man is also a good drinker? I drank it before. That flavor, it's still fresh in my memory now," Zhou Guotao said. Lin Fan nodded and said, "We've only just eaten as well. If the old man doesn't mind, why don't we sit down together and eat or drink something? Then I'll be polite." Zhou Guotao laughed. The beautiful woman standing next to her, on the other hand, reminded, "Grandpa, your body, no harm, just a little bit of wine, it won't get in the way," Zhou Guotao said. After saying that, he sat himself down. When Zhou Guotao saw the wine dispenser, he frowned and said, "Drinking Hanti Mutai, which is worth more than 30 million yuan, and you still use a wine dispenser? It's a bit of a waste." Snap! After Lu Yuhang heard Zhou Guotao's words, his hands couldn't help but shake, and his chopsticks directly fell to the ground. Stuttered, Zhou Lao, you just said how much this wine costs," Zhou Guotao said. Han Di Mutai is a 10-bottle supreme wine produced in 1992, and according to statistics, a total of 9 bottles of Han Di Mutai have been consumed so far. The last bottle, which was sold at auction 2 years ago for $32 million. In front of you, it should be the only one bottle of Han Emperor Mutai left in this world. If it's taken out for auction, the price will be at least $40 million or more. If another person said something worth more than $40 million of wine, Lu astronauts will absolutely poo his face. Bragging is not playing draft? However, the person who said this was the backbone of the Zhou family. Zhou Guotao. That is the truth. Gulp. Lu Yuhang couldn't help but swallow hard, his face covered in horror. A bottle of wine is worth more than $40 million. How much is that for a drink you just had yourself? $500,000? $1 million? How much was the liquor left on the dispenser? Again? 30, 000, 50, 000? Even if Lu Yuhang was the youngest master of Lu's medicine, he simply didn't dare to spend money like this. Then, Lu Yuhang reset his gaze on Lin Fan. Originally, Lu Yuhang felt that he had gradually understood Lin Fan. Now it seemed that he was afraid that he only knew the tip of Lin Fan's iceberg. Casually take out one bottle of Hanti Mutai worth more than 40 million yuan. Lin Fan. What exactly is his identity? Lin Fan naturally didn't know what was going on in Lu Yuhang's mind. He just poured a glass of wine for Zhou Guotao for himself and said, "Old man, please." Zhou Guotao was not polite and picked up the wine cup, first putting it to his nose and sniffing it, then slowly poured it into his mouth. At once, Zhou Guotao's pale face was covered with a color of reminiscence and enjoyment. Not bad, that's the flavor. Thick and mellow, with a delicate taste and a lingering aftertaste. Worthy of being the Mutai Emperor, Zhou Guotao praised from the bottom of his heart. Lin Fan said, "It seems that the old man really likes it. There is still some left in this bottle of Han Di Mao Tai, so I will give it to you." "Oh, little brother, willing to part with the wine to me?" Zhou Guotao was surprised. This is the last bottle of Han Emperor Mutai in the world. Zhou Guotao had just silently observed Lin Fan and realized that his drinking movements were coherent and natural, and that he also had a bottle of Handy Mutai in his collection. Apparently, he was also a good drinker. The old man knew very well just how painful it was to make a good wine drinker give away Handy Mutai. Definitely comparable to cutting meat. Lin Fan said, "Handy Mutai is indeed mellow, full-bodied and long, and almost every aspect of the wine. All of them are perfect. But, sometimes, perfect doesn't mean best. Sometimes, a slight shortcoming makes the wine even more layered. In that respect, it's the 5 stars and the flying that are more distinctive. Handy Mutan cannot be pleasing to me, and should go to those who appreciate it." As Zhou Guotao listened to Lin Fan's words, his wrinkled old face was filled with different colors. It's almost too rare for a 20-something-year-old to know wine to such an extent. It was only after half a second that Zhou Guotao laughed. "Since that's the case, then I'm flattered." After a pause, he added, "There has been no self-introduction yet. My name is Zhou Guotao. If little brother doesn't mind, call me Grandpa Zhou, how about it?" The beautiful woman standing next to him heard that, and her face revealed a color of surprise that was hard to hide. It was rare for her to see her grandfather introduce himself to a young man, and even ask him to address himself as Grandpa Zhou. Handy Mutai is expensive though, but Grandpa received far more gifts than Hanti Mutai. I don't know how many. I've never seen Grandpa like this either. Could it be that there's something special about this young man? As the beautiful woman thought of this, she couldn't help but resurvey Lin Fan from top to bottom. "Hello Grandpa Zhou, my name is Lin Fan," Lin Fan said. "Good. Ha ha," Zhou Guotao laughed. Jingle bells. At that moment, a light music rang out inside the New Joy restaurant. Zhou Guotao said, "The auction is about to start, so I won't stay long. Lin Fan, I'll see you later." "Bye Grandpa Zhou," Lin Fan said. Lu Yuhang was also busy saying, "See you later, Elder Zhou." When Zhou Guotao and the beauty left, Lu Yuhang envied, "Brother Lin. You can even call him Grandpa Zhou directly." Lin Fan said flatly, "He should be close to 80, right? What's the point of calling a grandpa? And what? The reason why the Zhou family has become a top family in China is entirely due to old man Zhou. If others knew that you called him Grandpa Zhou, they would definitely sour their teeth." Lu Yuhang shouted excitedly. Lin Fan couldn't help but smile and look at Lu Yuhang. "Sour teeth? Like you did?" Then, Lu Yuhang poured some white boiled water towards the wine dispenser, and then, holding the dispenser, he directly drank the white boiled water down. Lin Fan was puzzled. "What are you doing? This is the world's last bottle of Handy Mutai. It absolutely cannot go to waste," Lu Yuhang said. "Lin Fan." In the other box, the beautiful woman first poured a cup of tea for Zhou Guotao, and afterward, she couldn't help but say, "Grandpa, why are you so close to that person called Lin Fan?" Zhou Guotao drank a mouthful of clear tea and tasted back. "This sun, atmospheric and knowledgeable. The future is unlimited. Once the wind and clouds change the dragon." The beautiful woman's pupils shrunk slightly. She had rarely heard her grandfather speak so highly of a young man. She couldn't help but glance towards the box Lin Fan was in, as if she wanted to see to remeasure Lin Fan again. At this time, a beautiful woman wearing a long red dress, dressed in a colorful, charming, graceful manner, led 5 women holding lanterns and looking delicate, slowly walked into the middle of the lobby of the New Joy Hotel. The voluptuous beauty smiled and said, "Welcome to the New Joy Hotel. This auction has prepared many treasures. I hope you can buy your favorite things. Also, 20% of the proceeds from the auction will be donated to charity in everyone's name. Then, today's bidding, thus begins." The voluptuous beauty's voice was full of magnetism, and even after a while of telling it off in the middle of the hall, it didn't cause any offense from the crowd. On the contrary, it also gives the illusion of listening to pleasant songs, which is very enjoyable. Soon, a jade bowl with a rounded appearance and exquisite patterns was slowly brought up. The voluptuous beauty introduced, Ming Dynasty official kiln green chrysanthemum bowl. This bowl had followed the 3 treasures unique to the Western Ocean. No matter the workmanship, carving, material, all the top choice of the Ming Dynasty. Even, it can be said to represent the pinnacle of Ming Dynasty porcelain skills. Starting price of $300,000. Immediately after the words were spoken, someone raised their card. $500,800,000. When the price changed to $2 million, the call became significantly slower. In the end, the Ming Dynasty official kiln green chrysanthemum bowl sold for $2.3 million. Then, the voluptuous beauty held an auction for 2 more pieces of porcelain, and a painting and calligraphy. Lu Yuhang and Lin Fan all had little interest in these, so there had been no bidding. The 2 of them ate snacks, drank tea, and occasionally chatted a few sentences, but also relaxed and at ease. At that moment, another auction item was brought up. The voluptuous beauty said, "In medical books and legends, there are often miraculous introductions about centennial ginseng. As a result, many people have searched tirelessly for the whereabouts of the 100-year ginseng. However, true centennial ginseng is rarely found. Today, we have a real 100-year ginseng here. Starting price, $400,000. As the words fell, an ancient ginseng was brought to the center of the hall. Sitting in the box on the 3rd floor, the round-faced man with dark circles under his eyes, hemmed and hawed and laughed, recently a little weak, just in time to eat 100 years of ginseng to make up for it. $500,000. The round-faced man raised his sign and said, almost at the same time as the round-faced man's words fell, Lin Fan followed suit and raised the bidding card in his hand, saying, $5 million. A direct price increase of 10 times. Lin Fan was determined to win the 100-year ginseng. He didn't want to take his time hailing with someone. That would be too much trouble. Originally, some of the people who still wanted to bid on the 100-year ginseng had loosened their calling cards after hearing this offer. No one who was qualified to participate in the new Hyatt Hotel auction was a fool. They had also heard some legends about centennial ginseng. But, after all, legends were just legends, and the real medicinal effects of centennial ginseng were actually very limited. Spending hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars on a 100-year-old ginseng is barely okay. If it needs to cost $5 million, it's not worth it. Moreover, someone directly called for $5 million. Obviously the ambition to win, once with its bidding, easy to be remembered by the other party. Offending someone at the new Hyatt is definitely not a wise thing to do. All the bidders, with a hint of curiosity, looked towards the box where Lin Fan and Lu Yuhang were. Lin Fan was naturally calm and collected, while Lu Yuhang's entire body was completely dumbfounded. Although, he also knew that Lin Fan had been searching for 100 years of ginseng. For this reason, he even made a special trip from Jiangbei to the capital. However, Lu Yuhang also did not expect that Lin Fan would directly double 10 times and call for $5 million. Only after half a minute did Lu Yuhang give a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Brother Lin, awesome!" And as Lu Yuanyang gave a thumbs up, the round-faced man sitting in the box across from them happened to look over. The round-faced man's face sank slightly and he grunted muffledly. "So it's Lu Yuhang. Well get, you want to play? I'll play with you to the end." As the words fell, the round-faced man raised his bidding card once again. $5.2 million. The round-faced man had a grudge against Lu Yuhang for a long time. In his opinion, he had just called out 500,000, and the other party immediately had someone call out 5 million. Absolutely disgusting. Lu Yuhang froze slightly after hearing that there was someone else bidding. Their Lu family had been practicing medicine for generations, and he had some knowledge of various medicinal herbs. Generally speaking, 100-year ginseng is indeed very precious, but the price is just around $2 million. $5 million is definitely considered a high price. In addition, Lin Fan directly called for $5 million, obviously aiming to win. In this case, most people with the attitude of not offending others should also choose to give up. But, what is it now? With a hint of doubt, Lu Yuhang looked towards the box where the price was called. In the next moment, Lu Yuhang's face looked a bit unsightly as he said, "Wan Lang, Then, to Lin Fan, he said, Wan Lang and I have some conflicts. He must be trying to raise the price on purpose. 100-year ginseng of about 2 million is enough. It's not very cost-effective to continue to call the price. Otherwise, let's give up first. I'll have more people keep an eye out. And I believe it won't be long before a new 100-year ginseng is discovered. Lin Fan said easily, it's just money. No harm done. As the words fell, he raised his card again and said, $10 million. Wow. The room was silent. Lu Yuhang once again froze. He knew that Lin Fan's family was very strong. But, he also didn't expect that Lin Fan would call for $10 million. It felt as if Lin Fan had called out not 10 million, but $1,000, and was that lighthearted and didn't care. In fact, Lin Fan really didn't care too much about money these days. Lin Fan also believed that with the Lu family's power, he would definitely be able to find the 100-year ginseng again. But, he didn't want to wait any longer. Because, every extra day he waits, Dad Lin Tao suffers one more day of pain. Wan Lang, who was sitting in the opposite box, heard Lin Fan's bid and his entire face was as gloomy as water. The first time, he asked for $500,000 himself, and he directly 10 times asked for $5 million. Now, having called for $5.2 million himself, he calls for $10 million. Provocation. This is definitely a blatant provocation. Wan Lang pinched the sign hard, but never continued to call for more. Though, their family has a lot of money. But, Wan Lang's pocket money for a year is only in the tens of millions. Getting him to come up with a couple million at once is barely okay. It would be a little difficult to come up with tens of millions of dollars. What if you call for a high price of $10 million and the other party doesn't continue to call for more? Wan Lang's pair of ice-cold eyes stared at Lin Fan and said sternly, Kid, you have guts. The bidding continues. The next objects were all antiques and paintings, which Lin Fan did not have any interest in. So, no more bids. When the last object was auctioned at a high price of $48 million, the auction at the new Hyatt Hotel came to a complete end. Two tall beauties, carrying a delicately shaped wooden box, slowly walked into the box. One of the beauties smiled and said, Good day, sir, this is the 100-year ginseng you bid on. Please check. Lu Yuhang has seen a lot of expensive medicinal materials, but, at this time, also cannot help but come to the interest. Walked up and marveled, TSK. This is 10 million 100 years of ginseng well? Lin Fan, on the other hand, picked up the 100-year ginseng and focused on the system. Ding! Will you collect the centennial ginseng? Lin Fan's eyes lit up slightly when he saw this. He understood that this was indeed the true 100 years ginseng. Lin Fan asked, Where do I pay? He was now a little impatient to take the 100-year ginseng. Just swipe your card here. Another pretty girl held the POS in both hands and said, Good. Lin Fan nodded and casually handed out a bank card. Drop. With a soft ring, 10 million was successfully paid. At this same time, a beeping tone appeared in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! System upgrade, LV5. LV5 reward, LV4 reward, $20 for every one breath, $20 for every 1 second of sleep, $20 for every one step. Rewards arrive at 2400 hours every day. Upgrade spending amount, 3,020, 000, 000/50, 000, 000, 000, gifting to others, gambling, and other methods are not counted. In addition, all items obtained from the system are forbidden to be traded. Ding! LV5. Open the mission system. The rewards of LV5 are fully doubled compared to LV4. Fully doubled. In other words, today, Lin Fan can get at least $1.4 million a day. Next, Lin Fan dropped his attention on the quest system. Task system. When the host touches an item or event, a task will be randomly triggered and a certain reward will be given. The two beauties put down the 100-year ginseng, put away the POS, and slightly owed. I wish you to have a good time at the New Joy Hotel. The words fell out, and he slowly walked towards the outside. Lu Yuhang said, Brother Lin, you seem to be very happy? I bought 100 years of ginseng. Of course I'm happy, Lin Fan said. At that moment, a dull footstep sounded outside the corridor. Then, the round-faced Wan Lang, with two men in plaid shirts, walked in with great strides. Lu Yuhang frowned. Wan Lang, what are you doing here? However, Wan Lang seemed as if he hadn't heard Lu Yuhang's question, and with a pair of cold eyes, he stared at Lin Fan tightly and said, Kid, you're very mad. Lin Fan knew what the other party was referring to after a little thought, and said lightly, Don't participate in the auction if you don't have any money. What's with all the nonsense? You fucking. Wan Lang immediately caught fire, and the two plaid-shirted men following him even took a step forward in unison, as if they were going to step out to teach Lin Fan a lesson. It seems a bit noisy here. Ha! Little brother Lin, do you need my help? In the corridor, Zhou Guotao's low voice came. Lin Fan said, it's just a little thing, Grandpa Zhou, there's no need to bother you. Well, if something happens, feel free to let me know. After Zhou Guotao finished speaking, he walked straight towards the front, only to faintly sweep his eyes at Wan Lang before leaving. It was this glance that scared Wan Lang into shivering, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Elder Zhou, the top pillar of the Zhou family. He even called the young man in front of him Lin little brother. Geez, what kind of terrifying existence was he or she offending? The Wan family was considered a good family power in the entire capital, but it was just a bigger ant in front of the Zhou family. If Zhou Guotao, the old master of the Zhou family, wanted to destroy the Wan family, it would only be the power of blowing his breath. And he, himself, had just been offending the person whom Zhou Guotao had addressed as his little brother? The deeper Wan Lang thought about it, the more terrified his heart became. Finally, he bent over slightly and cupped his fists. This brother Lin, just now it was all some misunderstanding, right? I'm sorry, a rich second generation like Wan Lang was most concerned about face. It was definitely very hard to get him to bend over and apologize voluntarily. But, even the hardest things must be done. Because, Wan Lang understood that if he didn't make Lin Fan happy today, tomorrow, perhaps the entire Vanguard family would be in for a terrible disaster. Lin Fan glanced at Wan Lang and said, to be a human being, it's better to be calm. Otherwise, this time it can be solved by just apologizing. But next time, that's not necessarily the case. Yes, brother Lin said yes. Wan Lang was like a chicken pecking at rice, nodding his head repeatedly. Lin Fan said, in addition, I didn't mean to provoke you. It's just that I do have my sights set on this 100 years ginseng, and I'm too lazy to keep bidding with people. If Lin Fan had said such words earlier, Wan Lang would have definitely sprayed him in the face. Don't bother to keep bidding. So you just raise the price by millions and millions? Do you think I'm stupid? However, at this time, Wan Lang did not dare to have such thoughts. A person who had befriended the Zhou family's old man didn't even bother to say this kind of panic. He could only bend his waist a few points lower and nodded his head in uncontrollable agreement. When Wan Lang left, Lu Yuhang finally laughed out loud. Brother Lin, you know what? I've never seen Wan Lang being so coy like that before. It's almost like he's a tortoise. Cool. That's great. Lin Fan, on the other hand, smiled and shook his head as he strolled towards the outside. The two of them got into a Mercedes S500 and just drove to an elevator entrance when they happened to see an old man covering his chest and lying on the ground. The beautiful woman next to him, her face covered in shock. Lin Fan fixed his eyes on it, but it was Zhou Guotao and his granddaughter. Stop the car. Lin Fan droned. Lu Yuhang slammed on the brakes. His entire face instantly changed color, and he hurriedly rushed up after Lin Fan. Quick, get my grandfather to the hospital, the beautiful woman exclaimed. Lu Yuhang and Lin Fan didn't hesitate, lifting up Zhou Guotao and quickly getting into the car, heading towards the nearest Shi Yuan. On the way, the beautiful woman held Zhou Guotao's pale hands tightly, and tears fell like rain. Grandpa, you're going to be okay, you're going to be okay. At this moment, she was like a frightened fawn, no longer having the serenity and calmness she had earlier. Drive faster. Lu Yuhang also wants to drive faster, but the capital's car is too much, too congested, simply cannot speed up. Lin Fan said, I'll drive. Lu Yuhang immediately thought of Lin Fan's superior driving skills and directly swapped seats with Lin Fan in the car. Lin Fan asked, no problem with the violation, right? Of course there's no problem. Lu Yuhang said. Boom. After Lin Fan received Lu Yuhang's affirmative answer, he directly stepped on the gas pedal and quickly drove through narrow places such as alleys, between two cars, etc., always traveling at breakneck speeds no matter what was in front of him. In less than 10 minutes, the Mercedes-Benz S500 was steadily parked in front of the entrance of the Concordia. While in the car, the beautiful woman dialed out several calls. At this time, a large group of doctors and nurses waited at the door early. When they saw the Mercedes-Benz S500, they greeted it like a swarm, and they were busy carrying Zhou Guotao out on a stretcher. And while doing some checkups and treatments on Zhou Guotao, they walked towards the ward at a fast pace. Outside the VIP ward, the beautiful woman's tears never stopped. On the one hand, she was worried about her grandfather's health. On the other hand, this time it was her and her grandfather who went out alone. In case then she really didn't know how to live with herself. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a rush of footsteps sounded in the distance. A large group of richly dressed men and women walked over at a fast pace. Among them, Zhou Jin, who had sword brows and starry eyes, was quite majestic and about 50 years old. looked straight at the beautiful woman and said, "Zisan, what's going on?" Zhou Jin, the contemporary head of the Zhou family, and at the same time, Zhou Zishan's father. Zhou Zishan wiped the teardrops on her face and truthfully said, "After I went out with Grandpa today, I went directly to the auction at the new Hyatt Hotel, and just after I came to the parking lot, Grandpa suddenly fell ill." Speaking here, Zhou Zishan's teardrops could not help but roll down again. Someone next to me asked, "New Hyatt Hotel? Did the old man eat anything?" Zhou Zishan said, "Grandpa drank a cup of poor tea, ate a pastry, and also drank a glass of wine." "What? The old man's health is already not good. Why do you still let him drink?" "Nonsense!" Zhou Jin shouted. Next to him, Zhou Shihong, whose appearance bore some resemblance to Zhou Jin's, looked at the hantimutai hanging on Zhou Zisan's waist, shaped like a dragon jade seal, and said, "Grandpa is drinking this?" "Yes," Zhou Zishan replied. Zhou Shihong said, "Big brother, I can't blame Zishan for this. The old man drank handi moutai, and even if it was us, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to stop him." Zhou Jin's expression slightly slowed down as he heard. He knew very well how much the old man liked the hantimutai. Following this, he wondered, is this wine from the new Hyatt Hotel bidding? He was the one who gave it to Grandpa. Zhou Zishan pointed at Lin Fan, who was not far away. Also, he was the one who brought Grandpa to the hospital in time. The Zhou family's crowd looked towards Lin Fan's location. Lu Yuhang's heart tightened and he was busy explaining. "We were drinking in the private room, and Master Zhou smelled the smell of wine and came in on his own initiative. Later, we saw Master Zhou collapsed on the ground in the parking lot, so that's why we brought him to the hospital." There was no wonder Lu Yuhang was so nervous. After all, the Zhou family's power was too terrifying. In case the Zhou family thought that they were deliberately plotting against Zhou Guotao, that would definitely be a very terrible thing. Zhou Zishan, who was next to him, followed. "He's right. Also, Grandpa has a high opinion of Lin Fan next to him." Oh, Zhou Jin and Zhou Shihong, among others, had a look of surprise on their faces. At the same time, he began to carefully measure Lin Fan. They were very clear about the old man's vision and just how high it was. High praise for a young man? It's just a little unbelievable. Zhou Jin said, "Thank you for bringing the old man to the hospital." Lu Yuhang said and heard a long sigh of relief, busy saying, "You're welcome, you're welcome, this is something we should do. LOL. At that moment, the door to the VIP ward opened. Several doctors came out with tired faces. Zhou Jin asked, "How is my father?" The balding doctor standing at the front opened his mouth, his face filled with a hard look. It would be just as well if it was an ordinary patient. But what was lying inside was Zhou Guotao, the old master of the Zhou family. One poorly handled situation. Not to mention him, the entire Concordia couldn't afford it. Zhou Jin took a deep breath and said, "Doctor, just say it straight." The balding doctor carefully said, "We can only use instruments and medicine to keep the old man alive for a few hours for the time being." Boom! Zhou family, the sky is falling. The Zhou family, developed entirely by Zhou Guotao, countless intricate relationships, all closely related to Zhou Guotao. If, for example, the entire Zhou family is compared to a lofty building, then Zhou Guotao is the foundation of the building. A problem with the foundation and the whole building could come crashing down. This is definitely something that the Zhou family can hardly bear. Everyone's heart was heavy to the core. Zhou Zishan's face was even more pale. "Going out by myself and my grandfather while he..." Tears, like rain, fell. The atmosphere of the entire corridor was incredibly dull. "Doctor, is there no other way?" Zhou Jin asked with difficulty. The balding doctor was silent for a moment and said, "For the time being, there is no better way." Zhou Jin took another deep breath and said, "Okay, I know." When he finished speaking, he was ready to walk towards the hospital room. He wants to stay with Zhou Guotao one last time. At this time, Lin Fan, who was standing at the back and hadn't said anything, finally spoke. "Perhaps I can save Grandpa Zhou." At those words, Zhou Jin violently stopped in his tracks. Everyone in the Zhou family, in unison, focused their gazes on Lin Fan. As for Lu Yuhang next to Lin Fan, his face instantly turned white. Today, doctors have said Zhou Guotao is untreatable. Instead, Lin Fan said he could save. If it can really be saved, that would certainly be a great thing. But the question is it possible? Lin Fan was just a peer like himself. It was hard for the Zhou family not to blame themselves for Zhou Guotao's illness. If, on the other hand, the treatment goes wrong, the consequences would be truly horrific. After a moment of careful thought, beads of sweat instantly covered Lu Yuhang's forehead. He opened his mouth as if he wanted Lin Fan to retract what he had just said. However, being stared at by the Zhou family's crowd, He simply couldn't say anything. Zhou turned around and slowly walked over to Lin Fan and asked, "You can save the old man?" "I can try. Of course, I'm not absolutely sure," Lin Fan said. He was prepared to collect 100 years of ginseng so that he could have the permission to buy medical water. However, he was not sure whether the medical water could actually cure Zhou Guotao. Let's just say try. And the reason why Lin Fan decided to make a move. For one thing, it was because when he was drinking earlier, he thought Zhou Guotao was nice. Secondly, it was because at the end of the auction, Zhou Guotao stepped in and drank back Wan Lang, which was a bit of a favor to himself. "Then I'll trouble you," Zhou said. "You believe me?" Lin Fan said. "I believe in old master's vision," Zhou said. Lin Fan nodded and said, "When I'm treating Grandpa Zhou, there can't be other people or monitoring instruments in the ward." "Good," Zhou nodded. Someone couldn't help but say, "The old man has just a few hours left now. What if he can't even see us one last time?" Lin Fan said, "Don't worry, I will definitely come out within an hour." After saying that, he took big strides towards the VIP ward. Dang! With a soft thud from the ward door, the atmosphere of the entire corridor, once again, became sullen. Lin Fan looked at Zhou Guotao, who was lying on the hospital bed with catheters inserted all over his body and in a coma, and sighed secretly. Then, Lin Fan took out the 100-year ginseng in his pocket. "Ding! Will you collect the centennial ginseng?" "Yes." At once, the ginseng lying in his hand disappeared. At the same time, a ginseng pattern was added next to the Ganoderma pattern of the medical water illustration in his mind. Ding! Gained access to purchase medical water. Medical water, a magical potion that, when taken orally, can repair all wounds in the human body? $10 million each. Buy! In the next instant, one clear solution of about 50 milliliters appeared in Lin Fan's hand. Lin Fan muttered, "I hope it works." After saying that, he slowly poured the medical water into Zhou Guotao's mouth. Then, keep a close eye on Zhou Guotao's change. Lin Fan was also filled with curiosity and apprehension about the effects of the medical water, because he was also going to have his dad take one as well. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Originally, the electrocardiogram next to Zhou Guotao was just a weak up and down beat, which quickly turned into a large wavy line. Immediately afterward, a touch of redness gradually appeared on his old face, which was described as withered and waxy. When about 30 minutes had passed, Zhou Guotao, who had been in a coma, finally opened his eyes. He first looked around blankly, and then, slowly sat up, outside the hallway. As time went on, more and more of the Chow family arrived at the hospital. They were all like ants on a hot pan, pacing back and forth in the corridor, their faces covered with anxiety. As a matter of fact, not only were they anxious, even the always calm Zhou was equally so. Tap tap. At that moment, an old man with gray hair, supported by 2 people, also came into the corridor. Zhou hurriedly greeted him and said, "Good day, second uncle. How is your father now? I heard a young man went in to save him," the old man asked. Zhou nodded and said, "Yes, the old master thinks highly of him." The old man nodded, while a pair of cloudy eyes were staring at the ward with worry in their eyes. Tap tap. In the hallway, another footstep sounded. Someone called out, "Dr. Wan is here." "It's Dr. Wanghua." When the Zhou family members heard this, a flash of excitement appeared on all their faces. Dr. Wan, whose real name is Wan Qingyun, is one of the most famous miracle doctors in China. "Elder Wan, I trouble you for coming all the way here on purpose." Zhou walked forward and said. Wan Qingyun said, "Master Zhou and I have been close friends for many years. How could I not come when he is seriously ill? Quickly take me to see the old master." Zhou hesitated and said, "Earlier, a friend went in to treat the old master, and he didn't allow anyone to disturb." Wan Qingyun was puzzled. "Friends? What kind of person? I'm not too familiar with him either. But, the old man thinks highly of him. He's been in for more than half an hour, and said that within an hour, he'll be out." Zhou said, "Like this?" Wan Qingyun pondered for a moment and said, "Let me see the latest examination of Elder Zhou first." A doctor was busy handing out a large stack of cases. In the next moment, Wan Qingyun's pupils shrank as he exclaimed, "What? The old master's body has reached this point? No way! I must hurry in." Zhou's heart tightened when he saw Wan Qingyun reacting so violently. No longer caring about Lin Fan's request of not letting anyone disturb him, he led Wan Qingyun towards the door of the hospital room in large strides. Although, Lin Fan did have an unassuming aura about him. However, he was simply too young, and Zhou didn't dare to completely hand the old man over to him. In case, as a result, the best treatment time for the old man is missed, it is really too late to regret. LOL. At that moment, the ward door suddenly opened of its own accord. Lin Fan slowly walked out from inside the hospital room. The Zhou family, in unison, dropped their gazes on him. Everyone was tense to the core inside. They didn't expect Lin Fan to be able to treat Elder Zhou. However, they were afraid of getting the bad news about Master Zhou. Zhou Jin asked, "How is the old man doing?" As he spoke, he made a gesture to lead Wan Qingyun towards the inside of the hospital room. He was not about to delay a second longer now. Ahem. At that moment, a light cough came from inside the hospital room. Then, an incomparably familiar pale face of the crowd appeared in their field of vision. The crowd was stunned at first. This was followed by endless surprises. "Gramps, it's okay," Zhou Jin said. "Dad, why are you out of bed? How is your health?" As he spoke, he stepped forward for a quick assist. Zhou Guotao was full of energy as he said, "I'm already fine, thanks to little brother Lin saving me." Although, Zhou Jin and the Zhou family's crowd had already guessed this outcome. However, after actually hearing Zhou Guotao's words, the crowd still could not help but be surprised for a while. Lin Fan, this young man who looked like he was only in his 20s, had actually saved the old man. Compared to the surprise of the Zhou family's crowd, Lu Yuhang was breathing a long sigh of relief. At this moment, he realized that his clothes, to his surprise, were already soaked with cold sweat. Fear. He's really scared. If anything happened to Elder Zhou in Lin Fan's hands, the consequences would be too terrifying. Okay. Zhou Jin bent down and said with incomparable solemnity, "Brother Lin, thank you." Lin Fan assisted Zhou Jin and said, "Uncle Zhou, you are too polite. It's just a matter of lifting my hand. What's more, Elder Zhou helped me earlier." Zhou Guotao laughed. "What kind of favor was that for me? Lin Fan, you didn't just save my life, you also saved our entire Zhou family, so you can afford to receive a gift from him." Then, he sidled up to Wan Qingyun next to him and said, "Old brother, it's again troublesome for you to come here from other places." Wan Qingyun waved his hand and said, "Between us, what's the point of talking about trouble or not? Why don't I check your body again?" "Good." Zhou Guotao nodded. Wan Qingyun first put his hand on Zhou Guotao's wrist. A moment later, Wan Qingyun withdrew his finger, a look of doubt on his face. Zhou Jin asked, "Elder Wan, how is my father's situation?" Wan Qingyun thought for a moment and said, "Let's go for a blood test and a CT first." "Okay," Zhou Jin said. Blood was drawn, CTs were taken, and the associated hospital was given the green light to proceed all the way. In just a few minutes, all the results all appeared in Wan Qingyun's hands. It was only after a moment of rummaging that Wan Qingyun affirmed, "Your body, old brother, has completely recovered." "Good." Ha. Zhou Guotao was overjoyed. The entire Zhou family was in a state of jubilation. The Chao family. The hall table was filled with unbelievably sumptuous dishes. After Zhou Guotao's repeated invitations, Lin Fan sat at the main seat, while Zhou Guotao and Zhou Jin sat on both sides. Zhou Guotao said, "Unexpectedly, I unintentionally smelled the aroma of wine once today, but it saved my life." "Wine. It really is a good thing. Lin Fan, come and taste how this wine tastes." Zhou Guotao personally poured a glass of wine for Lin Fan as he spoke. Lin Fan first put it to his nose and sniffed it, then, slowly poured it into his mouth. Lubricated in the mouth. Goes down like fire. With a lingering aftertaste. "Good flying Mutai," Lin Fan said. "Not bad." Ha. Zhou Guotao shouted happily. Zhou Jin raised his cup and said, "Lin Fan, thank you again for saving my father." Then, Zhou Zishan, Zhou Shihong and the others, also toasted Lin Fan. Lin Fan came and went, and the entire banquet was all eaten soundly. After drinking and eating, Lin Fan looked out of the window at the beautiful scenery of the mountains and water and marveled. It's really hard to imagine that the second ring of the capital, where every inch of land is gold, has such a beautiful house. "Oh, do you like this kind of house, Lin Fan? Our Zhou family has a similar house by the second ring road, so we'll give it to you to live in," Zhou Jin said. Lin Fan froze for a moment. He didn't even expect Zhou Jin to say such words. The Zhou family's building was said to be a house, rather than a manor, with an overall area of more than 5,000 square meters. The price of the second ring of the capital is less than 100,000 per square foot or more. In other words, I am afraid the price of a similar house is more than $500 million. "Give it to yourself directly?" Lin Fan said. "This is too expensive. Besides, I am in Jianbei and don't come to the capital often," Zhou Guotao said. "Little brother Lin, you're too polite. A house is just a house. What is it compared to my life? Although you don't come to the capital often for the time being, but, in the future, I'm sure you'll come here more often, and with that house, it's also a bit more convenient." Lin Fan thought to himself, continuing to refuse seemed to seem a bit pretentious. So, in response, he said, "Then I'm welcome." Originally, Zhou Guotao wanted to keep Lin Fan in the Zhou family for a while longer, but Lin Fan said that he still had things to take care of, and had already bought a ticket back to Zhongbei. Therefore, it directly rejected Zhou Guotao's good intentions. Zhou Jin, on the other hand, personally drove the Rolls-Royce and sent Lin Fan to the airport. Sitting in the VIP waiting room, Lu Yuhang could no longer hide the excitement in his heart, and the whole person directly jumped up with excitement. Brother Lin Fan. No, Brother Fan, you're so awesome. You actually know how to heal, and moreover, you even saved Elder Zhou. My goodness, that's Master Zhou. Do you know that when you said you were going to make a move to save Elder Zhou, you almost scared the piss out of me. Van, tell me quickly, what else do you know? Not, what else wouldn't you know? Lu Yuhang said. Lin Fan looked at Lu Yuhang's dancing hands and shook his head with a smile. Lu Yuhang was again self-conscious, and excitedly called out, "Hey, today I actually ate with Master Zhou and the others. This is something that if my dad knew about, I'm afraid he'd have to be envious to the point of drooling." He was definitely not exaggerating when he said that, because even Lu Yuhang's dad was definitely not qualified to dine with Zhou Guotao. Then, Lu Yuhang said seriously, "Brother Fan, thank you. Thank you? Do say thank you. Because Lu Yuhang was considered to have gotten in touch with the Zhou family through this matter today. This would be of great benefit to Lu Yuhang, and even the entire Lu family." Lin Fan naturally understood what Lu Yuhang meant and waved his hand. "You're welcome, the Chao family." Zhou Guotao stood in front of the window, looking at the gurgling water in the distance, his face full of relaxation and enjoyment. At this time, Zhou Jin slowly walked in with a stack of documents. "Dad, this is some information about Lin Fan," Zhou Jin said. Zhou Guotao casually flipped through it. In the next moment, a flash of realization appeared on a vicissitude old face. Originally, he is the captain of the Dragon Group. No wonder, he will be this amazing. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Guotao then said, "From now on, do everything possible to establish the best possible relationship with Lin Fan." "Yes," Zhou Jin said. On the airplane back to Zhongbei, Lu Yuhang was still talking excitedly. When the plane landed, Lu Yuhang's voice had become hoarse. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a little amused. It was the first time he had seen someone happy about something like this. At this point, it's only 19:30 at night. Qing City was only an hour's drive from Zhongbei, so Lin Fan didn't go back to his dormitory to rest. Upon returning to JNU, he went straight to the Big G. However, Lin Fan didn't immediately activate the Big G. Instead, he took out his cell phone and dropped his gaze on the red packet that was flashing brightly in the screen. 1002 red packets. Let's see what we can open, Lin Fan said. 1002 red packets. This is what Lin Fan got from spending 10 million on 100 years of ginseng, and 20,000 on dinner. Apparently, another 10 million was spent to get medical water from a systematic purchase that couldn't get a bonus. However, Lin Fan didn't care too much. Claim them all. Ding. Congratulations. You've earned $100. Ding. Congratulations. You get $5. Ding. Congratulations. Raising the probability of an aura triggering. Ding. Congratulations. You've earned $2. Ding. Congratulations. You have gained professorial physics experience. Ding. Congratulations. You've earned $1. Ding. Congratulations. You've earned a heavenly singing voice. With 1002 red envelopes, Lin Fan received a total of $2 million. At this point, Lin Fan has a total of $73 million. Absolute concentration, a more powerful focus, resulting in the ability to easily answer difficult questions. A 10% chance of triggering a flash of insight. A man who is focused and serious is the most handsome. The trigger probability of the aura has changed from 5% to 10%. After having had the feeling of triggering a flash of aura a few times, Lin Fan knew very well how rare it really was. Professor-level physics experience. Uses excellent physics knowledge to answer difficult questions and demonstrates exceptional charisma. Today, one has academician-level math experience. And now professorial physics experience? Is this to be an invincible schoolmaster? Celestial singing voice. A heavenly singing voice can make more people mesmerized by you. You can sing a good song. This is not bad. Lin Fan nodded silently. Then, putting down his cell phone, he blasted the gas pedal and sped towards the front. At night in the north of the river, there are a lot more vehicles on the road than during the day. Originally, it was only an hour's drive, and Lin Fan didn't return home until around 2100 hours. At this time, Lin Tao and Dai Weishue were sitting in the living room watching TV. When they saw Lin Fan, they were surprised. "Little Fan, why didn't you say anything in advance when you came back?" Lin Fan laughed. "It's just going home. What else is there to say?" "Xiu Fan, Have you had dinner yet? I'll go cook you some dumplings, Dai Weishue said. Lin Fan said, Mom, there's no need. I've already eaten and I'm full. Then drink some water first. Dai Weishue poured another cup of hot water. Although, just a simple cup of hot water. However, Lin Fan drank it in his mouth, but it was sweet in his heart. This is Mom and Dad. This is home. Yourself. Must guard them well. Lin Tao asked. Little Fan, why did you suddenly come back today? Is there something wrong? Oh, it's like this. Dad, didn't you have surgery last time? I was worried that your body wouldn't recover easily. So, I got some medicine to speed up recovery, Lin Fan said. As he spoke, he directly spent 10 million and purchased a bottle of medical potion from the system. Then, pretending to take it out of his pocket, he handed it to Lin Tao. Lin Tao said, My body is already well. What more medicine do I need? I'm afraid this is very expensive, right? Spending money recklessly. He's also a man of understanding. Although, the bottle of medicine looks like a tiny bottle, but it must have been expensive for Lin Fan to come back on purpose. Lin Fan said, What's so expensive about it? It's just a small bottle of medicine. And buy it all. Dad, just drink it. Just as Lin Fan had said, the purchase had already been made. What else could Lin Tao do? Lin Tao didn't hesitate any longer and directly poured the medicine into his mouth. Gollum. Lin Tao barred his mouth and said, It doesn't seem to have much flavor. Lin Fan saw that his father had drunk the medicine, and his entire body was much more relaxed. He had seen this medicine with his own eyes. How amazing it really was. Ahem. At that moment, Dai Weishue, who was next to him, couldn't help but cough. Lin Fan said, Mom, what's wrong with you? It's fine. I've caught a bit of a cold in the past 2 days. Just take some medicine, Dai Weishue said. Lin Fan spent another 10 million and purchased a bottle of medical water from the system. Over the years, Mom has worked early and hard for her family. I'm afraid I fished a lot of sickness out of my body. This bottle of medical water should make a difference. Mom, you drink a bottle too, Lin Fan said. Dai Weishue was puzzled. Isn't this for your father's surgical injuries? Why would I drink it? Lin Fan said. In fact, this is not much of a medicine. It is considered a tonic. It is used to strengthen the physique. With a good physique, injuries and illnesses naturally heal faster. Dai Weishue said. In that case, then I'll drink one too. Lin Fan saw his mom and dad all drinking medical water. The whole mood was also a lot better, and after chatting with his mom and dad, he took a bath and went to bed. At night, a cold wind blew the branches of the trees outside from side to side. Then a rush of rain came crashing down. Dai Weishue asked, What's with this weather? It's raining again. Brother Tao, does your stomach hurt? Let me go and fill a hot water bag for you. Since the surgery, whenever it rains or winds, Lin Tao has a hard time tossing and turning and can't sleep. Lin Tao, who was about to fall asleep, wondered, Is it raining? How come I don't feel any pain at all? It doesn't hurt? You didn't lie to me, did you? Dai Weishue said. It's true that it doesn't hurt. Ha! What's going on here? Lin Tao shouted in surprise. What again? Dai Weishue was puzzled. The scar on my stomach where I had surgery is gone. Lin Tao exclaimed. It's gone? I'll touch it. Dai Weishue was surprised. I can't believe I really didn't touch it. I'll turn on the light. Soon the two men were half open-mouthed and a little dumbfounded. Negative. It's really gone. He had surgery a while back and a long incision was made in his stomach. How long has this been going on? And it just healed right up and disappeared completely? It's simply not possible. Half a dozen times, Dai Weishue seemed to perceive something and said, My eyes don't seem to be presbyopic. That bottle of medicine. It must be the bottle of medicine that Xiao Fan just gave us to drink. Lin Tao shouted. A bottle of medicine actually cured your surgical injury and my presbyopia? What kind of medicine is this? It's also too magical, isn't it? Dai Weishue said. Let's go. Go ask Little Fan. Lin Tao said. Dai Weishue pulled him back and said, He's just gone to bed. It's not too late to ask tomorrow. Good. Lin Tao nodded, and then hemmed and hawed. Actually, that medicine didn't just cure my surgical injury. It also made me stand up again. When Dai Weishue heard this, she couldn't help but slant a glance at him and scolded him with a laugh. Old immodest. It was the night. The bed hummed all night. After a night of rain, the branches of the trees outside became green and crystal clear. Very nice to look at. Lin Fan opened the window and a breeze blew in. The whole person just felt refreshed. In the living room, scallion pancakes and fragrant noodles had been set out. When Dai Weishue saw Lin Fan, she said, Little Fan, go wash up quickly. The noodles will have to get cold in a while. Okay, Lin Fan answered. With the sound of a stream of water ringing out, Lin Fan also walked out from the restroom. He directly stuffed a large mouthful of noodles into his mouth, a look of satisfaction on his face. At this time, Lin Tao finally couldn't help but ask, "Little Fan, what kind of medicine did you give us to drink yesterday? The injuries and illnesses on me and your mom seem to have all healed. And it also seems to have gotten more than 10 years younger." When Dai Weishui spoke and heard, her old face rarely showed a touch of blush. Then, quietly with a curious gaze, he looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan said, "This is considered a newly developed supplement, and it is still rare." Lin Tao and Dai Weishui nodded thoughtfully and didn't look any deeper. After eating breakfast, originally, Dai Weishui wanted to go grocery shopping, but Lin Fan told her to rest at home, while he himself walked towards the food market. The food market at this time is very crowded. Lin Fan bought a lot of meat, green vegetables, and fish, and carrying large and small bags, he was ready to head back. At that moment, a somewhat familiar figure appeared in front. "Are you Wang Xiaodong?" Lin Fan asked. Lin Fan? The youth on the opposite side of the room was surprised. "Ha ha, it's really you. I never thought I'd meet you here," Lin Fan said happily. Wang Xiaodong was Lin Fan's junior high school classmate, and the two were on good terms. Unfortunately, no one had cell phone numbers or QQ or WeChat back then, so there has been no way to contact each other at all. Wang laughed. "Yeah, I was surprised too." Standing next to her, a woman of medium build asked, "Xiaodong, who is this?" "Oh, he is Lin Fan, my junior high school deskmate." At that time, the two of us were especially close. Wang Xiaodong introduced. "Lin Fan, this is my wife Gong Xichin." Gong Xichin said indistinctly, "So you're Xiaodong's good friend? Nice to meet you." After a pause, he added, "By the way, Xiaodong and I are having a wedding next Sunday, so when the time comes, you must come over and play." The moment these words came out, Wang Xiaodong's face became a little less pleasant to look at. He and Lin Fan used to have a really good relationship, but there was no contact whatsoever for so many years. Nowadays, he is made to attend weddings and accompany gifts as soon as they meet. This gave Wang Xiaodong the feeling that he was greedy for Lin Fan's gift money. He didn't like the feeling. Lin Fan also noticed the change in Wang Xiaodong's face. After a moment's thought, he could probably guess why. As for the gift money, Lin Fan didn't care about it in any way. But whether he had time next Sunday, he wasn't really sure, because he didn't know if the math modeling competition was next week. Lin Fan thought of this and spoke. "I'll come over next Sunday if I'm free," Gong Xichin said. "Good, then we have a deal. By the way, Xiaodong, you guys have contact information, right?" Wang Xiaodong was unwilling in his heart, but at this time, did he not add Lin Fan's contact information again? That's even worse. After exchanging contact information with each other, Lin Fan returned home. At this moment, Lin Xiaoyao was sitting on the sofa playing with her cell phone. When she saw Lin Fan, she excitedly pounced on her and called out, "Brother, why didn't you say something in advance when you came back? If I had known, I would have come back straight after my evening study yesterday." Green City 1 has taken learning very seriously. Evening study sessions are required every day except Sundays when you have a break. Evening study hall lasts until 10 p.m., so most students choose to live on campus Monday through Saturday and go home on Sundays. Lin Xiaoyao is exactly one of these majority of students. Lin Fan smoothly pinched Lin Xiaoyao's pretty face and said, "Thin again, Xiaoyao, you really need to eat more. It's too hiccupy to pinch now." "Brother, this is called a melon face," Lin Xiaoyao protested. At noon, the whole family went up to cook and stir fry, chatting and laughing in a cozy way. When Lin Fan brought a dish of shredded pork with green peppers, which had only just been fried, to the table in the living room, the time was just 12 o'clock, and the cell phone in his pocket shook slightly. The red bag appears. Ding! Congratulations, you get $2. Ding! Congratulations, you've earned $2,000. Ding! Congratulations, you have been awarded $10,000. Ding! Congratulations, you get $10. Ding! Congratulations, you have been awarded $1,000. It was all cash bonuses today, with a total of $30,507 earned. To this, Lin Fan did not have any concern, and directly stuffed the cell phone back into his pocket. Soon, a large table of colorful and delicious food was all laid out on the table. The family sat around the table and ate very happily. Originally, Lin Fan wanted to stay at home for a while longer. However, Lin Tao and Dai Weishui were worried that it was unsafe to drive too late, so they still let Lin Fan travel to Jiangbei early. JNU. When Lin Fan walked into the 104 dormitory, Ma Zhong was packing up his books. Zhang Jinbao happily said, "Brother Fan, you've returned at the right time. I've asked my cousin to have dinner with me today, and I was about to go over with Ma Zhong and Song Yi. Then it seems that I really returned earlier than coincidentally. Lin Fan laughed. Song Yi said, Brother Fan, did you know? Jin Bao's cousin is actually an internet star. Yes? Lin Fan was a bit surprised. After all, Zheng Jinbao is covered in fat. His cousin, I'm afraid, is no better. This way, can also be a netizen? Zheng Jinbao seemed to understand Lin Fan's thoughts and said, Don't look at me as so fat, but, my cousin has a very good body. Hurry up, you'll know later. After saying that, he took the lead and headed outside. Originally, Zheng Jinbao, Song Yi and Ma Zhong were going to take a taxi to dinner. But, now with Lin Fan, naturally, there was no need for so much trouble. Lin Fan directly drove the Mercedes-Benz Big G and sped off according to the location that Zheng Jinbao had said. This is a Hunan restaurant with a large storefront. Zheng Jinbao opened the car window and called out towards the young woman not far away, wearing a pink t-shirt, who was playing with her cell phone while walking. Liz? Zhang Liz. The woman couldn't help but turn and look over when she heard it. In the next moment, the face that had been coated with a lot of foundation revealed a color of surprise that was hard to hide. She jogged all the way over and said, Oh my god, Big G. Cousin, why are you here in a Mercedes-Benz Big G? Zheng Jinbao stepped down from the car and said smugly, This is my roommate Lin Fan's car. At this time, Lin Fan also got out of the car. Zheng Silly's face first showed a look of doubt. In the next moment, her eyes balled up and she screamed, So it's you, Zheng Jinbao, Song Yi, and Ma Zhong. All looked at Lin Fan in confusion. The look was clearly a question. Do you know her? Lin Fan, on the other hand, looked at Zheng Silly with an incomparably puzzled gaze and asked, Wait, know each other? I can't believe you've forgotten so quickly. A while ago, we even met in front of the Qingfeng restaurant. At that time, you were driving a Lamborghini. Zheng Silly exclaimed excitedly. Lin Fan looked at her heavy foundation and quickly thought of the Netflix girl who stood in front of his car that day. Scratching her head, Are you the woman standing in front of my car? Lin Fan said with some uncertainty. That's right, it's me. Zheng Silly looked very happy to see that Lin Fan remembered her. Zheng Jinbao on the side asked, How exactly did you guys meet? I'm all confused by what I'm hearing. Ma Zhong and Song Yi beside him were also filled with curiosity. Zheng Silly explained, I saw a cool Lamborghini that day. So, full of joy, I went up to take pictures and wanted to do a live broadcast. As it turned out, I hadn't even taken a couple shots before he arrived. I saw that he was handsome and drove a luxury car, so I wanted his micro signal. And surprisingly, he just drove off without saying anything. When Zheng Silly said this, her face was full of grudges. Lin Fan was a bit embarrassed. I just didn't hear it at the time. Zheng Silly added, By the way, wasn't it a Lamborghini last time? How did it turn into a Big G now? There was no need for Lin Fan to answer. Song Yi said. Brother Fan said to waste his waist, and then, after spending 3 minutes, he bought another Big G ETSK. I can't even buy clothes that fast. 3 minutes to buy the Big G? Zheng Silly opened her mouth wide, her face filled with shock. Although she didn't know much about cars, but she knew that a Mercedes-Benz Big G, at least, would cost millions. 3 minutes, costing millions? How can you be so proud of yourself? Zheng Jinbao said. Alright, what's the point of standing outside all the time? Go in first and chat while eating. As he spoke, he took the lead and walked towards the inside. Hunan cuisine, with its spicy flavor, is very much in line with the thrill-seeking tastes of young people. A few people were having a good time eating and chatting. The meal, which the crowd ate until 8 p.m., ended slowly. Lin Fan and the others reappeared in front of the Big G. Zheng Silly said, Wait and get in the car. I'll start a live broadcast first. Zheng Silly is usually live at night because, at this time, the traffic is the highest. Now, it's rare to come across a Mercedes-Benz Big G. She naturally doesn't want to miss it. Zheng Silly first opened the backpack on her waist and took out the makeup mirror, lipstick, foundation and so on from it to quickly dress up. Lin Fan said, I can't imagine carrying around so many things. That's for sure. These are the guys who eat, Zheng Silly said proudly. Then she logged into her live account and propped up her phone with a selfie stick. Zheng Silly's facial features were not bad. And now, with the beauty effect of the live broadcast, the whole person looks even more youthful and beautiful. It didn't take long for the live stream to turn on before the pop-ups rolled in. The real me, why is Ray so late to go live today? I've been waiting for a long time. Crazy, my big knife is impatient. Spring ding dong, it looks like Ray is live again in a different place today? Outdoor? Inside the car? Prick. Exciting. Little white, Shaoli next to seems to be Mercedes-Benz Big G. It can't be. Already is taken by some big tycoon, right? Zheng Silly smiled and said, welcome to my live broadcast. I apologize for keeping you all waiting. Today, the reason I'm late is because I went to dinner with my cousin, who is in college, and his classmates. As she spoke, Zheng Silly slowly moved the camera towards Zheng Jinbao. This is my cousin, Zheng Silly introduced. Hello guys. Zheng Jinbao turned to the camera and greeted. It was his first time on a live broadcast, and the whole thing couldn't help but be a little excited and nervous. Once again, pop-ups rolled up in the live stream. Crazy, Ray's cousin is so fat and so different from Ray. Streaming people, originally, I was a little worried that my sister would be ugly in the future, but now I'm a little relieved again. Zheng Jinbao looked at the pop-ups and a black line surfaced on his face. What do these words mean? I'm ugly? Zheng Silly slowly moved the camera again, towards Ma Zhong and Song Yi. Introducing, this is my brother's classmate. Hello guys. Ma Zhong and Song Yi greeted each other. When Zheng Silly was about to move the camera to Lin Fan whispered, "Don't let me show my face," Zheng Silly said and sniffed, her wrist slightly pressed downward, recording only the lower half of Lin Fan's body into the live broadcast. This is also my cousin's classmate, and this Mercedes-Benz Big G next to me, that's his car. This time, there were clearly a lot more pop-ups on the air. People in small cities, oh my god, Cousin Lee's classmates are too rich and powerful, aren't they? You can drive a Big G when you go to school? Poor boy, the scumbag drives a Big G, Xiaoli. Don't let him take you down. Wise guy, if you lack water in your 5 elements, you add water to your name. The fact that he bought the Big G means he lacks it, right? Song Momu, Xiaoli, quickly let me see what a tycoon looks like. Zheng Silly looked at the messages on the pop-up screen, replying to a few of them from time to time and making small talk with immense ease. Song Yi, who was standing next to him, said, "In my shark account, I still have some gold coins, so I'll come and add some popularity to Sealy." As he spoke, Song Yi took out his cell phone and entered Xiaoli's live room. Zheng Jinbao and Ma Zhong also took out their cell phones and either swiped some small gifts or swiped pop-ups, doing what they could to help increase their popularity. Lin Fan glanced at the three, so he followed and pulled out his cell phone, entering Xiaoli's live room. As a result, a dazzling golden prompt message appeared in Xiaoli's live broadcast. "Welcome Emperor Hit workers, come to the live broadcast room." Wow! When this news came out, the entire broadcast room immediately boiled over. Hypocritical, crap, an emperor has come to the live broadcast. The good lord is on fire, and it's the same one that hit the worker god. Crippled memories, playing workers, working souls, working are all people. Brothers, Quick Buckle 666, Prodigalucio, 666, Cold-Blooded Darkness, 666. At once, the entire live broadcast screen was covered by countless 666. Originally, there were only 100 or so people in the live room, and the number of people online immediately soared geometrically. A few glasses of wine, crikey, it's really hitting the workers. Handsome man in the wind, surrounding the worker hitting godhead. Take a look, huddle. In just a short minute, the number of people in Xiaoli's live room had already reached as many as thousands. The name of the man, the shadow of the tree, even though the hitman didn't send any messages or any bounty, but whenever he shows up, that's the center of attention there. This is just hitting the workers' gods men. Zheng Silly looked at the pop-ups scrolling rapidly in the live broadcast room, and the rising data. The whole person was completely confused. She had never been so popular in her live broadcasts, and this is just the beginning. Zheng Jinbao, who was standing next to him, reminded, "Sealy, what are you waiting for? Why don't you still welcome the worker god Ho?" He had seen with his own eyes how magnificent it really was to beat up a worker's divine hero. As long as you please this godly man, why worry about the reward? As a member of the live broadcasting community, Zheng Silly knew better than Zheng Jinbao how much energy the hitman actually had. A few days ago, the hit worker god Ho just 10 minutes, throwing 3,000 rockets, can be said to completely sensationalize the entire live broadcasting world. What's more, the originally obscure Xiang has become one of the hot anchors on the Shark Live platform today. These days, Zheng Silly often dreamed of hitting the worker god Ho entered his live room. And now, it has come true. She felt very inauthentic. That was precisely why Zheng Silly was so excited that she froze. At this time, after she heard Zheng Jinbao's reminder, she finally reacted, and with a slightly trembling voice, she said, "Chair, welcome to hit the worker god Ho into my live room. Welcome." Lin Fan looked at Zheng Silly, who couldn't bring herself to be excited and couldn't help but laugh a little. After a burst of maneuvering, he casually tapped up the screen. Whoosh, whoosh, 1 frame, 10 shelves, 30 shelves, 50 shelves. Densely packed rockets flew rapidly across the screen. A rainstorm of rockets washed over the entire broadcast. Countless pop-ups, scrolling frantically in the live broadcast. handsome to the core, it's on. Again. After a few days, the hit worker goddess is trenchant again. Prince Frog, spectacular. Riding a motorcycle to find a beautiful woman, playing workers. Working souls, working are all people. Playing worker god ho. Bull. More pop-ups with words like 666. When the rocket rain appeared, Jung Siu live broadcast popularity once again soared. The number of people online broke 10,000, tens of thousands, 100,000. At this point, several popular anchors were spotted and rushed over. Moon on a branch, it's Xiang Xiang. Xiang Xiang is here. Tonto, AI is here. All eyes on me, and Foamy. Foamy is here too. Foamy, playing worker Shenhao. I recently learned a few more good songs. When to come to the live room. Sing for you to hear AI, I've learned a few good songs too, so I can listen to them anytime. Xiang Xiang, playing worker Shenhao. Long time no see Life in a few balls, Foamy, AI, and Aroma are now in a live stream at the same time. They're all my favorite anchors. Awesome. Eunuch, it's a lifetime. It's definitely a lifetime. I've got pressure money, they all came because of the hit worker Shenhao. The hit worker Shenhao, the bullbreaker. There are more pop-ups and just as many rockets. Song Yi, Zheng Jinbao and Zhang Silly all stared at the cell phone screen without blinking. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. 400 rockets. 410 rockets. 420 rockets. Shocking, just shocking. Mahjong looked at the dense pop-ups in the live broadcast room, and the rockets that kept taking off, and gradually felt a little dizzy. He shook his neck, just in time to see Lin Fan next to him, who was constantly clicking on the screen. The screen, on the other hand, kept displaying the words, successful gift of 1 rocket. In the next moment, Mahjong finally saw Lin Fan SID, hit worker. He was surprised. Brother Fan, you're the worker beater god ho? At these words, Zheng Jinbao, Song Yi and Jing Silly looked up in unison and focused their eyes on Lin Fan and his cell phone. Soon, their pupils all shrank and they exclaimed in surprise, Brother Fan, you're actually a hit worker god. Crap. Van, what's going on? Lin Fan rubbed his nose and laughed. I always am. Quiet. The whole scene was suddenly quiet. Zheng Jinbao and Song Yi couldn't help but recall the first appearance of the hit worker Shenhao, as if it was because they were watching Xiang Xiang's live broadcast in the dormitory. I see. So it is. They were quiet, but the live broadcast room was even more boisterous. Countless pop-ups, like a turbulent river, rushed out. Ice shrimp, what do I hear? The worker hitting god ho is actually next to Ray? Mo acquaintance, Shaoli, quickly let us see the hit worker Shenhao. Legends of the Night Shift, fast live streaming to beat up the worker gods and goddesses. At this point, Jung Silly didn't even bother to look at the pop-ups in the live broadcast. Her mouth was half open, completely frozen. The godly man who was hitting workers with his heart was his cousin's classmate? Now, appearing directly next to yourself? Zheng Silly suddenly remembered that Song Yi had just said that Lin Fan had spent only 3 minutes and bought a Mercedes Big G. At the time, Zheng Silly still thought it was a bit of an exaggeration. In hindsight, there wasn't even a hint of exaggeration, because he's a hitman god's man. Zheng Jinbao said excitedly with a gaze as if he had seen an idol. Brother Fan, why didn't you tell us that you're a godly hero of the laborers? That's nothing, right? Lin Fan said. Besides, you guys didn't ask, and that's okay? That's a hit worker god who has sensationalized the entire Shark Live. At this time, Zheng Silly also finally reacted and said, hit worker Shenhao, you don't have to reward me that much. It's too wasteful. If you switch to a strange hitman goddess, she must have thought the more the merrier. But, Lin Fan was her cousin's classmate, and that made her feel a sense of guilt. Lin Fan laughed. A while ago, I accidentally charged 1 billion shark coins. A reward to anyone is a reward. It's fine. Accidentally charged 1 billion shark coins. Is that okay? Zheng Jinbao, Song Yi, Mahjong and Zhang Silly all opened their mouths wide, not knowing what to say. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room, on the other hand, were like a great river breaking its banks and running wildly. Brother Chi, crap, accidentally charged 1 billion shark coins? Drag less. I also want to be a little careless like this, but the strength does not allow it. I'm jaggedy, it's worthy of being a hit worker god. It's just ho-hum. Memories are always sad. My mom asked me why I was on my knees playing with my phone. Shiroto, Ray, show me the hitman Shenhao. In the pop-ups, more remained 666. At this time, Zheng Silly also remembered that she was still broadcasting live, and was busy aiming at the camera, saying, I still have some things to do today, so the live broadcast will end here. Thank you all for your support. Bye. After saying that, Zheng Silly did not bother with the number of people online that had reached hundreds of thousands and directly closed the live broadcast room. But, even after turning off the live stream, The messages were still rolling in. Space God, how did you turn off the live stream? Billions and billions of girls' dreams. Where's my laborer goddess? Nerd, Ray, show us the hitman goddess. Lin Fan said. Why are you guys looking at me like that? In the next moment, Zheng Jinbao, Song Yi, and Ma Zhong, all said in unison, kneel for brother Fan. After saying that, they also looked like they were going to land on one knee. Lin Fan couldn't help but be amused for a moment. The next day was another clear day. Monday's classes are packed. Song Yi, Ma Zhong and Zheng Jinbao went to the classroom early in the morning. Lin Fan, on the other hand, sent a leave message to his counselor, Sun Yaodong, and then, directly boarded the plane to Magic City. Because, today was his girlfriend Qin Yuxuan's birthday, Lin Fan wanted to go and give her a surprise. Mordor University, School of Economics Research Office. The female professor, who was about 40 years old, pointed to the projector, an incredibly complex chart and case study, and explained it in great detail with her voice. Qin Yuxuan, who was below, followed below with quick calculations and careful thinking. Very serious. When encountering problems she doesn't understand, Qin Yuxuan either asks her classmates or takes the initiative to raise her hand. Qin Yuxuan was not particularly gifted in learning, but she was particularly hardworking and motivated. That's what enabled her to get into a prestigious university until nowadays she is guaranteed a place in graduate school. Even among the many graduate students, Qin Yuxuan was one of the best. Time for serious study never passes quickly. In just a flash, it was getting dark. Qin Yuxuan hugged her books and dragged her tired body back to the dormitory. Sitting on the bed for a while, roommate Jasmine Huang asked, Yuxuan, isn't today your birthday? Why are you still sitting there? Hasn't that godly boyfriend of yours come over yet? When Zhang Jingyan heard that, she immediately came to her senses and put down her cell phone, saying, when will you come over? I want to see if he's as perfect as you guys say he is. The last time Lin Fan came to Mordor, Zhang Jing was pulled by her mentor to work overtime in the lab, so she hadn't seen Lin Fan at all. And during this time, the thing that several roommates talked about the most was Qin Yuxuan's boyfriend, Lin Fan. In their mouths, Lin Fan was on the verge of becoming a god, and Zhang Jing had long wanted to meet him. Now, finally, she was happy. Of course, Qin Yuxuan said somewhat grimly, a while ago, Lin Fan participated in the mathematical modeling competition. Recently, their school forced the training, so they couldn't come to Magic City today. Zhang Jing, Huang Jasmine and Wan Yuro immediately heard the unhappiness in her tone. It's no wonder. After all, this was Qin Yuxuan's first birthday as Lin Fan's girlfriend, and as a result, Lin Fan was absent. The three of them didn't want Qin Yuxuan to be too unhappy, so they began to liven up the atmosphere. A mathematical modeling competition? That's one of the biggest competitions in the math department. Dorking and handsome. And now, a school teacher. Oh my god. It's too perfect, isn't it? Moo, moo, moo. Zhang Jing exclaimed. Wan Yeye flipped through her phone and said, no wonder it's time for training. The mathematical modeling competition is going to be held in a few days. The school organizes separate training. I'm afraid this isn't a seeded player? If we get some kind of provincial prize, that's something, Jasmine Huang said. If you ask me, it's better if Yuxian's boyfriend doesn't come. It's only this year that the four of us can spend our birthdays together. Later on, after we in turn, graduate, get married and have kids, where will we have another chance? We should cherish these few moments. Zhang Jing agreed. That's right, let's go. Old rules, how about hot pot? Yes, yes, eat hot pot. Yellow Jasmine nodded her head repeatedly. Wan Yuro said, speaking of hot pot, it seems like I can already smell it. I can't, my mouth is about to come out. As the words left her mouth, she even purposely swallowed her saliva. How could Qin Yuxuan not know that the three were deliberately trying to enlighten herself? But, she was still amused by a few people and laughed. Fine, let's go. Let's eat hot pot. The four of them left as soon as they said they would, and after a little bit of packing, they headed outside. They had just arrived downstairs when a young man wearing black-rimmed glasses came trotting all the way from the distance. Then, handing out a bouquet of roses to Qin Yuxuan, he said, Yuxuan, happy birthday to you. Qin Yuxuan's face value was extremely high, and she could be said to be the school flower of the entire Magic City University. She had experienced something similar many times. Therefore, Qin Yuxuan didn't feel too surprised, and just said flatly, thank you for your blessing. However, I already have a boyfriend, so I won't accept your flowers. After saying that, Qin Yuxuan directly walked past the youth. The group of four continued on, walking through green lanes and past the swirling lake to the wide playground. Further on, you can exit the school gates and go out for a hot pot. Wow! At that moment, there was a sudden loud noise in the air. and then a fierce wind, for no apparent reason, blew horizontally, trees swayed and clothes clattered. In the crowd's puzzled gazes, strands of brightly colored red rose petals, like raindrops, slowly drifted down from the air. Throughout the playground, it was actually raining roses. At the same time, a dazzling light fiercely landed on Qin Yuxuan, then a helicopter appeared over the playground, and then, a piano that looked like snow, and Lin Fan, who was wearing a white suit, slowly landed from the helicopter in front of Qin Yuxuan. Immediately afterward, Lin Fan's slender hands, placed on the piano and danced rapidly on the black and white keys. A song, Dream Wedding, rang throughout the playground, sometimes far away, sometimes light. Everyone's heart swayed with the notes. In this moment, time seemed to stop. On the playground, everyone focused their eyes on Lin Fan and Qin Yuxuan. In the eyes of the crowd, Lin Fan and Qin Yuxuan, as it were, turned into a pair of divine couples standing on top of the clouds, with birds and birds forming a bridge and starlight surrounding them. Brilliant, gorgeous, something to look up to and marvel at. And in Qin Yuxuan's eyes, the entire world seemed to go completely black. Only Lin Fan was like the sun, blossoming with a scorching light. She listened to the distant, melodious music, completely smitten and drunk. Her eyes were hazy, the whole heart was touched, happy and joyful, completely filled. Ding! When the last notes of Dream Wedding fell, Lin Fan played Happy Birthday again, and then, Lin Fan slowly got up, holding 99 colorful red roses in his hands, and said fondly, Yuxuan, happy birthday. Snap! Qin Yuxuan finally couldn't help herself, and a stream of hot tears rolled down like pearls. And then, the whole person jumped into Lin Fan's arms, and a pair of fiery lips, directly printed on it. Oh, epsilon asterisk, asterisk 3, epsilon asterisk, asterisk 3, epsilon asterisk. Snap! At once, the whole playground resounded with a round of applause. Qin Yuxuan was a famous beauty of Mordor University, the goddess in the hearts of countless people. Even, there were many who adored her right there on the spot. However, at this moment, they could not feel any jealousy towards Lin Fan. There are just blessings and praises, because, he's worth it. For a long time, the lips parted. Lin Fan took Qin Yuxuan's waist with one hand and pulled the rope ladder that the helicopter had lowered with the other hand and flew towards the air. Qin Yuxuan looked at the beautiful playground that was almost paved red with roses in the air. Her whole body was about to melt in Lin Fan's arms, and her lips that were separated just now, once again printed on Lin Fan's face. They thus flew far away towards the high sky under the envious gazes of countless people. Zhang Jing tilted her head and said dully, now I finally understand why you guys have been saying that Lin Fan is a godly boyfriend all these days. I'm afraid he really is a god. One Yu said, if I had such a boyfriend, I would be willing to reduce my life expectancy by 10 years. Jasmine Huang looked at the helicopter that had completely disappeared from view. Then, looking around again, said, so many roses, how much does it cost? Each square meter is calculated according to 1 rose. Each rose is $5. And our school playground is about 20,000 square meters. One Yuzua said, $5, 20,000. This uses $100,000? Yellow Jasmine said with wide eyes. Also, there are helicopters, labor, etc. That scene just now, it's at least 200,000 or more. One Yuezhua said. Hiss. Jasmine Wang sucked in a breath of cold air and froze again. Lin Fan naturally had no way of knowing about the reactions of Jasmine Huang and the others. At this time, he and Qin Yuxuan arrived at the only 3-star Michelin restaurant in Magic City. In the past, this 3 Michelin-starred restaurant was always packed and immensely popular. Today, there was only one table in the spacious hall. The table, lit with a dim light, and many colorful delicacies. Because, today, the entire 3-star Michelin restaurant was chartered by Lin Fan. Lin Fan took the 82 Lafite and slowly poured it into a high-heeled wine glass, and then, with a light touch with Qin Yuxuan, he said, Yuxuan, happy birthday. Next, a mini key was handed out. This car I think matches you better. I hope you can like it, Lin Fan said. This was Lin Fan's truth. For today's Lin Fan, even if he gave away millions of dollars of supercars, he definitely wouldn't be heartbroken. But, ever since the last time he sat in Ms. Sweet's Mini, Lin Fan felt that Qin Yuxuan was also very suitable for driving this car. That's why this birthday gift was chosen. I like Mini very much, Lin Fan. Thank you, thank you. Qin Yuxuan was incomparably happy as tears rolled down from her beautiful eyes once again. Lin Fan said, fool, why are you still crying? I'm not crying, I'm just too happy, Qin Yuxuan said. At this moment, a crisp beep sounded in Lin Fan's head. Ding! Complete the hidden quest to organize a perfect birthday party and receive 5 silver red packets. Lin Fan couldn't help but show a flash of color on his face. After purchasing 100 years of ginseng, the system reached LV5. LV5. In addition to doubling the funds gained from breathing, walking, and sleeping every day from LV4, also opens up the quest system. However, Lin Fan hadn't been able to trigger a quest in the past 2 days. Today, organizing a birthday party for Qin Yuxuan had unexpectedly completed a hidden mission. 5 silver bonuses? What is it? Tap tap. At that moment, a waiter slowly approached with a very beautiful angel cake. Yuxuan, make a wish, Lin Fan said. Aha! Qin Yuxuan clasped her hands together and silently made a wish. It was night. Inside the Hilton presidential suite, 2 yellow orioles singing in the green willow, a line of egrets in the blue sky. Oh, epsilon asterisk. Asterisk 3, epsilon asterisk. What would you like to see? Hosting? It was a sleepless night in the Hilton presidential suite. The next day, a ray of dazzling sunlight passed through the window slit and fell on the side of the bed before Qin Yuxuan slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Lin Fan smiled and said, "Awake?" A light sound came out of Qin Yuxuan's agitated nose. Then, after struggling a few times, he couldn't get up. Truly, last night had been too intense and had left her tender body a bit overwhelmed. "I'll help you up," Lin Fan said. Last time, Qin Yuxuan was still shy. This time, it was no more refusal. Ding dong. At that moment, a crisp doorbell rang outside. Lin Fan said, "It should be the waiter bringing food. You're hungry too, right? Wash up first." Aha! Qin Yuxuan was like a well-behaved little white rabbit as she gently nodded her head. Breakfast at the Hilton is very generous. Oolong cheese pasta, bird's nest porridge, milk, crab roe soup buns, honey potato, colorful fruit plate and so on. All of them are exquisite. Lin Fan and Qin Yuxuan ate contentedly, lazily clinging to each other in incomparable happiness. Jingle bells. At this moment, Qin Yuxuan's cell phone rang loud and clear. But, Professor I. Well, Qin Yuxuan slowly hung up the phone after a burst of answering. The professor approached you for a project? Lin Fan asked. Qin Yuxuan bowed her head and said, "Yes, it's fine. You can just go over there directly. I have to go back to Jiangbei later as well, to attend the training for the mathematical modeling competition," Lin Fan said. "Then I'll take you to the airport," Qin Yuxuan said. "Good," Lin Fan said. Then, hand in hand, the two headed toward the airport. Magic City being a big international city, the airport is always bustling with activity. Lin Fan and Qin Yuxuan warmed up outside for a while before heading towards the VIP lounge. The VIP lounge was empty and very quiet at this time. Lin Fan first poured a glass of red wine. Then, sitting on the leather sofa, leisurely took out his cell phone. Receive 100 red packets. Do you want to receive all of them? 100 bonus. In other words, the birthday party cost a total of $1 million. However, Lin Fan didn't care about this in any way as he casually clicked to collect it. Ding! Congratulations! You get $10. Ding! Congratulations! You have been awarded $10,000. Ding! Congratulations! You have been awarded a 10x rebate card. Ding! Congratulations! You've earned $1,999. With 100 red packets, Lin Fan got a total of $220, 310, and a 10x rebate card. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly, secretly saying, "Why are they all useless?" Useless stuff? $220,000, plus a 10x rebate card that could bring in an unknown amount of money. Useless? Then, Lin Fan landed his attention on the silver red packet. Does it open 5 silver bonuses? Lin Fan was filled with curiosity about the silver red packets obtained by completing quests. Without any hesitation, he directly chose to open it. Ding! Congratulations! You've earned 200,000 yuan. Ding! Congratulations! You have been awarded $300,000. Ding! Congratulations! You have gained professional level guitar playing experience. Play great guitar tunes and add more charisma. Ding! Congratulations! You have been awarded $100,000. Ding! Congratulations! You have been awarded $700,000. With 5 silver bonuses, Lin Fan received a total of $1.3 million, and professional level guitar playing experience. Lin Fan immediately had a guess in his heart. In the past, every time you opened a red packet, the amount you got was under $100,000, and every bonus in the silver bonus, all of them are over $100,000, and, for 5 silver bonuses, you get 1 skill. According to this projection, I'm afraid that the value of the silver red packet is 1 level higher than the ordinary red packet, and it's easier to get good things. The task seems very much to be completed. While Lin Fan was in deep thought, a flight attendant slowly walked over to Lin Fan, and in an incomparably sweet voice, said, "Sir, the flight you're traveling on is now ready for boarding." Lin Fan's heart stirred slightly when he heard the voice, and he couldn't help but turn his head to look. This turn, his face, almost hit the flight attendant's perfect body. Oh yo, even. Lin Fan could vaguely feel a trace of heat emanating from it, and a faint aroma. Lin Fan's heart couldn't help but speed up a few beats, and he was busy moving backward. At this time, he realized that the stewardess in front of him was about 168 tall, with very delicate and exquisite features, watery eyes, and skin as white as snow. Beauty. Extremely beautiful. Lin Fan couldn't help but observe her with his true eye. Face value, 96. Favorability, 70. Lin Fan was not surprised by 96's face value. But, good sense 70? What's going on here? He had just almost run into her. Why did she have such a high favorability rating for him instead? Only after half a minute did Lin Fan come back to his senses and said, "I'm sorry, I just got a bit lost in thought and didn't hear what you just said. You are traveling in first class. You can board half an hour in advance, and you are now able to board." The voice of the beautiful stewardess, always very sweet, did not give birth to a trace of displeasure at all because of the repetition of speech. Lin Fan said, "Okay, then." Lin Fan was led by the beautiful stewardess towards the VIP channel and strolled towards it. Along the way, and even during Lin Fan's entire flight, the beautiful stewardesses always surrounded Lin Fan and shushed him from time to time, providing the most perfect service in the best condition. That feeling was almost as if she was Lin Fan's personal flight attendant. And while Lin Fan was on the airplane, Qin Yuxuan drove the white Mini and arrived at Magic City University. Then she strolled back to her dormitory with the vehicle's certificate of compliance, contract, and other documents. Huang Jasmine, Zhang Jing, and Wan Yuro immediately surrounded them in a swarm. Among them, Zhang Jing was the most excited, and as she hugged Qin Yuxuan's arm, she called out, "Yuxuan, seeking experience, how exactly should I find a divine boyfriend like Lin Fan?" Wan Yuro said, "Yu Xian, I'm so envious that you have such a divine boyfriend." Huang Jasmine then asked, "Yu Xian, did he give you any gifts yesterday? By the way, what are you holding in your hand?" Qin Yuxuan looked at the eager and envious appearance of the three of them, and once again a strong sense of happiness welled up in her heart. She happily said, "Jing Jing, Yu Ro, you don't have to envy me either. When fate arrives, you two can surely find the right other half for you." Then, Qin Yuxuan took out the information and key in her hand and said, "This is Lin Fan's birthday gift to me. Oh my god, it's actually a car." Jasmine Huang shouted in surprise. Wan Yuerua added, "And, it's still a Mini Coupe top version." "What? Mini? Let me see. Let me see." Zhang Jing said excitedly, "Wow, it's still my favorite white color. This style is too nice, right?" Apparently, Wan Yueho had done some research on cars, while Zhang Jing is only interested in the car at the stage of color and good looks. Jasmine Huang couldn't help but ask, "How much is this Mini Coupe top version? With the decorations, the landing estimate is almost 400,000, Wan Yuehua said. "What?" Jasmine Huang exclaimed in surprise. "Oh my god, plus the helicopter and the roses. Wouldn't that make this birthday cost $600,000 or $700,000? Huang Jasmine asked again. "Yu Xian, where did he take you to eat delicious food?" 3 Michelin stars, Qin Yuxuan said. "Wouldn't that cost another couple thousand?" Jasmine Wang exclaimed. Qin Yuxuan opened her mouth, hesitated for a moment, but still truthfully said, "He bagged the entire Michelin 3 stars. Quiet. Throughout the dormitory, there was silence. Huang Jasmine, Zhang Jing and Wan Yuro all opened their mouths wide and looked at Qin Yuxuan dumbfounded, with nothing but envy on their faces. Zhang Jing muttered, "Immortal, this is definitely a divine boyfriend." At this time, Lin Fan had successfully arrived in Jiangbei City under the impeccable care of the beautiful flight attendant. After getting off the plane, Lin Fan headed straight towards the parking lot. Soon he was in front of the Lamborghini and had just gotten in. The phone shook slightly. 12 o'clock. The red bag appears. Ding. Congratulations. You get $1. Ding. Congratulations. You have been awarded $5,000. Ding. Congratulations. You've earned $2,000. Ding. Congratulations. You have been awarded $10,000. Ding. Congratulations. You get $3. For today's red packet, Lin Fan received a total of $30,304. He casually placed his cell phone in general and was ready to start the Lamborghini. At this time, the beautiful flight attendant's sinister figure appeared next to her. Her perfect figure leaned against the window and said sweetly, "Hello again. I live just a few kilometers away. Could you please give me a ride?" After a slight hesitation, Lin Fan nodded and said, "Yes." The beautiful stewardess said, "Thank you." The words fell out of his mouth, and with immense pleasure, he sat down in the passenger seat. Lin Fan didn't start the vehicle immediately, but said, "Actually, I have a girlfriend. This beautiful stewardess, from the VIP lounge to the airplane, has been taking extra care of herself. Now, again, he volunteered to take her home himself." Lin Fan wasn't a fool. How could he not see what she was thinking? The beautiful flight attendant's pretty face was as usual, and even, there was an extra touch of laughter as she said, "I know." "Know what? Then you also." Lin Fan froze for a moment. Then, using his eye of truth, he observed the beautiful flight attendant once again. Face value, 96. Favorability, 80. Lin Fan froze again. The beautiful stewardess knew that she had a girlfriend, and then, her favoritism towards her, even rose rapidly? At this point, not far away, a well-built flight attendant kissed a middle-aged man with a big belly. The two then got into the black Mercedes together. "See here," the beautiful stewardess sighed. "A lot of people are envious of us flight attendants. Our daily job is just to ride around on airplanes and have fun. But, they don't realize that we work just as hard every day for a salary of just 10,000. Due to the unique nature of our work, we often meet people who have quite a few assets, with some money and benefits luring Hua. Many people gradually fall." Speaking here, the beautiful stewardess lowered her head and said, "In fact, I'm not afraid to laugh at you. There used to be a boss in his 50s who offered to give me $50,000 a month to follow him for 2 years. At that point, I almost moved." Then, with a somewhat apprehensive gaze, the beautiful stewardess looked at Lin Fan and asked, "Would you look down on someone like me?" Lin Fan shook his head and said, "The vast majority of people, the reason why they study and work hard is just to have a better life. But, it is rare to find someone who can be as honest as you are." Lin Fan drove while chatting with the beautiful flight attendant in a very relaxed atmosphere. During this time, the two introduced themselves to each other. Lin Fan knew that the beautiful flight attendant's name was Chiu Zishi. As Chiu Zishi said, she lives just a few kilometers away. In about 10 minutes, Lin Fan arrived at a somewhat old neighborhood. The neighborhood environment is not really good, but, where Chiu Zishi lives, it is cleaned up, neat and tidy, giving people a sense of home coziness. Chiu Zishi introduced, "This is the house I share with another flight attendant. She flew abroad today and should be back in a few days." At that moment, she happened to see the red wine on the table and asked, "Would you like some wine?" Lin Fan nodded indifferently. Bang! With a soft thud, a stream of bright red wine sloshed into the high-heeled glass. Lin Fan picked up the wine glass and gently shook it. Then, put it to his nose and sniffed. Finally, it was slowly poured into his mouth. His movements were gentle and graceful, like a noble prince. It was beyond charming. Drinking gentleman with charm. Originally, Chiu Zishi wanted to use wine to give herself courage. But, at this moment, she was completely sunk. Ding! Charming aura, triggering carved in stone. Chiu Zishi finally couldn't help herself and directly jumped into Lin Fan's arms. The sun is high in the sky, the birds are spreading their wings, and the grass is rustling. In the twinkling of an eye, it came to dusk. Chiu Zishi wiped the happy teardrops from the corners of her eyes and, with some difficulty, rose from the bed. Lin Fan asked, "Are you alright? Don't you need to rest again?" Chiu Zishi said softly, "I'm fine. You should be hungry, right? I'll let you taste my cooking first." "You can still cook?" Lin Fan was surprised. It is important to realize that today's young people, especially girls, almost never get out of the kitchen. And pretty girls like Chiu Zishi, in general, are even less likely to cook. Chiu Zishi said, "One meal outside is almost enough to eat at home for a day. Besides, to conquer a man's heart, you should conquer his stomach first, so of course you should practice." Lin Fan couldn't help but smile when he heard this, with a puff of grease rising after. In just over half an hour, a dish that was full of color and flavor was served in front of Lin Fan. "It tastes so good," Lin Fan kind of exclaimed. Chiu Zishi was also happy to hear this and said, "If you like it, eat more." "Good, then I'll be polite," Lin Fan said. At this meal, Lin Fan ate a full 2 bowls of rice and ate all 5 dishes with a satisfied look on his face. Rumble. At that moment, a cacophony of voices rang out from outside the neighborhood. Lin Fan walked to the window and frowned slightly as he looked at the diggers in the distance. Chiu Zishi said, "The road has been under construction recently, so it will be a bit noisy. The environment here is too bad. Let me help you live somewhere else," Lin Fan said. Chiu Zishi laughed. "You don't think you want me to stay at your house, do you?" Lin Fan said. "I went to college in Zhongbei, and now I live in a dormitory." Chiu Zishi's entire pretty face was filled with surprise when she heard that. She simply didn't expect that the top godly man who wore a designer label, wore a Vacheron Constantin Tour de L'Isle, and drove a Lamborghini, was still a student. Xiao Zishi said oddly. In that case, wouldn't I still make a profit? Lin Fan smiled and rubbed his nose for a while. Then, Lin Fan took out his cell phone and dialed the number of Lian Jia's manager. Han Suite, Lin's house, conference room. Han Suite sat at the top and took out a stack of information, carefully explaining the company's relevant policies, as well as the market situation. The shopkeepers below all listened very carefully and took notes from time to time. Jingle bells. At that moment, Han Suite's cell phone rang with a light ringtone. Her expression shuddered in a rare way when she saw the caller alert. Almost as a reflex, Han Suite directly answered the phone. Hello, Mr. Lin, Han Suite said softly. Hello Manager Han, it's like this. I'm calling to ask if you have a recommendation for a house with a better environment? Lin Fan said bluntly. After thinking just a little bit, Han Suite said, if you don't consider the specific area, I would recommend Yike City and Overseas Lake City. These two neighborhoods almost have the best greenery and property management in the north of the river. They are all in excellent locations, with parks, large businesses, hospitals, everything within a 10-kilometer radius, and very convenient transportation. In addition, Eco City and Zhou Lake City all sell large flats of 150 square feet or more, which are very comfortable to live in. If it is an ordinary person who asks, Han Suite will naturally not recommend Yike City and Zhou Lake City, not to mention one of the 150 square feet or more of the large flat. To know, the environment and location of everything City and Zhou Lake City are truly impeccable. However, the price is equally very high, and Lin Fan was different. He owned an entire house in Vanguard House, so naturally he wouldn't care about the price. Apparently, it was just as Han Suite had expected. After hearing this, Lin Fan just nodded calmly and said, do you have any houses for sale in these two neighborhoods over there? There is, Han sweetly affirmed. You should be rather busy, right? Otherwise, send someone over and show me the house? Lin Fan said. Though, Han Suite was the sales manager and it would be most appropriate for her to show the house. But, Lin Fan didn't want to delay others. Han Suite said, not busy, not busy. I have been idle for half a day. Later, we about to meet in Yike City. What do you think? Good, Lin Fan said. Han Suite hung up the phone and got up straight away. You guys summarize and generalize for yourselves first. After saying that, he quickly walked towards the outside of the conference room. Only the employees were left in the conference room. Dumbfounded. Manager Han, didn't you say this meeting was important? You want to drop everything you're doing? As for summarizing and generalizing on your own? How can we summarize and generalize when we don't even know what the policy document is? Han Suite was completely unaware of what the employees were thinking. After she exited the store, she drove a red BMW 530 Li directly and sped towards Yike City. Lin Fan hadn't arrived yet when Han Tianyi arrived at her destination. So, she took another break and pulled out her makeup mirror, lipstick, and foundation and touched up her makeup in the car. Boom! When a roar of an engine sounded in the distance, Han Suite noticed a cool Lamborghini that drove over quickly. So, busily, he stepped out of the car. After the Lamborghini stopped, Lin Fan opened the door and said, Manager Han, long time waiting, right? Han Suite shook her head repeatedly and smiled. No, I've only just arrived. In the next moment, Han Suite's entire body was slightly stiff, because, on the passenger side of the Lamborghini, a beautiful woman had unexpectedly stepped out. Moreover, this beautiful woman even walked forward and took Lin Fan's arm. Incomparably intimate. Lin Fan nodded slightly as he looked at the imposing gate of Yike City. On first impression, he still felt good. Lin Fan said, Manager Han, take us in to take a look? Oh, okay, Han Suite said. I have to say, Yike City deserves to be one of the best neighborhoods in Zhongbei. When the security guard saw it from afar, he took the initiative to walk up and, in a very humble tone, inquired about it. And then, he had someone stand next to Lin Fan's Lamborghini car, obviously to prevent someone from cutting through. Yike City has a strict separation of people and vehicles, and there is not a single car to be seen inside the neighborhood. After Lin Fan and the others walked into Yike City, as they looked around, there wasn't a single piece of garbage and the ground was very tidy. Some are just shady trees and grass, others are just flowers and aromas in a great setting. It didn't take long for Lin Fan and the others to arrive at the house located on the 25th floor. This is a large 178 square foot bungalow with modern light luxury decor. Standing in front of the tall floor-to-ceiling windows, you can not only take in the beauty of the whole neighborhood, but also feel the afterglow of dusk. Cozy? Lin Fan asked. Like the set? Xiao Zishi nodded gently. In fact, when she walked into the set, Her entire pair of beautiful eyes immediately lit up. To her, it wasn't a house at all, but a castle that belonged to her dreams. Lin Fan said, "If you like it, then this is the set." After saying that, Lin Fan directly handed out his bank card. Although, Han Tianyi had long ago appreciated Lin Fan's quick-witted character, but, at that moment, it couldn't help but freeze. A large 178 square feet house, just a casual look around. You're just going to pay for it? That's a little too hoity-toity, isn't it? It was only after half a minute that Han Sweet froze and took the bank card, saying, "This house has a total of 178 square feet, and the unit price per SQ feet is 46,000. Is Mr. Lin prepared to pay the full amount or?" "Full payment," Lin Fan said bluntly. For her part, Han Sweet wasn't too surprised by this result. She took out the contract from her bag and said, "Mr. Lin, you can read the sales contract first, then, sign below." Obviously, Han Sweet was fully prepared when she went out. Lin Fan said, "Zishi, you sign." "Ha? Me?" Qiu Zishi couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Qiu Zishi knew that Lin Fan owned a Lamborghini and wore a Vacheron Constantin Tour de LL, and definitely belonged to the super godly rich. She thought that when Lin Fan said that he would give himself a new house, he was renting a new house. Now, the switch to buying a house has surprised her. However, Qiu Zishi never expected that Lin Fan was directly giving the house to himself. She had just heard it loud and clear. The house is 178 square feet total at $46,000 per square foot. That means it's an $8+ million house. That's it. For yourself? Even though Qiu Zishi had been a flight attendant for 2 years, she had seen a lot of the world. At this time, it was also astonished beyond measure. Lin Fan nodded. "Yes, this house is for you." Qiu Zishi quietly looked at Lin Fan. Seeing that he didn't have the slightest intention of joking or hesitating, it was only then that he took a deep breath and said seriously, "Thank you." Then, picking up a pen, he signed the contract. Han Sweet, who was on the side, looked at the contract and her face was covered with envy. The heart murmured, When will I meet someone who will be so good to me?" Then, Han Sweet picked up Lin Fan's bank card and swiped it on the POS machine that had been prepared long ago. Drop. At this same time, a crisp beep sounded in Lin Fan's head. Ding. This spending is $188,000. Do you want to use the 10x rebate card? Yes, Lin Fan said silently in his heart. Successfully used the 10x rebate card to get $81.88 million. Immediately afterward, Lin Fan's cell phone shook slightly. Merchants Bank reminds you to deposit $81,880,000. At this point, Lin Fan now has $156 million in capital. Assets, for the first time, are over 100 million, even though, today, Lin Fan is able to get a guaranteed $1.4 million a day by breathing, walking and sleeping. At this moment, when he suddenly got so much money, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Ding! Completing the hidden quest with over $100 million in funds, receive 5 silver red packets. When Lin Fan heard this, the joy on his face increased by a few points. He had experience in completing a mission once and was very aware of how rare a silver bonus was. Han Sweet explained some more things about the formalities and handed the key to Lin Fan before slowly leaving. Lin Fan, on the other hand, directly handed the key to Qiu Zishi and smiled. "Zishi, from now on, you are the owner of this house." Qiu Zishi looked at the key in front of her, her petite body trembling slightly. Her wish is to have a house of her own in Zhongbei. Nowadays, it's realized. And, still have such a perfect house. I never thought I'd have such a nice house. Thank you, husband. After Qiu Zishi finished speaking, she directly hugged Lin Fan and printed over with a pair of fiery lips. It was a long time before the two slowly separated. Lin Fan looked at the time and said, "I won't accompany you today. I need to go back to school in the evening." "Okay," Qiu Zishi answered. "Are you staying here today, or going back to the rented place?" Lin Fan asked. Qiu Zishi said, "There's still a lot of places to clean up here, so I'll go back to stay today. Then I'll give you a ride," Lin Fan said. Then, hand in hand, the two headed outside. After Lin Fan placed Qiu Zishi at the entrance of the neighborhood, he headed towards Zhongbei University. As Qiu Zishi was turning around, a sweet-looking woman, also wearing a flight attendant uniform, appeared in front of her. Qiu Zishi was slightly surprised. "Huang Ling, aren't you flying abroad today? Why are you back so early?" Apparently, the flight attendant was Qiu Zishi's co-roommate. Huang Ling said, "The weather abroad is bad, so, the flight was cancelled." After a pause, she added, "Let's not talk about that. Did you just get out of a Lamborghini?" "Zishi, you shouldn't have been." Qiu Zishi and Huang Ling had an excellent relationship. Otherwise, they wouldn't have shared a room. Between them, they talk about intimate topics. Huang Ling knew that Qiu Zishi had never had an aversion to bag. Qiu Zishi nodded and said, yes. Huang Ling sighed darkly and asked, how much does he pay you a month? He didn't pay me, Qiu Zishi replied. What? Without paying you? You? Huang Ling shouted. Qiu Zishi said, he gave me a suite, a 178 square foot house in Yike City. Ha! Huang Ling's mouth directly turned into an O shape. Usually when he was bored, Huang Ling didn't look at the house much, and was very clear about how expensive the house prices in Yike City really were. A 178 square feet Yike City house. This, I'm afraid it's at least $5 or $6 million, right? Just like that. Was given to Qiu Zishi? Huang Ling hurriedly said. He wrote your name? Qiu Zishi nodded and said, I have all the contracts. Ding dong. At that moment, Qiu Zishi's cell phone shook slightly. It turned out to be a message from Lin Fan. Lin Fan, the flight attendant job. If you don't want to do it, quit. I'll transfer some money for you to use first. Let me know if it's not enough. Then, Qiu Zishi was greeted with the message that $1 million had arrived. Qiu Zishi, thank you husband. Qiu Zishi replied to the message and then raised her phone. He's paying me now. What? $1 million? Huang Ling once again opened her mouth wide. She'd never heard of anyone giving away both a multi-million-dollar house and $1 million in cash. It's like being treated like a grandma. Okay? Huang Ling called out. Zishi, is he still wrapped? Begging for a pack. Qiu Zishi looked at her pitiful appearance and laughed as her body trembled. After Lin Fan returned to Jiangbei University, he directly came to room 305 of the practical training building. At this time, the two twins, Xia Bing and Xia Shui, were carefully designing models in front of the computer. When they saw Lin Fan, a flash of excitement immediately appeared in their beautiful eyes. Then, Chi-Chi took out a bottle of pulsation from the backpack behind him and handed it to Lin Fan. Lin Fan said, thank you, casually. He opened 2 bottles of pulse and took a sip of each. When Xia Bing and Xia Shui saw this, the joy on their faces increased by a few points, and a pair of cute little dimples loomed. At that moment, Professor Zhang Yong walked in from outside. When he saw Lin Fan, he immediately called out, Lin Fan, you're finally here. Lin Fan couldn't help but touch his nose when he heard that. Last Saturday, Zhang Yong had been messaging himself, asking to come over early for training. But, on Saturday, the new Hyatt will be auctioning off 100 years of ginseng, and 100 years of ginseng is concerned with Lin Tao's illness. Lin Fan certainly needed to travel. It was not until Sunday night that Lin Fan returned to Jiangbei, and on Monday, it was his girlfriend Qin Yuxuan's birthday. So naturally Lin Fan had to go to Magic City to celebrate. One way or another, Lin Fan didn't have time to come to the training room until now. Zhang Yong helplessly said, originally, I also wanted to take these few days to give you a good training. But, tomorrow will be the competition. If you train now, it will instead affect your mental state for tomorrow's exam. As Zhang Yong spoke, he sighed lightly and said, let me just say more about the rules of the competition. The mathematical modeling competition lasts for a total of 72 hours. And it's very difficult and intense, especially for Lin Fan. The task of calculating, writing and defending a thesis is a big one, but, make sure you don't panic or get nervous, just play steadily. When Zhang Yong first saw Lin Fan, Xia Bing and Xia Shui's mathematical modeling, his heart was overwhelmed with excitement and surging. He immediately felt that JNU was on track for the state prize this year, or even the Higher Education Cup. However, right now, Zhang Yong was without any confidence. As a professor, Zhang Yong knows very well how much a student who is close to an exam but goes off to work on other things can affect his or her grades. In his heart, he just silently said, let's hope Lin Fan and the others can get the provincial award. On the following day, the weather was sunny, and a brilliant sunrise rose quickly toward the high sky like a giant dragon. Many students from the School of Mathematics and the School of Computer Science of Jiangbei University were heading towards the wide staircase classroom. Today, or rather, for the next 3 days, they will be here for the difficult mathematical modeling competition. Counselor Sun Yaodong stood in the far corridor, silently watching the scene. At this time, a middle-aged teacher, who was about 30 to 40 years old, said, Mr. Sun, it's not much use for you to let so many students sign up for the mathematical modeling competition, just to have the quantity, but not the quality. Sun Yaodong said, that's not necessarily true. Maybe a few provincial prizes will appear among them. The middle-aged teacher smiled and shook his head. Apparently, not taking that to heart. Inside the lecture hall, Zheng Jinbao looked at the tables that were all 2 meters away from each other, sighed, and said, it's over. I can't even copy it if I want to. Next to them, the The students from the computer science and mathematics faculties had black lines on their faces. So, you entered the mathematical modeling competition with the idea of plagiarism? Zhang Jinbao looked again at Song Yi, who was sitting not far away, and muttered, "Anyway, it's fine if I have someone to keep me company." After saying that, Zhang Jinbao opened the Fat House Happy Water and drank a large mouthful of it fiercely, his face full of enjoyment. At this time, Song Yi also looked around. When he saw Zhang Jinbao, he was visibly relieved. The schoolboys are accompanied by a bottom together. This bottom will also be thicker. Lin Fan, on the other hand, was sitting blithely in his chair, incomparably leisurely. It looked as if he hadn't come to the mathematical modeling competition at all, but to drink tea. Xia Bing, Xia Shui, don't be nervous, it's just an exam. Relax, Lin Fan said. Xia Bing and Xia Shui nodded their heads in succession. If, on the other hand, they are in a race with someone else, then, they would be just as relaxed as Lin Fan. But, for this mathematical modeling competition, it was a team with Lin Fan, which made him nervous, because Xia Bing and Xia Shui silently decided in their hearts that they must take out their best techniques for the exam, and absolutely could not drag Lin Fan back. Ding! At that moment, a crisp bell rang throughout the stairwell. Then 3 professors, all over the age of 40, slowly walked in. Among them, the professor, whose temples were slightly gray, said, "Except for the whispering among the players, the rest of them are forbidden to talk to each other. Violators will be disqualified from the match. National Mathematical Modeling Competition, now open. Everyone, please read the title." As the old professor's words fell, 3 questions appeared on the projector in the staircase classroom, as well as on the computers in front of everyone. 1. Design a house. 2. Design a drainage system. 3. Design a parking lot. Please answer any of the 3 questions. After seeing these 3 questions, all the students were dumbfounded. Designing a house? Drainage systems? Parking lots? Shouldn't this all be something for architecture schools to do? This requires drawings, design plans, etc. and does have some complexity. But, what does this have to do with a mathematical modeling competition? The mathematical modeling competition, isn't it a competition about mathematical computation? Where, in this, is math involved? The crowd of students first froze for a while, and only after half a second, did they murmur, "Which topic do we pick?" Shorty, from the computer science department, asked, "The parking lot, seems to be a little easier?" The medium-sized math academy student hesitated. Zhang Jinbao, on the other hand, was full of denial and said, "Of course it's the drainage system. How simple is the drainage system? Just draw a few ditches directly." The 2 men looked at each other for half a second before hesitantly saying, "Then let's design the drainage system." Lin Fan casually swept his eyes over the 3 questions and immediately had a thought in his mind. "Xia Bing, Xia Shui, which topic do you want to do?" Lin Fan asked. Xia Bing and Xia Shui didn't make any movements. They just quietly looked at Lin Fan. Obviously, the look is saying, "You choose the title." Lin Fan nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll choose." He stroked his chin and mused. Many cities are prone to waterlogging whenever it rains heavily, so designing a drainage system, troublesome yes, but still somewhat useful. Then let's choose the second topic and design a drainage system. Xia Bing and Xia Shui didn't have any reactive opinions at all and nodded their heads repeatedly. At that moment, a crisp beep sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! Trigger a quest to win a national award in the mathematical modeling competition. Reward 5 silver red packets. The corners of Lin Fan's mouth rose slightly as he heard the words. Originally, Lin Fan only intended to casually answer the questions. At this point, however, he was determined to have a good game. Lin Fan lifted his pen as if it was flying, and quickly wrote a complicated arithmetic formula on the white paper. Then, he told the requirements and data to Xia Bing and Xia Shui. At once, a crackling, rhythmic sound rang out from Lin Fan's team. As time passed, the beginnings of a drainage system gradually appeared on Xia Bing and Xia Shui's computer. Soon, it was noon. Many bought their meals directly to the door of the stepping stone classroom to eat. After a quick bite, it was time to get back to solving problems and competing. There's no way around it. It's just too much mathematical modeling. If you don't hurry, you probably won't be able to finish the mission in 3 days. Lin Fan, on the other hand, was completely different. He had lunch with Xia Bing and Xia Shui, and then he even leisurely returned to the empty dormitory, ready to take a nap. At that moment, his cell phone shook slightly. 12 o'clock. The red bag appears. Ding! Congratulations, you get $6. Ding! Congratulations, you get $20. Ding! Congratulations, you have been awarded $10,000. Ding! Congratulations, you get $3. Today, Lin Fan received a total of $25.009. Then he glanced at the 818 red envelopes displayed on the screen. Here's the bonus package you got yesterday after spending $8.188 million on a suite in YMCA City. Originally, Lin Fan intended to gather 1,000 red envelopes and open them together. Now, however, there was hesitation. Muttered, "Forget it, turn it on." Ding. Congratulations, you have been awarded $3,000. Ding. Congratulations, you get $2. Ding. Congratulations, you have gained professional level swimming experience. Excellent swimming skills will allow you to display the same extraordinary charisma in the water. Ding. Congratulations, you have been awarded $10,000. Ding. Congratulations, you have gained professional level airplane piloting skills. Even airplanes can be piloted with ease and charm everywhere. With 818 red envelopes, Lin Fan received a total of $780.922, and professional level swimming experience, and professional level airplane piloting skills. The $780,000 cash didn't matter, but, having gained 2 new skills, Lin Fan was still satisfied. Murmured, "There are still 5 silver red packets. Forget about it, let's wait for the task of the mathematical modeling competition to be completed and then open them together." This sleep, Lin Fan slept until 2 o'clock before he slowly walked towards the step classroom. At this moment, all the people in the ladder classroom were struggling to calculate and design. Lin Fan returned to his seat and first drank a mouthful of clear tea before he began to write at the bottom of the page. In a flash, it was getting dark. The step classroom is still lit up. There was a crackling sound that went on and on. Apparently, many of them were not prepared to go back to rest at night and just stayed in the classroom all night. Lin Fan, on the other hand, directly went back to his dormitory with Xia Bing and Xia Shui to rest after arriving at the point. The second day was similar to the first. When Lin Fan was once again ready to go back to his dormitory to rest, the professor with slightly gray hair finally couldn't help but walk over and said, "This student, tomorrow is the last day of the competition. Won't you seize the time and answer the questions?" Lin Fan nodded and said, "Okay." Then, it went straight towards the outside of the classroom. Old professor, "Okay, and then, just walk away?" In a flash, it was the third day. The mathematical modeling competition is an open book competition, and students can do whatever they want as long as they don't make noise in the classroom, talk to each other, or disrupt the competition. The task of the invigilators and professors, therefore, is very simple. At this time, only one professor was sitting in the classroom boredly reading the newspaper. The other 2 professors stood in the hallway drinking tea and getting some air. One of them, a younger professor, asked, "Professor Zhao, do you know which student is Lin Fan, the one Zhang Yang talked about last time?" The old professor next to him pointed at Lin Fan sitting in the middle of the classroom and said, "Here, that's Lin Fan." "It's him?" The young professor was surprised. "I see that he didn't seem to be too caught up in answering the questions in the past few days." "Ha, more than not grasping too hard? Eating and sleeping when it's time. Where is this coming to participate in the mathematical modeling competition? It's simply coming to punch the clock. There's not a bit of hard work spirit at all." The old professor was a bit hateful and said. The old professor added, "Even an average professor simply couldn't finish answering those mathematical modeling questions in such a short period of time. The game is over today, and I'm guessing he probably hasn't even written his thesis or anything yet." The young professor nodded approvingly and said, "Pity." The sun was setting and the race was finally coming to a close. Ding! After a sharp bell rang, the old professor stood on the podium and said, "Everyone, stand up. Stop answering questions. Otherwise, lose your qualifications for the exam." Some people also wanted to revise the model a little more and touch up the paper. However, after hearing the old professor's words, he could only stand up reluctantly. Lin Fan saw Xia Bing and Xia Shui still staring at the computer screen with reluctance, as if they were worried about where the model would go wrong. "Don't worry, it's already perfect," Lin Fan said. When Xia Bing and Xia Shui heard this, it was as if they had gotten the best reward. The 2 pretty faces were joyful and incomparably sweet. Lin Fan looked at the 2 people who were happy, but couldn't make a sound at all, and with a slight movement of his heart, he spent 20 million and purchased 2 bottles of medical water from the system. "You guys drink it later when you get back to your dorms." Xia Bing and Xia Shui didn't bother asking what it was, and held it tightly in their arms like a treasure. With that, they returned to room 502 of the girls' dormitory, holding the medical water. Then, without any hesitation at all, Xia Bing and Xia Shui directly opened the medical water and poured it into their mouths. In their hearts, as long as it was something Lin Fan told them to do, then they absolutely had to listen. Knock, knock, Knock. At that moment, a light footstep sounded outside. A melon-faced roommate sauntered in. After she saw Xia Bing and Xia Shui, she asked, "You guys are back? How did that mathematical modeling competition test go?" Then, without waiting for the two of them to reply, she sat down directly on the bed and put on her headphones to listen to music, because she knew that Xia Bing and Xia Shui couldn't speak at all, and had just asked so casually. Xia Bing and Xia Shui, on the other hand, were still insisting on comparing themselves to each other, indicating that they had done okay on the exam. A few moments later, the melon-faced girl seemed to be feeling a bit stuffy in her dorm room and got up to open the window. Whoosh! A strong wind mixed with pollen whistled in. Achoo! Xia Bing and Xia Shui couldn't help but sneeze at the same time. Immediately after that, they seemed to realize something and slowly opened their mouths. Ah! There was an unmistakable sound in his throat. The two of them glanced at each other, their faces filled with disbelief. Then, as if they had thought of something, they all set their eyes, in unison, on the medical water bottle they held tightly in their hands. JNU, Room 104, Men's Dormitory. Song Yi, Zheng Jinbao and Ma Zhong, all with bloodshot eyes, lay on the bed with tired faces. When they were in the latter classroom and saw the topic of the mathematical modeling contest, they were directly confused. If, however, this was a solo match, Song Yi and Zheng Jinbao would definitely hand in their blanks straight away. Too hard. That's an easy choice. Why don't you just not do it? But the mathematical modeling competition is a team competition for groups of 3. Their teammates, they won't be allowed to turn in blanks. With no choice but to follow their teammates and answer the questions, Song Yi and Zheng Jinbao had no choice but to follow their teammates and answer the questions. After spending a lot of time reviewing the information, they were able to raise a little eyebrow about the topic. In these 3 days, almost all of them stayed awake, frantically calculating and designing, and the whole group was almost paralyzed with fatigue. Song Yi asked, "Which topic did you choose?" Question 3. Design a parking lot. Ma Zhong answered, "I chose this question too. My teammate said it was the easiest, but it's still so complicated to do." Song Yi said. Speaking of this, Song Yi seemed to think of these 3 days of frantically searching for information and frantically calculating in the midst of fear, and couldn't help but sigh. Zheng Jinbao snapped his nostrils and said, "The third question is the easiest? Shouldn't it be the second question on designing a drainage system that's easiest?" Ma Zhong said, "The second question is the hardest. The drainage system involves the topography, pressure, soil quality, materials and many other aspects. If it were simple, we wouldn't have so many cities in our country where city roads flood when it rains hard." Zheng Jinbao blinked his small eyes for a moment, suddenly feeling as if there seemed to be some truth to it. In addition, Ma Zhong is a number of academics in his class, and generally speaking, he can't go wrong. Then, Zheng Jinbao couldn't help but think of his two teammates in the past 3 days, saying one after another that the topic was so difficult, and, several times, raising the idea of whether to change the topic. But all of them were rejected by myself as being more difficult in other topics. If, in the end, they learn that it really is designing drainage systems that is the hardest, will they beat themselves up? Zheng Jinbao couldn't help but wrap the small quilt tightly when he thought of this. Ma Zhong asked, "Which question did you pick, Brother Van?" "I chose the second question just like Jinbao," Lin Fan said. Originally, Ma Zhong still wanted to ask. Lin Fan didn't seem to have answered many questions in the past 3 days, all eating and sleeping normally. However, after hearing Lin Fan's words, Ma Zhong didn't bother asking. In his thoughts, the reason why Lin Fan didn't go to answer the questions should be because he felt that the questions were too difficult, so he chose to give up. As for Zheng Jinbao, after hearing Lin Fan's answer, he wrapped the small quilt a few points tighter and shouted in his heart, "The second question. It's really hard." Obviously, Zheng Jinbao's thoughts were similar to Ma Zhong's. Jingle bells. At this moment, the cell phone in Lin Fan's pocket rang with a light ringtone. He glanced at the screen, a look of surprise on his face, because he realized that it was actually Xia Bing who called on WeChat. Lin Fan's heart fluttered and he directly pressed the answer button. On the phone, it was very quiet. Even Lin Fan could vaguely hear two somewhat rapid breathing sounds. Only after half a minute did Lin Fan take the initiative to speak. "Xia Bing, Xia Shui, you should be able to speak now, right?" "Aha!" On the phone, two very clear, sweet voices came, like spring water tinkling, incomparably pleasing to the ear. Lin Fan had a look of enjoyment on his face as he exclaimed, "What a nice sound." After a while, a somewhat timid voice rang out from the phone. "Thanks, thanks." Lin Fan smiled. "You're welcome. You guys should be tired from the exams these past few days, right? Rest well later." "No, not tired, but soon." The pleasant voice came back on the phone. You You too. Have a good rest. After hanging up the phone, Xiaobing and Xiaoshui still clung to their cell phones, their entire pretty faces as red as ripe tomatoes. It was a long time before they dialed another microphone call. It didn't take long for a brisk voice to ring inside the phone. Sisters, what made you think to call me? To show Morse code? The beautiful girl Yan laughed. When the beauty girl Yan saw the incoming call, her heart was slightly surprised. She simply couldn't figure out why Xiaobing and Xiaoshui would call the voiceover. In the past, however, this has never been the case. So, a casual joke. Mom, Xiaobing and Xiaoshui said. Crap. The caller, at first, froze, and only after that, 3 loud cries of incomparable shock rang out. Immediately afterward, the caller yelled again. You guys can talk now? Yes, Xiaobing and Xiaoshui said. The beautiful maiden Yan shouted happily. Good. Ha ha ha, the voice is very nice. Worthy of being my female sister. Remember to call me sister. No mommy. The beautiful maiden Yan gloated and said. My sister just knows what she's doing. Just when she could talk, she called me at the first opportunity. Not bad. We'll call Lin Fan first, Xiaobing and Xiaoshui said. American girl swallow. Green City. Windy District. The middle-aged woman nodded her head after looking at her daughter's well-dressed appearance. Following that, he said, Xichin is so beautiful. The day after tomorrow we absolutely cannot let that kid Wang Xiaodong easily marry Xichin away. The middle-aged man next to him nodded his head in agreement and said, Don't worry, I've already spoken to Lao San and Deming and all of them, and let them be the gate blockers. Lao San is now the head of security at Silver Mountain Mall, and Deming is a narcotics investigation. By them blocking the door, Wang Xiaodong definitely can't easily marry Xichin. The middle-aged woman thought for a moment and said, It's not enough to have only Lao San and the others. Xichin, don't you have a few more girlfriends? Call them all over as well. The more people as door blockers the better. Calling that many people? Gong Xichin hesitated. The middle-aged woman immediately said, Of course, Wang Xiaodong has no money and no power. If the marriage marries you off easily, won't he still think you're cheap? Gong Xichin said, Actually, Xiaodong is quite good and progressive. Although, Gong Xichin also often reprimanded Wang Xiaodong. But, after all, Wang Xiaodong was her chosen husband, and she didn't want to be degraded too much. The middle-aged woman sighed. Silly daughter, this is not called being difficult? We are letting Wang Xiaodong understand how difficult it is to marry you. Only in the future will he cherish you more. Besides, we're just having some people block the door. If Wang Xiaodong is really capable, wouldn't it be fine to ask some more powerful people to welcome the bride and open the door? If he doesn't, then just take more time and put in more effort. Seeing her mom say that, Gong Xichin pondered for a moment before nodding along. The following day, the sun shone brightly. Since it's Saturday, no classes are required. Plus, it was only yesterday that the mathematical modeling competition, which had lasted for 3 consecutive days, ended. So Ma Zhong, Zheng Jinbao, and Song Yi were still lying on their beds unmoving, with no hint of the intention of getting up at all. Lin Fan, on the other hand, as usual, picked up his cell phone that was placed by his pillow and looked at it. A prominent text message alert appeared on the screen early. Midnight, Merchants Bank alerts you to a remittance of $141.200. In these 3 days, the red envelopes that Lin Fan opened at 12 noon every day were all cash red envelopes. Plus, breathing, walking and sleeping, Lin Fan gained a total of 4.4 million in 3 days. Though, it cost 20 million to buy 2 bottles of medical water. But, at this point, Lin Fan still has $142.6 million in funds. After Lin Fan had breakfast, he drove the Mercedes-Benz Big G and headed straight towards Qing City. Last week, he promised Wang that he would go to the wedding if he had time. Wang Xiaodong was Lin Fan's junior high school classmate. At first, Lin Fan's family was so poor that he couldn't even afford a workbook or a ballpoint pen. Wang Xiaodong, on the other hand, often gave some to Lin Fan, which was all remembered in Lin Fan's heart. Today, Wang is married. Lin Fan didn't have much to do this weekend. Besides, he could see his parents and sister when he went back to Qing City, so he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. In about an hour, Lin Fan had returned home. Ever since Lin Tao and Dai Wei Shui had taken the medical water, their physical condition had obviously improved a lot, and the whole person was simply as if they were a dozen years younger and full of vigor. For lunch, they even ate 2 big bowls of rice each. In the afternoon, Lin Fan accompanied them as they watched TV and chatted, letting out a burst of laughter from time to time with immense ease. LOL. At that moment, the door was pushed open. Lin Xiaoyao walked in with her school bag on her back. After she looked at Lin Fan, she said in surprise, Brother, when did you come back? After saying that, She directly jumped into Lin Fan's arms. I've only been back for a little while. Lin Fan pinched Lin Xiaoyao's pretty face. So hiccupy again. You hurry and eat more. Lin Xiaoyao called out. Dad. Mom. Look at your brother. Talking about me again. Your brother is right. Eat more. Dai Weishui said. Lin Fan looked at Lin Xiaoyao's deflated appearance. He couldn't help but feel like laughing for a while and asked, why are you so early today? Not going to night study? Lin Fan understands the situation of the first middle school in Qing City. Generally, it's Sunday that you don't need to study late. Lin Xiaoyao said. Today's monthly exam. So, no evening study. Lin Fan nodded. Brother, take me out for a stroll again today. Lin Xiaoyao said excitedly. Lin Fan said. Sure, where do you want to go? Silver Mountain Mall. Lin Xiaoyao said bluntly. Ever since Lin Xiaoyao knew that Lin Fan was the biggest shareholder of Silver Mountain Mall, she had been looking forward to going to Silver Mountain Mall with Lin Fan again. Because, as far as she was concerned, it wasn't shopping at all. It was shopping in her own home. Unfortunately, Lin Fan hadn't returned these days. I did come back last week, had lunch and left straight away. This time, it was so hard to come back, so Lin Xiaoyao naturally had to seize the opportunity. Lin Fan pinched Lin Xiaoyao's pretty face again and laughed. Alright, then we'll shop at Silver Mountain Mall. When Lin Xiaoyao sat on the Mercedes-Benz Big G, her pair of bright eyes, again, couldn't help but look around. Last time, she also saw this Mercedes-Benz Big G, but she didn't have a chance to sit on it. This time, she was going to enjoy it. Before the stoplight, Lin Xiaoyao looked at the small sedan parked next to the waiting car and said excitedly, Brother, this car of ours is so tall. Lin Fan just smiled and nodded. Boom! When the green light came on, Lin Fan directly kicked the gas and sped towards the front. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the Silver Mountain Mall. This shopping trip, nothing unexpected happened. Lin Xiaoyao quickly bought several pieces of clothing. At this moment, Lin Fan's footsteps slightly lurched and he landed his gaze on the Bulgari jewelry store not far away. Lin Fan's heart moved slightly and he walked straight over. Lin Xiaoyao asked, Brother, what are we doing at the jewelry store? Let's see if there's anything suitable for you and Mom and Dad. And by the way, I'll buy another gift for my classmate's wedding tomorrow. Lin Fan said. Okay. Lin Xiaoyao's pair of beautiful eyes immediately lit up when she heard that she was going to buy something for herself again. But when she plopped down on the glass counter and saw one scary price, she called out again. Brother, things are so expensive here. Let's go to another store. Lin Xiaoyao had shopped at jewelry stores with her friends before, and she had an understanding of some of the prices. The prices of the jewelry in front of you, on the other hand, are several times, if not 10 times, higher than in other stores. Even though, Lin Xiaoyao knew that her brother was now rich with a sports car and a big Mercedes, she also said with her mouth that her brother's money is for her sister to spend. However, Lin Xiaoyao was definitely not someone who spent money randomly. At this time, a medium-sized shopper smiled and said, Every piece of jewelry from our Bulgari is made from the finest materials, and then, it is handed over to the famous designers to be designed. So, it does cost a little more than your average piece of jewelry, but, our styles are sleek, cutting edge, and of superior quality, and in that respect, far beyond ordinary jewelry. Lin Fan pointed at a necklace in a glass cabinet not far away and said, Xiaoyao, what do you think of this necklace? Lin Xiaoyao looked over in the direction indicated. See only, the necklace was subtle yet original, especially the curved moon-shaped pendant that blossomed with brilliant light. The shopper then directly took the necklace out and introduced it. This necklace is called Moon Princess, and it is the work of John Lane, a famous designer in the country of hair. The chain is selected from 99 platinum for a vibrant, stylish look and is incredibly strong and unbreakable. The pendant of the necklace looks like a beautiful princess sitting on a moonboat from a distance, full of dreamy colors. Meanwhile, around the princess, there are 4 diamonds, which symbolize the 4-leafed lucky grass, signifying that it will bring endless good luck to the princess. With the guide's introduction, as well as after seeing it up close, Lin Xiaoyao's eyes shone brighter and brighter. Whether it's stylized, symbolized, or allegorical, she's all too in love with this necklace. It's almost perfect. These, naturally all looked in Lin Fan's eyes. He smiled and nodded, saying, Good, then let's wrap this necklace. Then, Lin Fan asked the shopper to take out a turquoise bracelet that was not far out, a lighter with gemstones, and a pair of small mandarin ducks made of pure gold. Then, a bank card was handed out. Drop. With a soft click, the payment was successful. Lin Fan saw that Lin Xiaoyao was still staring at the necklace and couldn't help but laugh. Put it on and show me. Yes, Lin Xiaoyao said excitedly. She looked at the Moon Princess, which was worn around her neck and glittered, and her eyes shone with it, her pretty face filled with excitement. Lin Xiaoyao took a selfie with her cell phone while asking, "How much does this necklace cost?" $18,888. The shopper said. Snap. Lin Xiaoyao's cell phone didn't hold it and fell directly to the ground. Lin Xiaoyao squirmed her dry throat and said, "How much did you just say?" "More. Moon Princess 888 yuan. Sapphire lighter 888 yuan. Jade bracelet 666. Pure gold little mandarin ducks 666 yuan. The shopper directly reported all the prices all over again. Lin Xiaoyao didn't hear too much of the price at the back, but her necklace heard her clearly. 888. In her life, Lin Xiaoyao had never seen so much money. If they were all converted into $100 bills, I'm afraid they would pile up as high as my head. In other words, what one is wearing now is not a necklace at all. Instead, he carries a large head stacked with $100 bills. Lin Xiaoyao busily removed the necklace and said, "Brother, it's too expensive. We don't want it." Lin Fan looked at her anxious appearance and laughed. "Then you're too late. I've already paid." "Ha? What can we do?" As Lin Xiaoyao spoke, she couldn't help but look towards the shopper. The look was clearly asking if it could be returned. Lin Fan pinched Lin Xiaoyao's pretty face and laughed. "Alright, no need to return it. Just wear it at ease. You're forgetting that the entire Silver Mountain Mall is mine. Taking from my own family is nothing." Lin Xiaoyao said and heard, which gradually gave up the idea of retiring it. Said, "Brother, you said that if I walk on the road wearing it, it won't be snatched away by someone, right?" After saying that, he didn't forget to look around, as if someone could jump out around him at any moment to snatch the necklace. Lin Fan laughed. "Then why don't you put it on and tuck it into your clothes?" "Aha!" Lin Xiaoyao put it back on and covered it tightly in her arms. Then, Lin Fan and Lin Xiaoyao slowly walked towards the parking lot. At this time, Gong Leki, the security chief who had just been appointed not long ago, was patrolling the mall when he inadvertently saw Lin Fan. At first glance, Gong Leki vaguely feels somewhat familiar, and then, take out the cell phone photo some control. The next moment, Gong Lechi's eyes widened and he immediately straightened his back, like a soldier on patrol, saluting his officer. And no wonder, he would be, because the last security chief was removed from his position because of Lin Fan. That's what gave Gonlek the opportunity to become the new head of security. That's a bloody lesson. Gonlek would never want to be removed from office for that reason. Only after Lin Fan had completely walked away did Gong Lechi's entire body slowly relax. He hesitated for a moment, but dialed a call. Zhou Chengjun is the general manager of Silver Mountain Mall in Green City. At this time, he was outside negotiating with someone for cooperation. Jingle bells. At this time, the cell phone in Zhou Chengjun's pocket rang a light ringtone. Zhou Chengjun frowned slightly. He hated being interrupted when he was working. Zhou Chengjun first turned toward the middle-aged man sitting across from him and said, "Excuse me, I'll connect the call first." After pressing the answer button, he said in a somewhat unpleasant tone, "Captain Gong, what is it you want?" Gong Leki also heard that Zhou Chengjun didn't seem too happy, and didn't dare to beat around the bush, saying, "Mr. Zhou, I seem to have seen that young Mr. Lin from last time, coming to shop at our Silver Mountain Mall again." Young Mr. Lin? Zhou Chengjun was first slightly puzzled, and then, with a wow, he stood up violently. "Is it that Mr. Lin from last week?" Zhou Chengjun said anxiously. "Yes," Goneril said. Zhou Chengjun excitedly said, "Good. You made a good call. I'll be right back." After hanging up the phone, Zhou Chengjun hurriedly said towards the middle-aged man on the opposite side, "I'm sorry, the mall has some urgent matters to deal with, and we'll talk in detail about the cooperation next time. Although, cooperation is important, but, what's more important than meeting Mr. Lin? Even if, briefly, it's just to see each other." After Zhou Chengjun finished speaking, he quickly walked towards the outside. Only remaining, the middle-aged man sitting across from him muttered, "Mr. Lin? What other person in Qing City could make Zhou Chengjun care so much? Could it be someone from somewhere else?" Zhou Chengjun is not too far away from Silver Mountain Mall. Unfortunately, his speed was still a beat slower than Lin Fan's. Gong Leki said, "Mr. Lin just drove a Mercedes-Benz Big G and didn't go away for a while." Zhou Chengjun said helplessly, "Alright, then." He patted Gong Leki's shoulder and said, "Captain Gong, you did a good job. Next time if you see Mr. Lin again, still tell me at the first opportunity." "Yes," Gong Lechi said with excitement in his heart. When Lin Fan returned home, he directly gave the sapphire lighter and bracelet to his mom and dad. Lin Tao's whole face almost didn't turn into a flower with a smile, saying, "This lighter is so nice. I've never seen such a nice lighter, and it's comfortable to hold in my hand." Lin Xiaoyao said. Of course, Dad. Your lighter is 48,888. What? How much? Lin Tao shouted in surprise. 48,888? Dai Wei Shui, who was playing with the bracelet, was also surprised beyond words. What about this bracelet of mine? 46,666. Lin Xiaoyao said. Dai Wei Shui chided. Xiaofan, why did you buy us such an expensive thing? It won't be good if you drop it later. Take it back and return it. Dai Wei Shui has been thrifty and frugal all her life, and when she got married, she only bought a copper ring. As for necklaces and whatnot, not a single one. Now, all of a sudden, she had a bracelet that cost tens of thousands of dollars. I've bought it. Where can I return it? Lin Fan laughed. It's just a little something. Mom, just wear it with confidence. In the future, I'll buy you something better. Lin Tao touched the lighter again and followed. That's right. A child is filial to us. Then we should be happy to receive it. Apparently, he really liked the lighter. But, Lin Tao quickly noticed Dai Wei Shui glaring at himself. So, coughing lightly again, he said, Xiaofan, we know that you're very accomplished now, but don't spend money indiscriminately. Dai Wei Shui said, if this money, spent on girls, we must be more happy. Xiaofan, you are now considered a successful career. When will you bring a girl back to us? Lin Fan could not help but think of Qin Yushuan, Xia Bing, Xia Shui, Xiao Zishi and the others in his mind. It was only after half a second that he said, later, there will be a chance. Time spent together as a family never goes by quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was late at night. Lin Fan lay on the bed and dropped his gaze on the cell phone screen. Spend 320,000 and get 32 bonus packs. Do I get all of them? This is what you get when you buy jewelry and jewels today. Yes. Ding. Congratulations. You get $10. Ding. Congratulations. You get $5. Ding. Congratulations. You have been awarded $50,000. Ding. Congratulations. You have gained professional level Go skills. With 32 red envelopes, Lin Fan received a total of 173,200 yuan. Spend $320,000 and get $170,000 back. Almost 50% off. Not bad. Of course, Lin Fan didn't care in any way. He focused directly on professional level Go technology, professional level Go skills, experience in Go that far exceeds that of ordinary people, and can show special charisma by defeating opponents with skillful and exquisite techniques. Lin Fan stroked his chin and muttered, Go, it seems quite interesting. P.S. It's Monday. I wish you all a happy new week. The next day, early in the morning, Lin Fan drove the Mercedes Big G to the Ija neighborhood. At this time, IKEA neighborhood entrance neatly parked 6 washed and shiny Mercedes-Benz. Apparently, these are all wedding cars. Today's Wang Xiaodong, wearing a set of black suit, his hair combed shiny. He looked at the Mercedes wedding car in front of him and nodded slightly. And when he turned around, he saw another Mercedes drive up from the distance. Then the Mercedes window slowly came down. Lin Fan smiled and said, Xiaodong, I'm not late, am I? Happy newlywed. After saying that, Lin Fan stepped out of the car and handed out the small pure gold mandarin ducks that were placed in the red envelope. Wang Xiaodong was slightly surprised and said, No, didn't he come late? We are getting ready to pick up our relatives. Thanks. In fact, after Wang Xiaodong met Lin Fan last week, he probably said the time and address of his wedding. Then there was no more conversation. After all, Wang Xiaodong and Lin Fan were only on good terms in middle school, and then after that, there was no contact whatsoever. The last time they met out of the blue, they asked Lin Fan to attend the wedding and accompany the gift. This made Wang embarrassed. Even if Lin Fan didn't come, Wang Xiaodong would definitely not blame anything. Lin Fan naturally understood Wang Xiaodong's thoughts. He patted Wang Xiaodong's shoulder and laughed. Worthy of being a groomsman, you can almost compete with me in terms of handsome. Wang Xiaodong couldn't help but laugh out loud after hearing Lin Fan's words. The atmosphere was instantly lighter. It was like they were back in middle school again. At that moment, a man with flowers, wedding banners, ribbons and other things came striding over. When he saw Lin Fan's Mercedes-Benz Big G, his eyes immediately lit up and said, Crap, Mercedes Big G, using this car as the main wedding car? It's too cool, isn't it? Wang Xiaodong was busy explaining. It's another. Lin Fan, on the other hand, said, Just use my car. It's just sitting here. Is this okay? Wang Xiaodong hesitated. Of course, Lin Fan said. Wang Xiaodong said, Lin Fan, thanks. In fact, when Wang Xiaodong first saw the Mercedes-Benz Big G, his eyes also lit up. Mercedes-Benz Big G, which is arguably one of his favorite vehicles. he would naturally be very happy to use this car as the main wedding car. But Lin Fan was a friend he hadn't contacted in years, and being able to come over for the wedding had already made Wang Xiaodong embarrassed. He just couldn't talk and use Lin Fan's car as a wedding car again. Lin Fan laughed. What's there to be thankful for? Soon, Lin Fan's Mercedes-Benz Big G was labeled with the word and tied up with ceremonial flowers. As soon as it was the auspicious time, Lin Fan acted as the driver and drove the Mercedes-Benz Big G towards the bride's location. Although it was a Sunday, but there were still a lot of vehicles on the road. While Lin Fan was waiting for the traffic light, the Mercedes E300, driven by Zhou Changjun, was parked next to him. Zhou Changjun looked at the rows of Mercedes wedding cars and muttered, "It seems that today is another good day." When his eyes moved to the Mercedes-Benz Big G, especially Lin Fan in the driver's cab, a flash of excitement appeared on his face. "Mr. Lin? Mercedes Big G? That's right, it's Mr. Lin." He opened his mouth to say hello. At that point, the light turns green. Lin Fan slammed on the gas and sped towards the front. Originally, Zhou Changjun was going to talk about cooperation with someone Cha again today, but at this time, it was a direct reversal of direction, closely following behind Lin Fan. On the other hand, stylish neighborhoods. In front of the gate, two young men stood early. One of them, the shorter young man, said, "The bride receiver will be here soon, won't he?" "It should be soon." Uncle Gong said to let us give the groom a good hard time, lest he think marrying Sister Sichin is too easy. "However, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult with just the two of us," the round-faced young man said. "It's okay, there's still me." A loud and clear voice came from behind. When the two of them heard this, a flash of joy immediately appeared on their faces and they called out in unison, "Brother Deming! Hey, since Brother Damien is here, there's no need to worry at all." The shorter young man, "That's not true. Brother Deming is the captain of our Qing City's narcotics squad. When he stands there, even dozens of bandits can all be blocked out." The round-faced young man said, "As a matter of fact, where is Wang Daming, the captain of a narcotics pair? He's nothing more than a detachment leader. But he doesn't bother to explain anything. It's just soothing to hear." Wang Daming smiled and waved his hand. "Where am I that good? I usually just catch a few petty thieves. But if the groom wants to marry Sichin easily today, that will never happen either." The two young men gave a thumbs up and said, "Worthy of being Brother Damien. Brother Damien, have a cigarette. I'll light the fire for Brother Damien." Wang Daming took the cigarette with a smile and inhaled hard, full of enjoyment. Drip! At that moment, a loud horn sounded in the distance. Wang Daming and the other three looked puzzled, and they were busy throwing their cigarettes into the trash can. As soon as the words fell, several Mercedes-Benz cars appeared in the view of several people. One of the vehicles that led the way was none other than a Mercedes-Benz Big G with a ceremonial flower tied to it. "Here comes the groom." The receiving caravan obviously knew the rules as well, and they pulled over after seeing three people standing in front of the neighborhood gate. Then, Lin Fan and Wang Xiaodong, among others, slowly walked down from the car. It is also the time. Originally, the narcissist Wang Daming, who was blocking the middle of the cell gate, immediately stepped back to the side. No, not only did Wang Daming back down, he also pulled the other two young men and backed away together. Then, like a soldier meeting his leader, he straightened his back and saluted. The two young men were all a bit confused. What the hell? Didn't Brother Deming say that we can't let the groom marry Sichin easily? Didn't you say you were going to give the groom a good hard time? Now, how come you suddenly backed right off to the side? Even pulling in two of your own? Is he really a gate blocker? Not picking up relatives? There is a custom in Green City. At the time of marriage, the woman will have some capable and well-established people act as door blockers to make things difficult for the man. In this way, the groom will know that it is not easy to get married and thus cherish his wife more. The man, on the other hand, can look for competent, high-status people to act as catchers, thus making things less difficult. The reason why Wang Daming suddenly stepped aside was because he saw Lin Fan. This was the third time Wang Daming had seen Lin Fan. The first time, it was at Green City Center Hospital. On that day, the big leader of Qing City inspected the central hospital, and Wang Daming acted as a guard to protect the big leader's side. At that time, the great leader of Qing City was extremely close to Lin Fan, and even, the next day, took the initiative to go to the hospital to visit Lin Fan's father. The second time, it was at the Silver Hill Mall. At that time, Wang Daming received a call to the police, only to find that Lin Fan had actually almost been surrounded by a group of security guards, and Wang Daming's classmates, one after another, told themselves to arrest Lin Fan. It almost didn't scare Wang Daming to death at that time. Later, when the chief captain found out what had happened, he immediately dealt strictly with the people concerned. Even Wang Daming, himself, received some criticism. Today is the third time we meet. In Green City, the higher the status of the receiving relatives, the less trouble they get. Because, it means the better the bride marries. And could someone like Lin Fan, who had to treat even the great leaders as equals and even curry favor with them, still make things difficult? Categorically, I can't. The groom, Wang Xiaodong, is naturally not sure of the reason, but he was happy to relax when he saw that the door blocker had left and headed straight inside. Crackle! At the same time, a loud firecracker sounded inside the neighborhood. The middle-aged man standing in front of the gate of the unit building frowned. What's going on with Wang Daming, letting the groom in so soon? Gong Leki, who was holding a cigarette in his mouth, bristled. Still a narcotics captain. So useless. The middle-aged man next to him said. Wang Daming is young in the end. Lao San, you are now the head of security at Silver Mountain Mall, and you have experience in blocking people. It's still up to you to block the door and give the groom a good hard time later. If it's too easy to get the groom on board, he's afraid he won't think how easy Xichin is to marry. Gong Liqi patted his chest and said, it's on me. Normally I stop a dozen security guards alone. That's no problem at all. Today, I definitely gave the groom the marriage process of a lifetime. The middle-aged man nodded reassuringly. Soon a large group of people arrived in front of the flat. Gong Leki was still relaxed when he saw the groom, Wang Xiaodong, walking at the front, and when he saw Lin Fan next to him, his pupils shrunk slightly. It's him, the mysterious Mr. Hayashi who owns the largest stake in Gensan Group. At that moment, the middle-aged man reminded, the pickup relatives are here. Then, he was pulled by Gong Leki with a forceful tug, directly from the doorway of the unit building to the side. The middle-aged man looked at Gong Leki somewhat dumbfounded. What's the situation? Didn't you just say it's on you? That's what's wrapped up in you. You're gonna wrap it up and let the groomsman go in right away? Definitely give the groom the marriage process of a lifetime? Is that how you give it? Oh, yeah, it's the memory of a lifetime. Because, it's so simple, so easy. The groom, Wang Xiaodong, still doesn't quite understand what's going on. But, he never stopped entering the gate and advancing. Easy to marry, which is a very good thing. It was only when the groom, Wang Xiaodong, and the others had already gone upstairs that the middle-aged man reacted. Drinking lowly, he said, Old three, aren't you going to give them a good hard time? What's wrong with you? What's the point of pulling me to the side? Now it's fine. They're going straight up. Give them a hard time? To embarrass Lin Fan? How is that possible? Gong Leki didn't answer immediately, but just gazed at Lin Fan's fading back and murmured, Xichin has found a good husband. Although, Wang Xiaodong's situation is still worse for the time being. However, in Gong Leki's opinion, since he had Lin Fan as a friend, it would definitely not be bad in the future. The living room, Gonzalez's mom, pacing back and forth, looked a little nervous. Gong Xichin's father, sipped a mouthful of clear tea and laughed. Relax, Wang Xiaodong has only just arrived in the neighborhood, and will still be embarrassed by Lao San and Daming for at least another hour. What are you so nervous about now? Tap tap. Just as these words fell, Wang Xiaodong and a large group of people walked in quickly. See here, Gong Xichin's mom and dad, all froze. What's the situation? Didn't Wang Xiaodong just arrive at the neighborhood? How did you get upstairs so fast? Even if you normally walk, I'm afraid it takes more time than that to walk home from the neighborhood gate. Didn't they stop Lao San and Deming? Wang Xiaodong, on the other hand, didn't pay attention to that much, and headed towards Gong Xichin's parents, smiled and greeted them before walking straight towards the direction of the room door. At this point, the room, Gong Xichin and her best friend, Huang Zifei, also noticed the commotion outside. Huang Zifei said disdainfully, the door blocker in front of us. His ability is too poor, isn't it? Letting Wang Xiaodong come up so quickly. After a pause, he added, Xichin, don't worry, your boudoir is guarded by me. I'm a nurse of Qing City Center Hospital. I don't know how many patients will be blocked to pay their bills every day. I'll be the last door blocker of this door. To keep Wang Xiaodong can't marry you easily. After saying that, Huang Zifei slowly walked towards the door. At the same time, the long-installed surveillance was turned on to observe the situation outside. Huang Zifei's gaze swept over Wang Xiaodong and the others one by one, and when she saw Lin Fan, a shock that was hard to hide immediately surfaced on her pretty face that was full of relaxation. It's him! Family members staying in the VIP ward. Not long ago, Huang Zifei was assigned to take care of an intensive care patient, Lin Tao. Huang Zifei clearly remembered exactly how polite the dean had been to the patient's son, Lin Fan. At that time, Huang Zifei understood that Lin Fan was a big shot that topped the sky. Therefore, she took care of Lin Tao with special care. Later, When Lin Fan exchanged words with the dean, he casually said that he took good care of himself. Then, Huang Zifei was directly praised publicly by the hospital. Huang Zifei couldn't have imagined that he would meet Lin Fan here, and moreover, he was one of the family members who had picked him up. Do you still have to make it difficult for yourself to pick up your relatives? How is that possible? Without any hesitation at all, Huang Zifei directly opened the door to the room and respectfully retreated to the side. This scene made Gong Xichin, who was sitting in front of the dressing table, dumbfounded. What's the situation? Huang Zifei, is this what you mean by the poor ability of the person blocking the door in front of you? Is this what you call a boudoir guarded by you? Gong Xichin was just like this, with a dumbfounded look on her face, being carried out of the room by Wang Xiaodong. In fact, it wasn't just Gong Xichin who was flabbergasted. Her mom and dad, and the vast majority of the guests, were equally confused. That doesn't seem quite the same as what was said the other day. Just like that easily, letting Wang Xiaodong finish receiving the bride? Was it 5 minutes from entering the neighborhood, to today? 5 minutes, the pickup is over? I am afraid this is not going to set a record for the fastest marriage pickup in Qing City, right? Wang Xiaodong, however, did not pay that much attention. He stepped aside and silently poured hot water, preparing to toast Gong Xichin's mom and dad, thus completing the final step of receiving the bride. Tap tap. At that moment, a dull footstep sounded outside the corridor. Then, Zhou Chengjun walked in with large strides. When he saw Lin Fan, his heart was slightly relieved. He was still afraid that Lin Fan had already left. And then, Zhou Chengjun smiled and said, "Uninvited. I hope I'm not interrupting. I wish the couple happy wedding." The vast majority of people present did not recognize Zhou Chengjun, and some even thought that he had gone to the wrong place. So, there was no immediate conversation. Gong Leki, who was standing in the crowd, was surprised. "Why is Mr. Zhou here?" Someone next to me asked. "You know him?" Gong Leki, however, did not return and hurriedly walked up, respectfully saying, "Good day, Mr. Zhou." To know, Gong Leki is also an able man in the eyes of the crowd. Not long ago, it even became the head of security at Silver Hill Mall, which many people envied. But, nowadays, he was so respectful to the middle-aged man in front of him, Mr. Chow? The crowd couldn't help but secretly speculate about his identity. Soon, someone said, "I remember. He's Zhou Chengjun." The man next to him asked, "What is Zhou Chengjun? Are you still not from Qing City?" Zhou Chengjun doesn't even know that he's the general manager of Silver Mountain Mall. Another person called out, "That's right, he's Zhou Chengjun. I read the news about him the other day." Someone shouted. The scene immediately buzzed with this statement. Silver Mountain Mall is the largest shopping mall in Green City. The general manager of Silver Mountain Mall, that's the boss of Silver Mountain Mall. This kind of existence, to the crowd, was definitely a great person who had topped the sky. Now, he has actually arrived on the scene. To the crowd, it was as if the high and mighty nobility had suddenly come to the commoner's ghetto. New and exciting. Zhou Chengjun nodded towards Gong Leki. Then, coming straight next to Lin Fan, he respectfully said, "Hello, Mr. Lin." Lin Fan said, "Well, what happened last time with the Silver Mountain Mall has already passed, so there's no need to take it to heart." Zhou Chengjun hurriedly said, "Thank you, Mr. Lin." The stone in his heart finally fell. Last time, Lin Fan was almost surrounded by security guards at Silver Mountain Mall. Although Lin Fan told Chairman Song Jifeng that he had handled the situation well, but Zhou Chengjun always had some worries and fears in his heart. He had been trying to find Lin Fan and apologize again. That's why, when Gong Leqi said he saw Lin Fan yesterday, he dropped everything he was doing and rushed over. Followed through today for the same reason. And now, after hearing Lin Fan's words again, Zhou Chengjun understood that that incident was really considered to be completely over. Lin Fan added, "This is today's groom, Wang Xiaodong, and is also my good friend." Zhou Chengjun hurriedly pulled out a gold bracelet from his pocket and said, "Mr. Wang, happy wedding." Zhou Chengjun had been following Lin Fan ever since he met him at the traffic light, and when he saw Lin Fan enter the Fengshan district, Zhou Chengjun hurriedly turned around and headed to the nearest jewelry store to purchase this gold bracelet. That's why he was a few steps late. Wang Xiaodong busily said, This is too expensive." The gold bracelet was very thick and heavy, and at first glance, I'm afraid it would cost tens of thousands of dollars. And Wang Xiaodong didn't have much socialization with Zhou Chengjun at all. He wouldn't dare to freely accept something so expensive. Lin Fan laughed. "Xiaodong, just take it. Otherwise, wouldn't Mr. Zhou have made a trip for nothing?" Zhou Chengjun followed suit. "Yes, Mr. Wang, take it. It's nothing." Seeing his insistence, Wang Xiaodong hesitated for a moment before finally putting the gold bracelet away. Zhou Changjun thought about it and took out another business card from his pocket, saying, Mr. Wang, you can contact often in the future. Wang Xiaodong was a good friend of Lin Fan's, so there was definitely no harm in communicating more. Tap tap. At that moment, another footstep sounded outside the hallway. Then, two men in suits, exuding an extraordinary aura around them, walked in with large strides. The man who walked at the front smiled and said, Congratulations to the couple, happy new marriage, and everlasting love. The crowd frowned again upon seeing him, because they always felt as if this person was a bit familiar, and yet, one certainly doesn't recognize it. At that moment, Wang Daming, who was standing in the crowd, blurted out, Great Leader Zhao. This statement was like a bomb exploding on the scene. Wang Daming's figure was even more uncontrollably shaky. That's right, it's the big leader. I even saw him on the live news yesterday. Oh my god, the big leader is actually here. Greetings, great leader. Everyone went crazy. That's right, the person who came was none other than Zhao Jieqi, the big leader of Qing City. I have to say that Zhao Jieqi is really busy and attentive as a big leader. Even though it was Sunday, he still went out to take care of things. And while on the road, Zhao Jieqi happened to see Lin Fan, who was driving the main wedding car. Zhao Jieqi thought briefly before making the same choice as Zhou Chengjun and followed closely behind. Thus, the scene before us appeared. Zhao Jieqi smiled at the crowd as a greeting. Then, just like Zhou Chengjun, he also came to Lin Fan's side and said, Elder brother Lin, long time no see. Lin Fan said, Yeah, it's been almost 2 weeks. Then, he introduced once again, Elder brother Zhao, this is today's groom and my good friend, Wang Xiaodong. Zhao Jieqi smiled and said, Mr. Wang is truly a talented man. I wish you a happy wedding and an early birth. When he finished, he handed out a red envelope. Wang Xiaodong had long since been completely dumbfounded by Zhao Jieqi's arrival. Inshan Group's Zhou Chengjun may, perhaps, be possible to meet in the future. But, Zhao Jieqi, the great leader of Qing City, that was an existence that was completely at the top of the clouds. Without an accident, one is unlikely to see him for the rest of one's life. Now, he's even at his own wedding? Even a bonus? Wang Xiaodong was so excited that his entire body was at a loss as to what to do. Lin Fan laughed. Xiaodong, why don't you accept the red packet? Only then did Wang Xiaodong react and busily said, Thank you big leader. Though, the red packet wasn't fake or even, well, thin, but, pinched in Wang Xiaodong's hands, it was like 1,000 pounds. This is a big leader of the city of Qing, personally sent a red packet. Everyone focused on Wang Xiaodong and the others with incomparably envious gazes. Wang Xiaodong was already excited and nervous because the big leader was next to him. At this moment, and being stared at by so many people, the whole person became even more at a loss as to what to do. Lin Fan reminded, Xiaodong, didn't you just pour the tea? Quickly offer tea to your father-in-law and mother-in-law. Wang Xiaodong even said, Right. Then, he busily picked up his teacup and walked over to Gong Xichin's mom and dad. Father-in-law and mother-in-law, please have some tea. When Gong Xichin's parents saw Wang Xiaodong, they very easily received their daughter. In his heart, he secretly decided that he would give Wang Xiaodong a good hard time when he drank tea. No matter what, Wang Xiaodong must be made to understand how hard it is to marry his daughter. However, at this moment, they were putting these thoughts in their hearts and completely throwing them to the back of their minds. One took the somewhat cooled tea, and poured it right into his mouth. The two of them were full of smiles and said, Good son-in-law. To embarrass Wang Xiaodong? What a joke. Can't you see that the general manager of Silver Mountain Mall, and the big leaders of Green City have come over to give gifts personally? Such a good son-in-law. Do not quickly grasp tightly in the hands, but also difficult? What if, in case, Wang Xiaodong finds it too difficult to marry his daughter and stops all of a sudden? Wang Xiaodong's heart breathed a long sigh of relief when he heard the words. In this way, the marriage is considered officially successful. Wang Xiaodong turned around and said with incomparable seriousness, Lin Fan, thank you. I really don't know how to repay you properly. He was very clear that the reason why the general manager of the Silver Mountain Group and the big leader of Qing City came to give himself a gift was entirely because of Lin Fan's face. He himself has thus become acquainted with the great leaders of the Green City, and the general manager of Silver Mountain Group even took the initiative to give his business card. These definitely possess endless benefits for yourself. Even the reason why today's marriage reception went so smoothly was entirely due to Lin Fan. Lin Fan laughed. Xiaodong, why are we so polite to each other? When we were at the same table in junior high school, you often gave me ballpoint pens, workbooks, and several times a meal ticket. At that time, didn't you also not ask for repayment? Some ballpoint pens, homework plus books, and a couple meal tickets. Now, it is returning such a great favor. It's just like that to return the favor of a drop of water. Some of the people around them heard this and silently pondered in their minds whether they were asking their sons and daughters to give a bit of round table pen and workbook to their tablemates as well. The two young men standing beside Wang Daming whispered, "Brother Daming, now I finally understand why you just pulled us aside." Wang Daming muttered, "In the future, we must get closer to Sichin and his family." "That's right." The two young men nodded their heads in succession. The middle-aged man next to Gong Leki said, "Lao San, fortunately you pulled me aside earlier. Sichin has found such a good husband. What else is difficult? It's only right to hurry up and marry him." Gong Lek nodded in agreement. This, it seems, was also heard by Gong Sichin's mom and dad. They urged, "Good son-in-law, look, at the time is not early, so hurry to pick up Sichin to your home." In the past, when parents married their daughters, they all wanted their daughters to stay at home a little longer. What kind of people are like Gong Sichin's mom and dad? It's simply like being slow and not being able to get married. Wang Xiaodong answered yes in succession. Then, a large group of people, heading towards the Yijia neighborhood. Lin Fan and Zhou Changjun followed. Zhao Jieqi, on the other hand, just left. After all, he was the big leader of Green City, and there were a lot of things still waiting for him to handle. It has been rare to take a little time out of my day to attend a pickup. At Wang Xiaodong's wedding banquet, Lin Fan was placed in the first seat. There were occasional toasts and the atmosphere was very convivial. Lin Fan possessed the ability to be a gentleman drinker, and not getting drunk from 1,000 cups was not a problem. But, when you drink too much wine, you inevitably need to let it go. As Lin Fan entered the restroom, his cell phone shook slightly. 12 o'clock. The red bag appears. Ding. Congratulations. You have been awarded $10,000. Ding. Congratulations. You've earned $20. Ding. Congratulations. You get $3. Ding. Congratulations. On acquiring professional level chess skills. Ding. Congratulations. You get $5. Today, Lin Fan won a total of $30. 200. And pro level chess skills. Lin Fan chose to ignore the $30. 200. He directs his attention to professional level chess techniques. Professional chess techniques, knights to the sun, bishops to the fields, make every chess move, perform unparalleled techniques, and show amazing charisma. Lin Fan couldn't help but murmur, "Yesterday I gained professional level Go skills, and today it's professional chess skills? Is this to make me an invincible chess player?" Lin Fan shook his head and resumed the wedding reception. At this point, there were already a whole bunch of people standing around, waiting to give him a toast. Lin Fan again came as he had earlier. The crowd ate and drank together, and the wedding banquet finally came to an end. People, in general, have a great deal of alcohol on them long after they have been drinking. The blood, on the other hand, contains a high concentration of alcohol, making the whole person delirious. However, Lin Fan possessed the gentleman of drinking as if it were water, and after the wine entered the stomach, it rapidly decomposed, and the odor of alcohol could not be smelled on the body at all, and there was no alcohol in the blood. So, after the wedding banquet was over, he drove straight back to his home. The whole afternoon, Lin Fan had been accompanying his mom, dad, and sister, which was very relaxing and cozy. Dai Weishue purposely made dinner early, so she let Lin Fan go to Jiangbei early, so as not to be unsafe on the road too late. When she was leaving, Lin Xiaoyao reminded, "Brother, the next time you come back, remember to send me a message in advance." Lin Fan said, "Okay." As the words fell, he directly stepped on the gas, driving the Mercedes-Benz Big G towards the front, speeding away. In about an hour, Lin Fan arrived in Jiangbei. Instead of going back to school, he went straight to Yike City, room 2501. This is the house that Lin Fan gave to Qiu Zishi a few days ago. Last time, Lin Fan clearly remembered that the house could only be considered clean and tidy, but, accordingly, it was also very cold and empty. At this time, the house has greenery, flowers, and goldfish, and beautiful paintings and calligraphy on the walls. The entire house is airy, warm, and full of the smell of home. Tap tap. At that moment, Qiu Zishi came out from the room, slowly. Since she was at home, Qiu Zishi wore relatively little, just a white silk dress. It was precisely for this reason that her fiery, white body was more perfectly displayed in front of Lin Fan. A little goodbye, for eyes met, and as if attracted by a magnet, the two quickly embraced each other. Then, they were all present on the couch, on the balcony, in the room. The whole house seemed to shake with it. It took about 3 hours for calm to slowly return. Qiu Zishi was like a lazy kitten, lying in Lin Fan's arms. LOL. At that moment, there was a soft slamming of the gate. Then, a beautiful figure strolled in and said, "Zishi, I brought the fish feed." When she saw the image of Lin Fan and Xiao Zishi hugging each other, she immediately let out a soprano-like cry. Huang Ling's entire pretty face was as red as a ripe tomato. Then, hastily, he turned his head away. The sudden entrance of a person also surprised and embarrassed Lin Fan to no end. Xiao Zishi couldn't help but laugh. "That's my previous roommate, called Huang Ling. It's too big here, and I'm bored living alone, so I've asked her to move here, too. Honey, you won't blame me, right?" Lin Fan waved his hand repeatedly and said, "Of course not. It's a good thing to have someone to accompany you." The two men got dressed as they talked, then walked inside the hall. Xiao Zishi poured a cup of clear tea for Lin Fan like it was nothing. Huang Ling's pretty face, on the other hand, was still slightly flushed. She quietly looked up at Lin Fan, and then, like a shy bunny, she lowered her little head. Initially, Lin Fan did feel a little awkward. At this point, it was slowing down. He looked at Huang Ling's shy appearance and felt amused in his heart, so he quietly surveyed it. Huang Ling, like Xiao Zishi, had very fair skin and an extremely good figure, while her features appeared even more three-dimensional and very eye-catching. Lin Fan sighed in admiration in his heart. Beautiful women are really surrounded by beautiful women. Then, Lin Fan used his eyes of truth to observe again. Face value, 95. Favorability, 75. Lin Fan wasn't too surprised by 95's face value. 75 favorability? She seems to be impressed with herself? At this time, Xiao Zishi, who was sitting next to her, introduced, "Hubby, this is my good girlfriend Huang Ling." "Huang Ling? Very nice name. Hello, my name is Lin Fan." Lin Fan followed and introduced himself. At the same time, the right hand was extended towards her. Huang Ling then stretched out her delicate hand and gently shook Lin Fan's hand. Muscles like curdled fat, fingers like green onion roots. Lin Fan could not help but think of these words in his mind. Xiao Zishi took advantage of her free time and went to the kitchen to cut up some apples, watermelon, and cantaloupe and made a fruit plate and put it in the living room. With the introductions and after the experience of eating fruit together, the atmosphere finally lightened up. Lin Fan asked, "By the way, Zishi, how much money do you have left?" In Lin Fan's opinion, the house had changed quite a lot, and it was estimated that it had cost a lot of money. "I bought a mini this week, and then, I bought some furniture and cosmetics, and transferred 200,000 to my family, so I still have 310,000 in my hand," Xiao Zishi truthfully said. When Lin Fan heard this, his face revealed an odd color. "Mini? Mini again? Wouldn't that mean that pretty much all the girls you're related to drive minis?" Then, Lin Fan picked up his cell phone and operated it for a while. Ding! At once, Xiao Zishi's cell phone shook. At the same time, her cell phone rang with a crisp sound. WeChat arrived at $1 million. Xiao Zishi looked at the long row of zeros on her cell phone, not caring about Huang Ling, who was still sitting next to her, and a pair of hot lips directly printed on Lin Fan's body. "Honey, thank you." Lin Fan laughed. "Between us, where is the need to say thank you?" Huang Ling, who was on the side, had a pair of beautiful eyes that were rounded. "This, 100 million. Straight up?" Huang Ling has also heard of some generous people, but also never heard of 2 consecutive weeks. Directly take the initiative to give 1 million. This, does his family run a money printing press? It's night. I don't know if it's because of the little breakup or something else. The whole bed shook, more violently than ever. Huang Ling, who lived next door, could hear the sound even when she covered her ears, tossing and turning, never able to sleep. The next day, Xiao Zishi woke up early and made a very hearty breakfast. Dumplings, noodles, poached eggs, fruit and milk. Lin Fan ate with great satisfaction, then headed straight towards Zhongbei University. At this time, Huang Ling finally dragged her tired body and slowly walked out. "You don't seem to have rested well?" Xiao Zishi asked. "You guys were so loud last night, how could I possibly rest?" Huang Ling said. Xiao Zishi, however, did not have a trace of shyness. Instead, a smile appeared on her pretty face. After a pause, he asked, "What do you think of Lin Fan? How's it going? Young, handsome, rich, and generous. Simply, is the perfect man, generally speaking, as a good best friend." Xiao Zishi and Lin Fan should be discouraged from seeing each other. However, at this time, Huang Ling was unable to produce a single hint of dissuasion at all. Even, there was inexplicably a trace of envy in her heart. A trace of jealousy? Very strange. Therefore, Huang Ling opened her mouth, but she didn't judge Lin Fan in the first place. Xiao Zishi looked at Huang Ling's appearance. How could she not see what was in her mind? She took Huang Ling's jade hand and asked, "How about it? Do you want to follow Lin Fan together?" Huang Ling's entire pretty face, instantly blushing, shaking her head repeatedly, said, "No, no." This seemed to be expected by Qiu Zishi, and she didn't push too much, saying, "Let's eat first." At this time, Lin Fan had already returned to Zhongbei University. Originally, there was a class with Ms. Sugar today, but she was pulled out temporarily to review the results of the math modeling competition. So, it was replaced with an older professor to substitute for the class. The students who were originally excited to see the old professor in class were all like frosted eggplants, completely absent. However, this was a good thing for Lin Fan, because last night made him a little tired too. Now, as Lin Fan listened to the old professor's rambling lecture, it was like a lullaby that brought him straight to dreamland. This sleep, Lin Fan slept very comfortably. When he woke up, it was noon. Lin Fan headed to the cafeteria to line up and eat as usual. At that moment, the phone shook slightly. 12 o'clock. The red bag appears. Ding. Congratulations. You get $3. Ding. Congratulations. You get $10. Ding. Congratulations. You have been awarded $40,000. Ding. Congratulations. You get $1. Today, Lin Fan only gained $50. $105 and nothing else. In the afternoon, another class with an old professor. Lin Fan welcomed another lullaby and slept very peacefully. When the school bell rang, Lin Fan also finally woke up leisurely. At that moment, a beautiful figure appeared next to it. Song Jiasun said, "Today is my birthday. I'm going to organize a small party at home in the evening. Are you free to come over?" A look of surprise immediately appeared on Lin Fan's face, because he could not have imagined that Song Jiasun and Qin Yushuan's birthdays were so close together. What? Is there an arrangement? Song Jiasun was puzzled when she saw that Lin Fan did not answer immediately. No, I will definitely be on time tonight, Lin Fan said. Song Jiasun smiled and said, "That's good. I'll send you the address later." After saying that, he slowly walked towards the distance. At that moment, Lin Fan felt as if he was being stared at by a pack of hungry wolves. His body shivered and looked around. See only, Song Yi, Zheng Jinbao, and Mai Zhong were looking at themselves with somewhat reddened eyes. And then, they shouted in unison, "Kneel for Brother Fan." Lin Fan was amused for a moment as he watched their quirky appearance. Asked, "What are you doing?" First, it's the twin sisters. Then, it's Ms. Sweet. Now, even the iceberg beauty, Song Jiasun, has taken the initiative to invite you. Brother Fan, you can't be the reincarnation of a love saint, right? Song Yi shouted. Zheng Jinbao said, "Brother Fan, have you ever thought about how a single dog feels?" Ma Zhong nodded vigorously. Lin Fan burst out laughing again. Lin Fan didn't go back to his dorm room. He directly drove his Lamborghini towards to the KM Mall. After all, he had to prepare a gift before attending Song Jiasun's birthday party in the evening. Chanel Jewelry Store. The medium-sized shopgirl smiled and said, "Welcome, Chanel. How may I help you?" Lin Fan didn't respond, but instead scanned his eyes quickly through the glass cabinet. It didn't take long for him to point to a purple bracelet sitting in the very center of the counter and say, "Bring this bracelet to me." The female shopper said, "This is our Chanel's newest bracelet, called Secret Heart, from the hand of Lawrence Dory, a famous designer in the country of Naples. The body of this bracelet consists of 5 diamonds, and purple stones. You see, these 5 diamonds surround each other like a leaf. The 4-leaf clover symbolizes luck, while the 5-leaf clover is mysterious. And the equally mysterious purple color makes the whole bracelet even more mysterious, deep, gorgeous, desirable, yet elusive." Lin Fan listened to the introduction of the female shopper and took a closer look at the bracelet as a whole and asked, "How much does this bracelet cost?" The Secret Heart is priced at 888 yuan. If you're sure you want it, I can apply for a 99% discount from the store manager, the female shopper said. Lin Fan knew that Song Jiasun's family definitely didn't lack money. This bracelet is in good shape and has a good meaning. The price is $588. 888. Not too expensive. Not too cheap. Just right. So, Lin Fan nodded and said, "Okay, wrap it up for me. And as for the discount, I'll give it to you as a tip." After all, the female shopper presented it quite well. As for that little discount, Lin Fan really didn't care. The female shopper heard the whole heart happy fluttering and jumping. "Busy, thank you, sir. You know, 588, 888 for 99% off is a full $5. 888. That's not a small amount of money. Plus, she gets a commission for selling the bracelet. Together, they were worth a month or 2 of her salary. Soon after, the guide placed the Secret Heart in its immensely beautifully wrapped box with a few small gifts to show her appreciation. Lin Fan looked at his cell phone screen after he got back into the Lamborghini. Spend 580,000 and get 58 red packets. Do I collect all of them? Apparently, this is a bonus that you just got for purchasing the bracelet. Lin Fan casually clicked to claim it. Ding! Congratulations, you get $10. Ding! Congratulations, you get $20,000. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained one seat in the Zhongbei KM Mall. Ding! Congratulations, you have been awarded $5,000. Ding! Congratulations, you've earned $800. With 58 red packets, Lin Fan received a total of $102.20 and one seat in the KM Mall. KM Mall Block 1? Lin Fan's face became odd. Isn't the KM Mall where you are? In other words, one buys a bracelet and gets one mall? KM Mall is located in the center of Zhongbei. Even the most upscale shopping center in the whole Zhongbei. Market capitalization, I'm afraid, is over $1 billion. Just become your own? When Lin Fan looked up, a stack of title deeds appeared in front of him. KM Mall, title holder, Lin Fan. When Lin Fan saw this, the corner of his mouth hooked up slightly. Song Jiasen's home was located in Chuanqing Villa 6, not far from KM Mall. Inside the Gunstar Villa, flowers, plants and trees were overgrown, and the whole was like a big park with pleasant scenery. And Villa 6 is located inside the Chuanqing Villa, positioned close to the most famous lake in the northern part of the river, the Sky Lake. Stay at Villa 6. Sit in the 500 square foot front yard and enjoy the serenity and fragrance of the trees and plants. Opening the windows, on the other hand, provides a very enjoyable view of the sparkling lake. When Lin Fan arrived at Villa 6, Sun Luhua, Lu Yuhang, and other acquaintances were already chatting in the backyard. When they saw Lin Fan, they took the initiative to welcome him and greet him. Lin Fan, long time no see. Sun Luhua smiled. Brother Fan, but I can expect you to come. Lu Yuhang greatly pinched and took Lin Fan's shoulder. Some of the people who did not recognize Lin Fan had puzzled looks covering their faces and asked the people around them in a low voice. They were all very clear about the identities of Sun Luhua and Lu Yuhang. To be able to let Sun Luhua initiative to greet Lu Yuhang is even more intimate, called Fan Brothers people. Obviously not small. But Zhongbei was just so big. It was only logical that this kind of person should recognize himself. And yet, they seem to have never met, which is very strange. As a matter of fact, Sun Luhua's heart was slightly surprised to see Lu Yuhang calling Brother Fan. Don't look at Lu Yuhang, usually greatly pinch. In fact, is a very arrogant person. Although, Lin Fan did race to win over the two of them last time. But, Lu Yuhang, by definition, wouldn't call him Brother Fan for that, would he? Naturally, Lu Yuhang would not explain that Lin Fan was very close to the Zhou family's old man, and even had saved the Zhou family's old man's life. Calling out to Brother Van was heartfelt admiration. Lin Fan also smiled and greeted the few people, saying, I can't believe that you guys are here so early. Lu Yuhang waved his hand and said, Where? We haven't been here for a while either. After a pause, pointing to a few people, he introduced, That's Xu Chongliang, Lin Zhenfei. Then, in an incomparably solemn tone, he said, This is Lin Fan, Brother Fan. The few people who were introduced didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow, and followed with their hands outstretched. Brother Fan, hello. Hello guys, Lin Fan said. Tap tap. At that moment, there was a sound of crisp footsteps not far away. The main character of the day, Song Jiasen, finally showed up. Different than usual. At this time, Song Jiasen had her hair coiled up high, and her pebbled face was outlined with a touch of delicate makeup, giving it an additional flavor of modesty. A set of diamond-encrusted white dress was like a cloud, wrapped around her body, coupled with the brilliant as star-like gemstones on her neck. The whole person seemed to be a fairy walking on top of the heavenly dome, beautiful and mesmerizing. At this time, the crowd couldn't help but have a phrase appear in their minds, It's so beautiful. Looking at Song Jiasen, who was walking slowly, even Lin Fan was a bit dumbfounded. There's nothing like a fairy. Lin Fan couldn't help but observe Song Jiasen with his eyes of truth. Face value, 97. Favorability, 75. Lin Fan clearly remembered that the first time he met Song Jiasen, his face value was 95 and his favorability was 60. Now, after dressing up, the face value has surprisingly increased to 97 points directly. Don't look at just the 2 points of face value in the area. But, that's 2 points added to a high 95, which is very rare. Also, when did the favorability level go up so much? By this time, Song Jiasen had already walked up to the crowd. Sister Jiasen, happy birthday, a young man said. At the same time, handing out a beautifully wrapped gift. Thanks, Song Jiasen accepted it with a smile. After one person took the lead, The people present also handed out gifts. Lin Fan didn't fall short either, saying, "Happy birthday." "Thanks." Song Jiasun kept her smile throughout. Then 3 grills were carried up. Extremely high-quality beef, meat skewers, Australopithecine, sea cucumber, abalone and other ingredients were also served up. The scene was a group of young people, chatting and barbecuing, all having a good time, with a very relaxed atmosphere. At this time, Lu Yuhang saw the chessboard placed in the backyard and said, "Brother Fan, how about we play a game of chess?" Roasting meat all the time was also making Lin Fan a bit bored. So, in response, "Yeah." The 2 men soon sat opposite each other and set up the chess pieces. Lu Yuhang heatedly laughed. "Brother Fan, last time I lost to you in racing. Today, I'm going to get back with chess. I'll let you have a cannon and a knight first. How's that?" Lin Fan said oddly. "To make me cannon and horse? You know, he has professional level chess skills today. Lu Yuhang still wants his guns and horses? Isn't this a death wish?" Lu Yuhang said, "Brother Fan, I don't mean to look down on you. It's just that my skills are too strong." When he finished, he went straight out of the cannon. Lin Fan followed out. Ta-da, ta-da, da. The 2 went back and forth, constantly moving the chess pieces on the board. It has to be said that Lu Yuhang's chess skills do have 2 hands, basically possessing the ability to make 1 move and see 3 moves. Ordinary people, I'm afraid they're not really his match. However, what he encountered was Lin Fan. It didn't take long for Lu Yuhang's eyebrows to twist into the character Chuan. Finally, helplessly, "I lost." Someone around immediately said, "Lu Yuhang's chess actually lost? No way, hasn't he won awards before?" The person next to him said. A color of surprise surfaced on Sun Lugua's face. In the past, Lu Yuhang's chess skills were well known in the circle, even, almost invincible. For a while, Lu Yuhang often flaunted his chess skills in front of himself. Just like that. "Lost?" Lu Yuhang said, "Brother Fan, your skill really surprises me. It seems like I really can't let you chess. Let's start the game over again." Lin Fan nodded. For those around them, a look of dawning realization appeared on their faces. It turns out that Lu Yuhang has just let his son go. No wonder it lost. At this time, the crowd also came to have some interest, either holding roasted meat or drinking red wine, standing aside to quietly watch the 2 play chess. "General, General, General, eat the car." Lin Fan even generalized several times, and in the end, directly ate Lu Yuhang's car. The crowd watched in secret amazement, and as the protagonist of the day, Song Jiasun's beautiful eyes were also shaking slightly. While the crowd was all focused on the chess game, an old man with white hair slowly walked over. Lin Fan kept moving the carts, horses, and cannons, and soon, once again, said, "General, dead chess." Lu Yuhang sighed. "I lost." The old man, on the other hand, couldn't help but say, "Good technique, young man." "Grandpa, what brought you over?" Song Jiasun smiled and took the old man's arm. The surrounding crowd followed and greeted. "Hello, Grandpa Song." Song Wenming smiled and nodded towards the crowd as a greeting, and then said, "I've only been here a while." Then, smiling at Lin Fan, he said, "I have seldom seen a lad like you with such chess skills. Grandpa Song, you flatter me. I only know a little bit." Lin Fan said. Song Wenming said, "The young man is too modest. Are you interested in playing a game with an old man like me?" Lu Yuhang was busy getting up and stepping aside. Lin Fan said, "Grandpa Song, please." The crowd became even more concerned after the game player was changed to Song Wenming. It almost surrounded the entire board. "Eat soldiers. Fire away. Jumping horses. General." In the yard, from time to time, a sound rang out. But, it didn't take long for the voices to stop again. This time, Song Wenming paused for a long time. In the end, all that was left to say was, "I lost." Lin Fan said, "Grandpa Song, you're being modest." Song Wenming shook his head with a smile and said, "The young man takes one step and looks at 5. And the layout is also very clever. He should still be able to play Go, right?" "A little bit," Lin Fan said. "Yes?" Song Wenming was a bit surprised and said, "Then let's play another game of Go." As he spoke, Song Wenming flipped the board, and underneath was none other than a Go board. "Young man, you first." "Okay." Without any hesitation, Lin Fan picked up a black piece and landed it right in the center. "Ha? Starting Tian Yuan?" Song Wenming was surprised. He thought for a moment and landed the white pieces in the star position. Pop, pop, pop. The 2 of them went back and forth, constantly landing, causing a rhythmic tapping sound to ring out in the backyard. The vast majority of ordinary people have, perhaps, only seen Go on television. In reality, the rules of Go are not known at all, or even, never touched. However, The people present all belong to the upper class circle in Jianbei. They receive all kinds of training from an early age. Go is one of them. They may not be proficient in Go, but, at the very least, they know the rules. Initially, they were still able to keep up with Lin Fan and Song Wenming's thoughts on playing chess, but it didn't take long for the crowd's eyes to get a little bleary and their heads to grow a little foggy. This is the result of too much difference in chess strength. Pop. At this time, Lin Fan once again landed a son. Song Wenming, on the other hand, was slow to make another move. Only after a long time did he let out a long sigh and said, "I lost." When the crowd heard the words, they looked at Lin Fan with a few more surprised gazes. Master Song, he's a famous Go master. Song Jiasun, on the other hand, always stared at Lin Fan with a pair of beautiful eyes. She watched Lin Fan's movements of holding and dropping the seeds, her focused look, and her whole body was a bit dumbfounded. When Lin Fan won the final victory, Song Jiasun's entire heart thumped even more. Good math scores and strong driving skills. Today, even chess and Go are so awesome. Lin Fan, just how many more secrets do you have on you? Lin Fan said. Thank you, Grandpa Song, for being humble. When Song Wenming heard this, he couldn't help but resurvey Lin Fan. At such a young age, having such a high level of chess skill was already very good, not to mention, so humble. It is really rare, Song Wenming said. Little friend Lin, let's have another game? From a young man, to a young friend of the forest. Obviously, in Song Wenming's mind, he had already placed Lin Fan in a very high position. Why are you still playing chess? Today is Jiasun's birthday. What's the point of all standing around watching you play chess? Behind him, a somewhat hoarse voice came. Then a grandmother, with gray hair, slowly walked out. Grandma, Song Jiasun stepped forward to assist, saying. Huang Chunlan laughed. Good granddaughter. Grandma, it's still early. Let Grandpa play a few more games. It's fine, Song Jiasun said. Huang Chunlan said. What's that like? He wants to play chess. Wait until later and then play slowly. Song Wenming also stood up and laughed. Yes, today is your birthday. Little friend Lin and I will get down later. Dad, Mom, you guys came over too? In the distance, a middle-aged couple stepped forward. They are none other than Song Jiasun's mom and dad. The people present greeted each other. Hello uncle. Hello auntie. The middle-aged couple, too, responded politely. Thank you for coming to Jiasun's birthday party. I hope you had a good time. With Song Jiasun's mom and dad and grandparents joining them, the crowd looked a bit more restrained. They sensed this as well, so they didn't stay long, and after finding a reason, they left together. As expected, after Song Jiasun's elders left, the atmosphere of the entire backyard came alive again. Brother Fan, it's just that your racing is awesome, but I can't imagine that Xiangqi and Weiqi are also so awesome. I kind of want to kneel down for you, Lu Yuhang said. Lin Fan laughed. Really? Then kneel down. I won't mind. The surrounding crowd heard the words and followed. The atmosphere was extremely cheerful. After eating the cake, Lin Fan sat on a recliner, facing the breeze and looking up at the bright starry sky. This villa is quite comfortable to live in. Song Jiasun walked over at an unknown time and said, with your ability, it should be quite simple to buy a villa over here, right? Lin Fan said, a villa on your side should be $1 or $200 million, right? I'm still a bit nervous on my hands for now. Although, Lin Fan owned a Qiankuan mansion, 51% of the Silver Mountain Group, a building in Wanjiawafu, a KM mall, and other assets. But, these are from the system and can only be used for dividends and rent collection, not for sale. Lin Fan's real capital was only a mere $140 million. Buying a villa here for $140 million is barely enough. But, Lin Fan didn't want to spend all his money immediately. Song Jiasun laughed. I can't imagine that you also have times when your hands are tight. You know, back then, Lin Fan had casually rejected a supercar worth $28 million. Lin Fan smiled and rubbed his nose. It was a birthday party that lasted until 11 p.m. At this hour, the school dormitories are long closed. Thus, Lin Fan came back to Yike City. It's night. Lin Fan and Xiao Zishi, sleepless. Huang Ling, who lived in the next room, was equally sleepless. The next day, after Lin Fan had breakfast, he drove to Jiangbei University as before. When Lin Fan came to the classroom, the counselor Sun Yaodong was already standing on the podium early. After a crisp class bell rang, Sun Yaodong smiled and said, I've always thought that you guys are the best batch of students in the school, and as it turns out, my vision is pretty good. Next, the list of those who won the provincial prize in the mathematical modeling competition is announced. Zhao Yin, third prize of the province. Song Yi, third prize in the province. Ma Zhong, second prize in the province. When the crowd heard their names, They all revealed a look of joy that was hard to hide, especially Song Yi. The whole person almost didn't jump up in joy. Soon, Sun Yaodong finished reading the names. Zheng Jinbao sighed. Brother Fan, the two of us are so fated. At this time, Sun Yaodong added, next, announce the list of those who won the state prize of the mathematical modeling competition. Lin Fan, Kimberly Chang. Turns out, I'm the only one whose life is miserable. Sun Yaodong continued. Lin Fan is the only state prize winner in our class, and the only state prize winner in the entire Jiangbei University. Please applaud and congratulate everyone. Snap. Sun Yaodong led the clapping. Immediately afterward, the entire classroom erupted in lively applause. Song Jiasun, who was sitting not far away, couldn't help but look at Lin Fan with her bright eyes. Since they were sitting in the same row, turning their heads could only see Lin Fan's side. However, it was this very glance that inexplicably made Song Jiasun's heartbeat a few beats faster. For this, Lin Fan naturally had no way of knowing. At this moment, an extra touch of joy also appeared in his heart. Because, in Lin Fan's mind, a crisp beep appeared. Ding! Complete the quest to win a national award in the mathematical modeling competition. Receive 5 silver red packets. Mission accomplished. Sun Yaodong continued. Lin Fan, prepare yourself. You need to travel to the capital in the next 2 days to conduct an on-site defense, thus determining the level of the national award. Perform well and strive to bring back a higher education cup. Ha ha ha. Speaking of this, Sun Yaodong couldn't help but laugh brightly. That look was as if he had already seen the scene where Lin Fan brought back the higher education cup. However, he didn't know that Lin Fan had no intention of going to the capital to defend himself. What national award level? What high teaching cup? Lin Fan didn't have any interest at all. Now that the mission has been accomplished, another trip to the capital? I'm sorry, he'd rather sleep on the table. When Sun Yaodong left, Song Yi couldn't help but feel smug. Mr. Sun's vision is indeed good. He can tell at a glance that I have outstanding abilities. After a pause, he deliberately sighed again and said, unfortunately, I still didn't play well somehow, and only took the 3rd prize of the province. Unlike my Zhong and brother Fan, who had a 2nd provincial and a national prize. Zheng Jinbao bristled and said, I haven't won any awards yet. Song Yi patted Zheng Jinbao's shoulder and said in a serious tone, you're not bad either. You have 2 provincial awards and a national award roommate. Kimberly Chang. School ended earlier today, and after eating lunch, Lin Fan leisurely laid down on his bed. Ding! The cell phone in his pocket shook slightly. 12 o'clock. The red bag appears. Ding! Congratulations, you get $8. Ding! Congratulations, you've earned $99. Ding! Congratulations, you've earned $2. 000. Ding! Congratulations, you have been awarded $10,000. This time, Lin Fan received a total of $30. 225. Then he dropped his attention to the silver bonus. In his heart, he muttered, together with the 5 silver red packets obtained for Yu Xian's birthday, there are a total of 10 silver red packets. Let's see what can be opened. Turn it on. Ding! Congratulations, you've earned 200,000 yuan. Ding! Congratulations, you have received the skill doubling card. Ding! Congratulations, you have been awarded $500,000. Ding! Congratulations, you have been awarded the Panglong Villa Cluster. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired an energy shield. With 10 silver bonuses, Lin Fan received a total of $1.2 million. For this amount of money, Lin Fan didn't put it on his mind. He directly landed his eyes on the skill doubling card, energy shield, and Panlong Villa Cluster. Skill doubling card, you can specify to double the ability of a skill within 1 hour, have a more powerful skill and display a more attractive charm. Seeing this, Lin Fan nodded slightly. Being able to double the ability of a skill is, without a doubt, something very good. The only shame is that it's only 1 hour. Energy shield constantly absorbs the free energy of the world, and when in danger, autonomously forms a transparent shield, thus protecting the host's safety. Lin Fan's eyes lit up slightly. Although, nowadays, Lin Fan possessed the aesthetics of violence and could do 1 against 100. But, today's world is still the age of hot weapons after all. In case, one day, he was backstabbed, then he wouldn't be able to escape at all. Nowadays, however, there are certain guarantees. Panlong Villa Cluster, a cluster of villas located in the center of Jiangbei City by the Tianhu Lake, with beautiful scenery and suitable for living. When Lin Fan saw this, an odd color appeared on his face. A villa complex by Sky Lake? He remembered clearly that there were 2 villa clusters by the Heavenly Lake, the Chuanqing Villa Cluster where Song Jiasun's family was located, and the Panlong Villa Cluster that had just been developed. Now, He has become the owner of Panlong Villa Complex? When Lin Fan looked up, a large bunch of keys and a stack of title deeds appeared in front of him. Lin Fan slowly turned over the title deed. Panlong Villa number 1. With an area of 3,200 square feet. Owner, Lin Fan. Panlong Villa 2. 3,300 square feet. Owner, Lin Fan. Panlong Villa 10. 3,300 square feet. Owner, Lin Fan. 10 sets. 10 sets of villas, all belonging to Lin Fan. Even Lin Fan now owned quite a few properties such as Chinkuan Mansion, Wanjiahuafu, and KM Mall. But, upon seeing the stack of title deeds, a smile could not help but appear on his face. Exclaimed, "The silver bonus is really good." After school in the afternoon, Lin Fan walked straight towards the parking lot. There wasn't much to do in the evening anyway, so he was going to go to the Panlong Villa Complex and take a look at the house he had just gotten. If it was a long distance, Lin Fan would drive a Mercedes Big G, because the Big G will be relatively waste-friendly, and Panlong Villa Complex is only 20 kilometers away from JNU. Therefore, Lin Fan chose to drive a Lamborghini, with enough horsepower and speed. With a foot on the gas, the whole car directly shot out towards the front. At this time, Han Sweet had already arrived in front of Panlong Villa's door. Han Sweet smiled and said, "Hello, I'm the manager of Lianjia Real Estate. Han Sweet, I have a client who wants to purchase Villa number 8, but the client is quite busy. So, I was commissioned to help take a few pictures to send to her. Can you let me in please?" Some people think that real estate people just move their mouths and sign a few contracts and get a big commission. In fact, they still have a lot of preparation to do. Something like this purposely photographed is just one of those things. The security guard apologized. "The houses in our Panlong Villa complex, which have all been sold, are private property, so we can't let you take pictures. Sorry." Han Sweet was slightly stunned and said, "All sold?" As the manager of the Lian family, she could almost be said to know all the properties in Zhongbei. Panlong Villa was an ultra-luxury villa complex that had only just been established and completed, and each villa cost at least $150 million. Sold out in such a short time? Han sweetly wondered, "How come I don't seem to have heard about it?" "That's what our leader informed us," the security guard said. In fact, not only was Han Sweet puzzled, but the security guard was also incredibly puzzled. In the past, some real estate companies also came to visit and take photos every day, and the security guards basically agreed as long as they possessed sufficient qualifications. But, this afternoon, the leader suddenly informed that all the villas had been sold and the real estate company and other people were now forbidden to enter the villas from now on. This surprised all the security guards. As for Han Sweet, it is hard to meet a customer who has the intention to buy Panlong Villa. But, the villa had been sold and there was little she could do about it, only to turn around helplessly. Tap tap. At that moment, there was a light footstep behind him. Then a familiar figure appeared. It was Lin Fan. Han Tianyi looked at Lin Fan's tall figure, well-defined features, and bright eyes, and her entire heart involuntarily sped up a few beats. Han Tianyi seemed to feel that she had been staring at Lin Fan for too long, as if she had been caught being a thief, and slowly lowered her head. Obviously, Lin Fan also noticed Han Sweet and smiled. "Manager Han, we meet again." At this time, Han Sweet also stabilized her mind and smiled. "Yeah." After a pause, he added, "Is Mr. Lin trying to buy a house in Panlong Villa?" Unfortunately, the security guard said that the houses here are all sold out. Of course, we'll have to investigate to find out if it's true or not. After all, willful cover-ups are commonplace in the real estate world. Lin Fan said, "That's not true. I just came to see how my house is doing." As he spoke, he handed out a stack of real estate licenses toward the security guard and said, "I can go in, right?" The security guard glanced over slightly, bent down, and put on his most respectful smile, saying, "Mr. Lin, welcome home." When Han Sweet saw this, her entire body completely froze. What did she see? As it turns out, the Panlong Villa complex is really all sold out. Moreover, the purchaser was Lin Fan. At this time, Lin Fan turned around and asked, "Manager Han, do you want to go in together? P.S. I had to go out for something in the morning, so I didn't deliver the morning update until now." Although, Han Sweet also knew that Lin Fan was a super godly man. The last time I took him to see the Yike City flat, I paid the full amount directly on site. But, nowadays, this is the Panlong Villa, and, still, it's the whole Panlong Villa complex. How much does this cost? $1 billion? $2 billion? Seeing that Han Tianyi was still standing still and staring, Lin Fan couldn't help but speak again. "Manager Han, do you want to go in and take a look together?" At this time, Han Sweet finally came back to her senses and stammered, Good. When you walk through the gate, You can see colorful flowers, turquoise trees, and crystal clear running water as far as the eye can see. When a fresh breeze blew from a distance, the whole person had a refreshing and very comfortable feeling. Lin Fan couldn't help but nod slightly. Obviously, he was still satisfied with the environment. Then, Lin Fan walked towards the outermost villa. Number 10. The front yard of about 600 square feet is a turquoise grassy area, some fruit trees and a wide swimming pool. The overall decoration style of Villa 10 is inclined to Europe and America, giving people the feeling of being in a fairy tale castle. Lin Fan strolled through each villa roughly once before heading outside. Overall, the villa environment was very good and the decoration styles were various. Lin Fan was still satisfied. In order to promote the corporate culture, the owner of Josiah Company organized his staff to come to Tianhu Lake to play and take pictures together. The crowd of employees posed for multiple photos before being allowed to move freely. Xiao Xia strolled along the heavenly lake, and when she arrived in front of the Pan Long Villa's gate, she heartily exclaimed, "The villas here are so beautiful." A colleague who was on good terms with her said, "Of course, a single Pan Long Villa can cost hundreds of millions of dollars." Hiss. Xiao Xia couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when she heard it. Hundreds of millions for a villa? Xiao Xia couldn't help but say, "In my lifetime, if I can have a house like this, I will have no regrets in death." My co-worker laughed. "With a house here? I wouldn't dare to think of it. I'd be satisfied if I could go in and turn around." At this time, Lin Fan finally finished watching the villa and walked out. The security guard saw it and stood respectfully from a distance. "Goodbye, Mr. Lin." Lin Fan nodded his head in greeting. This scene happened to be in Xiao Xia's eyes. She glanced at the large bunch of keys and a stack of real estate certificates in Lin Fan's hand, and a look of disdain appeared on her face. Last time, he said he owned an entire building in Vanguard House, and now he's bringing so many keys and real estate certificates to the Pan Long Villa complex for what? It's clearly an estate sale. Swollen face. Xiao Xia saw Lin Fan slowly walking in his direction and said in a cold voice, "What are you doing over here?" Lin Fan couldn't help but frown. He resented Xiao Xia's perpetually condescending attitude and said faintly, "This road doesn't seem to be your home, does it?" Seeing that Xiao Xia knew Lin Fan, the colleague next to her couldn't help but get interested and said, "You should be the salesman who sells Pan Long Villa, right? Can you take us to take a look inside Pan Long Villa?" Lin Fan shook his head. "I'm not sales, so how did you just get in there?" a co-worker asked. "Because, Pan Long Villa is all my own house," Lin Fan said. The co-worker froze in disbelief. Xiao Xia's pretty face flushed for a moment. "Shame on you. It's just too humiliating." He had just greeted Lin Fan himself, and as a result, Lin Fan had spoken such big words. "Pan Long Villa is all your house. You deserve it too. How does one know such a nonsense braggart? What should your co-workers think of you?" When Xiao Xia thought of this, she said in annoyance, "Lin Fan, can you be honest as a human being? An estate sale is an estate sale. First, he rented a car for a blind date. Then, he said he had a house in Vanguard House. And now he said something about Pan Long Villa being all yours. Do you think anyone will believe you? Do you realize that this will only make you more humiliated?" After saying that, he took his colleague's hand and walked quickly towards the distance. While passing through the parking lot, she vaguely saw a supercar. But, at this point, she was so angry that she didn't have the heart to take a closer look. Lin Fan bristled. "There's something wrong." Next to her, Han Sweet asked, "Renting a car for a blind date? Mr. Lin, she's been on a blind date with you before?" Lin Fan said, "Yes, she probably thinks I'm a poor hangover and thinks my Lamborghini is a rental." Han Sweet's speech sniffed, and her heart felt both jealousy and anger. Jealous that Xiao Xia had the chance to go on a blind date with Lin Fan. Why not herself? Angry that Xiao Xia had rejected Lin Fan. Such a perfect Lin Fan. No wonder, when she was at Lian's house, she was still taunting Lin Fan one after another. "Damn it," Han Sweetly said seriously. "She'll regret it." Lin Fan shook his head, but he didn't put this matter on his mind anymore. A smug woman is just a woman. Taking her too seriously will only waste her energy. After Lin Fan and Han Tianyi separated, they went to the furniture store in the KM Mall. Villa Panglong is renovated and has some furniture though, but it didn't fit Lin Fan's aesthetic. After spending $3 million and purchasing some sofas and beds, he drove his Lamborghini to lead the way in front and headed straight towards Pan Long Villa. At this time, Song Jessen was driving her Ferrari and preparing to go home. That's when she overheard the Lamborghini coming from the distance. LF666? Ha? Lin Fan's car? Song Jessen was slightly surprised, and in her mind, she couldn't help but see Lin Fan's handsome face, and her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a few beats. Almost as an instinctive reaction, she directly reversed her direction towards Lin Fan. The two of them soon arrived in front of the gate of Pan Long Villa. Song Jessen asked, "Lin Fan, why are you here?" planning to buy a house here? Lin Fan said. I've already bought it. Oh, which building do you live in? We're also considered neighbors, so we can visit each other often in the future, Song Jiasun said happily. Lin Fan said. I haven't figured out which building to live in yet. That was something Lin Fan really didn't lie about. Today, he wandered through 10 villas. Among them, Villa 1, Villa 6 and Villa 8 are all very close to the Sky Lake, and you can see the beautiful lake when you open the window. Number 1 is decorated in an antique style, number 6 is decorated in a modern style, and number 8 is decorated in a European and American style, each with its own characteristics. Lin Fan hadn't really thought about which villa he would actually live in the future. However, these words were what made Song Jiasun even more puzzled. Didn't Lin Fan just say that he had already bought a villa? Now you're saying you don't know which building you live in? Obviously. Lin Fan also noticed the change in Song Jiasun's face. Explained, I bought the entire Pan Long Villa group altogether, a total of 10. Temporarily, may choose one inside the 1st, 6th and 8th villa to live. Song Jiasun, although, the Song family is an extremely powerful family, ranking at the forefront in Jiangbei, and even Jiang province. However, even if it was the Song family, it was still a relatively difficult thing to buy the entire Pan Long Villa complex outright. After all, there is $1 billion or $2 billion at stake. Song Jiasun said oddly, is this what you said yesterday about being a bit short-handed? Who's strapped for cash and spends $1 billion or $2 on a house? Lin Fan could only laugh it off. What can he say? Is this what you got out of the red packet today? You wouldn't believe me if you told me. After Lin Fan had the furniture company put the sofa and bed into the villa, he didn't stay there directly. It's just too empty and lonely for one person to live in a villa like this. After Lin Fan and Song Jiasun parted ways, they came back to the city of everything. Huangling has a flight out of town and won't be back until the day after tomorrow. There were only 2 of them, Lin Fan and Xiao Zishi, in the entire large flat, and they became even more unscrupulous. It had to be said that Lin Fan deserved to have the ability to fight 1 against 100. Even after fighting for 2 nights in a row, he was still full of energy today. It was a night when that king-sized bed sang like a music box. The next day, JNU, the counselor, Sun Yaodong, was in the hallway, humming a little tune, his walk constantly wobbly. Apparently, he was in an extremely good mood. When Sun Yaodong met a middle-aged teacher head-on, he said smugly, Old Fong, what did I say? Did a few provincial prizes appear in our class? Even, not only did a provincial award appear, but a national award as well. When Lin Fan goes to the capital to defend himself in a couple of days, he might even come back with a higher education cup. Since yesterday, Sun Yutong has been saying similar things, but the middle-aged teacher was still unable to refute it at all. Who let their class really show up for the state prize? At this time, Lin Fan happened to walk over. Sun Yaodong's eyes lit up. How he was looking at Lin Fan now. How he felt obedient. Lin Fan, it's to go to the office of the School of Mathematics, isn't it? Sun Yaodong asked. Lin Fan said, yes, Professor Zhang asked me to come over. Sun Yaodong nodded and said, he should be discussing the matter of the capital defense with you. You have outstanding abilities. Make good use of the opportunity. The honor of our class depends on you. As Lin Fan listened to these words, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. He clearly remembered that the last time Sun Counseling was the one who said almost exactly the same thing to himself. Then, lulled myself into signing up for a mathematical modeling competition. And now you say something like that? Unfortunately, this time he may have to be disappointed. Lin Fan smiled noncommittally. Then, towards the math school office. At this time, Zhang Yang was sitting in his office drinking tea and reading the newspaper. When he saw Lin Fan, his cloudy eyes immediately had an extra flash of brightness. Lin Fan, come sit down and have some tea first. Although, Zhang Yang didn't train Lin Fan much, but, no matter what, Lin Fan had also won the state prize of the mathematical modeling competition from him. It did him some good, too. Lin Fan said, thank you, Professor Zhang. A mouthful of tea goes down, bitter with a hint of sweetness, like the taste of life. Zhang Yang said, generally speaking, the national award rankings and even the rankings of the higher education cup have come out long ago. All of these are sorted according to the models and papers you submitted up. The reason why, again, you are allowed to go to the capital to defend yourselves is simply to test whether these were done by you independently. So, when you go to the capital tomorrow, you don't have to be nervous, just answer directly along modeling lines. Lin Fan said, Professor Zhang, I'm not going to go to the capital. Oh, Zhang Yang first smiled and nodded, but in the next moment, his entire body froze. What did you say? Not going to go to the capital? Zhang Yang said with wide eyes. Yes, Lin Fan said. What's this for? You're very talented. and in case you win first prize in the state, or even the higher education cup, the school will give you a hefty scholarship. In addition, this will be of great benefit to your future graduate school, and even your job. Zhang Yang said evenly. High scholarships? Got $1 million? Even with $1 million in scholarships, it would only be what Lin Fan earned in a day's sleep. Graduate school? He came to JNU just to experience college life. As for work? Then Lin Fan cared even less. So, Lin Fan said, these are of no use to me. I still don't want to go to the capital. Zhang Yang was a little anxious, pacing back and forth in the office. Lin Fan, this is really a very good opportunity. The school will reimburse you for all the traveling expenses to and from the capital. Just think of it as going to the capital to play for 2 days. How good is that? If you don't go now, you'll surely regret it later. Then, no matter what, Lin Fan remained indifferent. At this moment, Zhang Yang suddenly thought of the scene when they first met, when Lin Fan hugged Xia Bing and Xia Shui. Following that, the mathematical modeling competition is a group competition. Even if you don't want to go to the capital, even if you don't care about the honors and trophies, but you have to think about your teammates, Xia Bing and Xia Shui, too. They are in great need of these. When these words came out, Lin Fan couldn't help but hesitate a bit. Yeah, Xia Bing and Xia Shui are just ordinary students who are superb in computer skills. And, early registration for the mathematical modeling competition. Perhaps they really do need awards and trophies? Zhang Yang was pleased to see that this seemed to have taken effect. He was ready to lay down a little more hardcore. So, picking up his cell phone, he dialed the number of the computer school teacher. Not a moment later, the two of them, Xia Bing and Xia Shui, slowly walked in. When they saw Lin Fan, their two pretty faces immediately revealed sweet smiles. Zhang Yang cleared his throat and said, Lin Fan just said that he doesn't want to go to the capital to defend in the mathematical modeling competition. Xia Bing, Xia Shui, you guys quickly persuade him. After he finished speaking, a smile appeared on his face just like the two of them. Xia Bing and Xia Shui, then don't go, Xia Bing and Xia Shui said in unison. They answered, so decisively, without the slightest delay. Ha! Zhang Yang froze again. What is this? It's not at all the same as what one would like to be the case. You just agreed not to go? You didn't try to talk me out of it? Zhang Yang busily said. Xia Bing, Xia Shui, you may not know yet. If you go to the capital to defend your work, you might win the national second prize, first prize, or even the higher education cup. But, if you don't go, you'll only get third place in the state. Xia Bing and Xia Shui said. Okay, then don't go. Okay, then why don't you just not go? Is this like that? Zhang Yang was speechless for a while. He simply didn't know how much Lin Fan's status was in Xia Bing and Xia Shui's hearts. Let's not talk about second place, first place, and the higher education cup in the state. It was the entire world that was no match for Lin Fan. Zhang Yang persuaded for a while longer, but it was of little use. In the end, he could only give up helplessly and told Lin Fan, Xia Bing and Xia Shui to go back and think about it. Zhang Yang thought about it and walked towards the counselor's office. He's going to ask Sun Yaodong to help persuade him as well. JNU. Well, someone has stormed into the national prize in the national mathematical modeling competition. Zhang Yang didn't want to easily give up the opportunity to go further. Sun Yaodong, who was drinking tea, was busy standing up when he saw Zhang Yang. Laughing, he said, Professor Zhang, you're here because of Lin Fan's trip to the capital, right? Granting leave. I'll definitely grant him leave. Nowadays, Sun Yaodong couldn't stop the smile on his face whenever he mentioned Lin Fan. It's too much of a face for you. State prize. That's the only state prize at JNU. Zhang Yang said. Lin Fan doesn't want to go to the capital. Gah! Sun Yaodong's voice came to an abrupt halt as if he had been caught by a fishbone in his throat. At this moment, Zheng Jinbao was being stopped outside the corridor by the two men. Zheng Jinbao, didn't you say that designing the drainage system was the easiest? What's going on now? We didn't even get a provincial third prize. I've asked many people. As long as they chose the drainage system, all of them didn't win. The man with a medium build complained. My goal this year is the second in the province, the short man said. The two of them are also considered to be academics. Great importance was attached to this mathematical modeling competition. However, the results were not what they had hoped for. Zheng Jinbao couldn't help but feel a little weak when they asked him. He glanced around and happened to see Lin Fan, who had just returned from Zhang Yang's place. A pair of squinting eyes immediately widened a few points and said, that's because those who elected the drainage system are incapable. Then, he took a big step to Lin Fan and said, this is my roommate Lin Fan, brother Fan. He won the state award for mathematical modeling. He's going to go to the capital to defend himself soon, and he might even come back with a higher education cup. You guys ask which question Van chose. Drainage, Zheng Jinbao asked himself. The medium-sized and short man, of course, knew that Lin Fan had won the national award, because it's been rumored for a long time. However, they had no idea which topic Lin Fan had actually chosen. Zheng Jinbao had the tone of an elder and said, "Don't look for reasons on others as soon as something goes wrong. Think more about yourself." The two couldn't help but lower their heads and head off into the distance. Zheng Jinbao put a hand on Lin Fan's shoulder and laughed. "Brother Fan, thanks to you." Turning to him, he added, "By the way, Brother Fan, what are you planning to go to the capital?" Lin Fan said, "I'm not going to go." "Ha?" Zheng Jinbao's squinty eyes blinked twice, somewhat dumbfounded. At that moment, Sun Yaodong hurried over. "Lin Fan, how can you not go to the capital to defend yourself? That's a very good opportunity. Your ability is outstanding. The honor of our class depends on you," Sun Yaodong said. "That again?" This time, not only was Lin Fan speechless, next to him, Zheng Jinbao was also filled with black lines. "So, that's all the Sun Counseling can say to fool people?" Sun Yaodong, however, did not realize this and was ready to say something else. Jingle bells. At that moment, a light bell rang through the campus. Lin Fan said, "Class is in session. Counselor Sun, I'll go in first." "Hey, you think about it again, ah?" Sun Yaodong rode in the back seat. Zheng Jinbao couldn't help but ask, "Brother Fan, are you really not going to the capital to defend yourself?" Ma Zhong was surprised. Not going to the capital to defend? Why? Apparently, he was aware of the rules of the mathematical modeling competition. Lin Fan yawned and said, "Do you guys need to be so excited? What's the point of going to the capital? Traveling all that way to answer some questions on purpose? Might as well get some sleep." You're going to the national awards? I don't know how many people, in their dreams, would like to go. Lin Fan actually said it's better to sleep? Ma Zhong opened his mouth to say something else, and the old professor had already walked in with his textbook. Lin Fan listened to the old professor's lecture that was like a lullaby and quickly entered dreamland. When Lin Fan woke up, it was just about meal time. After a leisurely lunch, I went back to my dorm room to get ready for another nap. At that moment, the cell phone in his pocket shook slightly. 12 o'clock. The red bag appears. Ding. Congratulations. You get $10. Ding. Congratulations. You've earned $300. Ding. Congratulations. You have been awarded $10,000. Ding. Congratulations. You get $5. For today's red packet, Lin Fan received a total of 4,500 yuan. He glanced at the red packet he'd gotten from spending $3 million yesterday on furniture. In his heart, he muttered, 300 red envelopes? Let's wait a little longer. Gather up 1,000 and open them together. Then, he directly put his cell phone aside and once again entered dreamland. At this time, Jiangbei University, the large conference room, professors and department chairs from the School of Mathematics, among others, gathered together. They murmured, all a little puzzled as to why they were suddenly notified of the meeting. As time passes, not only the number of colleges are coming, but other colleges, and even school leaders are also arriving. This couldn't help but make the crowd even more puzzled. Jiangbei University had seldom held this kind of large-scale meeting. Especially, it seemed that this meeting was still hosted by the School of Mathematics. Hu Chuan, the dean of the School of Mathematics, who was sitting in the upper seat, leisurely drank a mouthful of tea, and saw Zhang Yong, who was sitting not far away, seeming to be a bit worried, and laughed. Professor Zhang, how come it looks as if you have something on your mind? Zhang Yong sighed. Dean Hu, you should also know that our Jiangbei University has students who broke into the national prize in the mathematical modeling competition this year. Hu Chuan nodded and said, I know about this. It's Lin Fan's team, right? This is a good thing. And you still look unhappy? Zhang Yong said. However, Lin Fan doesn't want to go to the capital to participate in the defense of the national award. Ha? Why don't you want to? What a great opportunity this is. Does the boy not know what a defense means? This has to be persuaded. Is he in some kind of trouble? The surrounding professors and leaders were all surprised and asked questions. Zhang Yong said, what I should say, I have said it all. But, Lin Fan doesn't seem to be interested at all. Hu Chuan, who was sitting in the upper seat, thought for a moment and said, since he doesn't want to go, then he won't go. Ha? Zhang Yong's mouth was half open, his face full of incomprehension. Hu Chuan continued, the fact that Lin Fan was able to participate in the mathematical modeling competition already surprised me. At that time, he was probably just playing around. If, again, Lin Fan is allowed to go to the defense, it would be like letting him bully people. It's normal for Lin Fan not to go. Ha? Zhang Yong opened his mouth wide, even more puzzled. Lin Fan's participation in the mathematical modeling competition was a surprise? Just for fun. 2. Lin Fan going to the defense is bullying? The dean of the School of Mathematics, Hu Chuan, made several sentences in a row, directly causing Zhang Yong to be completely baffled. What's the situation? However, Hu Chuan was not prepared to explain anything more, because, at this time, the president of Jiangbei University, Shan Liang, walked over. Hu Chuan hurriedly greeted him and invited Shan Liang to sit on the main seat. However, Shan Liang said, "Today, it's a big event for your math academy, and it should be led by you, so it's most appropriate for you to sit in the main seat." Hu Chuan humbled himself for a while before sitting up as he was told. Then, from time to time, he looked toward the door, as if he were waiting for someone, but he was never seen. A professor said impatiently, "Dean Hu, when exactly is the meeting? I still have a lot of things to take care of." "Yeah, I've got a project on my hands that I'm just waiting to get underway." Hu Chuan saw that more and more people were dissatisfied. Finally clearing his throat, he spoke. "So let's get to the point now. Many of you, perhaps, are not quite aware that not too long ago, someone at our school answered the Chow conjecture." The professors, who had been a bit whiny at this statement, immediately turned off their fire. Immediately afterward, the entire conference room completely boiled over. Some of them, perhaps, are not teachers or leaders of math majors, but they were also very aware of what Zhou's conjecture actually represented. Once successfully answered, it can be said to be able to make the entire math community take a big step forward. And this big step was surprisingly driven by JNU. How is this not exciting? Dean Hu. Which professor answered Zhou's conjecture? May I ask if it was you, Dean Hu? Who answered the question? Have the answer steps been reviewed? A series of questions, like a series of cannonballs, flew out. The professors, who had always been like modest gentlemen, were at that moment like believers who had suddenly heard the will of the gods and could not stop shouting. Hu Chuan said, when Zhou's conjecture was answered, I, as well as a number of professors, first jointly verified that the calculations were correct, and then organized into a paper and submitted it to the annual review of mathematics. Today, the math yearbook responded to the email with the correct answer. At the same time, the World Mathematical Organization has sent us an invitation for the person who answered Zhou's conjecture to travel to Preston to give an extremely large presentation. When Hu Chuan said this, a touch of excitement that was hard to hide was added to his tone. Preston, undoubtedly, is one of the meccas of mathematics. Countless mathematicians take pride in giving a presentation in Preston. The very large presentation, in turn, is the highest profile of all presentations. It's an absolute honor, a supreme honor, for anyone. Extremely large presentation in Preston? My God. Dean Hu, tell me, what kind of person has answered Zhou's conjecture? Hu Chuan said, the person who answered Zhou's conjecture is Lin Fan. Wow. The whole room was in an uproar at these words. Among them, Zhang Yong's eyes were even widened and his entire body was completely frozen. What did he hear? Lin Fan answered Zhou's conjecture? The young undergraduate? At this moment, Zhang Yong finally understood why Hu Chuan had just said that Lin Fan was just playing around when he participated in the mathematical modeling competition. It also finally understood that Lin Fan going to the defense was bullying. Because, for someone who has answered Zhou's conjecture to defend a mathematical modeling competition is like a high school student taking a kindergarten test. What is this if not bullying? Hu Chuan continued. The main purpose of this meeting today is to make the appropriate preparations for this presentation, and the publicity of Zhou's conjecture. It's best to wait for Lin Fan to come over and then discuss it slowly. Then, he glanced at the time and said, Lin Fan might have been delayed by something, right? Everyone wait a bit, I'll call and ask him. After saying that, Hu Chuan walked to the side and dialed the phone. At this time, Lin Fan was sleeping in a bit of a daze and casually picked up the phone. Lin Fan, did you get the message I sent you about the meeting this morning? Hu Chuan said. A meeting? What meeting? Lin Fan said in a daze. You answered Zhou's conjecture correctly, and now the World Mathematical Organization invites you to go to Preston and organize an extremely large presentation. Hu Chuan said. Although, just now he had said this, but, now that it is repeated again, the whole thing is still uncontrollably exciting. Preston presentation? Not going. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he directly hung up the phone, and then, once again, entered dreamland. Don't look at Lin Fan as a whole. He was still a bit confused, but, even in his waking state, Lin Fan would have been the same answer. Traveling to Preston for a presentation? In Lin Fan's mind, this wasn't even close to going to the capital to defend himself, because, Preston is further away than the capital, and, one has to deal with a bunch of questions from foreigners. He is not interested in this. At all. After Hu Chuan was hung up, his entire body first froze for a few seconds. Obviously, he hadn't reacted from Lin Fan's answer. Half a dozen times, Hu Chuan picked up his cell phone again and redialed Lin Fan's number, ready to talk about the situation again. However, what responded to Hu Chuan was a shutdown beep. With that, Hu Chuan, somewhat at a loss for words, walked towards his seat. Dean Hu, has Lin Fan come over? A professor asked hurriedly. He was a bit impatient and wanted to meet this person who had answered Zhou's conjecture with his own eyes. Huqian froze. He's not going to the Preston report. Quiet. The whole conference room, suddenly quiet. Disbelief was written all over everyone's faces. It was more of a surprise than hearing that someone had answered Zhou's guess. P.S. Near the Qingming festival, the family has to set up a monument for grandparents. Rather busy. Sorry for the late update. The Preston report, the stage of almost every math person's dreams. However, Lin Fan actually refused to go? It was only after half a minute that someone stuttered. Lin Fan is still young. Maybe, he doesn't even know about the Preston report. So, that's why he refused. The crowd in the conference room nodded in agreement. Principal Shen Liang said, Dean Hu, why don't you explain the Preston report to Lin Fan in detail later? If Lin Fan knows the significance and benefits of the Preston report, I think he should agree to go. Zhang Yong, who was sitting next to him, but opened his mouth. He was tempted to say, Lin Fan would not agree. This was because, not long ago, Zhang Yong had said something similar to Lin Fan, only, now replaced the capital defense with the Preston report. The impromptu meeting, which had lost its protagonist, was left unsettled. Then, Hu Chuan personally rushed towards dormitory 104. Song Yi, Zheng Jinbao, and Ma Zhong all stared wide-eyed when they saw Hu Chuan. This is the dean of the School of Mathematics. They could only see Hu Chuan during the commencement ceremony, and certain major meetings. At this time, it was surprising that he came to his dormitory. Hu Chuan said, Lin Fan, I may not have made myself too clear just now. The World Mathematical Organization would like to invite you to go to Preston to hold an extremely large presentation. Extremely large presentation, the highest level of all presentations. At that time, you will present the detailed process and ideas of answering Zhou's conjecture in front of almost all famous mathematicians in the world. And nowadays, there are no more than 10 combined Chinese holding extremely large presentations in Preston. Hu Chuan's tone was uncontrollably high as he spoke. Excited, thrilled, it looked as if he were about to travel to Preston to conduct an extremely large presentation. However, Lin Fan just yawned and said, Oh, but I don't want to go to Preston. These words were like a pot of cold water that poured over Hu Chuan's head. Ma Zhong, Song Yi, and Zhang Jinbao, who were next to him, were also astonished. Didn't you hear Hu Chuan say that no more than 10 people in the whole of China have held that kind of presentation? That means that once Lin Fan travels to Preston, he will be one of those 10. One of the 10 most awesome people. However, Lin Fan surprisingly refused. Hu Chuan's entire body was incredibly anxious, and again began to constantly persuade. Finally, Lin Fan dropped a sentence and said, If they really want to listen to the presentation, then come to Zhangbei and I'll speak to them in Zhangbei. If they don't want to come, then forget it. Hu Chuan was helpless in his heart. He wanted to continue persuading Lin Fan again, but, after dropping that, he headed straight outside. Jingle bells. At this time, Hu Chuan's cell phone rang a light ringtone. It turned out to be a call from the principal, Shen Liang. Has Lin Fan agreed to go to Preston for a presentation? Shen Liang asked. Apparently, he's also very attached to this. After all, this could be said to represent the honor of Zhangbei University. Hu Chuan sighed. Lin Fan doesn't want to go. After a pause, he added, but, he said that if he wanted to hear the presentation, then he would come to Zhangbei to hear it. On the phone, there was a silence. Only after half a minute did Shen Liang say, let's reply Lin Fan's idea to the World Mathematics Organization first. If they agree, this is, perhaps, not a bad thing for us. Hu Chuan naturally understood what Shen Liang meant, but, how difficult is it to get many mathematicians to come to Zhangbei, China? Hakan said, I'll try to contact the World Mathematical Organization. Lin Fan seemed to be persuaded to be a bit annoyed at Zhangbei University, and directly got into a Lamborghini and headed towards Yike City. At this time, the YMCA City 2501 room, Huang Ling's pair of beautiful eyes were red, and she couldn't stop her tears from falling down. Originally, Huang Ling was going to fly to the island today. However, while in the VIP lounge, an islander eating ice cream accidentally bumped into her. It wasn't supposed to be Yellow Spirit's responsibility. She, as a stewardess, still apologized and cleaned up the other woman's clothes carefully. At that time, The islanders were full of smiles and expressed their understanding of Huang Ling. However, when Huang Ling left, that islander directly approached the airline leader and complained about Huang Ling. The leader was not at all indiscriminate and severely criticized Huang Ling. Then, in order to satisfy that islander, the leader also cancelled Huang Ling's current flight job and deducted 10% of her bonus for the month. Qiu Zishi gently patted Huang Ling's back and said, "These islanders are the most insidious." Huang Ling, relax. Obviously, she also knows the character of the islanders. After a pause, he added, "Huang Ling, otherwise, you should resign as well." "I'm quitting too." Huang Ling seemed to have thought of something, and her entire pretty face was a blush. Qiu Zishi nodded her head and said, "I can see that you also have a good feeling for Lin Fan, getting married to live happily ever after. Maybe, in the future, you can find someone who likes you a lot and is very motivated. Someday he will have enough money to make you happy too. But, by that time, I'm afraid we'll be old and gray. And can you guarantee that he won't find someone else?" Qiu Zishi took Huang Ling's hand and spoke for a long time. Finally, said, "Huang Ling, what do you think?" Huang Ling lightly bit her lower lip. After a long moment of hesitation, he finally gave a slight, unnoticeable nod. LOL. At that moment, the door was pushed open. Lin Fan walked in. Huang Ling, Qiu Zishi, and Lin Fan. Six eyes stared at each other. Huang Ling looked like she had done something bad, her entire pretty face instantly blushing. Qiu Zishi, however, ignored that much and took the initiative to pull Huang Ling and slowly walked towards Lin Fan. "It's night. *3, *3, epsilon asterisk. What would you like to see? Hosting? What would you like to see? Hosting?" The next day, there was an extra splash of red on the white bed. Qiu Zishi woke up early, as usual, and made a hearty breakfast. A few days ago, Huang Ling woke up early though as well, but, often she purposely waited for Lin Fan to leave before she came out. Today, Huang Ling, on the other hand, came to the living room with Lin Fan. Lin Fan put the golden lotus egg into Huang Ling's bowl and said, "You worked hard yesterday. Make up more." Huang Ling seemed to have thought of something, and her pretty face was a blush. Then, burying almost his entire little head in his plate, Qiu Zishi couldn't help but burst into a fit of giggles when she saw this. Lin Fan burped after finishing a whole bowl of noodles. "Pick up your cell phone and operate it for a while." Immediately after that, Huang Ling's cell phone rang with a crisp voice. WeChat arrived at $1 million. Huang Ling's heart skipped a beat, and her entire body froze directly. Although, she had seen with her own eyes last time that Lin Fan had transferred $1 million to Qiu Zishi, and when she herself had decided to become Lin Fan's woman, she had thought about a similar treatment. But, now after actually obtaining it, it still can't help but be surprised to the core. Lin Fan laughed. "Ask me for more if it's not enough." Huang Ling busily said, "Enough is enough." Jingle bells. At this time, Qiu Zishi's cell phone suddenly rang with a sharp ring. She glanced at the caller alert and answered the phone directly. "Mom, calling so early? Have you had breakfast?" Qiu Zishi asked. On the phone, Wang Hui didn't answer Qiu Zishi's words, but said bluntly, "Zishi, do you have $2 million? Qiu Zishi frowned slightly and said, "Mom, why do you need so much money? Your father has been detained and has already broken one of his legs, and if he doesn't get the money to ransom him, he's going to have his limbs broken." Wang Hui's voice gradually became hoarse as she spoke, and couldn't help but choke. "What? How did this happen?" Qiu Zishi's heart ached and her nose was slightly sore. "Mom, I'll be right back." Sons and daughters are the heart of mom and dad. How can mom and dad not be the most important people in their children's hearts? Since Lin Fan was sitting right next to him, he easily listened to the entire conversation between the two. He took Qiu Zishi's slender waist and said, "I'll go home with you." Qiu Zishi nodded hesitantly. She didn't want to trouble Lin Fan. However, I'm afraid that this matter really needed Lin Fan's hand in order to work. Huang Ling, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, didn't hear exactly what happened though. But, as she looked at Qiu Zishi's sad appearance, she also knew that something had gone wrong. Comforting, "Lin Fan can definitely help you out. Don't be sad." After a pause, he asked, "Do you need me to tag along?" Lin Fan said, "The Lamborghini I drove over yesterday couldn't seat 3 people, so you can just rest at home today." "Okay," Yellow Spirit said. As a matter of fact, if the Yellow Spirit really followed him there, she was still a little unsure of how to face Qiu Zishi's mom and dad. After Lin Fan and Qiu Zishi got in the car, they stepped on the gas and drove quickly towards the front. Qiu Zishi's hometown, located in the city of Chaiduyan, Jiang Province, is about 300 kilometers away from the north of Lijiang. 2.5 hours later, a dilapidated old street gradually appeared in the vision of the two. Qiu Zishi's home, being here, in a bungalow with a history of more than 10 years. The woman whose appearance was somewhat similar to Chiozishi's, but, however, was incomparably vicissitudes was standing in the doorway, unable to stop herself from looking outside. When she saw Chiozishi walk out of a dazzling supercar, a flash of excitement appeared on her wrinkled old face. "Zeishi, you're back," Wang Hui called out. Then, she looked at Lin Fan again and said with some uncertainty, "Is he your boyfriend?" Chiozishi was just about to explain when Lin Fan answered first. "Yes, Auntie, I'm Zishi's boyfriend." Lin Fan. Chiozishi's heart warmed as she heard the words. Wang Hui's cloudy eyes vaguely showed an extra flash of brightness, and then, asked, "Young man, how long have you and Zixi known each other?" Chiozishi knitted her brows and said, "Mom, now is not the time to ask this. You quickly talk to me. Why was Dad held back, even, and was beaten and broken his leg?" Speaking of this matter, Wang Hui's eyes reddened a little. "Yesterday, your father, not knowing what was going on, ran into an antique store and then, by accident, broke one of someone else's antiques. People wanted him to pay for it, he couldn't afford it, and then, he got his leg broken. Later, someone else called and said that if he didn't get the money for the ransom, he would break his limbs. What's he going to do without his legs?" "Zeishi, Lin Fan, you must save him," Wang Hui said as she spoke. Her cloudy teardrops, as if a faucet had been turned on, continued to flow out. Lin Fan comforted, "Auntie, don't worry, we're going to save Uncle. Moreover, nowadays, medical skills are so advanced, Uncle's leg can definitely be cured." Only after comforting them for a while longer did Lin Fan and Chiozishi get back into the Lamborghini and rush towards the place Wang Hui had mentioned. At this time, Qingfeng Pavilion Antique Shop, a balding man with gold teeth was humming a little tune with his legs crossed, knocking on a melon seed in an unbelievably leisurely manner. Boom! At that moment, a sudden roar came from the distance. The next thing you know, the cool-looking Lamborghini is parked firmly in front of the store. When the balding man saw it, his narrowed eyes glowed slightly and he quickly got up to welcome him. "Welcome both of you to the Qingfeng Pavilion. Our store has things from all dynasties. Do you need me to help introduce them?" Lin Fan said coldly. "Your store detained someone yesterday, didn't it? Oh, you're here to ransom someone. Ha!" The enthusiasm on the bald man's face immediately faded. Then, resuming his chair, he crossed his legs. "What's he to you guys?" The balding man knocked back a melon and said without haste. "He's my dad," Chiozishi said. The bald man said, "That's fine. When your dad was looking at our store's Song Dynasty Celadon vase yesterday, he just dropped it on the floor. If you damage something, you have to pay for it. Your dad doesn't have any money, so of course he has to withhold it. You want to pick up your dad? That's easy too. $2 million. Hand over the money with one hand and the person with the other." Chiozishi shouted. "You're blackmailing. Extortion? Ha! Little girl, don't talk nonsense," the bald man said. "Aren't you afraid we'll call the police to arrest you?" Chiozishi shouted. "Report, report, report. You hurry to report. I'll see. When the time comes, will the narcotics actually arrest you guys? Or me?" The bald man sneered. "You." Chiozishi wanted to say something else, but Lin Fan said, "2 million, right? We'll pay it." After saying that, Lin Fan directly took out a bank card. The bald man laughed. "Or this one understands things." He grinned, revealing a big shiny gold tooth, took the bank card, and swiped it across the POS. Drop! A soft thud. The swipe was successful. The bald man looked at the fast-arriving $2 million, the big gold teeth in his mouth shining brightly, his whole face smiling like a piece of rubbed manuscript paper. Chiozishi said, "Can you release my father now?" "Okay," the balding man answered casually. Then, picking up the phone and dialing a number, he said, "Send over the man who was detained yesterday." After saying that, he hung up the phone directly. It wasn't long before two tattoo-covered, fierce-looking men, racking an incomparably vicissitudes middle-aged man, slowly walked over. When Chiozishi saw it, her beautiful eyes instantly penetrated red, and crystallized teardrops, like raindrops, kept rolling down. "Dad!" Chiozishi called out in a hoarse voice. Zeishi. Choyu lifted his head with difficulty and said breathlessly. Apparently, he hadn't suffered much in the past 2 days. Chiozishi rushed forward to assist Choyu, who had lost the support of his left leg, and said, "Dad, are you alright?" I'm fine," Choyu said. A cold color flashed across Lin Fan's face as he looked at Choyu's miserable appearance, opened his mouth. "We've sort of settled the matter of the broken antique. Now, it's time to fix the broken leg thing." As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere of the scene immediately became incomparably dull. In the air, there was a vaguely more furious aura. The bald man wasn't intimidated either and said in a cold voice, Kid, what do you mean? The two tattooed men, who also sensed that Lin Fan seemed to be upset, took a step forward in unison. The look seemed to say, kid, think before you speak. However, Lin Fan turned a blind eye to it and continued. I am a person who has always been a person who does not offend me. I do not offend. If a person commits a crime against me, I will double it. The words fall out. Lin Fan suddenly took a step forward. Fists like the wind. Feet like arrows. Bang! Bang! Before the two tattooed men could even react, they directly fell to the ground and fainted. Lin Fan looked like he had swatted down two flies. His face did not change in any way as he continued to walk forward. When the balding man saw this, he couldn't help but widen his eyes and kept backing up, screaming, Don't you! Come over! My cousin is Tiger Li Xingning. He thought Lin Fan would be intimidated by the name, but the results were clearly going to disappoint him. Is that so? Lin Fan said indifferently, and at the same time, he once again took a step and instantly appeared in front of the bald man. Ka-ching! Lin Fan threw a leg and viciously kicked the bald man's left leg. Ah! At that moment, the entire antique store resounded with a pig-killing scream. However, it doesn't end there, or rather, just the beginning. Lin Fan once again raised his leg and kicked. Ka-ching! There was also a soft thud from the bald man's right leg. Ka-ching! Then came the left hand. Ka-ching! Finally, the right hand. The bald man's entire body lay on the ground like mud, completely fainted, cruel and violent, no holds barred. These, all looked in Xiao Zixie's eyes. However, she wasn't scared or frightened in the least. The heart is full of emotion and joy, because Lin Fan had struck out for his own sake, and he moved with such panache and handsomeness. Xiao Zixie had memorized Lin Fan's every action in her heart, and her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a few points when she thought back a little. Lin Fan said, Zixie, let's take uncle back first. Oh, okay. Xiao Zixie was busy answering. It didn't take long for the trio to return home. Wang Hui's entire body was thrilled to see Xiao Yu return, but upon seeing his leg injury, his eyes reddened again. Xiao Yu comforted. Don't worry, I'm fine now. Aha! Wang Hui wiped her eyes and nodded repeatedly. You're hungry, right? I boiled millet porridge. I'll bring you a bowl here. Xiao Yu also did get a little hungry. A big bowl of millet porridge. Coo. Quickly went down the stomach. Xiao Zixie asked, Dad, why did you go to that antique store? And also broke that antique? At the mention of this incident, Xiao Yu's face was a moment of fear. Yesterday, after I got off work, I got on the wrong bus. I didn't know what was going on, and I didn't take more than a few steps before I tripped and, as a result, bumped into a broken vase. That boss immediately rushed out and said that it was an antique from the Song dynasty and asked me to pay $2 million. Where did I get that much money? Then they arrested me and also hit me in the leg. Xiao Yu's body shivered after he finished speaking. Obviously, he still has some heart palpitations. Xiao Zixie's eyes were slightly red and she shouted, These people are simply assholes and bullies. How come they haven't been arrested? In Xiao Zixie's opinion, this kind of person is definitely a repeat offender. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so reckless. Mentioning this matter, Xiao Yu couldn't help but just let out a long sigh and said, Young man, you were a bit reckless just now. You shouldn't have hit that boss. If he's really Tiger Li's cousin, then we're in trouble. Wang Hui was a bit nervous and asked, Tiger Li? What Tiger Li? Xiao Yu explained, When I used to work as a laborer, I heard others talk about Tiger Li. He is the boss of our area. There are hundreds of people under his hands. If, on the other hand, he knows that we beat up his cousin, once he's been approached, a cold sweat broke out on Xiao Yu's forehead as he spoke. When the workday is clear, the workers like to blow off steam. They didn't talk much about Tiger Li, burning, killing, abusing, and doing everything. In the psyche of Xiao Yu and many other workers, Tiger Li is a terrible demon. Wang Hui panicked. What can we do about this? Xiao Zixie said, Dad, Mom, don't worry. I still don't believe that there is no law in this world. Xiao Yu sighed. Yes, there is the king's law, but can the king's law protect us 24 hours a day, 24 hours a night, all the time? Big deal. We move. Xiao Zixie shouted. Xiao Yu and Wang Hui let out another sigh. This is their home, their roots. They don't want to leave if they don't have to. Lin Fan said easily, Uncle and Auntie, you don't have to worry. I guarantee that what's his name Tiger Li will never dare to harass you. Xiao Yu and Wang Hui nodded non-committally, but those two vicissitudes of old faces were still filled with worry. Xiao Zixie, on the other hand, completely believed Lin Fan's words. In her heart, Lin Fan was the omnipotent god. If he says so, then it must be possible. Lin Fan continued, Uncle, let's treat your leg first. you drink a bottle of this potion. As the words fell, Lin Fan spent 10 million from the system and purchased 1 bottle of medical water. Xiao Yu's heart was a little messed up, and he didn't bother to ask what kind of potion it was, so he directly drank it down. The potion enters the mouth and doesn't taste like anything. It's exactly like mineral water. But it didn't take long for Xiao Yu's body to slowly heat up. In particular, the left leg that had been broken was like being immersed in a hot spring. Very comfortable. As time passed, Xiao Yu's unconscious left leg wobbled involuntarily. Then Xiao Yu realized that he was actually able to control his left leg. In the end, it was more than enough to stand up completely. Xiao Yu took a few steps in the living room, his entire old face filled with incredulity. Old Xiao, your leg is healed? Wang Hui said with surprise. I don't know. Xiao Yu was still a little confused. 100 days of injury. Moreover, Xiao Yu's left leg was still completely broken. It wouldn't be 100 days at all. Even Xiao Yu was ready to be unable to use his left leg for the rest of his life. However, in such a short time, you can stand up on your own? Xiao Zixi's tears of joy flowed out. Lin Fan, thank you. She understood that it was all because of Lin Fan. It was the vial of potion that Lin Fan had just had. Xiao Zixi didn't know what kind of potion it was and didn't bother to ask. But, in such a short time, it healed Dad's left leg straight away. Xiao Zixi understood that it was definitely something incomparably precious. Such a precious thing. Lin Fan unexpectedly gave it directly to his father without any hesitation. Xiao Zixi's entire heart had completely melted. At that moment, in Lin Fan's mind, a clear voice rang out. Ding! Charming aura. Triggering engraved on the bone. Lin Fan couldn't help but observe Xiao Zixi with his eyes of truth. Face value, 96. Favorability, 96. At this time, Xiao Yu and Wang Hui also reacted. Thank you, Lin Fan. Thanks, Lin Fan said. You guys mustn't be so polite, this is all something I should do. Today, Xiao Yu is not only brought back safely, also, the left leg is completely recovered. Xiao Zixi's family were all very happy. To celebrate, Wang Hui prepared a very nice lunch. The crowd ate with great satisfaction. When Wang Hui took the washed clothes and took them outside to dry. 1, 2, 3, a total of 4 black sedans, and a van, suddenly stopped in unison at the door. Then, dozens of men with different hair colors and tattoos on their arms stepped out of their cars. Inside the van, meanwhile, lay a pale, balding man. See here. Wang Hui's heart was so tight that she didn't even care about drying her clothes and hurriedly ran towards the inside. No, it's not good. Those bad guys are coming. Wang Hui yelled. Just now, Xiao Yu, who was still covered in smiles, instantly brushed his face white. I caused this matter. I will go and talk to them, Xiao Yu said in a trembling voice, although, he was also very scared. But, for the sake of his family, he must also stand up for himself. Lin Fan said, Uncle and Auntie, you don't need to worry, just leave this matter to me. Xiao Zixi held Lin Fan's hand with some concern. After all, there were a dozen people coming outside. Lin Fan patted Xiao Zixi's small hand and said, Don't worry, everything is with me. Aha! Xiao Zixi nodded vigorously. Then, Lin Fan took big steps towards the outside. Xiao Yu and Wang Hui followed closely behind. By this time, the bald man in the van had been carried out. When he saw Lin Fan and the others, a scowl appeared on his pale face and he called out, Cousin, they are them. The man with a beard standing next to him coldly swept a glance at Lin Fan and the others and said, Which path are you from? Li Xingning can step by step to today's position, and is not reckless. He was prepared to inquire about Lin Fan and the others before making any plans. Lin Fan said indifferently, You don't deserve to know yet. This statement was considered to have completely enraged Li Xingning. The other guy first broke his cousin's limbs, and now, to humiliate himself so in front of everyone. Simply, too arrogant. Li Xingning said viciously in his heart, no matter who he is, he must lie down today. Well, you're dead. Hit me. Li Xingning shouted sternly. Tap tap. Those tattoo-covered men, either twisting their necks or taking out steel pipes from their cars, like a group of demons, kept walking towards Lin Fan. When Xiao Zixi, Xiao Yu and Wang Hui saw this, they all panicked beyond belief. Especially Xiao Yu and Wang Hui. Their bodies were trembling and they could no longer stand up somewhat. Lin Fan, on the other hand, always looked as normal as if those tattooed men didn't even exist. Boom! At that moment, an engine roared in the distance. On a fiery red Ferrari convertible, Wan Lang was carrying a hot beauty with a hot body as he sped through the old streets. Incredibly laid back and cozy. When the Ferrari drove past Xiao Zixi's front door, it was blocked by 4 cars. The pretty girl next to me wrinkled her little nose and said, What's with the traffic jam? Drip drip drip. Wan Lang honked the horn even harder a few times. Then, unable to stop looking around, soon enough, he landed his eyes on a group of tattoo-covered youths not far away. In the next moment, Wan Lang's pupils shrunk violently, and he hurriedly opened the car door and ran all the way towards the front. Because he saw Lin Fan. "Brother Fan, I can't believe I've met you here." With an incomparably respectful tone, Wan Lang called out, "I have to say, these rich kids are definitely much smarter than the average person." To know, not long ago, Lin Fan had provoked Wan Lang at the New Joy restaurant. The two are sort of feuding. Now, Lin Fan was surrounded by a group of people. If it were an ordinary person, I am afraid that he would hide on the side and clap his hands. However, without any hesitation at all, Wan Lang directly ran out and respectfully greeted Lin Fan. Because, Wan Lang still clearly remembered how close the Zhou family's old man, Zhou Guotao, really was to Lin Fan. Later, Wan Lang also heard that Lin Fan had saved Master Zhou's life. All of this showed that it was necessary to have a good relationship with Lin Fan. Yan City was the car capital of Jiang province, and the Wan family had some industries here. In the past 2 days, after Wan Lang came to Yan City to take care of some things in his capacity as the general manager, he drove a beautiful woman around, which led to the present scene. Lin Fan nodded at Wan Lang as a greeting. Although it was just a simple nod, it made Wan Lang's heart incomparably happy. This scene was all seen in the eyes of Li Xingning, who was standing not far away. The young proprietor of Vanguard Automobile was so respectful to that young man. This, Li Xingning's heart tightened. A bad feeling that surged up wildly. It was only after half a minute that he came back to the tattooed men who were still continuously walking towards Lin Fan. He shouted, "Stop, all of you. Fucking stop." The crowd of tattooed men heard, and stopped their steps, and with puzzled gazes, looked towards Li Xingning. Li Xingning, however, didn't pay that much attention and quickly stepped in front of Wan Lang, bending down, and in an incomparably respectful tone, he said, "Hello, Mr. Wan." In front of ordinary people, Li Xingning was a demon not to be messed with. But, in the presence of 10,000 waves, Li Xingning was practically like the humblest servant. Wan Lang glanced at him and said faintly, "Who are you?" Li Xingning said, "My name is Li Xingning. The night before last, at the Dahua Hotel, I even toasted you." A few days ago, when Li Xingning learned that the Dahua Hotel was going to host an upper-class banquet, it took a lot of effort for him to get his ticket. Li Xingning was just an unimpressive little person in the banquet, and Wan Lang was the center of attention in the arena. Countless people swarmed to give Wan Lang a toast. Li Xingning also toasted with the wind and learned about Wan Lang's identity from the mouths of those who toasted. Wan Lang gave a casual "oh." Then, he refocused his gaze on Lin Fan and pandered, "Brother Fan, when did you come to Yan City? Why didn't you tell little brother?" "If my little brother had known, he would have gone to meet you early in the morning," Lin Fan said indifferently. "I wouldn't dare to let you. This Wan Di shall greet me," Wan Lang hurriedly said. "Brother Fan, aren't you slapping me in the face with those words?" Then, Wan Lang seemed to have remembered the tattooed men not far away and added, "Right, Brother Fan, are you in some kind of trouble here?" Lin Fan said, "Trouble? Not really. It's just that it was this cousin of Tiger Lee next to you who broke my girlfriend's dad's leg. Then, Tiger Lee got someone else ready to teach me a lesson." Broke Lin Fan's girlfriend's dad's leg? And teach Lin Fan a lesson? Dog guts. What a big dog's guts. Wan Lang's face suddenly changed, and he violently turned around, like an angry Vajra, staring at Li Xingning. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, Li Xingning's heart was like being hit by a drum, beating wildly. On his forehead, a layer of fine sweat instantly seeped out. Wan Shao. This. However, without waiting for Li Xingning to explain, Wan Lang kicked him hard in the stomach. Bang! Without defense, Li Xingning's entire body was directly kicked over to the ground and curled up into a shrimp ball. See here, the tattooed men behind him, all of their faces changed greatly, carrying steel pipes, looking like they were going to go forward to teach Wan Lang a lesson. Li Xingning was busy covering his stomach and called out in a panic, Don't move at all." Then, Li Xingning stood up with difficulty, bent over, and said with some pain, "Wan Shao, before, I had some misunderstandings with Fan Shao." Although, Li Xingning was beaten, but, he couldn't muster a trace of revenge. Even more, be more careful to curry favor, because, he understood that he couldn't afford to mess with the other party at all. Exactly, himself is now available for people to beat Wan Lang. But, what happens after the fight? After that, I'm afraid I'm going to disappear completely from this world. Fuck the misunderstanding. Wan Lang kicked Li Xingning over on the ground again. When he was in the capital, Wan Lang had offended Lin Fan. Now, it was not easy to have a chance to befriend Lin Fan. Wan Lang will never be allowed to be destroyed. This Li Xingning had just greeted himself. Just in case, Lin Fan thought he was on good terms with him. Even thought he was the one who got someone to deal with his girlfriend's dad. The consequences of that are simply horrific. Therefore, Wan Lang didn't hold back at all. Li Xingning clutched his stomach and rolled on the ground in pain. Wan Lang turned around and said, "Brother Fan, what do you say about this? I'll definitely help you do it properly." Li Xingning was busy enduring the pain, lying on the ground, kowtowing uncontrollably towards Lin Fan. "Brother Fan, Fan Xiao, I'm sorry, it's me who didn't discipline my cousin." Lin Fan crouched down and said, "Li Xingning, right?" "Yes, yes," Li Xingning said busily. "What about in the future? Is that you have to discipline people properly? If something like this happens next time, then it's probably not going to end well. Understand?" Lin Fan said. "Understood, understood. Thank you, Fan Xiao. Thank you, Fan Xiao." Li Xingning kowtowed again. "Alright, take your people and get lost," Lin Fan said. "Yes, yes, thank you Xiao Fan. Goodbye Xiao Fan. Goodbye Xiao Wan." After Li Xingning finished speaking, he rolled and crawled, quickly going far away. Soon, the old street, which had been somewhat congested, was once again clear. Wan Lang said, "Brother Fan, it's rare for you to come to Yen City once in a while. I don't know if there's a chance for me to treat you to a meal in the evening?" "Sort of. I'll do my part as a landlord." Although, even without Wan Lang, Lin Fan could easily take care of that group of tattooed men. But, no matter what, Wan Lang had contributed. Nowadays, one can't be too dismissive of him. So, Lin Fan nodded and said, "Alright, then you set the place." "Good," Wan Lang said happily. Wan Lang also understood that Lin Fan had to deal with things with his girlfriend's family. Also, one has a dinner date nowadays. So, after a few more pleasantries, he quickly left. Until this moment, Qiu Yu and Wang Hui remained a bit dumbfounded. So the fearsome Tiger Li got kicked twice like that? And then, instead, to kowtow and apologize to Lin Fan? What kind of amazing boyfriend has your daughter found? While Qiu Zixi eyes looking at Lin Fan were filled with shining little stars, Lin Fan smiled. "Uncle and aunt, it's already fine. Let's go in." Well, get in there." Only then did Qiu Yu and Wang Hui react and responded in succession. In the twinkling of an eye, the sun was setting. The shape of the Dahua Hotel, like a huge arch, was brightly lit and dazzling at night, making it a landmark building in Yen City. At this time, Wan Lang waited at the entrance of the Dahua Hotel early. When he saw a Lamborghini coming from the distance, he rushed to meet it. Lin Fan held Qiu Zixi hand and slowly walked out of the car. Then, a security guard took the car keys and quickly drove towards the parking lot. "It's been a long time waiting, hasn't it?" Lin Fan asked. No, I've only been here for a while too," Wan Lang said in a continuous voice, and then, exclaimed, "Brother Fan, you have a good eye. Sister-in-law, this is too beautiful." Qiu Zixi laughed. "Wan Xiao is too good at praising people. I'm not boasting, it's the truth. By the way, sister-in-law, don't call me Wan Xiao. It's too raw. Directly call me Little Wave, or I'll wave. It's all fine," Wan Lang said. "I'll call you by your name then," Qiu Zixi said. "That's fine too. Brother Van, sister-in-law, shall we go in then?" Wan Lang said. Lin Fan nodded. With that, the three of them slowly walked into the Dahua Hotel under the watchful eyes of many people in the distance. Someone who even the young proprietor of Vanguard Automobile had to personally greet at the door. What kind of people are they, anyway? Yen City. There's a big shot again. P.S. Sorry, a good friend is getting married tomorrow and helping to set up some things. I'm busy until the evening, so the update schedule is a bit messed up. After Lin Fan's trio entered the 666 box, the waiter started serving the food. Australian lobster, top-grade Wagyu beef, papaya stewed clams, superb abalone. A number of exquisite dishes quickly filled the entire table. Then the waiter opened a bottle of 82 Lafite. Wan Lang held up a high-heeled glass and said, "Brother Fan, welcome to Yen City as your guest." Lin Fan followed by raising his cup and lightly clinking it. Wan Lang drank it straight through in one gulp. Then, pouring himself another cup, he said, "Sister-in-law, I wish you to grow younger and more beautiful." "Thanks," Qiu Zixi smiled. A few glasses of wine. The atmosphere in the box more and more active. The three ate all very happy. After drinking and eating, Lin Fan and Qiu Zixi didn't go home. Instead, he took a presidential suite at the Dahua Hotel. Perhaps, it's because of the daytime ride. Tonight, Qiu Zixi was exercising harder than usual. Seek up and down, tireless. The two were sleepless. The next day, when the sun was blazing outside, Qiu Zixi was still lying lazily on the big bed like a lazy cat. Lin Fan didn't bother and picked up his cell phone in passing. As usual, on the screen of his cell phone, there was an unread text message early on. Midnight, Merchants Bank remittance, $143,000. Name, Lin Fan. Level, LV5. Ding. System upgrade, LV5. LV5 reward, $20 for every 1 breath, $20 for every 1 second of sleep, $20 for every 1 step. Rewards arrive at 2,400 hours every day. Upgrade spending amount, 6,340, 000/50, 000, gifting to others, gambling, etc. are not counted. In addition, all items obtained from the system are forbidden to be traded. Skills, professional level car driving skills, charisma aura, 5% chance of triggering love at first sight, engraved on the bone, violent aesthetics, drinking gentleman, absolute concentration, 10% chance of triggering a flash of light, professional level airplane driving skills, professional level go skills, energy shield, funding, 150.2 million. Then, Lin Fan landed his eyes on the 500 red envelopes displayed on his cell phone. In his heart, he muttered, in a few days, we should be able to make 1,000. Boing! At that moment, Xiao Zishi on the bed slowly opened her beautiful eyes. She struggled to wiggle around a bit, which made her sit up slowly. Lin Fan said, you were so tired yesterday, don't you want to take a rest anymore? Xiao Zishi said, no need, I'm rested. The two ate breakfast and then drove the Lamborghini and retraced their steps back to Old Street. Just after getting out of the car, Lin Fan's cell phone was slightly shaken. 12 o'clock. The red bag appears. Ding. Congratulations. You have been awarded $10,000. Ding. Congratulations. You've earned $500. Ding. Congratulations. You have gained the skill perfume expert. Ding. Congratulations. You get $3. Today, Lin Fan earned a total of $40. 503. He directs his attention to the perfume expert. Perfume expert. A smell is a smell. As a gentleman, how can you not understand perfume? Understanding the formula, production, classification of perfume, can also add endless charm. Perfume? On Lin Fan's face, a look of doubt appeared. Then he inhaled gently, smelling the scent of Xiao Zishi's body. Jasmine, rose, and lily are made into a perfume by drying, crushing, and filtering. The entire process of making the perfume, as if it was like a movie screen, all appeared in Lin Fan's mind. Very amazing. Tap tap. At that moment, Li Xingning trotted over from the distance. He bent down and said with incomparable respect, Fan Xiao, I'm really sorry for yesterday. In this card is the $2 million you paid yesterday, and some compensation for the physical and emotional damage I have done to my uncle and aunt. Lin Fan didn't refuse and directly put the card away. Seeing this, Li Xingning's heart breathed a long sigh of relief. Although, yesterday Lin Fan had let himself go, but his whole heart had been in a state of flux and he hadn't been able to sleep all night. Li Xingning was very clear that if a great young man like Lin Fan wanted to deal with himself, he was afraid that he would only need to move his fingers. So, he waited in the far alley early this morning, hoping to make amends anew. And now that Lin Fan had accepted his bank card, Li Xingning had completely put his heart down. Fan Xiao, then I won't bother you. After Li Xingning finished speaking, he bent down and quickly headed into the distance. At this time, Wang Hui heard the sound and slowly walked out, saying happily, Lin Fan, Zaishi, you're back? Hungry? I'm going to cook for you guys. Lin Fan said, Auntie, don't bother, we've already eaten. Then go in first and have some tea, Wang Hui said. The tea was grown by Wang Hui's own family and was very mellow. Lin Fan drank 2 large cups in a row and was immensely satisfied. Zaishi, Lin Fan, you guys aren't too young now. Have you considered when to get married? Wang Hui asked. Xiao Zishi's heart tightened, and without waiting for Lin Fan to answer, she busily said, Mom, we won't get married. She was afraid of making things difficult for Lin Fan because her parents were pushing for marriage. If this caused Lin Fan to stay away from himself, then he would really have to regret it. This is like this, Wang Hui said with some regret. Jingle bells. At this time, Lin Fan's cell phone rang with a light ringtone. He glanced at the caller alert, which led him to the phone. Dean Hu. What's the matter? Lin Fan asked. Lin Fan, it's like this. Aren't you unwilling to go to Preston to give a presentation? We have contacted the World Mathematics Organization and are going to hold a presentation in Zhongbei. Do you see when it is convenient? Hu Chuan asked. Just the last few days, Lin Fan said. Dean Hu thought about it and said, okay. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan saw that it was getting late. So, speaking up, he said, Uncle and Auntie, We'll go back to Zhongbei first. You should still have things to take care of, so we won't keep you. Come back to Yin City often when you have the chance in the future. Xiao Yu said. Lin Fan nodded and took out the bank card that Li Xingning had just given him. Uncle and auntie, you guys take this, Lin Fan said. We can't take it, Xiao Yu said. Yes, how can we take your money? Wang Hui followed closely. Lin Fan laughed. You guys misunderstood. This is the compensation that Li Xingning just sent to you. Xiao Yu and Wang Hui still waved their hands in a row, indicating their refusal. Lin Fan had no choice but to say to Zhou Zishi, Zishi, you can help persuade them as well. Dad, Mom, just take it, Zhou Zishi said. The two men saw their sons and daughters say the same thing, and after a moment's hesitation, they accepted the card. Wait until Lin Fan and Zhou Zishi left. Xiao Yu Dao, honey, how much do you think is in this card? Where would I know? Go and see, Wang Hui said. The two then went to an ATM machine not far away. In the next moment, the two men directly opened their mouths wide, because, surprisingly, the card had a full $5 million in it. They have never seen anything in their lives, let alone so much money. Capital City, the defense site of the mathematical modeling competition. Huaqing University, Capital University, Mordor University, and so on. The geniuses from the top schools in the country gathered together for a fierce defense. Professors sitting above the judges, either nodding or contemplating, in anticipation of the crowd of gifted students. Finally, an award was selected. National Third Prize, Song Zhang, Xinyu and Mei Jiatan, Mordor University. National Second Prize, Jian Chen, Ziliang Song, and Fun Li, University of Science and Technology. National First Prize, Zhenjiang Nia, Difei Pan, and Jiqiang Huang, Huaqing University. Winners of the Higher Education Cup, Lin Fan, Xia Bing, and Xia Shui from Zhongbei University. As each of the winners came out, some hearts were glad and others sighed, and when the final Higher Education Cup appeared, all of them showed disbelief. Zhongbei University, indeed, belongs to the key universities, but they have been at the bottom of the list for math at major universities. In the past, when the mathematical modeling competition was held, it was rare to see even a national award. This time, it went straight to the Higher Education Cup. Many people looked around, trying to look for Lin Fan and the others, but were never able to do so. Someone said, there's no need to look. The people from Zhongbei University didn't show up. What? You didn't come to the defense and you just got the Higher Education Cup? Could there be some kind of shady deal here? The person next to him immediately shouted. I heard that the person called Lin Fan, who answered Zhou's conjecture, recently had to organize a presentation at Zhongbei University. So, there is no time for a defense. Another person whispered. Zhou's guess? Hiss. Someone was surprised beyond belief. Nia Zhenjiang, from Huaqing University, grunted. So what if we answered Zhou's conjecture? What does that have to do with mathematical modeling? What's more, he hasn't necessarily answered Zhou's guess for real. The Higher Education Cup of the mathematical modeling competition has traditionally been taken by Huaqing University and Capital University. This year, Nia Zhenjiang made a lot of preparations with the aim of winning the Higher Education Cup. Today, however, it only got the first national prize. How does that not piss him off? Sometimes, however, exasperation doesn't help at all. At this moment, Lin Fan was driving a Lamborghini, chugging along towards Zhongbei. Jingle bells. His cell phone, suddenly, rang with a brisk ring. Lin Fan casually pressed the car phone. Lin Fan, I have to tell you some good news. The National Mathematical Modeling Competition. You won the Higher Education Cup. On the phone, Hu Chuan's incomparably excited voice came. Xiao Zishi, who was next to him, immediately had a look of surprise appear on her pretty face. Although, she wasn't a math major. It's been 2 years since I graduated. But, Xiao Zishi had heard of the great name of the Higher Education Cup. That's one of the highest awards in the math department. Lin Fan is handsome and golden, and he's also affectionate. Now, surprisingly, it turns out that he is also a schoolteacher. Geez, what kind of godly man have you found? Xiao Zishi's beautiful eyes, which looked at Lin Fan, flashed brightly and were filled with affection. And in response to Hu Chuan's words, Lin Fan simply spoke. Oh, truly, he has no interest in any kind of Higher Education Cup. Otherwise, Lin Fan wouldn't have refused to travel to the capital in the first place. Hu Chuan was a little speechless for a moment as he listened to Lin Fan's reply. That's the Higher Education Cup. You're just going to be oh so helpful? Should it be so bland? However, Hu Chuan quickly thought about Lin Fan answering Zhou's guess and was somewhat relieved again. He coughed dryly and said, by the way, we got in touch with the World Mathematics Organization and are going to hold a presentation this Saturday. so if you're free in the next few days, prepare more. Okay, Lin Fan casually answered. When it was time to return to Jiangbei, it was already evening. Yikes City, room 2501. Huang Ling was sitting in the living room watching TV, drowsy and a little bored. LOL. At that moment, the gate slowly opened. Huang Ling immediately came to life when she saw Lin Fan and Xiao Zishi, and then asked, Zishi, have things been resolved at your house? Solved, all thanks to hubby, Xiao Zishi said. As she spoke, she seemed to be recalling the scene where Lin Fan had made a great show of strength and taught the bald man and Li Xingning a lesson, and she couldn't help but look at Lin Fan with affection. Then, Xiao Zishi added, Huang Ling, do you know? Hubby won the Higher Education Cup of the mathematical modeling competition today. The Higher Education Cup? Really? Gold exclaimed in surprise. Apparently, she had also heard of the Higher Education Cup. That's definitely something that only schoolboys and schoolgirls can touch. There was a legendary god of learning standing in front of him? Xiao Zishi laughed. So there's still a fake? After a pause, he asked, by the way, the clothes I asked you to buy have arrived, haven't they? Go to. Huang Ling whispered with her head down. Her whole pretty face instantly blushed as she thought about those clothes. Xiao Zishi laughed. That's good. Change into that outfit tonight as a celebration of hubby winning the Higher Education Cup. When Huang Ling heard, she directly buried her little head into the collar of her coat. The whole person was as cute as a little ostrich. It's night. Yikes City, room 2501. Sleepless. The next day, Lin Fan drove his Lamborghini towards Jiangbei University, speeding away. When it came to a stoplight, bang! A white Porsche Cayenne suddenly crashed. Then a beautiful woman approached. She has long hair like a waterfall, delicate features, and a one-step white dress that emphasizes her perfect figure. OIO. Mature and rhyming. Lin Fan secretly compared her to Han Sweet in his heart. The figures are similar. The features are even more so. At the same time, Lin Fan couldn't help but use the eye of truth. Face value, 95. Favorability, 70. See here. Lin Fan's face revealed an odd color. With a face value of 95, it was kind of expected of him. But, good sense 70? What's going on here? She hit her car and didn't show attitude herself. It doesn't make sense to have such a high favorability rating, does it? As this beautiful woman approached, a familiar smell wafted to Lin Fan's nose. The beautiful woman used a magnetic tone and said, tailgating, my responsibility. Don't worry, I will compensate you. After a pause, he added, also, to apologize for the crash. Let me buy you a meal. Lin Fan was just about to open his mouth to reply. At that moment, a clear voice rang out in his head. Trigger quest, 5 lights and food. Invite 5 beautiful women with a score of 90 or above to eat food worth more than 100,001 renminbi time each. Reward 5 silver red packets. Progress, 0/5. Mission? Another mission. After opening the silver red packet several times, Lin Fan was looking forward to it. Lin Fan's eyes moved slightly and said, where can I let a beautiful woman treat me? I should be the one to treat a beautiful woman to dinner. The beauty took 2 steps forward, exhaled a mouthful of sweet breath, and laughed. Can't see that it's still a master of love? I like it. This rear-end collision was not serious. Even Lin Fan's Lamborghini didn't even lose a bit of paint, giving the impression that it was like 2 familiar people, gently hugging each other. With Lin Fan leading the way, the 2 of them quickly arrived at Star Restaurant located in the center of Jiangbei. This restaurant has the most luxurious ingredients, and the best celebrity chefs with great flavors. Correspondingly, the price is extremely high. The beauty said, Star? You're pretty posh. Apparently, she'd heard of Star as well. Lin Fan laughed. This place should be nothing to you, right? I've never been willing to come here to eat. This is someone's first time. Oh, the beautiful woman looked at Lin Fan with pity. That look was as if Lin Fan had done something to her. Oh, is this being molested? Lin Fan coughed lightly and said, let's go in first. Ding! As the 2 walked into the restaurant, a crisp voice swirled in their ears. Then, a tall waitress, who was tall in stature, greeted her warmly. Welcome to Star. Do you have a reservation, please? The waitress asked. Lin Fan shook his head. No. The waitress glanced at the tablet in her hand and said, then you may have to choose a seat by the edge. Lin Fan turned his head to look at the beautiful woman next to him. It's the same wherever you sit for dinner, Beauty said. This way, the waitress said. Soon, the 2 were placed in a more back seat. The beauty said, it seems like I haven't been able to introduce myself. My name is Xia Yan. Summer? At this moment, Lin Fan finally remembered why he felt that the flavor on Xia Yan's body was somewhat familiar. Because, Xia Bing and Xia Shui's bodies had almost the exact same flavor. If it was before, Lin Fan might not have been able to tell the difference. But, nowadays, he possesses skills perfumers and is able to memorize and distinguish different scents easily. Lin Fan had seen Xia Bing and Xia Shui several times and smelled their body odor many times, so he naturally wouldn't forget it. As a matter of fact, it was this familiar flavor that made Lin Fan think of treating Xia Yin, and with the same last name and kind of the same flavor. Could they be? Lin Fan couldn't help but start to look at Xia Yin carefully. Her features were differentiated from Xia Bing and Xia Shui, one full of feminine maturity and the other as cute as a doll. Their bodies, however, were perfect. At this point, Lin Fan was already somewhat skeptical about whether it was a coincidence or not that his car had been hit. While Lin Fan was puzzled, the sweet caviar that was smoking with a hint of white smoke, like a fairy dish, was brought up. The 3 different caviars, yellow, gray, and green, make a rainbow platter that is very pretty. Even though Xia Yin had eaten a lot of food, but, when the caviar entered her mouth, a pair of beautiful eyes were slightly bright, crispy, soft, tender and smooth, incredibly enjoyable. At that moment, 2 glasses of light-colored whiskey were brought to the front. Lin Fan said, "Cheers, cheers." Xia Yin followed. When she finished, she took a big sip straight afterward and exclaimed, "Nice wine." Lin Fan, on the other hand, shook his glass first. This was slowly poured into his mouth. Move gently, slowly, and savor it. See here. Xia Yin, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, was a bit dumbfounded. Although, Lin Fan didn't review the whiskey, but, his expressions and movements, as if he could speak, were noble, spontaneous and mesmerizing. Drinking gentleman with charm. Tap tap. At this point, the golden minnows were served. Xia Yin retracted her gaze, as if to avoid it, and busied herself with a slice of fish. It melts in your mouth and is fresh and flavorful. Xia Yin nodded again. Then came matsutake mushrooms, foie gras, and wagyu beef. Each dish was a small portion but, with excellent flavors, it was a treat to be on top of the clouds. A moment later, Xia Yin wiped her cherry mouth and said, "So full." Lin Fan slightly calculated the price and made sure it was over 100,000 before saying, "Waiter, buy the bill." "Hello, with the 10% service charge, the total is 122,000 yuan, the waitress said. Lin Fan directly handed out his bank card. Drop. After a soft click, the consumption was successful. Then, Lin Fan looked at the mission. Mission, 5 lights and food. Invite 5 beautiful women with a score of 90 or above to eat food worth more than 100,001 renminbi time each. Reward 5 silver red packets. Progress, 1/5. See here. The corner of Lin Fan's mouth slightly hooked. Xia Yin, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, sked. $120,000 for a meal? I'm kind of extravagant today. Jingle bells. At that moment, Xia Yan's cell phone rang with a light ringtone. "Okay, I'm coming over." After Xia Yin hung up the phone, she said to Lin Fan, "Do you need me to take your car to the 4S store?" Lin Fan shook his head and said, "There's no damage, so where's the need to go to a 4S store? Then we'll contact each other more often in the future." Xia Yin shook her cell phone and added WeChat before getting into the Porsche and heading off into the distance. Lin Fan rubbed his stomach and turned around to head towards Yike City. "Don't look like you just ate 120k. But, it was only a little bit of each dish, and he wasn't full at all." Lin Fan was going to pick up Qiu Zishi and Huang Ling and eat again. For one thing, for accomplishing tasks. Secondly, it fills the stomach. However, before he could return to Yike City, he ran into Han Sweet, the manager of Lianjia Real Estate. On the way, Lin Fan directly parked his car to the side. "Mr. Lin," Han Sweet said in surprise. Lin Fan said, "Manager Han, what a coincidence. Is this showing someone the house?" "Yes, the client has only been gone a little while," Han Sweet said. Lin Fan asked, "Manager Han shouldn't have eaten yet, right? Otherwise, let's have dinner together." "Dinner with Mr. Lin?" When Han Tianyi heard this, her entire heart directly accelerated. Almost out of the blue, she said, "Yes." Thus, Lin Fan drove Han Tianyi and returned back to Star Restaurant. Ding! A familiar soft sound swirled slightly as he walked through the doors of the restaurant. Then the waitress quickly greeted them. However, when she saw Lin Fan, she froze slightly. Well, if it isn't the guy who just ate lunch, could it be that he left something behind? At that thought, the waitress was ready to open her mouth and ask. Lin Fan saw the waitress froze a bit and thought that there were no more empty seats. So, speaking up, he asked, "We don't have a reservation. Are there no seats available now? Didn't you leave something behind?" Immediately afterward, the waitress noticed that Han Tianyin, who was standing next to Lin Fan, was not the woman who was with Lin Fan earlier. A word immediately came to mind. King of the sea. Only after half a minute did the waitress react, saying, "Oh, there are still empty seats. 2 of you this way please." Then, Lin Fan was brought to the location where he had just had lunch with Xia Yan. Soon, a dish, identical to the previous one, was slowly brought to the table. The meal was a very happy one for Han Sweet. On the one hand, it's the fact that the dishes are really good. On the other hand, it was because this was her first dinner with Lin Fan. When she found out that the meal was 122,000 yuan, Han Sweet's whole body was both shocked and increasingly happy. Although, Han Tianyi also thought that the meals here were very delicious and expected that the prices shouldn't be cheap. But, at $122,000, it was still more than she could have imagined. And Lin Fan is willing to spend so much money and treat himself to dinner. Is he? When Han Tianyi thought of this, a touch of shyness appeared on her pretty face. After eating 2 meals in a row, Lin Fan's stomach was almost full. After he separated from Han Tianyi, he went straight to Zhongbei University. At this time, the counselor's son Yaodong happened to see Lin Fan, and his whole face immediately piled up with smiles. Like a good buddy, he directly put on Lin Fan's shoulder and said, "I told you that you have outstanding abilities. Surely you can win for the class, right?" "That's right." The higher education cup was brought back. Good. The corner of Lin Fan's mouth twitched slightly. Another ability to excel? Another feather in the cap for the class? Counselor Sun really only knows these 2 sentences. Sun Yaodong continued. "You fought for the school, so the school must have rewarded you properly. When the higher education cup is brought back, it should give you a bonus in credits." Lin Fan didn't care about any of this. Sun Yaodong added, "By the way, for the presentation on Saturday, prepare well and try to win honor for our class again." As he spoke, he gently patted Lin Fan's shoulder before leaving in satisfaction. Lin Fan had just walked to the classroom when Song Yi, Ma Zhong and Zhang Jinbao surrounded him. "Brother Fan, I heard that you won the higher education cup and, moreover, answered Zhou's conjecture?" Song Yi asked. Lin Fan casually said, "Yeah." At that moment, Song Yi, Ma Zhong, and Zhang Jinbao looked at Lin Fan as if they were seeing a god with a golden light around him. "A fairy? That's right, it's the gods." In their eyes, the person who took the higher education cup and answered Zhou's conjecture was not a human being at all. It's the god of learning. Finally, the 3 of them shouted in unison, "Brother Fan, I kneel for you." Lin Fan looked at their comical appearance and couldn't help but burst out laughing. At this time, Song Jiasun walked over and smiled. "Congratulations, you have won the first higher education cup of Zhongbei University." Lin Fan said, "Thank you." After a pause, he added, "By the way, are you free for dinner tonight?" Every day, I don't know how many people wanted to invite Song Jiasun to dinner, but, without exception, she rejected them all outright. Instead, she nodded directly at Lin Fan's invitation and said, "It seems like I'll have a mouthful tonight." At this time, the old professor walked into the classroom and started lecturing like a lullaby, and Lin Fan listened and quickly entered dreamland. It was a very comfortable sleep for him. In the evening, Lin Fan drove Song Jiasun to Star Restaurant. Ding! Walking through the front door, there was another familiar soft thud. The waitress greeted them again. When he saw Lin Fan, a look of surprise was evident on his face. Taking 3 girls to dinner in a row in one day? And all of them are super beautiful. How did that not surprise her? Lin Fan, however, didn't pay that much attention and said, "Is there still room?" "Yes, there is," the waitress answered. Thus, Lin Fan was brought back to the location where he had eaten at noon. Soon, an exquisite dish was served. Throughout the meal, Song Jiasun remained calm and collected. Obviously, similar food that she had eaten a long time ago. And with $122,000 to spend, she wasn't too surprised. Because, not to mention $120,000 for a meal, it's not like Song Jiasun hasn't had $1 million bottle of wine before. After dinner, Lin Fan sent Song Jiasun back and headed straight towards Yike City. Originally, Lin Fan wanted to take Huang Ling and Qiu Zishi to Star Restaurant for dinner again. But, the 2 of them had already had dinner. Lin Fan had no choice but to put it off until tomorrow. At this time, the Xia family. Today, the Xia family prepared a very nice dinner. Because, Xia Bing and Xia Shui won the higher education cup. This is a great honor and worthy of celebration. Families gather together, raise their glasses high and clink them lightly. If Lin Fan were here, he would have been surprised and called out. Xia Yan, sure enough, is a family member with Xia Bing and Xia Shui. Xia Yan gave Xia Bing and Xia Shui a lot of meat, saying, "Eat more to grow fat and white." Good, Xia Bing and Xia Shui said. "What a good boy." Xia Yan laughed. I heard that a big part of the reason you guys were able to win the higher education cup this time was because of a teammate named Lin Fan. Why didn't you invite Lin Fan to the house today? Xia Yan asked. Xia Bing and Xia Shui's chopsticks slightly stalled, but they did not reply. Xia Yan added, right, didn't you guys say you have a boyfriend? When will you bring him back? It's also good to let me, as a mom, keep an eye on it. Xia Bing and Xia Shui didn't answer again, but their heads were nearly buried in the bowl. See here, the corner of Xia Yan's mouth couldn't help but slightly hook. She enjoyed seeing the two embarrassed. Next to her, Xia Tian, who had a head full of white hair, said, don't just talk about Xiao Bing and Xiao Shui either. You're not too young now. When will you bring a boyfriend back? Back then, when you brought Little Ice and Little Snow back from the orphanage, you said you wanted to wait until they grew up and then get married. What about now? Now that Ice and Snow have boyfriends, are you going to wait for them to get married, have kids, and then get married again? Xia Yan heard that and couldn't help but feel a headache, saying, Dad, today is to celebrate that Xiao Bing and Xiao Shui got the higher education cup. Let's not talk about this first. Come on, let's have another drink. Preston, an old professor with heavy glasses, was doing serious learning. At that moment, the professor wearing a white shirt named Jeffries said, Professor Edwin, are you going to Jianbei, China this Saturday? North of the river in China? What is that place? Edwin, who had a full head of white hair, asked rhetorically. A city in central China. As you should know, Zhou's conjecture has been answered by a Chinese person who will be holding a presentation on Saturday. In the north of Jianbei, China, Jeffrey said. Holding a presentation in Washburn? Edwin frowned. Why didn't he come to Preston? Jeffrey shrugged and said, that's someone else's freedom, and we can't force it. Edwin sighed and said, although, I would love to listen to this presentation as well. Unfortunately, I still have a lot of important matters to deal with on my hands, so I'm afraid I can't go that far. Jeffrey said, alright, then I'll ask Professor Sender again if he and Professor Emile and the others want to come along. The next day, after eating breakfast, Lin Fan didn't rush to Jiangbei University. Instead, he accompanied Qiu Zixi and Huang Ling, leisurely watching TV and chatting. By the way, Huang Ling, how much money do you have left in your hand? Lin Fan asked. Huang Ling thought for a moment and said, almost 950,000. Lin Fan was surprised. There's so much more? Didn't you buy a car, cosmetics, or anything like that? You should know that Huang Ling had been following him for almost a week. It took so long to use 50,000. Zixi and I have been together all the time. She has a car and that's enough. Cosmetics are bought. Huang Ling said. Lin Fan laughed. There's no need to be so frugal. Just buy whatever you want directly. Okay, Yellow Spirit said. The three of them were chatting and joking together. In the blink of an eye, it was meal time. Yesterday, Lin Fan purposely drove the Big G back with the purpose of driving Qiu Zixi and Huang Ling to dinner together. Lin Fan had been to Star Restaurant 3 times, and at this point, it could be considered a breeze. It didn't take long to pull the Big G up to the door. Ding! There was a familiar soft thud, and the waitress was the first to greet her. The moment she saw Lin Fan, she was slightly stunned, because, today, Lin Fan had unexpectedly brought a different beauty from yesterday, and that's with 2 at once. This, side please, the waitress mumbled. Since it was 3 people eating together this time, Lin Fan purposely ordered more dishes. Huang Ling and Qiu Zixi ate the excellent food, their pretty faces full of enjoyment. By the time the last course was finished, both men's stomachs were bulging. The waitress said, hello, with the service charge, the total is 231,000 yuan. When Huang Ling and Qiu Zixi heard this, the entire group stuttered slightly. The meal was, indeed, delicious, but, $231,000? In other words, one just ate a car? Lin Fan, however, didn't think that much and directly handed out his bank card. Drop. With a soft click, the card was swiped successfully. Then he turned his attention to the system. Mission, 5 lights and food. Invite 5 beautiful women with a score of 90 or above to eat food worth more than 100,001 renminbi time each. Reward 5 silver red packets. Progress, 4/5. Lin Fan said in his heart, sure enough. Inviting both Huang Ling and Qiu Zixi to dinner at once could only be counted as one time. And with the sound of the card being swiped, Qiu Zixi and Huang Ling finally came back to their senses. The two of them kissed Lin Fan's face in unison. It's hard to help yourself. A girl's happiness is simple. Spoil her, love her, care for her. In ancient times, there was 1,000 miles of lychee for a concubine's smile. Today there is Lin Fan 200,000 for dinner. At this moment, Qiu Zixi and Huang Ling felt like they were completely wrapped in happiness. The waitress standing next to her froze again when she saw this. Originally, there was still so much doubt in her mind. Maybe, Lin Fan just invited female co-workers, relatives and such to dinner. But, today, the waitress realizes that she was wrong. These beautiful women really are his women. Lin Fan naturally didn't know the waitress's mental changes. After he ate, he sent Huang Ling and Xiao Zishi over. At this point, Lin Fan only needed to invite one more woman with 90 points or more for a meal to complete the task. After thinking about it, he finally pulled out his cell phone and sent out a message. JNU. Xia Bing and Xia Shui had just returned to the dormitory when their cell phones were slightly shaken. It turned out that it was Xia Yan who sent a WeChat message. Xia Yan, remember to finish the dishes you brought over at noon. Your sister me. But yesterday I was busy all afternoon to do it. Yesterday, in celebration of Xia Bing and Xia Shui winning the higher education cup, Xia Yan personally cooked a lot of dishes. But, the family had a limited appetite and there were many dishes left over. At Xia Yan's request, those dishes were packed in droves for Xia Bing and Xia Shui to bring to school to eat. Xia Bing, Xia Shui okay? Xia Yan, that's the way to be a good boy. Xia Bing and Xia Shui took the dishes they brought and went downstairs to the hostess aunt to heat them up, just as Xia Yan had said. Then, re-entered the dormitory. That's when their cell phones shook again. Lin Fan, have you guys eaten yet? If not, how about eating together later? Lin Fan took the initiative to send himself a message. And, to have dinner with myself. After seeing this message, Xia Bing and Xia Shui's excited little faces flushed red. Xia Bing, Xia Shui we haven't eaten yet. Lin Fan, so I'll pick you guys up? Summer ice, summer snow aha. After Xia Bing and Xia Shui sent the message, they directly put the freshly heated meal to the side. Then, at a quick pace, he headed outside. What? This is Xia Yan's hand-cooked meal? So what? Where is the importance of having dinner with Lin Fan? After Xia Bing and Xia Yan sat in the Mercedes-Benz Big G, the first thing they did was take out the pulse. Lin Fan smiled faintly, opened 2 bottles of pulse and took a sip of each, saying, then we'll be off. After saying that, he stepped on the gas and headed straight towards Star Restaurant. Ding! After a crisp voice rang out, the waitress quickly greeted them. When his gaze fell on Lin Fan, the entire person froze once again. Yesterday, had 3 different beautiful women for dinner. Just now, invited 2 beautiful women to dinner at the same time. And now, taking a pair of twins to dinner with them. Geez, where is this Sea King? This is simply Poseidon. Lin Fan, however, didn't pay attention to that much, and came to the seat that he had sat at 4 times in a row by himself. And then, according to the food that he had just eaten, ordered another one. Soon, a top-notch cuisine was served. During this meal, Xia Bing and Xia Shui kept burying their heads in their food, always with happy smiles on their faces. It's not so much that it's delicious, or that the ingredients are expensive. Rather, it was because, this meal was with Lin Fan, and that was enough. Drop. As Lin Fan successfully paid 231,000 yuan, a clear voice finally sounded in his head. Mission accomplished, 5 lights and food. Invite 5 beautiful women with a score of 90 or above to eat food worth more than 100,001 renminbi time each. Reward 5 silver red packets. Progress, 5/5. When Lin Fan heard this, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but hook slightly. The mission, at last, is complete. Lin Fan sent Xia Bing and Xia Shui to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory. He looked at the porcelain doll-like pretty faces of the 2 and couldn't help but give them a gentle squeeze. At that moment, Xia Bing and Xia Shui's pretty faces were as bright red as ripe tomatoes. Lin Fan couldn't help but be interested as he looked at their shy appearance. His head slowly came over, like a dragonfly dabbing the water. In an instant, Xia Bing and Xia Shui stared at their beautiful eyes, and their pretty faces, ears, necks, and entire body's snowy white skin were completely translucent red. See here, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh. Alright, go up quickly. Aha! Xia Bing and Xia Shui answered at the same time, and then, as if fleeing for their lives, the 2 pairs of slender legs kept changing, quickly heading towards the dormitory. Lin Fan waited until they went upstairs, and only then did he turn around and re-enter the Mercedes-Benz Big G. Then, with 1 foot on the gas, he left straight away. And just as Lin Fan left, Xia Bing and Xia Shui's little heads emerged from the dormitory's window openings. They couldn't stop gasping, their faces still flushed. Jingle bells. At that moment, their cell phones rang a chime. Turns out it was Xia Yan who hit the group video. Xia Bing and Xia Shui saw that there was no longer Lin Fan's figure downstairs, so they directly connected to the video. Why are you 2 so red in the face? Xia Yan heatedly laughed. Did you just do sports with your boyfriends? Xia Bing and Xia Shui's pretty faces instantly turned a few shades redder. Stuttered. Pinched my face. Just a pinch of the face? Xia Yan was skeptical. And, also kissed. Ha ha, Xia Yan laughed. However, the next moment, the smile on her face froze. Xia Yan called out, Xia Bing, Xia Shui, aren't you guys eating the packed meals? He just asked us to have dinner with him. That's what I made with my own hands. Xia Yan exclaimed. Xia Bing and Xia Shui didn't say anything, but their expressions were clearly saying, that's not as important as eating with Lin Fan. At this time, Lin Fan had already arrived at the parking lot. Instead of leaving immediately, he dropped his attention to the silver red packet. In a low voice, he muttered, 5 silver bonuses. Let's see what we get. Ding. Congratulations. You have been awarded $800,000. Ding. Congratulations. You have won a Pagani Windjammer. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained a fire-avoiding energy shield. Ding. Congratulations. You have been awarded $500,000. Ding. Congratulations. You have been awarded $300,000. With 5 silver bonuses, Lin Fan received a total of $1.6 million. For that amount of money, he didn't care in any way. He directly landed his gaze on the fire-avoiding energy shield. Fire-avoiding energy shield, constantly absorbing the world's free energy. When encountering unbearable heat, it autonomously forms a transparent shield, thus shielding the host from the heat. See here. The corners of Lin Fan's mouth lifted slightly as he laughed. After all, I didn't waste my efforts in doing the quest. This thing is good. Then, he slowly raised his head, just in time to see an incomparably cool-looking supercar that appeared in front of him. Even Lin Fan's eyes brightened slightly. He put his cell phone in his pocket, only to realize that inside his pocket, there was already an oddly shaped car key, and gently pressed the switch for the car key. Shoo! The supercar in front of him had a slight flash of lights. Obviously, this was the Pagani Wind God that Lin Fan had just gotten. Lin Fan walked to the car, opened the door and sat in it. The center console and steering wheel are as sporty as the Lamborghini Grand Bull, and are also wrapped in top-quality leather for a sporty yet enjoyable feeling of comfort. Boom! Upon starting the vehicle, the Pagani Windjammer snapped out a roar like that of a god king. Shocking beyond belief. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction before leaving the parking lot, and not long after Lin Fan left, a student came over. Look, there's a sports car over there, the short student said in surprise. Let's see. Crap, that's a cool shape, isn't it? I'll Google it and see what kind of car it is, the taller student said as he taught out his cell phone. The next moment, the taller student exclaimed, crap, a Pagani Wind God worth 90 million won. His voice was so loud that not only the shorter students next to him heard him, students passing by in the distance heard it. Then, many students took their cell phones and kept taking pictures, either sending them to their class groups or posting them. At this time, Lin Fan had already arrived in the classroom. During the old professor's burst of rambling explanations, Lin Fan quickly fell asleep as if listening to a lullaby. When Lin Fan woke up, school was already over. He followed his 3 roommates, and together they headed towards the dorms. Even when he arrived at the dormitory, Ma Zhong still did not relax. He silently picked up his books and carefully reviewed. Zheng Jinbao, on the other hand, turned on his computer and watched the live broadcast with a giggle. Song Yi sat on a chair and leisurely swiped his cell phone. The next moment, Song Yi stood up violently and exclaimed, crap! Zheng Jinbao and Ma Zhong could not help but all look over with puzzled gazes. What's all the excitement for? Zheng Jinbao snapped his nostrils and said. Song Yi said, Pagani Wind God. There's a Pagani Wind God parked at our school. Crap. It's not true, is it? Zheng Jinbao was also surprised beyond belief. That and fake. Look guys, the posters are posting pictures. Song Yi shouted. Zheng Jinbao busily came up and shouted excitedly. This shape. That's right. That's right. It's really the Pagani Wind God. This is a supercar worth $90 million. 90 million? Ma Zhong's eyes widened and he couldn't help but shout along. Zheng Jinbao added. This location is in parking lot number 2, right? Take a walk. Let's go over and take a look. Ma Zhong quickly closed his book. Obviously, he also wanted to follow to see what a $90 million car really looks like. Seeing that Lin Fan was always lying leisurely on the bed, not moving at all, Song Yi couldn't help but say, Brother Fan, aren't you going to take a look? In Song Yi's opinion, Lin Fan purchased the Lamborghini Big Bull. Surely he is also a car lover. He should not miss the opportunity to see the Pagani Wind God. Ah, Lin Fan casually said. Oh, that car is mine. Quiet. The entire dormitory was instantly silent. Just a few ragged breaths, swirling slightly. For a long time, Song Yi only stammered. Fan brother, are you saying that the Pagani Wind God, is it yours? Yeah. As Lin Fan spoke, he threw the car keys towards the table. Although, Song Yi and the others also knew that Lin Fan was very rich and was a super godly man. But, they also didn't expect that this Pagani wind god was also Lin Fan's. Doesn't he have a big Lamborghini bull now? What's with the Pagani windjammer again? In the next moment, Song Yi, Zheng Jinbao, and Ma Zhong shouted in unison, "Brother Fan, I'll kneel for you." Lin Fan couldn't help but burst into a fit of laughter as he looked at the trio's comical appearance. "Brother Fan, take us to see the Pagani wind god," Song Yi said anxiously. "Go." Lin Fan nodded. A group of 4, heading straight for the parking lot. Mercedes-Benz Big G, Lamborghini Big Bull, and further on, Pagani windjammer. Lin Fan casually pressed the switch. At once, a pair of gull-wing doors about to spread their wings and soar slowly open. Together with the cool streamlined body, from afar it looks like a hideous god of the air. The wind god is aptly named. Song Yi, Ma Zhong and Zheng Jinbao all had their mouths wide open, their faces filled with excitement. The styling, the interior, crap, too awesome. Song Yi thought of half a dozen words to describe it, but in the end, he could only let out a burst of exclamation. Zheng Jinbao hurriedly sat in the car, took out his cell phone, and said, "Hello everyone from WeTV. I heard that you guys want to see a $90 million supercar. Today, it's here." Ma Zhong, on the other hand, gently stroked the charcoal fiber body of the Pagani wind god, as if he were stroking the most beautiful thing in the world, with a look of enjoyment on his face. Only after a long time did the three of them reluctantly leave the Pagani Windsor. Zheng Jinbao couldn't help but ask, "Brother Fan, don't you already have a Lamborghini and a Mercedes Big G? Why did you buy another one?" Lin Fan casually said, "I'll buy it to drive." "3 cars together?" Zheng Jinbao said. Lin Fan laughed. "Then why did you buy so many clothes? You haven't seen them worn together either, right? Buying a car is like buying clothes? But it's okay?" Zheng Jinbao, Song Yi, and Ma Zhong once again shouted together, "Brother Fan, I kneel for you." In the blink of an eye, it was Saturday. The day was breezy and very comfortable. Lin Fan lay on the bed and slept more soundly than ever. He did not know that Zhongbei University was already a big change in appearance. In front of the school, there were colorful flowers. Inside the school, several large banners were put up. "Welcome to Kengbuk University. Warm congratulations to JNU for organizing the presentation on Zhou's conjecture." Early in the morning, many teachers and volunteers from Zhongbei University waited at the entrance to invite scholars and professors from home and abroad into the auditorium. The atmosphere of the entire Zhongbei University was overwhelmingly warm. As more and more people entered the auditorium, the smile on Dean Huchuan's face, first growing, turned anxious, because he realized that Lin Fan surprisingly hadn't come yet. The presentation is about to take place, but the presenter is less than? Huchuan hurriedly took out his cell phone and dialed Lin Fan's number. However, no one answered the phone at all. That's normal, because, before Lin Fan went to bed every day, he would put his cell phone on silent. After all, every night at midnight, Merchants Bank sends a transfer reminder. It's too disturbing to sleep. But, the phone doesn't work? What should I do? So, Huchuan sent someone to the dormitory to call Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan didn't go back to his dorm room at all last night. That's going to make Huchuan anxious. Seeing that the time for the presentation was getting closer and closer, the auditorium was getting more and more crowded. Huchuan's entire body kept spinning around anxiously, and that's when his cell phone finally rang. After Huchuan saw the incoming call alert, he didn't hesitate at all and directly connected the call. "Lin Fan, where are you people? The presentation is about to start. Come to the auditorium quickly." Lin Fan then yawned and said, "Oh, is it going to start? Good, I'll come over later." After hanging up the phone, there was no hurry to dress and head outside. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed since the announced start time of the presentation. Though, there have been school leaders on stage speaking and stalling for time. But, some people were clearly getting a little impatient. "What's going on? Why hasn't it started yet?" Professor Lancelot, who was wearing a white shirt with a full beard, frowned. "It's a bit slow. Just start explaining Chow's conjecture straight away," Professor Barn Eaton said. Jeffrey laughed. "We've all traveled a long way to get here, so we don't need to be too concerned about this bit of time. I learned a Chinese saying a while ago, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry." "What does that mean?" Lancelot asked. "It means that the better it is, the longer the wait, the longer it is," Jeffrey said. Yamamoto Juro, who was sitting next to him and had an 8-bearded beard, said, "I do not understand why you have come all the way here on purpose. I'm just stopping by to hear the presentation because I'm right here in China." "The Perseus conjecture? That's just a little superficial expression of prime numbers. If you really want to hear more about prime numbers, you should travel to our island. Because Our Professor Masanobu Tanaka answered the Riemann conjecture a long time ago. As Yamamoto Jiro spoke, a touch of undisguised admiration and pride surfaced on his face. Jeffrey and the others, sitting next to him, smiled politely and didn't say anything. Solving towards the Riemann conjecture? That's just wishful thinking on Tanaka Masanaka's part. At first, Tanaka Masanobu claimed to have answered the Riemann conjecture and posted the exact answer online. Many mathematicians immediately carried out research and checking calculations. Problems were quickly identified. However, Tanaka Masanobu was adamant that the others had made a mistake in their calculations. No, not only Tanaka Masanobu was a stiff upper lip, but also the entire math community of the island. People say he has a problem with his math? The world of mathematics doesn't recognize that he answered the Riemann conjecture? That's good. By our own admission. Thus, the island's math community took it upon itself to publicize that Tanaka Masanobu had solved the world's problem. The Riemann conjecture. Hu Chuan also knew that many people were already disgruntled and kept pacing back and forth. Tap tap. At this time, Lin Fan finally walked over. Hu Chuan said excitedly, well, it's good to be here. Following this, he added, how are you getting ready? How's the preparation going? Isn't it just a matter of being there and writing out the steps to answer Chow's conjecture in more detail? What else is there to prepare? Lin Fan casually said. Ready. Good. Then go up quickly, Hu Chuan said. The school leader, who was speaking on the stage, also noticed that Lin Fan had arrived. So, opening his mouth, he laughed. I won't say much more. After all, the topic of this presentation is Zhou's conjecture. Next, please welcome Lin Fan, who answered Zhou's conjecture. To the stage. Lin Fan sniffed at his words and strolled towards the stage. The mathematicians below cringed at this. He's Lin Fan? My god. That young? No kidding? Many mathematicians only knew that the person who answered Zhou's conjecture, before they came, was a Chinese. Their first thought was that this Chinese man should be at least 40 or 50 years old. But, the crowd of mathematicians did not expect that he would be so young. All of us in the room are math experts and know very well that math can't be done overnight. It takes years and years of hard work. And to answer Zhou's conjecture, a puzzle that has plagued the world for more than a decade, one must accumulate a high level of mathematical knowledge to do so. This is clearly not something a young man in his 20s can do. Yamamoto Jiro snorted. A little kid and he answered Zhou's conjecture? I'm afraid this is a leapfrog activity made by China, isn't it? When these words came out, all the people around them frowned. But they have all traveled thousands and thousands of miles to hear this presentation. If, in the end, it's just a farce, it's not worth it. Jeffrey sighed along with him and said, let's hear it first. Obviously, Jeffrey didn't think highly of Lin Fan either. There was no way around it. Lin Fan was just too young. Even the doctoral students he had on hand were far older than Lin Fan. Positioned at the edge of the auditorium, Nya Junjiang, from Huaqing University, stared closely at Lin Fan and said, I would like to see how exactly you can answer Zhou's conjecture. Nya Junjiang has made many preparations for this year's mathematical modeling competition. When he thought that, the higher education cup should be in his pocket, it was suddenly snatched away by Lin Fan, who did not even participate in the defense. In Nya Junjiang's opinion, the judges had awarded the higher education cup to Lin Fan solely because of rumors that he had answered Zhou's conjecture. Nya Junjiang has always held a grudge against this. So, yesterday afternoon, he purposely rushed from the capital to Zhongbei. The purpose was to see with his own eyes whether Lin Fan had answered Zhou's conjecture or not. If not, well, the National Mathematical Modeling Contest might just have to give itself something to talk about. The auditorium is positioned against the center. Hu Tianyi closed the notebook. A pair of beautiful eyes fell on Lin Fan, and she murmured in her heart, Lin Fan, how should you explain it? And at this moment, Lin Fan, who was standing on the stage, finally spoke. Hello everyone. Next, I will explain Zhou's conjecture in detail. As the words fell, Lin Fan stopped talking and went directly to the electronic writing board and began to write the detailed process of answering Zhou's conjecture. This is one of the features of the math report. Although, some people don't speak or write the language, but, the numbers, the symbols, are universal. PyMP, 22n, caret PyMP, 22n1, equals 2n caret 1. PyMP, 22n, equals 2n plus 1 caret n1. Initially, the mathematicians present were skeptical of Lin Fan and were incredibly contemptuous. But, as the step-by-step arithmetic was written out, the crowd quickly put away their contempt and became solemn. Crowds of mathematicians, sometimes taking out a pen and paper to calculate, sometimes showing a flash of dawning realization, sometimes nodding uncontrollably. After writing down hundreds of detailed equations, Lin Fan finally wrote the final answer. Therefore, 2 caret 2 to the power of n, p less than 2 caret n plus 1, when n p is 2 caret n plus 1, dash 1 is prime. Solved to this point, Zhou's conjecture is considered a complete proof of success. Normally, Lin Fan's presentation would have ended there. However, Lin Fan did not stop. Instead, he wrote a few moments faster in his hand. 6 nm plus men dash 1 sat face 6 n plus 1 6 m1 x equals 6 nm plus dash mn 6x1 equals q. The mathematicians in the audience were ready to applaud and applaud. However, after seeing this scene, they all froze. Zhang Yong wondered, why isn't Lin Fan coming down? Is this his twin prime conjecture? Hu Chuan, on the other hand, stared wide-eyed. Professor Barnaton's cloudy eyes lit up slightly, and his expression became a little more focused. A live answer to the twin prime conjecture? Lancelot was surprised. Geoffrey laughed. Professor Edwin and the others didn't come to Huaxia, so it seems they are going to regret it. Do you think he can answer successfully? Lancelot asked. Who knows? Solving such world problems is not guaranteed by anyone. But we can look forward to it, Geoffrey said. Lancelot nodded. Next to him, Yamamoto Juro couldn't help but sigh. Nice Chinese. The island is a land that worships the brave and the strong. Now, Lin Fan is on hand to write down the details of Zhou's conjecture. Then there is another world-class problem to be challenged. Undoubtedly, belongs to the strong. A powerhouse in math. Positioned at the edge of the auditorium. When Nie Zhengjiang saw Lin Fan write out the details of Zhou's conjecture, his entire being had been completely convinced. It is purely normal that a mathematical modeling competition awards the higher education cup to a person who has answered Zhou's conjecture. And when he saw Lin Fan continue writing the arithmetic again, Nie Zhengjiang's eyes immediately rolled round. The center of the auditorium. Hu Tianyi's pair of beautiful eyes had been staring tightly at Lin Fan from the beginning to the end. In her eyes, Lin Fan was not writing down the detailed process of Zhou's conjecture at all, but was playing a beautiful piece of music live, moving and captivating. And when Zhou's conjecture was answered, Lin Fan did not pause for a second and began to answer the twin prime conjecture again. It's like being there, creating a rocking piece of music, with the appearance of an arithmetic formula, whose sweet as heartbeat, constantly accelerating. Faster, time is like water. In the blink of an eye, it was 4 hours. At this point, it was already 3 p.m. The crowd of mathematicians had been sitting inside the auditorium since they entered in the morning, though their stomachs were famished. But none left for dinner. Even the restroom, not to mention eating, is rarely visited, because they are afraid that if they leave, they will miss a great moment. Ta-da! Lin Fan, however, didn't pay that much attention, as he always wrote down the arithmetic quickly on the stage. In fact, initially, Lin Fan only intended to write out the process of answering Zhou's conjecture. But, as the writing proceeded, his whole being had become thoroughly absorbed in it, and his body could not help but write out the formula for the twin prime numbers. After another half an hour, Lin Fan's writing movements suddenly became slow. See here. The mathematicians sitting below couldn't help but murmur. No, sure enough, it's hard. It's not his fault. Lin Fan, who was standing on the stage, was indeed in a predicament. In Lin Fan's mind, what was written in his hand was not an arithmetic formula, but a path to the ultimate beauty. The road, however, is incredibly rocky, and at that moment, a huge rock blocked the middle of the road. You have to move the rocks if you want to see the beauty of what lies ahead. Now, having traveled most of the way, the views are just around the corner. Lin Fan didn't want to give up. One must do whatever it takes to move on. Whether or not to academician level math experience. Use skill doubling card. Doubling time 1 hour. Yes, Lin Fan reacted almost instinctively. At this same time, in Lin Fan's mind, a crisp beep sounded. Ding. Trigger absolute focus. Aura. Just when everyone thought that was the end of it, Lin Fan's fingers suddenly flew like flies, and he wrote rapidly on the electronic writing board. 6nn plus 6n, asterisk 3/5 asterisk 5/7 asterisk 9/11 asterisk November 13th, asterisk, P2/P. 12, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus, n, dash 12, 1 plus 2 plus 3, plus, n1, equals 6, n caret 2 plus 6n, dash, 6, n1, caret 2 plus 6, n1, equals 12n. In the auditorium, some people were originally ready to get up and leave. At this moment, however, it was as if they had been subjected to a fixation spell and instantly stood in place. Everyone's eyes, all of them, were staring at the screen without blinking. Geoffrey said, maybe we can really witness great moments today. Those around him nodded along. Apparently, they all agree with this. Hu Chuan looked at the display screen. The complex arithmetic that kept appearing, His breathing became ragged, and his eyes were a little red. If the twin prime conjecture is indeed answered, this will once again push the entire math community forward, and it would be a great honor for Huaxia, for Jiangbei, and for Jiangbei University, because the person who answered the twin prime conjecture was Lin Fan, and it was answered and completed in front of the crowd of mathematicians at Jiangbei University in China. Hu Chuan clenched his fists, and his mind kept repeating, must succeed, positioned at the edge of the auditorium. Since Lin Fan had written Zhou's conjecture in great detail, therefore, Nie Zhenjian was barely able to read it. But the twin prime conjecture is not so detailed. It wasn't long before Nie Zhenjian could no longer keep up with Lin Fan's answering process. Even the whole thing looked dizzy for a while. Now, Lin Fan once again accelerated the speed of his answer. Nie Zhenjian couldn't help but completely give up watching. In his heart, he muttered, Lin Fan, just how far have you studied math? To what extent? The center of the auditorium, Hu Tianyi's beautiful eyes, since the beginning, had been focused on Lin Fan. In her eyes, it was as if Lin Fan was standing on top of a high platform, using his finger as a brush and the sky as a curtain, constantly waving his finger and quickly depicting a huge picture scroll with high mountains and colorful water. Right at this moment, the scroll suddenly bloomed with a dazzling golden aura, and it actually changed into a beautiful and real world. Knock, knock, knock. Hu Sui was infatuated, her heart beating wildly. It was also at this time that Lin Fan wrote out the last equation on the electronic writing pad. Snap! At once, Jeffrey, Lancelot, and a handful of other mathematicians were the first to applaud. Then the people around them applauded along with them. Gradually, the entire auditorium resounded with applause like thunder. Everyone's faces were overflowing with undisguised excitement, because they witnessed a great moment. The twin prime conjecture, a puzzle that has remained unanswered for a century, is attacked. Lin Fan's face, on the other hand, revealed an odd color, because a crisp beep sounded in his head. Ding! Charming aura, triggering engraved on the bone. A bone-deep memory? It seems like you've just answered a twin prime conjecture yourself. What's the trigger for a carve-out? What kind of people are they? While Lin Fan was still puzzled, another clear voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Complete the hidden quest to organize a mind-blowing presentation and receive 5 silver red packets. The corner of Lin Fan's mouth slightly hooked as he heard the words. 5 silver bonuses? It is also considered not worthwhile to hold this report meeting by yourself. The applause lasted a long time before it slowly ended. JNU had prepared a luncheon long ago, but the presentation didn't stop at noon at all. At this point, it was finally something that would come in handy. It didn't take long for the crowd attending the presentation to be invited to the banquet hall of Jiangbei University. It was red carpeted and flowered, with many fine dishes and wines on display for the crowd to help themselves to. After Jeffrey and the others had eaten a little, they took their glasses of higher wine and came over to Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, nice to meet you. My name is Jeffrey. In a mouthful of authentic English, Jeffrey said. Lin Fan, on the other hand, responded casually in Chinese. Hello. Jeffrey had been to China before, and so was able to understand the words, but next to them, Lancelot, Barneaton, and the others were full of confusion, so much so that they didn't get to make their introductions in the first place. Jeffrey continued in English, exclaiming, it's really hard to imagine that Mr. Lin, at such a young age, can answer Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime number conjecture, 2 major mathematical puzzles. Lin Fan just nodded and then buried his head to eat. For one thing, he did get a little hungry and didn't want to talk much. Secondly, he couldn't understand what Jeffrey was saying at all. After all, Lin Fan only had a high school level of English. Jeffrey, Lancelot, and Barneaton, among others, said a few more words, but Lin Fan didn't answer at all, and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. At this time, Hu Chuan came over and explained in English. Sorry, professors, Lin Fan, he's not good at English. Jeffrey, Lancelot and Barneaton heard the words and had no choice but to leave. Although, in their eyes, Lin Fan was an absolute math genius and should take the opportunity to communicate properly. But the language barrier makes it impossible to communicate. Lin Fan had just eaten his fill, so he found a chance to slip away. In truth, too many people had approached him to climb into the conversation, and it made him feel a little tired. And unbeknownst to Lin Fan, he hadn't been gone for a while when a large group of reporters, carrying cameras and microphones, quickly rushed in. After they learned that Lin Fan was not present, they had no choice but to settle for the second best and landed their target on Hu Chuan, the dean of the Mathematics Academy. Dean Hu, may I ask if your student Lin Fan really answered Zhou's conjecture and, in today's presentation, the twin prime conjecture? Dean Hu, May I ask how old Lin Fan is? Excuse me, is Lin Fan the one who won the higher education cup? Hu Chuan looked very calm in the face of the reporter's questions. He smiled and said, Lin Fan is an outstanding student of our school, and he has indeed answered Zhou's conjecture, which has been verified by the World Mathematical Organization, and in today's presentation, the twin prime conjecture was also answered. But of course, whether it is correct or not needs to be verified by a detailed test. At this moment, Lin Fan was leisurely walking on the green pathway, when coming to an intersection, Sweet Hu happened to walk by. Today's Hu Tian, wearing a V-shaped shirt, and a high-waisted skirt, showed off her perfect figure while giving off a sense of elegance and nobility. Since participating in the National Mathematical Modeling Competition, this was the first time Lin Fan had met Hu Tian. Perhaps it was because he hadn't seen her for a long time. Lin Fan felt that she was getting more and more beautiful and mesmerizing. Lin Fan, on the other hand, did not notice that today's Hu Tianyi, looking at herself, had an extra hint of a different flavor. Only after a long time did Hu Tianyi take the lead and said, Lin Fan, you're the main character in today's banquet. Why did you come out so early? Later, I guess there'll be reporters attending to you. Lin Fan said, then I'm okay to come out. He was in the ballroom and had already been questioned by the crowd of mathematicians. If, in addition, a group of journalists, think about it, it is a bit of a headache. What's more, it had always been Lin Fan's preference to keep a low profile. Otherwise, Lin Fan wouldn't have refused the Star Scout when he had dinner with Hu Tianan, who Sweet laughed. It seems that you are really not a person who likes to be famous. Plain and simple is quite good, Lin Fan said. The two were very relaxed as they walked and talked. Being so involved, Hu Tianyi didn't even notice the steps in front of her and tripped accidentally. Lin Fan's eyes were quick, and he hastily reached out and wrapped his hand around Hu Tian's slender waist. The two men met each other in the air with 4 eyes. Time seemed to press pause at this moment. Then, as if she was attracted, Hu Tianyan nodded her head gently and took the initiative to come up. Oh, epsilon asterisk, asterisk 3, epsilon asterisk. Today, Lin Fan came to Hu Tian's house, warm and plain. Perhaps, it's the first time around. Hu Sweet and Lin Fan together to the balcony. Sofa. Tonight, no sleep. In a flash, it was the next morning. Lin Fan looked at Hu Tianyan, who was lying on the bed like a kitten, and a light smile appeared on his face. Then, he couldn't help but observe with his true eye. Face value, 98. Favorability, 95. See here, Lin Fan immediately understood. Yesterday, the object that triggered the charming aura carving turned out to be Mr. Sugar. No wonder, it was so active earlier. Carrick. At this time, a small sparrow outside the window made a pleasant call, and Hu Tian finally slowly opened her eyes. Lin Fan laughed. Awake? Yes, Sweet Hu said. Just in time. I've cooked noodles. Get up and eat some, Lin Fan said. Hu nodded. After a quick shuffle, the two of them came together in the dining room. Hu Sweet ate her noodles and said, you should be a little surprised why I've been deliberately avoiding you the other day, right? In this regard, Lin Fan did have some feelings. Take the mathematical modeling competition as an example. Hu Tian is obviously an expert in mathematical modeling competitions, but she specifically asked Zhang Yon to help with the training. After that, Lin Fan even never saw Hu Tian again. Lin Fan nodded and said, it is a bit strange. Actually, it's because I have a girlfriend, Hu Sweet said. Girlfriend? Lin Fan visibly froze. Hu Sweet asked a little cautiously, do you mind? Lin Fan shook his head. See here. Hu Tianyi let out a slight sigh of relief and said, she and I are both non-married. Originally, I thought it was fine to go on like this until I met you. That feeling was strongest the day after you and I ate at the CSC building, and on that day, I met up with her, which couldn't help but shake me up a bit again, which is why I chose to avoid you, because, in my thinking, not seeing should fade away. Lin Fan blinked and asked, then why are you looking straight again today? Because, I'm already in love. Hu Sweet laughed. In addition, I found that you already have a few small girlfriends. I can still be an unmarried person now, just a different object. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh and rub his nose. After leaving Hu Tian's house, Lin Fan directly drilled inside the Pagani wind god. At that moment, his cell phone shook slightly. 12 o'clock. The red bag appears. Ding. Congratulations. You get $5. Ding. Congratulations. You have been awarded $10,000. After 1 minute had passed, Lin Fan had gained a total of $34,511. Lin Fan said helplessly, these days, how come it's all about some cash red envelopes? Then he focused his attention back into the system. Does it open 5 silver bonuses? Ordinary red packets don't get anything good. Let's look at the silver red packets, Lin Fan said. Ding. Congratulations. You have been awarded $700,000. Ding. Congratulations. You have been awarded $800,000. Ding. Congratulations. You have been awarded a 10x spending rebate card. Ding. Congratulations. You have gained expert level tea ceremony experience. Ding. Congratulations. You have been awarded $500,000. With 5 silver red packets, Lin Fan had gained a total of $2 million and a 10x spending rebate card. For these, Lin Fan did not care too much. He focused directly, falling back on the expert tea ceremony experience. Expert tea ceremony experience, boiling and tasting tea. Each action is standardized and elegant, which can produce infinite charm. See here. Lin Fan couldn't help but skim his mouth and said helplessly, "It's really a tea drinking skill." Then he was ready to start the Pagani Windjammer. Jingle bells. At this time, Lin Fan's cell phone rang with a light ringtone. He glanced at the caller alert and it turned out to be Hu Chuan calling. So, Lin Fan casually picked up the phone. "Lin Fan, are you free later?" Hu Chuan asked. There was a color of joy in his tone that was hard to hide. Apparently, Hu Chuan was in an extremely good mood. This is normal. After all, Hu Chuan was the dean of the School of Mathematics at Zhongbei University. And in the math school, someone answered the Chow conjecture and the twin prime conjecture. It would also be of great benefit to him as a dean. Lin Fan asked, "What's the matter?" "Here's the thing. There's someone from a TV station that wants to come and do an interview with you later." However, before Hu Chuan could finish, Lin Fan interrupted. "I don't have much interest in interviews of this sort, so if you can, push it off for me. A lot of people, the reason why they like to be on TV is because it's easier to make money when they have fame, and because, no matter where they go, they can be front and center." But, Lin Fan didn't want that. Making money? Nowadays, Lin Fan's money simply couldn't be spent. Front and back? Then Lin Fan liked it even less. Nowadays, he just wanted to enjoy life in peace and quiet. On the phone, there was no sound for a while. Obviously, Lin Fan's answer was completely beyond Hu Chuan's expectations. That was a TV interview. I don't know how many people who are proud to be on TV. And Lin Fan refused. Only after half a minute did Hu Chuan say, Oh, okay. Hu Chuan didn't choose to go overboard to dissuade Lin Fan, although the contact time was short. However, he also understood that Lin Fan was a person who had his own ideas and didn't like constraints. In case, because of his own discouragement, it caused Lin Fan to recoil and even directly leave Zhongbei University. That would really be more than worth it. Hu Chuan thought for a moment and added, "The Nation Daily may also cover your news." Lin Fan said, "No need for an interview, right?" No. Hu Chuan hurriedly said, "That's fine." Lin Fan nodded. "I'll hang up if there's nothing else." "Okay," Hu Chuan added. "If you don't like being interviewed, I'll try not to let the news media bother you in the future." Lin Fan said, "That would be troublesome." After saying that, that's when he hung up the phone. When Lin Fan walked into the classroom, the gazes of many students were focused on him in unison. Lin Fan didn't care too much and directly sat down. Zhang Jinbao couldn't help but ask, "Brother Fan, I heard that you not only answered Zhou's conjecture yesterday, but also answered the twin prime number conjecture?" Yesterday's presentation was high profile. Even the average teacher can't attend, let alone the average student. Zhang Jinbao and the others didn't go either. However, they've obviously heard some of the buzz. Lin Fan responded, "Yeah," his tone, so relaxed, as if he had just done a small, sparse thing. But, to the ears of the crowd, it sounded like thunder. The way everyone looked at Lin Fan was simply like seeing a god of learning. "Brother Fan, I kneel for you," Zhang Jinbo, Song Yi, and Ma Zhong shouted in unison. In fact, it wasn't just them who wanted to kneel. All the students in the class did. That's Chow's conjecture, and the twin prime conjecture. The average person can't even read it, let alone answer it. Lin Fan couldn't help but be amused for a moment. Then, Zheng Jinbao busily took out a small book and said, "Brother Fan, can I have an autograph?" Requesting an autograph, Lin Fan took a pen and casually signed his name. Song Yi, Ma Zhong, and even all the students in the class followed suit, holding books for autographs. You know, Lin Fan had answered 2 unsolved math puzzles. His signature will definitely be extremely rare in the future. All of a sudden, the whole classroom became a mess. Ding! Calm was only slowly restored as a shrill class bell rang. This class was another one with the old professor. The way he lectured, ever so slowly, was like a lullaby that quickly sent Lin Fan off to dreamland. Don't look for the old professor to be casual and rarely bother with classroom discipline. But, the student's performance was actually all in his eyes and in his heart. Those students who often slept in class and played on their cell phones had their names in the old professor's little book long ago, waiting until the final exam to settle the score. And Lin Fan, who slept every day, was even more sentenced to death by the old professor. The old professor had made plans in his mind. At the end of the semester, he would directly fail Lin Fan. However, at this moment, the old professor's gaze towards Lin Fan was all admiration. The mind size, he must have been picking his battles a lot in order to answer Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime number conjecture. Thinking of this, the old professor slowly walked off the podium and took off his jacket, draping it over Lin Fan. People like this who struggle desperately for math should never freeze up. At this time, Nie Junjiang had already returned to Huaqing University. It had to be said that Nie Junjiang was worthy of being a schoolteacher and didn't waste any bit of time at all. When he got off the plane, he didn't even go back to his dorm room. He went straight into the lab and studied and researched seriously. The value is accurate to 1 decimal point backward. Recheck. Calculate the trajectory. A resounding voice continued to ripple through the lab. Nie Junjiang's whole body is full of energy and fighting spirit. At that moment, a round-faced man swiped his cell phone as he slowly walked in. In the next moment, the round-faced man was surprised. Crap, Junjiang, Capital North is actually going to adopt the sewer design from your mathematical modeling competition. That's too much bull. When Nie Junjiang heard that, he couldn't help but put down what he was doing and asked curiously, which design? He took the round-faced man's cell phone and flipped through it quickly. When looking at the design graphics, a look of surprise surfaced on his face. Perfect. For the mathematical modeling competition, Nie Junjiang chose to design a house. But that doesn't mean he won't design sewers. But even if he had chosen to design the sewers, he simply could not have done so perfectly. This is far beyond your own design. Even, in Nie Junjiang's opinion, I'm afraid that even his own mentor couldn't design this kind of sewer. Finally, Nie Junjiang slowly dropped his gaze on the designer in the bottom corner. Lin Fan, Xia Bing, and Xia Shui. Nie Junjiang's entire body froze. It's them. At this time, Nie Junjiang finally understood that the judges of the mathematical modeling competition were not at all because Lin Fan had answered Zhou's conjecture. That's why the higher education cup was awarded to him. Rather, it was because Lin Fan's mathematical modeling did qualify. Nie Junjiang muttered. Lin Fan, just how strong are you? Lin Fan naturally didn't know what Nie Junjiang was thinking. Today's sleep was more comfortable than usual for him. After school, Lin Fan greeted Zheng Jinbao and the others and headed straight towards Yike City. Lin Fan casually opened the door to room 2501 as usual. Bang! Bang! At this time, 2 ceremonial flowers suddenly burst above Lin Fan's head, and bright red ribbons, like snowflakes, slowly drifted down. Qiu Zixi and Huang Ling shouted in unison with excitement. Congratulations on answering Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime conjecture. Apparently, they had seen the news reports about it. At this moment, the gazes that Qiu Zixi and Huang Ling looked at Lin Fan were not only affectionate, but there was also a strong look of admiration. In their minds, winning the higher education cup is already at the level of schoolboys and schoolmasters. And Lin Fan not only won the higher education cup, but also answered 2 of the world's unanswered questions in math. What is this? Emperor? Learning from the emperor? This is simply an existence that they cannot even imagine. It's night. Room 2501. Yanko City. Shook all night. Lin Fan stayed up all night. If anything, Vanguard House is the most expensive school district house in Zhangbei. Then, Tiandi Royal Court is the most expensive residential building in the center of Zhangbei. The reason is that Tiandi Garden is not only strategically located, it is also within walking distance of office buildings and the subway. The environment of the district is also very good. The overall European-style garden landscaping, atmospheric, gorgeous, as in the park, which is extremely rare in the center of Zhangbei. At this moment, Hu Tuan drove the mini car very skillfully into the Tiandi Royal Court. Ding dong! With a pleasant soft sound afterward, the door to the room on the 23rd floor slowly opened. From inside came out a beautiful woman in a long black dress with white skin and an excellent figure. When she saw that the visitor was Hu Tian, her pretty face revealed a smile that was hard to hide, and quickly welcomed Hu Tian inside. When the door was closed, the beautiful woman directly opened her arms and threw herself into Hu Sweet's embrace, saying happily, "Sweet, I've been waiting for you for a long time." But, the beautiful woman quickly noticed the anomaly. Puzzled, he asked, "Sugar, you seem a little off today. Did something happen?" Hu Tian hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. "There's something I want to tell you. I've found a man I like." Quiet. The whole house, suddenly, fell into silence. Preston. Me. The laughter came before the people arrived. Professor Edwin, it's a shame you didn't go to Zhangbei, China this time. Jeffrey laughed out loud. Edwin put down the book in his hand and asked, Jeffrey, did that Chinese person really answer the twin prime conjecture? Before getting on the plane, Jeffrey told Edwin the good news over the phone. For reasons of time, Jeffrey had only spoken briefly, and Edwin didn't quite know the specifics yet. But, spare me the excitement of Edwin, Jeffrey exclaimed, more than answered it. He still answered it at the presentation. You know what? Mr. Lin Fan is actually only in his 20s. Geez, I was, almost, thinking the god of math had descended upon the world. At this point, Jeffrey's tone became elevated. Just remembering that time, Jeffrey couldn't help but be excited beyond words. A look of fascination also appeared on Edwin's vicissitude old face. Sighing, he said, if I had known, I would have dropped everything I had on my hands and made a trip to Huaxia. After a pause, he asked, by the way, why didn't you stay in Huaxia for a bit longer? Explore more with that, Mr. Lin Fan? A mathematician who answered both Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime conjecture. No one could have imagined how far he had taken the study of mathematics. It is definitely very beneficial to discuss math with such people, Jeffrey said helplessly. I would like to, but he doesn't know English and I don't know Mandarin. Edwin nodded indistinctly. It is indeed a very troublesome thing when you don't speak the same language, Jeffrey said. So, I'm going to start learning Mandarin, and when I see Lin Fan next time, I'll be able to communicate and discuss with him. And then, Professor Edwin, would you like to join us? Edwin opened his mouth. Finally, with a helpless sigh, he said, I'd rather not. Mandarin is one of the most difficult languages in the world to master. I'm getting older and I'm afraid I don't have the energy to master it now. Lin Fan is still young. Maybe, it won't be long before he masters English. The next day, when a beam of warm sunlight fell on the balcony, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. He casually glanced at his cell phone and a text message had long since appeared on the screen. Midnight, $141,000 from Merchant's Bank. Only then did Lin Fan slowly get up and walk towards the outside. By now, the table was set with fragrant noodles, eggs, milk, and omelets. Xiao Zishi, who was busy in the kitchen, smiled and said, Hubby, you're awake? Hurry up and eat something. Taste it and see if it's to your liking. Huang Ling poked her head out and said. Lin Fan took a bite of the noodles and exclaimed, delicious. These words seemed to make Huang Ling and Xiao Zishi eat candied fruit, their hearts sweet. After breakfast, Xiao Zishi said, Hubby, I've heard that the Poo Temple on Hero Mountain is having a large-scale puja event today. Do we want to go together to offer incense and look around? When Huang Ling heard that, she couldn't help but look at Lin Fan with an expectant gaze. Obviously, she'd love to go, too. Lin Fan, like the vast majority of people today, never believed in gods or Buddhas. But, it was a rare weekend today, so it would be a good thing to accompany Xiao Zishi and Huang Ling to go out and see the action. So, nodding his head, he said, yes. Then we will go to the Poo Temple to burn incense. When Xiao Zishi and Huang Ling heard this, a touch of joy appeared on all of their pretty faces. The Pagani Windjammer can only see 2 people, so I drove Xiao Zishi's Mini today. Pumiao is located in the suburbs of Jianbei and is in a relatively remote location. But, the trees and flowers along the way are a delight to the eye. And as we approached the Temple of Poo, there was a noticeable increase in the number of vehicles around. Even that caused a long stretch of congestion. Apparently, everyone came here in name only. It was only after about an hour that Lin Fan's 3 arrived at the parking lot and walked together in the direction of Poo Temple. Without walking for a while, a heroic monument appeared in front of Lin Fan and the others. It is said that this place was not called Hero Mountain in the past, but was renamed because a hero swore to defend the place and protect the villagers during the war. Lin Fan stopped to look at the stone monument before continuing on. At this point, there were significantly more people around. They either had pious faces or were talking and laughing. All of them headed toward the Poo Temple where a gurgling Sanskrit sound was faintly heard. Poo Temple is very grand and atmospheric. A huge golden Buddha was situated in it, and below it sat several monks, mouthing Buddhist scriptures and banging on the wooden fish from time to time, adding a touch of solemnity and mystery to the Poo Temple. Many people, after standing at a distance and bowing 3 times, inserted high incense into the huge incense burner. Xiao Zishi and Huang Ling followed suit and bought high incense and came to the incense burner. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from the side. Lin Fan? Lin Fan slowly turned around, slightly surprised. Sun Lugua? I never thought that I would meet you here. The person who came was none other than the Sun Clan's pharmaceutical major, Sun Lugua, who had lost to Lin Fan in the race, and then, had given Lin Fan the 100 years Lingji. Sun Lugua laughed. I didn't expect it either. Holding Sun Lugua's arm, the dignified and beautiful-looking girl said, Lugua, this is, oh, This is Lin Fan, who I told you last time that he is very good at chess. Sun Luguai introduced. Lin Fan. This is my girlfriend Fan Wenxiang. When Fan Wenxiang spoke and heard, a touch of curiosity clearly appeared on her face. And from top to bottom, he resized Lin Fan. So you're Lin Fan. Ha, Luguai didn't mention you to me much. Fan Wenxiang smiled. Lin Fan smiled. Hello, I'm Lin Fan. After a pause, he was ready to introduce Qiu Zixi and Huang Ling. But, for a moment, it was a little hard to know how to introduce it. Just say they were their girlfriends? Qiu Zixi and Huang Ling also seemed to know Lin Fan's difficulties. So, took the initiative and introduced himself. I'm Lin Fan's friend, Huang Ling. I'm Qiu Zixi. Initially, a few people were not quite familiar with each other, so the atmosphere was still a bit dull. But, once the conversation opened up, several people talked and laughed, and the atmosphere became very relaxed and pleasant. On the side of the Pu Temple is a wishing gallery, which is filled with signboards with wishes written by visitors. Several people followed suit and purchased wish cards to write their respective wishes. Qiu Zixi, I hope that those I love, and those who love me, will always be safe and healthy. Yellow Spirit, I hope we are all happy and cheerful. Lin Fan took the pen, and after a moment of contemplation, he also wrote a line, but wishing for a long time, 1,000 miles together. The pen is flowing and spontaneous. At that moment, a thick voice suddenly rang out from the side. Good word. P.S. I have to go out today. Only one more shift. I'll make it up later. Sorry. When Lin Fan heard this, he couldn't help but turn sideways to look towards the side. See only, an old man in his 80s, with gray hair, was looking at himself. He wasn't like the average old man, hunched over and old. Instead, he had a pair of tiger eyes, his waist was straight, and a majestic aura permeated his body. Lin Fan followed and looked at the wishing card in the old man's hand. Healthy and permanent. The strokes are continuous. The chi veins are smooth and strong. Your yen-style characters are also very good. Lin Fan nodded slightly and said, Oh, the old man couldn't help but look Lin Fan up and down and marveled. It's been a long time since I've encountered a young man who has a good hand and, moreover, knows how to write. Not bad. From the old man, Lin Fan felt a sense of closeness like that of a grandfather. So, small talk ensued. I don't think the old man is a Jiangbei local, right? Traveling to Jiangbei? Lin Fan asked. The old man looked into the distance with a pair of pale eyes and said, Sort of a tourist, but I'm a local from Jiangbei. These words were a bit strange for Lin Fan to hear. How are locals? Still traveling? Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, Your old home is Jiangbei? Yeah, it's been decades since I've been back. So much has changed. Things are different and people are different. The old man exclaimed. Sun Luguai and Fan Wenxiang had already hung up their wishing tags, and they slowly turned around when they heard the sound from this side. At the first glance, they saw 4 men with great stature and an ironic aura around them. Sun Luguai and Fan Wenxiang both came from large families, and they knew very well that these 4 men were absolutely extraordinary, and they couldn't help but feel slightly surprised in their hearts. And only then did he look at Lin Fan and that old man. Upon seeing the old man, Sun Luguai's pupils contracted violently and a look of shock surfaced on his face. Sun Luguai graduated from Huaqing University. A few months ago, Huaqing University celebrated its anniversary, and during the opening ceremony, a special congratulatory video of this old man was shown. He's the stone of China. Now, to have it appear in front of you? No wonder. There were 4 stout men standing around the old man. They should be guarding the old man's safety. Sun Luguai gulped, her entire body already at a loss for words. Qiu Zixi and Huang Ling, among others, didn't even notice Sun Luguai's change. They looked down, to the boy who had been hugging the old man's thigh, about the size of a 10-year-old. The boy had a long brow and a few old man's looks, so obviously, it should be his grandson. Qiu Zixi, seeing that the boy seemed to be a bit scared of being born, bent down, smiled and greeted. Hello. The boy scratched his head and twisted his body very oddly. Following that, opening his mouth and letting his saliva, which kept flowing out, he looked very dull and stupid. When Qiu Zixi saw this, some deep memories came to her mind. She used to have a younger brother, but he suffered from autism. Very skittish, non-communicative, dull. However, Qiu Zixi is still very close to her brother and teaches him to sing and draw, very happily every day. However, one day, my brother suddenly stormed out of the house. At that moment, a truck happened to pass by, and so, tragedy ensued. Qiu Zixi eyes reddened slightly at the thought. Huang Ling, who was next to him, couldn't help but ask, Old man, what's wrong with the little friend? The old man sighed. A year ago, I don't know what happened, but suddenly it was like this. As he spoke, the old man also looked down at the little boy, his face filled with love. Didn't you take it to the hospital? Huang Ling asked again. Been to quite a few hospitals, but still haven't seen a cause, the old man said. Just then, the little boy's body suddenly convulsed violently, and his mouth even spat out a mouthful of white foam. The old man's face changed drastically as he drank. Come and see how Howard is doing. The middle-aged man standing behind him hurriedly came forward and called out, quickly pressed down on his hands and feet to keep him from moving. Two portly men quickly pressed down on the little boy's limbs. How powerful are they? Even a male lion pressed like this, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to move, let alone a little boy. The other two stout men, on the other hand, were alerting the surroundings, forbidding idle people from approaching. The middle-aged man was busy from his purse, taking out a tube of potion and injecting it directly into the little boy's arm. The effect of the medicine was immediate and the little boy soon stopped convulsing. Apparently, the middle-aged man was a doctor. Just as the doctor breathed a little sigh of relief, the white foam at the corners of the little boy's mouth, however, did not decrease, but on the contrary, more. Immediately afterward, the little boy's breathing slowed and his heartbeat slowly became weak and feeble. The doctor's face suddenly changed when he saw this. He was busy pressing on the little boy's chest and then injecting some other agents. But it didn't do anything at all. Even the little boy was getting weaker and weaker, as if he were a candle in the wind that could go out at any moment. The old man standing next to him, his face full of anxiety, asked, How is Howard doing? By now, the doctor's forehead was covered with beads of sweat. He panicked. Yuhao's situation is very bad. I have medicines and equipment here. All of them are not enough. It is best to quickly go to a big hospital. Otherwise, he didn't say anything otherwise. But the old man knew very well what words followed. The old man turned around violently and looked down at the blackened crowd, and the crowded vehicles below the Pu temple. He didn't have someone carry the little boy down the hill and drive him right away because, well, it would have been too much of a waste of time. Instead, he quickly pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number. My grandson is sick in Puja. Send a helicopter immediately. After saying that, he hung up the phone directly. The old man then looked at the little boy once again with a gaze full of worry and care. The atmosphere of the scene became tense and dull. Though, the old man didn't speak again. But it made the doctor even more nervous and panicked. He knew very well the identity of the old man, and the boy in front of him was the only grandson of the old man. In case something goes wrong in your own hands, the consequences. A bead of sweat broke out on the doctor's back at the mere thought. People in the distance, too, noticed that a situation had arisen over here, but they were being stared at by two burly men as if they were being stared at by two lions, not daring to approach at all. That gave the doctor plenty of room to save the day. However, as the doctors say, there really is too little medicine and equipment, something that cannot be made up for in the saving space. At that moment, the little boy suddenly rolled his eyes upwards, while his whole face turned pale. Howard, even the old man who did not change his color even when Tarzan collapsed in front of him could not help but yell out. Xiao Zishi, standing next to her, empathized and shed tears. Lin Fan, who hadn't said anything, finally spoke. I can save him. Lin Fan was not a lousy person who saved people on sight, but, for one thing, he had a pleasant conversation with the old man, and he also experienced a sense of grandfatherliness from him. Secondly, Xiao Zishi was very heartbroken for the little boy. That was why Lin Fan chose to make a move. Standing by the side, since the beginning of the Sun Lugua did not say a word heard, face suddenly changed greatly. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to remind Lin Fan of something, but never made a sound. Sun Lugo knew the identity of the old man, and the boy in front of him was his grandson. Healing is great, of course, but, in case there is no cure, or even, if something ends up happening to the boy, the consequences, then, would be horrendous. Lin Fan was just a student at Zhangbei University, and today, the little boy is in such bad shape that even the old man's personal doctor can't do anything about it. Lin Fan, and where could it be treated? In Sun Lugua's opinion, Lin Fan was really too presumptuous. The old man looked at the endless sky, and then at his grandson whose face was becoming increasingly ugly. Finally, it locked its gaze on Lin Fan, an ordinary person, if they were stared at by the old man like this, would definitely have their hearts and minds trembling in panic. However, Lin Fan always had a breezy look. The old man took a deep breath and said, Go ahead and cure it. Even if something goes wrong, I won't blame you. Lin Fan and the old man had only met for the first time, and moreover, Lin Fan was still this young. Take the old man, but allow the treatment. It had to be said that the old man's temperament was indeed far superior to that of normal people. Lin Fan also revealed a look of surprise. At this time, the doctor who was treating the little boy couldn't help but look at Lin Fan and frown slightly. Truly, Lin Fan's appearance was too young. Doctoring is a very advanced discipline. It takes years and years of study and practice to achieve something. Obviously, Lin Fan didn't have this condition at all. However, thinking that it was the old man's request, the doctor still spoke. Let me tell you about the patient first. Lin Fan, however, waved his hand and said, there's no need to say anything. Then, spending $10 million directly, he purchased one serving of medical water from the system and was about to pour it into the little boy's mouth. The doctor hastily stopped it and asked, what kind of medicine is this? Realized that the little boy is in a very dangerous situation. Any slightest mistake could result in his death. And Lin Fan, for one thing, was young, and for another, didn't even ask about the cause or condition of the little boy's illness. Straight away he was given medicine. How does that not worry a doctor? Lin Fan didn't reply and just looked back at the old man. The old man's brows furrowed as he spoke. Dr. Huang, do you have any other methods? Let him heal. Doubtful people are not used. The old man had already agreed to let Lin Fan heal. Then let him be bold enough to heal. The doctor's heart trembled and he no longer dared to stand in the way. Lin Fan's movements didn't linger any longer and directly poured the medical water into the little boy's mouth. At that moment, everyone at the scene all focused their eyes on the little boy. The old man, Qiu Zishi and the others, were concerned and worried. They hoped the little boy would get better. And Sun Lugo was scared. He was afraid that the little boy's condition would deteriorate again. Goo! It didn't take long for the original little boy to keep rolling his eyes upwards. And at this point, he finally slowed down. And then the mouth gradually stopped foaming. Then the little boy's breathing, his heartbeat, began to become steady. And he lay on the ground as if he were asleep. See here. On everyone's face, all of them showed a touch of joy. The little boy seems to be fine. The old man asked, how is Howard's situation? The doctor hurriedly examined, said, has already passed the danger. After saying that, the doctor's gaze towards Lin Fan was filled with disbelief. As the old man's personal physician, he was very aware of the young boy's physical condition and just how bad it was, especially earlier. Even if the little boy stopped breathing the next second, the doctor would not be surprised. And yet, a bottle of potion goes down and turns around? It's a miracle drug. The doctor opened his mouth. He wanted to ask Lin Fan again what kind of medicine that was, but he didn't open his mouth. The old man also understood that this was all due to Lin Fan. Thank you for saving Howard, the old man said solemnly. Doctor, the four burly men standing around, as well as Sun Lugua next to them, all had their hearts shaken. The old man went so far as to give thanks in person. What an honor this is. Lin Fan, on the other hand, casually waved his hand and said, I just did a little something. No need to be polite. At that moment, the little boy slowly opened his eyes. He first blocked his eyes with his hand, and then, struggling to sit up, the doctor, who was next to him, hastened to assist. The little boy looked around the room, his eyes not as listless and dull as they had been earlier, but full of curiosity. Finally, the little boy's gaze, falling on the old man in front of him, asked, Grandpa, where are we? Grandpa. I can't believe he called himself Grandpa. He hadn't called himself Grandpa since he got sick a year ago. Well, a flushed color appeared on the old man's vicissitudes of old face, happy and excited. When his grandson suddenly fell ill, the old man sought out countless famous doctors, but it didn't do anything at all. Perhaps the old man was too worried about his grandson's condition, and a few days ago, he suddenly dreamed that a Buddha had manifested himself at the Pu temple in his hometown and cured his grandson's illness. All along, the old man was an atheist. But, after so many years in the capital, it's a bit stuffy. Thought it would be nice to take my grandson home for a break, and that's how we got to today's scene. However, the old man could not have imagined that his grandson would actually be cured. Good. The old man exclaimed excitedly. Yu Hao, it's good that you're fine. After he finished speaking, he refocused his gaze on Lin Fan and said, I haven't introduced myself all this time. My name is Qin Yuming. Little brother, what is your name? The surrounding crowd, once again, was shocked. Qin Yuming actually took the initiative to a young man and introduced himself? This, Sun Lugua's gaze toward Lin Fan was filled with envy. At the same time, the heart secretly decided that in the future, he must try to establish a good relationship with Lin Fan. Qin Yuming? Lin Fan's face revealed an odd color. He vaguely remembered that there was a hero monument on the way to Pu Temple, and the name on the hero monument seems to be Qin Yuming. My name is Lin Fan. Wow. At that moment, in the distant air, an army green helicopter suddenly appeared. The crowd of onlookers, seeing that the little boy had been saved, could not help but slowly disperse. Now, suddenly you see helicopters in the air and start stopping to look up again. When they saw the helicopter getting closer, that's when they got out of the way. Soon, Two middle-aged men with lifted figures and whelp badges on their shoulders drilled out of the helicopter away. They quickly came to Qin Yuming, stood at attention, saluted, and called out, "Good day, leader." Qin Yuming punched his back hand and nodded. Now the grandson is cured. His whole being was also much more relaxed. Qin Yuming looked around and saw that more and more ordinary people were looking at him, and he understood that it was no longer appropriate for him to continue to stay here. So, with his grandson in tow, he was about to head for the helicopter. However, before Qin Yuming left, he still said to Lin Fan, "Little brother Lin, if you're free, how about going to my place together?" When the two men with the wheat crest on their shoulders heard this, they couldn't help but look at Lin Fan with a surprised gaze. Elder Qin was so polite to a young man? Lin Fan had never really flown in a helicopter before, and after he heard Qin Yuming's words, for a moment, he was a bit impressed. However, he didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked sideways at Qiu Zishi and Huang Ling, ready to open his mouth and say something. Qiu Zishi grabbed the lead and said, "Lin Fan, just follow along. Huang Ling and I just happened to take the car back." Huang Ling followed suit and nodded repeatedly. Even if they were stupid, they knew that Qin Yuming's origin was extremely frightening. Now that Lin Fan had saved his grandson's life, something great was sure to happen. They didn't want Lin Fan to miss out on this. Sun Luguo said, "Yes, Lin Fan, just go. I will definitely send your two friends back safely." Now, as long as Sun Luguo found a chance to talk to Lin Fan, then she wouldn't miss it. Lin Fan nodded and said, "All right then." Then, Lin Fan followed and boarded the helicopter. The difference between a helicopter and an airliner, I have to say, is significant. You have to wear headphones when you sit on it, otherwise the rumbling sound can literally rupture your eardrums. And sitting in a helicopter and looking out is far superior to an airliner. The overlapping clouds, the buildings the size of sesame green beans, the square-shaped fields, all give you a different feeling. It didn't take long for Lin Fan to arrive in the middle of a manor that stood guard with a pleasant scenery. Soon, a group of doctors in white coats surrounded Qin Yuhao, either taking his pulse, listening to his voice, drawing blood, or taking x-rays. It didn't take long for a stack of information to appear in the doctor's hands. Finally, the old doctor with somewhat graying hair walked up to Qin Yuming and said, "Old leader, Yuhao's body, aside from some malnutrition, is basically unharmed." With Qin Yuming's status, he naturally wouldn't let his grandson starve. But, for a year, the grandson has been in a state of sluggishness, often drooling and not eating, for a long time, which then makes him somewhat malnourished. At that moment, a man with a wheat badge over his shoulder came up and handed out a stack of information, and at the top of the profile, two words were clearly written, "Lin Fan." Qin Yuming quickly flipped through it and muttered, "So, it was him who saved Shouguotao's young mathematician? Oh, captain of Dragon Team 10. No wonder he possesses such abilities. In such a short period of time, it was easy to gather information about Lin Fan." It had to be said that Qin Yuming's tactics were truly remarkable. At this moment, Lin Fan was sitting under a big tree in the courtyard, enjoying the distant scenery. The whole person was incomparably relaxed. As Qin Yuming held Qin Yuhao and watched from afar, he couldn't help but secretly nod his head, thinking, worthy of being the captain of Team 10 of the Dragon Group. He did say earlier that Lin Fan should not be restrained here and just treat it as his own home. But, if it were a different person, it would definitely still be nerve-wracking. After all, he had kind of made himself known nowadays, and there were quite a few guards standing outside the courtyard. Qin Yuming walked up and asked, "Little brother Lin, can you see how my grandson is doing now?" Lin Fan directly said, "Don't worry, he's already fine." Although, earlier, the doctor had also said that Qin Yuhao had recovered after many examinations. But, Qin Yuming was still a bit uneasy. And now, Lin Fan didn't even bother to look at Qin Yuhao at all, directly saying that it was fine, but it completely put Qin Yuming at ease. A kind smile appeared on his majestic face. Gulp. That's when the water boiled next to it. Lin Fan first poured boiling water over the alabaster pot. Then, slowly add the tea leaves, followed by brewing and straining with warm water on the side. When cooked in boiling water, a distinctive aroma begins to permeate the air. Lin Fan picked up the tea cover and gently flicked off the tea froth and used a clean towel to wipe off the water stains at the bottom of the pot. Inverted the teacup, flipped it over, and when the tea cover was opened, the tea aroma became even more intense and refreshing. Finally, only then did Lin Fan dispense the tea into the cups and said, "Please." When Qin Yuming, who was sitting across from him, saw this, his cloudy eyes, slightly lit up, exclaimed, "The first boiling of the clear spring," pouring tea into the teapot drenched in rain, entering the palace, hanging pots and high rushes, pushing the bubble to draw eyebrows, swimming in the mountains, carp turning over, delighting in the fragrance of Lin little brother. I can't imagine that in addition to being able to write a handful of good characters, you are also proficient in the art of tea. It is truly a rare thing. In his youth, Qin Yuming was a man of thunder and lightning, but being old and staying in a nursing home all the time has slowed my temperament down. Every day, he writes, drinks tea and plays chess, leisurely. That's normal. After all, if he didn't do these things, Qin Yuming wouldn't even know what to do every day. And the accumulation of so many years has allowed him to have a certain vision and achievement in all aspects of tea ceremony and calligraphy. Therefore, it was easy to spot Lin Fan's unorthodox features. Qin Yuming held his teacup and lightly sipped it, his face filled with enjoyment. Next to Qin Yuhao, seeing his grandfather drinking so happily, he also couldn't help but take a cup of tea and pour it into his mouth. However, Qin Yuhao quickly spat it out and screamed, "It's so bitter." Lin Fan and Qin Yuming couldn't help but laugh out loud. Qin Yuming asked, "Little brother Lin, can you play chess?" "A little bit," Lin Fan said. "Good, then let's have a game," Qin Yuming said. Pop, pop. Lin Fan has professional level chess skills, while Qin Yuming is a chess veteran. Initially, both men went down fast, each retreating. However, as time passed, Qin Yuming's speed gradually slowed down, while Lin Fan was always as fast as usual. "General," Lin Fan said with a single cannon. Qin Yuming stared at the chessboard for a long time and exclaimed, "Impressive." At that moment, the gaze that looked at Lin Fan gained a few more points of appreciation. Not only does he have excellent calligraphy, but he also knows the art of tea, and even his chess skills are this superb. What exactly does he not know? Tap tap. At this time, the middle-aged man with a wheat badge on his shoulder walked over with great strides and saluted. The great leader of Jiang province has arrived at the bottom of the mountain with a group of parental officials. Do you want to meet them? Qin Yuming took a sip of clear tea, moistened his throat, and said, "Since you're here, let's meet." "Yes," the middle-aged man said. Soon, a large group of men and women wearing white shirts with an air of superiority around them walked over at a fast pace. When they saw Qin Yuming, they all arched their hands and respectfully said, "Good day, Elder Qin." Half a minute later, the middle-aged man standing at the front, wearing gold filigree eyes, said, "Elder Qin, I apologize for your arrival, but we didn't greet you in time." Qin Yuming waved his hand and said, "You're Xiaohong, right?" "Yes. 4 years ago, my father and I visited you once in the capital," Hong Hanlin said. "Well, it's a bit impressive." Qin Yuming nodded and said, Hong Hanlin said, "Although I haven't seen you in 4 years, but you are still the same as then. Not a bit of change at all. You guys, just like old Hong, you net find nice things to say." Qin Yuming said, "What I said is all about what I saw," Hong Hanlin said. The two of them made small talk for a while, and the atmosphere was quite pleasant. At this time, Hong Hanlin said, "Elder Qin, we have prepared some wine banquets to welcome you to Jiang province for a visit. I wonder if you are free." Qin Yuming touched his stomach and said, "Speaking of eating, I'm really a bit hungry." "Okay, let's go." When the people at the scene heard that, they all revealed a touch of joy. Being able to dine with Qin Yuming was definitely an honor. It didn't take long for Qin Yuming and the others to arrive at the Jiangbei Grand Hotel. The Jiangbei Grand Hotel, perhaps not the most luxurious hotel in Jiang province, but definitely one of the deepest background hotels in Jiang province. Every time an important person arrives in Jiang province, he chooses to eat at the Jiangbei Grand Hotel. It has the freshest ingredients, and the best chefs who are able to ensure color, aroma, taste and health. People, in general, can book a place in a luxury hotel if they have enough money. The Jiangbei Grand Hotel, on the other hand, is not just a place where money can definitely be booked. At this moment, several large round tables were set up in the huge banquet hall. Qin Yuming was, without a doubt, seated in the upper seat at the far end of the room. Then, he waved toward the distance and said, "Lin Fan, sit next to me." Lin Fan was not polite and directly sat over. It seemed to him that no matter where he sat, the food was the same. When the people present saw this, a look of surprise appeared on their faces. Previously, they had always thought that Lin Fan was just Qin Yuming's subordinate. Today, I'm afraid it's never that simple. Soon, a dish with exquisite appearance and rich flavor was slowly brought up. Hong Hanlin raised his glass high and said, "Back then, Qin Lao fought tooth and nail to guard Jiang province. It can be said that the reason why Jiang province can be rich and prosperous is entirely due to Qin Lao's credit. For this first drink, let's thank Elder Qin for his contribution back then, and at the same time, welcome Elder Qin to Jiang province." Hong Hanlin said, "Thank you for Elder Qin's contribution back then, and welcome Elder Qin to Jiang province." The remaining people in the banquet hall called out in unison. Then, All of them filled a glass and poured it directly into their mouths. Qin Yuming nodded, then took a light sip of wine. Though, just a light sip. However, the crowd still showed a flash of excitement. Qin Lao drank his own toast. It's an honor, a supreme honor. While everyone was ecstatic, Qin Yuming took the initiative to raise his wine glass and said, Lin Fan, let me toast you. Thank you for saving my family Yu Hao. Everyone present, including Hong Hanlin, saw this. All of them opened their mouths wide, and their faces showed a look of disbelief. Elder Qin actually took the initiative to toast a young man? That's Elder Qin. What exactly is this young man? As for Qin Yuming's later comment, thank you for saving his grandson's illness, it was thrown straight to the back of the crowd's mind. Because, in the eyes of the crowd, being able to help cure Qin Yuming's grandson was supposed to be an honor. Lin Fan, on the other hand, didn't think about it at all and followed by raising his cup. It's just a little thing. Master Qin doesn't need to take it to heart. The two glasses gently clinked and they all drank it down in one go. Everyone froze again. Qin Lao drank a full glass of wine. At this point, the crowd even had the feeling of dreaming. It was Hong Hanlin who was the first to react. He introduced, Elder Qin, this bacon is a specialty of Jiang province. The flavor is quite good. Do you want to try it? Bacon from the river province? I really haven't eaten it in some years, Qin Yuming said. As Hong Hanlin opened his mouth, the crowd gradually came back to their senses. This meal was a very satisfying one for Lin Fan, and many of the foods had been eaten before, but the flavor here is far superior. At this time, Qin Yuming asked, Lin Fan, the scenery and air on my side are all quite good. Do you want to stay with me for a few days? Gulp. When the people present heard the words, although their stomachs were already filled, they still couldn't help but gulp. Qin Lao took the initiative to invite to live together? What exactly is he? Lin Fan shook his head and said, I'm still in school, so I won't go over to stay. He, surprisingly refused. Going to school? What's the point of going to school? This is a chance to live with Elder Qin. Everyone hated to go up and agree for Lin Fan. Qin Yuming didn't get angry and nodded. You are indeed at school age now. UZ Snapdragon. You send Lin Fan back to school safely. Yes. Promise to complete the mission. The middle-aged man with the weak badge on his shoulder stood at attention and shouted. Everyone who spoke and heard had become completely numb. Lin Fan didn't care too much about it, and after exiting the Jiangbei Grand Hotel, he directly got into a military green vehicle. Along the way, it was completely unobstructed. In just 10 minutes, it managed to arrive at JNU. After returning to school, Lin Fan remembered that today seemed to be Sunday, and there was no need for classes at all. So, Lin Fan simply did not go to the classroom, nor did he return to his dormitory. Instead, they came straight to the parking lot. Yesterday, Lin Fan parked the Pagani Wind God in Yike City. So, at this point, there is only one Lamborghini and the big Mercedes G in the parking lot. Lin Fan casually opened the door of the Lamborghini and sat in it. With a foot on the gas, it kept chugging toward the front. On weekends, there are more cars on the road than usual. Lin Fan was stuck in the middle of the road, looking around in boredom. At that moment, a large LED display appeared in view. Welcome to the International Perfume Exhibition. Lin Fan's eyes moved slightly when he saw this. Having the skills of a perfume expert myself, I have never properly studied perfume. In addition, Qiu Zixi and Huang Ling seemed to like perfume, so buying a little bit of good-smelling perfume to give to them seemed to be good. Then, Lin Fan looked at the congested road in front of him and without too much hesitation, he directly turned the car around. International Perfume Exhibition, located in Gunsung Hall, Gangbuk City. Lin Fan stood in front of the gate, sniffing the scent in the air, looking at the crowd that kept surging towards the inside, and followed suit. Most of the people attending the International Perfume Exhibition are women, and then there are the men who accompany the women on their shopping trips. It was somewhat rare to see a man alone like Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan didn't pay too much attention to it, looking at it as he walked, secretly commenting and calculating in his mind. This International Perfume Exhibition, which is huge, boasts hundreds of booths. It has attracted many international brands including Chanel, Dior, Lancome and many more. Many women were trying out samples at different booths, whispering and letting out an occasional giggle. The whole exhibition site has an incredibly relaxed and lively atmosphere. Every time Lin Fan walked past a booth, he could smell the flavor of different brands of perfume, and at the same time, he couldn't help but have a clerk handing over samples of perfume. Just after casually strolling for a while, the perfume samples in Lin Fan's hands had already amounted to more than 10 kinds. Lin Fan just walked around and kept moving forward. There was a slight pause in her steps when she came to a booth of a perfume called Flower Tea. This booth was obviously larger than the average booth, with a very soft and fashionable design. and a large number of employees in the store, all of whom were extremely full of energy. Obviously, flowery tea takes today's exhibition very seriously. Lin Fan did not care too much. It was only from this booth that a special scent that had never been smelled since entering the International Perfume Exhibition permeated, as well as a slightly familiar aroma. With a hint of curiosity, Lin Fan slowly walked towards the booth. Soon, a sweet-looking clerk greeted her and smiled. "Hello, may I help you?" Lin Fan sniffed gently and was just about to open his mouth to speak. At that moment, a disgruntled voice rang out not far away. A woman with heavy makeup and a medium build called out, "What the hell did you put on me? Why do I smell so bad?" The round-faced man next to him followed and droned. "Is this perfume or stinky water for you? Where do you get the face to take it out and sell it?" The clerk standing across the street, who was admonished and lowered his head, panicked. "Sir, ma'am, there must be some kind of misunderstanding here." Although, that's what she said. But, the bottom line is clearly a little short, because, the clerk also smelled that pungent stench. The thickly made-up woman said, "What misunderstanding? Then smell it. Is this a scent, or is it a stench? I think you're just a dark store." Immediately afterward, another shouted, "Look everyone, this is a shady store. Their perfume stinks. Don't ever use their perfume." When the surrounding crowd heard the words, they all looked over in obedience. Some of the people who had been ready to try the perfume hastily retreated to the side. Soon, the huge flower tea booth became incredibly cold. At that moment, the organizing staff wearing red armbands came over and asked, "What's going on here?" The woman with heavy makeup walked up and said, "This is a black store. They sell bad perfume and it turns stinky when you smear it on people. I just applied their perfume, so smell what I smell on me." In fact, the staff could smell the stench before the heavily made-up woman even got close, and getting closer gave him the urge to gag. The staff member couldn't help but take 2 steps away from the heavily made-up woman, who, in turn, chided the clerk. "What the hell is going on here?" The clerk was also a bit puzzled, and could only say, "There must be some misunderstanding here." "Bullshit misunderstanding," the round-faced man droned. Some people around also slowly smelled a stench. They either covered their noses, or constantly back. Some people even took pictures of the booth from afar. Apparently they were preparing to tell their friends that they should never buy Flower Tea's perfume in the future. The clerk was incredibly anxious to see this. Today is the age of information, and if once you are labeled as a stinky perfume, then it will have a great impact on the brand. The reason for attending the International Perfume Exhibition today is to raise the image and visibility of perfume, not to discredit. Lin Fan, who hadn't said anything, finally spoke. "Actually, the stench on this lady's body doesn't have anything to do with the flower tea perfume." When the heavily made-up woman heard this, it was as if her tail had been stepped on. "What does he mean by that? It's not the perfume? Doesn't that mean that you originally smelled bad on yourself?" The heavily made-up woman screamed. "You must be from this flower tea. Of course you'll put in a good word for it. Don't believe him, people." Lin Fan didn't even reply to the thickly made-up woman's words and blandly said, "I suppose you applied wind scent, hibiscus under the moon, and SE perfumes before applying flower tea perfume?" After a pause, added, "Perfume is by rose, jasmine, daffodil, magnolia, gardenia and so on different flower scent, according to a special method of blending and become, so as to achieve the role of refreshing. However, the more perfume you have, the better it smells. It's like in a chemistry experiment, where certain things don't change much when they stand alone, but, when mixed together, they produce special changes." As he spoke, Lin Fan picked up a bottle of Flower Tea's perfume and opened the cap. "I don't suppose there's any foul odor when you guys smell it, is there?" The staff member put it to his nose and sniffed it gently. Curious people around them, followed by sniffing, really didn't smell the stench. Lin Fan took out another bottle of wind scent, hibiscus under the moon and a small sample of SE perfume and had them smelled. These perfumes, as Lin Fan said, did not stink. Then, Lin Fan poured flower tea, wind fragrance, rose under the moon, and SE together successively. Wow! In an instant, a foul odor swirled in all directions. "Crap! What a stench! It stinks! Vomit!" A shout rang out. Some of them barely threw up. At this point, the crowd finally believed Lin Fan's claim that this stench was entirely caused by the mixing and not by the flower tea. The thickly made-up woman and the round-faced man also understood that they were at a disadvantage, lowered their heads, and without saying a word, directly walked towards the distance. Soon, the flower tea booth regained its composure. Lin Fan also felt that the stench was a bit unpleasant and gently fanned his hand around his nose. Then, opened the cap of the flower tea and splashed it towards the circumference. It didn't take long for the refreshing aroma of flowery tea to cover the stench. The surroundings once again smelled good, and people who had smelled the stench suddenly smelled this fragrance again. It was almost like a person who had been walking in the desert for several days was finally welcomed by a spring, and the whole person was comfortable to the extreme. So, there was a convergence towards the flower tea booth. At that moment, a clear, crisp, like the plucking of strings sounded beside Lin Fan. "Thank you." Lin Fan slowly turned around after hearing the voice. See only, a beautiful woman approached. Her skin was as fair as jade, her features were exquisite like porcelain, and a beige and white lace dress highlighted her perfect figure. Oh. Even Lin Fan's eyes couldn't help but light up when he saw the beautiful woman in front of him. At the same time, couldn't help but compare her to the women she knew, to each other. Appearance, enough to compare with Miss Sugar. The body is even more than all the women he knows. This is, perhaps, the ultimate beauty of the legend. Then, Lin Fan couldn't help but observe with his eyes of truth. Face value, 98. Favorability, 60. 98 appearance. Sure enough, the face value is already on par with Miss Sweetie. At this time, the beautiful woman continued. Thank you for stepping in to help. Otherwise, I'm afraid our flower tea would be in trouble this time. Lin Fan said. I just did a little something randomly. Of course, what's more important is that flower tea's perfume is not some inferior product. After a pause, he added, by the way, are you an employee of this store too? The beauty smiled. More accurately, flowery tea is a brand I created. Introduce myself. My name is Chu Yunue. Nice to meet you. As he spoke, he took the initiative to extend his jade hand. Lin Fan froze slightly. He didn't even expect that the other party would be the chairman of flower tea. Half a dozen times before following suit, he extended his hand and gave it a shallow shake. My name is Lin Fan. Lin Fan followed. Chu Yunue couldn't help but ask, Mr. Lin, I have a bit of curiosity in my heart. Please, can you tell me how you know that the wind fragrance, the hibiscus under the moon, and the SE perfume will produce a stinky smell when mixed with flower tea? She is the founder of Flora Tea and often studies perfume. But, even she hadn't even thought that the mixing of 4 perfumes would produce that stench. Lin Fan casually said, just smell it. Smell it and you'll know? What a joke. Chu Yunue understood that Lin Fan had no intention of explaining at all. So, no more dwelling on that either. Chu Yunue added, would Mr. Lin like to learn more about our flower tea's perfume? Lin Fan nodded and pointed to a perfume not far away, with an ancient consort's design printed on the bottle, and said, can you show me that bottle of perfume? Chu Yunue looked in the direction indicated, and she seemed to have thought of something as her delicate body trembled slightly. Then, before saying, sure, Lin Fan opened the perfume lid and flickered it. At once, a light, tranquil, and somewhat familiar smell slowly drifted in. Mr. Sugar. It was only after a moment that Lin Fan finally realized why it was somewhat familiar. That's the smell on Miss Sugar. Turns out, she likes to wear this perfume. Then, Lin Fan pointed not far away, at a perfume in a pale yellow bottle, and said, show me that one as well. Chu Yunue smiled and said, this perfume is called Love's Heart. It's a new model from our flower tea. Lovesick has tentatively decided on 7 cents. Like a rainbow, colorful, yet different. Lin Fan nodded slightly and placed it to his nose and sniffed, saying, chrysanthemum, honeysuckle, osmanthus. Chu Yunue's pair of beautiful eyes moved slightly as she listened to Lin Fan's words, because these flowers that Lin Fan was talking about were the very materials that lovesickness used. It was amazing that he knew it all just by sniffing it. This is too unbelievable, isn't it? Earlier, when Lin Fan said that he could tell by smelling it that a mixture of 4 perfumes would give off a foul odor, Chu Yunue had thought that he was joking at that time. At this moment, Chu Yunue realized that what Lin Fan had said was all true. Lin Fan's knowledge of various perfumes, I'm afraid, had already reached a height that ordinary people simply couldn't reach. At this time, Lin Fan opened another bottle of perfume and raised his hand to slowly incite the fragrance. He sniffed gently and said, jasmine, lily, orchid. Once again, Lin Fan once again completely stated the ingredients for the perfume. One time, it can be a guess. Twice, or it could be a guess. Well, 3 times in a row. That's definitely not a guess. It's strength. Chu Yunue's beautiful eyes stared at Lin Fan without blinking. She looked at Lin Fan gently inciting the aroma, slowly sniffing the aroma. In the end, another mouthful of material. Chu Yunue's entire person was a little infatuated. In Chu Yunue's eyes, it was as if Lin Fan wasn't even sniffing the flavor of the perfume, but rather, he had transformed into a god of flowers located in the middle of the sea of flowers, taking good care of the flowers, with hints of golden awns blossoming vaguely around him. Perfume expert, glamorous. At this time, Lin Fan finally put down the perfume in his hand and nodded. The perfume is not bad. It was only after Chu Yunue heard the voice that she came back to her senses and said, "Thank you for recognizing our flower tea." After a pause, he added, "I wonder, do you have any advice for us? Flowery tea?" Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, "Suggestions? The first bottle of perfume to focus on the mysterious it. It should be benchmarked against Chanel, but lacks a hint of encounter. Charm. The second bottle, Love Heart, focuses on youth. It's supposed to be a counterpoint to Guerlain, but it lacks a sense of vigor and freshness." Chu Yunue's entire body was dumbfounded again as she listened to Lin Fan's words, because, after savoring it, she realized that what Lin Fan said was not wrong at all. These are indeed the flaws of flowery tea. Talent. This is definitely the best talent one has ever seen. Ever. Chu Yunue hurriedly said, "Our flower tea is still lacking a technical director. I wonder if you are interested in coming? The salary can definitely satisfy you." Technical director? Where does Lin Fan need any work these days? The reason why I went to school at JNU was also just to experience life. As for the paycheck, what's the monthly salary? 100,000? 1 million? This is not at all attractive in the slightest. You know, Lin Fan can get $1.4 million every day guaranteed today. There will only be more in the future. Therefore, Lin Fan directly replied, "Sorry, I'm not really interested in this job." After a pause, he added, "I'm still a student." Student? Chu Yunue froze for a moment. Lin Fan had studied perfume to such an extent that he was only a student? This is simply beyond her imagination. However, looking at his youth, he does seem to look like a student too. Lin Fan nodded and said, "Yes, I'm currently studying at Jiangbei University." At the mention of Jiangbei University, Chu Yunue's eyes couldn't help but flicker slightly. Only after half a minute, did he say, "So, you are a student. Student is supposed to focus on academics." Lin Fan nodded and chose a few bottles of different types of perfume before preparing to leave. At this time, Chu Yunue busily said, "By the way, am I able to add your contact information?" Lin Fan nodded indifferently. With a soft click after that, the two of them managed to add WeChat. When Lin Fan arrived at Yike City, he directly took out 2 bottles of perfume. Xiao Zishi gently sniffed her nose and said, "It smells so good. Hubby, is this for us?" Lin Fan laughed. "If I don't give it to you, who else can I give it to?" "No, the red bottle is Zishi's, and the yellow one is Huangling's." "Great." Xiao Zishi and Huangling were all overjoyed. Soon, room 2501 dramatically began to shake violently. Tonight, no sleep. The following day, the sky was clear. After Lin Fan had breakfast, he slowly headed towards Jiangbei University. At this time, JNU welcomed an honored guest, Zhao Yang, the leader of Jiangbei City University, accompanied by a group of principals, deans and others, visited Jiangbei University, and behind them was a large group of reporters with cameras and microphones. The crowd walked together into the tall library, the new labs, the brand new gym. At this time, Zhao Yang suddenly spoke. "Recently, I heard that a math genius appeared in Jiangbei University, who not only won the higher education cup, but also answered the 2 puzzles of Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime number conjecture." Although Zhao Yang is a big leader in Jiangbei, and he is annoyed beyond measure every day, but also very aware of these math achievements and what they represent, Principal Shen Liang said, "There is indeed this matter. Good, good. He's done Jiangbei University a favor and Jiangbei City a favor. It must be a good commendation." Zhao Yang shouted happily. Shen Liang said, "You are right. We have already applied for a 500,000 bonus from the school and are ready to release it to him later." Distribution? Zhao Yang frowned and said, "Didn't you prepare a large award ceremony and then let the news reporters go over to cover it? It is important to realize that Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime conjecture can be world-class problems. Now that a student has successfully answered it, this is definitely a good opportunity to promote the school and show its strength." In Zhao Yang's opinion, the award ceremony is the best opportunity to publicize. However, Shen Liang didn't seem to have that intention. Hu Chuan, who was standing next to him, took a step forward and explained, "This student doesn't like to be on camera, so, for the time being, these activities have been cancelled." Zhao Yang frowned even more and said, "When you receive an honor, you should proclaim it. Just silently winning an award, how useful is that? We want him to become a role model for the school, and even for Jiangbei and the whole country. Let more people, who are striving towards him, influence countless people with the power of one person. This will bring out his value to a greater extent. We in Jiangbei select the top 10 outstanding youths every year. And for what? It's not to set up this example, and thus influence more people? As for student not liking being on camera, you're all teachers and professors. so it shouldn't be too hard to give him a workout, right? Jiao Yang had said so much in a row, and it was obvious that he was really attached to this matter. At the same time, there was some disappointment at the choice of Hu Chuan and others to only give out bonuses. Feng Weijian, the vice principal next to him, said at the right time, "What the great leader said makes too much sense. The purpose of our education is not to mold one talent, but to mold countless talents. Putting up role models is the best way for more people to break through, overcome and achieve usefulness." Earlier, when that student said he didn't want to go on camera, we chose to just give up without bothering to work on him, which was really our fault. The great leader taught us a lesson. At first, Feng Weijian learned that Lin Fan had answered Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime conjecture. The first idea was to invite a large number of reporters into the school to conduct personal interviews with Lin Fan, self-publishing media reports, press conferences, and other ways to maximize the publicity of this matter, thus, taking the opportunity to expand the visibility and influence of JNU. However, this was vetoed by Hu Chuan, the dean of the School of Mathematics, on the grounds that Lin Fan didn't like being on camera, and the principal, Shan Liang, even supported Hu Chuan. This could not help but make Feng Weijian very indignant. Now that the leader of Jiangbei University has opened his mouth to bring up the matter of interviews and publicity, Feng Weijian naturally followed suit. Jiao Yang turned towards Feng Weijian and cast an approving glance, and then added, "In fact, I came to Jiangbei University this time. One is to visit, and the other is also to award him a $500,000 prize. After all, we in Jiangbei have always placed great importance on talent." In fact, this was the main reason why Jiao Yang chose to visit Jiangbei University today, because, with Jiao Yang personally awarding the prize, it was also a rare opportunity for him to show his face. Feng Weijian said excitedly, "I'll thank the great leader for him first." The reporters behind them heard the words, and a touch of joy appeared on their faces. Reporters have known for a long time that there are students at JNU who have solved two world problems, and they wanted to come and interview them long ago. However, it was rejected by the school. Even Jiangbei University had taken a ban on the media, making it so that none of the media had ever interviewed Lin Fan. But, they could not have imagined that they would have a chance today. This could well be described as the first exclusive interview on its own, and it's sure to gain the attention of countless people. Jiao Yang asked, "Where is that student?" Feng Weijian thought for a moment and said, "It should be in the classroom." Now the big leader, "Please go to the conference room first to drink tea and rest for a while. He will come over soon." Hu Chuan still had the heart to object though. But, with the words already spoken, where could one object? He just had to silently walk with the crowd toward the conference room. Before the crowd could walk for a while, a tall silhouette suddenly appeared not far away. Hu Chuan's cloudy eyes moved slightly and he pulled his voice. "Lin Fan! Student Lin Fan! Wait a moment!" Lin Fan, who was walking not far away, heard this and his footsteps slightly paused. "Lin Fan?" Jiao Yang, the Jiangbei leader who was standing in front of him, for some reason, vaguely felt that the name Lin Fan seemed to be somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. He couldn't help but look in the direction that Hu Chuan had called, and happened to see Lin Fan's back, only to feel that this back shadow seemed to be somewhat familiar as well. Finally, Lin Fan slowly turned around. This time he turned around. Jiao Yang's pair of eyes directly glared round. "Him! It's him! Surprisingly, it's him!" Yesterday, Jiao Yang followed the great leaders of Jiang province and others, and after learning that Qin Yuming Qin old man came to Jiangbei, he directly hoofed it, rushed over to welcome. He still clearly remembered just how polite Elder Qin had been to this young man. "Lin Fan! Let Lin Fan sit next to him," personally toasted Lin Fan. In the end, it was even ordered that the big man with the Maisui badge personally drove Lin Fan back. Jiao Yang, and even all the people present, all secretly guessed the identity of Lin Fan, but did not have any clues for a moment. Now, it was surprising to see him at JNU. At that moment, Song Yi happened to be holding a basketball and came over from the distance covered in sweat. "Van, when are we going to play basketball together again?" Lin Fan said. "Let's play again next time we have the chance," Song Yi happily said. "I'm remembering this." In Song Yi's opinion, playing basketball with Lin Fan is totally going to be abusive. Song Yi, on the other hand, likes the feeling of abuse. When Song Yi turned back, that's when he saw the dean of the Mathematics Academy, Hu Chuan, and the others. He hurriedly said, "Hello Dean Hu." Although, Hu Chuan next to the principal Xin Liang, vice principal Feng Weijian, and even Jiangbei city big leader Jiao Yang. But, Song Yi was just a youngster and didn't recognize them at all. The reason why he knew Hu Chuan was because not long ago, he had personally visited the dormitory. Lin Fan seemed to have just then remembered that Hu Chuan had just called out to him and asked, "Dean Hu, what do you want?" Hu Chuan opened his mouth, but no words came out. But Lin Fan had made it clear that he didn't want to be interviewed. He himself is now giving him an interview, in case he disgusts him, even forcing Lin Fan to leave Jiangbei University. What should be done? One must know that Lin Fan was not a student of Jiangbei University initially, and a math genius such as him would absolutely be snapped up by whatever school he went to. Feng Weijian, the vice principal standing behind him, didn't think that much. He hurriedly introduced, "Student Lin Fan, this is our Jiangbei City Jiaode leader." The great leader attaches great importance to talent, and when he learned that you won the higher education cup, and then answered Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime number conjecture, he purposely brought a reporter from the Jiangbei TV station over to do an interview with you, and is going to personally award you the prize. Quickly go and say hello to great leader Zhao. Speaking of this, Feng Weijian's tone became lofty and incomparable. The look was almost as if the big leader was going to give him a bonus. Song Yi, who was standing next to him, sniffed and stared in surprise. The great leader of the city of Gangbok? That's definitely a big man at the top of the heap. Also, there was an interview with a reporter from JNB TV? What kind of face is this? Lin Fan, however, didn't think about it that much and frowned slightly. An interview? I don't like being interviewed. Feng Weijian's smile slightly stalled as he heard the words. Haven't you made yourself clear enough just now? And he outright refused? Isn't this not giving face to yourself and the great leader? Thinking of this, Feng Weijian's face sank slightly and he opened his mouth, ready to say something else. At this time, the big leader Zhao Yang hurried over and said, "If student Lin Fan doesn't like to be interviewed, then don't interview him, because not interviewing is the very right choice. Once interviewed, life, study, I'm afraid all will be greatly affected, which is a very bad thing for him." The moment these words came out, the people present all froze a bit. Didn't Zhao Yang just say that if he got an honor, he should proclaim it? Didn't you say you wanted him to be a role model for the school, for Jiangbei City, and for the whole country? Isn't it true that if a student doesn't like being on camera, you have to give him a job? What is it now? How did it become that not interviewing was the very right choice? It's become that interviewing will have a big impact on life and learning? What the hell is going on here? Zhao Yang simply ignored the frothing crowd and turned to the reporters in the distance. All of them stopped filming. If there are any images of student Lin Fan that have just been filmed, delete them for me immediately. In Zhao Yang's heart, Lin Fan's origin was very mysterious. In case he is someone who cannot be on TV and he has exposed him to the light, the consequences are absolutely terrible. Of course, even if that wasn't the case, the mere fact that Lin Fan didn't like to be interviewed would definitely not allow the reporters to do so. The reporters in the distance shivered in fear and were busy flipping their cameras, deleting the images they had captured earlier. Zhao Yan was only slightly relieved when he saw this, and turned to bend down, and in a somewhat pleasing tone, he said, "I've long heard that a math genius has appeared in our Jiangbei, and I didn't come over until now. It's really a dereliction of duty on my part, so please don't blame it on Lin Fan's part." All the people present were completely stunned when they heard the words. What's going on here? It was already rare for the leader of JNU to personally visit a student. Now, to take the initiative to say hello, and even apologize to Lin Fan? What the hell is going on here? Lin Fan took a slight glance at Zhao Yang and quickly remembered that he had seen him yesterday at the Jiangbei Grand Hotel. So, spoke up, "The great leader is too kind." Zhao Yang hurriedly said, "The title of big leader sounds too raw. I'm a bit older than you. If you don't mind, just call me Old Zhao. Call the big leaders of Jiangbei City Old Coke?" Everyone present, with their mouths wide open, was filled with stupefaction. Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll call you Old Brother Zhao." After all, he addressed Zhao Zheqi, the big leader of Qing City, as Old Brother Zhao. When Zhao Yang heard this, a flash of joy appeared on his face as he said, "Since that's the case, then I'll take the liberty of calling you Elder Brother Lin." Then, he added, "First of all, congratulations to Elder Brother Lin for answering Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime number conjecture. We, Jiangbei City, have prepared a small bonus, and we hope that you can accept it." After saying that, he handed out a check for $500,000 towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan wasn't short of money nowadays, but, after all, this was someone else's goodwill, so he reluctantly accepted the check and said, "Thank you, Elder Brother Zhao." "You're welcome." "You're welcome," Zhao Yang said repeatedly. Then, Zhao Yang found topics and kept climbing. Jingle bells. At this time, Zhao Yang's cell phone rang with a sharp ring. Now that Zhao Yang had managed to strike up a conversation with Lin Fan, how would he like to be disturbed? Picking up his cell phone, he made a show of hanging up. But, after seeing the caller alert, he couldn't help but hesitate. Turning to him, he apologized. "Elder Brother Lin, I'll take a call first. Lin Fan was unconcerned and said, Elder brother Jiao, please feel free. Jiao Yang spoke and sniffed, and only then did he pick up the phone. What? How come? Okay, I got it. Jiao Yang's entire face crumpled into a ball after he hung up the phone. Lin Fan said, Elder brother Jiao should go and take care of things first. I have to go to class as well. Jiao Yang even said, then I'll get together with elder brother Lin next time. After saying that, he walked quickly towards the distance. Apparently, he did have something to deal with. Principal Shen Liang, Dean Hu Chuan and Vice Principal Feng Weijin looked deeply at Lin Fan and opened their mouths as if they wanted to ask something. But, in the end, it didn't open up. It was just a greeting, and it too drifted away. Soon, in the entire scene, only Lin Fan and Song Yi, who had been in a state of stagnation, were left. Lin Fan patted Song Yi's shoulder and said, what are you still waiting for? Go to the classroom. Only then did Song Yi come back to his senses and couldn't he help but say, Brother Fan, you wouldn't be the legendary 4 young men of the capital, would you? Song Yi had watched the scene just now all in his eyes. The big leader of Jiangbei City was so polite to Lin Fan, and even, he called him Lin Laodi. How terrifying was Lin Fan's identity? Song Yi couldn't help but overlap Lin Fan with the 4 young men of the capital, as described in some novels. In his mind, Lin Fan said, the 4 young men of the capital? I'm the crown prince of the capital. Hiss. When Song Yi heard it, he directly sucked in a breath of cool air. Apparently, he took it seriously. Lin Fan looked at Song Yi's serious appearance and couldn't help but want to laugh for a while. When Lin Fan and Song Yi returned to the dormitory, it was already empty. Song Yi then remembered and said anxiously, no good. This class is Ms. Sweet's. After saying that, he hurriedly grabbed his clean clothes and rushed into the bathroom. Immediately afterward, there was a clattering sound inside the bathroom. Song Yi was absolutely not going to allow himself, with the smell of sweat, to go to Mr. Sweet's class. When Lin Fan heard Ms. Sweet, his mind couldn't help but recall the image of the day he went to her house, and his heartbeat slightly accelerated by a few points. It took half a second to say, take your time, don't rush. However, Lin Fan's words did not have any effect. Instead, it also made Song Yi's bathing and changing of clothes a few moments faster. In just a few minutes, Song Yi had already put on his shoes and said anxiously, I don't know if Zheng Jinbao and Mai Zhong have helped take the seats, but all of Ms. Sweet's classes are incredibly full. Today, again, there are no exceptions. Zheng Jinbao and Mai Zhong were still very reliable and helped to occupy the seats early. Song Yi and Lin Fan had just sat down when a light bell rang within the Jiangbei University campus. Then, Hu Sweet slowly walked in. The whole classroom was immediately quiet. The crowd of students followed Hu Tian's mood up and down as her lecture tone changed. In the eyes of all the students, Hu Tian was the star in the sky, bright and eye-catching. In a flash, the morning session came to a close. Although the students were reluctant to leave, but they could only leave slowly. The cafeteria, as usual, was packed today. At that moment, Lin Fan's cell phone shook slightly. 12 o'clock. The red bag appears. Ding. Congratulations. You've earned $100. Ding. Congratulations on your professional level English experience. Ding. Congratulations. You get $1. Ding. Congratulations. You have been awarded $1. 000. This time, Lin Fan gained $30. 211. He didn't pay any attention to this and dropped his gaze directly to his professional level English experience. Professional English experience, whether listening, writing, reading, or singing, it's all at your fingertips, and you can show off your professional grade English with the same charm. Lin Fan murmured in his heart, it would have been nice to have this skill in high school. In the afternoon it was the old professor's class again. Last night, Lin Fan hadn't slept all night, and in the morning, it was Hu Tian's class, so he hadn't slept at all. At this moment, the old professor had just opened his mouth when Lin Fan's eyes closed and he directly fell asleep. Even, there was a slight snore. Sleeping in class, not for nothing, but, it was really rare to see someone like Lin Fan, who had just started class and immediately snored. So much so, that the whole classroom became silent. Everyone, all landed their eyes on Lin Fan, and their faces were covered with odd colors. Under the gaze of the crowd, the old professor slowly walked down the podium and came to Lin Fan's side. The crowd thought, Lin Fan is probably going to have bad luck. Song Yi, Zheng Jinbao and Mai Zhong, who were sitting next to him, couldn't help but want to wake up Lin Fan, but, was stopped by a look from the old professor. See only, the old professor took off his jacket again, as he did last time, and draped it over Lin Fan. The old professor thought to himself, sure enough, student Lin Fan really loves to study and works too hard every night. Then, the old professor whispered, We'll switch to a different classroom for this lesson. And when everyone goes out, try to keep your voices down so as not to disturb student Lin Fan's sleep. The corners of the students' mouths twitched slightly as they heard the words. Don't disturb your classmates' sleep? Listen, is that really what the classroom teacher said? Soon, only Lin Fan was left alone in the entire classroom. Lin Fan's snores, on the other hand, rose and fell in the empty classroom. Only when a ray of sunset, through the window, fell on Lin Fan's face did he slowly open his eyes. He looked at the three people surrounding him, Ma Zhong, Song Yi, and Zhang Jinbao, and asked suspiciously, "Why are you all looking at me like that?" Zhang Jinbao said, "Brother Fan, you're not Professor Li's illegitimate son, are you?" "Professor Li, that's the old professor from the afternoon class." In fact, it wasn't just the three of them who suspected this, but quite a few people in the class. Lin Fan said oddly, "What bastard? His last name is Li. My last name is Lin. Then why is Professor Li so nice to you?" Zhang Jinbao said. Lin Fan glanced at the jacket still draped over his body and immediately understood the words of the three. Laughing, he said, "Maybe, it's me that's more handsome?" Ding! At that moment, Lin Fan's cell phone shook slightly. It turned out to be a WeChat message from Miss Sugar. "Hu Tian, Lin Fan. Are you free later? Can you come to my office?" Lin Fan raised his cell phone and laughed. "Look guys, I told you I'm more handsome, right? Teacher Sweetie likes to look for me too." Zheng Jinbao, Song Yi, and Ma Zhong, after seeing Lin Fan's WeChat message, their eyes turned a little red. Following that, in unison, they exclaimed, "Brother Fan, I kneel for you." Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh as he watched the trio's quirky appearance. Lin Fan had already been to Hu Tianyi's office a few times, so this time he came over. At this time, Hu Tianyi was the only one in the office. In the air, there was a light, fresh aroma. Lin Fan thought to himself, sure enough, Miss Sweetie likes to use flower tea's perfume. At this time, Hu Tianyi, who had been ambling around writing, also noticed Lin Fan. She slowly looked up, pointed to the tea next to her, and said, "Have some tea first." Lin Fan said, "I am indeed a bit thirsty." Then, straight away, he picked up his glass and took a big sip. The tea was just the right temperature and it had lily, jasmine, honey and a bit of mint in it, giving it a sweetness that was very tasty. "This place, how did you calculate it?" Hu Sweet turned over the dense arithmetic and said. Lin Fan raised his eyes and looked at it, and it turned out, it was the process of answering the twin prime number conjecture that he had written during the presentation. After thinking a little, he took out a blank draft paper and quickly wrote out very detailed steps on it. 12, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus, n-12, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus n1, sat face 6 and caret 2 plus 6 n-6, n1, caret 2 plus 6, n1, equals 12n. Even when writing arithmetic and formulas, Lin Fan's handwriting was still very ethereal and spontaneous. Hu Tianyan looked at the handwriting that was pleasing to the eye, as well as Lin Fan's serious appearance, and the whole person became a bit infatuated. In Hu Tianan's eyes, it seemed as if Lin Fan was not writing arithmetic formulas at all, but rather constructing a beautiful picture of the cloud top of the immortal palace. At this moment, Lin Fan seemed to have transformed into the god of creation, and was so mesmerizing. Hu Sweet can't help but slowly approach towards Lin Fan. Close to. The next moment, the whole thing came together. Oh, epsilon asterisk 3, epsilon asterisk. The moon and stars are thinning, and magpies are flying south, 3 times around the tree. What branch to cling to? Tonight, Lin Fan once again came to Miss Sweet's house, not returned all night. On the following day, since Hu Tianyi didn't have classes in the morning, plus she was too tired last night, so, after breakfast, it was back to bed to sleep. Lin Fan, on the other hand, didn't stay at her house too much in order to let Hu Tian rest properly, and headed straight towards Jiangbei University. In the morning in Jiangbei, everyone is in a hurry to go to work. You squeeze and I plug, making the road very congested. Even though Lin Fan had professional level driving skills, it took him most of an hour to arrive at the school. In the morning, Lin Fan went straight to sleep on the table. Jingle bells. Only after a light bell rang did Lin Fan slowly open his eyes. While eating in the cafeteria, his cell phone vibrated slightly. As usual, 12 o'clock, the red bag appears. Ding! Congratulations, you get $2. Ding! Congratulations, you've earned $19.999. Ding! Congratulations, on your professorial chemistry experience. Ding! Congratulations, you get $3. Lin Fan earned a total of $50. 198. And professor-level chemistry experience. Professor-level chemistry experience. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, and neon. Mastery of superb chemistry and unusual charisma. See here. Lin Fan's face revealed an odd color. I gained professional English yesterday, and previous experience in academician-level math, and professor-level physics. Today, with another professorial chemistry experience. Is this really going to make you a super schooler? Ding dong. As Lin Fan walked towards his dormitory, his cell phone shook slightly again. It turned out that it was a message from Chu Yunyue, the founder of Flower Tea. Chu Yunyue, Lin Fan. We have developed a new model of lovesickness. If you are free, can you come to our company to review it? When Lin Fan saw this, his heart moved slightly. He has the skills of a perfume expert. There is a real interest in good-smelling perfumes. In addition, Lin Fan had slept for almost the whole morning, and he was also considered to be well refreshed. He was just considering whether or not to go to class in the afternoon. But now that he saw this message, he didn't hesitate too much and replied to the message directly. Lin Fan, okay, I'll come over later. Lin Fan greeted his 3 roommates and then walked straight towards the direction of the parking lot. Zheng Jinbao sighed. When will I, too, be like Brother Fan? Song Yi said. Just wait for class later. Why? Young Kimball asked. Because, in class you'll be able to dream, Song Yi said. Kimberly Chang. Flower Tea Company, located on the 17th floor of the Fei Yang building in the center of Jianbei City. Lin Fan had just come up in the elevator and was greeted by a fragrance. At the reception desk sits a quiet, beautiful woman with nice features. She smiled. Excuse me, may I help you? Lin Fan said. I came to look for Chu Yunyue. My name is Lin Fan. Hello Mr. Lin, our chairman has already explained. This way please. The tone of the beautiful woman's voice became a little more kind. At the same time, secretly sizing up Lin Fan, seemingly guessing his relationship with Chu Yunyue, the Flower Tea R&D Center, which occupies nearly 1/3 of the company's floor space. There were many sealed bottles, each containing a different perfume. At this moment, Chu Yunyue and a few researchers and developers were seriously and carefully studying it. Knock knock. A knock sounded outside. Chu Yunyue had to stop what she was doing and said, Please come in. When she saw that the visitor was Lin Fan, her beautiful eyes immediately lit up and she said happily, Lin Fan, you've come at the perfect time. Check it out. That's our new love heart. Followed by, never mind. Why don't you take a break in my office and have some coffee or tea first? Obviously, Chu Yunyue this was because she felt that the visitor was a guest and should be properly entertained in the first place. Lin Fan laughed. No need. I'm not thirsty, so let's just look at the perfume first. Then, pointing at the yellow glass bottle in Chu Yunyue's hand, he said, This is the new lovesick heart, right? Yes. Chu Yunyue nodded. She saw that Lin Fan really didn't want to drink much water, so she didn't try to force it anymore and directly handed out the new lovesickness. Lin Fan slowly opened the bottle cap. A sweet, refreshing scent swirled through. Lin Fan nodded slightly and said, The addition of mint and osmanthus makes the perfume refreshing, sweet, and more youthful and in love. Although, not long ago, Chu Yunyue had already seen Lin Fan's extraordinary ability with perfumes. But, now after seeing it again, the heart still can't help but be in awe and fascinated again. Lin Fan continued. Unfortunately, there are still some problems with the steps of perfume manufacturing and measurement. Otherwise, it might be comparable to brands like Guerlain. Chu Yunyue busily asked, Where is the problem? Can you please help look at it and improve it? Her tone was so eager. There wasn't even a hint of doubt. It felt as if Lin Fan's words were the truth. This is normal, because, the reason why Chu Yunyue was able to develop the new lovesickness in such a short period of time was entirely dependent on Lin Fan's guidance at the perfume exhibition. Then, Chu Yunyue seemed to realize something and said, Sorry, I was a bit presumptuous just now. If you don't have time, then I'll slowly study it again. After all, Lin Fan refused to become a technical director. Nowadays, it was already considered rare for him to come to the Flower Tea headquarters, and Lin Fan had some interest in perfume making. So, smiling easily, he said, There are some openings, so if it's convenient, I'll just take a look at your perfume making process first. Chu Yunyue happily said, Convenient, convenient. Then, Chu Yunyue led Lin Fan to a large experimental table. On the top of the lab bench, there were conical flasks, U-shaped tubes, alcohol lamps, wire rack stands, droppers, and other equipment, as well as a variety of raw materials for making perfume. Chu Yunyue said to the researchers and developers, You will make the new lovesickness complete once. At this time, there were 4 women and 2 men in the R&D center. One of them, a tall and thin man of about 27 or 18 years of age named Zhao Zhishong, hesitated for a moment and said, Chairman of the board, Love's Heart is our Flower Tea's confidential product. Though, He didn't finish his sentence. But, the meaning has been made clear. Lin Fan is not an employee of our company and has not signed a non-disclosure agreement. In case he leaks it out, it would be too late to regret. Where Chu Yunyue couldn't hear his meaning, slightly knitting her brows, she sternly said, Flowers Tea, the reason for the emergence of the new Money Loves Heart, is entirely dependent on Lin Fan. There is no need to keep any secrets from him. You only need to show the complete steps of making the new lovesickness in front of Lin Fan once. Lin Fan is a good man to come to the company and intends to help improve lovesick. Chu Yunyue didn't want Lin Fan to be upset because of Zhao Jishon's words. P.S. Today, again, oh. Here's a readers group for those who like to chat, 5996599095. The R&D personnel present also heard Chu Yunyue's displeasure. So, without saying anything more, the steps were strictly followed and the perfume was made. Normally, it takes a few weeks to make the finished perfume. But, the fact that flower tea has a variety of pure flower liquids saves a lot of time. In just 2 hours, a bottle of the new lovesickness appeared in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan sniffed the new lovesickness that had just been molded and said, I'll make one too. Then I'll have them give you a hand. Chu Yunyue said. Lin Fan shook his head and said, No, I can do it myself. See only. Lin Fan walked to the lab bench and firstly cleaned all the equipment such as conical flasks, droppers, beakers and so on, and arranged them in order. Then, the ingredients, the solution, were poured into a round flask and gently shaken, vaguely forming a small vortex. Connect the U-tube, dispensing funnel, kept generator, distillation flask and other devices. Following this, the round-bottomed flask was placed under an alcohol lamp. Earlier, the reason why Chu Yunyue had asked the researchers and developers to help was because she was worried that Lin Fan was just a theorist who knew about perfume and was not good at practical operation. However, after watching Lin Fan's series of production techniques and steps, the entire person was completely shocked. Pre-treatment, mixing, alcoholization, freezing, filtration, color correction. The movements are skillful and precise. Even myself, and all the RDs at Flowery Tea, simply can't compare. Especially, the operation and mastery of various experimental equipments is far beyond everyone. Chu Yunyue had once invited a chemistry professor from a certain university to experiment with flower tea. However, even that professor seemed to be at odds with Lin Fan. In Chu Yunyue's eyes, it seemed as if Lin Fan was not making perfume at all, but rather depicting a heirloom masterpiece. She secretly sighed in her heart. Lin Fan, what kind of person are you? Skills, perfume expert. Blooming charm. Snort. At this moment, a refreshing fragrance slowly wafted over, causing Chu Yunyue's entire being to be refreshed. Immediately afterward, Lin Fan came to the front with a pale yellow bottle. The new lovesick heart, which he made, is finished. Chu Yunyue couldn't help but look at the time. 90 minutes, 6 RDs and it took a full 2 hours. And Lin Fan alone, surprisingly, only used 90 minutes. Chu Yunyue's entire pretty face was covered with a color of surprise that was difficult to conceal. At this time, Lin Fan spoke. This is the new lovesickness I made, so you can smell it first. Ah, well, Chu Yunyue was busy putting away her surprise and slowly opened the bottle cap. At once, there was a rich but not at all pungent aroma, coupled with a touch of freshness in the aroma, giving people the feeling of being in the middle of the flowers. And from time to time there was a breeze in the ears. Incomparable enjoyment. Only after a long time did Chu Yunyue excitedly say, Fragrant. Really too fragrant. This is the best smelling fragrance I have ever smelled. Lin Fan. Thank you. Lin Fan said. I've never made perfume with my own hands. And today I'm kind of addicted to it. So you don't have to be too polite. Chu Yunyue directly filtered out the previous words. Never made a perfume yourself? How is that possible? It was important to know that the way Lin Fan had just made the perfume was more skillful and professional than even the researchers and developers. Lin Fan continued. By the way, you said last time that lovesickness has a total of 7 perfumes? Chu Yunyue nodded her head repeatedly and said, Yes, I'll go and bring the other 6 tentative perfumes over and show them to you. Soon, perfume bottles of 6 different colors, red, green, basket, purple, white and gray, were all placed in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan opened 6 bottles of perfume in turn, felt it subtly, and immediately had a plan in his mind. All of these perfumes have some areas that can be improved in terms of ingredients and craftsmanship, Lin Fan said. Chu Yunyue said excitedly. Really? Love's Heart was a perfume series that Chu Yunyue had spent a great deal of effort to create. And with the yellow bottle that had been improved by Lin Fan, the scent had clearly gone up a notch. If Lin Fan was able to improve the other 6 perfumes, this would definitely hit the entire Lovesick series in one fell swoop. Lin Fan nodded and said, Yes, it's a bit late today, so I'll come back to flower tea tomorrow to check it out. Chu Yunyue's entire pretty face revealed a touch of joy that was difficult to conceal. And then, he followed. Today is too late. Lin Fan. I wonder if we can have dinner together in the evening? Yeah, Lin Fan casually answered. Then the two of them headed outside together. Zhao Zhixiong, the research and development officer, looked at the two men's distant backs, and a look of indignation appeared on his face. It didn't take long for Lin Fan and Chu Yunyue to arrive at the Hoang private cuisine not far from Fei Yan Mansion. The store is very elegant with its small bridge and water. The food was nice and sophisticated and the flavors were delicious. Lin Fan nodded repeatedly as he ate, clearly more than satisfied. Then he poured a glass of Ho Privateer's own wine. First it shook a little, then, slowly poured it into his mouth. Lin Fan closed his eyes slightly, as if he was feeling the flavor of the wine. Although, this action is very simple. However, it made Chu Yunyue look a little smitten, because, in Chu Yunyue's eyes, it seemed as if Lin Fan wasn't drinking from a private room at all. Instead, it was a nobleman, dressed in full formal attire, sitting in the middle of a tall, luxurious castle, savoring the finest wines made 100 years ago at his family's winery. Skills, drinking gentleman. Charming. At this time, Lin Fan opened his eyes. For a moment, four eyes met. As if Chu Yunyue had been caught stealing something, she hurriedly lowered her head, her entire pretty face blushing. Lin Fan, on the other hand, was unimpressed and said easily, smooth and sweet in the throat, good grapes were used, but unfortunately, the brewing time is just a bit short. Otherwise, the flavor could have been a little more mellow. Some people like to show off their insights and act like they know everything and are awesome. However, Chu Yunyue could not hear a hint of selling out from Lin Fan's tone. The only thing left to do is to sincerely savor and exclaim. Chu Yunyue couldn't help but say in her heart, Lin Fan, not only does he have such a deep understanding of perfume, but even wine? What else exactly does he not know how to do? Is he really just a young man in his 20s? At this moment, in Chu Yunyue's eyes, Lin Fan's body seemed to blossom with seven-colored light around him, yet it seemed to be shrouded by a dense fog. Incredibly mysterious. It was only after a good half-long while that Chu Yunyue came back to her senses and said, Lin Fan, I know you don't like being a technical director, but your improvements to lovesickness will indeed bring us a great deal of help from Flowery Tea. I'm prepared to transfer 10% of Flowery Tea's shares as an entry into your technology, so I hope you won't mind. Lin Fan had the intention to refuse. He was tempted to say that the reason he had gone to improve lovesickness was really just an itchy hand to try his hand at making perfume. But, as Lin Fan looked at Chu Yunyue's serious appearance, he casually responded, more shares is more shares. It doesn't matter. In the next few days, Lin Fan often ran to Flower Tea. Every day, Lin Fan would make several perfumes, which could be considered an addiction. At the same time, Lin Fan also taught Chu Yunyue all of the 7 models of Love's Heart specific improvement plans. Now, all that is needed is to mass-produce the 7 Love Hearts, and then, with good advertising design and promotion, they can be officially launched. Today, Chu Yunyue went to Ho Private Cuisine for dinner with Lin Fan as usual. Initially, Chu Yunyue was more appreciative of Lin Fan, appreciate his knowledge of perfumes, but, over time, there is an added flavor beyond appreciation. The night, deepening. Flowery Tea, Inc. A silhouette quietly burrowed into Chu Yunyue's office. He opened the computer and copied all the perfume information of Love's Heart and Flower Tea to the hard disk. Through the faint glow of the computer monitor, the face of the figure was mapped out, and it turned out to be the R&D officer, Zhao Zhixiong. Tonight, Lin Fan didn't go to Yike City, but returned to the school dormitory. At this time, Zheng Jinbao was watching the live broadcast and let out a hefty laugh from time to time. Song Yi is playing a game. Ma Zhong is reading a book. The whole atmosphere of the dormitory is very harmonious and relaxed. Lin Fan took a sip of his glass of water before focusing on the system. Level, LV5. LV5 reward, $20 for every 1 breath, $20 for every 1 second of sleep, $20 for every 1 step. Rewards arrive at 2400 hours every day. Upgrade spending amount, 7.5 million/50 million, gifting to others, gambling, etc. are not counted. In addition, all items obtained from the system are prohibited from being traded. Skills, professional level car driving skills, charisma aura, 5% chance of triggering love at first sight, carved in bone, violent aesthetics, drinking gentleman, absolute concentration, 10% chance of triggering aurora, academician level math experience, professor level chemistry experience, capital, 161 million. Jingle bells. At this time, Lin Fan's cell phone rang with a light ringtone. He glanced at the caller alert. It turned out that it was Lin Xiaoyao who called. Xiaoyao, have you eaten your face a bit rounder lately? Lin Fan said. Brother, You said it again, Lin Xiaoyao shouted in defiance. The two started with a bit of small talk. It was only then that Lin Xiaoyao said, "Brother, Mom and Dad are discussing having a 70th birthday for Grandpa. Are you free to go back home in the next 2 days?" "Of course I'm going back." Lin Fan didn't hesitate at all. To know, when he was a child, Lin Fan's family was poor. In order for Lin Fan to be able to study, his mom and dad went out to work together to earn money when he was very young. It could be said that Lin Fan had been living with his grandparents in the countryside before he went to high school. Therefore, Lin Fan and his grandparents had a deep bond. Later, Lin Fan's family moved to the town of Qingshi. Originally, the Lin Fans were going to bring their grandparents over to live with them, but the grandparents are used to the rural life, so the grandparents and grandchildren see each other less often. Now that the family was going to celebrate his grandfather's 70th birthday, Lin Fan naturally wouldn't miss it. Lin Xiaoyao said, He, I knew you would go, brother. By the way, brother, I saw in the Daily Nation that there was a student from your Jiangbei University who answered 2 of the world's math puzzles. Moreover, that student even has the same name as you, also called Lin Fan. Common sense would say that photos, images, and videos of someone like Lin Fan, who had answered 2 math worlds, would have long since spread all over the internet. But, at Lin Fan's request, and with the help of JNU leaders and others, this prevented these things from happening, and the Daily Nation categorically cannot turn a blind eye to this honor. Although no picture of Lin Fan was published, but, still, Lin Fan's name was mentioned. Lin Xiaoyao happened to have read the news not too long ago, and she had a deep impression of having the same name as her brother. At that moment, Lin Fan easily said, "Oh, the Lin Fan you're talking about is me." "What?" Lin Xiaoyao's tone was filled with doubt, even though Lin Xiaoyao knew that Lin Fan used to do well in his studies. However, one would never think in terms of Lin Fan having answered 2 major world math problems, because, if Lin Fan studied well, it was only limited to being able to get into a major university. Lin Fan continued, "What you just said, the person who answered 2 world math puzzles is your brother me." On the phone, there was no sound for half a second. "Xiaoyao?" Lin Fan couldn't help but ask. "Brother, what you just said is true?" Lin Xiaoyao asked. "It's truer than gold," Lin Fan said. "Crap, groove," Lin Xiaoyao exclaimed. After Lin Fan knew about his grandfather's 70th birthday, he didn't have the heart to continue his lessons. Ever since Lin Fan answered Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime number conjecture, all the teachers defaulted to him being able to miss class as much as he wanted. But, Lin Fan still called his counselor, Sun Yaodong, for a leave of absence today. Then, he also called to tell mom and dad about the chef and ingredients, all arranged by himself for grandpa's big birthday. He's going to make his grandfather's big birthday beautiful and hot. Then, Lin Fan went straight to the Jiangbei Grand Hotel. A few days ago, Lin Fan had come here to eat, and even though it was a very ordinary small dish, the flavor was delicious. Apparently, the chef at the Jiangbei Grand Hotel cooks well. Therefore, Lin Fan moved to ask a few chefs from the Jiangbei Grand Hotel to go home and help with his grandfather's big birthday banquet. When Lin Fan walked into the Jiangbei Grand Hotel, he directly said to the waiter, "Call your manager here for a moment." The waiter first hesitated. After all, his own manager wasn't something that anyone could meet just because they wanted to. But, after he looked at Lin Fan's face, he quickly remembered that not long ago, he and Elder Qin, among others, had come to eat together. So the waiter was busy running towards the manager's office. Not a moment later, the middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses ran over quickly. That day, the waiter had only glanced at Lin Fan in a hurry and had memorized his appearance. The manager was the one who had been leading the way in front, and even, midway through, helped send in the dishes a few times, and even remembered Lin Fan's appearance clearly, and no wonder. He would be, truly, too many big names came to that meal, and Lin Fan was the only young man among those big shots. And, in the end, he even sat next to Elder Qin. It was simply impossible for the manager not to remember such a special person, even if he wanted to. "Hello, my name is Zhang Shanfeng. You can just call me Xiao Zhang. May I ask what you need to order?" The managers bent over slightly and asked respectfully. "My name is Lin Fan. It's like this. My grandfather is ready to celebrate his birthday. I want to hire a few chefs from your hotel to go back and run a banquet for 2 days. I don't know if it's convenient for Manager Zhang?" Lin Fan asked bluntly. If it was an ordinary person who had asked such a question, Zhang Shanfeng would have absolutely cursed at him and directly told him to get out. "Hire a couple of chefs from the restaurant? You're just inviting me? Are you kidding me? Don't even look at what this place is." However, Zhang Shanfeng was filled with joy at Lin Fan's request. Without hesitation, he said, "It's an honor for Mr. Lin to look at our restaurant's chef." "The honor? That's right. With Lin Fan's status, being willing to use the chef of the Zhongbei Grand Hotel was indeed an honor. It wasn't long before 3 medium-sized chefs arrived in front of Lin Fan. Originally, Lin Fan wanted to pay Zhang Shanfeng's hiring expenses. However, Zhang Shanfeng insisted that he didn't want it, so Lin Fan had no choice but to give up. Then, Lin Fan, together with the 3 chefs, went to the large basin vegetable market. When the 3 chefs arrived here, a look of surprise was evident on their faces. Don't look at the name of the big basin vegetable market is very earthy, but it is the most luxurious vegetable market in the north of the river, alias number 1 vegetable market. It has a variety of top quality meats, fruits and vegetables. A bunch of ordinary looking grapes will cost several $100s. The 3 chefs already knew they were on a mission to help with a birthday dinner. Well, there are definitely a lot of ingredients that need to be purchased. These ingredients shouldn't all be purchased at the big basin food market, right? Soon, Lin Fan affirmed their thoughts. Let's start by purchasing the ingredients for 30 tables at the rate of 100,000 per table, Lin Fan said. The 3 chefs froze again as they heard the words. Obviously, they're still a little incredulous. 100,000 per table. This kind of price, even in a 5-star hotel, is the highest specification meal. Nowadays, it's just an ingredient to buy home? The chef, standing in the middle, asked, Mr. Lin, is it 100,000 per table, including drinks? Lin Fan shook his head. Drinks are not included. After the 3 chefs received Lin Fan's affirmation, they didn't hesitate any longer and directly walked into the big pot market. Pigeon, shrimp, top quality Wagyu beef, milk pork, goat meat, organic tomatoes, space peppers. The 3 chefs have never purchased these ingredients themselves, and today was a real treat. And while they were choosing the ingredients, Lin Fan also chose the drinks and beverages. In the end, the total came to $4 million. Lin Fan didn't have any hesitation at all and directly swiped his card to pay successfully. At that moment, a crisp beep sounded in Lin Fan's head. Ding! This spending is $4 million. Do you want to use the 10x rebate card? Lin Fan casually selected OK. It didn't take long for his cell phone to vibrate slightly. Merchants Bank. Remit $40 million. Lin Fan looked at the large amount of high-class ingredients and liquors that were being moved into the van, and an odd look appeared on his face. So, not only did he not spend any money, he made money? Lin Fan took advantage of the gap in carrying the ingredients to find a deserted place, pulled out his cell phone, and dropped his gaze on the screen above the 1050 red envelopes. Lin Fan's purchase of furniture, completion of the 5 lights and eating colors quest, and his spending during this time totaled 6.5 million yuan. For every $10,000 you spend, you can open 1 bonus. But, Lin Fan plans 1,000 bonus packages and then opens them together. So, never touched those red envelopes. Today, another $4 million has been used, and the total is $10.5 million, which is just over 1,000 red packets. Lin Fan muttered, 1050 red packets. Let's see what we can get. Turn them all on. Ding. Congratulations. You get $2. Ding. Congratulations. You have been awarded $1,000. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired a Hutian jade chess piece. Translucent. Warm and soft. Extraordinary. Ding. Congratulations. You get $4. Ding. Congratulations. You have received a 10x spending rebate card. Spend better to get more. Ding. Congratulations. You get $5. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired 51% of the shares of Xiaowo Wholesale City, one of the largest wholesale markets in Huaxia. Good quality and low price. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained the skill doubling card. You can specify to double the ability of a certain skill within 1 hour, have a more powerful skill and display a more charming charm. Ding. Congratulations. You have gained the skill hacking expert. Understand network constructs, solve network problems, and show extraordinary charisma. With 1050 red packets, Lin Fan got a total of 1,020,000 yuan, and things like a 10x spending rebate card, 51% of the shares of Xiaowo Wholesale City, a skill doubling card, and a hacking expert. This can definitely be considered a bumper crop. The corners of Lin Fan's mouth also couldn't help but raise slightly as he said, not a bad harvest. When he raised his head, he happened to find a crystal clear chess piece, placed in front of his eyes, and muttered. Originally, there was still a plan to make a trip to the jewelry store to buy a birthday gift for Grandpa, but now it seems that there is no need to do so. By this time, all the ingredients had all been moved into the van. Lin Fan drove the Mercedes-Benz Big G in the front and led the way, with the van following behind, heading straight towards his old home in Qing City. In the capital, the Zhou family compound was filled with green trees and brilliant flowers. Zhou Guotao, the oldest member of the Zhou family, was very cozy as he sipped his tea and teased his parrot. This time last year, Zhou Guotao was not bedridden no, but the body is very weak and it would not be this easy at all. Now, on the other hand, he was able to do so solely because Lin Fan had given him medical water to drink. Medical water not only pulled Zhou Guotao back from the ghost, but also cured him of many big and small ailments. At this time, Zhou Shihong, the second oldest member of the Zhou family, walked over and said, "Master, some news has come from the Zhang province." "Oh, bring it to me," Zhou Guotao said. Zhou Shihong directly handed out a stack of information. Zhou Guotao slowly turned it over, and on his old, ancient and unperturbed face, there was first a slight movement, and then, a flash of surprise that was hard to hide, answering two major math puzzles, pressing and not reporting them, and then, saving Qin Yuming's grandson, Lin Fan. "You're even more remarkable than I thought." Zhou Shihong, who was standing beside him, was shaken. It was important to realize that the reason why the Zhou family had become a top family could be completely attributed to Elder Zhou. Master Zhou didn't know how many talents he had seen in his life. His vision was definitely higher than the sky. Yet, there was such a high opinion of the young man whose age was only in his 20s. "This is unimaginable," Zhou Guotao muttered. "Previously, I felt that I should take my time to draw closer to Lin Fan, but now it seems that it's a bit inappropriate." After a pause, he added, "Lin Fan's grandfather is having his 70th birthday in 2 days, right?" At this moment, Zhou Shihong was still in the middle of the old master's evaluation of Lin Fan, unable to extricate himself. It took half a second to respond and say, "Yes." Zhou Guotao nodded and said, "Lin Fan saved my life. In all reason, I should personally make a visit to his grandfather to congratulate him on his birthday." When these words came out, the heart of Zhou Shihong, who was standing next to him, was as shocked to the extreme as if he had set off a shock wave. To know, the Zhou family was one of the top families in China, and Elder Zhou was at the helm of the Zhou family. Over the years, Master Zhou rarely showed up at top banquets, not to mention giving birthday celebrations. Now, he was actually going to personally travel to the rural area of Qing City to celebrate Lin Fan's grandfather's birthday? Moreover, it was only the 70th birthday? You know, Master Zhou himself is nearly 80 years old. Yamaya Village, Aoshi City. A decade or so ago, there was only a very narrow path that led to the village of Yamaya. It is very difficult to pass a small car alone. Of course, Yamaya Village didn't have trolleys in those days, and every time it rains, the path becomes even more of a mud pit, making it completely unwalkable. More than 10 years later, 2 wide concrete roads have been built in Yamaya Village, and many people have long been driving small cars. Early this morning, in the small bungalow in the middle of the village, Lin Tao, Dai Weishui and Lin Xiaoyao divided their work, either wiping the table, boiling water, sticking longevity characters, or hanging lanterns, or busy. Apparently, this was Lin Fan's rural hometown and where he had lived until he was 12 years old. Lin Xiaoyao said, "Dad, your character for longevity isn't quite right. A little to the left." Yes. Before long, the whole bungalow was plastered with birthday characters and hung with big red lanterns, making it look very festive. Lin Xiaoyao took out her cell phone and snapped a few pictures, a smile piling up on her face. Obviously, she was very pleased with her masterpiece. Xiaofan said that the ingredients and chef were left in his charge. "So why aren't they back yet?" "Don't be too late," Dai Weishui said with some concern. "Isn't it?" Lin Tao said. Lin Xiaoyao, on the other hand, said in a relaxed manner, "Dad, Mom, don't worry. Since brother said he's responsible, there must be no problem." Rumble. As the sunrise shot through the trees, a sound rang out in the distance. Then a big tall Mercedes G, and a van slowly drove by. Lin Xiaoyao said happily, "Look guys, brother is back." The city of Zhangbei is not too far away from the mountain house village of Qing City, but Lin Fan needed to purchase something. In addition, arrangements will have to be made for the cook's accommodation. So, didn't come to Aoichi Yamaya village last night. "Brother, what's that truck in the back?" Lin Xiaoyao walked over and asked. Lin Fan replied, "Ingredients for the birthday banquet." At that moment, the 3 chefs slowly carried down the various ingredients. Lin Tao followed up to help, saying, "We'll just stir fry outside today." After all, according to the plan, there were more than 20 tables of feasts to be made today. If you cook in your home kitchen, it's too crowded. Tap tap. An old man with gray hair and a thin body, but, with his back always straight, slowly walked out. Lin Fan's heart trembled slightly when he saw the old man and called out excitedly, "Grandpa!" This old man was none other than Lin Fan's grandfather. Lin Liqiang. In Lin Fan's memory, his grandfather often wore an army green coat or white short sleeves. Today, on the other hand, he changed into a white shirt and looked radiant. Lin Liqiang nodded towards Lin Fan and said, "Little Fan, back?" His voice, very thick, unlike the average old man, was full of compassion. But Lin Fan knew that it wasn't that his grandfather didn't love him. Rather, it was because Grandpa had always been cold on the outside and hot on the inside. On the one hand, it is a matter of character, and on the other hand, it is a habit acquired in his youth as a soldier. Lin Fan said, "Yes, Grandpa, is your health alright?" "It's okay now," Lin Liqiang said. At that moment, a slightly hoarse voice came out of the house. "It's Fan who's back, isn't it?" Then Zhang Guidan, a grandmother with short hair and a plaid shirt, came out. "Grandma," Lin Fan called out excitedly. "Let me see. How is my family's little Fan now?" As Zhang Guidan spoke, she touched Lin Fan's head for a moment, and a moment later, pinched his arm. Then, happily nodding his head repeatedly, he said, "Little Fan is sturdier than before. Unlike Grandpa, who is majestic and cold on the outside and hot on the inside, Grandma is kind and warmer on the outside." Lin Fan said, "Grandma, how is your health? Your grandfather and I, we eat 3 meals a day, a big bowl of rice for each meal, and our health is very good." Zhang Guidan laughed happily. Lin Fan's heart was also very happy when he heard that. But, with a slight movement of his mind, he still spent 20 million and purchased 2 bottles of medical water from the system. "Grandparents, you guys try this." Lin Fan handed out medical water and said. Zhang Guidan asked, "What is this?" "A small drink. I heard that it also has a little healthcare effect." Lin Fan said. "Yeah, I'll have to try it then." Zhang Guidan laughed. Lin Liqiang said and sniffed, while he didn't ask anything more and directly poured a mouthful into his mouth. Lin Fan saw that his grandparents all drank it down, and his heart was a little more at ease. He remembers that his grandparents both had a bit of arthritis, and it was very hard on their bodies every winter. Now, after drinking the medical water, I believe it won't be like that in the future. Then, Lin Fan took out the Hatian jade chest and said, "Grandpa, I wish you good fortune like the East Sea and longevity like the South Mountain." Lin Liqiang said, "Good, little Fan, have a heart." Zhang Guidan then followed and exclaimed, "What a beautiful chess set. Your grandpa has long wanted a new chess set, and today, it's just what he wanted. The relatives haven't come yet, and there's not much going on. So Xiao Fan, why don't you play a few with your grandfather with this new pair of chess?" Lin Liqiang pointed to the side of the gate and said, "Go, Xiao Fan, we'll play chess there." Lin Liqiang is not like the average old man who likes to play mahjong. He usually likes to play chess when he has nothing else to do, and now that he's been given such a great chess set, he's immediately interested. Lin Fan naturally wouldn't push back and said, "Okay." The two had just arrived at the gate. Knock, knock, knock. By this time, the 3 chefs had already neatly arranged all the ingredients and then, quickly cleaned, cut and plated them. The blade was like a shadow, very swift. How had Lin Xiaoyao ever seen someone cook like this? It was almost as if she had seen a legendary knife master, and her entire body was a bit dumbfounded. Lin Liqiang also couldn't help but look in the direction of the kitchen and nodded his head. Good cook. This then sat down and set up the chess pieces. But, before the two could start playing chess, a footstep sounded outside the corridor. Tap tap. A group of people walked in. They had gifts in their hands and smiles all over their faces. "Good health, Grandpa. May you live a long life, old man." Among these people were Lin Fan's uncles and aunts, all relatives. It's not good to continue playing chess when you have relatives coming over. Naturally. Thus, Lin Liqiang stood up and smiled. "Fine, I'm troubling you guys to come all the way over here. Master, you are being too kind." "Yeah, it's only right that we come over," the relatives replied. Lin Tao, Dai Wei Shui and Zhang Guidan, as the host family, were busy coming forward to receive the gifts, at the same time, voicing concern. "Hard work. Sit down and drink some water." According to the rules of Green City, firecrackers are required when a relative arrives. For one thing, it's a way of honoring and welcoming your relatives. Secondly, it is a sort of notification to the village folks that the family is going to organize a happy event. However, before Lin Tao could light the firecrackers, a burst of crackling firecrackers had already sounded from the west side of the village. Lin Tao couldn't help but stagnate after hearing this. As a matter of fact, not only Lin Tao froze for a moment, but Dai Weishui, Lin Liqiang, Zhang Guidan and the others all looked towards the western direction of the village with puzzled gazes. According to the rules of Umaya village, firecrackers are usually not set off except for New Year's Eve, festivals and celebrations. Today, apparently, is not a New Year's Eve holiday. Also, I don't think I've heard of anyone having a wedding at their house. Lin Xiaoyao saw that her dad was going to set off firecrackers, so she stood far away and covered her ears early. At this time, but saw his dad stopped, could not help but call out, "Dad, still put on the firecracker? Release?" Of course. After Lin Tao finished speaking, he lit a cigarette and came directly in front of the fuse. Snap! At once, a loud firecracker sound resounded through the entire Shanya village, and the remnants of the fiery red firecrackers scattered and splashed in all directions, making the scene even more lively and festive. The crowd of relatives greeted each other and the atmosphere was very nice. It didn't take long for a round-faced man, carrying a table, to slowly walk over. When he saw Lin Fan, a look of surprise appeared on his face and he called out, "Fan, when did you come back? Why didn't you tell me?" The man is called Jizingi, lives behind Lin Fan's old house, and they are the same age. Since there is only one elementary school in Yamaya village, there is only one class for each grade. Therefore, Lin Fan and Jizingi have always been in the same class. We study together in class, play together after school, and are very good friends. Lin Fan said, "I've only just arrived." At this time, Dai Weishue walked over and said, "Xiao Yi, hard work for you, using your home table, and letting you move it over." Generally speaking, when any family in Yamaya village celebrates a wedding, they will call their friends and relatives, as well as everyone in the village, over for dinner and a banquet. Normally, family and friends plus villagers, totaling hundreds of people at the banquet, would have to have at least 10 tables, with just the one hosting the banquet. Naturally there weren't that many tables. Therefore, the villagers of Yamaya village will offer to lend tables and chairs. Jizingi said, "Auntie, you're talking too much." Lin Tao, on the other hand, asked, "Xiao Yi, I just heard what seems like someone setting off firecrackers on the west side of the village. Which family is also having a wedding today?" "It's Wang Xiaodong and his family. Their family doesn't know what's going on. Yesterday afternoon suddenly said that today his grandfather is also going to have a 70th birthday." Shi Zhangyi said. As soon as these words came out, Lin Tao, Dai Wei Shui, Lin Liqiang, and Zhang Gue Dan, their faces all became a little ugly. This is absolutely intentional. Wang Xiaodong's grandfather's name was Wang Yaping. The fields of the Wang and Lin families are connected. That year there was heavy rain and the fields were full of water. Lin Fan's grandfather, Lin Liqiang, worried about the water drowning the farmhouse, so he used a hoe to dig a ditch along the two families' fields, thus allowing the water to flow away faster. It was this gutter that made the Wang and Lin families, for decades, no longer at peace, because Wang Yaping felt that Lin Liqiang this ditch dug across the boundary, the family's field to the Lin Liqiang family, so often in the village to chew the tongue. Lin Liqiang, on the other hand, thought that he had done something good but was falsely accused, and was so angry that he went straight to Wang Yaping to argue. The two families have quarreled and have been hostile until now. Later, when someone in Lin Liqiang's family had a grandchild, Wang Yaping made sure to have a grandchild as well. Lin Liqiang's family bought a house out there, so Wang Yaping must also buy a house. The open and shut battles never stop. It did start out as a bit of a field, but, over time, it becomes more than just the fields. It's the face, it's the fight, and now, Lin Liqiang has long told the village that he is going to have a 70th birthday today. As a result, yesterday afternoon, Wang Yaping notified the village that he was also having his 70th birthday today. Isn't this a clear-cut confrontation? Two birthday banquets, held at the same time. Which house should the villagers go to? It's asking them to make a choice. According to the rules of Mountain House Village, it's all about the highs, not the lows. If there are two families having a wedding, unless the villagers are particularly close, generally speaking, they will choose to go to that family with a high status of friends and relatives to congratulate them, which is considered to be a welcome and respect for the VIPs. Lin Liqiang's family doesn't have any friends or relatives with particularly high status, while Wang Yaping has a son who I've heard is the general manager of a company in Qing City, and he also has a nephew who is a leader in the education sector in Qing City. It's clear which family has high status relatives and friends. A person who has only one 70th birthday in his life. It would be ugly if, today, not many people came to congratulate the birthday at all. Rumble. At this point, a tall, flashy car keeps heading west of the village. Then, immediately another crackle of firecrackers rang out from the west of the village. The villagers of Mountain House Village, apparently noticing the commotion as well, rushed towards the west of the village. At this time, in front of Wang Yaping's home, parked Mercedes-Benz, BMW and other 6 or 7 luxury cars. Very expansive. The entire ground was covered with the remnants of firecrackers, as if a red carpet had been laid down. Many villagers carried tables and kept walking towards Wang Yaping's house. "Uncle Li, thank you for coming to the birthday banquet. Uncle Zhang, It's so much trouble for you, and for bringing the table and bench. Sit down and have some tea. The whole scene was as lively as a bazaar. Today's Wang Yaping wore a tang suit and his hair was deliberately dyed black. But the wrinkles all over his face, and the stooped waist, were unable to hide his aging age. The birthday boy is here. Hello birthday boy. When the crowd saw Wang Yaping walk out, they voiced their greetings. Thank you all guys for coming to my birthday banquet. Wang Yaping laughed. Wang Yaping looked at the villagers in front of the door. The whole old face was covered with smiles. Happy birthday. At the same time, can also compare Lin Liqian. That is even more happy. Compared to the lively scene of Wang Yaping's house, Lin Liqian's house is a bit cold. Only a few villagers with good friendships rushed over with tables and chairs. There were just a few tables sparsely set up in front of the empty home, with a large number of villagers missing. These tables and chairs were more than enough, and Lin Liqian didn't have any blame for the villagers' choice. After all, it had always been a tradition in the village of Umaya to honor its valued guests. This is, after all, his birthday banquet. Now, but this cold, the heart is still inevitably a little unhappy. Shizingyi seemed to feel that the atmosphere was a bit off, and complained. Wang Xiaodong and his family, they are doing too much. This kind of happy event also needs to be messed up. Isn't it just that they have a few powerful relatives? When Fan becomes a big boss in the future, he will also have a wedding with Wang Xiaodong and his family. Let's see what they do. Lin Fan patted Shizingyi's shoulder and smiled. Perhaps there is no need to wait for later. As soon as the words left his mouth, a car roared at the entrance of the village. Then 1, 2, 3, a black mass of luxury automobiles, traveling from a distance. Finally, it stopped steadily in front of Lin Fan. The crowd of relatives and villagers present, after seeing these cars, had a look of doubt on their faces and looked towards Lin Tao and Lin Liqiang and the others. But where did Lin Tao and Lin Liqiang know what was going on? They are also filled with disbelief. So, someone whispered, it couldn't be a friend or relative of Elder Wang and his family, could it? When these words came out, many people revealed a flash of hesitation. They hesitated to follow them to Wang Xiaodong's house as well, although they don't know the exact model or price of these cars. But the Mercedes and BMW logos on the front of the car are recognizable. These can all be expensive luxury cars. They're all VIPs. So many VIPs. LOL. As some of the villagers hesitated, the car door slowly opened. One by one, men and women in suits and fancy clothes came down the aisle. Among them, Wang Zhongde, a round-faced, middle-aged man who looked very kind, walked in front of Lin Fan in large strides and respectfully said, "Good day, Mr. Lin." More than a month ago, Lin Fan became the Qiankuan Mansion Group master after he took ownership of the Qiankuan Mansion. The group includes Wang Zhongde, the property manager, and the president of the company that rents the office building. Yesterday, after Lin Fan learned that his grandfather was going to hold his 70th birthday, he directly sent out invitations in the Qiankuan Mansion Group. For the owner of Qiankuan Mansion, the hearts of those company bosses had long been filled with curiosity. So, when they saw the invitation, they all rushed over unless they were out of town or in an emergency. After hearing Wang Zhongde's words, the bosses couldn't help but secretly sized up Lin Fan and followed. "Good day, Mr. Lin." Lin Fan smiled and nodded. "Introducing, this is my grandfather." Wang Zhongde immediately said, "So you are today's birthday boy, Elder Lin." If Mr. Lin didn't say anything, I would have thought that you were Mr. Lin's uncle. This statement, while somewhat complimentary, but there are a few truths, because Lin Liqian was originally in good spirits, plus the fact that I just drank medical water made the whole thing even more energized. At this time, Lin Liqian, Lin Tao and the villagers finally understand that these people from the limousine out of the original all to Lin Liqian birthday congratulations, rather than to Wang Yaping birthday congratulations. Lin Liqian couldn't help but ask, "Are you?" Wang Zhongde hurriedly said, "Look at me. I haven't introduced myself all this time. My name is Wang Zhongde. I'm the property manager of Qiankuan Mansion. Elder Lin, I wish you blessings like the East Sea and longevity like South Mountain." As he spoke, he handed out a longevity peach made of pure gold. Following behind Wang Zhongde, a middle-aged man wearing a black suit handed out a gold lock and said, "I am Liang Feiyang, the chairman of Related Joint Stock Company. Elder Lin, I wish you a long and healthy life and good fortune." Next to him, the man in the white shirt handed out a red envelope and said, "I'm Jun Zhua, the chairman of Yangluan Company. Master Lin, I wish you good health and all the best." There was a chorus of congratulations. When the crowd heard this, they all had their mouths half open, with surprise written all over their faces. Although, when these people stepped out of the limousine, the crowd had already guessed that they were not in bad standing. But, at this time, after hearing their blessings and self-introductions, I realized that all of these people were actually the company's senior managers. You know, a dozen people just came. That is, a dozen or so company executives came together to celebrate a birthday? This is unimaginable. When the last person was introduced and blessed, Lin Lixian also finally came back to his senses. He laughed aloud. Good. Thank you all. Please sit down and have some tea first. The banquet will start soon. Some of the old bosses sat down, while others gossiped in low voices, and some quietly observed their surroundings. Initially, all the bosses were a bit unimpressed, because it seems like it's just an ordinary rural bungalow. They couldn't help but have some doubts in their minds. Was this really the old home of the boss behind Shinkuan Mansion? It's a little too common, isn't it? Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, two of the senior executives heard the sounds of cooking and chopping and casually glanced sideways. It's not so bad if you don't look at it, but when you do, you just can't take your eyes off it. Three chefs, wielding knives like shadows, are cooking quickly. What a sharp eye the old bosses have. A quick glance showed that the three chefs were very good cooks, and I'm afraid that they were good enough to compare to the average 4-star, or even 5-star chefs. That's nothing. Key, it's the ingredients they cook with. Milk pork, space shrimp, tops and beef. Especially when the corner of your eye jumps when you see the big pot of food market logo on the bag. They are very aware of the prices at the big bonsai market and just how expensive they are. That's known as the #1 food market. Even they have only been there once or twice. And the dishes for this banquet, surprisingly, all came from the Taipan vegetable market. How much do these ingredients cost? Gulp. The two old bosses couldn't help but gulp. Lin Xiaoyao saw that so many people had come to celebrate her grandfather's birthday, and as she was also considered the host, she should treat them well. Generally, if the feast has not yet begun, then the guests should be entertained with a game of cards. Unfortunately, there are no cards in the house at all. Lin Xiaoyao's eyes gurgled, and soon, landed her gaze on the Huten jade chess piece not far away. So, she quickly stepped forward, holding the chess pieces and came to the old bosses and asked, "Do you want to play some chess?" The old boss, dressed in a black suit, was just about to wave his hand. In the next moment, his entire body froze, and his eyes were directly locked onto the chess pieces. As a matter of fact, not only him, but also many of the remaining senior executives were all focusing on chess. Well, it seems to be Huten Jade? Someone said uncertainly. The closest, blue-shirt veteran didn't say a word as he reached out with a somewhat trembling hand, took a piece, and examined it carefully. Only after half a second did he say seriously, "It's Huten Jade, and it's still top-quality Huten Jade." When these words came out, all the old bosses around them all sucked in a breath of cool air. You know, this blue-shirt boss's company can be in the jewelry and jade industry. He could be considered an expert in jewelry and jade appraisal, and would never be wrong. The old bosses in the audience are also considered to have a certain degree of insight. They know that some people make strings out of Huten Jade and others make jade pendants out of Huten Jade. But, it's the first time I've seen chess made out of Huten Jade. How much does a chess piece like that cost? 10 million? 20 million? When you buy a chess piece like this, you definitely put it in the safe and enjoy it secretly, right? As a result, he just took it out and played it as a regular chess game? It's a Huten Jade chess set. How heartbreaking would it be if you accidentally fell? Wow! At this moment, Lin Xiaoyao failed to hold it steady, and a chess piece fell directly from the board towards the ground. Lin Xiaoyao's face was full of relief and disbelief. While sitting nearby the old bosses, the pupils suddenly shrunk. Even a layer of fine sweat on the forehead hastily got up to catch the chess pieces. It's a Huten Jade chess set. I'm afraid a chess piece costs millions. Lin Xiaoyao, perhaps noticing the reaction of the crowd of old bosses, casually grabbed the chess pieces that fell towards the ground and caught them just in time. Phew! See here. The old bosses couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief and wiped the fine sweat from their foreheads. Lin Xiaoyao asked, "Do any of you want to play chess? Playing Wada Jade chess?" And then, a couple more near falls? "I'm not playing. You put the chess away." Yeah, put it somewhere nice." The veterans spoke up and couldn't stop shaking their heads. Lin Xiaoyao's pretty face was filled with odd colors. "If you don't want to play, then don't play. Why do you want to keep it for yourself in such a hurry?" Lin Xiaoyao took the chess pieces and casually placed them next to the gate again. "See here." The old bosses, looking at each other. Huten Jade chess pieces worth tens of millions of dollars. Just sitting at the front door? Rumble. At that moment, there was another rumble of cars in the distance. Then 1, 2, 3, another large group of luxury cars drove by. It finally came to a steady stop at the front. Then, as before, many men and women in formal attire came down. Lin Fan had met one of them. It was the general manager of the Silver Mountain Mall in Qing City. Zhou Changjun. Yesterday, Lin Fan stayed in Qing City with 3 chefs and happened to meet Zhou Changjun, who was accompanying a client. At that time, Zhou Changjun was thrilled. After a conversation, Lin Fan told him about his grandfather's 70th birthday. So, Zhou Changjun said on the spot that he would definitely go to congratulate him. After Zhou Changjun and Lin Fan separated, he then reported this matter to Song Jifeng, the chairman of the Silver Mountain Group. Song Jifeng had always attached great importance to Lin Fan, the never-before-seen largest shareholder. Therefore, after learning that Lin Fan's grandfather was going to celebrate his birthday, there was no hesitation at all, and he directly led the company's executives to come to Qing City by airplane overnight. Song Jifeng didn't want to cause Lin Fan to have thoughts in his mind because he hadn't gone to congratulate him on his birthday. If he caused him to suddenly intervene in the affairs of the Silver Mountain Group, that would be a real regret. Song Jifeng walked up and said, "Hello Mr. Lin, we finally meet." As the words fell, he took the initiative to extend his right hand. Lin Fan had never seen Song Jifeng at all, but, seeing Zhou Changjun standing next to him and treating him so respectfully, he had a guess in his heart and said, hello, Mr. Lin." The executives standing next to Song Jifeng called out respectfully. They wouldn't dare to have the slightest contempt because Lin Fan was young. One must know that Lin Fan was the biggest shareholder of the Silver Mountain Group. All it takes is one disgruntlement on his part and he can immediately lay off and get out. Lin Fan nodded and said, "This is my grandfather. Hello Elder Lin. I wish you good health and all the best," Song Jifeng busily said, at the same time, handing out a delicate-looking jade Buddha. Lin Liqiang hesitantly accepted the gift and said, Thank you. You are? Oh, my name is Song Jifeng. I'm the chairman of the Silver Mountain Group, Song Jifeng said. Not too long ago, Lin Liqiang had already met a number of old bosses, so, it's not too much of a reaction to that. As for Wang Zhongda and the old bosses standing not far away, they all stared wide-eyed with horror written all over their faces. It's true that they are also the bosses of various companies, but, their companies and the Silver Mountain Group, that's not comparable at all, okay? Silver Mountain Group, that's a large enterprise with a market capitalization of tens of billions of dollars. The chairman of such a large corporation would come over in person to celebrate his birthday. Moreover, in his words, there was a hint of currying favor with Lin Fan. As expected, the boss behind the Qinquan mansion was truly remarkable. I'm the general manager of Silver Mountain Group, Xiang Ligua, Elder Lin. I wish you good fortune and longevity. I'm the investment promotion director of Silver Mountain Group, Yi Cheng, Elder Lin. I wish you all the best of luck and smiles. After Song Jifeng congratulated him on his birthday, all the executives of Silver Mountain Group also voiced their blessings and sent red packets or gifts. Zhou Changjun, who had the lowest status on the scene, finally spoke up as well. I'm the general manager of the Silver Mountain Mall in Qing City, Zhou Changjun, Elder Lin. I wish you good luck and good fortune. When this statement came out, the surrounding old bosses, their faces all did not have any changes. After all, the chairman and the crowd of executives from Silver Mountain Group were here. What's a small general manager of Silver Mountain Mall? But, some of the villagers were screaming in surprise. Why do I say I look at him with some familiarity? It turns out that he is the general manager of the Silver Mountain Mall in the city. A while ago, the Green City News even reported on him. It's remarkable. Even the general manager of Silver Mountain Mall has given Elder Lin a birthday celebration. Old Zhang and his family, why haven't they come over yet? I'll call and hurry. Where's Old Song and his family? Then, these villagers pulled out their cell phones and dialed with people they knew well. In fact, they naturally knew that Old Zhang, Old Song and the others, had gone to celebrate Wang Yaping's birthday. It's according to the custom of just as high as you can go and there's not much to say about it. But, didn't the Lin family have more honored guests now? Then of course, it's time for these people to come to the Lin family to celebrate their birthday. At this time, west of the village, Wang Yaping's home. In the kitchen, the aroma of meat slowly wafted out. The villagers sat around, smelling the aroma and chatting more and more vigorously. Jingle bells. At that moment, someone's cell phone rang out loud and clear. The man casually picked up the phone. What? Are you telling the truth? Fine, I'll be right over. Then, without greeting anyone, he catapulted himself toward the outside. There is more than one such case. 3, 5, 8, 10. Those who didn't get the call, or pulled their friends to ask, or were filled with curiosity, followed suit. Not a moment later, Wang Yaping's house has gone almost half of the people. And, also, there are still people going outside. Originally, the somewhat crowded scene immediately became empty. Wang Yaping also noticed this and frowned. What did they do? The middle-aged man next to him said, I'll ask, soon. The middle-aged man walked back, his face a little unsightly, and said, "They said that there are 1 or 2 dozen luxury cars parked in front of old man Lin's house. A total of a dozen old bosses came to congratulate the birthday, and even the general manager of the Silver Mountain Mall in Green City also came over." So, the middle-aged man didn't finish his words, but Wang Yaping already understood. According to the principle of as high as it is, not as low as it is, those villagers must have felt that Lin Liqiang's family had more VIPs and a bigger portion. Wang Yaping looked at the villagers who kept leaving, his whole face ugly to the extreme. The reason he chose today to hold the birthday banquet was because he wanted to step on Lin Liqiang. Today, most of the villagers go to Lin Liqiang's house. Wouldn't that make a joke out of you instead? At this moment, Wang Yaping even developed an urge to cancel holding his 70th birthday. At this time, many villagers have come to Lin Liqiang's house. They looked at the long row of luxury cars in the distance, their faces full of amazement. There's a difference between hearsay and seeing it with your own eyes. When they saw Lin Liqiang, they arched their hands in greeting. "Good old birthday boy. Old birthday boy, you're in great spirits today." Lin Liqiang couldn't be happier as he listened to the villagers' greetings. Laughing brightly, he said, "Thank you, everyone, thank you. Please come in, have some water first, dinner will be served later." At this point, a few tables at the entrance had been set up with things like mitai and MK drinks. When the villagers saw it, their cloudy eyes, vaguely glittering with light, couldn't help but gulp. Someone seemed to be worried that they had spent their eyes and whispered, "Is that Maotai? I just checked on my cell phone. It's a 5,000 yuan bottle of flying mutai." Someone next to him said, "Hiss." The villagers had sucked in a breath of cool air, and then, they couldn't wait to sit around the table. But, initially, only a small number of villagers came, and there were only a few tables in total, so how could so many people be seated? So, some villagers quickly went home to move tables and chairs, and some villagers even returned to Wang Yaping's home and quietly moved their own tables. Although it was quiet, but this scene was all seen in Wang Yaping's eyes. His face reddened with anger, but there was nothing he could do. The villagers who were at Wang Yaping's house to congratulate him on his birthday would have been only a small half. At this time, seeing the villagers who returned to move the table, the small half of the people couldn't help but ask a few questions before another part of them followed and left. In a while, Lin Liqiang's home put down nearly 20 tables, villagers, bosses, all sitting around the table, talking about the world. The atmosphere is incredibly lively. Rumble. At that moment, 2 stretch Rolls Royces came over from the distance. Then, Zhou Guotao, Zhou Shihong, and 4 very robust-looking bodyguards in black suits slowly walked down. The villagers have counted on seeing a lot of luxury cars, but this kind of extended version of the car have not really seen. A moment cannot help but some curiosity have raised their eyes to look. Compared to the curiosity of the villagers, Song Jifeng and the crowd of old bosses were surprised and at the same time vaguely felt a special sense of familiarity. Surprise? From Rolls-Royce Plus, which is a luxury car in the hundreds of millions of dollars. The sense of familiarity comes from the old man standing at the front, and the crowd of old people always feel that they seem to have seen him somewhere. Upon seeing Zhou Guotao, Lin Fan similarly developed a look of surprise, and busily greeted him, saying, "Grandpa Zhou, what brings you here?" After all, Zhou Guotao's status was extraordinary and, moreover, older than his grandfather. Now that he had personally come to celebrate his birthday, Lin Fan naturally had to give the utmost respect. Chow. In the minds of Song Jifeng and the old bosses, a legendary figure, and the old man in front, gradually overlapped. The crowd snapped their eyes wide open, horror and disbelief written all over their faces. It's him, the pillar of the Zhou family, Zhou Guotao. That's right, that's him. Next to him was Zhou Shihong, the second oldest member of the Zhou family. Geez, Lin Fan actually knew someone from the Zhou family, and even the Zhou family's old man had personally made a visit to congratulate him on his birthday. What exactly is Lin Fan's identity? Zhou Guotao laughed brightly. Your grandfather's big birthday, how could I not come? Then, he turned to Lin Liqiang and said, Elder brother Lin, I wish you good health and all the best. As he spoke, he followed by handing out an emerald green jade ruby. Apparently, Zhou Guotao had seen Lin Liqiang's picture long ago, so he could recognize him at a glance. Lin Liqiang even said, Thank you old brother, letting an old man like you wish me a birthday celebration. This is really a setback for me. I wonder what old brother's name is. On the one hand, Lin Liqiang also vaguely sensed that Zhou Guotao's status was not bad. On the other hand, it's usually the younger ones who wish the older ones a good birthday. Zhou Guotao is obviously older than Lin Liqiang. Therefore, Lin Liqiang didn't dare to be any pushy at all. Zhou Guotao laughed. Lin Fan saved my life. And even, it can be said that he saved our entire Zhou family. When old brother Lin celebrates his birthday, of course I have to come and congratulate him. After a pause, he added, by the way, my name is Zhou Guotao. At these words, the old bosses standing not far away had their hearts beating violently again. Although, they had already guessed Zhou Guotao's identity. But, after hearing him admit it himself, he still couldn't help but be surprised beyond measure. At the same time, the gazes that the bosses looked at Lin Fan became a little more respectful. Zhou Guotao's saving grace is unlimited in the future. Rumble. At that moment, there was another sound of a vehicle in the distance. Then 1, 2, 3, another black mass of vehicles, rapidly approaching. Everyone, on the scene, including Song Jifeng, all the old bosses, as well as all the villagers, saw the vehicles that drove by. All stood up with a clamor, and their faces were full of unbelievable, and shocked to the extreme, because, in front and behind these vehicles, it was all clear autos, and in the center was an army green jeep. If that was all it was, it certainly wouldn't have made them react so much. The key is the license plates on these cars. Amount A00001, Amount A00002, Amount A00003, FK00001, FK00002, FK00003. They all know very well what these license plates mean, but they are the cars of the leaders of Jiang Province and Qing City. In the eyes of the crowd, these were not a group of vehicles at all, but a group of immortals descending. Everyone wanted to go up and greet them, but they were afraid of rushing the immortal god. They just stood there, watching from afar. A handful of them. Snort! Finally, all the cars stopped. Then a large group of big names, who existed only in the news and newspapers, stepped out of the car. Standing at the front was none other than Elder Qin Yuming, whom Lin Fan had met not long ago. Qin Yuming stepped forward with a big stride and laughed brightly. Lin Fan, I heard that your grandfather is celebrating his birthday today, so I came over to take a look. I didn't disturb you, did I? The moment these words came out, the hearts of everyone on the scene were once again appalled. You know, the city leaders and the others are all like little followers, following behind this old man. All of this, without fail, surfaced that the old man's identity was extremely terrifying, and such an old man, even because of Lin Fan, therefore, came over to congratulate him on his birthday? What exactly is the identity of Lin Fan? The people present didn't even dare to look at Qin Yuming. They could only focus their incomparably shocked gazes on Lin Fan. In fact, Lin Fan did not expect Qin Yuming to come over. He smiled and said, "We're overjoyed that you were able to come over. How could we disturb?" After all, Lin Fan's original purpose was to organize a lively birthday banquet for his grandfather. The more people come, the better nature becomes. Qin Yuming nodded. Then, striding toward the front, he said to Lin Liqiang, "Good day to the birthday boy." Lin Liqiang also knew very well that Qin Yuming's identity was extremely impressive, and seeing him personally congratulating himself on his birthday, he happily said, "Thank you, thank you." He had never thought that for his 70th birthday, there would be so many big names coming to congratulate him, and the whole person had been so excited that he was somewhat at a loss as to what to say. Qin Yuming laughed. "I came in a hurry and didn't prepare any gifts, so I wrote myself a piece of calligraphy as a congratulatory gift, and I hope that the birthday boy won't mind it." As he spoke, he slightly raised his hand. The middle-aged man standing next to him opened a scroll. On top of the scroll, like a dragon flying over the sky, there were 4 big words, "Bless longevity," and there was also an inscription in the lower right corner, Qin Yuming. Upon seeing this name, the hearts of everyone in the room fluttered again. Although, they had already guessed that this old man came from an extraordinary background. However, the crowd did not expect it to be the legendary Qin Yuming Qinlao. This is a tiger general who has won 100 battles and is well known. Lin Liqiang had been a soldier before, and the person he admired the most was Qin Yuming. He had never imagined that he would one day be able to meet the real Qin Yuming. Even, Qin Yuming gave himself an ink painting. This, Lin Liqiang felt like he was dreaming, while his entire face was as happy as rubbed manuscript paper. It was only after a long time that Lin Liqiang slowly picked up the scroll with trembling hands. Then, Qin Yuming slowly sidestepped toward Zhou Guotao, who was not far away, and smiled. "Guotao, long time no see na." In fact, there was a reason why Qin Yuming had come to celebrate his birthday today. For one thing, Lin Fan had saved his grandson not long ago. Secondly, he saw Lin Fan's abilities, including saving people, his status as a mathematician, and the captain of Dragon Team 10. Thirdly, he learned that Zhou Guotao was also coming to celebrate his birthday. All things considered, Qin Yuming came along. If the leaders of Jiang Province, didn't know that Qin Yuming had come to their turf, then they could have not accompanied them. But, now that we know, of course we have to keep up. That's why there are so many people this time. Zhou Guatao, as the helmsman of the topmost family, naturally recognized Qin Yuming and laughed. Qin Lao, I thought that the next time I met with you would be the National Day. The two old men at the door, a chat, the scene of the crowd are all standing aside, do not dare to talk. At this time, Qin Yuming said, why are we all standing here? Today's protagonist is the birthday boy. Let's hurry in and sit down. How dare the people disobey him? They responded in droves. But, now that so many people have come, the tables and chairs are a little less adequate again. So, the villagers hurriedly made way and then, at a quick pace, ran towards the west of the village. In no time, they arrived at Wang Yaping's home. At this time, the dozen or so tables set up in front of Wang Yaping's house are filled with fragrant dishes, but only dozens of people are sitting. Very empty. Wang Yaping, who was sitting at the top table, was raising his wine glass and preparing to say something. At that moment, a number of villagers suddenly rushed over. When Wang Yaping saw this, a smile could not help but appear on his face. I thought to myself, it seems that they have decided to attend my birthday banquet after all. So, Wang Yaping opened his mouth and prepared to let the villagers sit down. The next moment, Wang Yaping was frozen. This table is mine. These benches are also. Then, the villagers actually put the meal on the table aside, carried the table and ran outside. Someone couldn't help but say, what are you doing? Elder Wang is still having his birthday banquet. The villagers then stopped for a moment and also felt as if it was not a good idea to move straight away. So, he explained, the big leaders of Qing City and Jiang Province have all gone to Old Man Lin's house, and there aren't enough tables and chairs there. The scene went slightly silent at these words. Someone said, since when do you like to joke around? The big leaders of Qing City and Jiang Province? What's that status? It's definitely a big shot in the sky. They'll come to congratulate Lin Lichang on his birthday? It's just not possible. Who's kidding? Not only are the big leaders from Qing City and Jiang Province here, but also, old leader Qin Yuming Qin is here. Someone carried a table and called out. Then, without further ado, he walked quickly towards the distance. He had to hurry to Lin Lichang's house. This is a rare opportunity to dine with so many great people. A second at night is something to be regretted later. The whole scene, once again, was quiet. Qin Yuming? Elder Qin is here too? That's a big-name tiger general. He's coming over? Wang Yaping and everyone else present had disbelief and dumbfoundedness written all over their faces. Jingle bells. At that moment, a loud bell rang, waking up the crowd. The middle-aged man who worked in the education sector in Green City glanced at the caller alert. It turned out to be a call from his cousin, who had told himself ahead of time that he would be arriving later in the day and that he didn't have to wait for him specifically. Cousin, how come there are so many Audi cars parked in front of Old Man Lin's house? And, the license plate is still A00001, A00002. The middle-aged man didn't hear the latter words at all. As if there was a cannonball that exploded violently on the side of his head, buzzing. Wang Yaping, who was standing next to him, directly sat on his but on the stool, incomparably disheveled and flustered. Wang Yaping had already heard the voice on the phone, loud and clear. He understood that the villagers, just now, were telling the whole truth. Qing City big leaders, Jiang Province big leaders, and Qin Yuming Qin old man I am afraid that they are really here. It was surprising that he himself had been fighting Lin Listrong for so many years. Really looking for death. At this time, in front of Lin Lichang's house, the table is full. Lin Lichang sat in the main seat at the request of Qin Yuming and Zhou Guatao. Zhang Guidan, Qin Yuming, Zhou Guatao, Lin Tao, Dai Weishui, Lin Fan, Lin Xiaoyao, and the great leaders of Jiang Province were seated in order. The villagers were at other tables, casual and surrounded. Soon, a fragrant dish was slowly brought up under the cooking of the three chefs. Qin Yuming raised his glass and said, for the first drink, let us wish the birthday boy good health. At that moment, all of them raised their glasses in unison and called out, to the birthday boy, good health. Lin Lichang's entire mouth was already laughing so hard that he couldn't close it, happily saying, thank you all. Then, all of them drank from their glasses together. Just at this time, in Lin Fan's mind, a crisp beep sounded. Ding! Completing the hidden quest, organizing a grand birthday banquet, and receiving 5 silver red packets. Lin Fan first froze for a moment after hearing the beep in his head, and then, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a light smile. Helped Grandpa with his birthday party and completed a mission. Not bad for 2 birds with 1 stone. The villagers couldn't help but whisper after drinking the wine. It's worthy of Mao Tai. It tastes so good. Yeah, a mouthful of flavor. Then, the villagers began to chuck their food again. The flavor of this dish. It's too good. Especially this beef. It's so tender. I've never had such tender beef. The drinks are great too. They ate it while marveling at it. In fact, it's no wonder they are. Because, the beef is made from Wagyu beef that costs several $1,000s a pound, while the drink is a MK drink that costs several $100s a bottle. It was a banquet that lasted for more than 2 hours before it slowly dispersed. Qin Yuming, the leaders of Jiang province, Zhou Guatao, as well as Song Jifang and other old bosses, did not stay long and drove their vehicles, leaving. Generally, once the guests have left, the host family is required to clear away the dishes and clean the tables and chairs before returning them to the villagers. After all, it belongs to the host family. But, today, it's all different. Elder brother Lin, don't get tired. Hurry up and rest. I'll do it. Elder Lin, you can just sit there and have some tea. Lin Liqiang, Zhang Guidan, Lin Tao and Dai Weishue were almost forced to rest by the villagers. The villagers, on the other hand, were scrambling to clean the dishes, wipe down the tables and chairs, and were busy. About an hour later, Lin Liqiang's home, again become neat and clean. In addition to the birthday words on the wall and big red lanterns, cannot see a trace of having held a birthday banquet. Lin Liqiang sat in the chair, recalling today's dozens of old bosses, as well as the leaders of Jiang province, and even Qin Yuming Qin old birthday congratulations scene. An old face cannot be suppressed. All smiles. He understood that the reason for this situation was all because of Lin Fan. Lin Liqiang patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said, "Little Fan, good job." Then the family chatted for a while and the atmosphere was unbelievably relaxed and cheerful. Lin Tao and Dai Weishue offered to pick up Lin Liqiang and Zhang Guidan to live on 4 streets. Lin Fan, on the other hand, suggested buying a villa in the city and living together as a family. However, all were rejected by Lin Liqiang and Zhang Guidan. Because, having lived most of their lives in Mountain House Village, they really don't want to move. Seeing that the sky was slowly darkening, Lin Fan carried Lin Tao, Dai Weishue, Lin Xiaoyao, and led the van towards the distance. And Lin Fan and the others had just left for a while. Tap tap. A footstep sounded in the hallway outside Lin Liqiang's house. Then, the waxen-faced Wang Yaping slowly walked over. He bent down, and with a somewhat hoarse voice, he said, "Elder brother Lin, I can't afford to be sorry to you all these years." At this time, Lin Fan had already sent his mom, dad, and sister back to 4 streets. Lin Xiaoyao seemed to have suddenly thought of something and asked busily, "Brother, you said last time that you were the one who answered Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime number conjecture?" "Yeah," Lin Fan casually responded. Lin Xiaoyao opened her mouth wide and said, "This is too awesome. What's this? I'm your omnipotent elder brother." Lin Fan smiled and pinched Lin Xiaoyao's pretty face and said, after a pause, he added, "2 hiccupy hands, remember to eat more." "Brother," Lin Xiaoyao protested. Lin Tao asked, "What guess, Dad?" "It's Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime number conjecture." "That's a world math problem," Lin Xiaoyao said excitedly. It looked as if it was she herself who had answered the 2 puzzles. Lin Tao and Dai Weishue glanced at each other and followed suit with a burst of surprise. But, soon, peace was restored. After all, today, Lin Fan had invited even the leaders of Jiang province, as well as Qin Yuming Qin Lao. Nowadays, answering 2 math questions seems like, is nothing again, right? Lin Fan looked at the time and said, "Dad, Mom, then I'll go back to Zhongbei first." After all, he had promised Chu Yunhua that he would go see the final product of lovesickness today, and the promotional advertisement. Now that his grandfather's birthday banquet had been organized, Lin Fan couldn't afford to go back on his word. "Good. Be safe on the road," Dai Weishue said. Lin Fan nodded and got into the Mercedes-Benz Big G, slamming his foot on the gas, and kept galloping towards the distance. Zhongbei Grand Hotel. Since the 3 chefs didn't go to Lin Fan's town home, they arrived in Zhongbei 1 step earlier than Lin Fan. They were just about to walk into the kitchen when General Manager Zhang Shanfeng happened to see the trio. So, opening his mouth, he asked, "Back? How was that Mr. Lin's grandfather's birthday banquet?" Mentioning this matter, the 3 chefs were excited and said, "The leaders of Zhongbei City, Qing City, and Jiang Province all went to celebrate their birthday. It's not just that, Tiger General Qin Lao also went there. What an eye-opener today." Zhang Shanfeng couldn't help but gulp as he listened to their words, horror written all over his face. Although, he had seen Lin Fan eating with these big shots not long ago. However, it was also not at all expected that these big names would personally go forward to celebrate their birthday. What exactly is Lin Fan's identity? On the other hand, Lin Fan had finally arrived at Zhongbei, Fei Yang Mansion. Lin Fan had already been to Flower Tea several times, and many of the employees knew that he was on good terms with the chairman, Xu Yunyue. Therefore, when the employees saw Lin Fan, they greeted him warmly. Lin Fan, on the other hand, responded with a smile. In no time, he arrived at the R&D center. Xu Yunyue was still here blending and testing, very serious. When Xu Yunyue saw Lin Fan, her beautiful eyes immediately lit up and she said happily, Lin Fan, you've come at the right time. You can first take a look at our lovesickness finished products. As he spoke, he picked up a tray, and on top of the tray are 7 different colors of perfume, yellow, red, green, basket, purple, white, and gray. Lin Fan opened the bottle caps one by one and took a slight sniff. How's the odor? Xu Yunyue asked carefully, as if she was a small child waiting for her teacher to check her homework. Both expectant and nervous, Lin Fan didn't answer immediately, but instead looked at the computer screen. The image shows a sweet girl, running wildly through a flowery area with colorful butterflies fluttering behind her. When the girl stopped, these butterflies sprinkled pollen toward her. So, it turned into the Lovesick series of perfumes. Xu Yunyue explained, this is our lovesickness promotional video. Lin Fan nodded and said, the perfume is well blended and the promotional video is quite good. It can be compared to Guerlain, Burberry and the like. Great, Xu Yunyue said excitedly. That look was as if what Lin Fan said was the truth of the world. Due to being too happy, Xu Yunyue's pretty face flushed with a slight colorful haze. Then, Lin Fan and Xu Yunyue chatted for about half an hour. These past few days, Xu Yunyue had been extremely worried and nervous, because the Lovesick collection is scheduled to be released in the last few days. Xu Yunyue had invested a great deal of effort and money in the Love's Heart series. Once the market underperforms, she really doesn't know what to do. However, after chatting with Lin Fan for half an hour today, the worries in Xu Yunyue's heart instantly dissipated and her entire being became relaxed. Originally, Xu Yunyue wanted to invite Lin Fan for dinner. However, Lin Fan had already eaten it a long time ago, so he had no choice but to stop. The night is getting late. The entire flying mansion was gradually plunged into darkness. Instead, a silhouette suddenly appeared in the tightly locked doors of the flour noodle company. It's none other than RD Chiu Chihun. Xu Yunyue, the perfume I've worked so hard to develop for you for a few years. But it's still no match for Lin Fan's little white boy's flowery words for a few days. You apologized to me first, so don't blame me. As Zhao Zhixiang spoke, he inserted the hard disk into the computer in the chairman's office. When the latest data was collected, Zhao Zhixiang took out a hammer and smashed it directly, and the fire splashed in all directions, illuminating his face in a hideous, terrifying manner. After Lin Fan came out of the Feiyang mansion, he directly drove the Mercedes-Benz Big G to gallop away. When coming to a stoplight not far away, a Mini happened to pull up next to it. Lin Fan casually glanced at it and realized that it was actually Hu Tianan. So, out of the blue, he called out, Ms. Sugar. After Hu Tianan heard the voice, she slowly turned sideways and also saw Lin Fan, saying happily, Lin Fan. Then the two men went forward in pairs. It didn't take long for Lin Fan to arrive at Hu Sweet's home. The two hadn't seen each other for a few days. A little goodbye. As soon as the door was closed, the air seemed to become unbearably hot. Sweet Hu said, let me get you a glass of water first. However, Lin Fan was directly embracing her in his arms. Oh, epsilon asterisk, asterisk 3, epsilon asterisk, 3 equals 8. The two applauded for love and stayed up all night. The next day, when Lin Fan opened his eyes, there was no one next to him. However, there was a faint whiff of fragrance wafting from his nose. Lin Fan slowly got up and headed outside. At this point, the table was set with a bowl of noodles, a plate of fried dumplings and a glass of hot milk. Hu Sweet smiled and said, hungry? Have some breakfast first. Lin Fan rubbed his nose and laughed, still really hungry. As the words fell out, he didn't make himself polite, picking up the noodles and eating them. In no time at all, a big bowl of noodles, a whole plate of fried dumplings and a glass of milk were all eaten. Lin Fan said, Teacher Sweetie's lessons are good, and her cooking skills are also good. This mouth is difficult to eat, and in the future, I'm afraid it will be difficult to eat other meals. If anyone else said this, Hu Tani was afraid that she would find the other party oily and disgusting. But, switching to Lin Fan gave Hu Sweet a sweet feeling. Hu sweetly laughed. You can come over and eat whenever you like. Lin Fan happily said, Ms. Sweetness, that's what you said. The two talked and laughed and the atmosphere was very relaxed. Hu Tian was a bit tired last night, so after cleaning up the dishes, she went back to her room to catch up on her sleep. Lin Fan, on the other hand, drove the Mercedes-Benz Big G and headed towards Zhongbei University. While passing North Central Avenue, a scented breeze suddenly blew alongside. Lin Fan gently took a sniff and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Because, the aroma. Surprisingly, is the lovesick series that I smelled yesterday, but, didn't Chu Yunhue say that it would be a few days before it was released? Why did you smell it on the street today? With doubt in his heart, Lin Fan looked to the side. See only, there were many women standing in line in front of the perfume store called Clear Breeze. Some women were walking out slowly with freshly purchased perfume. The shape of these perfume bottles is a little similar to the heart of love, also divided into yellow, red, green, basket, purple, white, gray 7 colors. The smell is almost exactly the same as the heart of love. Lin Fan looked through the crowd, towards the inside of the Qingfeng perfume store, and could vaguely see on the TV screen, the promotional video of Qingfeng perfume playing. The images in the video, surprisingly, were almost identical to the lovesickness series that Lin Fan had seen yesterday. Again, Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, his heart immediately enlightened. So, instead of heading directly to Zhongbei University, Lin Fan went to a nearby internet cafe. After about 10 minutes or so, he returned to the big Mercedes G and sped towards the flying mansion. At this time, on the 17th floor of the Fei Yang building, Flower Tea Company, a couple of searches are taking pen and paper, asking questions and taking notes. Who was the last one out the door yesterday? The tall narc asked. It's me. I'm the last to go. The receptionist beauty said. Is the gate locked? The tall narc said. The front desk beauty said. It's locked. I make a point of checking it every time after I lock the door. So, I'm pretty sure. The tall narc added. Other than the computer in the chairman's office, was there any other damage? No. I didn't lose anything. The employees shook their heads. The tall narc turned to ask. Ms. Chu Yunhue, do you have any valuable information inside this computer? Chu Yunhue said anxiously. There is very important information. In this computer is the specific information of all the perfumes of our flower tea company. Then she bent down and asked, is the computer data still recoverable? In fact, where is it very important? Simply, it can be said that the survival of the entire company is at stake. The usual perfume information, and that's about it. But, the computer still has the upcoming lovesick material inside. To know, Chu Yunhue had already spent a large amount of money, and signed production, publicity and sales contracts with factories, the internet, television, brick-and-mortar stores, and other channels, respectively, and paid a large amount of money. Once the information inside the computer was leaked, or even, known by other perfume companies, then all the money Chu Yunhue had spent on signing these contracts would go down the drain. The entire flower tea company, in all likelihood, will have its financial chain broken as a result. The technician next to him shook his head and said, it won't work. The hard disk damage is too severe. At this time, a research and development clerk hurriedly walked in and said, Chairman, the 7 Mile Scent series that Qingfeng perfume listed today is surprisingly almost identical to our Love's Heart series. As he spoke, he took out 7 bottles of perfume. Yellow, red, green, basket, purple, white and gray. A familiar and very nice scent rippled through flower tea. Ink. Wow. In an instant, it was as if the air had been drained from around Chu Yunhue, and her entire pretty face instantly turned white. The most feared thing, finally, still happened. The Heart of Love series was lost and stolen. The Flower Tea Company is finished. The employees of Flower Tea, their faces also changed in unison. Apparently, they guessed something too. The medium-sized woman screamed, commercial spies. It must have been commercial spies who stole our Flower Tea's information and destroyed the chairman's computer. That's right, it must be. Many employees chimed in. The narc asked, do you have a suspect? After a pause, he added, if it's really a spy as you say, and he knows the company very well, it might be an inside job. As he spoke, he couldn't help but sweep a glance towards the employees, as if trying to determine who exactly was the spy. Though, just a simple glance. However, it scared Zhao Zhisheng so much that a fine layer of sweat broke out on his forehead. He had a strange feeling that if he didn't do something, it seemed like he would soon be recognized as a spy. So, Zhao Zhisheng took the initiative to speak. Recently, there is a person called Lin Fan who often runs to our company. By him saying so, all the employees were talking to each other. One couldn't help but begin to suspect Lin Fan as well. After all, the vast majority of people in the company today are all very familiar with it. Only Lin Fan was a relative stranger. Moreover, the employees knew that Lin Fan was close to Chairman Chu Yunhue and also possessed the ability to steal information. Seeing this, the narc asked, who is this Lin Fan? Zhao Zhisheng snatched the first, the young man who appeared in our company in recent days. He deliberately drew close to our chairman every day. Now that I think about it, Lin Fan is really very suspicious. When Chu Yunhue heard this, she was immediately about to open her mouth to retort, although they hadn't been together for a long time. But, she still had extreme trust in Lin Fan's character. Besides, Lin Fan didn't have to do this at all. Because, commercial espionage is about stealing trade secrets so that you can get paid. With Lin Fan's research on perfume, it was not too easy for him to get money. What's more, the reason why the Lovesick series has the scent it has today is entirely due to Lin Fan. Even, one gifted him 10% of the company's portion for this purpose. In a sense, the flower tea also belonged to Lin Fan. Stealing your own company's information for others? How is that possible? Snap. However, before Chu Yunyue could open her mouth, a burst of crisp applause rang out from outside the corridor. Then a tall, handsome man slowly walked in. It was Lin Fan. Lin Fan laughed. I can kind of feel for myself today what it means to be a thief shouting at a thief. Zhao Zhixiong, don't you think so? At these words, Zhao Zhixiong was like having his tail stepped on as he exclaimed, Lin Fan, you still have the face to come to Flower Jiti. In all the years we've been here at Flower Tea, we've never had information stolen. Why did you show up after only a few days? In vain our Chu Dong trusted you so much. Zhao Zhixiong practically yelled out all of his words, because that was the only way he could hide the horror in his heart. How on earth did Lin Fan know that? Zhao Zhixiong tried to recall last night's events. He turned off the camera, whether using the chairman's computer, or destroying the chairman's computer. He wore gloves throughout. After some recollections, Zhao Zhixiong was convinced that no evidence was left behind, which slowly restored calmness and lightness. As if Lin Fan had seen through his change, he laughed. Zhao Zhixiong, do you think that when you did something bad, you didn't leave any cracks at all? Lin Fan, if you say such things again, beware of me suing you for slander. Zhao Zhixiong drank. Lin Fan said to himself, Zhao Zhixiong is a mid-level researcher at Flower Tea. His salary is about 18k per month. Then, I would like to ask, a week ago to last night, why did you have 3 more remittances of $300,000? Don't be in a hurry to weasel out. If I'm not mistaken, in your cell phone, you should still have the arrival information. When Lin Fan learned that the Clear Breeze perfume appeared to be the same as the Lovesickness series, he knew that there was a spy in the Flower Tea company. So, went straight to an internet cafe and used professional hacking techniques to find out the most recent information about the employees of Flower Tea. At these words, Zhao Zhixiong's face suddenly changed, and a few drops of bean-sized sweat appeared on his forehead. Because, Lin Fan wasn't wrong. Nothing wrong with that at all. He or she did receive 3 transfers of $300,000 in the past few days. And, the cell phone text message also had an arrival message. But, how did Lin Fan know? Lin Fan continued. Are you trying to say that the money came from friends, or relatives? I have to say that Qingfeng Perfume Company was smart enough to choose to call in money from a foreign company called Zandi. But, still, if the narcs go through it, it's easy to find out that Gazette D is a company wholly owned by Clearwind Perfumes. Lin Fan's words were very plain. But, in Zhao Zhixiong's ears, it was like heavenly thunder, exploding his ears. His face was pale, his body trembled, and bean-sized beads of sweat kept rolling down. The investigators were all good at catching criminals. At this moment, where could they not see that there was something wrong with Zhao Zhixiong? They directly stepped forward and said, Zhao Zhixiong, please come back with us. There are some things that we would like to find out from you. Snap. These words were like the last straw that overpowered Zhao Zhixiong, directly paralyzing him with fear. He knew he was finished. By the time Zhao Zhixiong was taken away, the atmosphere of Flower Noodles Company was still a bit dull. Although Zhao Zhixiong was arrested, the information of the Love Heart series was destroyed. At the same time, the release of the 7 Mile series by Qingfeng was all part of the truth. Trying to resolve the matter judicially will take an inordinately long time. And even, in the end, it may not be possible to get a satisfactory result. And Flower Tea is running out of time. The situation remains critical. Lin Fan was also very clear about this. He thought for a moment and said, Yun Yu, let's go to the R&D center first. Okay, Chu Yunyue said in a somewhat tired tone. In the R&D center, Lin Fan quickly looked through all the information and images about Lovesick. Ding! Whether or not to perfume expert. Use the skill doubling card. Doubling time 1 hour. Yes, at once. The process of making the Lovesick perfume flashed quickly in Lin Fan's mind like a movie screen. Then he quickly lit the alcohol lamp, placed the beaker in place, connected the YouTube, the dispensing funnel, the kip generator, the distillation flask, and so on. Then, at the right time and in the right amount, pour in rose liquid, chrysanthemum liquid, osmanthus liquid, and many other flower liquids. Pre-treatment, mixing, alcoholization, freezing, filtration, color correction. Chu Yunyue, who was standing by the side, saw all of this in her eyes. She first revealed a look of doubt. not knowing what Lin Fan wanted to do. However, as time passed, Chu Yunyue's entire body was somewhat dumbfounded. Lin Fan's movements were skillful and ethereal, and made a sound of glassware clashing from time to time. In Chu Yunyue's eyes, it was as if she wasn't making perfume at all, but standing on the world stage, playing a mind-blowing concert. Skill, perfume expert, charming bloom, snort. At that moment, Lin Fan finally stopped. At the same time, he had an extra perfume with a 7-colored solution in his hand. Lin Fan slowly opened the perfume bottle. Wow! At once, refreshing, sweet, strong, fruity, mysterious, soft, light and so on. All the scents quickly filled the entire R&D center. This bottle of perfume, surprisingly, has the flavor of the 7 perfumes of the Lovesick series, and, moreover, is layered and not at all messy. If anything, the Love's Heart series is a way for life to come out among the flowers, fragrant and unbridled. The perfume, then, is what transforms one into 100 flower fairies, making one feel as if one is on top of a cloud of beauty. Chu Yunyue smelled the fragrance and her entire body was completely infatuated. P.S. I have to go out today. Only one more shift. We'll make up for it later, haha. With today's, that's a total of 3 shifts owed. Lin Fan looked at Chu Yunyue, who had been frothing, and couldn't help but laugh. Using this bottle of rainbow perfume, instead of the previous Lovesickness series on the market, what do you think? When Chu Yunyue spoke and smelled it, she came back from the scent and said from the bottom of her heart, thank you, Lin Fan. This is definitely the best perfume I've ever smelled. Chu Yunyue's dream was to create an international first-class perfume that belonged to China. Today, she sees hope. Lin Fan laughed. Thanks for what? Besides, aren't I also a shareholder of Flower Tea? Last time, 10% was too little. I'll transfer another 20% over to you, Chu Yunyue said. Although, the Flower Tea Company was founded by Chu Yunyue, but, Chu Yunyue has distributed a large number of shares through financing and employee ownership. She only owns 60% of the shares herself. Now, on 2 separate occasions, a total of 30% of the shares were to be transferred, which immediately made Lin Fan as big a stake as she was. From this, Chu Yunyue valued Lin Fan as well as rainbow perfume. Lin Fan said indifferently, whatever. He hadn't really cared too much about the shares. The reason why he helped Chu Yunyue was purely because he felt that she was not a bad person. Then, under Lin Fan's guidance, Flower Tea produced a new promotional video, and production and publicity plan, which was distributed to factories, networks and TV stations. By the time all the things were done with things, it was completely dark. Chu Yunyue was almost busy all day. However, her entire being felt immensely satisfied and unimpeded. She realized that flowery tea was saved and would even grow. This is all because of Lin Fan. Chu Yunyue smiled and said, it's getting late. Lin Fan, let's go eat together. Lin Fan was also a bit hungry and nodded. Yes. Today, as usual, they came to the Ho and Ho private dining room. This place has almost become their cafeteria. When the owner saw it from afar, he greeted, we just flew back a few live fish and superb beef today. Very fresh and tender. Would you like to try it? Chu Yunyue said, trouble boss. As the boss said, the meat was indeed very tender, and Lin Fan and Chu Yunyue ate with great satisfaction. Just as I walked out of the Ho private, a pleasant song came faintly in the distance. Chu Yunyue could not help but turn around and stop to look towards the street. See only, a man of medium build was playing a guitar and humming a song softly, serene and uninhibited. Chu Yunyue enjoyed this scene. Lin Fan also noticed the man playing the guitar and singing in the distance. The gods moved slightly. A long time ago, I gained a heavenly singing voice and professional level guitar experience on my own. But, it seems like I never tried it. Thinking of this, Lin Fan took large steps towards the man. Chu Yunyue had wanted to be quiet and listen to a song, and when she saw Lin Fan walking over, and so, too, he followed closely behind. As they approached, the man had just about finished a song. There was a sparse round of applause from the passing pedestrians. When he was about to sing another song, Lin Fan said, may I try? The man didn't hesitate at all, saying, of course there's no problem. Apparently, he's one of the nicer ones to talk to. After Lin Fan picked up the guitar, he first felt the tone. Then, slowly, he closed his eyes. Only in the next moment did Lin Fan open his eyes and began to strum the guitar strings while, at the same time, opening his mouth, he sang a low, distant song. It was more than last night's wine that made me shed a tear. It's not just your tenderness that keeps me attached. How long will the rest of the road take you to hold my hand? As soon as the song left the room, the pedestrians who were originally ready to leave immediately stopped in their tracks. The passers-by who were walking around were all converging as if they were attracted. the scene was suddenly quiet. Everyone listened in silence, and Chu Yunhua was even more completely dumbfounded as a whole. As the song resounded afterward, Chu Yunhua seemed to have arrived on top of an ancient street. There were people around playing mahjong, drinking tea and chatting. All of them were unhurried and incredibly relaxed. At this time, next to the small store, wafting a light fragrance of wine, the shopkeeper served just fried flavorful snacks, and guests a burst of laughter. All of it was so relaxing and beautiful. Walk with me through the streets of Chengdu and don't stop until all the lights go out. Finally, Lin Fan sang the last lyrics, and his fingers, which were plucking the guitar strings, slowly stopped. Within 10 seconds, the whole scene remained very quiet. All of them were mesmerized by the beautiful music, unable to extricate themselves. 10 seconds later, everyone applauded and shouted in unison. That's nice, great singing, sing another song. Lin Fan was just here for the experience. Where would he sing another song? He directly exchanged the guitar to the man, then walked over to Chu Yunhua and said, "Let's go." Chu Yunhua didn't reply. She just silently followed behind Lin Fan. On the other hand, Chu Yunhua's mind was like a movie screen, constantly echoing everything about Lin Fan. At the initial meeting, Lin Fan easily resolved customer complaints and suggested ways to improve the Lovesick series. Later on, Lin Fan even went hand in hand and personally improved the Lovesickness series. Then immediately afterward, Lin Fan not only finds the company's spy, but also creates the superb perfume, Rainbow. Nowadays, Lin Fan even plays guitar and sings. These images were in Chu Yunhua's mind, constantly converging, thus causing Lin Fan's figure to constantly grow taller and larger, blossoming with an incomparably dazzling light. At this point, a crisp beep sounded in Lin Fan's ears. Ding! Charming aura. Triggering engraved on the bone. Lin Fan's footsteps slightly stalled when he heard that. He thought of a possibility and slowly turned around to use his eyes of truth and looked towards Chu Yunhua. Face value, 98. Favorability, 95. Sure enough, it was Chu Yunhua. At this moment, Chu Yunhua was still in a daze. She didn't even notice that Lin Fan had stopped and directly crashed into Lin Fan's arms. Barf. Lips touched. Time. Stopped for 10 minutes at this moment. Then, Lin Fan followed to Chu Yunhua's home. Her house is near the Flyer building. The home is decorated in a warm, simple and very comfortable style. The moment Lin Fan walked in, a sense of familiarity was immediately born in his heart. Sweet teacher, Miss Sugar's home seems to be in the same style. While Lin Fan was still continuing to look around, Chu Yunhua had already jumped into his arms. Oh, epsilon asterisk. Asterisk 3, epsilon asterisk. The sun ends at the mountains and the yellow river flows into the sea. I want to be able to see 1,000 miles, but I want to be able to see 1,000 floors. This night, Chu Yunhua's home seemed as if there was an earthquake. The table, the bed, the cabinets, all shook violently. The two spent the entire night, sleepless. The next day, although Chu Yunhua hadn't slept for the entire night, but she still traveled early in the morning to Flower Tea. After all, it was only yesterday that information about rainbow perfume was distributed to factories, internet and TV platforms. There will definitely be a lot more to deal with today. Lin Fan, on the other hand, went straight towards Jiangbei University. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Lin Fan didn't come out directly, but instead focused on the system. Does it open 5 silver bonuses? The 5 silver red envelopes were from helping Grandpa on his birthday. Yesterday, Lin Fan hadn't had the time to turn it on, but now, he had a free moment. Yes, Lin Fan said silently. Ding! Congratulations! You have been awarded a 10x rebate card. Ding! Congratulations! You've earned 200,000 yuan. Ding! Congratulations! You have received the skill doubling card. Ding! Congratulations! You have been awarded 500,000 dollars. Ding! Congratulations! You have been awarded 300,000 dollars. Lin Fan nodded slightly, considered more satisfied. The money in the 10x rebate card didn't bother Lin Fan too much. Skill doubling cards, on the other hand, are extremely useful. This was because Lin Fan had already had several experiences of using it. Then, Lin Fan strolled to the classroom. This class was an old professor's class, and Lin Fan didn't listen to a few words before falling straight to sleep. Chu Yunhua spent a long time and finally finished the matter at hand. She poured a cup of coffee and gently sipped it, her lips savoring its mellow aroma while her beautiful eyes gazed out at the distant landscape. Only after a long time did Chu Yunhua pull out her cell phone and open her address book in a burst of rummaging. Eventually, she landed her eyes on Sweet Baby. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Yunhua pressed the dial button. It took a few moments for the phone to slowly connect. Chu Yunhua said, "Sweetness, ever since you said the other day that you have a favorite man, I've been focusing all of my energy all on the flower tea company. I want to keep myself busy so I can realize my vision quickly. But, the reality is harsh. Our flower tea perfumes are being questioned. And even, there are traitors within the company. On the phone, a crisp voice came, saying, Yoon Yu, are you okay now? If Lin Fan had heard this voice, he would have been surprised and called out, Teacher Sweetness. Chu Yunyue laughed. Don't worry, I'm fine. On the contrary, I'm surprisingly good now. Yoon Yu, where are you? I'm coming over, Hu Sweet said. Hu Sweet thought that Chu Yunyue had received too much of a blow, and that was why, in her speech, there was a major reversal. No wonder, then, that she thought so. After all, Hu Tianyi first showed that she had a favorite man, thus causing Chu Yunyue to lose her love. Now, Chu Yunyue's company had such a big change. It's a big setback for love, for career, for all of them. Chu Yunyue also heard Hu Tian's worries and laughed. Don't worry in a hurry, I haven't finished yet. Well, at this time, a man appeared. He helped to find out the company's traitor, and even, helped to invent a perfume that far surpassed the international first-tier brands. Perhaps it won't be long before you see flower tea become the first international first-tier Chinese perfume brand. When Chu Yunyue said this, her entire tone could not help but become a few points higher. Apparently, she was really happy. After a pause, he added, last time, after you said you found a man you liked, I was still very surprised, because, all along, both of us all hate men very much. But, now, I truly understand how you feel. Hearing this, Hu Tianyue was certain that Chu Yunyue was not devastated, but was truly happy. Hu Sweetheart could not help but feel heartfelt happiness for Chu Yunyue, saying, it seems that you like this man who helped you to find out the traitor of the company and invented the super international first-tier brand perfume. Ah, yes, Chu Yunyue said. Then I really congratulate you on finding your true love. By the way, have I met him before? Hu Tian asked. There's no, Chu Yunyue said, but he's a student of your Jiangbei University. Yes? Sweet Hu was slightly surprised. You know, according to Chu Yunyue, this person must know perfume extremely well. Otherwise, it is simply not possible to invent perfumes that are super international first-tier brands. It stands to reason that such a perfume expert would be at least 30 years old. A student from Jiangbei University? How old is this? Yeah, I was also surprised that he was still in school at that time. By the way, his name is Lin Fan, Chu Yunyue said. Lin Fan? Hu Sweet exclaimed. Since there are no classes this afternoon, therefore, after eating lunch at the cafeteria, Lin Fan headed straight towards Yike City. LOL. Lin Fan pushed open the 2501 door and realized that the atmosphere inside seemed a bit strange. Fix your eyes on. Huang Ling and Xiao Zishi were sitting on the sofa in the living room, while two middle-aged men were sitting next to them. Lin Fan couldn't help but ask, these two are? Huang Ling hurriedly stood up, ready to open her mouth and say something. The middle-aged man in a plaid shirt with slightly white hair named Huang Yipeng jumped the gun and called out, we're Huang Ling's mom and dad. After a pause, he added, you should be Lin Fan, right? It's me. Hello aunts and uncles, Lin Fan said. Huang Yipeng said, Huang Ling is so old, we don't object to her falling in love, but, you shouldn't sneak around, right? Lin Fan blinked his eyes and turned his head to look at Huang Ling, seemingly asking what was going on. Next to her, the middle-aged woman wearing a purple dress named Lai Min said, yeah, if we hadn't seen a picture of you two from the spoon of her friend circle photo, we'd all still be in the dark right now. As she spoke, Ri Min took out her cell phone and opened a photo. That was a picture of the last time Lin Fan took Huang Ling and Xiao Zishi to eat at Star Restaurant together in order to complete the 5 Lights and Eating Colors mission. At that time, Huang Ling thought that Star Restaurant environment and food are very good, so, took several photos and sent them to the circle of friends. One of the photos was still taken while kissing Lin Fan. The spoon in this photo, however, reflects the scene. Huang Ling looked at the way her mom and dad questioned Lin Fan. Her whole face reddened like a ripe tomato, and her whole body hated to find a crack in the ground. If, of course, Lin Fan and herself were truly boyfriend and girlfriend, there was no problem. But, the question is not Lin Fan's mind was instantly clear after seeing the photo. So, speaking up, he said, Uncle and Auntie, it's my fault for this. I should have arrived at the house earlier with Huang Ling and visited you too. When Huang Ling heard it, her entire body was moved to tears. And when Huang Yipeng and Lai Min heard it, they looked a little slower. That's more like it. Lin Fan also understood why Huang Yipeng and Lai Min were so agitated. After all, sons and daughters are the heart of their parents. So, he wasn't offended in any way. Huang Yipeng asked, Lin Fan, what kind of work do you do now? Lin Fan said, I'm studying at Jiangbei University. When Huang Yipeng and Lai Min heard this, they all frowned. Originally, they wanted to ask Lin Fan if he had bought a house, how much his salary was, and so on, but, hearing that Lin Fan was still studying, he had no choice but to suppress this in his heart. After all, how can a person who has not yet entered society talk about a house or a salary? At this time, Huang Ling finally seized the opportunity to speak. Dad, Mom, is there something you guys came to Jiangbei for this time? Huang Yipeng glanced at Lin Fan faintly. The look seemed to say, look what kind of boyfriend you really got. And only then did he say, the contract of our store is about to expire, so we came to Jiangbei this time to re-sign it. Then, Huang Yipeng glanced at his cell phone and said, it's almost time. Huang Ling, you and Lin Fan will accompany us there. Lin Fan laughed easily. No problem. Ri Min asked, Zaishi, do you want to follow and go shopping? Then, let's all have dinner together in the evening. Auntie, I'm sorry, I still have some things to take care of later, so I won't be able to go out with you guys. Xiao Zishi apologized a little. Ri Min didn't insist anymore and said, alright then. Then the group strolled towards the outside. Huang Ling finally went out the door and couldn't help but glance towards Xiao Zishi. Xiao Zishi, on the other hand, smiled lightly, as if to say, go for it. Soon, the group arrived at the underground parking lot. Originally, Lin Fan was going to drive his Mercedes-Benz Big G. However, Huang Yipeng was the first to take out the car key, and gently pressed it towards the Toyota Corolla not far away, and the lights came on and a soft sound was emitted. Come on, my car is here. As he spoke, he took it in stride. Lin Fan had no choice but to follow. Huang Yipeng is a veteran driver who has been driving for several years and drove very smoothly all the way. While waiting for the traffic light, Huang Yipeng asked, Lin Fan, what do your parents do? Even Huang Ling couldn't help but perk up her ears at these words. She had a few curiosities about this. 2. Lin Fan truthfully said, they run a clothing store in Qing City. Selling clothes? Ah? Huang Yipeng thought for a moment and said, I do know some wholesale clothing factories, so I can give your parents a little discount later. Huang Ling, on the other hand, heard the clothing store, directly, as a clothing company. She thought to herself, no wonder Lin Fan wears clothes so shapely. Lin Fan said, then I'll thank Uncle in advance, on behalf of Mom and Dad. Although, you are still studying now, but, already an adult, have you considered the future development? To stay in Jiangbei? Huang Yipeng asked. Lin Fan mused. For the time being, it will probably stay in Jiangbei. He hadn't really thought too far into the future. Ri Min said, then you have to get ready to buy a house in advance. Houses keep going up now, and if you wait until you graduate, there's no telling how much it'll cost. Lin Fan said, if it's a house, I already have one. Oh, really? Then later on, you have to take us there to see Na. Huang Yipeng was slightly surprised, but, his face was still somewhat unimpressed, because, Lin Fan had just said that his parents had a clothing store in Qing City. In Huang Yipeng's opinion, this house must have been bought by Lin Fan's parents, and how much money can a clothing store owner in Green City have to buy a house? Must have been a very small house. A few people talked and chatted in the car, and it didn't take long for them to arrive in front of a building that covered a huge area of modern architecture. In front of the building, 5 big words Xiaowu Wholesale City were erected. See here, Lin Fan revealed an odd color. Xiaowu Wholesale City? Huang Ling's mom and dad, are they going to sign the contract here? If I remember correctly, a few days ago, when I opened 1050 red packets, it seems that I obtained 51% of the shares of Xiaowu Wholesale City. In other words, Huang Ling's mom and dad were going to sign a contract with their own company? Huang Yipeng frowned again when he saw Lin Fan standing in the doorway, staring blankly. Heart, daughter, this boyfriend, really from the city of Green, that small place to come, really have not seen anything in the world. At this time, Lai Min said, my stomach hurts a little. Xiao Ling, why don't you go to the restroom with me? Okay, Huang Ling answered. I have to say, the crowds at Xiaowu Wholesale City are really big, and even to go to the restroom, you need to queue up. It was about 10 minutes before Li Min walked out of the restroom and said, Xiao Ling, how did you find Lin Fan as a boyfriend? Huang Ling opened her mouth, not knowing how to reply. Could it be that said Lin Fan was not his boyfriend at all, but a special relationship? Once you open your mouth, I'm afraid you'll be beaten, sure, right? Lai Min continued. Lin Fan man is young and handsome, but, can he be young and handsome for the rest of his life? People, it's better to think more about the future life. Huang Ling opened her mouth again. She wanted to say, Mom, Lin Fan can definitely give me the life I want most. At this time, Huang Yipeng came over and said, why so slow? Li Min said, there are too many people. Then, a group of 4 people, headed towards the office area on the third floor. Room 307, with only 2 tables, a sofa and coffee table, is very simply displayed. A man with a round face, who is working seriously on his computer. Huang Yiping first knocked on the door and said, "May I ask if Manager Xiong is in?" The round-faced man said, "I am. Come in." Thus, Huang Yiping and the others slowly walked in. When Huang Yiping and Lai Min saw Manager Xiong's face, they all froze for a moment. How could it be him? Huang Yiping's family lives in room 305 of the Xinhua neighborhood in Dakota City. In front of this Xiong manager, used to live in Xinhua District 304 room. The two families are head up to see the neighbors. This bear manager loves dogs, big dogs, and the big dog is taken out for daily walks. But Manager Bear never leashes his dogs. When Huang Yiping's family goes out, they are often frightened by his big dog. So, the bear manager was asked to leash the dog. However, Manager Bear simply wouldn't listen. Huang Yiping had to let the neighborhood security to help mediate. Xiong manager still does not listen. Finally, Huang Yiping dealt with the police directly. This incident, it can be said that the bear manager completely hate Huang Yiping family. Later, Manager Xiong moved home, and the Huang Yiping family never saw him again. "I never thought I'd meet here today," Manager Xiong sneered. "It's store manager Huang, isn't it?" Huang Yiping then reacted and said, Yes, I am here today to sign the distribution contract for next year, and I did talk to you yesterday." Although, the two have a grudge. But, still, it just had to be put aside for a while for the sake of life. "Oh, I've already prepared the new contract, so take a look at it first." Manager Xiong casually dropped the contract on the table as he spoke. Although, the bear manager didn't have a very good attitude, but, in order to live, Huang Yiping did not dare to have any anger at all. He picked up the contract and pored over it. However, not a moment later, Huang Yiping asked, "Manager Xiong, we were not a level 2 dealership last year? How is this contract a level 3 dealership? Is it a mistake?" Manager Xiong first took a sip of fresh tea, while later clearing his throat. It was only then, without haste, that he said, "There's no mistaking it. Shopkeeper Huang, you've been running the store for a few years now. How come you still haven't figured out the rules? The dealership level is based on sales, and your store's sales were so low last year that, this year, you'll only be able to get a contract for a level 3 dealership." His tone was relaxed, but Huang Yiping was anxious. "Manager Xiong, the prices of many things at level 3 dealerships have been raised by 5% compared to level 2. We simply can't afford it. Don't look at just 5%. But, how much profit is there in total for one item?" As Huang Yiping said, they simply cannot afford to take it. Lai Min couldn't help but call out, "Manager Xiong, you can't deliberately make things difficult for us just because we had conflicts in the past." Manager Xiong's face sank slightly as he droned. "You can't say that nonsense. You should know your store's sales, and look at the rules for dealers in our little Wu wholesale town. I'm totally following the rules." As he spoke, he threw a stack of papers onto the table with force. Huang Yiping understands that the form is stronger than the person. So, he was busy apologizing. "Manager Xiong, I'm sorry, my wife didn't mean that. It's just that with this 5% price increase all of a sudden, our store won't have much profit at all. Moreover, our store is just a little bit short of the sales of a level 2 dealership. Can you please be forgiving?" Manager Xiong, however, did not change because of Huang Yiping's apology. "I've just said it already. It's the rules of the Little U Wholesale City. Close, that's a miss. So, you can only sign up for a tier 3 dealership this year. If you want to raise your grade, it's simple. You guys bring up your sales this year, and you'll naturally be able to sign higher grade contracts next year." That's what they say. But, in reality, low prices didn't boost sales last year. How can high prices possibly boost sales this year? Huang Yiping understood this very well, and with a face full of bitterness, he said, "Manager Xiong, can you think of another way?" Manager Xiong said, "What I just said is the only way. If you guys don't believe me, you can go and look for the other business managers of our Xiaowu Wholesale City." After saying that, Manager Xiong no longer paid attention to Huang Yiping and the others, and directly focused on the computer screen with a very busy look. Seeing this, Huang Yiping's heart was filled with helplessness and he could only continue to look through the contract. Going to look for other managers at Xiaowu Wholesale City? Does it really work? As Manager Xiong said, this is the rule of Xiaowu Wholesale City. Manager Xiong, as a member of Xiaowu Wholesale City, definitely had his own connections, and I'm afraid that one word could make all the other managers follow the rules. Lin Fan frowned slightly and was just about to open his mouth to say something. Jingle bells. At that moment, his cell phone rang with a light ring. Lin Fan looked at the call alert, but it was an unfamiliar number. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin?" Lin Fan had just pressed the answer button when a voice full of pleasing colors came from inside. Lin Fan said, "It's me. Which one are you?" "Hello Mr. Lin, I'm Zhang Zhou, the chairman of Xiaowu Wholesale City." The voice on the phone became a little more respectful. When Lin Fan heard this, his brows spread slightly, and an odd color appeared on his face. He had just arrived at Xiaowu Wholesale City and their chairman called? In fact, Zhang Zhou had long wanted to make this call. After all, Lin Fan was the biggest shareholder of his company. Even if Lin Fan was willing, he could easily remove his position as chairman. Therefore, Zhang Zhou wanted to wait for the company to have good news before calling, as a way to make a good impression in Lin Fan's mind. Only after half a minute did Lin Fan say, "Oh, so it's you. What's the matter, Mr. Lin?" "It's like this. The financial statement for the second quarter of our Xiaowu Wholesale City has been calculated. The net profit for the second quarter has increased by 120% year-on-year. A total of 120 million dividends were generated. Your 51% share dividend is 61 million. May I ask which account was transferred to you?" Zhang Zhou said. The corner of Lin Fan's mouth hooked slightly when he heard that. Although, he doesn't care much about money these days, but he was still somewhat happy to be able to have another $61 million. Lin Fan said, "I'm in room 307 of your Xiaowu Wholesale City right now. Come over first." Zhang Zhou first froze for a moment before he busily said, "Yes, I'll come over right now." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Zhou's entire body became busy and anxious. "Secretary, quickly notify all executives to assemble." At this time, room 307. Huang Yiping finally slowly went through all the contracts, and he frowned even more. "Manager Xiong, if we follow the price on top of this contract, I'm afraid our store won't be able to open at all." Manager Xiong said. "Store Manager Huang, what do you mean by that? We, Xiaowu Wholesale City, have signed a number of contracts for level 3 dealerships, so how can others open on? In fact, we're basically already paying cost price to tier 3 dealers, and tier 2 dealers are even more subsidized. If you want to get a subsidy, then of course you have to perform." After a pause, Manager Xiong added, "If you really feel that the price is high and the store can't be opened, we won't force it. After all, our small Wu Wholesale City has always been free to come and go." After saying that, Manager Xiong once again picked up the water cup and leisurely drank tea. Freedom to come and go? It's a simple statement to make, but is it really? You know, Huang Yiping went in order to open this store, decoration, deposit, inventory, etc., adding up to a total of 200,000 or 300,000 spent. If you really give up on this, all those investments in front of you can be said to have all gone down the drain. Huang Yiping's face was unsightly as he opened his mouth to say something else. Tap tap. At that moment, a sudden rush of footsteps sounded outside the corridor. Then a large group of men and women, dressed in formal attire, walked in at a brisk pace. Manager Xiong, who was sipping a cup of fresh tea, almost didn't get scalded when he saw them, and busily stood up, saying, "Zhang Dong, General Manager Chen, Director Wang, Director Li, and Director Hu, hello." However, these people acted as if they hadn't heard Manager Bear's words. Zhang Zhou, the chairman of the board, came straight to Lin Fan and respectfully said, "Good day Mr. Lin." Then, a large group of people behind them, also followed with a respectful, "Good day, Mr. Lin." Quiet. Then the whole office, 307, fell into a brief silence. Huang Yiping and Li Min all had their mouths half open, shock written all over their faces. They had just heard very clearly that Manager Xiong had called the group of people in front of him chairman, general manager and director. It could be said that this group of people were definitely the high-level big shots of Little Wu Wholesale City. However, this group of people actually all knew Lin Fan, and, with an incomparably pleasing tone, he also called Lin Fan as Mr. Lin. The sudden change caused Huang Ling to freeze for a moment as well. Her acceptance, however, was obviously much better than mom and dad's. After all, Huang Ling had long known that Lin Fan was not an ordinary student at all. Facing the warm greetings from Zhang Zhou and the others, Lin Fan just casually responded, "Hello guys, you're Dong Zhang, right?" Lin Fan said to the middle-aged man standing at the front, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. "Mr. Lin, you can just call me Little Zhang." Zhang Zhou pandered. "Chang, Xiaowu Wholesale City is a large enterprise with a market capitalization of tens of billions of dollars, and Zhang Zhou, as the chairman of Xiaowu Wholesale City, could definitely be called an Earth Emperor in this acre of land. At this point, to call yourself Xiao Zhang? Then, what is this Mr. Lin?" Manager Bear's body couldn't help but tremble. Huang Yipeng and Li Min, on the other hand, had their mouths completely open. Lin Fan said, "Little Zhang? I'd rather just call you Zhang Zhou." Fine, Mr. Lin, feel free to call me anything, Zhang Zhou said in a loud voice. And then, with some apprehension, he asked, Mr. Lin, is there something you want to do this time in Little Wu Wholesale City? After all, Lin Fan was the biggest shareholder of Xiaowu Wholesale City. Nowadays, it comes over suddenly and quietly. In case there is some kind of discontent, it would be an absolute disaster. Lin Fan said, it's not a big deal. My future father-in-law and mother-in-law are dealers in Xiaowu Wholesale City, and I've come here today on purpose to accompany them. Future father-in-law and mother-in-law have always signed a contract for a level 2 dealership before, but this show manager also do not know if it is because of previous conflicts with them. Today must give them a contract for a level 3 dealership. When these words came out, Zhang Zhou's entire face suddenly sank. Though, Little Wu Wholesale City does determine the dealership level for the following year based on the previous year's sales and thus the following year's dealership level. But, in general, it's rare to downgrade a dealership as long as the previous year's sales weren't too bad. After all, no one would want to suddenly raise the price. And once it reaches the time to reduce the grade of the operating store, it is also a sign that the store's efficiency is extremely poor, and it is close to the state of closure. Lin Fan's future in-laws, since they came to sign the new contract, it was obvious that the store's benefits were not that bad. In other words, it's those bear managers, deliberately making things difficult for people, to embarrass Mr. Lin's future in-laws? How dare he? Zhang Zhou solemnly said. During this period of time, I have been busy with the structural issues above the company, but I have neglected the quality of the staff below. Mr. Lin, I will definitely take this matter seriously. Standing not far away from the bear manager, words heard, like being thrown into the ice cellar, like, all over the body a piece of ice cold. In the beginning, the reason why manager Xiong moved from Deshang was because he had a relative who was a leader in Xiaowu Wholesale City and could give him a bright future. However, now, no more. Then, in a flattering tone, Zhang Zhou said to Huang Yiping and Lai Min, you are Mr. Lin's future father-in-law and mother-in-law, right? Greetings. Huang Yiping and Ri Min froze and reached out to shake hands. Zhang Zhou continued, your ability to cooperate with Xiaowu Wholesale City is a sign of trust in us. Later, I'll have someone sign a strategic cooperation agreement with you. A strategic cooperation agreement? Also known as a regional agent. This means that Huang Yiping and Lai Min can get the cheapest price, or even, the whole the city stores, all can take goods in their own hands, as opposed to, sitting on your own and making money. These words were like deep water bombs, directly blowing Huang Yiping and Lai Min out of their minds. Then, at the invitation of Zhang Zhou and the executives, they accompanied Lin Fan, Huang Yiping, Lai Min and Huang Ling to have a lavish dinner. Seeing that the sky was gradually getting dark, Lin Fan and the others were escorted by Zhang Zhou and all the executives, riding in the Corolla and gradually leaving. The atmosphere in the Corolla, unlike when I arrived, was a bit dull. Lin Fan said, Uncle, turn left ahead. Let's go see my house first. By the way, let's stay over there tonight. It didn't take long for the group to arrive at the Panlong Villa complex. The security guard at the gate, when he saw it was a Corolla, wasn't originally going to hitch a ride. However, upon seeing Lin Fan's appearance, his entire face immediately blossomed like a lotus flower and he respectfully smiled. Mr. Lin, welcome home. For Lin Fan, the security guards absolutely respected him from the bottom of their hearts. After all, he was the only owner of the Panlong Villa complex. Lin Fan nodded his head in greeting. Inside, there are patches of green trees, and the scent of pungent flowers. In the distance, a castle-like villa was erected, beautiful and mesmerizing. See here. Huang Yiping and Ri Min all gulped. Lai Min couldn't help but ask, Lin Fan, where is your house? Lin Fan said, both. Ri Min froze slightly. She was obviously a little confused as to what it all meant. So, Lin Fan explained, Panlong Villa Cluster? There are a total of 10 villas. And these 10 villas, all of them are mine. Uncle and auntie, which one do you want to live in today? Feel free to pick. Quiet. The whole scene, suddenly, was quiet. Both. All the villas here, all belong to Lin Fan alone. When the chairman of Xiaowu Wholesale City and the others were very pleasing to Lin Fan, Huang Yiping and Lai Min knew that Lin Fan was definitely very rich, even though, having a villa here is considered normal. However, they did not expect that here are a full 10 villas, all belonging to Lin Fan alone. This, it would be completely beyond their imagination. In fact, not only Huang Yiping and Lu Min were shocked, Huang Ling was also appalled. Previously, Lin Fan had told Huang Ling and Xiao Zishi that he had a villa and wanted to go over to live there. But, Huang Ling and Xiao Zishi felt that the villa was too big and too empty. So, it's still an option to live in Everything City. However, at that time, Lin Fan didn't say that he had 10 villas. Huang Ling subconsciously thought it was a building. Seeing that the three froze in place for a long time, Lin Fan couldn't help but cough lightly and asked again, "Uncle and Auntie, which building do you want to live in?" Huang Yiping's head was still a bit dazed, and he casually pointed to a villa near the Sky Lake. Lin Fan nodded and said, "Okay, we'll stay in that building." As he spoke, he took a big step forward and entered the code to open the door. LOL. With a soft thud, the door slowly opened. Immediately, the luxurious decorations inside the villa appeared in front of Huang Yiping, Lai Min and Huang Ling's eyes. The next day, a few birds chirped softly outside the window. A ray of warm sunlight gently sprinkled on the window sill. Everything is so quiet and peaceful. Lin Fan, who was lying on the big bed, slowly opened his eyes as he habitually glanced at his cell phone. A text message that hung on the screen early. Midnight, Merchants Bank remittance, $143,000. Lin Fan washed up before he walked out of his room. At this moment, Huang Ling, Huang Yiping and Lai Min were sitting in the living room chatting about something in a low voice. When Lin Fan appeared, all three of them stopped chatting, and in unison, their gazes fell on him. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed as he was stared at by the three of them and coughed lightly. "You guys are hungry, right? Let's go eat breakfast first." Then, a few people went out of Panlong Villa and went to HK restaurant not far away. The HK restaurant is elegantly decorated and the breakfast is very tasty and varied. Of course, it's also a bit more expensive, with a breakfast for four costing about $800 in total. Lin Fan wiped his mouth and said, "Uncle and Auntie, why don't you play in Jiangbei for a few more days?" Huang Yipeng waved his hand and said, "Our store hasn't opened for 2 days, so we can't shut it down any longer. Moreover, we just signed a strategic agreement with Xiaowu Wholesale City and need to go back earlier to prepare." Speaking of this, Huang Yipeng had a smile on his face that was hard to hide. At the same time, the eyes he looked at Lin Fan with became a bit more fiery. At this time, Lai Min, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but ask, "Lin Fan, why do you know the chairman and general manager of Xiaowu Wholesale City in them?" Huang Yipeng and Huang Min pricked up their ears. Obviously, they are very concerned about this issue, as well. "Oh, because I have 51% of Xiaowu Wholesale City's shares," Lin Fan casually said. Snap! Huang Yiping's spoon fell directly to the ground, his entire body completely frozen. As the manager of the dealership, he is well aware of just how much financial power Xiaowu Wholesale City possesses, and Lin Fan actually owns 51% of Xiaowu Wholesale City? If, the first time he saw Lin Fan, he had said this, Huang Yiping would have absolutely poo-pooed him. At this point, he was completely convinced, because it was only for this reason that the chairman, general manager, and others of the Xiaowu Wholesale City were that polite. Even Kurt, to him yesterday, straight highway, in the Toyota Corolla, nostalgic music plays. Rena's somewhat aged face was tinged with a slight blush from the direct sun. She seemed to be thinking of some beautiful images, and a smile appeared on her face as she said, "My little spirit has such a good eye. I wish I could have gotten pregnant with a baby sooner. I need to get my daughter to take more supplements." As Renan spoke, she pulled out her cell phone and quickly edited the text message. At this time, Huang Yiping's cell phone rang a light ringtone. He casually pressed the car's answer button. "Is it Huang?" A somewhat hoarse voice came from the car stereo. Huang Yiping said, "It's me. And you are?" "I am Xiong Jai in pain. Brother Huang. In the past it was me who was wrong. Please be an adult." Manager Xiong said in a somewhat crying voice. At this time, Lin Fan had already arrived at Zhongbei University. Lin Fan had just arrived at the classroom and sat down when Song Jusin walked over. She handed out her notebook and said, "How is it calculated here?" Lin Fan looked at the dense arithmetic on the notebook and oohed. It turned out to be Zhou's conjecture. With Song Jusin's family, there was no need to delve into math. Apparently, as she said before, she's really more interested in math. Unfortunately, Song Jusin's interest did not allow her to make math her best teacher. For the arithmetic before us is still only the shallowest calculation of Chow's conjecture. But, she could no longer read it at all. Lin Fan lifted his pen and wrote out the most detailed steps as he could on the blank notebook. Song Jusin looked at the floating arithmetic formulas on her notebook for a while, mesmerized, not knowing what she was thinking. At that moment, a light bell rang outside. The old professor walked in slowly with his textbook. I have to say, the old professor's lecturing style was really hypnotizing. Although, Lin Fan had slept all night yesterday. But, the old professor didn't lecture for a while before Lin Fan felt his eyelids sink and directly fell asleep. At noon, while eating in the cafeteria, Lin Fan's cell phone shook slightly. 12 o'clock. The red bag appears. Ding. Congratulations. You get $3. Ding. Congratulations. You've earned $19.999. Ding! Congratulations! You have gained a skill scan. Ding! Congratulations! You get $5. Today, Lin Fan has earned a total of $42.189. This amount of money, naturally, was not on his mind. Lin Fan directly focused on skill scanning. Scanning, the skill of not forgetting at a glance and absorbing knowledge quickly. Superior memorization and reading skills not only enable you to grasp knowledge quickly, but also display special charisma. When Lin Fan saw this, his eyes immediately lit up. In the past, he had often fantasized that he would be able to forget everything, but to his surprise, today it had turned into reality. This is definitely a very good skill. After Lin Fan ate lunch, he returned to his dorm room and couldn't wait to pick up a textbook and quickly flipped through it. With just a glance, the densely packed contents of the first page all seemed to be inscribed in the mind. Incomparably magical. Lin Fan couldn't help but get excited and flipped through the second, third, and fourth pages. In a short period of 2 minutes, Lin Fan could actually recite the contents of the entire book completely backwards. Lin Fan read 3 books in a row before his interest slowly faded. At that moment, the cell phone in his pocket shook slightly. It turned out to be a message from Ms. Sugar. Sweet Hu, if you're free in the evening, come over to my house. Yesterday, when Huang Ling's parents came, Lin Fan could be said to have held his breath all night. At this moment, seeing this message, Lin Fan's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a few beats and quickly reply to the message. Lin Fan, Ms. Sugar invited me, so I'm definitely free. When the school bell rang in the afternoon, Lin Fan drove the Pagani wind god and headed straight towards Hu Tian's house. At this time, it is the end of the day. The road is very congested. Although, Hu Tian's house is not far from Zhongbei, but, Lin Fan also spent almost an hour. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Fan slowly knocked on the door and soon, the door opened with a creak. The next moment, Lin Fan was a bit confused, because, the person who opened the door was surprisingly not Hu Tian, but Xu Yunyue. Just when Lin Fan thought if he was in the wrong place, Hu Tianan also appeared in front of him. In this instant, the scent of flowers tea on Hu Tian's body, the similar decorating style of Xu Yunyue and Hu Tian's home, and other things all converged in Lin Fan's mind. Xu Yunyue is actually the girlfriend in Hu's sweet-ass mouth? Oh, epsilon asterisk, asterisk 3, asterisk 3, epsilon asterisk, 3 equals 88. Tonight, another sleepless night. When Lin Fan opened his eyes, it was already dawn. Xu Yunyue and Hu Tianyue had prepared noodles, fried dumplings and other delicacies early. After a tiring night yesterday, all three were a little hungry. It didn't take long for all the food to be eaten. Xu Yunyue wiped the grease stains at the corner of her mouth, her pretty face filled with satisfaction. Then, she glanced at the time and said, I'll leave first. The market demand for Flower Tea's rainbow perfume is rather large. I'm going to supervise and coordinate it. Speaking of this, Xu Yunyue's pretty face revealed another smile that was hard to hide. Since the rainbow perfume was officially launched, it immediately gained a large number of favorable comments, and in just one day, it was directly sold out. This made Xu Yunyue feel that she was getting closer and closer to creating China's first international first-class perfume brand. Then, Xu Yunyue used her glittering beautiful eyes to land on Lin Fan. This is all Lin Fan's credit. After waiting for Xu Yunyue to leave, Hu Tian said to herself, a year ago, Xu Yunyue and I decided to spend our lives together. A week ago, we decided to separate and live our separate lives. I can't believe that in just 1 week, we're going to be together again for the rest of our lives. After Hu Tianyan finished speaking, she looked at Lin Fan with a smile. She had never thought before that such a young boy could have such a big impact on her life. Lin Fan was stared at like this and was a little embarrassed for a moment, picking up his teacup and continuously moistening his throat. Hu Tianyi looked at Lin Fan's embarrassed appearance and couldn't help but chuckle. The two of them chatted for a while longer before heading towards Zhongbei University. Hu Tianan walked on the wide campus road, and almost all the students who passed by, all greeted her. Available at. Just how popular Hu Tian is at JNU. At that moment, a clear voice came from not far away. Sugar, so you're here. I was just going to look for you. See only. A woman of medium build, with short hair and about 30 years old, walked over quickly. Hu Sweet said, Wenting, what do you want to see me about? Wenting, whose full name is Zhong Wenting, is an associate professor in the School of Physics at Zhongbei University. Female professors are less common in engineering disciplines such as math, physics and chemistry. So, Hu Tian and Zhong Wenting have always been on good terms. Isn't it still that earthquake subject in our lab? The calculations are too complicated for us to manage at all. So, we want to ask you, a great mathematician, to help out. Zhong Wenting greatly pinched. Although, Physics and math are two different subjects, but it's still a different path if you're just counting. Sweet who laughed. Calculation? Then you've got the wrong person. Ha! Zhong Wendian was a bit confused. In the past, when she asked for Hu Tian's help, it seemed like she agreed straight away. Why did you refuse today? Hu Sweet continued. Because this one next to me is the really big mathematician. It's more appropriate for you to look for him. After saying that, she pointed at Lin Fan and introduced. He is Lin Fan. Lin Fan? Zhong Wendian froze for a moment first, and only then, in surprise, did he call out, Lin Fan? The genius who solved Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime conjecture. Lin Fan? Although, at the request of Jiangbei University and Jiangshi University leaders and others, Lin Fan did not accept the video interview, but his name still resounded throughout Jiangbei University early on. Zhong Wenting said excitedly, Student Lin, can I trouble you to help us with our calculation problem? Lin Fan could also see that Zhong Wenting and Hu Sweet had a good relationship, and it was just a matter of helping with some calculations, so naturally there was no problem. So, in response, he said, okay. When Zhong Wendian heard this, the smile on her face grew a few points wider. Then, the group of three came to the teaching building behind the basketball court of Jiangbei University. This school building looked a bit old on the outside, and ordinary people wouldn't even care about it even if they passed by. But this would never be the case if one was familiar with JNU, because inside this teaching building, there were many expensive equipments, experimental materials and data, and it was definitely one of the highest value and most important places in Jiangbei University. 104 The physics lab is filled with complex instruments on display and large and small LED lights that flash with different lights. Wang Guahai, a professor at the School of Physics, directs two doctoral students to adjust the experimental steps and methods from time to time. Wang Guahai stared tightly at the screen and muttered, we must find a way to answer those puzzles quickly before we can do so. Knock knock. At that moment, a light footstep sounded outside the corridor. Zhong Wenting said happily, Professor Wang, look who I've brought here. Wang Guahai heard the words and slowly raised his head, saying, so it's Professor who's here. Welcome, welcome. I was just fretting about the calculations. Now that Professor Hu is here, then it looks like I won't have to worry. Apparently, Zhong Wendian had already said that she was going to invite Hu Tianan over. Therefore, at this moment, Wang Guahai wasn't too surprised. Hu Tianyi smiled and said, Professor Wang might have misunderstood. I'm not the one who came to help with the calculations today, but Lin Fan. Lin Fan? A look of amazement surfaced on Wang Guahai's face. Only then did he look to the side and solemnly said, Student Lin, your process of answering Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime number conjecture was very exciting. Wang Guahai had been there that day, so he knew Lin Fan. Only, just now, I wasn't paying attention. Lin Fan said, thank you, Professor Wang, for the compliment. The two doctoral students who were doing experiments couldn't help but look up when they heard the conversation. They were likewise very curious about Lin Fan. Zhong Wenting said, alright, you guys should stop chatting for now. Classmate Lin, why don't you come and help look at these puzzles first? As he spoke, he handed over a stack of papers. There are many topics written early on it. 2, 1/5 pi plus 1 dash 4/5 pi b plus 7 dash 1 caret 3. Hu Sweet, who was next to him, was just about to open his mouth to say something. Lin Fan had then picked up a ballpoint pen and wrote quickly. Ta-da! At once, the whole laboratory resounded with a crisp knocking sound. Ding! Absolute concentration, triggering a flash of aura. 1 page, 2 pages, 3 pages. Soon the blank sketchbook was filled with floating characters. Then, 1 question answered, 2 questions answered. In about 50 minutes, all the topics had all been brought to fruition. Quiet. Throughout the lab, there was silence. Wang Guahai, Zhong Wenting, and the 2 doctoral students, all gathered around, their mouths half open, their faces covered in shock. These puzzles, which had accumulated over the last 6 months, were puzzles that they had spent a long time and racked their brains to answer. As a result, in less than an hour, the young man in front of him, Lin Fan, did not have any thinking at all, and all the answers were finished? It's almost like eating and drinking. Is this the genius who solved 2 world math problems? That's too good to be true. Hu Tianyan looked at the answer Lin Fan had written, her beautiful eyes rippling with color. She had seen Lin Fan answer difficult questions several times, but every single time, it fascinates her to no end. Couldn't get enough of it. Floating handwriting, concentration, perseverance. In Hu Tianan's eyes, the whole world seemed to be left with Lin Fan alone, so radiant and mesmerizing. Ahem. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed as he kept being stared at by the crowd and cleared his throat. Any other topics? When all the questions were answered, Lin Fan also retreated from his state of absolute concentration. As a matter of fact, without triggering a flash of light today, it would have been simply impossible for Lin Fan to answer so many physics puzzles in such a short period of time. After all, he also only had professorial physics experience, and academician math experience. Only then did Wang Guohai react and said, according to the data on this, redo the imitation earthquake experiment, and the movement experiment of our particles. The two PhDs busily took the draft paper and then, according to the requirements and steps of the experiment, carefully fiddled with the experimental equipment and pressed a button. Buzz! Not a moment later, the large experimental apparatus in front of him began to vibrate violently. Immediately after that, rows of LEDs and the like, in a specific pattern, flashed with different colors. A few moments later, dense black dots appeared on the computer screen connected to the instrument. Wang Guotao tapped quickly on the keyboard and entered the series of equations for the operation. At once, the black dots formed a beautiful parabola on the screen as if attracted. See here, Zhong Wenting exclaimed excitedly, great, we've found the trajectory of the R particle. Wang Guotao was also covered in smiles, and at the same time, his gaze towards Lin Fan was filled with sighs. As a matter of fact, they were happy, and the corners of Lin Fan's mouth followed suit with a slight tick, because, in his head, a crisp beep sounded. Ding! Triggered a quest to look through science of geography, fundamentals of geology, geology and tectonics, mechanics, fundamental research of the Earth's crust, fluctuation theory, higher particle research, quantum mechanics research and analysis, wavelength theory, and laws of Earth's crustal motion, reward for earthquake predictors, and the principles of their manufacture. An earthquake predictor? Predicting earthquakes in advance? That's obviously a good thing. Lin Fan also didn't expect that a trip to the physics lab would trigger a mission. Wang Guohai solemnly said, Lin Fan, thank you, just a little thing. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Lin Fan said. He only wanted to go and complete this mission earlier now. Wang Guohai looked at the back of Lin Fan and Hu Tian as they left, and for a while, he was mesmerized inside. Lin Fan, what a marvelous genius. As a matter of fact, when Wang Guohai learned that Lin Fan was being asked to help answer those puzzles, he didn't hold out much hope, although, Lin Fan answered Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime conjecture. But, that only means he is a math genius, and those earlier calculations involved a lot of advanced physics. He's a college student, and I'm afraid he might not recognize all those symbols. Even if they were replaced by Hu Tian, they would need to go through quite a bit of information to have an answer. However, Lin Fan even answered them all easily in less than an hour on the spot. This would never be a simple description of mathematical genius. Lin Fan was already a genius, Zhong Wenting said. Obviously, she didn't think about it that much. Walking along the winding green paths, in the treetops, from time to time, a bird chirps. Sweet Hu said, I can't imagine that you're that deep into physics as well. When Lin Fan was about to get his hands on the title, Hu Tianyi was still trying to explain the significance of the special symbols. However, without even waiting for Hu Tianan to open her mouth, Lin Fan directly answered the question. Obviously, this came as a bit of a surprise to Sweet Hu. Lin Fan said, what is physics? In the future, you'll realize there's simply nothing I don't understand. Yes? Hu sweetly smiled. At this time, Hu Tianyi's cell phone slightly shook. She glanced at her cell phone and said, I've got something to do. I need to go to the office first. Okay, go ahead, Lin Fan answered. Then, headed straight towards the library. It must be said that JNU is worthy of being a national key university. Inside the tall library, the crowds leapt and leaped, and there were almost no absentees sitting. Rows of tables, many people are carefully reading books, ambling to do problems, very study atmosphere. Raising his eyes toward the distance, he then looked at the densely packed bookshelves. Each shelf is organized into categories and filled with a large number of books. Lin Fan walks quickly through the shelves of humanities, history, chemistry, and fiction. Eventually, it came to the physics bookshelf. Fluctuation theory, advanced particle research, quantum mechanics research and analysis, wavelength theory. Then, Lin Fan came back to the geography bookshelf. Science of geography, fundamentals of geology. It took nearly 20 minutes for Lin Fan to hold a large pile of books and find a seat. The average person, if they want to go through all 10 books, without a month or two, I'm afraid it's just not possible. To know, these books, all of them, are heavyweight books with hundreds of pages, but, Lin Fan had acquired skill scanning not long ago, so that was much easier. Wow, only a sound of a quick flip of a book could be heard from where Lin Fan was. Fluctuation theory, higher particle studies, science of geography. 1, 2, 3, in just 20 minutes, All 10 thick books were read in their entirety, and all the contents were memorized. 20 minutes to find the book. 20 minutes to read all the books again. Even mastered all the knowledge in the book. I wonder what others would think if they knew about this. At this same time, a clear voice rang in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! Congratulations! Look through Science of Geography, Fundamentals of Geology, Geology and Tectonics, Mechanics, Fundamental Research of the Earth's Crust, Fluctuation Theory, Higher Particle Research, Quantum Mechanics Research and Analysis, Wavelength Theory, and Laws of Earth's Crustal Motion, Acquisition of Earthquake Predictors, and the Principles of their Manufacture. Lin Fan craned his neck a little, just in time to see the girl wearing black-rimmed glasses next to him, knitting her brows at the math topic on the table for a while, and her hand holding the ballpoint pen, not moving for a long time. Obviously, this is hard for her. Lin Fan had just completed his mission and was in a good mood, so he didn't mind helping out as he went along. So, grabbing a pen and paper next to the girls, he wrote quickly. In no time at all, a standard set of solved answers jumped off the page and was pushed in front of the girls. Then, Lin Fan picked up a large pile of books and strolled towards the bookshelf. After Lin Fan left the library, he returned to the dormitory. At this point, the dormitory was empty and very quiet. Do you receive earthquake predictors and how they are made? Yes, Lin Fan said silently. Wow. In the next instant, a rectangular machine with a black body and about 1 cubic meter appeared in front of him. This is the earthquake forecaster. On top of the earthquake predictor sits a large stack of information. And at the top of the information, there were 9 big words, Principles of Earthquake Forecaster Manufacturing. Lin Fan first surveyed the black machine and muttered, "This is the earthquake predictor, right? It looks quite a bit like a box." Then he picked up the information and flipped through it quickly. Wow! In about 3 minutes, everything about the Principles of Earthquake Forecaster Manufacturing was memorized. Can predict earthquakes for the next 5 days? That's barely good enough. Predicting earthquakes in the next 5 days? Barely good enough? I'm afraid if seismologists heard that, they'd just scream. You know, with today's science and technology, it is simply impossible to predict for 5 minutes, not to mention 5 days. Lin Fan yawned, and then, directly lying on the bed, drifted off to sleep. He hadn't slept all night yesterday, and even though his body had been strengthened after he possessed the skill Violent Aesthetics, he was a bit sleepy. Physics lab. Buzz. Dull voices, one after the other. It was a long time before it slowed to a halt. Wang Guohai looked at the data on the computer screen and couldn't suppress a smile all over his face. Next to her, Zhong Wenting said excitedly, "We should be able to publish several SCIs if we organize these data." Yes, Wang Guohai nodded. "Then what are you waiting for? Get to work," Zhong Wendian said. Lin Fan had a very comfortable sleep this time. It was only when a hot beam of sunlight fell on his face that his eyes slowly opened. Lin Fan lay on the bed for a while to slow down. Ding! At that moment, the cell phone in his pocket shook slightly. 12 o'clock. The red bag appears. Ding! Congratulations! You get $10. Ding! Congratulations! You have been awarded $1,999. Ding! Congratulations! You have been awarded $50,000. Ding! Congratulations! You get $1. Today, Lin Fan has earned a total of $72,121. With this amount of money, Lin Fan didn't care in any way and directly put his cell phone back into his pocket. Then, slowly, he headed outside. Lin Fan hadn't been gone for long when Zhang Jinbao, Ma Zhong and Song Yi strolled in. "What's this?" Ma Zhong pointed at the earthquake predictor. "It would be nice if it was a bit higher. Just right for a table," Song Yi said. Zhang Jinbao was also curious to look at it for a few moments. However, he quickly returned his attention to his computer. Before 12 o'clock, there are long lines in the school cafeteria. After 12 o'clock, it's crowded. Lin Fan didn't want to go and squeeze, so he directly drove his Lamborghini to the AB restaurant not far away. Crystal shrimp dumplings, vegetarian green vegetables, pigeon soup, sautéed yellow beef. A simple, affordable lunch for 600 renminbi was a very satisfying meal for Lin Fan. After having a full meal, Lin Fan walked out of the AB restaurant and prepared to return to school. At that moment, a somewhat familiar silhouette appeared not far away. "Zhang Song," Lin Fan called out. Zhang Song, Lin Fan's best friend in high school, the reason why Lin Fan had attended the last high school reunion. Zhang Song was one of the people he wanted to meet, although, the man not far away, and Zhang Song in high school taller, darker, thinner, but, Lin Fan still confirmed that it was his former good friend, Zhang Song, the man not far away, who apparently also heard someone calling out to him, couldn't help but turn around. In a somewhat uncertain tone, he said, "Are you, Lin Fan?" Seeing that he recognized him, Lin Fan happily said, "Ha ha, it's me. I never thought that we would meet here." For being able to meet his high school friend, Jung Song also looked happy and said, "I didn't expect it either." Lin Fan added, "When did you arrive in Jiangbei?" "I've been in Jiangbei," Jung Song said. "What? You kid didn't say it earlier." "I've been in Jiangbei too. By the way, our class even got a party in Jiangbei not long ago," Lin Fan said. Jung Song said, "Is it?" In fact, he knows about the party, but he's had a rough time of it over the years, so he didn't bother to attend. Lin Fan said, "The last gathering, I just wanted to go and meet some of your good friends, but as a result, all of you didn't go, so if I had known, I wouldn't have gone either." Jingle bells. At this time, Zhang Song's cell phone rang with a sharp ring. "Huiling, what's wrong?" Zhang Song said as he picked up his cell phone. Huiling, full name Zhang Huiling, is Zhang Song's sister. Mom fell to the ground. Her head is bleeding. On the phone, assisted a panicked voice. "What? I'll be right back," Zhang Song said anxiously. Lin Fan, who was standing next to him, heard all the contents of the phone call clearly, and busily said, "My car is right next to me. I'll send you back." "Thanks," Zhang Song said. Then, Lin Fan directly opened the door of the Lamborghini and quickly sat on it. Zhang Song froze slightly. He didn't even think that Lin Fan was driving a supercar. Lin Fan said, "Come on up." Only then did Zhang Song react and busily sat up. Without that phone call just now, Zhang Song would definitely be curious to ask about the supercar. But, at this moment, apart from a hint of surprise in his heart, more than anything else, he was worried. Lin Fan inquired about Zhang Song's exact location and then slammed on the gas. Boom! At that moment, the entire Lamborghini car directly leaped out, like a nimble lightning bolt, speeding in the middle of the road. It didn't take long for Lin Fan to arrive at the only factory in Jiangbei City. The only factory is the one that is decades old, and as a result, the overall look is a bit old. And Zhang Song's home is in the only factory workers' compound. Bang! Zhang Song quickly rushed into the house and anxiously asked, "Mom, how is it?" The woman whose head was wrapped in gauze, and on the gauze, a trace of blood was still vaguely oozing out, said in a hoarse voice, "It's fine, just a little skin rubbed." Then, in a somewhat scolding tone, "Huiling, you too, what are you so excited about?" Next to Zhang Huiling, her eyes were a little red. Obviously, she had just been really frightened. At this time, the woman finally saw Lin Fan, who was following Zhang Song, and said, "This is," Lin Fan said, "I'm Zhang Song's high school classmate, a very good friend. So you're Xiao Song's friend. Please sit down. The house is a bit messy. Don't mind. I'll go and pour you some tea." After the woman finished speaking, she limped towards the tea table. Zhang Huiling said, "Mom, I'll pour the water." Apparently, this family is very hospitable. The furniture in Zhang Song's house is rather old, but the display is very neat. Swinging bell, painted red scarf stein, everything seemed very cozy and full of life. Lin Fan sipped the clear tea, his entire body incomparably relaxed and at ease. Sasha. At that moment, the sound of frying came from the kitchen. Then an aroma wafted in. Originally, Lin Fan was not going to eat. After all, he'd only just eaten a short while ago. But Zhang Song's mom, Chamli, insists on cooking, and said that even if you don't eat it, but it's okay to sit for a while. Lin Fan couldn't argue, so he had no choice but to stay. Not a moment later, Chenli and Zhang Huiling carried plates of very homely dishes and placed them on the table in the living room. Shredded pork with green peppers, purple cabbage and egg soup, cucumber and ham, tomato and egg. Lin Fan, come sit down. Chenli limped over to the table and said. Lin Fan answered, holler, although he did have lunch already, but, smelling the aroma on the table, I couldn't help but eat it. This food, let Lin Fan some cannot stop, until the stomach round, really cannot eat. This only put down the chopsticks. Lin Fan said from the bottom of his heart, Auntie, your cooking is so delicious. Chenli happily said, then we'll have to come and eat more often in the future. Then I'll thank Auntie first, Lin Fan said. After eating and drinking, a few people chatting, the atmosphere is very warm, harmonious, just like a family. At this time, Lin Fan said, it seems to me that Auntie's legs aren't very convenient. Chenli sighed and said, I broke my bones a few years ago, and I haven't been able to make any strength. If it wasn't for that, even if Song's father had left, Song and Hyrion wouldn't have to be so tired. Speaking of which, the atmosphere in the house became a bit somber. The hardships of these years all came to the forefront. Lin Fan said, so it is a leg fall I happen to have a bottle of medicine here to cure the injury. I heard that it has a very good effect. You drink it and try. As the words fell, Lin Fan spent $10 million and purchased one bottle of medical potion. Nowadays, Lin Fan didn't lack money, and Zhang Song was his good friend, who hadn't helped himself much when he used to go to school. It was a great meal too. Therefore, Lin Fan was willing to step in and help. Shenli saw that it was a small bottle of potion, although she didn't really think it would have any effect. After all, her leg had been injured for several years. But, Shenli is still very happy. After all, this is the son's friend's heart. Lin Fan, thank you. And then, he asked, is this an external or internal application? Auntie will just drink it directly. Lin Fan said, okay. Shenli nodded, and without any hesitation, she directly drank it. Then a few people began to make small talk again. Tap tap tap. At that moment, a footstep sounded outside. Then several security guards walked in. Standing in the forefront, with an inch-long beard, named Zhou Kaiwei's middle-aged man, smilingly said, yo, the family are in it. As soon as he opened his mouth, the atmosphere of the scene immediately became much cooler. Shenli's face was a bit ugly as she said, Supervisor Wrinkle, we have a guest at our home today, so please come back another time if there's anything else. However, not only did Zhou Kaiwei not leave, instead, his eyes moved slightly and said, if it was a private matter, I would have definitely left. But, I'm here to read the factory's documents and carry out the factory's orders, and I'm going to do it with or without a guest. After all, it's my job. After a pause, Zhou Kaiwei took out a document. With a more serious tone, read, with the continuous development of the only factory, the number of employees continues to increase. There is a large shortage of staff accommodation. According to the research decision of the factory leadership, the recovery of Zhang Yongliang staff dormitory, please dormitory-related personnel to move out immediately. After reading, Zhou Kaiwei continued, Shanli, you said last time there is no factory documents, so do not move. Now that the documents have also come down, it's always time to move, right? Shanli angrily said, this is the house that the factory assigned to our family. Our family, old Zhang, still died because of his work. It's not as if the tea is cold when people leave. Supervisor Zhou, don't you think it's too chilling and unreasonable? Dying for a job, and now, to be deprived of a house. Chill beyond belief. The more Shenli thought about it, the angrier she became, the more heartbroken she became, and her muddy tears began to swirl. However, Zhou Kaiwei was not moved at all and said, that's not how reason works. When Zhang Yongliang died in the past, did you receive compensation and subsidies? By all rights, you guys should have moved out then. But, it was because of sympathy for you that you were allowed to live until now. Now, there is not enough housing in the factory, and it is only as a last resort that you have been allowed to move out. And it has been a mercy. Shenli became even angrier as she opened her mouth to speak, but she coughed violently. Zhang Huiling busily assisted Shenli and said, Mom, are you alright? Zhang Song droned, what do you mean you should move out? Our family used to have a housing contract with the factory. As he spoke, he pulled out a yellow document. When Zhou Kaiwei saw this, his face changed slightly. He also knew that there was such a contract, but, the first few times he came, Shenli didn't take it out at all. So, Zhou Kaiwei thought he lost it. However, he was secretly relieved when he read the contents of the contract. Yes, this is the contract signed by the factory. But, look at this, it's only a 20-year lease. It's long past 20 years now, and the contract is no longer valid. Zhou Kaiwei said, the only thing is that when the factory built its staff quarters back then, there were no relevant documents at all. So, only $10 lease can be signed with each household. But, according to the state, the maximum lease period is 20 years. And that's where the contract comes from. By this time, Shenli had slowed down and called out. When the contract was signed, the leader clearly said that the time was automatically extended. Zhou Kaiwei said in a serious tone, Shenli, this is something wrong with you. Now is the rule of law society. No matter what, have to pay attention to the evidence. If the contract had said automatic extension, then, without saying a word, I would have turned around and left by now. The problem is that it didn't. I've finished reasoning. Shenli, the factory leaders mean for you to move out today, so it's better not to make things difficult for me. Shenli said with incomparable firmness, this is my home. I won't move out. If you say so, then we may have to take some necessary measures, Zhou Kaiwei said in a deep voice. After saying that, the several security guards beside him, as if they had transformed into a group of demons, took large strides towards the front. Wait a minute. At that moment, a loud and clear voice rang out from outside. With the sound of this voice, the security guards' feet all stood still. Then a man with an oily face, named Li Changdong, walked in quickly. Auntie Chen, Song and Huiling, you're all home. Li Changdong greeted towards Chenli and the others and swept over the people in the room one by one. and on Zhang Huiling, he couldn't help but linger for a few more seconds. Half a minute. Before continuing, Uncle Zhou, I just heard about the factory's decision. Is there no room for discussion at all? Zhou Kaiwei said. Changdong, it's not that your Uncle Zhou has a hard heart. This is the factory's rules. I can't help it. We still have a lot of employees in the factory who don't have a house, and we can't keep people waiting. As the words fell, his face was also filled with a look of helplessness. A lot of employees waiting for their rooms to be divided? Li Changdong pondered for a moment and said, I do have an idea here. Then, Li Changdong looked at Zhang Huiling and said, Huiling is going to graduate from college next year, so if she comes directly to work at our only factory, doesn't that also belong to the factory's employees? When the time comes, won't we still have to give their family a house? So there's no need for Hairiyang and the others to move out at all right now, Zhou Kaiwei said with some hesitation. Huiling is to graduate from university, but want to become an official employee of our factory. I am afraid that it is also a little difficult. In the past, it was very simple to become a full-fledged employee of the only factory, with a little bit of training, and then you could sign a contract. But, with the times, the urban population has increased. Trying to sign a formal contract again, that's slowly becoming a hassle. From needing a high school degree, it gradually became a college and then a university. Even college students have to do internships, training, tests, and finally compete with each other, which gives them a chance to stay. Li Changdong said with a relaxed face. That's fine. My father is now the general manager. In a couple of years maybe he will be the factory director. He still has some official employee quotas in his hand. Zhou Kaiwei nodded and said, if General Manager Li agrees, then I definitely have no problem here. Li Changdong turned to Zhang Huiling and said, Huiling, after you graduate next year, come directly to our only factory. What do you think? Zhang Huiling opened her mouth, and for a moment, she had some bad choices to make. She grew up, so to speak, in the only factory. But, for that very reason, she doesn't like working here, because Zhang Huiling doesn't want to be stuck in the only factory for the rest of her life. What's more, Li Changdong had been pursuing himself. If you agree to him, what should you do in the future? The thing is, one doesn't even like him. But, if it's not a yes, I'm afraid we won't be able to keep the house and the whole family will be evicted. Mom still has injuries and can't afford to be tossed around at all. Zhang Huiling is obviously not a fool for being able to get into college. She bit her red lip lightly and finally opened her mouth, ready to make a decision. Snap. At that moment, however, there was a crisp round of applause from the side. What a matching play, Lin Fan said. The moment these words came out, everyone at the scene all focused their eyes on Lin Fan. Changdong, right? There's nothing wrong with liking a girl, but, to use some despicable means in order to get her, that would be dishonorable, right? Lin Fan said indifferently. It is important to know that Lin Fan not only has academician-level math experience, even world-class puzzles like Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime conjecture can be answered. His logical thinking and observation skills are definitely stronger than many. Lin Fan could easily see that everything in front of him was simply a play put on by Li Changdong and Zhou Kaiwei in partnership. Purpose? It's just that Li Changdong wants to get Zhang Huiling. Zhang Huiling has good features and a very well-proportioned body, coupled with a unique temperament of a college student. It is no wonder that he would be so intentional. Li Changdong obviously also realized that he had been seen through, and his face suddenly changed as he shouted, Kid, what are you babbling about? You yourself should know very well what I'm talking about, Lin Fan said. Li Changdong shouted, Clear my ass. Who are you? My dad is Li Dajiang, the general manager of the only factory. In Li Changdong's opinion, since Lin Fan had appeared here, he should also be the only family member of a factory employee. As long as he reported his father's name, the other party would definitely be apprehensive. However, he was overthinking it. Lin Fan said, So what if your father is Li Dajiang? Even if it's Li Gang, it's still just an ass. Kid, you dare to scold my father, Li Changdong said angrily. After Lin Fan mentioned this, Zhang Song and Chen Li also reacted. They first looked at Zhang Huiling's somewhat reddened eyes, and then called out, Even if we don't want the house, we will definitely not sell our daughter. Li Changdong, get out. Zhang Song drank. Li Changdong, however, did not admit it at all, but instead became infuriated and said, I came to help with good intentions, but you guys are yelling at me just because of a few nonsense words from this kid, and you want me to go out? What a wolf's heart. In that case, do what your family likes. When the time comes, don't beg me, Uncle Zhou, just deal with it according to the factory's rules. After saying that, Li Changdong was ready to leave. Is that Brother Van? Outside, a surprised shout suddenly rang out. Then, Sun Luguo and a middle-aged man in a white shirt walked in with large strides. When Sun Lubo saw Lin Fan, she called out happily, "I saw Brother Fan's car outside, so it's really Brother Fan." The first time I saw Lin Fan was racing with Lu Yuhang. At that time, Lin Fan showed superb car driving skills and beat everyone in one fell swoop, but refused the supercars with a total value of 28 million yuan. At that time, Sun Lubo silently remembered Lin Fan and put him in the same circle as herself, thus helping to find the 100 years Lingji as promised. The second time I saw Lin Fan was Song Juson's birthday party. Lin Fan showed his notable chess skills, making Lu Yuhang and the Song family's old man all admit defeat and surrender. This caused Sun Lubo to put Lin Fan on the same level as herself. The third time I saw Lin Fan, it was Pu Temple. Lin Fan even saved the life of Qin Yumingqin's old grandson in one fell swoop. This directly made Sun Lubo envious and pleasing to Lin Fan. Today, having met by chance, Sun Lubo naturally came to say hello. Lin Fan was also a bit surprised and said, "So it's Sun Lubo." Compared to Lin Fan's surprise, Li Changdong, Zhou Kaiwei and the others looked solemn and said in a panic, "Good day, factory director." The middle-aged man who followed Sun Luguian was named Peng Bing, the current director of the only factory. Peng Bing nodded at the few people as a greeting. Sun Lugua asked, "Brother Fan, why did you come to the only factory? Is there something wrong?" Lin Fan said, "It's not a big deal. It's just that this person called Chang Dong, in order to get my good friend's sister, in conjunction with this Zhou supervisor, forced to drive my good friend's family all out." What? Sun Lugua's face sank, and a pair of cold eyes, as if transformed into sharp arrows, swept towards Li Chandong and Zhou Kaiwei and the others. In movies and novels, people who are generally rich and powerful often run amok and do nothing wrong. But, true gentry are very unashamed of anything like that. Sun Lugo is one of them. What's more, the target of this persecution was Lin Fan's good friend's family. This made Sun Lugo even angrier. Then, Sun Lugo said in a cold voice, "Previously, it seems that I have never heard of this kind of thing occurring in the only factory. Factory Director Peng, if you can't manage the factory well, I think it's better to change to a more capable person." At these words, a layer of cold sweat appeared on Peng Bing's forehead in passing. Who is Sun Lugo? That's the youngest of Sun's medicine. His own status as the only factory director. In the eyes of many people, it was a lofty existence. But, this definitely did not include Sun Lugo. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as Sun Lugo wanted to, he himself might have to roll out tomorrow. Peng Bing panicked. This time, I've been busy with opening up the market, and as a result, I've relaxed the management of the staff below. This matter is that I didn't do my job well. I will definitely give Sun Xiao and Fan a satisfactory answer. Then, Peng Bing snapped. Supervisor Zhou, what the hell is going on here? This, Supervisor Zhou stammered, but never said a word. Lin Fan sidled up and said, Zhang Song, since this Supervisor Zhou is inarticulate, you can help him out. Zhang Song took a deep breath and told all the causes and consequences of the whole thing. After hearing this, Peng Bing's entire body shivered a little in anger and shouted, "Threat? Drive away? Good. Is this how you treat the heroes who dedicated their lives to building the factory? Assholes." Then he pulled out his cell phone and dialed a string of numbers. "Li Dajiang, I'm at the staff dormitory. Come here now." Then, Peng Bing dialed out 2 more phones. "You bring me the file at the bottom of my desk, with Li written on it. Captain Huang, please come for a moment to our only factory workers' dormitory." Not a moment later, a man with a big belly trotted his way in. He is none other than Li Dajiang. When Li Dajiang saw the situation in front of him, he had a guess in his mind. It should be Zhang Song and others who found the factory director and wanted to help do justice. However, Li Dajiang wasn't too scared, because he had prepared to say it long ago. He believed that Peng Bing would give himself this face. "Factory Director Peng, I spent a lot of time these days cleaning out the employee dormitory register and found a total of 3 unused and 1 occupied room. These are the only factory property we have and should be utilized in the most sensible way. I also know that this may cause some resentment, but there are no rules." Li Dajiang opened his mouth to place himself in the position of scrupulosity. He was sure Peng Bing would turn to his side as well. However, it was just wishful thinking on his part. Peng Bing snapped, "What a good one. There are no rules. Is this your justification for privately forcing and driving away the families of employees who have dedicated their lives to the factory?" Li Dajiang simply did not expect Peng Bing to open his mouth this harshly, and his heart jumped slightly. Deception, damaging the reputation of the factory. "Li Dajiang, from now on, you are no longer the general manager of the only factory," Peng Bing said. Peng Bing still clearly remembered Sun Lugua's icy words just now. He understood that if he didn't let Sun Lugua and Lin Fan be satisfied, he would definitely be in bad luck. That being the case, the culprit, Li Dajiang must be severely punished. Li Dajiang shouted. What? Factory Director Pang. I'm only thinking about the rational use of the only factory property. You can't just listen to some people's side of the story. What's more, I've done a lot for the factory over the years. Factory Director Pang. You can't just fire me. In Li Dajiang's mind, even if Peng Bing knew the real reason, he would at most reprimand himself a few times. He didn't even expect Peng Bing to directly fire himself. A little off guard for a moment. However, what Li Dajiang didn't expect had only just begun. Tap tap. At that moment, a medium-sized woman with high heels walked in. Factory Director Pang, here are the documents you asked for. As she spoke, the woman handed out the paper bag with both hands. Peng Bing took out the documents inside and read. In January 13, sold the MIV equipment worth $1 million from the only factory for $200,000 and received a $300,000 favor. November 13, purchased $700,000 of shoddy products and received $200,000 in favors. Construction of Factory Building 5, May 14, received $800,000 in favors. As this sentence rang out, Li Dajiang's entire body rolled in cold sweat, his clothes quickly dampened, and his entire face turned pale. Because, these are all things he has done. Why? Why does the plant manager know so much? Peng Bing said coldly. Li Dajiang, is this what you did for the factory? Peng Factory Director. You, listen to my explanation. Li Dajiang was flustered beyond words, but, not a single word of explanation was uttered at all. After all, these were things he had actually done, and there was no way to explain them. Woohoo! Woohoo! At that moment, a sharp siren sounded outside. Then two stocky searches walked in at a brisk pace. Peng Bing said, explain? You just go explain with the narc. When he finished speaking, he sent the information to the hands of the narc standing in front of him. The country-faced narc. Captain Huang, please, snap. See here. Li Dajiang's body finally went limp and he directly fell to the ground. He himself not only lost his job as general manager, but also may have to go to jail. It's over. It's completely over. Then, Peng Bing carefully said, young son, brother Fan, what do you think about handling it like this? Sun Luguo didn't answer, but instead looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan then said, Zhang Song, what do you think? Good. Zhang Song nodded woodenly. His entire body was still in shock, unable to pull himself out of it. The only general manager of the factory, who was just removed from his post in front of himself, and even, to be arrested? Peng Bing understood that whether or not he could satisfy Sun Luguo and Lin Fan today, the key depended on Zhang Song's family. So, he was busy saying, Zhang Yongliang gave his life for the factory in the past. However, we let his family live in such a humble place. It's really because we didn't do a good job. I'll be there later, and I'll assign you a house in the North End. The North Zone, the only elevator housing made up by the factories, is so large and well laid out that even the average management can't move in. At this time, Li Dajiang still don't know. The reason why he ended up in this situation today, completely is the Sun Force Zhang Song's family caused. Thinking of this, Li Dajiang stepped forward and slapped Li Changdong in the face, scolding, it's all because of you, you bastard. With the narcotics taking Li Dajiang away, and Zhou Kaiwei and Li Changdong being fired, the Zhang Song family's affairs have come to an end. Peng Bing apologized again. I'm really sorry that this outrageous thing happened on my hands. Then, he looked at his watch and said, it just so happens that we're almost at the restaurant. Let me be the host and invite you all to have a meal together as my reparation. And please enjoy your time. As the words fell, he quietly dropped his gaze on Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded and said, yes. Peng Bing's heart breathed a long sigh of relief when he heard the words. As long as Lin Fan agreed to have dinner together, that proved that he was still relatively satisfied with how he handled the results. Zhangbei Fong Lai Hotel, Box 888. The table was filled with gold medal pigeon, Australian lobster, abalone with sea cucumber and so on, a big table of dishes. Zhang Song and the others, how had they ever eaten such expensive dishes? Initially, there were still some constraints, but, after Lin Fan helped them clip the dishes a few times, he slowly let go and ate with a mouth full of fat. Peng Bing, on the other hand, toasted a few glasses of wine towards Lin Fan and Sun Luguo from time to time. It was a very hearty meal. After leaving the Fong Lei Hotel, Peng Bing couldn't help but ask, Sun Xiao, what exactly is the identity of this fan? Brother? Sun Luguo glanced at him and said, the big leaders of Zhangbei City and the big leaders of Zhang Province, all of them want to please him, don't you think? With these words, Sun Luguo was definitely not joking. One must know that Lin Fan had saved Qin Yuming's grandson. Even, Qin Yuming had personally gone to congratulate Lin Fan's grandfather on his birthday. Knock, knock, knock. Peng Bing's entire heart beat wildly and chaotically as he heard the words. The big leaders of Jiangbei and Jiang province, all of them have to curry favor? This brother Van's identity definitely tops the sky. The only factory dormitory. Knock, knock, knock. The large pendulum clock let out a crisp, light, pleasant sound. After Chenli drank a mouthful of cool boiled water, she made a gesture to stand up, and Zhang Huiling next to her was busy saying, "Mom, let me help you." In the next moment, Chenli was a slight movement of color and said, "Wait, wait, you don't help me first." Then she took a few more steps forward, walked smoothly and powerfully without a hint of pain. Her leg, which she broke in a fall a few years ago, healed. "Mom, is your leg better?" Zhang Huiling said. "Yes, well, it's completely fine," Chenli exclaimed. Then, she suddenly thought of the potion Lin Fan had given her, and busily said in a serious tone, "Little Pine, you must repay Lin Fan properly in the future." "Okay," Zhang Song said. For the next few days, Lin Fan went to class, ate and slept every day, and his days were very relaxed and peaceful. At this time, JNU 104 Physics Lab. Knock, knock, knock. The large instrument, as usual, made rhythmic sounds and many LEDs flashed constantly. Wang Guahai looked at the equipment from time to time, and then looked at the computer screen, and his face was covered with a contemplative color. "Great!" At that moment, Zhong Wendian walked in with gusto and yelled. Wang Guahai frowned slightly and just opened his mouth to say something. Zhong Wendian held up a magazine and called out, "Professor Wang, the paper on seismic H particles has been officially published by PNAS. Quickly show me." Wang Guahai said in surprise. The two doctoral students who were doing experiments also stopped, their faces covered with joy, and quickly gathered around. It's no wonder they're so excited. You know, PNAS is the top journal of physics, and to be able to publish a paper in it is definitely a great honor. Wang Guahai looked at the paper located in the center and said happily, "Well, great." The smiles on the faces of the two PhD students increased a few notches when they saw the paper, because the paper is signed by a total of 5 people. One work, Wang Guahai and Zhong Wenting. Second work, Lin Fan, Tang Ziyu, Ding Peng. Tang Ziyu and Ding Peng, the very names of the two doctoral students, would definitely be of great help to their future. Lin Fan had only answered some calculations, but placed it in the second work position, which was already considered very rare. Jingle bells. At this time, Wang Guahai's cell phone rang with a light ringtone. He glanced at the caller alert and it turned out to be a call from Kevin Deng, the Dean of the School of Physics. "Professor Wang, Director Feng Jixiang from the Science Research Institute and Professor Li Jing from Huaqing University have come to our Jiangbei University. If you're free now, come to conference room number 1 of the School of Physics together with Professor Zhong Wenting," Deng Kaiwan said cheerfully. Wang Guahai said, "Okay, we'll be right over." After hanging up the phone, Wang Guahai told Zhong Wenting what Deng Kevin had said. At this time, in conference room 1, there were dozens of scholars, experts and professors sitting there, and they were having a series of discussions on academics, scientific research and so on, and the atmosphere was extremely strong. LOL. At that moment, the door to the conference room slowly pushed open. Some of the experts were so absorbed in thought and discussion that they didn't even notice the door opening. Dean Kevin Dunn, who was sitting directly across from the front door, caught a glimpse of it. "Professor Wang Guahai, Professor Zhong Wenting, why don't you sit down?" Deng Kaiwan said. Sitting next to him, the slightly gray-haired Professor Li Jing couldn't help but stop the discussion when he heard, "Professor Wang, Professor Zhong, I just saw your paper on H particles in PNAS. It's really wonderful." When he finished, he also pulled out a copy of PNAS. Wang Guahai said, "Thank you for Professor Li's compliment. We merely made a small discovery." "Professor Wang, you're being too modest. The discovery of H particle fluctuations in earthquakes will be of great help to any future research into earthquake predictors," Li Jing said. "Oh, an earthquake predictor? Is there any hope of researching it?" Director Feng Jixiang, who wore black-rimmed glasses, asked busily. He, as the director of the Institute of Science, is very aware of the earthquake predictor and just how important it is. Li Jing thought for a moment and said, "Before a person moves, the neurons will emit signals to command the limbs, and nature emits similar signals before an earthquake, and H particles are one of those signals. If, however, all the signals can be deciphered, there should be hope for the invention of an earthquake forecaster." Then, Li Jing sighed. "This kind of signal is usually very complex, and it's already very rare for Professors Wang and Zhong to be able to calculate the trajectory of the H particles. I'm sure that it should have taken a lot of time, right?" Wang Guahai nodded in agreement. They did spend a lot of time on trajectory calculations. Only, it didn't work out at all. So, somewhat helplessly, he said, actually, the trajectory was not calculated with my Professor Chung. Oh, who calculated that? Li Jing said with some surprise. Professor Li should know when he looks at the second work name. Wang Guahai Dao. Li Jing hasn't really looked at the second work name. This is because, generally speaking, the second work is an opportunity to show your face that the first work purposely gives, and doesn't have much involvement in the overall thesis. Lin Fan? Li Jing turned over the PNAS and reread the author of the paper. Is this the same Lin Fan who answered Zhou's conjecture, and the twin prime conjecture? Wang Guahai nodded. That's right, it's him. Li Jingyan sniffed and a look of dawning realization appeared on his face. He had also heard of the talented mathematician early on, and then, a bit puzzled, he said, didn't I hear that Lin Fan studied a math undergraduate degree? He also knows physics? Although, physics is also studied in high school, but the knowledge of the physical operations involved in the H particle is definitely very advanced. It should also be reasonably difficult to answer without an in-depth study of physics. Wang Guahai nodded. Lin Fan understands physics, and it took him less than an hour to answer all the difficult calculations about H particles. After saying this, Wang Guahai couldn't help but recall the scene where Lin Fan put up his pen and wrote without even a hint of hesitation. Less than an hour? Li Jing's eyes widened with disbelief. He was an expert in physics and was well aware of just how complex calculations were involved. Director Feng Jixiang couldn't help but say, then please ask Lin Fan to come to the conference room as well. He already had the idea of meeting Lin Fan after he knew that calculating all the particles before an earthquake would give him the chance to invent an earthquake predictor. Now, it was heard again that Lin Fan had spent less than an hour to calculate the trajectory of the H particle. This idea of seeing Lin Fan became more and more urgent. Feng does not know exactly how many particles appear before an earthquake, but if it is only a dozen, dozens of, that does not mean that soon it will be possible to create an earthquake forecaster? This is definitely not to be missed. Li Jing similarly looked at Wang Guahai with an expectant gaze. Professor Zhong, otherwise, why don't you contact Lin Fan? Wang Guahai Dao. Zhong Wendian said. Okay, I'll have him come over. After saying that, she directly dialed out Hu Tian's phone number and told Hu Tian the situation, and Hu Tianan relayed it to Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't have much to do in the first place, plus the reason for Hu's suite. So, without much hesitation, he walked straight towards the physics school's conference room 1. At this time, the crowd of experts and scholars in the conference room were passing the PNAS to each other and had a lively discussion about H particles and earthquakes. The whole conference room, very lively, and as the discussion deepened afterward, they became more and more interested in Lin Fan, who had calculated the trajectory of the H particle. LOL. At that moment, the door to conference room 1 pushed open. Wang Guahai said, Lin Fan, you're here? When the scholars and professors heard the words, they all turned sideways towards the door and focused their gazes on Lin Fan. Lin Fan, it's finally time to meet you. You're younger than I imagined. Even younger, Li Jing said. Lin Fan, how did you calculate the B frequency in the H particle? A bald professor asked. Lin Fan, in H particles, how is the vibration wavelength calculated? Another professor asked. As Lin Fan entered, the conference room became even more lively, with people constantly asking out loud. Lin Fan casually listened to a few sentences. Then, picking up the pen and paper on the table, he roughly wrote out all the questions that Zhong Wenting asked him to answer. Tap tap. The tip of the pen touched the table, and a brisk sound resounded through the conference room. In about 10 minutes, all the equations jumped off the page. Although, the answers are not very detailed. However, all the people present were experts and professors, and after a little reflection, they all realized what was happening. And from time to time they let out a sigh of admiration. So it is worthy of a genius who has answered 2 world-class puzzles. After hearing the words of the crowd, Feng Jixiang finally couldn't help but stand up, walk forward, and take the initiative to reach out his hand. Lin Fan, how are you? I'm Feng Jixiang, the director of the Science Research Institute. Hello. Lin Fan followed suit and reached out for a handshake. Feng Jixiang praised. It's been a long time since we've had a talent like you in China. Then, Feng Jixiang chatted with Lin Fan for a while more and sat him down after. Only then did he say, just now, Professor Li Jing said that a lot of particles will appear before an earthquake, and as long as all the particles are deciphered, there will be a chance to create an earthquake forecaster. You cracked out the H particle earlier. Is there a way to crack out the remaining particles? I have to say, Feng Jixiang is really composed, though, he was very anxious to know about it. But, it was also after chatting with Lin Fan for a while first, that he asked without any haste. Lin Fan said, why crack? Because Feng Zhixiang thought that Lin Fan didn't understand, so he was ready to explain a little more. At this time, Lin Fan added, "I've already created an earthquake predictor." Quiet. There was a sudden silence in the entire conference room. Everyone's bodies all froze a bit. After a long time, Feng Zhixiang said, Lin Fan, what did you just say?" "I've already created an earthquake predictor," Lin Fan repeated. Feng Zhixiang gave a dry laugh and said, "Young people, they just like to joke around. Pop. See only." Lin Fan directly threw a stack of papers onto the table. The title of the document is none other than Principles of Earthquake Forecaster Manufacturing. These 9 blackened and bolded fonts instantly took over everyone's pupils. Lin Fan happened to be in the dormitory when he received Hu Tiany's call, and after a little thought, he understood that those experts wanted to inquire about the earthquake predictor. So, Lin Fan brought this document out directly. Feng Zhixiang froze for a moment, then picked up the Principles of Earthquake Forecaster Manufacturing. Spectral tubes, X-ray tubes, induction loops, electromagnetic generators. Many instruments are connected in series with each other to form a picture of an immensely complex physics experiment. And below the physics lab diagrams are many physics calculations. A equals 2, V0 caret 2, / pi r, 1 plus 2k. Although Feng Zhixiang was the master of the Academy of Sciences and also possessed some knowledge of physics, but, in the final analysis, he is just an administrative officer, can't read much at all about anything too complex. So, softly, he asked, "Professor Li, you also come to take a look?" As a matter of fact, Li Jingyi had long ago turned sideways to look at it. His entire being had become fully absorbed in the document in front of him, unable to extricate himself from it. So much so, that Feng Zhixiang's words were not heard at all. When the first page was finished, Li Jing almost instinctively reacted by turning to the second and third pages. The surrounding experts and professors, who had also noticed Li Jing's serious expression, could not help but gather around and follow the Principles of Earthquake Forecaster Manufacturing. At this look, all eyes couldn't move. Rolling eyes, 1 hour, 2 hours. Usually, even if you stand for half an hour more, you will be sore back and legs of experts and professors. At this time, but all of them do not realize, just a pair of eyes, always staring straight at the information. Pop. Finally, the last page was turned. Feng Zhixiang hurriedly asked, "How is it?" "No problem with the information," Li Jing said. Good. Feng Zhixiang exclaimed excitedly. Li Jing looked at Feng Zhixiang's happy appearance. Couldn't he help but add, "I just don't see any big problems for the time being. The specific research and experimentation is still needed to be done. Also, some of the technology on it, it's very complex, and it's not always possible to accomplish with the current process." After a pause, he added, "Of course, even if we don't end up producing a seismic forecaster, it will certainly be a great help to us." Apparently, Li Jing still left his words open, though, in his opinion, this Principles of Earthquake Forecaster Manufacturing was perfect, but, as he said, it takes research and experimentation to come up with results. Feng Zhixiang said and sniffed, and his entire vicissitudes of the old face was still a fiery red. Excitement. Although, Li Jing didn't fill his words with words, but, it still represents news that there is hope for the creation of an earthquake predictor. It is important to realize that earthquakes are definitely one of the most terrifying and simply unpredictable natural disasters. Every earthquake, especially a big one, brings immense disaster. If, indeed, an earthquake forecaster could be built, then, not only can the impact of the disaster be minimized, but it can also be used to increase the influence of the whole of China in the international arena. Because, China is the first and only one who has the technology of earthquake forecasters. The one and only? Thinking of this, Feng Zhixiang's gaze flinched as he fiercely scanned the crowd of experts and professors at the scene. From now on, no one is allowed to leave the conference room. Feng Zhixiang has always been a peaceful person. Even when treating ordinary workers, he smiles as if bathing in the spring breeze. At this time, in the face of experts and professors, but it is serious and incomparable. Like an angry Vajra, let a person fear. Because, he knows very well what kind of weight this information actually has, and it must not be leaked out. The experts and professors, too, were startled by Feng Zhixiang's gaze. They soon realized why, so all of them didn't resist and nodded silently. Then, Feng Zhixiang quickly pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number. Tick, tick, tick. When Feng Zhixiang hung up the phone, the entire conference room was incomparably quiet, and the sound of a watch's second hand turning could be vaguely heard. LOL. It was only 10 minutes before 7 or 8 men in uniform walked in at a brisk pace. One of them, the uniformed man with a country face, walked up to Feng Zhixiang and reached out his hand. Director Feng, hello. Good day Captain Xiao. Feng Zhixiang followed and reached out. Trouble you. Duty calls, Captain Xiao said. Then he took out a stack of S-class confidentiality agreements. Presumably, all contents of today's meeting are forbidden to be divulged to anyone. The experts and professors, upon seeing the confidentiality level, their figures were solemn. You know, an S-class non-disclosure agreement. That's pretty much the highest level of secrecy. As soon as one leaked any word of what had happened today, there was no doubt that the authorities would appear in front of him the next second and take him away straight away. But, soon, the experts and professors were somewhat relieved again, because, principles of earthquake forecaster manufacturing deserve such secrecy. Soon, except for Lin Fan, everyone present signed their names. See here. Feng Zhixiang, only slightly relieved, turned to Lin Fan, said, 1950 to 1951, the snow area earthquake, 2 large earthquakes, resulting in, 1 in 1996, a large earthquake in the northern province, resulting in. Every time Feng Zhixiang said something, his face took on an additional color of pain, and slowly, his voice became a little choked. Lin Fan could hear that this was definitely not a disguise, but a genuine feeling. This Director Feng is a man who truly serves his country and the people. In an incomparably solemn tone, Feng Zhixiang said, Lin Fan, I also know that you must have spent a great deal of effort in studying this material, but, the country really needs it too much. Please let me take it away. After saying that, Feng Zhixiang even bowed deeply towards Lin Fan. As a matter of fact, with Feng Zhixiang's identity, there was absolutely no problem in taking the information away directly, because, this is a major matter for the security of the country and citizens should be extremely cooperative. However, he pleaded Lin Fan so solemnly. I have to say that Feng Zhixiang's character is really good. Lin Fan couldn't bear any antipathy towards this one, at all. Besides, this information is nothing to him. Even when Lin Fan brought the information, he already had the intention of handing it over. So, nodding, he said, yes, thank you, Lin Fan. Feng Zhixiang said excitedly, with this information, I'm sure we'll be able to develop an earthquake predictor soon. Perhaps, it was because he had been sitting for a long time. Lin Fan couldn't help but stretch his back and said, developed? That's not necessary. I've already said it just now, haven't I? I've already developed the earthquake predictor. Quiet. The entire conference room fell into silence again. Only after half a minute did Feng Zhixiang grip Lin Fan's hands with a fierce grip and said, what did you say? You have developed an earthquake predictor? Where? Although, Lin Fan admired this Director Feng who was dedicated to public service, but, being held in his hands like this, Lin Fan still couldn't help but get goosebumps. He jerked his arm straight back and said, in my dorm. What? Dormitory? Feng Zhixiang's eyes widened. How can you keep such important things in your dorm room? What if someone steals it? Then, Lin Fan, Feng Zhixiang, Li Jing, Wang Guahai, and that Captain Xiao, headed towards the male dormitory of Zhongbei University, while the remaining professors and experts were still left in the conference room not allowed to go out or contact others. Originally, Lin Fan wanted to go back to the dormitory slowly, but, Feng Zhixiang, Li Jing, Wang Guahai, and Captain Xiao, almost trotted all the way to catch up. Even these middle-aged and elderly people were so desperate, so Lin Fan had no choice but to speed up his pace. In no time at all, they arrived at room 104 of the boys' dormitory. Feng Zhixiang hurriedly scanned inside the dormitory, but, not finding anything, anxiously asked, Lin Fan, where did you put it? Lin Fan raised his hand and pointed at the blackened, table-like thing in front of him and said, here, this is it. It? Feng Zhixiang, Li Jing, and Wang Guahai all stared in disbelief, their faces filled with disbelief. Such a dark, like a small table, is the legendary earthquake predictor? Like the little table? No, I'm afraid this dorm room is really using it as a small table, because there's a water glass sitting on top of it. Under the crowd's astonished gaze, Lin Fan opened the table cover. At once, many complicated buttons, and an entire LCD screen appeared in the crowd's view. Then, Lin Fan randomly fiddled with a few buttons. Buzz! This dark little table vibrated slightly. At the same time, the underground curved screen appeared very clearly on the display. See here, all of them held their breaths, with tense expressions on their faces. After about 10 minutes, the results appeared on the display. Tommy City, latitude, 26.9 N, longitude, 119.3 E, will be hit by a magnitude 4.1 earthquake at a depth of 70 kilometers at about 15:30 on January 2nd. The city of Chuan, latitude, 40.1 north, longitude, 125.2 east, will be hit by a 5.1 magnitude earthquake at a depth of 80 kilometers at around 21:30 on January 2nd. The The city of Han, latitude 31.1 N, longitude 113.2 E, will be hit by a magnitude 3.5 earthquake at a depth of 60 kilometers at around 9:20 p.m. on January 3. Feng Jixiang, Li Jing, and Wang Guohai immediately widened their eyes when they saw these messages. Today is the 31st, and the earthquake forecaster can predict earthquakes for the next 4 days? Lin Fan, is this result accurate? Feng Jixiang asked eagerly. The results are accurate. However, strictly speaking, it can predict earthquakes in the next 5 days, Lin Fan said. Good. Feng Jixiang shouted excitedly. Verifying the results of an earthquake forecaster is as simple as waiting a few days. And once it is verified as true, then, Feng Jixiang couldn't help but have his entire heart beating violently just thinking about this possibility. He looked at the blackened earthquake predictor in front of him as if he were seeing the most splendid treasure in the world. Lin Fan, can we take it away? Feng Jixiang asked. It's fine, Lin Fan said indifferently. Tap tap. Outside the hallway, a footstep sounded. Then, Zheng Jinbao, Song Yi and Ma Zhong walked in. When they saw that so many people had come to the dormitory, all of their faces showed a look of doubt. Captain Qiu, who was standing next to him, had a solemn look on his face and seemed to be trying to control Zheng Jinbao, Song Yi and Ma Zhong. After all, this is where the earthquake predictor is kept. There must be absolutely no leakage of information, let alone any damage. Lin Fan seemed to know what Captain Qiu was thinking and said, "They are my roommates and don't know the situation." Captain Qiu's footsteps gave a slight lurch before he stopped moving. With the arrival of Zheng Jinbao and the others, some words could not be said more. Thus, after thanking Lin Fan for a while longer, Feng Jixiang had someone bring the earthquake predictor and hurriedly left Zhangbei University. Zheng Jinbao looked at the group of people's careful appearance and bristled. It's lucky that the box is black. If it was gold, I'm afraid others would think it was gold. Gold? It's no secret that the same volume of gold doesn't even compare to a corner of a seismic predictor. At that moment, Lin Fan's cell phone shook slightly. Mr. Sugar, are you free in the evening? Mrs. Sugar's home. In the bathroom, there was a clatter of water. Lin Fan watched the TV in boredom. Ding dong. That's when his cell phone kept vibrating. It turned out that someone had sent out a message from the Loving Family WeChat group that had been silent for a long time. Lamb, Happy New Year's Day. Then, a large red envelope appeared on top of the screen. Lin Jiamin, thank you, Uncle. Chen Zhu, thank you, Uncle. Linto, Happy New Year's Day. Then, followed suit by sending out a red envelope. Red-hot red envelopes, like flames, made the WeChat group completely lively. Lin Jiamin, wow. I'm so happy to have grabbed the red packet again. Chen Zhu, Jiamin, are you thinking of going somewhere for the New Year's Day holiday? Lin Jiamin, I'm on my way to play at Tiandi Peak in Chuan City, where I've heard that the mountains and clouds are, well, especially beautiful. Chen Bo, climbing a mountain? It's a good choice. Enjoying the scenery and exercising at the same time. When the time comes, remember to send us some photos. Jamie Lin, no problem. Seeing this, Lin Fan followed with a message. Lin Fan, a 5.1 magnitude earthquake will hit Chuan the day after tomorrow, so it's best to play somewhere else. Lifanfang, what? There's going to be an earthquake there? Jiamin, don't go to Chuan City. Lin Jiamin, but, I even bought the ticket. Aggrieved.jpg. Dai Weishue, Jiamin. It is better to listen to your mother. Lushan in Jianshan City. The clouds in the mountains are as good as the clouds in the mountains. Moreover, it is still closer to home. Go to Lushan instead. Jamie Lin, okay. LOL. At that moment, the bathroom door opened and a thick mist of water wafted out. Amidst the water mist, Hu Sweet slowly revealed herself wrapped in a bathrobe. She still had a few drops of water at the nape of her neck due to the fact that she had just gotten out of the shower. And the fact that it was rather stuffy in the bathroom made her pretty face turn a little flushed. Fairy and delicate. No less. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Fan's heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate for a while, and he simply stopped paying attention to the Loving Family group message. Oh, epsilon asterisk. Asterisk 3, epsilon asterisk. What would you like to see? Hosting? Tonight, the whole house shook up and down with a vaguely rich frequency. One night, no sleep. At this time, Lin Fan was unaware that a message he had casually sent out had gradually caused a huge storm. Flora Wong is a silent self-publisher. She sends out articles that are rarely asked for. In order to gain attention, Flora Wong has recently added a large number of strangers. One of them pulled her into the Love One Another family group. When Huang Furong saw the group name, she immediately understood that the other party must have pulled the wrong person. But she didn't quit, because it's a great opportunity to add friends and expand your circle of friends. What's more, the group sends out red envelopes from time to time. This made Huang Furong secretly happy. When she grabbed another 8 yuan red packet, The person in the group with the note Lin Fan sent out the message: a 5.1 magnitude earthquake will occur in Chuan City the day after tomorrow. It's best to play somewhere else. Seeing this, a disdainful smile appeared on Huang Furong's face. This man is really good at talking nonsense. And a 5.1 magnitude earthquake will happen the day after tomorrow? The country can't even predict earthquakes. Who does he think he is? Wait, an earthquake? Huang Furong eyes for a while change. Seems to smell a hint of traffic. Dizzy opened the computer, logged in a number of trumpets, respectively, in different groups, sent the screenshots of the love each other family, and add fuel to start a chat. Then again, screenshots of these chats were constantly taken. It didn't take long for Huang Furong to use her public number Furong sister, which she created not long ago, to send out an article. Shocking, an earthquake is about to strike here. Forward it to the people you care about most. Then, Huang Furong asked all the trumpets to forward all of this article to the circle of friends. Humans, there is an instinctive fear before natural disasters. When someone saw this article, they didn't even hesitate to click on it and check it out. Then, quickly reprinted the article and sent it to his friends and family in Chuan City. In their opinion, if the news is true, then friends and family must be told to take precautions. If the news is false, then there's nothing wrong with being careful, and nothing wrong with being careful. This article, which just went viral, in just a day's time, the news of the earthquake spread completely throughout Chuan City. Huang Furong looked at the computer screen, the rising clicks and fans, the whole person danced with joy. 100,000, up 100,000 followers in one day. That's great. Haha, it was as if Huang Furong had already seen large amounts of money waving at her. It's nighttime in Kawasaki City. Popular actress Li Jing, wearing sunglasses and reeking of booze, staggered out of a high-end bar. She finally couldn't help but vomit furiously as she arrived next to the Porsche. Half a dozen times, Li Jing sat down in the driver's seat. With a roar afterward, it sped toward the front. At this moment, she only felt that her head was heavy and the sky and earth were suspended. When the red light came on, Li Jing, however, had no intention of stopping and ruthlessly crashed into the Audi parked in front of the crosswalk. Bang! P.S. The weather is changing too fast and I accidentally caught a bad cold. I was going to write more but my head is foggy. Have a drink and you're going to bed. Everyone remember to wear more clothes. Rather hot than cold. It's too hard to catch a cold. When Li Jing opened her eyes in a daze, she was already in the hospital room. The agent, Yao Yu, was anxiously making phone calls. After she saw that Li Jing had woken up, she was busy hanging up the phone and said, "You're finally awake. You said you drank yesterday. Why did you still go driving? Just call me instead." Li Jing rubbed her head, which was still a bit swollen, and said, "I've been blinded by drink. Where can I remember so much? Drunken haze? Do you have any idea how much influence you brought with you with this drink haze?" Yao Yu chided. The words fell out of her mouth, and she quickly opened her Twitter feed. Hot topic number 1, Li Jing's DUI crash. Under Joe, repeat after me. Those who drink and drive, they're all rotten. Flower swaying in the wind, that guy who got hit. What an innocent. Cthulhu, totally pink to black. Beehive, Hardy's vision is really bad. If he doesn't cancel his contract with Li Jing, in the future, I will never buy Hardy's clothes and shoes again. Bored, I heard she's on the next episode of Happy Family. I hope the show will Photoshop her out. Otherwise, it makes me sick to watch the show. Similar comments, tens of thousands of them. After Li Jing saw this, a fine sweat gradually seeped out from her forehead. At this point, she finally realized the gravity of the situation. Lots of fans turned black. Endorsements terminated. Shows stopped. This is simply SkyTap. Li Jing panicked. What should we do? What should I do? Sister you must think of something for me. Since Li Jing became red, when she shoots a movie, she must eat food from Michelin restaurants, stay in 4-star hotels or more, and is often a few hours late. Many people in the circle are very upset with her. Yao Yu, as Li Jing's agent, didn't know how much effort it took to maneuver around the circle, which allowed Li Jing to keep getting resources. Now that this had happened, Yao Yu also felt a headache. The PR side is working on a solution. Let's wait for now, Yao Yu said. Jingle bells. Li Jing's cell phone rang with a sharp ring. At this point, she was so upset that she didn't want to take any calls at all and hung up without looking. But, soon, the phone rang again. Li Jing was exasperated, which made her look at the caller alert. Turns out, it's Mom Chunhua calling. Mom, what are you calling for? Li Jing said in annoyance. I heard you were in a car accident. How's your health? In which hospital? Your father and I want to go see you. On the phone, Chen Chuanoa's concerned voice came. It's just a broken car. Don't look at me. There's nothing else. I'll hang up, Li Jing said. Wait, You are in Chuan City now, right? I heard that an earthquake is going to happen in Chuan City. Don't take the elevator when you go downstairs. Chen Chunhua was again concerned. But, Li Jing was feeling that she was too nagging and said impatiently, got it. Then, just hang up. Ding dong. After Li Jing hung up, her cell phone kept vibrating, and many people in her circle sent messages of greeting on WeChat. Li Jing said indignantly, sympathize. I see that you guys can't wait for me to get hurt and blocked. After all, there are only so many resources in the entertainment industry, and when something happens to you, someone else has a chance. Ding dong. Another WeChat message popped up. This is a WeChat article forwarded by my mom. Chen Chunhua. Shocker. An earthquake is about to hit here. Forward it to the people you care about most. Because, Chen Chunhua was worried that Li Jing would not take the earthquake to heart. So, the article was purposely forwarded to make her take it more seriously. Li Jing casually clicked on the article and scanned it at random. The next moment, thin lips, slightly hooked. An impending earthquake in Chuan City? This is really good news. Twitter. With everyone's fingers crossed, Li Jing finally spoke up. Li Jing, this year, I took on the roles of a student, a murderer, a nurse, and a heroine. In order to play them well, or even incarnate them, I practiced hard in front of the mirror at home from time to time. But the constant changing of roles also confused my brain and made me wonder who I really was. Gradually, I had insomnia all night long and the sleeping pills lost their effect. As a last resort, I had to try to numb myself with alcohol in order to be able to fall asleep. Last night, the characters of the student, the murderer, the nurse, the heroine, and so on, kept rattling around in my head again and again, and my clothes were soaked straight through with cold sweat, and I felt like the whole thing was going crazy. So, I busied myself with a glass of wine, which made me feel better. At that moment, there was a sudden loud noise in the distance, and even my house seemed to shake with it. Then I suddenly remembered today's article. Shocker. An earthquake is coming here. Forward it to the people you care about the most. I happen to be in Kawasaki. Is it really an earthquake? My head was spinning and all I could think about was getting the hell out of the house and escaping to someplace more open. In the heat of the moment, cannot care so much, directly drive and run out, but did not expect to accidentally get into a car accident. I would like to start by apologizing to the Audi owner. I'm sorry. My biggest concern right now is your health. I hope that this unmitigated disaster has not caused you any harm. In addition, all your losses, including vehicles, mental, physical, time, etc., I will be the maximum compensation. I hope I can get your understanding. And again, I am sorry. Secondly, thank you, my fans, for your continued support. However, I have done this wrong thing and let you all down. I'm sorry. In closing, please remember one thing for all, drink and don't drive. Always obey the laws and regulations. I have to say, Jane Lee and her PR team do have a few tricks up their sleeves. An article that directly portrays a bad-tempered, big-time, drunk driving, car-crashing evildoer as the victim of a dedicated, polite, good-hearted and virtuous man. After this microblogging, under the push of Li Jing and related people, it immediately caused a huge reaction. Dashu, I knew that my Jing would never just drink and drive. So that's how it is. You are the wind. I am the sand. Jing really works hard to make good TV. Her heart aches. Fruity, Jing is an actor. The best actor. For crying out loud. JPG. Flower, before, I heard people say Jing is a theater nerd. And it's true. After reading Jing's tweets, I really feel sorry for Jing. Candlelight, I'll be more supportive of Jing from now on. Waves of the sea a dozen. Jing well a strong in that Audi car owner to apologize. And we'll give the maximum compensation. Don't worry. Ta see it if. We'll definitely forgive you. Pong Peng, Jing, you don't have to apologize to your fans. If you should apologize, it's us who should apologize. We were the ones who wronged you before. LY, aren't earthquakes unpredictable? What makes Jane Lee think it's going to be an earthquake? Man in the wind, didn't you see that article about the earthquake forecast? Yesterday a lot of people knew that Chuan City was going to have an earthquake. Suddenly hearing a loud noise in the middle of the night. Don't you think it's an earthquake? Kwanjin, I'm from Kawasaki City, and by the time I read that article yesterday, my mom was about to take us on an out-of-town escape. After all, there's a saying that another can be trusted. Only love Jing is really nice, and now she is still worrying about the Audi owner. I'm only worried about whether Jing is hurt or not. Concubine, I hope Jing is okay. Lonely Bug, pray for Jing. Soon, the number of comments and retweets on Li Jing's microblogging reached more than 100,000, and firmly dominated the top of the hot search list. It was also the tweet that immediately made the crowd forget about her DUI. Instead, the heart began to ache and pray for Jane Lee. Li Jing's fans, even, have not diminished as a result of the DUI incident. Instead, it has climbed upward. Li Jing silently looked at the microblog comments, and the rising fans, and the corner of her mouth lifted. She decided to take advantage of this opportunity to take her popularity to the next level. Li Jing had her makeup artist make her face, paint it pale. Then, lying on the hospital bed, posed for a few pictures, all set for another Twitter update. Li Jing, I am really touched after seeing the messages from my loveliest fans. Your support is the greatest motivation for me to move forward. If I won't be punished by the company for this, I promise that I will repay my lovely fans with more and better works. BTW. There's not much left of my body. Selfie.jpg, selfie.jpg. Finally, that howdy owner, if you see my Twitter message, please contact me as soon as possible if it's convenient. I'm really worried about your health condition. Please let me be able to make some amends for my mistake. Thanks. This microblog is not too long, but it shows Li Jing's image of being compassionate and caring for her fans to the fullest. At the same time, it furthered her kind persona. Then, Li Jing and the relevant people once again hired mercenaries and bought traffic, so that more people joined the comments. Rose, Jing is so haggard. Her heart hurts. And she's so haggard and still cares about the Audi owner. She's really kind. Stranger, even sick Jing is beautiful. Faith, Jing, get well and we look forward to more of your work. Star's dream, this matter is not Jing's fault at all. The company should not punish her. Awkward, what does this have to do with Jing? If you want to blame that public article. Midtown, earthquakes are unpredictable. That article is simply spreading rumors. People report it. A bolt from the blue caused Jing to have an accident. Report it. Soon. Shocker. Earthquake is coming here. Forward it to the people you care about most. Was blocked. Even the public number Furong's sister was blocked as a result. Huang Furong looked at the public number that had only risen 100,000 followers, and had not yet earned any money, and it was directly gone. One joy and one sorrow made Huang Furong feel as if she had fallen violently from the sky to the ground, her entire being disheveled and incomparable. While the public number and articles are gone, Jane Lee did not stop there. Because of this, the heat is gone and traffic will drop again. So, once again, she sent out a new tweet. Li Jing, to tell you a good news, I have contacted the Audi owner. He was not injured. I heard a big stone finally fell down. Also, thanks to my lovely fans for reminding me that the article shocker, earthquake is coming here. Forward it to the people you care about most. Is a rumor. Earthquakes are unpredictable. In the future, I will be more careful. Chat screenshot.jpg, chat screenshot.jpg, chat screenshot.jpg. And I wonder how many people, like me, have been deceived. It's so badass to be the first one to send out a rumor. Please be sure to learn from me when you see similar news in the future. Don't listen to rumors. Don't believe them, and don't spread them. This time, Li Jing continues to maintain her kind side, while, at the same time, erecting an image of herself as a public figure who honors and abides by the law by example. Thus, a beautiful, kind, dedicated, law-abiding, moral and artistic perfect icon has come out. Love you, great. The Audi owner is fine. Jing can rest in peace now. Someone also, do not listen to rumors, do not believe rumors, do not spread rumors. Jing is really a good star for spreading positive energy, worthy of being my goddess. Hang, Jing is right. The first person who sent out the rumor was so bad. My mom is all worried and scared all day because of the earthquake. Unusually handsome, such people must be punished. Are there any hanged ones who can find the first person who spread the news of the earthquake? Bailey, it's obvious that the first person to spread the rumor came from that lovey-dovey family crowd. Lin Fan. Lonely City forgotten. Can any big brother humanize Lin Fan? This kind of person must be condemned by the society. Starry Night's dream, more than just a social crusade? By spreading rumors, he has broken the law and must be severely punished. Lin Fan didn't know or care about what was going on in the internet. In the morning, after Lin Fan came out of Hu Tian's house, he drove the Mercedes Big G and drove Huang Ling and Xiao Zishi to the KM Mall, ready to buy them some good stuff. Truly, they are too frugal. Xiao Zishi was a little better. Lin Fan gave a total of 2 million, and after a month or so, he had used about 1.2 million, and Huang Ling's $1 million. After spending more than a month, there is still nearly $900,000. Since it was New Year's Day, KM Mall was festive with ribbons and balloons, a line of discounts, on a huge electronic display, constantly jumping around. As a result, it attracts a lot of people to shop and is very lively. Lin Fan had just walked through the door of the KM Mall and raised his eyes to see the Patek Philippe watch store not far away. So, straight ahead, Patek Philippe watches are high-end and stylish. The store is luxuriously decorated and the location is even better. There are very few people who can't spot it if they enter the KM Mall. But, upon seeing the price of any Patek Philippe watch, they were deterred and left quickly. Truly, the price is too much. At this time, a middle-aged man with a slight beer belly is examining two watches, difficult to choose. Welcome, the shopper behind her smiled. Then, a light fragrance slowly drifted over. The middle-aged man couldn't help but turn to look. See only, two dimpled beauties strolled in. They were none other than Qiu Zixi and Huang Ling. Today's Qiu Zixi was wearing a white dress. With her fair skin, the whole person was like a fairy who descended from the sky, dustless and immaculate. Huang Ling was wearing a pink lace dress, and with her delicate features, she seemed like a well-made doll. When the middle-aged man saw them, he couldn't take his eyes off of them at all. So much so, that he didn't even notice Lin Fan standing next to him. When Qiu Zixi and Huang Ling approached, the middle-aged man came back to his senses and pointed at a gold-colored watch, telling the salesman, "This one looks okay, let's go with it." He sounded so relaxed and breezy. It was as if the person who had just sat in the store for close to half an hour thinking about it wasn't him. The salesman said, "That's a total of $253, $888. May I ask if the gentleman is swiping his card?" "Yes." The middle-aged man dashingly pulled out a bank card. Drop. After a soft sound, the bill appeared, and the middle-aged man then directly put the watch on his wrist, and then made a show of only just seeing Qiu Zixi and Huang Ling. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "The two beauties are not only good-looking, but also have good eyes. Patek Philippe, regardless of workmanship or style, all belong to the world's top, and even has the title of the king of all watches." "Right." Huang Ling and Qiu Zixi responded politely and perfunctorily. "Introduce myself. I'm Kai Bowen, the general manager of Wind Feather Media Company. I wonder if I have a chance to get to know the two beauties." The middle-aged man did not seem to hear the perfunctory intentions of the two men at all, and as he spoke, he handed out two business cards and made a point of revealing the watch he had just bought. In Kai Bowen's defense, he had just broadsided himself with a watch that cost a whopping $253, $888. Now, he has revealed his identity as the general manager of Wind Feather Media. Then, these two beauties in front of them would definitely accept their business cards with pleasure. It's the double enticement of money and status. However, this is just what Kai Bowen took for granted. Earlier, Huang Ling and Qiu Zixi had even made a perfunctory remark, but now, they just didn't care. Kai Bowen held up his business card, a little embarrassed for a moment. Lin Fan, who was standing next to him, didn't care too much about it, and pointed to a watch not far away, saying, "What do you guys think of this watch? So beautiful." Huang Ling and Qiu Zixi heartily exclaimed. The salesman next to him introduced, "This is our PP series of Patek Philippe, and the same model comes in two colors, red and white. The case is made up of 18K rose gold and set with 347 diamonds, and the dial is a white Bali mother-of-pearl shell, which makes the overall look luxurious yet pure." Lin Fan noticed that after the salesman's introduction, Huang Ling and Qiu Zixi's beautiful eyes became more and more sparkling. So, spoke up, "Okay, two of them then." "Ha?" The salesman froze slightly. "Come two of these watches," Lin Fan repeated. Okay." The salesman then reacted and responded in a row. "She's also hosted a lot of rich people, but it's the first time I've encountered one that asked for two straight out of the gate. I don't think I've said how much myself, have I?" The salesman was busy saying, "The price of this watch is 518, 888 yuan each. May I ask if Mr. is?" Before she could finish, Lin Fan directly handed out a bank card. Drop. With a swipe of the bank card on the POS machine, the bill quickly appeared. Millions of dollars of merchandise. And the deal went through. How long has it been? It takes less than a minute from the time you walk in the door to the time you check out. At the same time, on Lin Fan's cell phone, there were 103 more red envelopes to be claimed. The salesman, still a little giddy, asked, "May I ask what color sir is choosing?" "You two pick your favorite color." Lin Fan turned to Huang Ling and Qiu Zixi. Even though Huang Ling and Qiu Zixi had already seen Lin Fan's great deal, at this moment, they were still in a state of excitement and sweetness. "I want the white one," Qiu Zixi said. "I want the red one," Huang Ling said. Lin Fan said towards Kai Bowen, "If you want to attract girls, you have to come up with something practical." Kai Bowen, who had been holding up his business card, his old face flushed red, hurriedly withdrew his business card and used his cuffs to try to block the watch he had just purchased, and then fled as if he were walking towards the outside. "Shame on you. It's so humiliating." Lin Fan smiled and shook his head. Then, he took Qiu Zixi and Huang Ling to buy big bags of clothes and cosmetics. and spent a total of $1.02 million. The sky, when it was completely dark. It was only then that Lin Fan, Qiu Zixi and Huang Ling returned to Yike City, though, shopped all day. But, Lin Fan was still full of energy. Oh, epsilon asterisk, asterisk 3, asterisk 3, epsilon asterisk, 3 equals 88. Usually, during New Year's Day, the Capital Science Institute also takes a vacation break. Today, it was a crowd. Many famous scientists, all gathered together. Wavelength, no mistake. Frequency, no error. Vibrations, unmistakable. Earthquake forecaster principle, no errors. With the appearance of this last voice, the scene immediately resounded with loud cheers. Director Feng Zhixiang, in particular, jumped for joy, because it means that earthquake predictors are actually being built. Humans can predict earthquakes in advance. This can definitely reduce countless disasters. When Feng Zhixiang returned home, he was still in a good mood, so he easily played with his cell phone. In no time, he landed his eyes on the hot headline, Culprit Lin Fan.